Desert. An endless expanse of desert. Liu Mu gazed bewilderedly at the scene before him, his mind completely shut down. Just a moment ago, he had been frolicking with his paper wife. How had he suddenly found himself in the midst of a desert? If it weren't for the scorching sun above and the searing yellow sand beneath his feet, Liu Mu would have thought he was dreaming. Ding! Congratulations, host, for arriving in the ninja world. Due to insufficient energy, this system will soon enter sleep mode and can only provide the host with a one-time assistance. Please choose your desired reward. Liu Mu's lips twitched as he finally understood. So, he had indeed traversed realms. The system, on the verge of slumber, had used its last bit of energy to bring him to the ninja world. Thank you very much. Since the energy was depleted, he might as well find a place to stay put instead of venturing out to cause trouble. Taking a deep breath, Liu Mu attempted to calm himself. Regardless, he still had an opportunity to make a choice, didn't he? Option 1, Beginner Sage Body. Option 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Option 3, Mysterious Gift Pack. The moment Liu Mu laid eyes on the rewards, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Sage Body. With the Sage Body, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra. He would no longer suffer like Hatake Kakashi, who, after using a couple of techniques, found himself propped against a wall, desperately relying on his signature move to replenish his chakra. Moreover, in the later stages of the Hokage, what truly mattered? It was chakra. Unfortunately, it was merely a beginner's version, which diminished its allure. Liu Mu shook his head and shifted his gaze to the second option, Sharingan. And not just any Sharingan, but the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In battles among ninjas, what was the key? It was insight. The ancient wisdom of knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. With the Sharingan, he could significantly enhance his insight and decipher his opponent's moves. Furthermore, the 3 Tomo Sharingan could pierce through most Ninjutsu. Though it might slightly diminish the thrill of battle, it would greatly enhance his safety. Navigating the ninja world would thus become more secure. However, the greatest drawback was the risk of blindness. To evolve the Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would need to obtain another pair of eyes. Those who currently possessed the Sharingan were all formidable figures. At this thought, Liu Mu shuddered and hastily averted his gaze. The mysterious gift pack. Liu Mu stroked his chin in contemplation. What did a ninja need most? It was fortune. Those blessed with good fortune could turn even refuse into treasures and receive martial arts secrets from old masters merely by taking a leap off a cliff. Perhaps he would be fortunate enough to draw the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye, miraculous entities. With a gamble, he thought, why not take a risk and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? Without hesitation, Liu Mu clicked on it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on selecting the mysterious gift pack. You have gained the qualities of a genin, the body flicker technique, sage techniques, shadow clone technique, fireball technique, seduction technique. With enhanced effects. Liu Mu's lips twitched. This gamble had transformed him from a pioneer of poverty alleviation into a beneficiary of it. Although the rewards seemed abundant, they were merely foundational ninjutsu. With just a little opportunity to learn, he could master them swiftly. While the genin quality was indeed remarkable, the surrounding desert was clearly not the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. It was undoubtedly the lowest of the low. What surprised Liu Mu the most was the final reward. Enhanced effects. When releasing ninjutsu, its effects can be maximized. Note: ninjutsu damage will not change. Liu Mu held his forehead with one hand, overwhelmed by the urge to despair. What was promised, a gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, had seemingly left him with nothing but a bicycle. Ding! Energy has been completely consumed. Wishing the host a prosperous journey in martial arts. As the static noise reminiscent of a snowy television crackled to life, Liu Mu could no longer summon the system. His expression darkened considerably. Why not take me out of this desert first? With a sense of resignation, Liu Mu stood up, though the quality of a genin was the lowest among ninjas for a modern person. His physical condition was already several levels higher. Moreover, with the addition of chakra, traversing the desert became significantly easier for Liu Mu. However, the true terror of the desert lay not in the heat of the sand grains, but in the temperature fluctuations between day and night, the quicksand hidden beneath the dunes, and the disorientation of direction. As the sun slowly descended, Liu Mu had no idea of his whereabouts. If he did not find a place to rest before nightfall, he might freeze to death in the harsh conditions. Yet, in the desert, he had not spotted a single large animal. let alone encountered anyone to ask for directions. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Wrapped in a brown robe, only a youthful face was visible, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Particularly striking was the blood-red hair that stood out prominently. A look of sheer joy spread across Liu Mu's face. Like discovering a lifeline while drowning, he instinctively rushed towards the figure. "Brother, do you know the way out of this desert?" Liu Mu panted, his eyes alight with hope. After all, once he knew the correct direction, with his current Jinin strength, he could quickly navigate his way out of the desert. At worst, he could find a place to rest and replenish his water and food supplies to survive the desert night. The boy looked at Liu Mu in astonishment. He was surprised that Liu Mu had approached him for directions. "Don't you recognize me?" The boy removed his hood, fully revealing his blood-red hair. A smirk played on his lips. "Should I know you?" The boy paused, and the smile on his face grew wider. The boy was named Xie, the grandson of Chiyo, the advisor of the Land of Wind. Just recently, he had slain the third Kazekage, and the entire Land of Wind was now under a manhunt for him. Yet this oddly dressed ninja before him did not recognize him. "All right, I won't ask anything else. Just tell me how to get to the Hidden Leaf village." "The Hidden Leaf, huh?" Xie's expression froze, an aura of menace gradually enveloping him. His parents had been slain by the White Fang of Konoha during the war with the Hidden Leaf. Although the White Fang was now dead, Xie would certainly show no mercy to any Konoha ninja. "I have a shortcut here that leads directly to the afterlife." As Xie's words fell, several puppets flew out from behind him. Each puppet was equipped with deadly blades, capable of effortlessly severing boulders with a mere swipe. Just as the two were on the brink of battle, a woman floated in the air above them. Behind her, a pair of wings made of white paper fluttered continuously. Clad in a red and black coat, her light blue hair framed a pair of captivating eyes that observed the unfolding scene with great interest. "Are they about to fight? Perfect. Let me see if you, the scorpion of the red sand, are worthy to join our Akatsuki." Chapter 2. Enhanced by special effects. The puppet with crimson hair. The moment Liu Mu laid eyes on the puppet with crimson hair, he instantly recognized the identity of the wielder, Scorpion. However, Scorpion was not adorned in the signature red cloud cloak of Akatsuki, indicating that he was operating prior to his affiliation with the organization. Known as Akasuna no Sasori, he had single-handedly dispatched the third Kazekage, showcasing power on par with that of a Kage. For Liu Mu, whose strength was currently at the level of a Jinin, confronting such a formidable opponent was tantamount to courting death. The palpable aura of malice emanating from Scorpion was entirely due to Liu Mu's mere mention of the words Kanahagakure. Scorpion had been deeply attached to his parents, who tragically perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. The motive behind his assassination of the third Kazekage was rooted in the war instigated by the latter, which ultimately led to the demise of Scorpion's parents. In light of this history, the prospect of Scorpion sparing Liu Mu seemed exceedingly bleak. As Liu Mu pondered his predicament, Scorpion abruptly gestured with his hands. The previously inert puppet, which had been hanging limply, sprang to life, its multitude of eyes fixated on Liu Mu, brimming with murderous intent. "Die!" With a commanding shout, 3 puppets surged towards Liu Mu. He attempted to evade, his mind issuing commands, yet his body remained unresponsive, paralyzed by fear. Scorpion possessed the prowess to eliminate the third Kazekage, a legendary figure. Such strength rendered even an elite jonin a mere target. Liu Mu, at the level of a Jinin, stood no chance. It was reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke's first encounter with Orochimaru, where he too had been immobilized by an overwhelming sense of dread until pain jolted him into motion. Is he truly incapable of moving? Scorpion mused, disappointed. He had anticipated testing the capabilities of his newly completed puppet against Liu Mu. Yet the boy could hardly measure up to even the most basic of puppets. Presenting his latest creation would be an insult to the third Kazekage. Conan observed the unfolding scene with a hint of regret. Liu Mu appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. And encountering Scorpion was akin to facing the apocalypse. Nevertheless, she made no move to intervene. Being a ninja was a perilous occupation, akin to walking the fine line between life and death. Once one embraced the path of a ninja, they must be prepared for the possibility of death in battle. Even the 4th Hokage had succumbed in combat. Such was the fate of ninjas. Desperation surged within Liu Mu. Biting down on his lip, he drew blood, the sharp sting reigniting his resolve. He hastily retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them forward. Yet, as the shuriken left his hand. He found himself astonished. Instead of 3, there were thousands before him. Scorpion's pupils dilated in shock. The overwhelming barrage of shuriken filled every potential escape route. He had never anticipated that a seemingly slow genin could wield such a terrifying ninjutsu. With no options for evasion, he commanded the 3 puppets that had just launched themselves at Liu Mu to return, forming a defensive barrier against the incoming assault. From her aerial vantage point, Conan furrowed her brow. When Liu Mu had launched his attack, she had distinctly seen 3 shuriken, yet they had transformed into a multitude upon release. Such a feat could be attributed to 2 possibilities: either a ninja specializing in ninja tools, capable of sealing a multitude of shuriken within scrolls and summoning them all at once, or the unique jutsu of the Sarutobi clan, the shuriken bunshin no jutsu. This technique could multiply a handful of shuriken into hundreds or even thousands, theoretically limitless with an adequate supply of chakra. However, no signs of the necessary hand seals had been detected on Liu Mu. This indicated that his speed in executing the jutsu surpassed the eye's ability to follow. What do ninjas compete on? Speed. If one could cast a jutsu while the other had already unleashed multiple techniques, victory would be elusive. Furthermore, the sheer quantity of shuriken suggested an extraordinary reserve of chakra. The sudden appearance of thousands of shuriken, coupled with Liu Mu's lack of fatigue, hinted at an unfathomable level of chakra. What is at stake in a ninja duel? The quantity of chakra. The amount of chakra directly influences the number and quality of jutsu one can perform. With Liu Mu's current chakra levels, he was undoubtedly a nightmare for his adversaries. Scorpion had encountered a formidable opponent. Conan swallowed hard, her expression betraying a mix of trepidation and curiosity. She had not anticipated encountering such a powerful figure in the desert. Apart from Scorpion, while her initial purpose was to invite Scorpion to join the Akatsuki, she had no intention of intervening. On one hand, Scorpion's hidden cards had yet to be revealed, and the outcome remained uncertain. Experience was paramount in ninja confrontations, and Liu Mu appeared far too youthful to rival Akasuna no Sasori. On the other hand, Conan was wary of Liu Mu's ninjutsu. Any interference on her part could spell disaster. How had the prestige of Kage diminished to such an extent? To encounter 2 Kage-level figures simultaneously in the desert was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, the shuriken reached Scorpion, who exerted his utmost control over his puppets to withstand the impending assault. The shuriken descended like rain upon the puppets, yet aside from the initial impacts, no further reactions ensued. Scorpion shifted the puppets slightly, revealing that the shuriken continued to strike, yet upon contact, they vanished without a trace. Was it an illusion? A clone? Scorpion's countenance darkened as he realized he had been intimidated by a mere genin's technique, a simple bunshin jutsu. The embarrassment surged within him, and the murderous intent in his eyes ignited. "You are quite impressive," Scorpion declared, retracting the 3 puppets and producing several scrolls from his waist. As he unfurled the scrolls, a multitude of puppets emerged, quickly surrounding him. In no time, he was encircled by 100 formidable puppets, each armed with sharp weaponry, some even bearing traces of blood. "You favor overwhelming numbers in battle, do you not? Then I shall respond in kind. Let us see whether your bunshin jutsu is superior, or if my 100 puppet jutsu reigns supreme." Author's note, Chapter 3, The Flame of Annihilation, 100 Puppet Jutsu. Conan's expression grew grave once more, her eyes reflecting profound fear intertwined with curiosity. A puppeteer requires immense control and mental fortitude. While an ordinary puppeteer might manage a single puppet with commendable skill, controlling multiple puppets simultaneously marks one as a master. Yet, to command 100 puppets at once seemed an impossible task. Yet below her, each of the 100 puppets moved with the fluidity of living beings, skillfully maneuvering their limbs. Although Scorpion could not fully unleash the potential of each puppet simultaneously, the sheer quantity would overshadow quality. Moreover, under Scorpion's command, the combat effectiveness of the puppets was formidable enough to obliterate a small ninja village. If the land of rain were devoid of Pain's presence, it would undoubtedly struggle to withstand such formidable power. Xiaonan took a deep breath, resolutely committing herself within. Regardless of the cost, she must bring Xie into the Akatsuki organization. Even in the event of failure, she must never become an enemy of Xie. Xiaonan turned to Liu Mu. Despite Liu Mu's astonishing speed and vast reservoir of chakra, he appeared feeble before the strategy of overwhelming numbers. Defeat was merely a matter of time. At this moment, Liu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He had never anticipated that the first ninja he would encounter upon traversing into the world of Hokage would be Xie, who was on the verge of joining the Akatsuki. What was more alarming was that they had already engaged in combat. Xie possessed strength at the level of a Kage, and yet he had unleashed a powerful technique against a mere chunin. It was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. Nevertheless, Liu Mu had no intention of surrendering. Even in death, he aimed to stain Xie with his blood. Consequently, Liu Mu rapidly formed hand seals. With the final tiger seal, he inhaled deeply, a surge of chakra gathering within his lungs. With a forceful exhale, Liu Mu released the chakra from his mouth. As it reached his lips, the chakra transformed into a vibrant orange flame, continuously shooting forth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a muffled grunt from Liu Mu, the fireball rapidly expanded, growing several hundred times its original size in mere moments, and still increasing. At this juncture, the great fireball technique resembled a celestial meteor, enveloping the entire sky. The once brilliantly illuminated yellow sand gradually dimmed, taking on the hue of flames. Xiaonan's pupils constricted. She had never expected this 12 or 13-year-old ninja to possess such a formidable forbidden technique. A simple hand seal had summoned an object of such incredible might. Escape? Impossible. The entire desert was engulfed in flames, as if the sun had been suddenly thrust before them. Despair. An overwhelming sense of despair. Xiaonan could hardly believe that she had merely come to observe, only to find herself embroiled in such peril. Her past flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. At this moment, Xie stared blankly at the fireball above him. Having never experienced fear, he found himself trembling involuntarily. His 100 puppets manipulation appeared utterly insignificant in the face of this ninjutsu, akin to a child's play. A gentle touch would cause it to crumble. Xie was frightened. He had never flinched, even when facing the third Kazekage, nor felt fear in the face of death. Yet in this moment, fear gripped him. Xie began to regret provoking this young man before him. Liu Mu gazed dazedly at the colossal fireball, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This effect was astonishingly spectacular. A single great fireball technique projected the sensation of an impending apocalypse. It appeared infinitely more powerful than Pain's Shinra Tensei. However, Liu Mu was acutely aware that this was merely an impressive visual effect. The actual destructive power was just that of a great fireball technique. The crucial matter now was how to conclude this. Just then, Liu Mu noticed a figure gracefully descending from the sky, adorned in the Akatsuki's signature red cloud-black cloak. With flowing purple hair and wings crafted from folded white paper, who else could it be but Xiaonan? Liu Mu's eyes brightened, and he promptly retracted the great fireball technique. In an instant, the sun-like fireball vanished, and the sky regained its luminosity, leaving only a hint of charred wood in the air. There is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Let us conclude matters here. Liu Mu stated with an air of detachment, exuding the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Xie collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. A glimmer of relief in his eyes. Having danced on the brink of death, Xie redefined his understanding of life and the motivation to endure. Xiaonan exhaled deeply. Her astonishment amplified beyond what she had previously felt. While casting ninjutsu was simple, achieving a flawless cessation of it was far from easy. If the difficulty of performing ninjutsu were rated at 1, the challenge of halting a completed technique would be at least 100, particularly with a fireball of such magnitude. It could be said that no one else in this world could conjure something of that caliber. The thought of bringing it to a stop was beyond Xiaonan's imagination. Although the technique did not cease perfectly, controlling a fireball of that intensity to the size of a great fireball was an unprecedented feat. Xiaonan observed that after executing 2 techniques of forbidden nature, Liu Mu exhibited no signs of fatigue, a testament to the sheer volume of his chakra. Xiaonan hurriedly adjusted her posture, striving to present herself with greater composure. Although Liu Mu was remarkably kind, and even allowed Xie to escape after being provoked, Xiaonan did not dare to let her guard down. After all, Liu Mu's previous techniques were sufficient to demonstrate his strength. As a master, he deserved respect. Moreover, Xiaonan represented the Akatsuki. Offending such a powerful figure due to her rashness could lead to dire consequences for the organization, a scenario Xiaonan was determined to avoid. Senior, I am Xiaonan of the Akatsuki. I previously overstepped my bounds. I hope you can forgive me, she said, lowering her head, not daring to exhibit any hint of arrogance. A ninja of such prowess would undoubtedly detect her presence immediately, rather than resorting to subterfuge. It was best to speak plainly and seek Liu Mu's forgiveness. Liu Mu coughed awkwardly. He was fully aware of his own capabilities. He was merely a paper tiger. If anyone present dared to challenge him, he would not hesitate to meet his end. Fortunately, however, the earlier Great Fireball technique had left both of them in awe. It's all right, Xiao Nan sighed in relief. A great weight lifted from her heart. Following a brief pause, Xiao Nan gazed at Liu Mu with fervent eyes. Senior, the Akatsuki has just been established and requires ninjas like you to join us. What are your thoughts on this? The author has something to say. Chapter 4 Invitation to join the Akatsuki? I join the Akatsuki? Liu Mu was taken aback by Xiao Nan's proposal. What kind of place was the Akatsuki? It was a gathering of individuals at the Kage level. In contrast, his own strength was merely a facade. He was nothing more than a paper tiger. If anyone dared to challenge him, he would not hesitate to meet his demise. Being part of such a team would inevitably lead to trouble. Furthermore, the Akatsuki bore a terrifying curse. The moment one donned the red cloud-black cloak, the instant it touched the ground marked one's death. Ultimately, only Orochimaru, the cunning serpent, managed to survive, having fled quickly. Therefore, joining the Akatsuki was out of the question. He would rather die than do so. I prefer freedom, so I have no intention of joining any organization. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Xiao Nan showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, her face brightened. Rest assured, we at the Akatsuki will never force you to do anything. Moreover, we exist for the true peace of the ninja world. Is that not the goal of all ninjas? Liu Mu scoffed internally. For the sake of world peace? The largest ninja war was incited by the Akatsuki. Additionally, as a mere chunin, attempting to seize tailed beasts would surely expose him instantly. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to find a safe place to hide? Just as Liu Mu prepared to refuse and depart, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding dong. Agreeing to Xiao Nan's invitation to join the Akatsuki organization increased the awakening progress by 5%. Refusing would send the system into a deep slumber. Liu Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that this troublesome system still existed and was coercing him to join the Akatsuki. What difference did that make from courting death? Yet, in this ninja world, the only support he had was this system. If it fell into slumber, he would inevitably become cannon fodder. For the sake of world peace? That had been my childhood dream as well. I might as well visit your Akatsuki and see if it suits me. If so, I shall join. Xiao Nan was elated. She never anticipated that such a celestial figure as Liu Mu would be willing to explore the Akatsuki simply for the cause of world peace. In that moment, Liu Mu's image grew larger in Xiao Nan's eyes. His formidable strength and lofty aspirations reminded her of Yahiko. The silhouette of Yahiko began to merge with Liu Mu before her, stirring an inexplicable fondness within Xiao Nan. Moreover, Liu Mu's words hinted at another secret. In his youth, he had maintained a youthful appearance through secret techniques, suggesting he might possess an astonishing identity. Perhaps revealing this identity could shake the very foundations of the ninja world. However, only with such an identity and power could the Akatsuki's goals be realized. All right, senior, I will take you to meet the leader of the Akatsuki. Xiao Nan was filled with excitement. As long as Liu Mu was willing to journey to the land of rain, she was confident she could persuade him to join the Akatsuki. Just then, she made a move to depart, but suddenly felt something amiss, as if she had forgotten something. Suddenly, it dawned on her. This trip to the land of wind was intended to recruit Scorpion into the Akatsuki. However, after witnessing Liu Mu's might, Scorpion seemed less appealing, even contemplating whether to raise the entry threshold of the Akatsuki. After all, with a powerhouse like Liu Mu, the organization could not admit just anyone. At that moment, Scorpion, who had previously appeared vacant, suddenly regained focus. His eyes fixated on Liu Mu as he approached step by step. Ever since the last ninja war, when his parents perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, his world had been consumed by vengeance. Yet, after the demise of Chikamatsu and the third Hokage, he had lost all motivation to live. It was you who revealed the might of ninjutsu to me. It is you who has rekindled the meaning of survival. Therefore, allow me to accompany you and witness that unparalleled strength. Liu Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was that it? Initially, he thought Scorpion was about to attack and prepared to flee. Then he realized there was a misalignment in Scorpion's intentions, causing goosebumps to rise all over him. In the end, Scorpion merely wished to be his subordinate. Had he not been outmatched by Scorpion, Liu Mu would have loved to give him a piece of his mind, letting him know to speak plainly without all the convoluted roundabout. Beep. Request from Scorpion accepted. Awakening progress increased by 1. Liu Mu smiled wryly. Without any thoughts of his own, the system had made a choice for him. Regardless, he was about to join the Akatsuki. Once he joined, they would form a duo. Rather than teaming up with other seasoned veterans, it would be easier to have the obedient Scorpion by his side, offering greater control. Then let us proceed to the Land of Rain. Chapter 5. Arrival at the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, a sorrowful nation. Due to its proximity to 3 great nations, in the event of war, the battlefield would likely fall upon its territory. Thus, the Land of Rain and other small nations were the true victims in the ninja wars. With rain pouring for most of the year, it seemed as though the heavens wept for this country. Fortunately, today the Land of Rain was free from rain. Otherwise, Liu Mu would have feared becoming a drenched chicken. Moreover, Liu Mu truly experienced flight for the first time. After receiving Liu Mu's consent, Xiao Nan eagerly lifted him into the air. As the biting cold wind met him, he also felt the soft warmth against his back, a delightful juxtaposition of ice and fire. Scorpion, however, did not share this luxury. Lacking the ability to fly, he had to rely solely on running, exerting all his strength to avoid being left behind. Yet, Scorpion harbored no complaints. As long as he could see Liu Mu, he had the motivation to keep running. After a prolonged flight, Xiao Nan gradually lowered her speed. The pedestrians below, initially the size of ants, slowly grew larger. At last, they landed atop the largest structure in the Land of Rain, returning to the embrace of Mother Earth, which left Liu Mu feeling somewhat disoriented. Particularly, that hint of warmth made him nostalgic. Senior Liu, this is our ninja village in the Land of Rain. While the number of ninjas may not rival the 5 great nations, our elite combat strength is by no means inferior. Xiao Nan spoke proudly, suddenly realizing something, her expression turning slightly awkward. Although Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, was formidable, in Liu Mu's presence, he seemed like a mere shadow of greatness. After all, had that ninjutsu been used against the Land of Rain, it could have obliterated the nation from existence. Quickly, Xiao Nan produced a red cloud black coat, hoping to alleviate her embarrassment. This is the symbol of the Akatsuki. Wearing it in the Land of Rain will spare you many troubles. At last it had arrived. This iconic garb of death signified mortality upon removal. Yet, Liu Mu did not refuse. Instead, he accepted it without hesitation. After all, whether he donned it sooner or later, he would eventually wear it. Why not put on this new guise and look handsome while doing so? Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully joining the Akatsuki. Awakening progress increased by 5. Negative buff acquired. Death by disrobing. Death by disrobing. The likelihood of dying in battle increases by 90 if the red cloud black coat is removed during combat. Liu Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had initially thought death by disrobing was merely a jest. Yet it turned out to be a genuine buff. No wonder so many powerful Akatsuki members had perished. This buff was clearly a contributing factor. Fortunately, this buff only activated if the coat was removed during battle, which somewhat eased Liu Mu's mind. Otherwise, removing his coat to bathe would carry a 90 chance of death. That would be akin to bathing in mercury. Of course, such a remarkable item could not be hoarded solely for himself. Please provide another one for Scorpion. Scorpion, who had just caught up, felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Liu Mu advocate for him. Since the death of his parents, he had not experienced such emotions. Despite his immense strength, Liu Mu's tenderness shone through. Following Liu Mu was undoubtedly the wisest choice of his life. Xiao Nan smiled slightly. Had it not been for Liu Mu's reminder, she might have nearly forgotten Scorpion's existence. However, it must be said that Scorpion's strength was indeed formidable. As she soared through the air, Scorpion managed to keep pace, which was a testament to his impressive abilities. Yet, when compared to Liu Mu, he was on an entirely different level, rendering any comparison futile. Subsequently, Xiao Nan retrieved another red cloud black coat and tossed it to Scorpion. Senior Liu, please wait a moment. I will go seek our village leader's permission. Liu Mu nodded in agreement. With a smile, Xiao Nan left. Once Xiao Nan was out of Liu Mu's sight, her leisurely pace transformed into a sprint. She could hardly contain her excitement to share this news with Pain. After all, with Liu Mu's addition, the Akatsuki's objectives could be realized years ahead of schedule. Pain, seated by the window, felt his worries dissipate upon seeing Xiao Nan enter. Welcome back, Xiao Nan. The task was completed smoothly, Xiao Nan said proudly, even showing a hint of excitement. Regardless of the task itself, I previously witnessed a colossal sun plummeting towards the land of wind. Do you know what transpired? Pain spoke gravely, for the commotion had been immense. Although the land of rain is adjacent to the land of wind, there is still a considerable distance between them. The fact that the colossal sun was visible from the land of rain indicates its size was beyond comprehension. If it were to crash down, the land of rain would likely be engulfed instantly, and the entire shinobi world would fall into chaos. Yet, the colossal sun appeared for merely a few seconds before vanishing. A mystery that still perplexed Pain. Upon hearing Pain's words, a trace of pride appeared on Xiao Nan's face. I certainly know, as I was right in the midst of that technique and even encountered the caster. What? This is a ninjutsu. Pain sprang to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. Initially thinking it was a celestial body, something no one could contend with, Xiao Nan claimed it was ninjutsu. The ninja who performed this technique must have transcended the realm of shinobi, stepping directly into the divine hall. After all, if it were to become enraged, a mere thought could obliterate the entire world. Moreover, I even brought him back. What? The author has something to say. Chapter 6. A fraud? Pain felt as if his mind was insufficiently equipped. The being capable of annihilating the world with a mere gesture had been invited over. Pain felt as though he were dreaming. If he could join the Akatsuki organization, it would undoubtedly signify a qualitative leap for them. Even if it meant relinquishing the position of leader, Pain would agree without hesitation. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Pain turned to Xiao Nan with a serious expression. Please take me to meet him, Pain urged fervently. I will certainly take you to meet him, but the elder is only willing to visit the Akatsuki organization. And given your current state, it may be a bit challenging. Pain paused, realizing his own lack of composure. This was a figure who could significantly impact the future development of the Akatsuki. Thus, one could not afford to be careless. Acting out of line now could provoke the elder and lead to catastrophic consequences. Regaining his composure, Pain followed Xiao Nan outside. Elder, this is our Akatsuki leader, Pain. Xiao Nan carefully introduced Pain as they entered, but Pain stood frozen, his brow furrowed, struggling to utter a word. Pain, what are you doing? Hurry and greet the elder. Xiao Nan, noticing Pain's awkwardness, urged anxiously. Although his strength is considerable, he seems quite different from what you described. Xiao Nan, you wouldn't have been deceived, would you? Pain glared at Scorpion. Though Scorpion possessed the power of an S-rank ninja, Pain, with his Rinnegan and mastery over the 6 paths, felt confident in defeating Scorpion. Pain, you are mistaken, the elder is this one. Xiao Nan was drenched in cold sweat, wondering how the usually calm and composed Pain could falter at this moment. It is known that Liu Mu possesses the capability to destroy the land of rain. Pain shifted his gaze, but upon seeing Liu Mu, his brows knitted into a tight frown. The Rinnegan, while not as adept as the Byakugan in discerning the body's chakra pathways, certainly offered more insight than ordinary eyes. It could at least vaguely perceive the general quantity of the opponent's chakra. However, the elder, who had been praised by Xiao Nan, possessed only a mere quantity of chakra akin to that of a low-ranking ninja, and it was the most ordinary kind at that. While ninjas can alter their appearance, gender, and even age through ninjutsu, the chakra within remains genuine. With such paltry chakra, could one produce ninjutsu akin to a colossal sun? The only explanation is that Xiao Nan was deceived. The red cloud on the black coat symbolizes the faith and honor of the Akatsuki. Only those dedicated to changing the world can wear it, but surely a fraud cannot. Pain huffed, feeling his chakra surge within him. The shockwave generated by his chakra rippled outward like waves, forcing Liu Mu to break into a cold sweat. Who is Pain? He is the very being who obliterated Konoha. Had it not been for Uzumaki Naruto's indomitable rhetoric, Naruto would have concluded hundreds of episodes earlier. Offending such an entity is akin to stepping into the gates of hell. However, since the reward had already been acquired, Liu Mu decided to make a swift exit. If I am unwelcome, then I shall take my leave. Pain, what are you doing? The usually gentle and kind Xiao Nan could no longer contain herself, shouting in urgency and anger. Xiao Nan, I do not comprehend what transpired earlier that led you to trust him so blindly. But if that is the case, then I shall expose his deception, Pain declared, turning his gaze toward Liu Mu, his aura gradually intensifying. If Pain was once a slumbering tiger, now this tiger had fully awakened. Moreover, it was now baring its sharp claws toward Liu Mu. So, Elder, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your prowess? Ding. The system detected that the host was under threat, triggering a task. Engage in battle with pain. Task reward. 5 progress towards awakening. Refusal will result in self-detonation and a search for the next fortunate host. Liu Mu's lips twitched. He had not anticipated the system would stir up trouble like this. For a low-ranking ninja to challenge a high-ranking one was akin to courting death. However, since refusal would lead to death as well, he might as well accept. For there might still be a glimmer of hope. Very well, I accept. Liu Mu agreed readily, which caused Pain to feel a fleeting sense of panic. Initially intending to battle within the confines of the room, Pain doubted himself upon hearing Liu Mu's response. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative that the villagers of the Land of Rain remained unharmed. We shall combat outside the village. With a single wave of his hand, Pain floated into the air. Liu Mu looked on with envy. At that moment, Xiaonan stepped forward, a wry smile on her face. Elder, allow me to take you there. I only hope you can show mercy. Liu Mu wore a benevolent smile, asking a low-ranking ninja to show mercy to a high-ranking one. Xiaonan, you truly have a way with words. Might as well lie down and let Pain have his way. The author has something to say. Chapter 7. The Celestial Being Descends. In Xiaonan's embrace, Liu Mu arrived at the outskirts of the Land of Rain. Pain had long been waiting there. Upon seeing Xiaonan flying in with Liu Mu, Pain's frustration deepened. Such a powerful figure, yet he required assistance to traverse? Is your chakra insufficient? Pain mocked with a hint of jealousy. Liu Mu rolled his eyes. I could walk, but can you wait? Enough. We are not here for idle chatter. Let us commence. Liu Mu said, suddenly becoming serious. Although Pain was remotely controlled by Nagato, he possessed the abilities of the Rinnegan due to its power. As the Deva path, Pain could manipulate gravity to vanquish his foes. While Liu Mu was aware of Pain's weaknesses, the chasm between them was vast. To defeat Pain would be akin to chasing a delusion. The only chance of victory lay in the special effects granted by the system. Liu Mu rapidly formed hand seals. He utilized the most fundamental ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, in an attempt to bewilder Pain. However, as the final seal was completed, the sky darkened. Liu Mu looked up in confusion. At that moment, only a sliver of light remained in the sky, its shape resembling a door. The door slowly opened. A beam of light spilled forth from the crack of the door, cascading over the assembled crowd. This beam transformed into the shape of a staircase, seemingly beckoning to something. What manner of ninjutsu is this? A hint of fear laced Pain's voice, although he felt no threat emanating from the light. The extraordinary door and the pillar of light descending like a ray from heaven repeatedly stirred Pain's heart. His fervent battle spirit gradually waned under the light's influence, leaving him filled with regret for not heeding Conan's warning against provoking Liu Mu. However, the technique was far from over. A figure began to emerge from the door, taking measured steps accompanied by ethereal melodies. As Pain listened to this celestial music, he felt his very soul being cleansed. The pain and sorrow of the past began to fade from his mind. Finally, the figure stepped fully into view. Although the intense light obscured his features, the aura irradiating from him compelled Pain to kneel and offer the most devout of tributes. Pain stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Though he did not know the identity of this figure, the sheer presence alone was enough to completely overwhelm him, even with his Rinnegan. The terror of such power had reached an unimaginable level, potentially surpassing the legendary sage of 6 paths. The figure did not waver in his approach, continuing to descend with steady grace. As he drew closer, the features hidden by the blinding light slowly became clearer. Upon recognizing the youthful visage of a boy no older than 12 or 13, Pain was struck dumb. It was none other than Liu Mu. The distinction between them was glaring. One was unremarkable save for his handsomeness, while the other exuded an extraordinary aura, akin to a celestial being. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. In that moment, Pain conceived a bold idea. It is well known that techniques, such as the shadow clone technique, cannot produce a clone stronger than the original. Thus, the man emerging from the door must be the true Liu Mu, while the Liu Mu brought back by Conan was merely a shadow clone. This revelation made everything clear, and Liu Mu's identity was evident. A true sage, not the so-called sages of Surebone Forest, Mayuboka Mountain, or Ryuichi Cave, but one capable of altering the very fabric of the world with every gesture. Pain finally understood why Conan held Liu Mu in such high regard. Anyone who encountered a sage would inevitably become a blind devotee. Nonetheless, Pain was not prepared to simply retreat. Aware of the vast gulf in power between himself and this exalted sage, he he still wished to test just how significant that gap truly was. With trembling hands, Pain slowly raised his arm and reached out towards Liu Mu with a vigorous grasp. Universal pull. As the words left his lips, an astonishing gravitational force surged toward him. The ground around him fractured, and stones began to levitate, rapidly drawn to Pain's direction. Yet Liu Mu remained entirely unaffected, even his clothing and hair undisturbed. Pain's attack resembled a child's play, achieving nothing. Despair washed over him. He had never imagined he would be so utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Liu Mu regarded Pain with bemusement, sensing the frustration stemming from his failed attempt against his clone. Perhaps only Pain could elicit such a reaction in this world. The author has something to say. Chapter 8. A man worthy of respect. Pain, defeated, gazed at the divine figure before him, a trace of resignation appearing on his face. The universal pull had grasped nothing, as if it were mere nothingness. Were it not for Liu Mu's existence, Pain might have doubted whether this godlike man was but a mere clone. Closing his eyes, Pain braced himself for the punishment brought on by his arrogance. It was not that he did not wish to struggle. He too had reasons and motivations to survive. Yet in the face of Liu Mu's absolute strength, any resistance was futile. Conan, snapping out of her stupor, hastily knelt before Liu Mu, who resembled a deity. "Senior, I beseech you, spare Pain. He harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to contribute to this world." Liu Mu cast a disapproving glance at the desperately pleading Conan. One must discern the target when making a request. Kneeling to a mere clone is futile. The true master stands before you. However, the pretense had gone on long enough. If Pain were to unleash a devastating attack, there would be no place left for tears. Liu Mu then dispelled the clone technique. "As long as you are willing to spare Pain, I shall do anything. I pledge my allegiance to you," Conan implored, her teeth clenched. For the sake of her dreams, and to fulfill Yahiko's legacy, the Akatsuki could lose herself, but Pain must not be sacrificed. After speaking, she cautiously lifted her gaze. Liu Mu, who had nearly descended the staircase, lightly brushed his sleeve and turned back, taking deliberate steps toward her. A surge of joy filled Conan's heart. Through her pleas and some sacrifices, Pain was finally safe. Yet she had lost her freedom, destined to live on as a servant. Still, she felt no sorrow, but rather a glimmer of hope. With Pain's recent actions, the likelihood of Liu Mu joining the Akatsuki had plummeted to near zero. However, if she could bind herself to Liu Mu, though not officially part of the Akatsuki, their relationship might still yield assistance in critical moments. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the Akatsuki had come out ahead. Liu Mu looked at Conan with confusion. He had no intentions in that direction. Little did he know that the aftermath of dispelling a clone could lead to such misunderstandings. It perfectly misled everyone. Moreover, Liu Mu sensed that Pain's gaze towards him had shifted. If he were to take Conan away, Pain might act out of desperation and attack. The most pressing matter now was to calm the situation. "I genuinely admire the Akatsuki's ideals, willing to dedicate oneself for the betterment of this world. I shall join the Akatsuki, but servitude is not for me," Liu Mu said, his eyes fixed anxiously on Pain. Pain, initially filled with a tinge of bitterness, now wore an expression of remorse upon hearing Liu Mu's words. This is what it means to be a truly admirable man, possessing boundless power, yet maintaining composure in the face of provocation. What is this? This is sagehood. Pain felt a profound sense of regret for his earlier doubts about Liu Mu. His heart brimmed with countless words he wished to express. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. Scorpion cast a disapproving glance at Pain from the sidelines. He had been irritated by Pain from the start. Daring to question Liu Mu's abilities, a veritable blasphemy. Moreover, he harbored doubts about Pain's strength. Remember, he had withstood 2 of Liu Mu's jutsu, only conceding when absolutely necessary. Pain, on the other hand, could not endure even a single technique. The difference in strength was glaringly evident. Enough. The senior has already expressed a willingness to join the Akatsuki. Do you accept or not? Scorpion said impatiently. Liu Mu shot him an exasperated glance. Just as he had managed to placate Pain, Scorpion began his provocations anew. This is a complete misunderstanding of the severity of one's own demise, a desire to experience it prematurely. Nevertheless, this matter lies solely between Xie and Pain. As long as it does not implicate oneself, all is well. After all, you are merely puppeteers, so you may engage in a thorough exchange of skills. Xie cast a puzzled glance at Liu Mu, his head adorned with question marks, while Pain shuddered. He had thought he had concealed his abilities well. gaining an upper hand over Liu Mu in this regard, yet he was still seen through. This revelation left Pain utterly convinced, relinquishing any notion of overcoming Liu Mu. While he held respect for Liu Mu, it did not extend to Xia. How dare he provoke him? Just as Pain was seeking an outlet for his frustration, Xia appeared. Most crucially, Liu Mu had consented to their battle. I know you, Qi Shaji Xia. Your name has reached my ears. But I have yet to witness your true strength. Now let us test it. As he spoke, Xia summoned a meticulously crafted puppet. Strangely, this puppet donned the signature cloak of the Wind Shadow. Author's note, Chapter 9, Urgent mission. The battle between Xia and Pain commenced swiftly. Once brimming with confidence, Xia could not endure even 3 seconds before falling into a disadvantageous position. The capabilities of his puppets were entirely suppressed by the powers of Tendo Pain. Xia was provided no opportunity to engage within the range of attack, while Pain could draw him in from several meters away. The ensuing conflict transformed into a one-sided massacre. Where Xia had once been arrogant, he was now reduced to a pitiful state. Before long, Xia's face was bruised and battered. Pain exhaled deeply, the clouds of doubt dissipating. Had Xia not been Liu Mu's subordinate, he likely would have perished by now. Although Xia appeared in a dire state, he had not sustained significant internal injuries. Senior, I feel I have reached my limits. Is there a way for me to enhance my strength in a short time? Xia approached Liu Mu, sporting a swollen visage that startled Liu Mu from his slumber. Senior, I have an idea. If I were to transform myself into a puppet, I could elevate my control over them to a new level. What do you think? Liu Mu shot him a glance. After Xia's transformation, his power indeed increased considerably. Were it not for Liu Mu's restraint, neither Chiyo nor Haruno Sakura would stand a chance against him. However, should he alter his body, Xia would cease to be human, and his emotions would grow increasingly detached. He would become nothing more than a killing machine. There is no quick fix. True strength must be acquired through relentless training. While becoming a puppet may yield short-term gains, the growth potential of a puppet pales in comparison to that of a human body. After speaking, Liu Mu promptly kicked Xia away. At that moment, Xia's eyes grew vacant, his thoughts a chaotic jumble. He had once believed that transforming his flesh into a puppet was the most ingenious decision. Yet, after Liu Mu's words, clarity washed over him, dispelling all confusion. Humanity is the essence of all beings, possessing boundless potential for cultivation. He realized he was on the verge of sacrificing his humanity for fleeting power, abandoning the infinite possibilities of growth. Reflecting on this, Xia hastily bowed several times before turning to train diligently. As Liu Mu's subordinate, he could not afford to remain weak. Meanwhile, in Nagato's chamber, he repeatedly recalled the events of the day. The sensation of having narrowly escaped death brought him a sense of relief. Nagato firmly believed that if Liu Mu wished, he could undoubtedly locate him through Pain. Just then, a figure gradually emerged from the void. The first to appear was an orange vortex mask, followed closely by the Akatsuki's red cloud black coat. Nagato, your aura is ethereal today. What has transpired? Inquired the masked man gravely. It is the sage has descended. Nagato exclaimed with excitement. The scene before him seemed to revert to a previous moment. As Liu Mu, akin to a deity, approached him slowly. The masked man regarded Nagato with a look of incredulity. If time permitted, he would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. But urgent matters in the land of water demanded his immediate attention. His detour to the land of rain was primarily for arrangements concerning the land of fire. The Uchiha clan had made significant progress. Were it not for the sudden developments in the land of water, the masked man would have remained in Kanahagakure. Let us set aside the matters of the sage for now. I have a task for you. Arrive in the land of fire before tomorrow evening and seek a man named Uchiha Itachi. Nagato furrowed his brow. Bound to the outer path's golem, he could not act swiftly like an ordinary ninja, making long-distance travel exceedingly challenging. Although the land of water was adjacent to Kanahagakure, reaching it within a day was a formidable task. I fear this may prove difficult. The masked man appeared somewhat impatient. Had it not been for Nagato's Rinnegan, he might have killed him on the spot. I do not care how you accomplish it. You must rendezvous with Uchiha Itachi by tomorrow evening. This is crucial for the development of the Akatsuki. The masked man emphasized the importance of the Akatsuki, leaving Nagato with no choice but to silence his objections. I accept this mission, Nagato finally replied after a long moment of contemplation. Though the Akatsuki had grown in numbers, the pool of capable individuals at Nagato's disposal had diminished. Previously, he could rely on Conan for assistance, but she had now aligned herself with Liu Mu. To mobilize her, he would need Liu Mu's permission. And as for Xie, he was entirely Liu Mu's subordinate. Thus, this mission to Kanahagakure would necessitate Liu Mu's support. It appeared that he must augment his manpower. Author's note. Chapter 10. The Blood-Soaked Night. Pain, you summoned me? Liu Mu, still drowsy, arrived at Payne's office. Payne, who had been lounging casually in his chair, immediately stood up respectfully. Senior, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, Payne said with a cordial smile, leaving Liu Mu somewhat bewildered. Speak plainly, no need for circumlocution. Liu Mu replied tersely. Upon hearing Liu Mu's straightforwardness, Payne smiled wryly, a hint of bitterness on his face. Originally, I did not intend to assign you a mission, but given the recent establishment of the Akatsuki, there are few who can undertake tasks. I merely hope to borrow either Xie or Conan from you. As he spoke, Payne felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being the leader of the Akatsuki, he still required the consent of others for his subordinates. Such a predicament for a leader could only be deemed a failure. Nonetheless, Payne held no regrets about inviting Liu Mu to join. With Liu Mu present, there was no need to fear any Kaga-level adversary. Even the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, would likely flee in avoidance. A mission? Liu Mu expressed curiosity. In its infancy, the Akatsuki had maintained a low profile, cultivating amicable relations with the five great nations. After all, there were certain missions that the five great nations could not undertake themselves, which conveniently fell to the Akatsuki, thanks to the formidable abilities of its members. There is a task that requires a visit to Kanahagakure. It is a simple formality, entirely devoid of danger. Ding. Agreement to proceed to Kanahagakure. Reward, 10 awakening progress. Liu Mu's eyes brightened at once. Even without a system task, he would have agreed to travel to Kanahagakure. It could be considered the epicenter of the Naruto universe, housing numerous individuals with whom Liu Mu was familiar. Initially, Liu Mu had wished to join Kanahagakure and align himself with the protagonist's team, but unexpectedly found himself entwined with the Akatsuki. Originally, I had thought I would never have the opportunity to visit my village again. To my surprise, the very next day, I received a mission to my village. Is there truly no danger? Of course, there is no danger. After the last shinobi war, my village suffered a tremendous blow to its vitality, followed by the chaos of the Ninetales incident and incessant internal strife. It can be said that my village is now riddled with wounds. Each member of the Akatsuki possesses strength at the level of a Kage. So what danger could there possibly be in my now? Upon hearing Payne's affirmative response, Liu Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since there was an opportunity to visit Mai, he certainly would not let it slip away. Although the main protagonist team is still quite young, the allure of Ichiraku ramen remains irresistibly strong. With a chance like this, one must certainly seize the opportunity. For this mission to Mai, I will go with Xie, and Xiao Nan will remain within the Akatsuki, awaiting your orders. Ding. Selection complete. Awakening level increased by 10. Current awakening level, 21. Payne was momentarily taken aback, then a look of elation spread across his face. With Liu Mu heading to my village, this mission is bound to be foolproof. After all, with Liu Mu's strength, even the third Hokage would have to retreat. Moreover, with Xiao Nan staying behind, a few substitute members can be dispatched to assist her. This is truly the most perfect choice. Since my senior has taken on this mission, I will not assign anyone else. As Payne spoke, he handed a scroll to Liu Mu. This contains the requirements for the mission. You may peruse it in advance. Liu Mu joyfully opened the scroll. The content was brief, consisting of only a few lines. He was to meet Uchiha Itachi outside my village at dusk and assist him. Liu Mu's eyes widened with excitement. Itachi. He is undoubtedly a character in Hokage with both strength and intellect at their peak. Although there are some controversies regarding certain aspects of his character, it must be said that he is a likable figure, and Liu Mu was no exception. To think that not only could he visit my village, but he would also meet the legendary Itachi, what a delightful stroke of fortune. However, upon a brief moment of reflection, Liu Mu sensed something awry. Timing. Individuals. His heart jolted with trepidation. This timing, combined with Uchiha Itachi, is none other than the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's bloodshed. This was the night when the entire Uchiha clan, save for Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, perished. As a mere chunin, to partake in such a mission is tantamount to courting death. A forced smile twitched at the corner of Liu Mu's mouth. Could I possibly decline this mission? Each ninja task is shrouded in confidentiality, Had my senior not opened the mission scroll, it would have been inconsequential whether I participated or not. But now Liu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Why plunge into this murky water? Would it not be more pleasant to remain at home, letting Shaonan take care of everything? Author's note, Chapter 11, Arrival at My Village. Land of Fire. My village, within the Umbu Root organization. The Umbu of Mai is divided into two departments, one directly under the Hokage, generally handling overt tasks, and the other, Root, led by Shimura Danzo, dealing with clandestine operations. At this moment, Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the documents before him. A massive sun descended upon the land of wind, only to vanish inexplicably. The land of rain overflowed with celestial energy. Although Mai had numerous spies within the land of wind, just a short while ago, the third Kazekage had inexplicably perished, leading to a state of emergency throughout the land of wind, cutting off all connections to their operatives there. As for the anomalies in the land of rain, Danzo paid little heed. The land of rain had been thoroughly overtaken by the Akatsuki following a coup. It is worth noting that the previous leader of the Akatsuki had met his demise due to his own machinations. Furthermore, communication with Orochimaru had been established to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Discovering the truth of the situation is merely a matter of time. As Danzo contemplated, he continued to shift his gaze downward. The seal of the Nine Tails is loosening. Danzo's brow furrowed once more. He had not anticipated that the celestial energy emanating from the land of rain would provoke the Nine Tails unrest. Moreover, the Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, had been increasingly unstable of late. The third's methods were hardly impressive. If this continued, he would be left with no choice but to resort to Koto Amatsukami. As Danzo spoke, he lightly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a crimson sharingan. Lord Danzo, a voice called from outside the door, prompting Danzo to quickly cover his arm adorned with the sharingan. Moments later, a youth entered. The fox mask adorning his face signified his identity as a member of the Umbu. Itachi, are you prepared? For the peace of Mai, the mission must be accomplished today. The youth removed his fox mask. Lord Danzo, everything has been arranged. I maintain my stance. You must ensure Sasuke's safety. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, he had ordered Uchiha Shursui to employ Koto Amatsukami on Itachi, never expecting Itachi to possess such a deep attachment to his brother. He was still intent on protecting him. What had initially been a plan to eliminate any threats had now turned into a necessity to keep Itachi around, forcing him to nod in agreement. Rest assured, Itachi, in due time, Sasuke will receive the finest education and will eventually marry and lead a stable life. Very well, remember your words. Itachi replied, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. As soon as Itachi disappeared, a look of disgust crossed Danzo's face, followed by a cold smile. Although he could not act directly, dealing with Uchiha Sasuke should not pose much difficulty. Once Uchiha Sasuke officially becomes a ninja, he could easily downgrade an A-rank mission to a C rank, effectively resolving the issue without leaving any incriminating evidence. While Itachi is formidable, he is somewhat lacking in the realm of political maneuvering. As Danzo contemplated, a smile returned to his face, one that was even colder than before. Upon arriving in the ninja world, Liu Mu embarked on his journey using his own 2 feet for the first time. Previously, he would be carried by Shaonan, soaring through the air. This method allowed for swift and efficient travel while also providing a comforting warmth from human contact. The sole drawback was the biting wind against his face. If only he could turn around, it would be perfect. At last, he arrived. Liu Mu let out a long sigh of relief, finally reaching the outskirts of my village at the designated time. Before he could fully steady himself, a figure suddenly leaped out. Although masked with a fox visage, the blood-red pupils beneath were unmistakable. A change of personnel? Uchiha Itachi appeared somewhat displeased. The events of tonight were crucial to the stability of my village moving forward. Yet he had not anticipated a last-minute substitution. If this news were to leak, my village would face an unprecedented internal turmoil. Moreover, even with a substitute, one could hardly bring along a mere 12 or 13-year-old child. However, with Shimura Danzo's ultimatum, Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to comply. After all, the chakra emanating from Sia appeared quite formidable. Very well, let us proceed into my village, Itachi commanded, striding forward without acknowledging Liu Mu and Sia's reactions. Under Itachi's guidance, Liu Mu effortlessly entered the vicinity of the Uchiha clan. Upon observing the geographical location of the Uchiha clan, Liu Mu could not help but chuckle. one of the most powerful clans in my village. The Uchiha clan was situated not in the village's core, but rather in the farthest corner. This secluded area, apart from the Uchiha clan, would likely only attract the attention of the monitoring Umbu. It was no wonder the bloodstained knight went unnoticed for so long. It was simply too remote. Today's task is rather simple. It is to assist me in committing murder. Within this building, no soul shall witness the dawn of tomorrow. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, a flicker of sorrow glimmered in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head to regain his composure and continued delegating tasks. He first pointed at Scorpion. You shall accompany me inside. Turning to Liu Mu, he instructed, you will guard this place and allow no one to enter, especially a child named Sasuke. Chapter 12. The perfect convergence of the Sharingan. Liu Mu stood vigilant at the critical juncture leading to the Uchiha clan. Behind him, the Uchiha residence erupted with the anguished cries of men, women, and children. Clearly, the operation had commenced in earnest. Although the Uchiha clan resided in a secluded area, they were still within the confines of Konohagakure. The cacophony of screams resonated, and anyone not deaf would surely hear it. Yet, within the village, there was no response, as if it were being willfully ignored. Ultimately, it stemmed from the machinations lurking in the shadows. However, this suited Liu Mu just fine, as it meant he would not clash with other ninjas, ensuring his relative safety. At that moment, a boy wearing a fox mask appeared before Liu Mu. The once relaxed Liu Mu sat upright and cautiously scrutinized the newcomer. The boy was clad in the distinctive attire emblematic of the Umbu, yet his white, tousled hair made Liu Mu instantly recognize him. Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this unfamiliar boy recognized him. Furthermore, Liu Mu's red cloud-patterned cloak was hardly reminiscent of a ninja from Konohagakure. Who are you, and what are you doing in the village? Hatake Kakashi demanded, drawing a kunai and speaking with authority. Liu Mu felt a surge of panic. Although Hatake Kakashi was notoriously known for his lack of chakra, he was nonetheless a formidable opponent. He could hold his own against even the strongest adversaries, but for Liu Mu, who was merely a genin, it would be akin to facing a seasoned veteran. Did you not receive any orders? Liu Mu ventured cautiously. After all, such a significant event involving the Uchiha clan would surely have prompted the Umbu to receive evacuation orders. He hoped to intimidate Hatake Kakashi with this notion. Hatake Kakashi hesitated, acutely aware that he had indeed received a direct order from the third Hokage. On this night, no one is to approach the Uchiha clan. Witnessing the turmoil within the Uchiha residence, he quickly grasped the gravity of that command. After a moment's contemplation, Hatake Kakashi removed his fox mask, revealing his signature face covering. He then pulled up his forehead protector, exposing his blood-red Sharingan. I happen to be off duty at the moment, so that order does not apply to me, he stated, brandishing his kunai with a menacing glint in his eyes. Now, I must ask you, as a ninja from another village, what is your purpose here in Konohagakure? The final question erupted almost as a shout, as the atmosphere thickened with danger. Liu Mu understood clearly that any sign of aggression on his part would provoke Hatake Kakashi into action without hesitation. Ding! The system has awakened, and a task has been issued due to your awakening degree exceeding 20. Ding! Task acquired. Defend against the attack of Konohagakure's ninjas. Fixed reward, intermediate ninjutsu package. Subsequent rewards, distributed according to task completion. Liu Mu felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated that even with the system not fully awakened, he could still receive a task. At the very least, with the system's assistance, his strength would significantly increase. However, the challenge was not to be underestimated. Attempting to confront Hatake Kakashi with the abilities of a mere genin was tantamount to courting death. But Liu Mu had no alternative. He had to press forward. You are unwilling to speak or leave, are you? Hatake Kakashi scoffed, his aura growing increasingly lethal. Just then, a smaller figure dashed toward him, a small satchel slung over their shoulder, their face radiating joy. Who else could it be but Uchiha Sasuke? Yet upon witnessing the inferno consuming the familiar surroundings, the joy on Uchiha Sasuke's face instantly froze. His previous lighthearted steps transformed into a desperate sprint. Uchiha Itachi had tasked Liu Mu with stopping Uchiha Sasuke. With Liu Mu's current capabilities, halting Sasuke would be a simple matter. After all, while he could not outmatch Hatake Kakashi, overpowering a schoolboy like Sasuke was hardly a challenge. However, with Hatake Kakashi standing nearby, the situation became complicated. As Liu Mu hesitated, contemplating whether to intercept Uchiha Sasuke. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Task selection triggered. Stop Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Jonin level aptitude. Allow Uchiha Sasuke to pass. Reward, perfectly convergent Sharingan. A flurry of excitement surged through Liu Mu. He had not expected to receive 2 tasks in such quick succession, both offering commendable rewards. This was still at an awakening degree of 21. What might happen at full awakening? Regarding this choice, was there any doubt? While the Jonin level aptitude could provide immediate relief, it offered little in terms of long-term growth. It was far more worthwhile to take a risk. Liu Mu chose the second option without hesitation. It is well known that in the later stages of Naruto, the Sharingan reigns supreme. Moreover, this Sharingan differs from that of Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan was bestowed upon him by Uchiha Obito. Though powerful, Kakashi lacked the Uchiha's physical constitution, rendering him unable to deactivate the Sharingan at will, thus exhausting his chakra. However, the system's reward was entirely different. It was a perfectly convergent Sharingan, meaning Liu Mu could activate and deactivate it freely, without the debilitating chakra drain that plagued Kakashi. With the Sharingan, he might truly secure his footing. Thus, Liu Mu allowed Uchiha Sasuke to pass unhindered, leaving the implications for Uchiha Itachi to be dealt with later. Ding. By allowing Uchiha Sasuke to pass, you have earned the reward, perfectly convergent Sharingan. As the system's voice resonated, Liu Mu felt as if his eyes were being relentlessly gnawed upon by a swarm of ants. The excruciating sensation incessantly stimulated his nervous system. After what felt like an eternity, the agony gradually subsided. For Liu Mu, that minute felt like a century. When he opened his eyes again, he perceived the world anew. Previously indistinct shapes became vivid and clear. Even the intricate veins on distant leaves were now discernible. This was before activating the Sharingan. Liu Mu then attempted to channel chakra into his eyes, and his previously dormant eyes began to whirl into action. His dark pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, revealing 3 black tomo within the crimson irises. The 3 tomo Sharingan. No one shall pass this way today. Author's note, Chapter 13. The resurgence of the world destruction divine flame, the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Although he possessed a Sharingan, facing a true member of the Uchiha clan made him feel somewhat inadequate. After all, due to his own physical limitations, he could not utilize many of the Sharingan's exceptional capabilities. Yet, no matter how one assessed it, Liu Mu was merely a genin. How formidable could he truly be? Chimu Kakashi contemplated as he swiftly charged towards Liu Mu, wielding his kunai. Without hesitation, Liu Mu activated his Sharingan. Logically, the movements that were once indistinct now appeared vividly clear, allowing him to even anticipate Chimu Kakashi's subsequent actions. Nonetheless, Liu Mu was acutely aware that mere observation would not suffice against Chimu Kakashi. He promptly began forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Liu Mu sensed the chakra within him surging rapidly, reaching a peak as the final tiger seal illuminated. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Liu Mu forcefully exhaled, his chakra transformed into a roaring inferno, akin to fuel igniting through the tiger seal he formed with his hands. Chimu Kakashi regarded Liu Mu's hand seals with a dismissive expression. For a genin to execute the great fireball technique was undeniably impressive, yet employing it against him was undoubtedly a futile choice. The chakra consumption of the great fireball technique was immense, a significant expenditure for a genin. Additionally, its slow flight speed made it nearly impossible to hit a target without the support of other ninjutsu, especially against someone like him who possessed the Sharingan. It seemed I have been overly cautious, Chimu Kakashi mused, shaking his head with a smile. However, just as Chimu Kakashi prepared to evade, he froze in place. The sky, once engulfed in darkness, now blazed with a brightness akin to day. Yet this brilliance was not the white light of daylight, but rather a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of standing beside a roaring fire. Accompanying this radiance was an unbearable wave of heat. Chimu Kakashi halted his steps, instinctively lifting his gaze. Not wanting to look was one thing, but upon doing so, he felt a shiver run through him, beads of cold sweat appearing on his cheeks. A fireball. A colossal fireball. A fireball that blotted out the sun, rather than merely a fireball. Chimu Kakashi would sooner believe it to be a sun drawn infinitely close. For no matter which direction he gazed, the edges of this fireball were nowhere to be seen. Should this fireball descend upon the ground, upon Konoha, while he may remain ignorant of other places. He knew Konoha would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. In an instant, memories of the gigantic sun above the land of wind flooded back to him, a perfect resemblance. And all of this had been conjured by the boy before him, this mere genin with chakra to spare. Chimu Kakashi quickly shook his head, activating his Sharingan with urgency. The Sharingan could pierce through all illusions. He could not fathom that someone could wield such formidable ninjutsu, especially a boy of merely 12 or 13 years. As the Sharingan whirred to life, Chimu Kakashi's perceptive abilities surged. The patterns on the fireball began to clarify. Yet this realization drenched his back in sweat, for regardless of how the Sharingan scrutinized it, the fireball was no illusion. It was a tangible reality. He even sensed the scent of singed hair as the intense heat scorched it. This is real. It truly exists. Chimu Kakashi regretted provoking Liu Mu. Had he not incited him, perhaps this ninjutsu would not have been unleashed. He understood that should this fireball strike, Konoha would be left with no survivors, and he would be branded a sinner, eternally nailed to the pillar of shame. Suddenly, Chimu Kakashi snapped back to reality. If the sun above the land of wind could vanish, could the one above Konoha not do the same? With this thought, he shouted urgently, "Hurry! Cease this ninjutsu!" Due to his mask, his voice carried a muffled tone, yet his anxiousness was unmistakable. He feared that any delay would result in the fireball crashing down. In his heart, he resolved that as long as the fireball did not descend, he would be willing to pay any price. "If you spare Konoha, I will agree to anything." No sooner had Chimu Kakashi's words left his mouth than he was engulfed by a wall of flames. His clothes and hair ignited, crackling audibly. Yet, amidst the inferno, a flicker of hope sparked within him. The cataclysmic fireball had vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of a great fireball technique's damage. This indicated that the boy had chosen to relent. He marveled inwardly at the ability to instantly control such a gargantuan fireball down to the size of a great fireball technique. Such mastery was unparalleled within all of Konoha, perhaps even the entire ninja world. Only deities could possess such control, as if performing a miracle. The author has a message. Chapter 14. Is it a deity? Konoha Village. Approximately 7 or 8 in the evening. The entirety of Konoha had succumbed to darkness, save for the flickering lights within homes. The streets were deserted, with only a few scattered pedestrians still on the move. Yet, at that moment, the sky suddenly illuminated. Curious heads poked out from windows, gazing upwards. Is there a fireworks display? Mother, it's bright outside. Can I go play now? Did I drink too much fake wine? Why is it so bright? But as the crowd looked up and beheld the approaching crimson fireball, they froze in place. It can't be. I must have drunk too much fake wine. Mother, what a massive sun. Is it the apocalypse? What on earth is happening? In an instant, the alarms of Konoha rang out. It was only then that the villagers realized this was no dream, but an unprecedented crisis. If such a colossal fireball were to strike, not a soul would survive. Konoha, which should have been quiet, was now in chaos. Recently returned ninjas hurriedly donned their gear and rushed outside, some even leaving without fully dressing, merely grabbing their ninja tools. But once they stepped outside and witnessed the enormity of the fireball, despair washed over them. Such a gigantic fireball could not be resisted by mere mortals. Regardless of the number of ninjas in Konoha or the strength of the Hokage, what could they do against such a fireball? In the face of such an inferno, all ninjutsu seemed hopelessly inadequate. The ninjas who had just emerged promptly discarded their tools and returned home, seeking solace with their families. They understood that in the next fleeting moment, they would be severed from this world. If they did not embrace their loved ones now, it would be too late. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the village leader, Shimura Danzo, ascended to the highest rooftop together, gazing up at the world-ending fireball. Konoha is finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. Before such a fireball, even the most learned third Hokage felt utterly powerless. Human strength was but an ant's resistance against the might of this fireball. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. His mind raced with thoughts, yet he found no solution. Old friend, let go. This is Konoha's fate, the fate of the entire ninja world. There is no escaping it. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, greedily inhaling from his pipe. Knowing this might be his last drag, Shimura Danzo released his fists, his body ceasing to tremble, and exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Little monkey, I am weary. He understood that before such a fireball, all schemes were futile, and the position of Hokage was rendered a mere jest. It is time to awaken from this dream. All shall revert to chaos. As he watched his old comrade depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely shook his head in resignation. At that moment, the fireball began to diminish rapidly. What had once been a radiant sphere akin to the sun now resembled a deflated balloon, swiftly fading away. In mere moments, the sky returned to darkness. Hope blossomed from despair, igniting the villagers of Konoha into a fervor. They knelt on the ground, bowing towards the direction where the fireball had vanished, expressing their joy and gratitude for the divine mercy that spared them. The atmosphere in Konoha transformed into one of celebration, filled with cheers, laughter, and tears of joy. Some even danced in the streets, their hearts overflowing with unutterable delight. This spectacle left Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat bewildered. Despite having scrutinized the phenomenon multiple times, he was certain that the fireball was not an illusion. Yet, its swift arrival and departure felt more surreal than any Jinjutsu. He even wondered if he had smoked too much, clouding his mind. However, he understood that this was not the time for relief. The fireball had vanished within the confines of Konoha, and it was imperative to investigate further to prevent any worse scenarios. Little monkey, where did the fireball disappear? Shimura Danzo asked gravely. The gravity of such a significant event occurring unnoticed was a serious dereliction of duty for the Umbu and Root, and he felt compelled to uncover the entire truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen reached for his pipe, but a look of distaste crossed his face, prompting him to discard it onto the ground. The fireball vanished in the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo trembled, his expression morphing into one of anger. If it is the Uchiha clan, then everything becomes clear. He scoffed. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan not only possesses the ability to see through illusions, but is also adept at casting them, capable of ensnaring individuals in a Jinjutsu without their awareness. Thus, everything that transpired must have been orchestrated by the Uchiha. I shall go. It would be inappropriate for you, as Hokage, to intervene directly. That is for the best, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. When the sun rises tomorrow, the Uchiha clan will be eradicated from the ninja world. Author's note, Chapter 15, Infinite Division. Hatake Kakashi lay on the ground, smoke still emanating from his form. Beneath the charred remnants of his mask, a hint of joy was evident in his smile. Struggling to his feet, he bowed deeply to Liu Mu, an act symbolizing his gratitude for Liu Mu's mercy and compassion towards Konoha. Liu Mu, feeling somewhat awkward, coughed lightly. Having been struck by the great fireball technique, it was rather peculiar to receive gratitude in such a manner. All right, the civilians of Konoha are not implicated in this matter, and I do not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed. You may withdraw, Kakashi said, bowing once more before turning to leave. As for what transpired within the Uchiha clan, it was beyond Kakashi's jurisdiction. After all, with Liu Mu's strength, he could obliterate Konoha in a single strike. If he truly desired to employ any means, no one could stop him. Such a formidable individual would not stoop to using underhanded tactics. Just then, several figures appeared around them, each adorned with the iconic fox mask. Among them stood Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, who, upon seeing the battered Kakashi, furrowed his brow. What happened to you, Kakashi? Hearing Danzo's voice sent Kakashi into a panic, not out of fear of reprimand, but rather due to Danzo's unforgiving nature. Anyone who was not a ninja of Konoha would be viewed as a spy in his eyes, subject to severe interrogation or even execution. Liu Mu bore no forehead protector and had never been seen in the village. Danzo would not let such a transgression go unpunished. Yet, Liu Mu was an unassailable force, a being not to be trifled with, even by Konoha itself. Offending him would bring unprecedented calamity upon the village. I am fine. I merely sustained injuries while practicing ninjutsu, Kakashi stated. Danzo scoffed mockingly before shifting his gaze to Liu Mu. Liu Mu exuded an aura of weakness, his chakra levels barely qualifying him as a genin. However, upon meeting Liu Mu's gaze, Danzo felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Kill him. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of Danzo's ruthlessness, but had not anticipated such immediate hostility. Without exchanging words, Danzo commanded the execution of Liu Mu. In an instant, two Umbu approached Liu Mu, brandishing gleaming short blades that sliced through the air towards him, effectively sealing off any escape routes. No, stop, Kakashi shouted desperately. Should Liu Mu's wrath be ignited, no one present would withstand the consequences. But it was too late. The blades struck Liu Mu, and Danzo's expression remained unchanged, as if he were accustomed to such occurrences. Kakashi, once this is over, I expect a reasonable explanation, Danzo remarked. Kakashi stood frozen, trembling involuntarily, his lips curling into a faint smile. It was too late. Everything was irrevocably lost. The onlookers regarded Kakashi with confusion, unable to comprehend why the son of Konoha's White Fang appeared so dazed. At that moment, an eerie transformation occurred with Liu Mu's body. It gradually became translucent, morphing into 3 transparent water serpents that twisted and writhed as they emerged. Alarmingly, each serpent bore a human face, their blood-red eyes gleaming as they cackled maniacally. Yet the serpents did not cease their movement. Instead, they began to split continuously. 1 became 3, 3 became 9, and 9 became 27. In a short span, the transparent serpents had encircled everyone, and their division showed no signs of abating. The Umbu were rendered helpless, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the most steadfast hearts began to quiver in fear. Do not be afraid. This is merely the boys' Ninjutsu, Danzo retorted with a scoff, his disappointment in his subordinates palpable. A mere illusion had managed to frighten them all. With a wave of his hand, he began forming seals. Release, Danzo commanded, his tightly shut eyes snapping open. A torrent of chakra surged forth like a wave, emanating a formidable force that pushed outward. Any illusion would surely unravel before such might. Yet the next moment, Danzo froze. The multitude of transparent water serpents did not dissipate. Instead, they morphed into familiar figures. Standing before Danzo was a man he would never forget. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. How is this possible? The usually composed Danzo was now unable to maintain his calm, his knees trembling with the impulse to kneel. At that moment, a figure approached slowly. As Danzo beheld him, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 16. Catastrophe of the Ninja World. Shinura Danzo shook his head incessantly, unable to believe the reality before him. After all, figures such as the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the last to appear, Uchiha Madara, had been deceased for countless years. How could he possibly accept that this scene was indeed a manifestation of reality? Yet, despite his exhaustive attempts, he could not decipher or dispel this illusion. Each experiment merely reinforced the authenticity of the extraordinary sight before him. At that moment, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara approached Shinura Danzo. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, "What are your intentions towards our Uchiha clan today?" Senju Tobirama added, "Teaching you ninjutsu does not permit you to confront our Senju clan." Senju Hashirama declared, "Do you still aspire to become Hokage? What a delusion." With every utterance from the trio, Danzo's heart quivered violently. In the eyes of others, he was the exalted leader of Konoha, a figure feared by many as the head of the root organization. Yet before these 3, he was merely a wayward junior who had erred gravely. Danzo dared not retort, nor could he, as perspiration had already soaked his back. Meanwhile, the other members of the root organization stood transfixed, gazing blankly at the translucent little serpents. These serpents had morphed into the most intimate figures, fallen comrades, deceased relatives, and revered idols. Some exhibited a serene demeanor, while tears flowed silently down the cheeks of those adorned in fox masks. Others displayed frenzied agitation, brandishing kunai in wild swings, while some succumbed to terror, their hands tightening around their throats. However, the translucent serpents did not cease their proliferation. They continued to split wildly. Within mere minutes, the entirety of Konoha was inundated with these serpents. "Mom, I see Grandma. What the? This fake liquor packs a punch. I can see my first love. I need another drink." "Minato, you claim to be my father?" "Teacher, don't abandon Akane." The most concentrated appearance of these serpents was within the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, surrounded by numerous ethereal shadows. "Third Hokage, why did you exile our Senju clan?" "Teacher, I merely sought to conduct research." "Why must you banish me from Konoha?" "Third Hokage, do you not feel guilt for how you treat my son?" "Third Hokage, where were you when the Nine-Tails attacked? Why didn't you stop Minato?" Listening to the multitude of specters before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was drenched in sweat, having lost the composure expected of a Hokage. The questions posed by these apparitions were ones he had no desire or ability to answer. Despite calling out for assistance, the once responsive Umbu were now as elusive as the air, with not a single figure appearing. "Who is this?" What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why target Konoha? Hiruzen's mind roared with frustration. The colossal fireball that obscured the sky, followed by the countless translucent serpents flooding Konoha, were capable of obliterating the village. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom who in the ninja world possessed such power. The little serpents continued to divide. Each division tripled the previous quantity. As the base number swelled, the subsequent splits became exponentially abundant. At this rate, within minutes, the entire ninja world would be overrun by these serpents. Liu Mu stood dazed upon a tree branch, observing the unfolding chaos. He had merely executed a substitution jutsu, yet it felt as though he had unleashed the gates of hell. Scanning the surroundings, he was met with an overwhelming sea of translucent serpents, proliferating incessantly. If this continued, the force would surpass even that of infinite Tsukuyomi, potentially paralyzing the entire ninja world. This substitution jutsu was far more potent than any forbidden technique. It was a force that must be eternally sealed. Liu Mu hastily dispelled the substitution jutsu. Instantly, countless translucent serpents burst like bubbles, as if they had never existed. With their vanishing, everyone regained their senses. "Mom, Grandma is gone. Don't leave. I must have not drunk enough of that fake liquor. Let me have another bottle. Dad, don't go. If you leave, they'll continue to bully me." Had the ninjutsu been undone? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Before these two jutsus, even as Hokage, he felt utterly powerless. It was evident that if the adversary wished to annihilate Konoha, they merely needed to allow this technique to persist. Yet he remained incapable of intervening. Is this divine retribution sent to punish me? At this moment, Shinmura Danzu gasped for breath, his bandages having been lifted unbeknownst to him, revealing a blood-red pupil. Had the jutsu not been dispelled in time, his spirit would have undoubtedly shattered, and his ninjutsu philosophy would have collapsed entirely. The others were not faring much better. The illusion of the Uchiha clan was indeed terrifyingly potent. Danzu took a deep breath to regain his composure, his eyes once again radiating a murderous intent. The Uchiha clan must not be allowed to persist. Author's note, Chapter 17. Kakashi joins the fray while Liu Mu remained in a state of shock. Shinmura Danzu suddenly lunged towards him. Fortunately, his Sharingan was activated, allowing Liu Mu to clearly perceive Danzu's trajectory. A simple step backward was all that was needed to evade the attack. Liu Mu felt somewhat exasperated. Just as he had dispelled the substitution jutsu, Danzu charged in recklessly, demonstrating a complete lack of principle. Moreover, Liu Mu's presence here was indirectly a result of Danzu's orders. He could not comprehend Danzu's intentions. In a matter of moments, Danzu's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each strike aimed at Liu Mu's vital points. Had Liu Mu not acquired the three-tomo Sharingan, he would have likely been struck down long ago. The members of the Umbu had yet to fully emerge from the emotional turmoil of earlier. Even those who had regained their composure bore expressions of confusion. Why engage in battle? Liu Mu had spared everyone. Why did Danzu persist in fighting? Why did Liu Mu refrain from retaliating? A ninja capable of performing such a jutsu was undoubtedly among the elite. Yet now, he was being relentlessly attacked by Danzu without any sign of counteraction. Among those present, the most anxious was undoubtedly Hatake Kakashi. Having experienced Liu Mu's two jutsus, Kakashi was acutely aware of Liu Mu's formidable prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a deity. If Liu Mu were provoked to anger, it would spell disaster for Konoha and the entire ninja world. How could Danzu dare to repeatedly test Liu Mu's limits? Even if Danzu was bold enough, Kakashi could not allow him to continue down this path. Thus, Kakashi, despite his exhaustion, rose to his feet, understanding that he must take action. He swiftly formed hand seals, and as the simple gestures concluded, arcs of white lightning crackled and danced, accompanied by the ominous sound of electricity. Raikiri, Kakashi's signature ninjutsu, named for its ability to sever lightning. Raikiri, with its exceptional penetrating power and swift velocity, left no chance for survival once it struck an enemy. After all, if even lightning could be cleaved, how could mere mortals withstand such a technique? Moreover, Kakashi's Sharingan seemed tailor-made for this moment, its acute insight facilitating the precision of his strikes. Upon noticing the flickering arcs of electricity, a flicker of delight crossed Danzu's face. Though I am capable of restraining Liu Mu, he is as cunning as an eel, eluding capture entirely. However, should Hatake Kakashi intervene, the outcome would be profoundly different. Merely by distracting Liu Mu for a fleeting breath, Hatake Kakashi could deliver Raikiri into his body. Once the formidable illusionist Liu Mu is vanquished, the Uchiha clan would pose no threat. Kakashi, I shall hold him back, Shimura Danzo declared, subsequently abandoning his attack and maneuvering to confine Liu Mu within a minuscule radius. Liu Mu furrowed his brow. Despite the enhancement of his three-tomo Sharingan, enabling him to discern Shimura Danzo's movements, he was still but a genin. Facing both Shimura Danzo and Hatake Kakashi simultaneously, the probability of victory was almost non-existent. At that moment, the lightning in Hatake Kakashi's hand surged, expanding beyond its previous size. He then leaned forward, propelling himself at an astonishing speed. In the brief span of a breath, Hatake Kakashi was upon him. With a crackle, blood splattered, staining Liu Mu's face. In disbelief, Liu Mu gazed into the lifeless eyes before him. Shimura Danzo, equally astonished, looked at Hatake Kakashi, for the Raikiri did not strike Liu Mu but himself. His shoulder had been pierced. In an instant, fury contorted Shimura Danzo's features. Were it not for an inexplicable sense of peril that compelled him to evade, the Raikiri would have found its mark in his heart rather than his shoulder. Hastily, Shimura Danzo retreated. Clutching the wound on his shoulder in an attempt to staunch the flow of blood, his face twisted in agony. Kakashi, what on earth are you doing? He demanded, bewildered. He was the esteemed leader of the root, a true high-ranking official of Konohagakure, while Hatake Kakashi was merely a member of the Umbu. How dare he lay a hand upon him? The most infuriating part was that Hatake Kakashi had succeeded. The wound on his shoulder would not heal in the short term and could potentially leave him with a lifelong disability. Yet, Hatake Kakashi seemed deaf to Shimura Danzo's rage, turning instead to face Liu Mu and kneeling on one knee. The author has something to say. Chapter 18, The Rogue Ninja. Hatake Kakashi, what are you doing? Shimura Danzo's anger intensified. Hatake Kakashi was kneeling before a ninja of unknown identity, unclear origins, and ambiguous strength. If this individual were a spy from another village, it would imply that Hatake Kakashi himself was compromised. Kakashi, rise and eliminate him, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Shimura Danzo inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Hatake Kakashi slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Shimura Danzo. Silence. Shimura Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Hatake Kakashi had the audacity to command him to be quiet. Indeed, not only did he dare to silence him, but he also had the audacity to attack him with Raikiri. In an instant, murderous intent ignited in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Kakashi, do you even comprehend your actions? I am saving Konohagakure. Hatake Kakashi declared resolutely, disregarding Shimura Danzo's presence entirely, and bowed his head before Liu Mu. I implore you, spare Konohagakure. Hatake Kakashi knelt on both knees, his hands pressed against the ground, his forehead barely a paper's thickness from the earth, a flawless act of Saiza. Shimura Danzo was rendered speechless. The life of a ninja is fraught with peril, teetering on the edge of the abyss, where one may close their eyes and never witness the dawn of another day. Yet it is this very danger that grants them a revered status. Even in the presence of a sovereign, a ninja would typically kneel on one knee. To kneel on both knees is to cast aside one's dignity entirely, begging for forgiveness. What could compel Hatake Kakashi to take such a step? Kakashi, rise. Shimura Danzo's fury escalated. For Hatake Kakashi's kneeling represented not just himself, but the Umbu, Konohagakure, and the entirety of the Land of Fire. If word of this spread, the entire ninja world would mock Konohagakure's ninjas as spineless cowards. Do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Shimura Danzo ceased speaking in an authoritative tone and resorted to outright threats. Hatake Kakashi's body trembled. Rogue ninja. These were the two words he most dreaded to hear. His father, Hatake Sakumo, the hero known as the White Fang of Konohagakure, had once chosen to save his comrades during a mission, resulting in its failure. Upon returning to the village, the once warm and welcoming villagers turned into bitter enemies, relentlessly stabbing at his father's back. Eventually, unable to bear the pressure, he took his own life at home. This was merely for prioritizing his comrades over completing a mission, yet he faced such repercussions. However, if he were to be branded a rogue ninja, then the entire Konohagakure would become his adversary. The next time he encountered a ninja from Konohagakure, it would not be a cordial greeting, but rather an attack meant to eliminate him. Hatake Kakashi found himself in a quandary. If he abandoned this act of Saiza and provoked Liu Mu, Konohagakure would face utter annihilation. Yet, if he did not rise, he would become a rogue ninja. Despised by all, Hatake Kakashi felt a profound sense of grievance, as if every choice he made was wrong. It seemed that there was no right answer in this world. At that moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Hatake Kakashi looked up in confusion, meeting Liu Mu's youthful and handsome smile. Rise. Surely you do not wish to become a rogue ninja? Hatake Kakashi fell silent, his expression torn. If he did not wish to become a rogue ninja, then he should rise. After a moment's hesitation, Hatake Kakashi ultimately stood. Liu Mu smiled softly. In life, the most important thing is to be happy. He had no significant conflict with Hatake Kakashi and saw no need to drive him to madness, leading him down the path of his father. However, Liu Mu had also recognized the repugnant nature of Shimura Danzo. Hatake Kakashi was wholly devoted to Konohagakure, and later, he would dedicate himself entirely to the village, ultimately becoming the 6th Hokage. Yet, Shimura Danzo sought to impose the label of rogue ninja upon the future Hokage. It was truly revolting. Fortuitously, the position of the 3rd Hokage had not fallen into Shimura Danzo's hands. Otherwise, Konohagakure might have long ceased to exist. As Liu Mu cast a cold smile in his direction, Shimura Danzo was overtaken by a wave of dread. The deepest fears hidden within his soul surged forth. What are you planning? Does the Uchiha clan intend to rebel? The Uchiha clan? Liu Mu paused momentarily before quickly realizing. Since acquiring the Sharingan, it had remained activated, its blood-red eyes shining brightly. Upon seeing the distinctive Sharingan, Shimura Danzo had mistakenly assumed Liu Mu belonged to the Uchiha clan. Liu Mu chuckled softly, though he had no intention of clarifying or felt it necessary to do so. What Liu Mu aimed to do now was to teach Shimura Danzo a lesson. Are you prepared, Shimura Danzo? Chapter 19, The Collapse of the Ninja Way. Shimura Danzo's heart raced. Although Liu Mu's chakra was merely at the level of a genin, an uncontainable fear gripped him. His legs involuntarily took a step backward. Attack! Kill him! With a single command from Jitsuin Tuanzang, all members of the Root organization momentarily froze, casting doubtful glances at their leader. Despite the overwhelming fear that filled their hearts, the first rule of the Root manual dictated absolute obedience to orders. In an instant, several ninjas cautiously approached Liu Mu. Liu Mu responded with a serene smile, swiftly forming hand seals. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. As the dramatic incantation echoed, numerous flames surged forth towards the crowd. Quick, duck! Be careful! One of the Root members began to warn, but he stood frozen in place, oblivious as his short knife clattered to the ground. The sight before them instilled a primal dread in the seasoned members of Root, who had brushed against death countless times. It was not that they feared for their lives. Rather, they had never encountered true terror or genuine despair until now. At this moment, they were experiencing it firsthand. Before them loomed a colossal phoenix, enveloped in flames, towering over them as tall as several buildings, its wings flapping relentlessly. Its eyes, as large as a person, held no malice or bloodlust, only an air of indifference, as if disregarding the ninjas entirely. The fiery phoenix was indeed worthy of such disdain. Each powerful beat of its massive wings sent the members reeling, struggling to maintain their footing, relying on one another for support to remain upright. Suddenly, the bird opened its beak, and a sharp cry pierced the air. The sound, so close, resonated like a loudspeaker blaring directly into their ears. The force of it overwhelmed them, leaving many dizzy and some even fainting, blood trickling from their ears, evidence of ruptured eardrums. The final straw for the Umbu members was the revelation that there were not one, but 3 such phoenixes. Time and again, Jitsuin Tuanzang activated his Sharingan, hoping to pierce the illusion before him. Yet after several attempts, despair washed over him. The 3 phoenixes were real, and each one eluded the sight of his Sharingan. Regardless of whether his prior decisions were right or wrong, Jitsuin Tuanzang had never felt regret or hesitation. But in this moment, he was filled with remorse. Why had he provoked Liu Mu? The previous 2 jutsu had already demonstrated Liu Mu's formidable strength. Why persist in antagonizing him? Although the 3 phoenixes were not as colossal or despair-inducing as the first fireball, nor as bewildering as the second's transparent serpents, each phoenix possessed power several times greater than the Kyuubi. Should they descend upon Konoha, the village would truly become a hellscape, and he was utterly powerless to stop it. Jitsuin Tuanzang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps, as the first Hokage had said, he was simply unworthy of the title of Hokage. As he muttered to himself, his expression dimmed. Chimuka Kaxi regarded Jitsuin Tuanzang in disbelief. At this moment, the ninja's path had come to an end. For a ninja, the essence of their being was not determined by jutsu, chakra, or any combat skills, but rather by the legacy of ninjutsu passed down through generations. The gravity with which a ninja regarded their path often eclipsed their own lives. Even in death, their commitment to their ninja way remained unyielding. A ninja without a path would lose all meaning in life. Yet at this moment, Jitsuin Tuanzang's path had shattered, consumed by guilt and self-reproach. Meanwhile, a flicker of joy appeared on Chimuka Kaxi's face. After years in the Umbu, he had unearthed many secrets of the past, including the true reason behind Chimusomu's suicide. As a hero of Konoha, Chimusomu was the prime candidate for Hokage. Following a failed mission, Jitsuin Tuanzang had orchestrated a smear campaign to protect his own aspirations for Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had chosen to turn a blind eye to preserve his family's power. In the end, Chimusomu took his own life at home. Chimuka Kaxi recalled the ashen face and lifeless eyes of Chimusomu, a reflection of the very expression now haunting Jitsuin Tuanzang. He had once believed such despair could never touch someone as ruthless as Jitsuin Tuanzang. Yet, it seemed that provoking a mere boy of 12 or 13 years had shattered his resolve. "What on earth are you doing, Tuanzang?" A sharp voice broke the tension, and a frail, elderly figure emerged. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Upon recognizing Hiruzen's arrival, Jitsuin Tuanzang's demeanor instantly shifted. Recalling the earlier scene, he could not help but feel a wave of fear wash over him. Had Hiruzen arrived even a moment later, his path would have been irrevocably destroyed. The collapse of his path would be far more painful than death itself. "That expression suits you." Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Jitsuin Tuanzang was indeed his right-hand man, capable of handling many unsavory matters that Hiruzen could not address directly. If Jitsuin Tuanzang's path crumbled, where would he find such an ally again? "Thank you, little monkey." Jitsuin Tuanzang expressed simply, grateful for their decades-long relationship, feeling no need for elaborate formalities. However, despite preserving their paths, the three phoenixes remained an invincible force. And no solution was in sight. "Do you have a plan, little monkey?" "What could I possibly do?" Hiruzen shot him an exasperated glance. During the previous Kyubi incident, he had barely escaped with his life. Had things gone differently, he would have been the one to perform the Shiki Fujin. But now, years later, three phoenixes had appeared, and there was no one left to shield him. Hiruzen steeled himself to face the overwhelming situation. Although he could not dispel the scene before him, he could not forget that his eyes were the crimson of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. With no other options, he would have to perceive this as an illusion. Jitsuin Tuanzang nodded slightly. It was a gamble with their lives. Though not the optimal plan, it was their only recourse. "Then it falls to you, little monkey." Hiruzen shot him an irritated glance, but said nothing more, tossing aside his Hokage hat. The enormous hat obscured Liu Mu's view. Yet, as the hat fell to the ground, Liu Mu noticed that Hiruzen had already completed his hand seals, an immense amount of chakra gathering around him. Suetun, Suryuden. The surrounding air grew dry, but the humidity around Hiruzen surged dramatically. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared above him, and a colossal dragon's head emerged from within. With a resounding roar, the enormous water dragon ascended, twisting and turning in midair. Compared to a human, the water dragon was vast enough to swallow a person whole. However, when juxtaposed with the phoenix, it was utterly insignificant, akin to a mere worm squirming before a rooster. If the phoenixes were real, the water dragon would have no effect and would likely provoke their wrath. But what if it were an illusion? With that thought, Hiruzen shouted, directing the water dragon to charge straight at the phoenixes. In mere seconds, the two collided. Contrary to expectations, a cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. Instead, the water dragon simply dove into the phoenix without any response whatsoever. In a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi displayed a triumphant smile. Shimura Danzo, a mere chunin, was frightened by an illusion. Such behavior is unbecoming of a leader of the root. Instantly, Danzo's expression darkened, his body trembling with rage, evidently pushed to the brink. He could hardly fathom that his esteemed strength, akin to that of a Kage, was nearly shattered by a lower-ranking member of the Uchiha clan. If news of this were to spread, his chances of retaining the Hokage position would be obliterated. "Little monkey, leave this brat to me. I shall make him wish for life and fear death." At that moment, Danzo resolved to unleash all his pin-up dissatisfaction and fury upon Liu Mu. After all, the dignity of a Kage is not to be trampled upon by mere chunin. I must commend your illusion techniques. They are indeed formidable. Yet, the ephemeral cannot inflict harm upon the tangible, Danzo declared, boldly striding toward the fire phoenix, for he believed it to be nothing but an illusion. At that juncture, the fire phoenix appeared provoked by the insignificant insect before it, revealing a flicker of anger. Subsequently, its massive claws lunged at Danzo. He halted, a cold smile gracing his lips, arms outstretched, showing no inclination to evade. Fear is merely a mental affliction, and illusions amplify that fear through chakra. As long as I stand resolute, your illusions hold no power over me. Before he could finish his proclamation, Danzo suddenly felt a tremendous force collide with him, followed by a searing blaze enveloping him entirely. Is this not an illusion? Has the third deceived me? Now, it seems I have spoken too soon. Sarutobi Hizashi, you have betrayed me. The author remarks, Chapter 21, The True Illusion. Observing Danzo's furious countenance, Sarutobi Hizashi felt utterly innocent. Upon confirmation, the colossal fire phoenix was indeed an illusion, yet the gale from its wings and the resounding cries were astonishingly vivid. Hizashi trembled, finally realizing the truth. The fire phoenix was a mere mirage, yet concealed beneath it lay other ninjutsu. Its immense form obscured the underlying techniques, making them difficult to discern. However, if the fire phoenix is false, the battle still possesses a chance to continue. Let me expose this trickery. Hizashi scoffed, advancing a few steps towards Liu Mu. Your illusion has been seen through. Should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Hizashi threatened. Naturally, he had no intention of sparing Liu Mu. The chaos wrought necessitated accountability, and Danzo required an explanation. As Hizashi spoke, the three fire phoenixes that had previously loomed vanished. The oppressive aura of a higher life form dissipated, along with the intense heat radiating from the phoenix. The corners of Hizashi's mouth curled upwards. Although Liu Mu's illusions were indeed impressive, he was merely a boy of 12 or 13. A simple scare had thoroughly intimidated him. Even if he were to retract the illusion now, I shall not let you evade the repercussions of your earlier actions against Konoha. Hizashi dashed towards Liu Mu, intent on capturing him alive. The ability to deceive others with such potent illusions, coupled with a chunin's capacity to wield such large-scale ninjutsu, must be interrogated thoroughly. Once every ounce of value is extracted, Liu Mu would be handed over to Danzo. Yet at that moment, Hizashi noticed Liu Mu's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. An illusion? Do you wish to witness the true essence of illusion? Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, then observed Liu Mu's eyes gradually opening. A pair of crimson pupils, each adorned with 3 swirling black commas, spun rapidly. This is bad. Hizashi instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. The environment around him erupted into a cacophony. Peach Blossom Spring, Tao Yuanming, in Jin Taiyuan, a Wuling fisherman followed the stream, forgetting the distance of the road. Suddenly, Hizashi felt a hand brush against his arm. Instinctively, he lowered his arm. In that instant, he was dumbfounded. The once wrinkled skin now radiated with the youthful luster of his earlier years. Silky and smooth. Even his hands appeared smaller than before. Lu Fei, what are you dawdling for? Your father has arrived. Come here quickly. Hizashi scoffed, disregarding the middle-aged man before him. This illusion, a remarkably powerful illusion. It was flawless in execution. However, Liu Mu was simply too young. The essence of an illusion lies in immersion, yet now his physical form and age had transformed. Even an ordinary chunin could easily discern the discrepancies. Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to channel his chakra to shatter the illusion. However, as he attempted to seal, he discovered his hands were alarmingly rigid. What once took a second to accomplish now consumed over 10 seconds without completion. Particularly, several hand signs resisted his efforts for far too long. Most critically, he could not summon any trace of chakra within him. Rather than being unable to channel chakra, it seemed there was not a single remnant of chakra present. Hizashi snorted disdainfully. Although he could not manipulate chakra, there were numerous methods to dispel illusions, such as through pain. Thus, he extended his hand and dealt a resounding slap to his own face. The sharp pain surged through his brain. Yet, the illusion persisted, showing no signs of breaking. Hizashi struck his face repeatedly, losing count of how many slaps he delivered, feeling dizzy, his cheeks throbbing, and a rush of warmth flooding his nostrils. Lu Fei, what are you doing? Hizashi felt his arm seized, and the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with terror. The once lively corridor fell silent, curious young faces peering through windows, observing him. Liu Fei, do not act this way. If you acknowledge your mistake, that suffices. I will speak to your father properly. Do not be too frightened. Hisashi paid no heed to the middle-aged man's words. His gaze filled with dread as he beheld the unfolding scene. The illusion remained unbroken. The pain was achingly clear, and even the sensation of the man's grip on his arm felt alarmingly real. It was as if this were the true world. The author remarks, in response to readers' requests for brevity, I shall attempt an extended update today. I seek only 5-star reviews. Chapter 22. I am Liu Mu's son. Sarutobi Hisashi, grappling with existential doubts, was ushered into the office. Upon entering, he encountered a man standing with an expression of fury. Instantly, a wave of warmth radiated from within him. This feeling transcended mere friendship. It was the unique bond of blood relations. Yet, a flicker of guilt soon surfaced. He feared facing this man, terrified of disappointing him. But then it struck him. This man was merely an adult version of Liu Mu. An immediate sense of crisis enveloped him. Instinctively, he sought to form hand seals. Suitun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. At that moment, Liu Mu's brow furrowed deeply as he approached in anger. Watching cartoons all day, I see your brain has turned to mush. As Liu Mu's words fell, a large hand rose ominously, ready to descend before halting. Zhang-sensei, what is the meaning of the injury on my son's face? Liu Mu exclaimed, his expression one of intense fury. With unwavering eyes, Liu Fei gazed intently at teacher Zhang, awaiting a response. Liu Fei, do not be anxious. This is entirely his doing. He remarked. Father? Liu Fei was incredulous as he regarded the man before him. He faintly recalled Liu Mu wielding an illusion that nearly obliterated the entire My village. How could he suddenly have transformed into his father? An illusion. Such an impressive illusion. Liu Fei cautiously retreated step by step, seeking to escape this realm of confusion and devise a means to dispel the enchantment. Upon reaching the grand door, he flung it open and attempted to flee. Yet, as he opened the door, he collided directly with a woman. Liu Fei rubbed his head in pain, but upon recognizing her, joy illuminated his countenance. Miyazuki Shien. She was a member of the Umbu. Recalling that she had rushed in to subdue Liu Mu before he entered this world, he was astonished to see she too had fallen victim to the illusion. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Liu Fei. Quickly, take me away from here. He commanded in his usual tone. However, Miyazuki Shien showed no inclination to move. Instead, her brow furrowed. Stop your nonsensical chatter. It seems you are afflicted with a case of Chinibyu. From today onward, you are forbidden from watching Naruto. With that, she seized Liu Fei by the ear and led him step by step toward Liu Mu. Teacher Zhang, what on earth happened to my Fei to summon us in such haste? Liu Fei was left dumbfounded. Miyazuki Shien had become his mother, while Liu Mu had taken on the role of his father. For a moment, Liu Fei's mind was a chaotic whirl, completely disregarding teacher Zhang's reprimands. After more than an hour, Liu Mu and Miyazuki Shien escorted Liu Fei back to their home. The journey had been filled with astonishment for Liu Fei. Gone were the bustling ninjas leaping across rooftops, replaced instead by iron boxes traversing the roads. The buildings towered far beyond Liu Fei's comprehension, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Was this still the ninja world? Even if it were an illusion, it could not be conjured without reference points. It was far too beyond his understanding. What he witnessed now could only be categorized as an entirely different civilization. Upon returning home, Liu Fei instinctively retreated to his room. Although he was certain this was his first visit to this chamber, it bore an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Every scrape of the furniture seemed imbued with memory. Particularly, the row of Naruto volumes on the bookshelf had etched themselves deeply into his very being, as if they were a part of him. Coincidentally, a volume of Naruto lay on the bed. Instinctively, Liu Fei picked it up. It was the latest installment, Blood Red Night. The fiery orb, akin to the sun. The infinitely splitting transparent water serpents, and the colossal trio of phoenixes. The final page depicted himself and Miyazuki Shien rushing toward Liu Mu. In that instant, Liu Fei was bewildered, unable to discern which reality was genuine and which was mere fabrication. Was he truly Liu Fei, and not Sarutobi Liu Fei? Was he merely an ordinary student, rather than the third Hokage? Was the ninja world merely a figment of his imagination? Hastily, he shook his head, steeling his resolve. He promptly opened the window and leaped outside, eager to explore this new world. Miyazuki Shien, hearing the commotion, rushed into Liu Fei's room only to find him gone. Her expression filled with disappointment. She then walked dejectedly into Liu Mu's embrace. "Darling, shall we consider having another child?" she said weakly, though her eyes sparkled with fervor. "Very well, let us have another. The author has something to say. If all goes well, there will be another update." Chapter 23. Scaring off the crowd thud. Liu Fei collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Upon seeing the familiar My Village, he finally exhaled in relief. He had returned. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the puzzled expressions of the crowd and could not help but smile wryly. Had only an instant passed? He had traversed 3 lifetimes. Each moment of those 3 lives was vividly clear, as if they had truly occurred. From the joy of his parents at his birth, to the rebellion of his adolescence, to the fatigue of adulthood and the reluctance at the time of death. Liu Fei had experienced this cycle 3 times. Yet it had all transpired in the blink of an eye. What level of mental control must the man who cast this illusion possess? However, Liu Fei felt no animosity towards Liu Mu. In each of those 3 lives, Liu Mu had been his father. In fact, during the last life, he had walked the entirety of the city in search of mangoes to bring to the ailing Liu Mu. Now, seeing Liu Mu, he felt no anger. Rather, a sense of joy welled within him, compelling him to call out "Father." Finally, Liu Fei closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. The span of 3 lifetimes was far too extensive, yet it had flashed through his mind in an instant. Such an immense volume of memories brought his mind to the brink of collapse. Thus, he could only endure for a few seconds before fainting. "Shien, how are you?" Suki Kaze hurriedly approached, attempting to assist Miyazuki Shien. However, the moment he touched her, he was abruptly pushed away. Suki Kaze was taken aback. Though they were not yet officially a couple, they shared mutual feelings and were comrades in life and death. Now, even his simple desire to help her was met with intense resistance. "Shien, what is wrong?" he inquired once more. Yet, Miyazuki Shien paid him no heed. Her gaze fixated adoringly on the man in the distance, her face aglow with happiness. Like Liu Fei, she too had experienced 3 lifetimes. However, unlike Liu Fei, who had become Liu Mu's son, Miyazuki Shien had become Liu Mu's wife. From acquaintance to understanding, from poverty to blissful contentment. The days of mutual support had woven Liu Mu into the very fabric of her life. In that moment, Miyazuki Shien longed to caress Liu Mu's face once more, to call him darling. Yet, her body had reached its limits. Though her physical form still brimmed with strength, her mind was nearing its threshold. Driven by instinct, she yearned to draw near to Liu Mu. Ultimately, she collapsed, tears of happiness streaming down her face. In that instant, everyone hesitated to advance a single step. And even Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow deeply. 2 ninjas lay on the ground. One, a battle-hardened Umbu member, an elite among ninjas, and the other, the aging 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Liu Fei, whose strength remained at the pinnacle of the ninja world despite his frail condition. Yet, both of these formidable figures had succumbed at the mere sight of Liu Mu. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Unaware of the means by which Liu Mu had executed such a feat at that moment, Liu Mu appeared somewhat surprised. Merely employing the inherent illusion of the Sharingan had seemingly allowed him to incapacitate 2 beings of such caliber. Although he could not ascertain what had transpired, the reactions of the 2 men bore a resemblance to Tsukuyomi. Most importantly, this illusion did not possess the detrimental effects on the eyes that Tsukuyomi did. Liu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of composure. No other ninja dared to advance another step. Even those whose gazes met Liu Mu's averted their eyes in submission. "I am astounded, Senior, what transpired earlier that attracted such a multitude?" The figure of Xie emerged, wearing a smile. The crimson and black overcoat was now stained with blood. Yet Xie seemed utterly indifferent as he rushed to Liu Mu's side. "This is the legendary Akatsuki member, Xie." Shimura Danzo gasped in shock. Xie was known for single-handedly defeating the 3rd Kazekage and had mastered the art of puppetry to an extraordinary level. Currently, the only ninjas in Konohagakure capable of confronting Xie were himself and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he was gravely injured, and Sarutobi lay unconscious. This meant that there was no one left in Konohagakure to stop Xie. Most critically, Xie was accompanied by a terrifying figure like Liu Mu. It seemed that Konohagakure was on the brink of collapse. In an instant, despair enveloped Shimura Danzo. If there had been no internal strife, How could Kanehagakure have been reduced to such a passive state? Regret, unfortunately, was too late. Chapter 24. Mission accomplished in its infancy. The Land of Fire was undoubtedly the mightiest entity on the ninja continent, boasting the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, and the formidable Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. There was also Senju Tobarama, who possessed mastery over all techniques save for water release. Had it not been for Hashirama's fervent desire for peace, the ninja world might have been left with only the Land of Fire. After enduring several ninja wars, the Land of Fire suffered severe losses, yet still harbored a cadre of formidable ninjas, such as the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Sakumo, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, as well as the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Through a series of conspiracies, the newly emerging powers within Konoha suffered great casualties. Now, only a handful remained capable of holding the fort, creating a chasm between the old and new generations of ninjas. Thus, the mere appearance of Ciel left Shimura Danzo utterly flummoxed. Senior, these individuals are rather bothersome. Shall I assist you in disposing of them? Cie suggested with a mischievous grin, casting his gaze over the crowd. Instantly, every hair on their bodies stood on end. Liu Mu had no desire to take lives. The official narrative of Naruto had yet to commence. Should this group perish, the next generation would undoubtedly falter, resulting in a butterfly effect that no one could bear. What transpired inside? All resolved. Itachi is currently imparting wisdom to his younger brother. It should be nearly over, Cie replied nonchalantly, as if he had just dispatched mere poultry. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the Uchiha clan. His cold expression bore no trace of emotion, as though he were a mere shell, long bereft of life. However, upon seeing the unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzen and the gravely injured Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Itachi's brows involuntarily furrowed. A rare look of surprise crossed his otherwise stoic face. A mere genin had managed to defeat the formidable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and simultaneously incapacitate the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo. Was this truly the prowess of a genin? Moreover, the initial directive was simply to prevent entry, not to challenge the entirety of Kanehagakure. Furthermore, given such strength, how was it that Uchiha Sasuke had been overlooked? Nevertheless, Liu Mu's abilities instilled a sense of awe in Uchiha Itachi. His blood-red eyes scrutinized Liu Mu once more. Yet the chakra signature remained that of a genin. Regardless of how many times he observed, Liu Mu's chakra level consistently conformed to that of a genin. Itachi, does this mean I have accomplished my mission? Uchiha Itachi paused momentarily, then quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, the mission is complete. Ding. Mission accomplished. Obtained intermediate ninjutsu package. Mission reward completion rate, SSS. Reward, Chunin qualification. Intermediate ninjutsu package successfully opened. Acquired ninjutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Shadow clone jutsu. Chidori. Liu Mu's heart surged with elation. He never anticipated that the mission completion rate would reach SSS, granting him Chunin qualifications. This would significantly enhance his true combat capabilities. Coupled with the 3-tomo Sharingan, he could now contend with ordinary Chunin and even attempt to challenge Jonin. The greatest gain, however, was the acquisition of those ninjutsu. The basic techniques were far too rudimentary, with few applicable in combat. Most were merely functional. Intermediate ninjutsu, on the other hand, were predominantly combat-oriented, and with special effects, they could amplify the efficacy of ninjutsu manifold. This instilled newfound confidence for future battles. Unbeknownst to Liu Mu, Uchiha Itachi was staring at him in astonishment. Itachi was using his Sharingan to observe Liu Mu, noticing that the chakra, previously only at the genin level, had inexplicably surged to that of a Chunin. Such an escalation defied logic. Liu Mu's ability to control chakra had evidently reached an extraordinary level. He could regulate his chakra to any desired rank at will. The sudden enhancement during observation was undoubtedly a display of power, a warning that he had crossed a line. In an instant, sweat drenched Itachi's back. He had never anticipated that such a formidable expert resided within the Akatsuki. From now on, he could no longer rely on the Sharingan to gauge Liu Mu's strength. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Now that the mission is complete, let us depart, Liu Mu remarked cheerfully. He then swiftly activated his high-speed body technique, causing the space around him to warp. The entire expanse collapsed into darkness. Yet within that obscurity flickered countless points of light, each leading to diverse scenes, seemingly connecting myriad timelines. Liu Mu stepped into this void, and as he fully entered, the collapsing space swiftly restored itself, as if nothing had transpired. All present were left in a stupor, while Xia erupted into hearty laughter. Do you see? This is Senior Liu. Let us depart, Itachi. This place is no longer suitable for you. Uchiha Itachi nodded grimly and swiftly departed alongside Xia. As the trio vacated the premises, the ninjas of Konohagakure breathed a collective sigh of relief, except for Shimura Danzo, whose face remained stern. Quickly, sketch that young man's face. Lord Danzo, do you intend to issue a bounty? Danzo regarded the speaker as if they were a fool. Once the drawing was completed, each ninja in Konohagakure received a copy, instructed that upon encountering the young man, all tasks must be immediately abandoned, and they should flee at once. Author's note, Chapter 25. I understand now. Master Liu Mu trudged forward, and upon sighting the Rain Country's ninja village, tears welled in his eyes. The distance from Konohagakure to the Rain Country could be traversed in a day at full speed, yet Liu Mu had lost his way. He wandered for nearly a week before finally arriving in the Rain Country. After leaving Konohagakure, he had lost contact with Xia, and being unfamiliar with the ninja world, Liu Mu could only meander aimlessly. Fortunately, Liu Mu had now reached Chunin-level strength, so he would not starve. However, during his hunts, every prey had been frightened to death. When utilizing ninjutsu to start a fire, he had frightened the surrounding populace considerably. It was through this that he attracted others who pointed him toward the path to the Rain Country. Otherwise, he may not have found his way. Following his memory, Liu Mu returned to his dwelling. The house was spacious, specially selected by Shao Nan for Liu Mu, conveniently located near the administrative building of the Rain Country. Unfortunately, Liu Mu only stayed for one night before being dispatched on a mission. At last, I have returned to this abode. Liu Mu yearned to recline upon his comfortable bed and indulge in a restful slumber. He retrieved his key, prepared to unlock the door, only to discover it was ajar and opened with a gentle push. A frown creased Liu Mu's brow. After all, this was his home in the world of shinobi. To his surprise, it seemed to have been burglarized. He could still hear footsteps within, growing ever nearer. With a cold snort, Liu Mu resolved to uncover the identity of the intruder who dared to steal from him. He forcefully pushed the door open, only to be met with a loud thud followed by a woman's anguished wail and the sound of her landing on the floor. Shao Nan. Liu Mu was taken aback, astonished that the thief was none other than Shao Nan. How could she possibly possess a key to his residence? Shao Nan rubbed her head with one hand while the other massaged her sore backside, her face a portrait of grievance. However, upon recognizing Liu Mu, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight. The earlier pain was swiftly cast aside. Liu Sr., you have finally returned. Seeing Shao Nan's joyous demeanor, Liu Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. The sensation of having someone eagerly await his return was indeed delightful. Yet, Liu Mu quickly regained his composure. How did you acquire a key to my home? I arranged this place for you. How could you have a key? Besides, you are my master. Without a key, how could I possibly attend to your needs? Shao Nan replied with an air of entitlement. Liu Mu could hardly suppress a cough of blood. Surely, Nagato's face must have turned pallid. His childhood companion, Shao Nan, had become his servant. This was a thought that could not escape his mind. Liu Mu had no desire to meet an early demise. Hand over the key. Shao Nan attempted to argue, but upon witnessing Liu Mu's earnest demeanor, she reluctantly surrendered the still warm key. Internally, she was already plotting her next entry through a window. Once inside, Liu Mu took a seat while Shao Nan obediently followed suit. The atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. Liu Mu glanced at Shao Nan and finally comprehended the adage, as long as one does not feel awkward, the awkwardness falls upon others. He hastily broke the silence. Aren't you curious about where I have been these past days? Shao Nan slightly shook her head. Surely, my master has been busy for the future of the ninja world. After all, there is much to be done in this war-torn realm. Little did she know, he had merely lost his way. However, Liu Mu, valuing his pride, could not utter those words aloud and pressed on. Indeed, the ninja world is fraught with peril, particularly in the smaller nations, where sorrow reigns supreme. It is truly heartbreaking. As he spoke, a sorrowful expression graced his visage. Liu Mu silently commended his own acting skills. At that moment, Shao Nan's eyes brightened with understanding. I see now, master. What is it that you comprehend? Liu Mu inquired, bewildered. He had merely pretended. So how could she grasp the meaning? I myself do not even understand. Oh, What have you understood? Upon hearing Liu Mu's question, Xiaonan immediately perked up. When the great nations wage war, it is the smaller nations that suffer first. The 5 great nations would never allow the battlefield to be on their own soil. Thus, your intention, Master, is to unite the smaller nations into an alliance, forming a formidable force that cannot be disregarded. This way, the battlefield may be shifted back to the territories of the 5 great nations, compelling them to consider many factors and perhaps even abandon the war. As Xiaonan spoke with fervor, Liu Mu began to harbor doubts. Was that truly what I meant? Master, do you believe my analysis is correct? Roughly so. But there are some discrepancies in the details. Not just correct. If Xiaonan were to take an exam, her reading comprehension would undoubtedly score full marks. Her understanding far surpasses that of the original author. The author remarks, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there will be another chapter. Please bestow a 5-star review. Is this truly the thought of Liu Sr.? Nagato's eyes, previously devoid of emotion, suddenly sparkled with brilliance. It must be said, Liu Mu's ideas possess remarkable feasibility, even more so than the initial plans devised by the Akatsuki. The only way to end violence is through violence. In the world of shinobi, the one with the strongest fist commands obedience. Without sufficient strength, one can only be bullied. Even conflicts unrelated to oneself can erupt into war on one's own land due to disputes between nations. To resist, one must elevate their own power. The best approach is to unite all the smaller nations. Previously, I could not fathom why Liu Sr. sought to join our Akatsuki, but now I am utterly enlightened. Huh? What is the reason? Xiaonan inquired curiously. Liu Sr. intended to unite the smaller nations from the outset to implement this plan, but he had yet to find a suitable candidate. However, your appearance has instilled hope in Liu Sr.'s vision, which is why he joined without hesitation. As Nagato spoke, a proud expression adorned his face. Xiaonan mirrored a look of realization. Liu Mu's presence loomed larger in Xiaonan's mind. After all, anyone who cares for the ninja world deserves respect. Yet, what are the specific details? Nagato shook his head in disappointment. Why is it that at such a critical moment, you fail to grasp the concept? Xiaonan's face displayed a look of distress. She had endeavored to think deeply, but Liu Mu's thoughts were simply too profound for her to comprehend. In truth, you have been mistaken from the beginning. Liu Sr.'s vision is to establish the 6th great nation. The 6th great nation. Xiaonan trembled with excitement. This concept is exceedingly bold. When the 5 great nations were first established, they seized the most fertile and habitable lands in the ninja world. The remaining territories were divided amongst the smaller nations. Though the land area is vast, it is resource-poor, scattered, and overly elongated. Establishing a 6th great nation is no easy feat, have you noticed? Nagato smiled mysteriously. Yes. Xiaonan nodded slightly, her face etched with anxiety. If we merely form an alliance, the 5 great nations might turn a blind eye. However, if we attempt to establish a 6th great nation, their interests will be threatened, and they will not stand idly by. Moreover, our terrain is too elongated to defend. As soon as we make a move, the 5 great nations will undoubtedly unite against us. Indeed, this is what makes Liu Sr. admirable, though it is exceedingly challenging. It is the only path for all the smaller nations to evade chaos. And why do you think Liu Sr. insists on visiting Konoha? Nagato tossed the question back with a smile. Xiaonan fell into deep contemplation. After a few minutes, her eyes lit up, and her face radiated excitement. Could it be to intimidate them? Precisely, to instill fear. Nagato nodded in satisfaction. Although Konoha's overall strength has waned, the existence of the god of shinobi has kept its status elevated. This should be the reason Liu Sr. chose to go to Konoha, to shake the mountain and scare the tiger. In an instant, Xiaonan became even more exhilarated. The Akatsuki has been seeking ways to aid the ninja world, but has been unsure of how to proceed. Yet Liu Mu has already found the direction and is quietly implementing it. Initially, Xiaonan admired Liu Mu's strength, but at this moment, she was entirely in awe of his actions. What can we do to assist our master? Upon realizing the hardships endured by Liu Mu, Xiaonan felt a surge of compassion. The endeavor to rescue the ninja world was arduous, yet Liu Mu bore the weight of it all alone. Xiaonan yearned to assist Liu Mu, to alleviate some of his burdens, especially after their encounter today. Observing his fatigued visage, she initially did not ponder much. But upon reflection, her heart ached. What could possibly exhaust such a formidable individual to this extent? Xiaonan, your task is of utmost importance, to take good care of Senior Liu. By ensuring his well-being, You will have made the greatest contribution. Xiaonan nodded earnestly. Fortunately, she had secretly opened a window. Otherwise, she feared she would be unable to enter later, let alone provide care. However, relying solely on Senior Liu was insufficient. They too must contribute to alleviating the burdens on his shoulders. Nagato hesitated for a long moment before adopting a serious demeanor. Xiaonan, summon the members of Akatsuki. We will convene the inaugural Akatsuki meeting to outline the organization's future direction. Author's note, the third update is here. Let us aim for 5-star reviews. Chapter 27. The first Akatsuki meeting in a concealed chamber within the Land of Rain. 5 ninjas sat, each clad in the iconic black and red cloud cloaks. A closer examination revealed that while their forehead protectors were markedly different, they bore a striking resemblance. Each protector was marked with the insignia of their respective ninja villages, all of which had been deliberately slashed. Should anyone catch sight of these 5 ninjas, they would undoubtedly be struck with fear, for each one was a notorious figure. Listed on S-rank wanted posters. Hozuki Shizun, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He survived the era preceding the 8 gates of death, and his beheading sword has haunted the nightmares of countless foes. Kakuzu, a formidable presence from the village of Takigakure, a creature said to survive even when pierced through the heart, having lived to tell the tale of his battle against the god of ninjas. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a top-tier warrior, who once clashed with the man known as Hanzo the Salamander, and even earned his admiration. Sasori, known as the Red Sand Sasori, his unparalleled mastery over puppetry allowed him to single-handedly slay the 3rd Kazekage of the Wind Country. Itachi Uchiha, a descendant of Uchiha Madara, endowed with the formidable Sharingan. To him, all illusions were mere phantoms, and he had even slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Each individual present commanded respect from the 5 great nations, yet here they convened together. Sasori, just who is this Senior Liu that earns your admiration? Orochimaru inquired with a sardonic smile, his voice raspy, reminiscent of years of smoking. Sasori, with the most tenure in Akatsuki and having the most interaction with Liu Mu, brimmed with pride. Hearing Orochimaru seek information about Liu Mu only inflated his sense of superiority. Senior Liu is a being akin to a deity. With but a flick of his wrist, he could obliterate an entire ninja village, perhaps even ascend to sagehood. At Sasori's declaration, the room erupted in disbelief. After all, the notion of sagehood teetered on the edge of the fantastical, and anyone with a sound mind would find it hard to believe. If Senior Liu is so remarkable, why have we heard no rumors within the ninja world? What are his accomplishments? Orochimaru's smile turned cold. Indeed, came a response not from Sasori, but from the usually reticent Itachi Uchiha. Just days ago, Senior Liu defeated the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and injured Shimura Danzo before leaving Konoha in grand fashion. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Through their recent interactions, Itachi's few words had earned him the trust of the others, and considering recent news from Konoha, Itachi's words rang true. The pivotal detail was that Liu Mu had vanquished the Hokage on his home turf and escaped unscathed. Most present possessed strength comparable to that of a Kage, yet none could claim the ability to defeat the 3rd Hokage in Konoha. Even the ever-smiling Orochimaru now wore a serious expression. No wonder he had received word from Shimura Danzo, advising him to steer clear of Liu Mu. At that moment, the door to the chamber swung open, and 2 figures entered. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, and Xiaonan. The room fell silent, for the leader's presence demanded respect, and curiosity loomed regarding the urgency of their summons. I bring you good news. Senior Liu has returned. The members perked up instantly. Sasori and Itachi, motivated by their respect for Liu Mu, became animated. Meanwhile, Hozuki Shizun and Orochimaru, who had only heard of Liu Mu's legendary status upon joining Akatsuki, were eager to meet the figure praised by Sasori. Where is Senior Liu? Orochimaru asked cautiously. After all, a man who could defeat the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo warranted caution. Do not fret, you will meet Senior Liu in due time. This gathering is for the sake of his goals, which align with Akatsuki's aspirations. The members furrowed their brows. To toil for the ambitions of someone they had never met seemed absurd. Yet, aside from the fervent Sasori, who was a devoted admirer, the others were hesitant. What are Senior Liu's goals? Pain smiled gently before taking a scroll from Xiaonan and tossing it into the air. Instantly, a map of the ninja world unfurled before them. Senior Liu's ambition is to establish the sixth great nation. Author's note, Chapter 28. Truly, Liu Mu is unparalleled. Upon hearing Pain's words, laughter erupted among the members. The landscape of the ninja continent was well established. The dream of founding a sixth great nation seemed utterly ludicrous. Disappointment washed over the gathering, and signs of dissent emerged. I understand this may be difficult to accept, but allow me to explain. Pain began patiently. All right, I agree. Kakuzu was the first to nod, recognizing that as a resident of Takigakure, a small nation akin to the Land of Rain, he understood the devastation wrought by the conflicts between great nations, which often turned Takigakure into a battlefield. Thus, he was the most empathetic towards Pain's vision. Upon hearing this plan, I am even more eager to meet Senior Liu. Kakuzu expressed his anticipation. Should this endeavor succeed, Liu Mu would undoubtedly become a saintly figure for all small nations. I too wish to give it a try, Hozuki Shizune added with a smile. Hozuki Shizune hailed from the land of water, which, while not experiencing the tribulations of small nations, was rife with internal strife, with ninjas perishing daily due to conflicts. He had fled from the oppression of his homeland in pursuit of peace. Count me in. Itachi Uchiha stood up, his desire for peace unparalleled, having sacrificed his entire clan for that very ideal. If this path could lead to peace, Itachi would willingly shed his last drop of blood for Akatsuki. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Orochimaru could only nod in acquiescence. Even he was taken aback by the ambition of Akatsuki. If I were not arranged by Jitsu and Tuanzang, I might have genuinely entertained this mad idea. However, at present, Dashawan is solely focused on relaying information back, ensuring that Konoha is well prepared in advance. Liu Mu awoke naturally. Having never experienced such a comfortable slumber before, he had grown fond of these leisurely days. Liu Mu found it hard to comprehend the motivations of those predecessors who traversed worlds. Why must they incite hatred and be relentlessly pursued? Why the incessant pursuit of dominion and power, burdened by worries day and night? Is it not more delightful to simply recline in peace? Yet, during his slumber, he often felt the sensation of being watched. Master, you are awake. Liu Mu, still somewhat dazed, turned to find Xiaonan, donned in a maid outfit, blinking at him. How did you get in here? He exclaimed, hastily pulling up his blankets. As it is somewhat inconvenient for a man to wake up in the early hours, it's not difficult for a ninja to enter a room. Xiaonan replied with a smile. Liu Mu's lips twitched. He suddenly felt the validity of her words and was momentarily at a loss for a retort. Regardless, you need to leave. As a man, mornings are typically filled with vigor, and with Xiaonan in her new attire, something was undoubtedly amiss. Seeing Liu Mu's anxious and bashful demeanor, Xiaonan couldn't help but smile slightly. If it weren't for the fear of failing the review, I wouldn't leave today. Watching her depart, Liu Mu finally let out a sigh of relief. However, fearing a sudden return from Xiaonan, he hurried to dress. It was only after fastening the last button that he felt entirely at ease. If this scene were to be witnessed by Komiai, he would be irretrievably tarnished. At that point, even employing the technique of a bag of rice would fail to salvage his reputation. Henceforth, it would be wise to maintain distance from Xiaonan. As Liu Mu slowly opened the door, he was met by Pain, who stood there with a stern expression. Instantly, Liu Mu's heart sank. Is this a scheme? Am I being set up? Never did he imagine that such tricks could exist even in the world of ninjas. Money is not an option, a life is at stake. Pain paused momentarily before a look of realization crossed his face. He had been contemplating the broader direction of the Akatsuki organization, but felt that something was amiss. With Liu Mu's subtle nudge, he suddenly comprehended. It's a lack of funds. Though the current finances were sufficient for the operations of the Land of Rain, they were far from adequate to sustain the sixth great nation. Fortunately, Liu Mu provided a lucrative solution. Take lives. Assist the 5 great nations with clandestine tasks, thus acquiring substantial wealth while simultaneously holding leverage over them. It is an exemplary strategy that achieves multiple objectives. Pain was thoroughly impressed by Liu Mu. A simple statement had swiftly resolved the most pressing issue. While he was aware that disparities exist between individuals, he had not anticipated such a significant gulf. Thank you, Senior Liu. I understand now. Liu Mu was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this a setup? He had let his guard down. What exactly have you understood? You all seem to grasp something, which makes me appear quite foolish. In truth, there was a matter that required Senior Liu's assistance. Liu Mu became serious. Are we finally getting to the crux of the matter? However, as a member of the Akatsuki, I shall heed Pain's directives. So what is it? Currently, the Akatsuki was in dire need of talent. It was rumored that the Land of Earth possessed a genius in explosives, and Pain hoped that Senior Leo could meet him, ideally to recruit him into the organization. Wait, did you mean Deidara? Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, a smile spread across Pain's face. It would be splendid if you were willing to go. You and Xiaonan should accompany each other. It will save much travel time. Liu Mu felt despondent. My going has a different connotation than what you imply. Chapter 29. Infiltrating Awagakure, the Land of Earth, one of the 5 great nations. The terrain is characterized by rolling mountains, rich in mineral resources. These mountains serve as a natural defense, making it difficult for other nations to invade. At this moment, Liu Mu floated in the air, experiencing the dual embrace of cold winds and warmth. Having departed from the land of rain, and with Pain absent, Liu Mu felt emboldened. Though he was not Lu Xianghui, he would certainly not miss out on the warmth he deserved. Master, just ahead lies Awagakure. You must proceed on foot from here. Liu Mu nodded slightly. Although he felt somewhat reluctant to leave, caution was paramount in the Land of Earth, especially with the presence of aerial forces capable of manipulating weight and flight. While the overall strength of the Land of Earth may be lacking, it was still home to formidable figures from the age of the god of ninjas. The legendary Inoki, with his ability to utilize the particle style, could eliminate any adversary in an instant. Therefore, until the Akatsuki had fully developed, it was essential not to provoke the Land of Earth. The two landed cautiously in a concealed corner. Although the surroundings appeared desolate, they had already entered the territory of Awagakure, where shadows of the Umbu could emerge at any moment. Thus, utmost vigilance was required. Liu Mu's current task was to infiltrate Awagakure and locate the explosive artist Deidara. Compared to the isolated small nations, the 5 great nations were considerably more accommodating. With a plausible identity and justification, one could traverse freely and boldly. Senior Leo, shall we pretend to be a couple? This will surely help us blend in. Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, awaiting Liu Mu's response. Liu Mu's lips twitched, his face a canvas of helplessness. Though Xiaonan was in her early 20s, radiating the vitality of youth, he was merely 12. At such an age, anyone with sense would perceive the discrepancies. Moreover, Liu Mu sensed that Xiaonan harbored ulterior motives. Is that not feasible? How about we pose as mother and son instead? Something felt off with Xiaonan. It seemed she was digging a pit for him. Just siblings then. Only siblings? Xiaonan replied, her tone tinged with disappointment, her eyes pleading. Liu Mu's lips twitched again, ultimately deciding to disregard her. After over half an hour of traversing mountains and rivers, the two finally arrived at the gates of Awagakure. True to its reputation as one of the 5 great nations, the entrance bustled with people, a stark contrast to the Land of Rain. The gate guards of the Land of Earth were lazily seated, performing merely a token inspection of those entering and exiting. Liu Mu scoffed quietly. It was no wonder the Land of Earth was growing weaker, relying on Inoki to uphold its facade. The quality of their ninjas was incomparably inferior to that of other nations. Subsequently, Liu Mu and Xiaonan performed a transformation technique to alter their appearances. Initially, Liu Mu was quite apprehensive. Should an extraordinary effect occur, the entire Awagakure would surely take notice. Thankfully, such an occurrence did not transpire. Liu Mu walked in nonchalantly, but Xiaonan suddenly grasped his arm. My dear brother, please do not wander off. Liu Mu nearly spat blood. The act was far too conspicuous and exaggerated, easily decipherable by anyone with keen eyes. Moreover, what kind of siblings behaved so intimately? The closeness was excessive. At that moment, the previously languid ninja stood up and approached Liu Mu directly, even extending a hand toward his ninja tool pouch. In an instant, Liu Mu's heart raced. At that moment, Liu Mu noticed a girl, around 8 or 9 years old, striding proudly towards the village of Yan'an. The surrounding individuals greeted her with enthusiasm. Liu Mu's eyes brightened as he swiftly pushed aside Xiaonan and dashed over, catching the girl by the wrist with one hand. At last, I've caught up with you. The girl turned around in confusion, her innocent eyes scanning Liu Mu from head to toe. Do we know each other? Have you forgotten me? We used to play together all the time when we were young. Liu Mu exclaimed, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. The little girl appeared somewhat flustered, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of hurting a dear friend's feelings. However, the number of playmates from their childhood was vast, making it difficult for her to recall at once. Could you be Xiejun? She asked tentatively. Instantly, Liu Mu's expression darkened further. causing the already embarrassed girl to feel even more remorseful. "Oh, you must be Jun. It has to be," she declared, clapping her hands in excitement. Seeing that she was coming around, Liu Mu smiled. "Wonderful. I'm so glad you still remember me. Of course, we are good friends." The ninja, observing Liu Mu and the little girl, began to lower his guard, returning to his seat. Liu Mu exhaled in relief, finally managing to evade suspicion. Just then, a burly man approached. "Hey Tu, who are you talking to?" "Chi Tu, you won't believe it. Jun has returned." "Wait, this little girl is legging Hey Tu? How could this happen?" The author has something to say. Chapter 30. Who exactly is Hayata? The crisis has been averted, but not entirely resolved. Although Liu Mu managed to infiltrate Yin village by associating with Hey Tu, as the granddaughter of Inoki, she was constantly under the protection of the Umbu. This meant that several Umbu were watching him closely. Any slight misstep would result in Umbu appearing in an instant, brandishing kunai to his throat. However, there was an advantage to being near Hey Tu. As she and Deidara shared a brother-sister bond, she undoubtedly knew his whereabouts, saving him considerable time in his search. "Why haven't you seen Xiao Di? Where has he gone?" Upon hearing the name Xiao Di, Hey Tu's face turned awkward, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Deidara is grounded due to an incident involving explosive release. Yin village predominantly practiced earth-release ninjutsu, and Deidara's explosive clay had driven him to a frenzy. However, in Yin village, explosive release was an absolute forbidden technique. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. Currently, Deidara was merely grounded, unable to escape Inoki's favoritism." "I see. It seems I won't be able to meet Deidara then," Liu Mu said, his face reflecting disappointment. Observing Liu Mu's forlorn expression, Hey Tu felt a pang of sympathy. After pondering for a while, she squared her shoulders and declared, "If you want to see Deidara, leave it to me." "Really? Hey Tu, you're amazing." Liu Mu's lips curled into a subtle smile, surprised by Hey Tu's naivety. She was easily swayed by just a few words. The next step was to figure out how to get Deidara out of Yin village. "Of course, I have even more tricks up my sleeve," Hey Tu exclaimed, pulling Liu Mu's hand as he prepared to leave. Though he wished to break free, he sensed several gazes from the shadows. Realizing that any overt reaction might draw unwanted attention, Liu Mu finally understood that long legs indeed made a difference in speed. Although Hey Tu was 2 years younger than him, her pace was noticeably quicker. Such long legs were a waste if not put to good use in running. As they sprinted, a large man suddenly appeared before them, resembling Hey Tu quite a bit. "Hey Tu, why are you running so fast?" "Dad." Liu Mu instantly became alert, realizing he had encountered Hey Tu's father, Huang Tu, a prominent figure in Yin village. "Who is this? Your friend?" "It's Jun. Jun has returned." Upon hearing this, Huang Tu's expression turned to one of surprise, and he excitedly approached Liu Mu. As Liu Mu's previously vague visage became clearer in Huang Tu's memory, his face transformed into one filled with nostalgia. "It's really you, Hayata. Inoki will be so pleased to hear this." "Inoki, what on earth have I become?" Liu Mu thought, feeling the complexity of the situation escalate. With Xiaonan absent, any discovery by Inoki could prove fatal for him as a chunin. "Uncle Huang Tu, the reason for my return is quite important." Liu Mu quickly diverted the conversation. Huang Tu paused, and Hey Tu's cheeks flushed. "I understand. So meeting Grandpa Inoki is the best course of action." Liu Mu internally screamed. Is the average IQ in the ninja world really 250? How can they grasp such simple words so quickly? It makes me look foolish. And Hey Tu, what on earth do you understand to be blushing like that? In that case, I shall follow Uncle S' advice. Thus, the three made their way towards the Tsuchikige's office. Throughout the journey, the once chatty Hey Tu fell silent, seeming like a clam. Several times, she attempted to flee but was swiftly pulled back by Huang Tuesday. Finally, they arrived at the Tsuchikige's office, the heart of Yin village, bustling with diligent ninjas. Although Inoki had aged and delegated many responsibilities, he remained incredibly busy. After half an hour of waiting, Inoki finally concluded his tasks, jumped from his chair, stretched his back, and approached the trio. He bypassed Huang Tu and went straight to Hey Tuesday. "Little Hey Tu, what brings you to visit Grandpa? Have you come seeking help for a mishap? Is it that I'm only seen as a troublemaker in Grandpa's eyes?" Hey Tu huffed, her cheeks puffing out like a goldfish. "My dear, I apologize if I have misjudged. But what is the matter?" Hey Tu's face flushed once more, and her eyes furtively darted towards Liu Mu. "Who is this?" Inoki scrutinized Liu Mu, perplexed as to why Hei-Tu and Huang-Tu had brought a stranger. Father, he is Hayata. How many times must I say it? Here, you must call me Tuchu Hayata. Inoki became animated, seizing Liu Mu's hands and gazing intently at his face. In an instant, the once unfamiliar face transformed into one of familiarity. The shadow lurking in Inoki's heart erupted forth. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Hayata, it's truly you. Liu Mu was bewildered. Who on earth was this Hayata? The author has something to say. If all goes well, there will be one more chapter. So let us aim for a 5-star rating. Chapter 31, Fiancé. Liu Mu was in a state of panic, utterly unaware of who this Hayata was. It was crucial to note that Liu Mu had watched Naruto several times and could recognize nearly every ninja that appeared. Yet, he had no recollection of this Hayata. Inoki's hands trembled uncontrollably, tears cascading down his cheeks without his realization, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Liu Mu. You've returned, you've returned. Just then, Huang-Tu cleared his throat and seriously remarked, Hayata has returned for that matter. Inoki paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're quite eager, aren't you? How old is Hei-Tu? And you're already thinking about that. Rest assured, my dear fellow, your engagement with Hei-Tu shall undoubtedly remain valid. What a surprise. Liu Mu's mind momentarily short-circuited. The form he had assumed through transformation was that of Hei-Tu's betrothed from the future. If he truly had traversed into the persona of Zhao Tian, Liu Mu would have unhesitatingly embraced the situation. However, the crucial point was that he was merely an imposter. If his true identity were revealed, he would meet a most disgraceful demise. Liu Mu promptly cleared his throat. In truth, I place greater importance on Hei-Tu's sentiments. Should she exhibit even the slightest hesitation or resistance, I shall not fulfill this marriage. Liu Mu secretly chuckled to himself. Given Hei-Tu's current age, she was beginning to untangle the complexities of emotions, and thus, posing such a question would inevitably instill a measure of uncertainty within her. This presented an opportune moment to gracefully withdraw. In an instant, all three present turned their gaze towards Hei-Tu, eagerly awaiting her response. At that moment, Hei-Tu's eyes steeled with determination, and the flush on her cheeks faded away. Initially, I harbored some doubts, but after hearing your words, I am convinced you are my future. Danikage and Huang-Tu instantly beamed with joy. It is clear that you have been considerate of Hei-Tu, and I have not misjudged you. I entrust Hei-Tu to you with confidence. Indeed, I shall agree. Liu Mu felt as though he had lifted a stone only to have it fall back upon his own foot. He had merely wished to meet Deidara, yet suddenly found his entire future intertwined. Nevertheless, Liu Mu swiftly regained his composure. What of it? The promise of commitment lies with Zhao Tian, not Liu Mu. Once the mission is accomplished, I shall vanish entirely. What concern do I have for this engagement? With this thought, Liu Mu exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. Indeed, being a scoundrel alleviates the psychological burden. Rather than dwell in turmoil, it is preferable to address the matter directly. Danikage, may I request an audience with Deidara? I have heard he is under confinement. Danikage cast a surprised glance at Liu Mu. It is permissible, but are you truly certain you wish to see him? Naturally. I long to meet him. After all, he is a childhood companion. Very well, you may proceed, but do exercise caution. Liu Mu regarded Danikage with a puzzled expression before promptly dismissing the thought. After all, he was on the verge of meeting Deidara and fulfilling his mission. Under Hei-Tu's guidance, Liu Mu arrived before a grand estate. Deidara is inside. Are you truly intent on entering? Hei-Tu inquired earnestly. Liu Mu shrugged. My purpose for visiting Iwagakure is Deidara. How could I possibly refrain from entering? Thus, Liu Mu strode directly inside. The courtyard was vast, resembling a labyrinth, without a guide. One would struggle to find the correct path. Fortunately, Hei-Tu led the way. Otherwise, even given several hours, Liu Mu might not have located Deidara. Finally, Hei-Tu halted before a door. Liu Mu unhesitatingly pushed it open. Inside sat a young boy with a single ponytail and golden hair, intently absorbed in his reading. The sudden intrusion took Deidara by surprise. Has dinner not yet arrived? Why the unexpected visitors? Deidara remarked, setting his book aside. Yet, upon seeing Hei-Tu and Liu Mu, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Why are you not causing trouble outside? How do you have time to visit me? And who might this be? Hei-Tu placed her hands on her hips, her expression one of clear dissatisfaction. How have I caused trouble? You, on the other hand, spend your days fixated on studying that explosive release. What is the purpose of that? Deidara's mouth twitched as his expression began to contort, exuding a terrifying aura. I shall reiterate, explosions are art. After taking a deep breath, Deidara calmed himself. Zhao Tian, look here. Ever since Deidara became obsessed with explosive release, he has transformed into an entirely different person. Grandpa weeps for him daily. Deidara trembled, the book he had just picked up tumbling to the ground. His eyes were locked onto Liu Mu. Zhao Tian, it truly is you scoundrel. Deidara charged towards Liu Mu in a frenzy, nearly driven to madness. Several pieces of clay hurtled towards Liu Mu. The author has something to say. Chapter 32, Sunbird. The white clay sped towards Liu Mu. Naturally, he recognized Deidara's attack style. Each piece of clay was akin to a small grenade. If it adhered to his body, survival would be utterly hopeless. Liu Mu swiftly evaded the oncoming assault. The clay moved at a modest pace, easily manageable for Liu Mu at present. Just as he was diligently dodging, a figure abruptly appeared before him, grasping his collar. You have tormented me since childhood. Today, you finally fall into my grasp, Deidara declared, his countenance becoming increasingly menacing. Recalling their childhood encounters, rage surged within him. Had Zhao Tian not vanished so soon, Deidara would have ensured that Zhao Tian regretted arriving in this world. Wait, Deidara. I am not Zhao Tian. I am an envoy from another land here to recruit you. Nonsense. Your appearance and mannerisms are identical to that scoundrel. Even if a sage descended from the heavens today, he would not save you. Liu Mu wore a helpless expression. He hastily dispelled his transformation. You are truly not Zhao Tian? Deidara's fury diminished slightly. Yet, with his anger subsiding, a murderous intent ignited within him. If you are not Zhao Tian, then you must be a spy, Deidara exclaimed, casting Liu Mu aside. In passing, he affixed several pieces of white explosive clay to Liu Mu. Each piece possessed the explosive power of a grenade. With multiple charges now on him, the likelihood of survival upon detonation was nearly non-existent. The only means of salvation lay in lightning release. Although explosive clay was immensely powerful, it bore a critical flaw. It was susceptible to electricity. Once exposed to an electric charge, it would lose its explosive properties and revert to mere clay. Liu Mu had no time to ponder further. He immediately summoned his chakra. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness. Liu Mu's hands shimmered with energy as arcs of electricity danced across the floor. The room resonated with the sounds of countless birds. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from outside, startling the entire Iwagakure populace. Heads popped out to investigate, only to turn pale with fear. A massive black cloud loomed in the sky, enveloping the entire village. The clouds hung low, creating an illusion that one could simply reach out and touch them. As the clouds thickened, they began to swirl like a vortex, revealing a vast eye at its center, fixated on the ground below. Silence reigned. Iwagakure resembled a ghost town. Devoid of sound, thunder roared once more. The blinding lightning illuminated the entire village. Thunder is common, but witnessing such proximity was a first for many. As time progressed, the frequency of the thunder intensified, with multiple strikes occurring within seconds. Then, the sky erupted into brightness. Due to the closeness of the lightning, the onlookers perceived not arcs, but pure white light. Following this, a colossal explosion shook the very earth beneath them. In that moment, the dazzling white light shattered like glass, breaking into countless fragments. The small fragments morphed into the shape of birds, fluttering their wings as they dove straight downwards. Instantly, everyone's pupils constricted. Thousands upon thousands of ordinary birds descended. An Iwagakure might not withstand such a deluge. To say nothing of these being lightning birds formed from chakra. Such overwhelming numbers were simply insurmountable. The alarm bells of Iwagakure rang out, echoing continuously. This was the highest level of warning within the village. All ninjas, whether on leave or injured, were required to respond immediately. Meanwhile, the elderly, women, and children rushed toward the shelters. The ninjas represented combat power, while the vulnerable symbolized the continuation of their legacy. The next moment could very well herald the outbreak of war, a battle for survival. Even the most seasoned Kage found themselves perplexed in the face of such a jutsu. How many ninjas could possibly unleash such a colossal technique? Why had such a force arrived at the village without any prior indication? Lord Tsuchikage. Everyone is prepared and ready to fight. Inoki waved his hand slightly, a bitter smile gracing his face. Against such an enemy, we have no chance of victory. Our objective is to delay the enemy's main force and buy time for our future. As long as they are alive, Iwagakure will not be annihilated. The Umbu clenched their fists in fury. However, upon gazing at the birds in the sky, their rekindled fighting spirit was extinguished. Under such ninjutsu, any struggle would be futile. The author has something to say. Chapter 33, Peace only exists in fairy tales. Deidara stared blankly at the unusual sight outside, his heart racing. Although he had contemplated betraying a Wagakure, he still cared deeply for the village's safety. What astonished Deidara the most was that this jutsu had been executed by this little fellow. What exactly do you intend to do? Deidara said, his face filled with murderous intent. Although he knew his threats were inconsequential to Liu Mu, he couldn't help but feel anger. Me? Don't you think this ninjutsu is overflowing with artistic flair? Deidara was stunned. Such a grand display was merely to showcase art? What a joke. Yet, indeed, those billions of birds exhibited an extraordinary sense of artistry, even surpassing his explosions by a considerable margin. With a casual wave, Liu Mu made the countless lightning birds vanish in an instant. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated as well, and the sunlight bathed the earth once more. The alarm bells continued to ring, yet the enemy remained elusive, and the myriad of ninjutsu had vanished. The vigilant ninjas of a Wagakure were left dumbfounded. Inoki was equally bewildered, utterly confused about the situation. Lord Tsuchikage, shall we continue? Let us proceed as usual. Just tell the villagers it's a drill. It's absurd that the entire village, all residents, fled due to an enemy invasion. Yet now the enemy hasn't shown up. However, it wasn't entirely without clues. Before all the birds disappeared, they had converged toward a single location, the very place where Deidara was confined. This is bad. Hayata is still there. Inoki, disregarding the need to reassure others, immediately activated his flying technique, heading straight for Deidara's position. Deidara fixed his gaze on Liu Mu, unable to deny that the previous jutsu was indeed filled with artistic brilliance. He even contemplated practicing lightning techniques himself. Yet, this was a Wagakure. That jutsu was an enormous provocation to the village. Hayata, what's wrong? Kuratsuchi asked. Her eyes reddened as she gently tugged at Liu Mu's sleeve, seemingly still affected by the transformation technique. Kuratsuchi, don't you understand? He isn't that scoundrel Hayata. He is a ninja from another village. Deidara wished to shield Kuratsuchi behind him, but the shock from the previous jutsu had rendered his legs unsteady. Regardless of who he truly is, we had an agreement that he would not change in my presence. Kuratsuchi was aware that Liu Mu was not Hayata, yet the feelings stirred by the transformation technique had not fully dissipated. She was like a pawn under the influence of the Jinjutsu, completely altering her perception of Liu Mu. Deidara, witnessing the infatuated expression on Kuratsuchi's face, felt a surge of anger. What exactly is your purpose for coming to our village? For you. I hope you will join our Akatsuki organization, Liu Mu replied. Join Akatsuki? Deidara was instantly infuriated. If you wish to extend an invitation, then do it properly. Why start with a grand display? You do realize my legs are still trembling, don't you? Nevertheless, Deidara couldn't deny a flicker of temptation. Explosive techniques were forbidden in a Wagakure. As long as he remained in the village, he would have no opportunity to study explosions or explore art. What truly captivated Deidara was Liu Mu. That previous technique was undeniably overflowing with artistic essence. If he followed Liu Mu, he would undoubtedly become the most artistic ninja in the ninja world. Wait, you cannot go. Inoki rushed out, panting heavily. Upon seeing Liu Mu, he was filled with indignation. Hayata, I never expected you to join Akatsuki. Liu Mu was perplexed. Having dispelled the transformation technique, why did Inoki still address him as Hayata? Did Hayata truly resemble him that closely, or had Inoki's poor eyesight prevented him from seeing clearly? At that moment, countless pieces of paper flew forth, converging continuously before Liu Mu to gradually form a silhouette. It was none other than the long-lost Conan. Lord Tsuchikage, don't you think you should respect Deidara's choice? Inoki furrowed his brow. Then, as if recalling something, a slight smile appeared on his face. Akatsuki, is it? No wonder it sounds so familiar. I remember during the last Great War, a group from the Land of Rain was recruiting under the pretense of peace. Unfortunately, you were ultimately deceived by Danzo. At that, Conan's expression darkened. Yahiko's death had always been a profound scar for her, and now Inoki had reopened that wound. Do you have something to say? The notion of world peace existing only in fairy tales is laughable. Indeed, Conan's face turned cold as the paper pieces continued to fall, blanketing the sky. The once gentle and kind-hearted Conan was now filled with murderous intent. Then let me show you the determination of our Akatsuki. Chapter 34. Is this the power of a Kage? World peace is the goal of Akatsuki. It is Yahiko's dying wish, and Konan has fought tirelessly for this cause. Yet now, she was made a mockery by Inoki. This infuriated her entirely. The swirling paper in the air spread forth, embodying Konan's wrath and killing intent. The Shikigami technique. Who would have thought someone had mastered this troublesome ninjutsu? The Shikigami technique allowed one to conceal themselves among the flying paper, with each piece potentially harboring the user and concealing deadly traps. Now, with thousands of pieces swirling, it showcased Konan's formidable strength. However, compared to the previous birds, this was an entirely different realm. I acknowledge your strength, yet before me, it still falls short. Inoki swiftly formed hand seals. As the final seal was executed, he called out, Earth-style, double-weight rock technique. Instantly, the paper ceased its flight and plummeted straight down. At this moment, the paper had lost its original delicacy, becoming as heavy as stone. When it fell to the ground, it emitted a sound akin to stones colliding. Dida-la's expression turned serious. Generally, the technique of heavy stone jutsu requires physical contact to take effect. However, Liu Mu had not touched a single piece of paper, yet it was still affected by the heavy stone jutsu. This was nothing short of astonishing. He couldn't help but applaud Liu Mu in his heart. Liu Mu activated his Sharingan and quickly discerned the trick. When Liu Mu performed the heavy stone jutsu, he spread his chakra throughout his body. Within the area covered by his chakra, the weight of the paper was significantly increased. Although this technique expanded the range of the heavy stone jutsu, the effect was minimal and placed a substantial burden on Liu Mu. All the paper fell to the ground. Xiaonan, now exposed, appeared directly in front of Liu Mu. She commanded the paper again, which, as if alive, swiftly gathered towards her back. Instantly, a pair of pristine white wings manifested behind her. Flying, you say? Unfortunately, I can do that too. Liu Mu sneered, and his diminutive figure suddenly soared into the air, moving faster and more agilely than Xiaonan. The stark difference in speed made Liu Mu resemble a mosquito in midsummer. One could hear his presence and see his trajectory, yet striking him proved impossible. Meanwhile, he could nip at her from time to time, creating a psychological torment. But was Liu Mu merely a mosquito? He was, after all, the third Tsuchikage. Although aged, under the heavy stone jutsu, a single punch from him was sufficient to shatter a boulder, let alone Xiaonan's smaller frame. Seizing the moment, Liu Mu swiftly maneuvered behind Xiaonan. With his colossal rock fist, empowered by the heavy stone jutsu, he struck her lower back heavily. Xiaonan plummeted like a feathered shuttlecock, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. As the dust settled, Xiaonan struggled to emerge from the pit. Thankfully, she had used the paper to block most of the damage. Otherwise, that punch would have likely shattered her internal organs. Even so, several bones within her were broken, rendering the prospect of continuing the fight unrealistic. Xiaonan stared blankly at the descending Liu Mu, a hint of unwillingness on her face. Is this the level of a Kage? How could I be so far apart from it, unable even to retaliate? Little girl, you are indeed strong, but too inexperienced before me, Liu Mu declared with a smug smile. The divine paper technique was notoriously troublesome. Ordinary ninjas often found themselves at a loss when faced with it. Yet Liu Mu had lived long enough to witness various ninjutsu. He was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of all ninjutsu. Furthermore, Xiaonan's combat experience was woefully inadequate. Given a few more years of training, she could undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Well then, it is time to send you on your way. As Liu Mu spoke, he clapped his hands together forcefully and then pushed toward Xiaonan. Instantly, she felt as though she were trapped within a cube. Around her body swirled a dense cloud of dust. Dust release. Realm separation technique. Xiaonan's pupils constricted as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped her. She felt a restless urge to flee, but severely injured, she found even walking to be a tremendous challenge. In despair, Xiaonan closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just then, she suddenly felt herself bound by threads, followed by a strong tug. As she slowly opened her eyes, she was greeted by Liu Mu's handsome face. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, but these threads are a bit tight. Chapter 35. The Deadly Swamp. Hearing Xiaonan's complaints, Liu Mu finally realized the predicament. The threads binding Xiaonan were rather indecorous, yet they accentuated her stunning figure exquisitely. However, since Xiaonan had spoken up, Liu Mu could no longer pretend to be unaware and promptly began to untie her. Observing Liu Mu and Xiaonan's actions, He too examined her own figure, feeling a wave of defeat wash over her. She silently resolved to never skimp on milk again, which she had previously disliked, and to consume double portions henceforth. Liu Mu, however, was visibly enraged, his face darkening as he fumed. Hao Tian, I truly misjudged you. If you wish to take Dita La today, you must first defeat me. As Liu Mu spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals and then pressed his hands forcefully against the ground. Earth release. Rock collapse. Instantly, the ground began to fracture. The previously flat terrain shattered into countless pieces. The earth beneath Liu Mu also crumbled, causing him to plummet downward. A tremor ran through Liu Mu's heart. Years ago, Uchiha Obito had fallen victim to this very technique, leading to half of his face being crushed and his visage forever marred. Liu Mu had no intention of following in Uchiha Obito's footsteps. He hopped from stone to stone, narrowly escaping the descent. Yet before he could catch his breath, he suddenly found Liu Mu standing right in front of him, his right hand enveloped in a rock fist raised high. Fortunately, Liu Mu's Sharingan was active, allowing him to perceive Liu Mu's swift movements. He quickly retreated to create distance between them. Sharingan. How does this brat possess a Sharingan? Were you a spy from Konoha all along? Liu Mu's face twisted in anger, feeling as though his years of trust had been betrayed. As Liu Mu's attacks grew sharper, Liu Mu understood that mere evasion would not suffice. He needed to confront him directly. Thus, Liu Mu began forming hand seals rapidly. The Great Earth Flow River Technique. You dare to perform Earth Release in front of me? Liu Mu scoffed. Although ninjas from other nations could also execute Earth Release, it was a technique Liu Mu had practiced his entire life, ingrained into his very being. Before Liu Mu could finish his seals, Liu Mu already discerned the nature of the jutsu. Although the Great Earth Flow River possessed immense power, it had a critical flaw. It could only attack enemies on the ground. Once an opponent left the ground, the technique became utterly ineffective, even wasting chakra. Thus, Liu Mu began to rise into the air. However, as he ascended, he suddenly felt something grasping at his feet. Instinctively, he looked down. To his shock, the ground beneath him had transformed into an endless swamp. Should he fall in, his chances of escape without assistance were nearly zero. Just then, the swamp began to morph. The once flat marshland became a hellish landscape, with arms emerging from the earth, grasping at Liu Mu's ankles. They exerted tremendous force, attempting to drag him down into the abyss of the swamp. Liu Mu's back was soon drenched in sweat, utterly unprepared for being outwitted by a junior with Earth Release. If this were to be made public, he would be the subject of ridicule. At his age, he could not afford to tarnish his reputation at the end of his career. With more and more hands reaching out from the swamp, Liu Mu felt his body nearing its limits. If this continued, he would surely be consumed by the mire. Just as he fell into despair, he suddenly noticed Liu Mu methodically untying the threads binding Xiaonan. The finer the thread, the tighter it binds when one struggles. Just look at how it constricts you. Suddenly ensnared, how could I refrain from resisting? Had I known it was the Master's rope, I would have certainly not struggled. Xiaonan chuckled, her lips pursed. In that instant, Liu Mu felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily distanced himself from Xiaonan. Liu Mu trembled all over, suddenly filled with excitement. Could it be? He swallowed hard, tentatively reducing his flying power. Contrary to his expectations of being dragged into the swamp, he found himself maintaining a balance. As both forces proved equally matched, Liu Mu smiled, realizing that the downward force summoned by the swamp matched the strength he exerted. The greater the force he employed, the more substantial the downward pull became. Conversely, should he choose to disregard it, the downward force could become negligible. Thus, Liu Mu gradually diminished his strength, the downward force lessening correspondingly. This fellow, could there be some hidden agenda? Chapter 36. Tailed Beastball. Liu Mu pondered deeply. If there were no ulterior motives, why the warning? Continuing this way would undoubtedly lead to exhaustion by the hand. What exactly was he wary of? Liu Mu's brow furrowed in perplexity. He swiftly performed ninjutsu, breaking the arms that ensnared his feet. Hayata, today I must awaken you, revealing the might of a Wagakure, so you need not fear the enemies lurking behind you. Liu Mu thought as he clapped his hands together with vigor. Suddenly, several figures formed from stone appeared beside him. Earth Release. Earth Clone Technique. Ding. Defeated Liu Mu. Reward. Awakening Degree 10. Rapid Seal Formation. Another task has arisen. Liu Mu had initially thought no tasks would emerge, yet here it was, presented at such a moment. Moreover, the rewards were exceptionally impressive. Not only would it enhance the awakening degree, but it would also grant rapid seal formation. What did the ninja compete in? They competed in speed. No matter how much chakra or how many techniques one possessed, a slow seal formation would render one incapable of executing ninjutsu. One must remember the clash between Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi, where Itachi executed 6 seals in a second, leaving Kakashi utterly unresponsive. One could well imagine the critical importance of seal formation speed. Given this, I must complete this task. Although I am reluctant to be your adversary. Today I must defeat you. Xiaonan's eye sparkled. While the Yimu may not be the strongest among the 5 Kage, he was undeniably the most formidable opponent. With decades of combat experience, he had encountered every conceivable battle scenario. In terms of battle experience, even the 3rd Hokage of Konoha could not rival him. Liu Mu's confrontation with the Yimu was undoubtedly a means to intimidate and lay the groundwork for the impending establishment of the 6th great nation. Xiaonan felt a twinge of shame. While she constantly sought to gain an advantage, Liu Mu tirelessly contemplated the Akatsuki organization. The contrast was stark. A glimmer of joy appeared onto Yimu's face. Indeed, Hayata did not wish to engage him. Someone was compelling him from behind. If that were the case, he must awaken Hayata, ensuring he understands that a Wagakure will forever be his steadfast support. In an instant, several of the Yimu's earth clones rushed toward Liu Mu with great speed. The Yimu was filled with confidence, believing he could subdue Liu Mu within mere breaths. At that moment, Liu Mu swiftly formed seals. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No response. The Yimu laughed. There was no need to be so obvious in his concession. Furthermore, he had full confidence in countering the Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Just as the Yimu was preparing to act, the earth suddenly trembled. After a few seconds, the tremors intensified. The frequency of the shaking increased, the amplitude growing larger. As if some colossal entity was approaching from beneath. A sense of crisis surged towards the Yimu. His survival through numerous ninja wars was due in part to his strength, but primarily to his acute sense of impending danger. This instinct had repeatedly allowed him to escape from dire situations, even turning the tide against his foes. However, this time, the feeling of crisis was unprecedentedly intense. Even standing before the 1st Hokage had not evoked such a terrifying sense of peril. The Yimu could not afford to hesitate. He immediately took flight. Barely leaving the ground, a gigantic dragon's head burst forth from below. Its gaping maw, resembling that of a hellish gate, lunged directly toward the Yimu. Damn, how could it be so enormous? The Yimu broke into a cold sweat. The ordinary Earth Dragon bullet was only 1 to 2 meters in diameter, barely large enough to capture a person. Yet the dragon before him far exceeded the Yimu's imagination. The 2 floating whiskers alone were over half a meter thick, each tooth larger than a human. If its mouth fully opened, it could easily swallow not just a person but an entire building. Most critically, this Earth Dragon bullet possessed limbs and bright, piercing eyes, resembling a living creature rather than a mere ninjutsu manifestation. However, the Yimu had no time to contemplate further as the enormous mouth was mere meters beneath him. To avoid being swallowed whole, he had to act with all his might. In an instant, the Yimu accelerated, increasing the distance between himself and the Earth Dragon. Just then, the dragon's mouth opened wide, followed by an earth-shattering roar, as if the entire world trembled in response to this sound. The Yimu, closest to the Earth Dragon, was left disoriented, unable to discern east from west. All he knew was to fly desperately in one direction. Approximately 30 seconds later, the Yimu gradually regained his senses. However, upon opening his eyes, a chill coursed through him. The Earth Dragon had not continued its pursuit. Instead, it had widened its mouth, gathering the surrounding chakra to form a dark crimson sphere. The Earth Dragon summoned through ninjutsu could actually perform ninjutsu itself. Moreover, this technique was none other than the Tailed Beast Ball, exclusive to the Tailed Beasts. Chapter 37. A world apart. The Tailed Beast Ball is a formidable technique executed by the Tailed Beasts, harnessing their entire chakra. It symbolizes the immense power exclusive to Tailed Beasts. Yet the Earth Dragon before him could scarcely be considered a summoned creature, merely a manifestation of an ordinary ninjutsu. Nonetheless, it had managed to produce the Tailed Beast Ball, a technique reserved for the mighty. Damn it, there's no escaping this. The Yimu reluctantly closed his eyes. never imagining that he, who had survived multiple ninja wars, would fall to a mere fledgling. In the next moment, the tailed beast ball erupted. A beam of light shooting skyward, piercing the heavens, rendering even the sun dim in comparison. Akatsuki gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Liu is dead. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki Liu, has fallen. His own grandfather has perished. In an instant, Akatsuki's eyes moistened involuntarily, his body trembling as he wept. You have killed the old man. Deidara was enraged. Although Liu had confined him, Deidara harbored no ill will toward him. Yet now, witnessing Liu vanish beneath the beam of light, the suppressed emotions within him surged forth: anger, confusion, and disbelief. He could not fathom why Liu Mu had slain Liu, or how he possessed the strength to do so. But at that moment, Deidara could think of nothing else. Countless explosive clay transformed instantaneously into numerous spiders, scuttling rapidly towards Liu Mu. At this moment, Liu Mu was also taken aback. The third Tsuchikage had perished, vanquished by his own seemingly superficial ninjutsu. However, Liu Mu had little time to ponder, as a swarm of small white spiders had already crawled before him. He hastily activated his body flicker technique. Raising his right foot, the distant scenery swiftly approached, as if compressed together. Then, with a single step, the landscape returned to its original state, while Liu Mu had already traversed several hundred meters. A distant proximity. Deidara gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. It was a phenomenon that transcended the realm of ninjutsu. He had only encountered such techniques in the tomes of extraterrestrial visitors. Could it be that Liu Mu was not a ninja from this world, but rather an intruder from beyond? Or perhaps Liu Mu was a deity? No wonder Liu Mu could unleash the previous myriad of flying birds. That was undeniably a technique beyond human capability. Contemplating this, Deidara felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. To engage in combat with such an opponent, even in defeat, would be worthwhile, as the unleashed ninjutsu exuded an overwhelming sense of artistry. Deidara then plunged his hand into his ninja tool pouch. The mouth in his palm incessantly consumed all the explosive clay contained within. Let us see if you can handle this. Deidara cackled madly. With a single motion, a white creature emerged from the palm of his hand. First its head, then its body, and finally its tail appeared. A magnificent white bird crafted from explosive clay. Deidara swiftly mounted it, spiraling through the air. As Deidara soared above Liu Mu, a cascade of small spiders rained down. Each white spider, forged from explosive clay, equated to an explosive tag. Hundreds, even thousands of white spiders fell simultaneously. Should they detonate, not just this building, but a vast expanse of surrounding structures would be implicated. Liu Mu would find escape impossible. Liu Mu snorted coldly, then rapidly formed hand seals. He concentrated chakra within his lungs and expelled it towards his adversary. Initially, a gentle breeze emerged from his mouth, but as the force expanded, the winds accelerated dramatically. Wind release. Great breakthrough. In an instant, the tempest expelled all the surrounding small spiders. Yet, the great breakthrough did not cease. It swirled toward Deidara. Ha, Hayata. You possess quite a repertoire, but do you truly believe a mere C-rank great breakthrough can shatter my ninjutsu? Deidara scoffed. The spiders that had been blown away now landed on the ground, hastily scuttling towards Liu Mu with several legs. They swarmed from all directions, leaving no room for evasion. However, at that moment, Deidara could no longer maintain his mirth. The previously innocuous gusts of wind now brimmed with a sense of peril. Each gust seemed to transform into a sharp blade, capable of slicing away flesh with the slightest touch. This was no ordinary wind. It had utterly surpassed Deidara's comprehension. It seemed a phenomenon that should not exist in this world. Suddenly, a shadow burst forth, piercing through the realm of the gale, and collided directly with Deidara, enveloping him as they plummeted. Deidara, you have acted with reckless abandon. Deidara heard a familiar voice and opened his eyes to see Inoki, who had just re-emerged from the tailed beast bomb. Old man, how are you unharmed? Are you so eager for my demise? No time for explanations. This matter is exceedingly complex. Our foremost objective now is to defeat Hayata. The author has spoken. The third installment is complete. I have not disappointed my beloved readers. Chapter 38. Who constructs the dam? Through the recent tailed beast bomb, Inoki had become more certain that a threat loomed over Liu Mu. To rescue Liu Mu, he must first showcase his own strength and decisively vanquish Liu Mu, instilling in him a belief in the might of the land of Earth that could rival the power behind him. Deidara, Step back. This battle is between myself and Hayata. Inoki dramatically cast aside his small cloak and took several steps towards Liu Mu. Let us battle, Hayata, and unveil your true prowess. Liu Mu stumbled, nearly losing his balance. How much time had passed, yet he still referred to him as Hayata. Were all ninjas from the land of Earth so obstinate? However, this aligned with Liu Mu's intentions, as the system rewards awaited him, and he must strive for them. With that thought, Liu Mu began to form hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. The Great Waterfall technique was one of the few A-rank ninjutsu Liu Mu had mastered, and even without special effects, its power was immense. To defeat Inoki, Liu Mu had to draw upon his ultimate skills. As the final seal illuminated, the chakra within Liu Mu surged forth rapidly. Given Liu Mu's current chakra reserves, executing water release, Great Waterfall technique consumed a significant amount. For the first time, the strain of chakra depletion appeared on Liu Mu's face. Xiaonan observed this scene, unable to suppress her astonishment. When Liu Mu had unleashed the Great Fireball, he had shown no signs of fatigue. Yet at this moment, Liu Mu was exhausted. A jutsu capable of exhausting a sage must possess tremendous power. It could likely obliterate a Wagakure with ease. Just then, Xiaonan felt the sunlight obscured, and a thunderous sound akin to a stampede of horses resonated behind her. The ground trembled in response to the noise. Instinctively, Xiaonan glanced back, and despite being mentally prepared, she was still greatly startled. A massive wave, hundreds of meters high, slowly advanced, obscuring half the sky completely. It is important to note that water release differs from other ninjutsu. Typically, when utilizing water release, one extracts moisture from the surrounding atmosphere, gathering it to launch an attack on the enemy. However, the land of Earth lies far from the coastline and is composed entirely of hills. Yet, from such terrain, an enormous tsunami was conjured. To unleash a tsunami inland, unless witnessed firsthand, Xiaonan would never have believed it. Yet Liu Mu had achieved it. In this world, perhaps only Liu Mu could accomplish such a feat as Inoki initiated his ninjutsu. Witnessing the tsunami before him left him dumbfounded. Was this a technique that mere mortals could wield? Such a colossal tsunami could potentially transform Iwagakure into Atlantis, forever submerged beneath the ocean. To obstruct it? How could that be possible? The ninjutsu before him had utterly surpassed humanity, akin to divine retribution, aimed at the extinction of a species. Inoki halted. Even if he expended all his chakra, in the face of such a tsunami, it would be but a drop in the bucket. Any efforts would be futile and absurd. The most prudent course of action now was to bid farewell to his loved ones, ensuring that his life bore no regrets. In this moment, Inoki realized the true extent of Liu Mu's strength. The earlier birds formed of lightning were likely also Liu Mu's handiwork. At this point, Liu Mu had transcended the limits of humanity, reaching the realm of sages. Therefore, to control Liu Mu, how powerful must that entity be? To command a sage, one must at least be a sage themselves, or perhaps even transcend them. Such a being had surpassed human comprehension. If they so desired, the entire ninja world could be annihilated. What kind of adversary am I battling against? Yet I still entertained thoughts of defeating him. Inoki fell into utter despair, relinquishing all desire for victory. Yet, as the Tsukikage of a Wagakure, in the face of such a tsunami, one must rise to the occasion, employing any means necessary to safeguard the villagers' safety. At this moment, the only recourse left is to plead for mercy. If it were merely Inoki alone, he would face death without a flicker of hesitation. However, behind him stands a multitude of villagers, as well as his own descendants. As the Tsukikage, a father and a grandfather, Inoki must prevent the impending tsunami. Hayata, enough. Take whatever you desire, but I implore you to spare Iwagakure and the land of Earth. Inoki spoke reluctantly, lowering his head. Ever since ascending to the position of Tsukikage, he had never felt so stifled. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on defeating Inoki. Gained Awakening Level 10. Current Awakening level is 32. Acquired Rapid Hand Seals. Liu Mu felt a surge of joy within. Ultimately, he had succeeded in deceiving Inoki. All that remained was to wait for the catastrophic wave to subside, and the effects would vanish. However, it would require some time. The author wishes to convey. Chapter 39. Even the divine cannot halt progress. The villagers of Iwagakure, after enduring the last toll of the bell, breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are one of the 5 great nations, necessary drills are still essential. After all, one must remain vigilant in times of peace. indicating that the leadership of a Wagakure has always maintained a sense of caution. With such a vigilant Wagakure, how could they not be formidable? I found it amusing. I thought the apocalypse was upon us, and I had even prepared my will. The neighbor's Akito was so frightened that he wet his pants. In truth, I sensed something amiss from the outset. Such jutsu could not possibly be wielded by mere mortals. It was undoubtedly an illusion. Yes, just like a tsunami could never strike the land of Earth. Tsunami? Is that what you mean? The villagers of Wagakure turned their gaze towards the horizon. There, they beheld what appeared to be a towering wall, rising over 100 meters, relentlessly advancing towards Wagakure. Brother, speak up. Is this really a tsunami? Should we flee? The bell of Wagakure rang out anew. This time, the toll was more urgent and resonant than before. Yet, not a single villager chose to escape. After all, with such a colossal wave approaching, there was simply no opportunity to flee. There was nowhere to hide. It was better to remain together as a family. The toll ceased. It was not the tsunami that had abated, but rather the ninja who had been ringing the bell had departed. Although the number of lightning birds had been immense, as long as one could find shelter, survival was possible. Yet before them lay the tsunami. Hide. How could one possibly hide? Whether sheltering within their homes or seeking concealment, they would inevitably be inundated by the encroaching waters. Moreover, as the land of Earth is an inland nation, the highest in elevation, they had never faced a tsunami before. The mere thought of their nation encountering such a disaster was unimaginable, especially one of such magnitude. Despair set in. It was time to abandon hope. In an instant, the Wagakure fell silent. The villagers returned home to be with their loved ones. The wine-loving drunkard retrieved his cherished bottle, savoring its contents. Those who had been too shy to confess their feelings summoned their courage to express their affections. The skilled artisans ascended their rooftops to showcase their talents. After all, they would soon be submerged, and no one would remember their wild antics. At that moment, Inoki gazed gravely at the approaching tsunami. No matter how he pleaded, the wave showed no sign of retreating. Anxiety coursed through Inoki. Let me handle this, Deidara interjected, stepping forward to confront the situation. Liu Mu's purpose for arriving was clear to Deidara, to recruit him into the Akatsuki organization. Whether it was the previous myriad of lightning birds or the current surging tsunami, they both exemplified Liu Mu's extraordinary artistic sensibility. Deidara was impressed, acknowledging that Liu Mu's ninjutsu surpassed his own explosive techniques in artistic merit. To join such an organization was a dream for Deidara. Hayata, cease this. I am willing to join the Akatsuki, Deidara declared, awaiting a response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu Mu remained unresponsive, while the tsunami's velocity increased dramatically. Hey, did you not come to Wagakure to recruit me? Now that I am willing to join the Akatsuki, you can call off this tsunami. Deidara's face flushed with urgency as he shouted. Still, Liu Mu showed no reaction. Though Deidara was not yet defeated, his spirit felt crushed. How embarrassing. Inoki gently patted Deidara's shoulder and shook his head. I understand now. It is not that Hayata wishes to continue, but that he is unable to stop. Deidara paused, suddenly grasping the situation. Some ninjutsu can be forcibly retracted. Like the lightning birds from earlier, severing their chakra supply would deplete their power. However, certain ninjutsu, like the tsunami before them, could not be retracted. The tsunami had fully formed, and the towering waters had become concrete reality. Even if the chakra were severed, the tsunami would continue its relentless advance. This meant that the destruction of Wagakure had become inevitable. Indeed, Hayata cannot halt the storm, Deidara murmured, shaking his head in resignation as he sank to the ground, savoring his final moments. At that moment, Deidara spotted Kuratsuchi nearby and could not help but chuckle. Kuratsuchi, I told you that no one would love you. You are destined to remain single. Was I not correct? A flustered Kuratsuchi, hearing Deidara's words, erupted in anger, stamping her feet. No, Hayata and definitely likes me. Just wait. The tsunami will recede, and then Hayata and will take me away. Deidara scoffed derisively. Stop dreaming. Even if divine beings descended, they could not prevent this tsunami from retreating. In that moment, Inoki, Deidara, and Konan all turned their gazes towards Kuratsuchi. Liu Mu wore an awkward smile. The time effect had ended. Misunderstandings were bound to arise. The author wishes to convey, there should be one more chapter dedicated to the lovely readers who have continuously supported me. Chapter 40, A Saintly Existence. Had the tsunami vanished? The people of Wagakure were bewildered. Was today merely a dream? First the lightning birds, and now the tsunami had disappeared. Could this be yet another drill? In an instant, the villagers remaining at home exchanged glances and smiled. Those who had confided their feelings now embraced one another. Meanwhile, those who had been showcasing their skills atop the rooftops descended, their faces pale as they stepped down. Some had survived, while others had met their demise. Regardless, they had ultimately persevered. As long as life remained, hope endured. At that moment, Deidara, Inoki, and Konan turned their attention to Kuratsuchi, who appeared somewhat at a loss. Previously, her defiance of Deidara's mockery had masked a deep understanding that the tsunami could not possibly cease. Yet, it had inexplicably stopped. Kuratsuchi's heart raced as she stole glances at Liu Mu, unable to meet his gaze directly. A sense of unprecedented happiness flooded her heart. Inoki regained his composure and chuckled as he stroked his beard. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Deidara, however, could not suppress his irritation. Wasn't this visit to Awagakure meant for me? It seems you were clearly here for me, but secretly for Kuratsuchi. Ugh, what a despicable man. Konan furrowed her brow as she regarded Kuratsuchi, fully aware that Liu Mu's gentle nature would never allow him to flood Awagakure. It was merely a matter of waiting for Inoki's concession, hoping to gain further advantages. Xiaonan had been waiting, pondering what Liu Mu truly required. At last, the realization dawned upon her. Liu Mu sought Kuratsuchi. For a moment, Kuratsuchi's gaze flitted between herself and Kuratsuchi, determined to discern the root of her defeat. How could she possibly lose to a mere 9-year-old girl? It became clear. Upon observing Kuratsuchi's legs, Xiaonan was struck by a sudden enlightenment. Although Kuratsuchi was still young, the length of her legs was such that even Xiaonan felt a twinge of envy. Some attributes may continue to develop, yet others remain unalterable. Cursed be her. She had lost. But could Liu Mu be so superficial? Would he truly be ensnared by a fleeting infatuation? Xiaonan shook her head. With Liu Mu's noble character, he would never be so shallow. At that moment, a spark of insight illuminated her mind. Could it be for the sake of control? As she stroked her chin, the reasoning seemed more plausible. Beyond her long legs and striking beauty, Kuratsuchi held a unique identity. She was the beloved granddaughter of the third Tsuchikichi. The establishment of the sixth great nation, while theoretically feasible, posed numerous challenges. Even if all the minor nations united, they would still face a grave dilemma. Their territory was too elongated. The 5 great nations could easily sanction and isolate the smaller nations, rendering previous efforts futile. However, a union with Kuratsuchi would irrevocably bind the 6th great nation to the land of Earth. Even if other nations intervened, it was likely that the land of Earth would remain neutral. Yet, they could facilitate movement through their territory. Thus, the prospect of territorial division would be utterly dismantled. Contemplating this, Xiaonan could not help but admire Liu Mu, her respect for him intensifying. Every step he took was in consideration of the future, for the sake of the ninja world. In terms of character, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a sage. Yet, for the sake of his country, for the ninja continent, he was willing to associate with someone he did not favor. Xiaonan's heart tightened. She must find a way to repay Liu Mu's kindness. It would be utterly disheartening if she failed to take action. Liu Mu, I shall protect your happiness. Suddenly, Liu Mu felt a chill sweep over him, causing him to shudder. He sensed that someone was watching him, though he could not discern who it was. Nonetheless, the mission was accomplished. He had successfully persuaded Deidara. Mission complete. Xiaonan, let us depart. Xiaonan nodded slightly and approached Deidara. Can you still fly? If you can, then keep up. Deidara paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, his excitement surging. Thankfully, he had not been forgotten. A massive white bird descended beside Deidara. Of course. Then, take your master and follow me. Xiaonan nodded in satisfaction and then approached Kuratsuchi. Without uttering a word, she enveloped her in a warm embrace, and the 2 pure white wings began to flap vigorously. Kuratsuchi became anxious. Although she harbored feelings for Liu Mu, at that moment, she had no intention of leaving the land of Earth. Grandfather, save me. Kuratsuchi cried out for Inoki, only to find him watching her with a benign smile, showing no inclination to intervene. Have I been sold? Liu Mu's mouth twitched in disbelief. Wasn't the target Deidara? Why was Kuratsuchi involved? And Inoki, why are you smiling? Your beloved granddaughter is being abducted and is calling for your help. Kuratsuchi, are you certain you are truly Inoki's granddaughter? The author has something to say. The 3rd chapter is complete. Dear readers, please leave a 5-star review. If you have time, feel free to send a free gift. Thank you. Chapter 41. In truth, I am a Chunin. Kuratsuchi was cradled in Xiao Nan's arms as they soared through the sky, her face a portrait of grievance. The grandfather who had always indulged her had completely ignored her cries for help this time, and was instead smiling at her. Kuratsuchi felt despair creeping in, even questioning whether she had been retrieved from a trash bin. After all, her legs were so long that Inoki barely measured up to them. In truth, she would have willingly accompanied Liu Mu or Deidara. Yet, why was Xiaonan also present? Let go of me. You old hag, you hideous creature. Xiaonan's body stiffened mid-flight, nearly causing her to tumble down. An old hag? A hideous creature? At just over 20, she was in the prime of her youth, having no association with the word old. As for being ugly, her beauty was undoubtedly the envy of the ninja world. How could she be deemed unattractive? In an instant, Xiaonan's displeasure bubbled forth. Are you sure you want me to release you? Look down before you speak. Kuratsuchi glanced downward and immediately shivered. Tears welled in her eyes. You bully me. I will have brother Hayata avenge me. Hayata was Liu Mu's alias in Awagakure. Initially, when he had performed the transformation technique, he had been next to Xiaonan. Little did she expect it to be so successful. Even after the transformation was undone, Kuratsuchi continued to believe in the existence of the so-called Hayata. Xiaonan could not help but admire Liu Mu's manipulation of human emotions. To be honest, upon hearing the insults of old hag and hideous creature, Xiaonan had considered dropping Kuratsuchi from the sky. However, Kuratsuchi was the vital link between the Akatsuki and Awagakure, an essential step in the establishment of the Akatsuki. She was an opportunity that Liu Mu had secured through sacrifice. Even with her growing irritation, Xiaonan knew she must maintain a smile. Yet, one thing Xiaonan had to make clear. Although you are ostensibly with my master, you shall never possess his heart. Upon hearing Xiaonan's words, Kuratsuchi exploded with rage. Her fear of heights vanished in an instant as she turned to glare at Xiaonan, her hands reaching out in fury. What did you say? I will tear your face apart. Liu Mu and Deidara sat comfortably atop the great white bird, following closely behind Xiaonan. Hayata, do you see how well they get along? It seems they have begun to bicker. Liu Mu paused for a moment before glancing at Deidara with a quizzical expression. You call this a good relationship? They are clearly fighting. I see hair-pulling has commenced. They are even tearing at each other's clothes. Deidara, hurry up. Deidara chuckled awkwardly. He merely sought to spark a conversation, lest the tension between the two women become unbearably awkward. Now that Liu Mu had given an order, Deidara was ready to perform admirably. Very well. I will immediately intervene to separate them. Separate them for what? Wasn't it you who told me to mediate? Mediate? Oh right. That was indeed my intention. As Liu Mu spoke, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, a flicker of regret igniting within him. After all, the current perspective was less than ideal. He could see nothing. Soon, Deidara managed to separate the two women. They all settled onto Deidara's great white bird, each one sulking at opposite ends. This only heightened Deidara's discomfort, making him feel even more conflicted. By the way, Hayata, just how strong are you now? After holding his tongue for a while, Deidara finally posed the question. Xiaonan perked up her ears, aware of Liu Mu's strength, but uninformed of its true extent. After all, every time Liu Mu made a move, it seemed capable of annihilating the ninja world. Liu Mu's strength had transcended Xiaonan's imagination. Me? I am merely of Chunin caliber. Liu Mu replied instinctively. A sudden silence enveloped the white bird. However, it lasted only a few seconds before laughter erupted among the group. You? A Chunin? Deidara laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Liu Mu possesses only the strength of a Chunin. One Chunin drives the third Tsuchikage to despair? Why not claim to be a genin who incapacitated the founder of the ninja world? Moreover, just moments ago, 3 jutsu. No ninjutsu can be wielded by a mere Chunin. If a Chunin were capable of such feats, then the entire ninja world would hardly be considered worthy of the title of ninja. Enough with the jesting. If you wish to remain silent, so be it. Liu Mu felt a surge of discontent. Despite speaking the truth, no one in attendance believed him and instead mocked him. In that moment, a wicked sense of amusement stirred within him. Since you all are so eager to know, I shall concoct a tale and see if you believe it. Lowering his voice, Liu Mu proceeded to say, in truth, I should not divulge this, but since you are all individuals I trust, I will not hold back. I have come from another world, sensing an unprecedented crisis looming over the ninja realm, a colossal conspiracy that may lead to the utter annihilation of the entire ninja world, which is why I have appeared. Shock was etched upon the faces of the three individuals as an unmistakable glimmer of fear flickered in their eyes. Observing their expressions, Liu Mu could not suppress a smirk. They believed him entirely. The author wishes to convey, I have encountered a writer's block. However, I will strive to produce 3 chapters, albeit with a slight delay. Chapter 42. The savior Xiaonan walked briskly, her brow furrowed. Liu Mu's words had been utterly astonishing. A grand conspiracy within the ninja realm could potentially lead to the collapse of the entire ninja world. This was no longer merely a matter of peace. It was a grave concern for all of humanity. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that Xiaonan was aware, she could not remain idle. Regardless of the enemy's identity, it was imperative to thwart them. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door to Nagato's chamber and strode inside. Nagato appeared weary. But upon seeing Xiaonan, a flicker of joy crossed his face. What has you so flustered, Xiaonan? This is not like you. Has something gone awry with Deidara? Xiaonan offered no reply, but forcefully placed her hands on the table. Nagato, this is grave. Nagato was startled by Xiaonan's reaction. Given her character, she was not one to indulge in fanciful imaginings. Typically, she would seek out pain rather than come directly to him. If she had come here, it was undoubtedly serious. What has transpired? Have you angered the Tsukikage? Nagato inquired anxiously. Xiaonan shook her head slightly, her gaze now serious as she looked at Nagato. Are you aware of Liu Senpai's origins? Origins? Liu Senpai is a savior sent by the heavens. Xiaonan exclaimed with excitement. A savior? Is that credible? Nagato could not help but furrow his brow. To be deemed a savior implied that this world was undergoing peril, perhaps even facing destruction. The savior was the one meant to rescue it. Yet, even with the arrival of a savior, the suffering of living beings could not be avoided. Thus, Nagato was deeply concerned about the reliability of this statement. Absolutely reliable. Liu Senpai himself said so. Could he deceive me? Nagato's expression darkened. If it was Liu Mu who spoke, it could not be mistaken. He then asked urgently, aside from that, did Liu Senpai mention anything else? Xiaonan recalled, her face turning grave. He said that someone is plotting against the ninja world, a colossal conspiracy. Nagato slammed his hand on the table in anger. A pallor of fear crossed his face, and a surge of chakra radiated outward like a wave. All the ninjas raised their heads in confusion, glancing toward Nagato. Who could it be? Is it the legendary Liu Senpai? Truly terrifying. It must be Liu Senpai. Only he possesses such an astonishing amount of chakra. Nagato, what has occurred? You must investigate the situation. Uchiha Obito's expression turned serious. Ever since the so-called Liu Senpai appeared, the Akatsuki's policies had radically shifted, becoming bolder than he had anticipated. Furthermore, Obito had noticed that Nagato had grown distant towards him. If this continued, his control over the Akatsuki would diminish. Most critically, Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, and with his current single Sharingan, Obito knew he stood no chance against him. Therefore, he needed to ascertain the truth about this so-called Liu Senpai before deciding whether to brainwash or control him. Be cautious, and do not let yourself be discovered. Do you doubt my abilities? Nagato inhaled deeply, frustrated by Xiaonan's words. The very ninja world he cherished and sought to protect was under threat from those who wished to destroy it. Was the allure of ninjutsu fading? Or were the women of the ninja world no longer appealing? Regardless, by cooperating with Liu Senpai, they could undoubtedly minimize casualties. With thoughts of Liu Mu, Nagato's expression softened considerably. I understand, but have you noticed how anxious Liu Senpai is? First, he went to the land of fire to intimidate. Then to Awagakure to forge an alliance at the cost of his own well-being. It is Liu Senpai who bears the greatest burden, and I fear he may not withstand it. Nagato's countenance darkened once more. The greater one's abilities, the heavier the burdens one must bear. Yet, considering Liu Mu's tireless efforts for the sake of the world, Nagato felt a pang of sympathy. Liu Senpai's urgency indicated that time was running short for the ninja realm. Xiaonan, Liu Senpai is now entrusted to you. You must ensure his safety, especially mentally. I will do my utmost to unite all the small nations. Xiaonan nodded slightly. Serving a savior akin to a saint was undoubtedly the most meaningful endeavor. She would never decline any request from Liu Mu, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Liu Mu, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a chilling sensation. After glancing around cautiously, he found no sign of an enemy and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought someone was plotting against me. It seems it was merely a dream. The author wishes to communicate. I will strive to deliver 3 updates today, not to disappoint my beloved readers. Chapter 43. Has Obito betrayed us? Zetsu's expression was grave as he hastened toward Uchiha Madara's hiding place. Zetsu harbored a bold hypothesis. Uchiha Obito had betrayed them. Otherwise, how could the conspiracy between him and Uchiha Madara possibly have been leaked? Zetsu cared little for Madara's plans, but he could not afford to jeopardize his own quest to save his mother. Thus, he needed to seek out Uchiha Madara immediately. Zetsu passed through a sealed door, entering a small room barely 5 square meters in size. The room contained nothing but a gaunt figure seated cross-legged on the floor. The man's condition was far from optimistic. Though a faint sign of life remained, he was as good as dead. His emaciated body bore no trace of muscle, and his breathing was so shallow it appeared he might expire at any moment. His tightly shut eyes were sunken, as if his eyeballs had been extracted. This corpse-like figure would be instantly recognizable to Inoki, for it was none other than Uchiha Madara, who once fought alongside the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Not good. Something has happened. Uchiha Madara's frail body trembled, revealing a look of irritation on his gaunt face. Zetsu, did I not instruct you to seek out Obito for matters concerning you? Do not come to me. Uchiha Madara was somewhat angered. His life force was nearly extinguished, and he faced imminent death. Only through forbidden techniques could he barely continue to exist. Every awakening, every utterance, came at a tremendous cost, all for the sake of survival and to ensure the plan did not go awry. Once Nagato was completely brainwashed and the tailed beast's power absorbed, he could utilize the Rinnegan's abilities to resurrect himself. This is the purpose of bestowing the Rinnegan upon Nagato. Should any misfortune befall Nagato, Uchiha Madara would have the opportunity to select another target. This is the reason why Uchiha Madara, despite his current state, is determined to survive. Obito has betrayed us. Uchiha Madara shuddered, unable to fathom that Uchiha Obito, the most successfully brainwashed ninja under his tutelage, would turn against him. Moreover, Obito is equipped with a unique device within him. It is hard for Uchiha Madara to accept that Obito could possibly betray him. What exactly have you discovered? Uchiha Madara's hoarse voice delivered each word with effort. Heiju hurriedly recounted the entirety of the unfolding events. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara was left in a state of bewilderment. The savior? The destruction of the shinobi world? Senior Liu? Uchiha Madara questioned whether he had been asleep for too long, rendering his mind incapable of processing such absurdity. However, one thing became clear to him. Senior Liu seemed to possess some knowledge, though not the entirety of it. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Now, Uchiha Madara must ascertain whether Obito has genuinely betrayed them. If he has, a new candidate must be selected. Ju, do not rush. First investigate whether Obito has indeed betrayed us. If he has, eliminate him immediately. If he has not, then instruct him to eliminate Senior Liu. After issuing these commands, Uchiha Madara fell silent once more, descending back into slumber. Ju looked helplessly at Uchiha Madara. Madara's calmness stemmed from his ignorance of the formidable power of the celestial intruder. His beloved mother is a member of the Akatsuki clan, possessing the strength to effortlessly overpower even Kaga-level shinobi, even those beyond that pose no threat to her. Such a powerful being is, however, merely a disgrace to the Akatsuki clan. The existence of a truly formidable entity is beyond Ju's imagination. Regardless, he resolved to follow Madara's plan. If Senior Liu truly is a celestial intruder, then he would refrain from intervening and continue his efforts after Liu's departure. Liu Mu lay in bed, entirely unaware that the Akatsuki organization had set its wheels in motion behind the scenes. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Konan gazing at him, wiping the corners of her eyes as if she had encountered something deeply sorrowful. Liu Mu was taken aback. Here he was, lying down, while Konan stood by, crying. Surely I haven't slept to death. Startled, Liu Mu leapt up, frantically checking himself to ensure he was still alive. Master, you are awake. Would you prefer to eat first? Or, Konan paused. Then, unable to contain herself, chuckled and continued. Or perhaps have a little something else to eat first. Liu Mu was momentarily stunned before realizing the source of Konan's gaze. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Get out. And how did you even get in here? Liu Mu's mind roared. Konan, if you wish to court danger, I won't stop you. But please do not drag me into it. The author has something to say. The 3rd chapter is complete. Please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 44. Dealing with underhanded tactics. Liu Mu was exceedingly vexed, truly vexed. Ever since returning from the land of Earth, not a single day had passed in peace. Every morning, he would find Konan, clad in a maid outfit, smiling at the bedside. Liu Mu even suspected that Conan was intent on driving him to his demise. Shortly thereafter, Karatsuchi would arrive. Having left Awagakure, Karatsuchi had become more reserved, diligently focusing on her studies. However, whenever she encountered Conan, it was as if a chemical reaction ignited. They would either be tugging at each other's hair or tearing at each other's clothes, turning Liu Mu's room into utter chaos. He was on the brink of madness. Wasn't the Akatsuki supposed to be preoccupied lately? Setting aside Conan, why was he without a single task? If this continued, he feared he might truly lose his sanity. Thus, Liu Mu resolved to seek out Pain for a mission. In a flurry, he dashed to Pain's office, his heart racing with anxiety. After all, Pain was the public face of the Akatsuki organization. Aside from his initial visit, this was Liu Mu's first time entering this space. He pushed the door open to find Pain diligently reviewing documents at his desk, with stacks of paperwork reaching nearly to his height. Liu Mu was astonished. He knew the Akatsuki had numerous tasks, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming volume. Surely, even the leaders of the 5 great nations did not have such a workload. Yet, despite this busyness, he had not been assigned a single task. This led him to suspect that Pain was deliberately sidelining him, especially since Conan spent all day cooped up in his room. "Oh, Senior Liu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Liu Mu enter, Pain immediately set aside his work and approached him, as if meeting a superior. This only heightened Liu Mu's unease, feeling as though Pain was being overly cryptic. "Leader, I've been resting in the village for a month now. Surely it's time for me to receive a task?" Liu Mu spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Pain trembled slightly, an expression of admiration flickering in his eyes. Did the Akatsuki lack personnel? Absolutely. They were in dire need. Were it not for his own inconvenient circumstances, Pain would have eagerly taken on a mission himself. However, Liu Mu was destined for greater things. Not merely to toil for coin. He needed to rest well within the village. The Akatsuki had just been established. There were hardly any missions available. "Senior Liu, please return for now. I assure you, should a suitable task arise, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Pain replied, his response tinged with unease. He merely wished for Liu Mu to rest and not overexert himself. Liu Mu's complexion instantly paled. Who was he fooling with the lack of missions? The desk was cluttered with an abundance of tasks. Pain's reaction stemmed from jealousy over Conan. Liu Mu recognized the dangers of a captivating beauty, but never imagined he would find himself ensnared by it. For the first time, he discovered that Pain could be rather petty. "Very well, Senior Liu, you may leave for now. I will certainly notify you of any tasks." Pain issued an eviction notice, for the workload was simply too great. If delayed further, it might disrupt Liu Mu's plans. Liu Mu appeared dejected. At that moment, the space beside him warped, and a man clad in a red cloud-patterned black coat, wearing a chrysanthemum mask, suddenly appeared, blocking Liu Mu's path. "So this is Senior Liu. I am truly overjoyed to meet you," Uchiha Obito exclaimed, shaking Liu Mu's hands vigorously, nearly causing him to fall apart. "What brings you here?" Pain's tension escalated. On the surface, the management of the Akatsuki was in the hands of himself and Conan, but behind the scenes, there was the scheming masked man, Uchiha Obito. However, since Liu Mu's arrival, Pain had repeatedly been reminded of the Akatsuki's direction, leading him to realize that Obito's strategies had become increasingly rudimentary, posing a danger to the organization. They paled in comparison to Liu Mu's meticulously crafted plans. Moreover, Pain had an unsettling feeling that Uchiha Obito harbored ulterior motives, which prompted him to gradually exclude Obito from the core of the Akatsuki. Yet, Pain did not dare to confront Uchiha Obito directly, for the latter exuded an aura of danger in both power and cunning. "Senior Liu is without tasks? I just happen to have one," Uchiha Obito declared, producing a scroll. "The evil god cult?" Pain furrowed his brow. He had already received this task long ago. In the land of Chuan, there exists a ninja who venerates the cult of the evil deity, possessing formidable strength and an immortal body. It would be prudent to consider recruiting him into the Akatsuki organization. The cult of the evil deity has deemed Liu Mu, this divine being, as the most suitable candidate. However, Pain harbors an unsettling feeling. Uchiha Obito is undoubtedly scheming something. Author's note, Chapter 45, Arrival at Chuan Country, Feiduan. Liu Mu was suddenly alarmed. Feiduan is a reckless individual, unlike anyone else. He is truly unafraid of death and cannot die, no matter how powerful the effects may be. If Feiduan draws a circle on the ground and begins to self-harm, Who can withstand such madness? Just as Liu Mu was preparing to refuse, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding! A new mission has been detected. Travel to Chuan country and entice Fadewan to join the Akatsuki. Mission reward. Random reward. If the mission is declined, true strength will be exposed. Cursing under his breath, Liu Mu felt panic rise within him. If his true strength were to be revealed, with so many ruthless individuals in the Akatsuki, would he not be torn to shreds? And the first to do so would undoubtedly be Pain. The art of carrying a bag of rice up several flights of stairs guarantees a fate sealed in death. It just so happens that I have lingered in the village for too long. I shall venture to Chuan country. Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, Uchiha Obito's face lit up with joy. He bounced around Liu Mu excitedly. Wonderful. Then let me accompany you on this mission, Senior Liu. Pain furrowed his brow. He sensed that Uchiha Obito was up to something. However, considering Liu Mu's character, willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the world, how could Uchiha Obito lead him astray? If he harbored intentions to harm Liu Mu, Pain chuckled. In this world, no one has yet been born who could bring harm to Liu Mu. With this thought, Pain felt considerably more at ease. Very well, you may proceed with the mission to Chuan country. Liu Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Ahead lay the immortal evil deity Fadewan, while behind him trailed the old coin, Uchiha Obito. He felt utterly overwhelmed. After packing his belongings, Liu Mu and Uchiha Obito prepared to set off when suddenly, Xiaonan dashed out. Master, how can you leave me behind? Xiaonan gasped for breath, her face radiating indignation. Yet, upon noticing Uchiha Obito beside her, she instantly became wary. However, Uchiha Obito paid her no mind. I am going on a mission. Not for leisure. Why must you accompany me? Xiaonan's expression grew even more pitiable. I can serve as your mount, helping you travel faster. Liu Mu's heart sank. Such words should not be spoken. However, the practical benefits were undeniable. It would significantly reduce travel time while allowing him to enjoy some human warmth. Liu Mu coughed awkwardly. Indeed, time is of the essence. Having you fly me there could be the best option. And what of me? Uchiha Obito exclaimed anxiously. His main purpose in accompanying Liu Mu on this mission was to ascertain his true strength. If he truly possessed power akin to that of a sage, he would not mind switching allegiances. Yet, if Liu Mu's abilities were average, then Chuan country would become his grave. Regrettably, a foolishly innocent Xiaonan had appeared unexpectedly. Although her intellect was lacking, her strength was commendable, which would complicate matters considerably. You shall find your own way. We shall take our leave. Xiaonan grinned mischievously and, without hesitation, scooped up Liu Mu and took off into the sky. This infuriated Uchiha Obito, who gritted his teeth in frustration. After several hours of flight, Liu Mu and Xiaonan finally arrived at the hot spring village of Chuan country. The village is renowned for two main attractions. First, the hot springs. As a village that cherishes peace and openness, ninjas from surrounding countries often flock to Chuan to indulge in the hot springs during their downtime. Thus, one can observe ninjas from various villages throughout the town. Second, the village is famous for its roses. Chuan country has developed unique methods for cultivating roses, boasting a renowned rose street, a popular destination for young lovers. As they strolled along the streets, one could easily spot young couples holding hands, making it an absolute haven for the romantically inclined. Liu Mu descended with a grim expression, though he felt warmth on his back during the flight. The biting cold wind had left his face numb. Master, it's my fault. Next time, if you hide inside my clothes, you won't feel so cold. Liu Mu thought to himself, no way. If I haven't even landed yet, I'll be crushed by the mountains. Perhaps halfway through, he might even meet his end. By the way, Master, Chuan country is famous for its hot springs. How about we? Xiaonan suggested, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Don't you dare. Pain has already made things difficult for me. If this continues, you'll be the death of me. Yet the mere mention of hot springs resonated within Liu Mu's ears. Hot springs. Splendid. Let us set off. Forgetting the mission at hand, his immediate priority was to warm himself. Chapter 46. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. Liu Mu languidly sank into the hot springs. After a lengthy journey, soaking in the warm water made all his weariness dissipate. Indeed, hot springs are a marvelous thing. After a few minutes, Liu Mu's fatigue vanished entirely, and he began to survey his surroundings. The hot spring pool was vast, akin to a small pond, capable of accommodating dozens of people simultaneously. However, it appeared that this was not a peak time for bathing, as Liu Mu was the sole occupant. Yet, at the boundary between the male and female bathing areas. Liu Mu caught sight of a figure who was incessantly wriggling, his brows furrowed in irritation. This person was clearly spying. Under different circumstances, he might have ignored it. But with Xiao Nin bathing nearby, he could not turn a blind eye. Thus, Liu Mu angrily swam over. Upon closer inspection, the individual appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, with long white hair trailing down to the ground. Drawing nearer, Liu Mu could hear the sound of laughter. The person held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, seemingly recording something. What the heck? So white. Wow, this is a masterpiece. Liu Mu shouted angrily. Startled, the person fell into the hot spring. They quickly emerged, grasping Liu Mu's mouth with one hand while signaling for silence with the other. Shoo! Keep your voice down. If we're discovered, we'll both be in trouble. Liu Mu thought indignantly. Why should I be implicated in your spying? However, upon seeing the person's face, he was taken aback and hastily pushed them away. Perverted sage. Jiraiya paused momentarily. Though the title was quite fitting, he felt somewhat offended. I am not a perverted sage, he retorted, leaping aside and striking an exaggerated pose. Listen well. The toad sage merely conceals his true identity from the world. I, the unparalleled sage of the three ninjas, the white-haired boy who can silence crying children, Jiraiya, am none other than this handsome figure. Liu Mu was left speechless. While he had found the dialogue amusing in the anime, hearing it in person made him feel an acute sense of embarrassment. The most crucial detail was that they were currently in the hot springs. Did he not possess any awareness? Truly, there are only incorrect names, never the wrong nicknames. The perverted sage was indeed quite lecherous. Liu Mu spoke without acknowledging the frozen Jiraiya, swimming back into the hot spring with a sense of self-absorption. In that moment, Jiraiya felt the warmth of embarrassment creep across his face. As one of the legendary Sannin, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Even the leaders of the 5 great nations paid him respect. Yet, now he found himself looked down upon by a mere boy, which stung his pride deeply. He quickly pursued after Liu Mu, exclaiming, Hey kid, I see chakra flowing within you. You must be a ninja. Haven't you heard of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? Of course I've heard of you. I even saw Orochimaru not long ago, Liu Mu replied impatiently. Jiraiya's body trembled, disbelief etched across his face. His departure from Konohagakure was primarily to search for Orochimaru and persuade him to return. After a prolonged search, he had yet to find any trace of Orochimaru. Yet, unexpectedly, during his time in the Yuyan village, he heard rumors of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Jiraiya's excitement surged, and he grasped Liu Mu's shoulders tightly. Have you seen Orochimaru? Tell me where. Only then did Liu Mu realize the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were akin to the later Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. If Jiraiya were to learn of Orochimaru's information, he would undoubtedly rush headlong into danger. However, Orochimaru was now associated with the Akatsuki. Sending Jiraiya there would surely lead to unforeseen conflicts. Orochimaru, you're quite the peculiar individual, Liu Mu said, attempting to escape. But Jiraiya was not easily fooled. He dashed in front of Liu Mu, his chakra surging ominously. Today, either you defeat me, or you divulge Orochimaru's information. There is no way you are leaving this place otherwise. Liu Mu chuckled bitterly, realizing that a simple soak in the hot spring had turned into a problematic ordeal. Had he known, he would have opted to complete his mission instead. He quickly regained his composure. If he encountered other ninjas, he would be at a loss for how to handle them. But against the lecherous sage Jiraiya, he had a technique developed by Naruto Uzumaki that could undoubtedly secure a swift victory. Well then, let us see what you've got. Jiraiya looked at Liu Mu in astonishment. Liu Mu's chakra seemed to only reflect that of a chunin, yet he dared to challenge him with such confidence. Jiraiya let out a cold laugh. He had only intended to block Liu Mu's path, but now he was ready to teach him a lesson. He clapped his hands together, preparing to unleash a jutsu. However, in that instant, Liu Mu performed hand seals at a speed that left Jiraiya stunned. Within less than a second, he had completed the seals. How is this possible? His speed is extraordinary, Jiraiya thought, realizing that Liu Mu's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja. Even as one of the legendary Sannin, he had never seen such rapid hand seals. I must see what jutsu you intend to employ. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Jiraiya's vision. He waved his arms desperately, attempting to locate Liu Mu amidst the haze. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the mist. A smirk crept onto Jiraiya's face as he reached out with a hand towards Liu Mu's neck. Got you. You are still too inexperienced, he exclaimed with pride. As the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya's features became clearer, and upon seeing Liu Mu's transformed visage, his heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a revving engine. Liu Mu had taken on the appearance of a young woman. While not a goddess of breathtaking beauty, her features struck directly at Jiraiya's heart, reminiscent of a woman from his dreams. Each glance and smile sent tremors through him. Jiraiya instinctively released his grip. Although he recognized this as Liu Mu's transformation technique, he found it impossible to harbor any malicious thoughts towards her. The mere notion of causing her harm ignited a fierce desire to protect her, to spend a lifetime by her side. Are you all right? Jiraiya stammered, suppressing his own tumultuous emotions and swallowing hard. Liu Mu glanced at her own limbs, assessing the effectiveness of her seduction technique. It had succeeded, but not entirely. Unlike Naruto's flawless execution, which left him completely bare, Liu Mu found herself fully clothed. A disappointment indeed. Yet, the effect was seemingly quite successful. Jiraiya was utterly flustered, his face flushed as if he were gazing upon his first love. Liu Mu felt an unsettling discomfort under the scrutiny of a grown man, almost repulsed. However, in the interest of victory, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. What do you think? You've caused me great pain. I didn't mean to. Jiraiya replied anxiously, fearing that a delayed response might provoke Liu Mu's ire. Can I leave now? Jiraiya faltered, realizing that Liu Mu lay on the ground, effectively trapped by his hands. He promptly jumped back, his face reddening even further. It wasn't intentional. I was trying to catch that kid. He suddenly recognized the incongruity. The girl before him was merely Liu Mu's transformation. A bold idea flickered in Jiraiya's mind, to keep Liu Mu under his control, allowing her to transform and stand before him daily, not for any nefarious reasons, but simply for his own enjoyment. Yet, upon seeing Liu Mu's vulnerable expression, all such wicked thoughts evaporated. Jiraiya found himself wishing to chastise himself for even entertaining such notions. How could he harbor such wicked thoughts towards someone so endearing? Was he even human? Was he truly a man? Liu Mu chuckled triumphantly, surprised by the success of her jutsu. Observing Jiraiya's careful demeanor, a mischievous idea sparked within her. She then performed a playful display in front of him. As Jiraiya witnessed this, he found himself unable to contain a flow of blood from his nose. At that moment, he hastily grasped Liu Mu's hand. Kid, I know it's you, but please, don't tarnish the perfect image of this goddess in my heart. I'm begging you. Liu Mu was taken aback. Could it be that Jiraiya had fallen for the girl produced by her transformation? A shiver of discomfort ran down her spine. Just then, countless paper shurikens fluttered around them, and a figure soared through the air, flapping its wings. You scoundrel, let go of my master. At this moment, Xiao Nan's eyes glimmered with a hint of affection, reminiscent of a long-hidden crush. Liu Mu was taken aback. It seemed he had transformed into a girl, yet Xiao Nan had also mastered the art of seduction. Could it be that Xiao Nan was a flower of the same sex? The thought sent a shiver down Liu Mu's spine. Meanwhile, Xiao Nan gazed at Liu Mu with a silly expression. Although she had admired him before and desired to engage in something beyond mere friendship, it was merely to ease his tension, with no deeper feelings involved. Yet at this moment, Xiao Nan felt a fluttering in her heart, as if a small deer was incessantly colliding within her chest. The warmth in her head surged, filled with visions of Liu Mu. Thoughts of world peace and the rejection of war faded away. All she wished for was to spend a lifetime with the man before her. In a sudden swoop, she embraced Liu Mu. At last, Liu Mu experienced the sensation of being turned over. It felt as though two colossal mountains loomed over him, rendering him breathless. Yet amidst this weight, he could distinctly hear the sound of drums, growing louder and faster. Xiao Nan, let me breathe. Upon hearing Liu Mu's plea, Xiao Nan realized her oversight and hastily adjusted her hold into a princess carry. I apologize, it was my mistake. Liu Mu's lips twitched. There was no way to explain this. Surely, he would be obliterated by pain. If pain witnessed this, it could not be resolved with a mere trick. He would have to face dire consequences. However, it must be said that the feeling of being carried like a princess was rather delightful. Release her at once. Jiraiya bellowed in fury, a pale blue orb of astonishing chakra forming in his right hand, reminiscent of the Rasengan popularized by Uzumaki Naruto. What if I refuse to let go? Xiao Nan sneered, tightening her grip. Countless pieces of paper gathered around her, exuding a faint aura of menace. Liu Mu found himself at a loss. It was entirely reasonable for Jiraiya not to recognize Xiao Nan, considering she was quite young when he last saw her. After all, a girl transforms immensely by the age of 18. Yet, it was impossible for Xiao Nan to not recognize Jiraiya, her teacher with whom she had spent countless days. When they first met, Jiraiya had already reached adulthood, his features settled. Even after many years, he had merely gained a few more lines of experience. Now, upon their reunion, they were ready to engage in combat, which Liu Mu found difficult to accept. He decided to confront the situation directly. Xiao Nan, cease at once. That is your master. I know, but even if he is my master, he cannot take you from me. All right, dear, just keep quiet. I shall swiftly deal with this pervert. Upon hearing Xiao Nan call him dear, Jiraiya momentarily froze, his face awash with nostalgia. Yet the Rasengan in his hand swelled larger, appearing even more perilous than before. So it is my dear disciple Xiao Nan. I must admit, I have only taught you ninjutsu and neglected to guide you in this area. While the allure of same-sex affection is beautiful, you cannot master it. Come now, let me witness how much your skills have progressed. That is precisely my intention, Xiao Nan declared, wrapping Liu Mu in paper and relocating him to a safe distance. Then, with a few flaps of her wings, she charged straight at Jiraiya. Liu Mu felt a sudden twinge in his mouth. This was the first time he had experienced such a fierce confrontation on his behalf, yet something felt amiss. He was intensely curious about how he had come to inspire such a response. He approached a mirror and wiped away the fog on its surface. To his dismay, he felt a rush of excitement. The girl reflected in the mirror was not conventionally beautiful, yet she exuded an aura of authenticity. Liu Mu felt as though the girl in the mirror shared a profound connection with him, one that spanned several lifetimes, igniting an instinctual desire to protect her forever. As if she had stepped out of a dream, Liu Mu shivered, drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly fallen in love with himself, or more accurately, with the version of himself influenced by the seduction technique. If the practitioner felt this way, one could only imagine the effect on others. Liu Mu now understood Xiao Nan and Jiraiya's sentiments, secretly horrified by the efficacy of the technique. Such effects need not be grand to be formidable. Summoning one's innermost desires proved far more powerful and frightening than any prior jutsu. After all, this time, the manipulation targeted the human heart. The author has a message. One more chapter remains. Chapter 49, Things Become Awry. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya and Xiao Nan engaged in a fierce battle. Their chakra surged to its zenith, embodying an unyielding determination to defeat one another. Should an outsider witness the encounter, they would undoubtedly perceive it as a life-or-death struggle, unaware that the two were merely teacher and student vying for the affection of a woman. Stop fighting, Liu Mu implored urgently. However, upon hearing Liu Mu's voice, they seemed invigorated, their chakra surging once more. Liu Mu was taken aback and dared not speak again. He suddenly grasped the root of the problem, the seduction technique. Hastily, he dispelled the technique, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Xiao Nan and Jiraiya immediately ceased their assault, their eyes scanning the mist for his presence. As the smoke dissipated, Liu Mu stood there, grinning. Jiraiya felt an emptiness within himself, as if something precious had vanished. He rushed forward, seizing Liu Mu's shoulders and shaking him frantically. Return her to me, quickly, Jiraiya pleaded, tears streaming down his cheeks. He desired nothing more than to behold her once more. Do not be so hasty. It was merely a ninjutsu, Liu Mu exclaimed, fearing that if Jiraiya continued, he would be shaken to pieces. Thus, he chose to lay everything bare. I know it was ninjutsu, but please, allow me to see her just one more time. I promise after that, I will not trouble you any further. Just one more look. You are such a perverted old man. And besides, I'm a man, Liu Mu exclaimed in desperation, glancing at Xiao Nan, who stood astonished, her face flushed crimson. The most alarming detail was that she was visibly bleeding from her nose. Liu Mu felt a jolt of realization. Moments ago, he had been bathing. Now that the seduction technique had been lifted, he had reverted to his original form. Suddenly, his face burned with embarrassment. He forcefully pushed Jiraiya away and hastily jumped into the hot spring. Xiao Nan, this is the men's bath. It's all right. I've already put on my clothes. I mean, you need to leave. It's fine. There's no one else, just familiar faces. Liu Mu's mind was in turmoil. Although the seduction technique had been dispelled and Xiao Nan and Jiraiya ceased their conflict, he felt more endangered than before. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito hugged his knees, his mask lying discarded nearby, revealing his horrific facial scars. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's heart was tumultuous. He had rushed to intervene upon discovering Xiao Nin engaged in battle, only to find she was clashing with none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He had prepared to observe the clash between the master and his disciple when suddenly, he spotted a petite figure below. This figure was the girl he had long yearned for, the one who haunted his dreams. Yet her arrival was unlike any other, each time. She appeared as if pierced through the heart by Hatake Kakashi's Raikiri. But in this moment, that beloved figure stood before him, undeniably real. Even the rhythmic rise and fall of her breath and the powerful thumping of her heart could be perceived. Uchiha Obito dared not stand before her, fearing that doing so might provoke a certain Hatake Kakashi, who would pierce her heart in a single blow. Thus, he chose to evade and retreated into the Kamui space. After several minutes had passed, Uchiha Obito regained his composure. No matter the circumstances, he felt it imperative to see her. Whether this was a dream or reality, nothing could prevent him from meeting her. As he prepared to open the Kamui space, he caught sight of the mask on the ground and smirked helplessly. Perhaps it was best to wear it, so as not to frighten Lin. He decided that he would protect her quietly from the shadows. Uchiha Obito donned the mask, resolutely affirming to himself that this time, no one would harm a single hair on Noera Lin. The Kamui space opened, and with a heart brimming with excitement, Uchiha Obito stepped out. Outside, the battle between Konan and Jiraiya had ceased, yet the scene had grown peculiar. Konan stood foolishly in place, oblivious to the blood streaming from her nose, her hands gesticulating wildly, as if describing some colossal entity, her eyes betraying a look of terror. Uchiha Obito's lips twitched. It was no small feat to condense such a myriad of emotions onto a single face. Jiraiya, on the other hand, appeared far more composed, for he was renowned for his lecherous nature. Oddly enough, he seemed to be more interested in harassing the concealed Liu Mu beneath the hot springs rather than the young and beautiful Konan. Uchiha Obito shook his head in resignation. Indeed, none of the legendary Sannin possessed a normal brain. However, none of this mattered to Uchiha Obito. His sole purpose for emerging was to see the goddess he longed for, Noera Lin. With an anxious and exhilarated heart, Uchiha Obito surveyed his surroundings. Where has my Lin gone? He searched repeatedly. That familiar silhouette seemed to mock him, appearing and then vanishing. Whether beneath the hot springs, inside the restroom, or in every nook and cranny, not a single trace could be found. Despair overcame him as he sank to the ground, tears cascading down his mask, each droplet intensifying his hatred for Hatake Kakashi. The attention of the other three was drawn to him. Konan wore an expression of astonishment. To see this formidable and calculating veteran display such vulnerability was entirely contrary to her previous impressions. Jiraiya approached, carrying 2 cups of sake, and plopped down beside Uchiha Obito. "Let us drink," he suggested. Liu Mu understood the source of Uchiha Obito's sorrow. Noera Lin, the girl from Uchiha Obito's team, the object of his affection, had been killed before his eyes by none other than his teammate and friend, Hatake Kakashi. With a single Raikiri, she had been struck down. A moment that had morphed into Obito's recurring nightmare. Each time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by that scene. Uchiha Obito's emotional outburst was undoubtedly a result of witnessing his own seduction technique, which had caused him to perceive himself as Noera Lin. The best way to comfort him now would be to employ the seduction technique. However, recalling the earlier antics of Konan and Jiraiya, Liu Mu hesitated. Should he utilize the technique only to find himself in an even more precarious situation with Uchiha Obito? Moreover, the seduction technique was one Liu Mu had resolved to add to the forbidden jutsu list, as he himself could not escape its influence. Although Jiraiya was dubbed the pervy sage, he was undeniably a warm-hearted figure within the ninja world. With just a few simple words, he managed to console Uchiha Obito to a significant extent, at least halting his tears. "Senior Liu, do not forget our mission. I can no longer accompany you," Uchiha Obito declared, as the space around him began to warp. He was soon engulfed and vanished from view. While observing Liu Mu was crucial, Uchiha Obito's heart yearned to return and catch another glimpse of Noera Lin. As for the task of observing Liu Mu, he would leave that to Zetsu. Liu Mu and Konan exited the hot springs, and Liu Mu sensed a change in Konan. She clutched her arms tightly, resembling a couple deeply in love. Even as Liu Mu attempted to shake her off, to outsiders, it appeared as though they were engaged in playful flirtation. Trailing behind them, Jiraiya stealthily followed, akin to a thief. Yet, he made a startling discovery. Liu Mu, Konan, and the masked man were all clad in red cloud-patterned cloaks, indicative of belonging to the same faction. Each bore formidable abilities: Conan's enigmatic Shikigami technique, the masked man's fantastical space ninjutsu, and Liu Mu's remarkable transformation technique. There was a possibility that Orochimaru might indeed be among their ranks. By following Liu Mu, he might just encounter the girl from his dreams. "You lecherous sage, can you cease your shadowing?" Liu Mu complained. Although Jiraiya had departed from Konohagakure, he remained, at heart, a Konoha ninja, and one of the famed Sannin at that. Allowing him to continue trailing them would undoubtedly lead to numerous inconveniences. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Jiraiya ceased his stealthy approach and brazenly approached. "This path is right here. You expect me not to walk it?" Liu Mu seethed, wishing he could teach Jiraiya a lesson if only he were capable of besting him in combat. "We are off to confront that immortal evil god. Are you certain you want to come along?" Liu Mu replied tersely. Jiraiya paused, having heard tales of the immortal evil god himself. He had previously considered intervening but had been unable to locate anyone and was eager to gather materials, thus shelving the idea. The revelation that Liu Mu and his companions intended to confront this murderer instantly endeared him to Liu Mu's faction. Yet, a flicker of concern arose within Jiraiya. The immortal evil god employed extraordinarily cunning tactics. Liu Mu, aside from his transformation technique, possessed only the chakra of a chunin, making a confrontation with the immortal evil god exceedingly perilous. Should something happen to Liu Mu, it would mean he could never again see that girl from his dreams. Thus, Jiraiya resolved firmly, "What a coincidence, I too wish to seek that fellow." As the three individuals ambled along in a state of ennui, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The newcomer appeared quite youthful, adorned in a hip-hop style, wielding an enormous scythe. "Greetings. Are you interested in joining the cult of the evil god?" It was none other than Fade Wan. In an instant, the hearts of the trio raced. Liu Mu's heart pounded furiously. After all, Fade Wan was unlike any other ninja. While other ninjas might boast of their fearlessness, they would inevitably tremble before an enormous fireball. This was the essence of the most potent effects. However, Fade Wan was different. He was impervious to death, thus unfamiliar with the concept of fear, embodying sheer recklessness. A mere drop of blood from Liu Mu could lead to his demise at the hands of Fade Wan's forbidden techniques. Noticing the silence from the three, Fade Wan grew impatient. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Do you wish to join the cult of the evil god, or not?" Liu Mu hesitated for a moment before deciding to step forward. After all, Xiao Nen was a woman, and as a man, he could not hide behind her. It was out of the question to send Xiao Nen in his stead. Yet, just as Liu Mu took a half-step forward, Jiraiya interposed himself, blocking Liu Mu's path. "What are you doing? I'll handle this brat. Just wait for the right moment to use that technique," Jiraiya said casually. "If you defeat him, the master will definitely use that technique, and not just once." Xiao Nen replied in Liu Mu's stead, her face etched with seriousness. Liu Mu shot her a glance, and the fondness that had just blossomed dissipated instantly. Ultimately, it seemed she was coveting his life. Moreover, "Xiao Nen, you must be curious to see it too." Nevertheless, Jiraiya's intervention was undoubtedly the best choice. With the strength of one of the legendary three ninjas, as long as he was cautious, defeating Fade Wan would pose no challenge. Jiraiya took a few steps toward Fade Wan, a roguish smile gracing his face. "I'm not interested in your cult of the evil god, but I wonder if you might be interested in a signed copy of my book." "A book? What use is that?" Fade Wan retorted. "Since you refuse to join the cult of the evil god, I'll send you heretics to meet your demise." With that, Fade Wan erupted in maniacal laughter, brandishing his scythe. The wind generated, causing leaves to scatter from the trees. "What a pity, my signed book is quite precious," Jiraiya remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. In an instant, Jiraiya's entire aura transformed. Gone was the lecherous sage with a penchant for rambling. He now stood as one of the three ninjas capable of contending with Hanzo of the Salamander. Seeing Jiraiya's transformation, Fade Wan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. After all, he worshipped the evil god and possessed immortality. No matter how formidable his opponent, what did it matter? He could not die. The two soon became embroiled in combat. Jiraiya's speed, strength, and chakra far surpassed Fade Wan's, leaving Fade Wan struggling to retaliate. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Fade Wan's face. Instead, he seemed increasingly exhilarated. Jiraiya sensed something was amiss. However, he opted for an all-out offensive to swiftly defeat Fade Wan. Suddenly, A faint blue sphere of chakra materialized in Jiraiya's right hand. Though small, it exuded tremendous chakra. Jiraiya charged straight toward Fadewan, the Rasengan held aloft. Fadewan recognized the threat posed by the Rasengan. Although he could not die, being struck would surely cause him considerable pain. He frantically swung his scythe in an attempt to thwart Jiraiya's assault. Yet, Jiraiya darted forward with the agility of a nimble rabbit, weaving through the onslaught of scythe strikes as though traversing an uninhabited realm. In a mere 2 breaths, he stood before Fadewan. Rasengan. The technique struck Fadewan squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away like a baseball. Jiraiya turned with a triumphant grin, giving Liu Mu a thumbs up. I've taken care of this guy. Are you ready to use that technique? As Jiraiya spoke, he noticed Liu Mu's pupils constricting sharply, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. What's wrong? If you don't wish to use that technique, there's no need for such a grim expression, is there? Is your face injured? The author has a word. There's one more chapter. Chapter 52. The ritual commences. Jiraiya dismissively touched the small wound on his face. It was merely a trifling injury. He found Liu Mu's anxiety perplexing. After all, ninjas were accustomed to sustaining countless cuts from their own tools daily. A minor scratch on his face was inconsequential. It would heal on its own shortly. Stop changing the subject. Hurry and perform that technique over there. Why must we go over there? Can it be done here? Xiaonan protested. Liu Mu sighed in resignation. At such a critical juncture, Jiraiya was still contemplating seduction techniques. It was crucial to remember that Fadewan only required a drop of blood to initiate the ritual, using blood as a medium to claim lives from miles away. Now that Jiraiya was injured, Fadewan could take his life at any moment. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from nearby. The 3 turned their gazes to see Fadewan slowly rising, drawing a circle in the dirt with his foot. Suddenly, his entire form transformed into an ominous black hue, imparting a distinctly eerie sensation. You are strong, but alas, you are no match for me. Jiraiya, baffled, regarded Fadewan. The man had just been sent flying. Yet he still dared to claim superiority. It was nothing more than a stubborn refusal to acknowledge defeat. However, to Jiraiya, it was inconsequential. Defeating Fadewan was merely a matter of convenience. Yet, the next action taken by Fadewan left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. Fadewan licked the blood from his scythe and discarded it, instead brandishing a slender sword. He pointed the blade directly at his own heart and began to laugh maniacally. Now I will send you to meet the evil god. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped Jiraiya. It felt as though he was inexplicably linked to Fadewan, and a sense of danger surged within him. Xiaonan, quickly stop him. Liu Mu shouted anxiously. Though Xiaonan did not understand Liu Mu's urgency, she complied without hesitation. It was too late. A slip of paper struck Fadewan's hand, causing his stabbing motion to veer slightly, yet it did not avert his attack. At the moment the sword pierced his heart, Jiraiya shuddered, his pupils dilating in shock. He instinctively touched the area where his heart lay, only to find it drenched in searing blood. Jiraiya was bewildered. He had sustained no injury, yet somehow, his heart had been pierced. At last, Jiraiya comprehended why Liu Mu had been so anxious. It turned out that Fadewan could utilize a special technique to transfer his own injuries onto others. Although Jiraiya understood this, it was already too late. His heart had been pierced, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound. In that instant, Jiraiya felt the world spinning around him, his limbs growing increasingly weak. His life flashed before his eyes like a fleeting panorama, filled with countless regrets. Jiraiya had not yet returned to Konoha, had not yet confessed to Tsunade, nor had he seen that girl for the last time. But it was all too late. System, whether you are awake or asleep, tell me if Jiraiya can be saved. Liu Mu cried out inwardly. Although Jiraiya is indeed a lecherous character, it must be acknowledged that he possesses a kind heart. When I first watched the anime and witnessed Jiraiya's demise, Liu Mu felt an overwhelming sorrow for an extended period. Now, as Jiraiya lies before him, Liu Mu's fury reaches its zenith. Ding dong. It has been detected that Jiraiya is in a state of apparent death. There is no immediate danger to his life. However, if bleeding is not staunched promptly, there remains a probability of him succumbing in battle. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, a pierced heart had only led to a state of suspended animation. Suddenly, he recalled a book he had read previously. The human heart comprises 4 chambers, and within these chambers lies a specific area that, even if punctured, poses no lethal threat, provided the angle of the strike is particularly precise. Unbeknownst to him, The interference from Xiaonan had inadvertently guided Fade One's blade into that very area, thus sparing Jiraiya's life. Liu Mu exhaled deeply, relieved that Jiraiya was safe. Xiaonan, please assist the lecherous sage in staunching his wounds. Xiaonan nodded slightly. Despite their earlier confrontation, Jiraiya was, after all, her mentor. How could she not be concerned upon seeing him in such a state? Meanwhile, Liu Mu approached Fade One. That old man deserves to die. Do you wish to test your mettle against me? Fade One laughed arrogantly, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. I have heard you are a follower of the evil god. Liu Mu remarked nonchalantly. Are you interested in joining? No. I merely wish to show you my true form and see which is mightier, myself or the deity you worship. The author has something to say. The third chapter is complete. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 53. The Collapse of Faith. Fade One's brows furrowed, a flicker of murderous intent rising within him. Liu Mu was challenging his limits, defaming his beliefs. You have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall witness how your true form can withstand the evil god. Liu Mu chuckled dismissively, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, the entire sky darkened, save for a singular beam of light. At the end of this beam stood a magnificent, sacred door. Fade One gazed at the door in disbelief, feeling an inexplicable sense of subjugation as a follower of the evil god. A tremor coursed through him. Only a deity of superior caliber could impose such pressure upon a devotee of the evil god. This indicated that behind that door lay a being capable of commanding the evil god to submission. At that moment, the door slowly creaked open, and radiant light poured forth, illuminating the once darkened sky. From within that divine radiance emerged a figure, descending the steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The figure gradually approached. Fade One felt his body becoming uncontrollable, compelled to kneel in submission. Yet, as the most devoted acolyte of the evil god, how could he prostrate himself before another? What if this being were a deity? As the figure stepped into the blinding light, its features became discernible. Upon recognizing the face, Fade One's astonishment deepened. This was none other than Liu Mu. He felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Liu Mu was a deity. He had been poised to wield his scythe against a god. Moreover, a being more exalted than the evil god, endowed with immortality and devoid of fear, caused Fade One to tremble in apprehension. Offending this divine entity would undoubtedly bring endless troubles to the evil god, who would also suffer repercussions. Yet, Fade One felt no shame in his fear. It was entirely natural for a mortal to revere a deity. The absence of fear would be the true anomaly. Liu Mu continued his descent from the sky. With each step he took, Fade One felt the pressure intensifying, akin to being crushed by a great weight, rendering him breathless. The most despairing realization was that he could no longer sense the presence of the evil god. As a devoted follower, he had always felt the evil god's presence. But in this moment, that connection had vanished. This signified that the evil god, too, feared the man before him, choosing to abandon its most loyal acolyte. Fade One's immortality, a gift from the evil god, was now at risk of disappearing alongside that divine protection. In that instant, a profound dread enveloped Fade One. He lamented his decision to provoke Liu Mu, questioning why he had entangled the evil god with such a formidable being. At last, Liu Mu reached the bottom of the steps. Fade One, overwhelmed, found himself prostrate on the ground, utterly immobilized. The divine light emanating from Liu Mu pierced through him like countless sharp needles, making it seem as though he would be crushed by sheer force, even without any actions taken against him. Wait, I am willing to submit. Fade One capitulated, bowing to another deity. For a staunch follower of the evil god, this was undoubtedly more excruciating than death. Nevertheless, Fade One recognized that he had no other choice. As soon as he uttered the words of submission, he felt an exhilarating lightness throughout his body. The previously absent presence of the evil god returned, along with the restoration of his immortality. Fade One was elated. Although this act of submission had been humiliating, it was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Not only had he saved himself, but he had also salvaged the evil god he worshipped. Ding dong. Task completed successfully. Reward. Partial effects materialized. The materialized damage will not exceed the original ninjutsu. Liu Mu reveled in joy. Although the effects appeared formidable, they were ultimately an illusion. He could now materialize the damage of the effects, which, while not surpassing the damage cap of ninjutsu, would certainly facilitate his future endeavors to deceive others. Very well. From this moment onward, you shall be a member of the Akatsuki, Liu Mu declared. waving one hand as he ascended the steps once more, finally disappearing into the void behind the colossal door. Having concluded this exchange, Liu Mu turned his attention back to Jiraiya. At this time, Xiaonan's expression may have seemed stoic, yet the tears tracing her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. As she beheld Liu Mu approach, a glimmer of hope flickered across her face. Master, as a deity, you must possess a means to save him, do you not? Healing is my weakness. As Liu Mu's words fell, despair clouded Xiaonan's features. However, this was understandable. Neither gods nor mortals are flawless. Liu Mu's offensive ninjutsu is undeniably powerful, but it is normal for his healing skills to be lacking. In fact, this authenticity is more relatable. Nevertheless, I can attempt it. The author has something to say. Yes. Please check my profile. Chapter 54. Divine Miracle. Xiaonan gazed at Liu Mu in astonishment. Her heart, which had been engulfed in despair, reignited with fervor. In truth, within the intermediate ninjutsu package, there existed healing techniques. However, Liu Mu had always feared employing them. For other ninjutsu, he could easily retract them, but healing techniques were different. Failure to heal would be glaringly apparent. Thus, even when injured, Liu Mu would resolutely refrain from using healing ninjutsu. Yet this time was different. Although Jiraiya had evaded a fatal injury, blood continued to flow unceasingly. If timely treatment is not administered, Jiraiya's body will ultimately succumb, leading to his demise here. Thus, Liu Mu had no choice but to step in. Approaching Jiraiya, Liu Mu placed his hands directly over his heart. In no time, Liu Mu's hands were stained crimson with blood. Taking a deep breath, Liu Mu calmed himself, then began to channel the chakra within him. Suddenly, his hands radiated a verdant glow, and a warm surge of chakra flowed into Jiraiya's body, continuously mending his wounds. At that moment, the entire forest fell silent. The previously chirping birds ceased their songs, as if the world had been muted. A gentle breeze swept through, accompanied by a light drizzle. Wherever the rain touched, life seemed to be rekindled. Tiny blades of grass emerged from the soil, and buds burst into bloom in that instant. A miracle, Fadewan exclaimed. The control of the rain had revived all living things. Was this not a divine act? Moreover, Fadewan felt his own wounds healing rapidly. He silently resolved to not only worship the evil god, but also this divine being before him. Xiaonan wore a look of reproach. You claim to lack proficiency in healing ninjutsu, yet this technique would surely overshadow even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. However, Xiaonan had grown accustomed to it. Liu Mu's so-called lack of expertise seemed to reach realms that ordinary people could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. Nevertheless, Xiaonan's heart remained heavy. After all, Jiraiya had sustained a wound to the most vital organ, his heart. Even a divine entity might struggle to heal such an injury. Just then, the rain intensified, soaking their clothes, and the area affected by the downpour began to shrink. At this moment, Jiraiya began to levitate, as though a hand were lifting him. A faint blue light enveloped him, pulsating as if it were breathing, greedily absorbing the surrounding chakra. As this occurred, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. Xiaonan gasped. He has awakened. Xiaonan could scarcely believe that one could survive a pierced heart. Such a feat was undoubtedly a miracle among miracles. Yet, sadness crossed Xiaonan's face. Had Liu Mu been present then, perhaps Yahiko would have survived. A tear rolled down her cheek at this thought. Fadewan, too, watched in astonishment. He had indeed pierced the heart. Once that was done, even a deity's descent would find it nearly impossible to heal. Yet, this man before him had accomplished the impossible. For a moment, Fadewan felt a surge of joy within him. To submit to such a powerful deity was not a disgrace, but an unparalleled honor. Even the evil god would commend his cleverness. As the chakra receded, Jiraiya gently descended to the ground, his face etched with confusion and bewilderment. Am I not dead? Is this paradise? Jiraiya pondered, seeing Xiaonan and Liu Mu, then suddenly sprang to his feet, frantically feeling for the position of his heart. I'm unharmed. Or have you all been slain by that fellow? What do you mean by that fellow? My name is Fadewan. Fadewan replied, disgruntled. Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. He quickly pulled Liu Mu and Xiaonan behind him, shielding them with his body. However, due to excessive blood loss, he collapsed once more. Quickly, get away from this man. He is extremely dangerous. Jiraiya warned anxiously, fearing that Liu Mu and Xiaonan might fall victim to Fadewan's treachery. Do not worry. Fadewan has been defeated by our master and has formally joined the Akatsuki organization, Xiao impatiently explained. Jiraiya looked at Liu Mu incredulously. No matter what means Fade One employed, he had ultimately been bested by Liu Mu. To think that an enemy he could scarcely defeat had been vanquished by Liu Mu. Moreover, Fade One's expression bore both fear and a hint of reverence. This was complete submission. Jiraiya couldn't help but furrow his brow. What had transpired during my slumber? Who had brought me back from the brink of death after my heart was pierced? Could it truly be this young boy before me? The author has a note. There is still one chapter left. Chapter 55, Seeking Tsunade. Jiraiya surveyed Liu Mu anew. Attaining Chunin strength at merely 12 or 13 years of age is commendable. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a noteworthy ninja. Yet, Jiraiya could not have anticipated that an adversary he struggled to overcome would be so effortlessly dispatched by Liu Mu, who had also restored his own heart. If given ample time to mature, he might even reach the level of the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama. Or perhaps, Liu Mu is the reincarnation of a formidable being, such as the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya dared not pursue that line of thought further. Regardless, Liu Mu's extraordinary power and unprecedented potential warranted proper guidance. Neglecting such a talent would be a travesty. If he could harness his chakra, Liu Mu could swiftly ascend to the level of a Kage, or even surpass it. My boy, I wish to take you to a certain place. You may choose to accompany me or not. Jiraiya gazed earnestly at Liu Mu. Ultimately, the path of a ninja is determined by Liu Mu's choices alone. Thus, he posed the question directly to Liu Mu. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such seriousness from Jiraiya. However, truth be told, Liu Mu was reluctant to follow Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya had always been rather fond of him. Should they find themselves in a secluded location, regret would come too late. I still ding-dong. Awakening task triggered. Agreeing to Jiraiya's request will raise the awakening level to 60, while refusing will result in recalibration of the awakening level. Damn it. Liu Mu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is there truly such a deceptive task? A recalibration of the awakening level would render all his prior efforts futile. Moreover, having tasted the sweetness of the system, he felt an even greater urgency to fully awaken it. Yet, just at that moment, this task had appeared. Liu Mu began to understand. The system seemed to compel one to do precisely what they wished to avoid. The more perilous the situation, the more tempting the reward. Very well, but I have conditions. I absolutely refuse to utilize that ninjutsu again. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, his face displaying disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. Very well. I will not force you to employ that ninjutsu. In that case, I shall accompany you. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. Master, I shall accompany you as well. Xiaonan immediately chimed in. No, you must return with Fade One to the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki organization is in dire need of personnel at this juncture. If Xiaonan were to accompany me, the development of the Akatsuki would undoubtedly be hindered. Additionally, Liu Mu feared that Pain might misunderstand. Should Pain think that he and Xiaonan had eloped, bringing the Shinra Tensei along, even his multiple lives would not suffice. But you are my master. I must ensure your well-being. Then this is your master's order. Remain within the Akatsuki. I will return in due time. Very well, seeing Xiaonan acquiesce. Liu Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Mu followed Jiraiya. Previously, he had always ridden on Xiaonan's back, allowing him to traverse great distances swiftly. Now, relying solely on his own legs, he found it somewhat unfamiliar. Fortunately, Jiraiya was not in a hurry. Strolling while indulging in the scenery felt quite delightful. Taking this opportunity, Liu Mu truly appreciated the world around him. However, Jiraiya was exceedingly slow. Every time they arrived at a village, he would pause, then venture out with a telescope to gather material. Meanwhile, Liu Mu could only wait alone in the inn. After half a month of wandering, Jiraiya had yet to announce their destination. Finally, Liu Mu could no longer contain himself. Kirby Sage, where are we heading this time? He inquired. I don't know. Jiraiya replied. Liu Mu's lips twitched. If he weren't at a disadvantage against Jiraiya, he would have slapped him in frustration. So, they were merely wandering aimlessly. Or perhaps he was just accompanying Jiraiya on his material-gathering quest. Then what is the purpose of bringing me along? To have fun with you, Liu Mu retorted, somewhat irked. Sensing Liu Mu's annoyance, Jiraiya quickly tried to placate him. Your previous technique allows one to see their most desired person. So I hope you can use that ninjutsu on her, to reinvigorate her spirit. Jiraiya spoke earnestly, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Tsunade, so you know her. That's exactly who I want you to uplift. Afterwards, I will take you to a place to train, to witness a true sage. Liu Mu initially intended to refuse. After all, employing seduction techniques in front of Tsunade was perilous. If she were to go berserk, he would stand no chance of resistance. However, hearing the mention of the sage mode instantly revitalized him. That was the coveted sage mode. Attaining sage mode would enable him to perform sage techniques, potentially elevating him to the level of a shadow. Taking such a minor risk for the sake of training in sage mode was something Liu Mu was willing to accept. Alright, I agree, but only this once. The author has something to say. The third installment is complete. Don't forget to check my profile. Chapter 56. Tsunade the Fat Sheep increased the stakes. Raise them all. A stunning woman slammed her hand on the table, shattering a significant portion of the stone surface. Yet, her companions merely wore mischievous grins as they gazed at her. For the woman was the legendary Fat Sheep, who, regardless of the gamble, ensured that opposing her would lead to victory. As long as she was present, profits were guaranteed. Tsunade, we truly can't raise the stakes any further, Ino lamented. Clutching a small pig in one arm, while pushing a box of money behind her with the other, her face displaying a hint of sorrow. This was the last of their funds, and if they lost again, they feared they might not even afford a meal. Think about it, Tsunade. I've lost 37 times in a row. The odds of winning are 50 to 50. It's illogical for me to continue losing, Tsunade gently explained. Seizing the opportunity while Ino was distracted, she snatched the box away, her expression turning manic. Ino was on the verge of tears. The odds were indeed 50 to 50. But with Tsunade involved, the likelihood of losing soared to 9,999. Unfortunately, all their money was already wagered. They could only hope for an exceptional win from Tsunade. Final bet. Let us roll. The lid was slowly lifted, revealing 3 dice below. 1, 3, 3. Small. The room erupted into cheers. It was true. As long as one bet against the legendary Fat Sheep, they were bound to prosper. Having lost all their money, Tsunade's anger flared momentarily. But upon seeing the tears welling in Ino's eyes, she immediately felt remorseful. Oh dear Ino, I'm so sorry. We lost everything, Tsunade said, her words shattering Ino's last shred of defiance. In an instant, Ino burst into tears. Tsunade, at a loss for what to do, was filled with anxiety. Ino, please don't cry. Wealth is merely a material possession. Losing it is nothing. But what about where we will sleep tonight, or what we will eat? Come on. We're ninjas. We can rest anywhere. As for food, Tsunade's gaze shifted to the small pig nestled in Ino's arms. The pig, sensing her ulterior motive, trembled and burrowed deeper into Ino's embrace. Ino, realizing the danger, quickly stepped back to maintain her distance. You idiot, Tsunade, Ino exclaimed, then ran off in tears. The thought of not sleeping in a soft bed, not having a hot bath, and going without food made her sob even harder. Tsunade felt a pang of guilt and hurried after her. Upon exiting the door, she spotted Ino standing not far away, accompanied by an old man and a young boy. Ino, why are you crying like that? Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade-sama lost all the money, and we have nowhere to go. Ino cried, her face etched with grievance. Even the pig in her arms appeared sorrowful. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, who immediately looked to the sky, feigning innocence. What brings you here, Jiraiya? Perfect timing. Let us eat while we talk. Hearing the mention of food, Ino's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed expectantly at Jiraiya. The small pig sighed in relief. At that moment, Jiraiya became a walking treasure trove in the eyes of the 2 girls and the pig. Liu Mu watched Tsunade with exasperation. Indeed, the legendary Sannin of Konoha were a handful. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto believed Tsunade would squander all of Konoha, judging by the current situation. Not only Konoha, but all 5 great nations would be drained dry by her. It was far worse than depicted in the anime, resembling 2 homeless individuals. The 4 of them, alongside the pig, casually found a restaurant. In Liu Mu's memory, girls typically ate slowly, satisfied after just a few bites. However, Tsunade and Ino completely shattered that impression. The moment the dishes arrived, before Liu Mu could discern what they were, they vanished into their mouths. Liu Mu barely managed to eat a couple of bites as nearly everything was devoured by the 2 girls and the pig. To Liu Mu's surprise, the usually stingy Jiraiya was particularly generous this time, the total amount of food equating to what he would have spent over an entire week. At last, they were satiated, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Tsunade contentedly poured herself a drink. Jiraiya, you are indeed gracious, treating me to a feast right away. Now, let us get to the point. What do you need from me? Tsunade said, downing another glass and reddening slightly. I want you to meet someone. Tsunade turned her gaze to Liu Mu, her expression one of puzzlement. This kid? The author has something to say. Chapter 57. What ninjutsu have I not seen? Tsunade squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Liu Mu. Although she had closed her heart to others, she felt it necessary to give Jiraiya face after such a meal. Not bad. At this age, his chakra levels are comparable to that of a chunin. His future potential is limitless, Tsunade replied dismissively. She then filled her glass again and gulped it down, resembling a middle-aged drunkard. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Ever since Tsunade's beloved had perished before her eyes, she had worn this expression towards everyone, a form of self-protection. However, he brought Liu Mu here to encourage Tsunade to open her heart once more, to no longer suppress herself. Do you know why I brought Liu Mu here? You're not suggesting you want me to date him, are you? Tsunade teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Liu Mu. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in younger men. Is that so? Jiraiya chuckled, then turned to Liu Mu with a nod. I hope you can maintain your composure. Tsunade was taken aback. Upon witnessing the expression on Jiraiya's face, an inexplicable sense of displeasure arose within me. Were it not for the necessity of Jiraiya's financial contribution, I would have struck him with a single blow. Kid, perform that jutsu for Tsunade. Tsunade immediately perked up, although she was unaware of the nature of the technique. An ominous feeling loomed over her. No, there are too many people here. Others will undoubtedly be affected by my jutsu. We must retreat to a room. Liu Mu replied earnestly. After all, the majority of patrons in the izakaya were greasy middle-aged men, many of whom had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Should he employ the seduction technique, a horde of drunken men would undoubtedly swarm towards him, likely resulting in chaos. Alone with me? You certainly possess a boldness, don't you? Tsunade teased, wrapping her arms around Liu Mu's neck with a mischievous grin, though internally, she felt a surge of anger. If her techniques were to be nullified, she could easily become Liu Mu's grandmother, yet he dared to seek solitude with her. Moreover, her heart had no room for anyone else. What? You unwilling? If so, I shall take my leave. Liu Mu hoped Tsunade would indeed refuse. As she leaned closer, the overpowering stench of alcohol enveloped him, and her consciousness was clearly clouded by intoxication. Solitude with her posed a genuine risk. It would be prudent to wait until Tsunade regained her clarity before proceeding. Do you doubt my courage? Today, I am eager to witness your true intentions, Tsunade declared, effortlessly lifting Liu Mu and heading towards the inn. However, her intoxication caused her to stagger, her face flushed, and her breath reeking of alcohol. Bystanders quickly parted to make way. Jiraiya's heart leapt with joy, and he hurried after them. After all, Liu Mu had only promised this opportunity once. Should he miss it, another chance would be elusive. Finally, Tsunade brought Liu Mu into the room, unceremoniously tossing him onto the tatami mat. As the door closed, Jiraiya, filled with excitement, urged, Kid, you may begin. In that moment, Tsunade's head turned mechanically, her eyes resembling demons emerging from an abyss, fixating intently on Jiraiya. Get out. Jiraiya's heart sank. A wave of dread washed over him, his skin prickling with goosebumps. He had experienced this sensation before, the last time he had spied on Tsunade while she bathed, resulting in a severe beating that left him bedridden for months. Now, that same feeling resurfaced. If he persisted, it could cost him dearly. All right. I shall take my leave, Jiraiya said reluctantly, casting glances at Liu Mu as he exited. Guard the door. Do not allow this brat to sneak a peek. Understood. Lady Tsunade, replied. Jiraiya lamented, as his final hope was snuffed out. The door shut once more, and silence enveloped the room, save for Tsunade's continuous belching. Kid, weren't you supposed to showcase some ninjutsu for me? Now that we are alone, hurry up, Tsunade urged, yet she did not regard Liu Mu with any seriousness. After all, she was one of the legendary Sannin. How could she possibly fear a mere chunin? If Liu Mu dared to take advantage of her, he would surely regret it for a lifetime. This is my forbidden technique. The perverted sage pleaded for me to use it just once on you. So you must exercise self-control. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Tsunade erupted into derisive laughter. A chunin advising her to be cautious was undoubtedly a grand jest. Her temper flared anew. Fear not, for I am one of the Sannin. What ninjutsu have I not witnessed? Come boldly. Very well, behold my seduction technique. The author has a message. One more chapter, chapter 58, a familiar aroma. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke filled the room, obscuring Tsunade's vision. furrowing her brow. She rolled up her sleeves. Should Liu Mu dare to launch a surprise attack, she would undoubtedly respond with a ferocious blow. If Jiraiya had lain incapacitated for as long as he did, so too would Liu Mu. Yet the anticipated assault did not occur. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure stood before Liu Mu's previous position. However, this figure was significantly taller than Liu Mu. A transformation technique? Aside from the augmented smoke, was there anything particularly remarkable? Tsunade scoffed. Disappointment etched across her face. Yet, when the smoke completely cleared, she shuddered. The aquamarine hair and familiar visage belonged to none other than her beloved, Kato Dan, who had perished in the Second Great Ninja War. However, instead of exhilaration, Tsunade was consumed by fury. The dead deserve respect. Although Kato Dan had been ever present in her thoughts, if any ninja employed a transformation technique to assume his likeness and approach her, it would be the gravest affront to his memory and an insult to her. Kid, I admit you have successfully provoked me. I had intended for you to languish in the hospital for months, but now, I have changed my mind. I shall send you straight to the afterlife, Tsunade declared, chakras surging in her right hand as she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his face. Tsunade was supremely confident. If this blow connected, his head would explode like a watermelon. Liu Mu would be utterly and irrevocably dead. Such was the consequence of insulting Kato Dan. Yet at that moment, Tsunade sensed a familiar aura enveloping her. The scent and chakra resonated with that of Kato Dan, evoking countless cherished memories from her mind. Tsunade's wounded heart was once again torn asunder. Bang! A massive hole was smashed into the wall as Tsunade's fist grazed past Liu Mu's face. Faced with the overwhelming sense of familiarity, Tsunade found herself unable to strike. Even knowing it was Liu Mu in disguise, she could not bring herself to harm him. Instead, the long-buried warmth in her heart surged back to life. Drip, drip. Tears cascaded down to the floor. Although Tsunade's expression remained impassive, her tears flowed uncontrollably. In the presence of outsiders, she was always fierce and unruly, but before Kato Dan, she remained the gentle and enchanting girl. Ever since Kato Dan's demise, that delicate and lovely Tsunade had vanished. Why must you assume his form? Tsunade broke down in tears. Liu Mu, witnessing Tsunade's anguished sobs, never anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. A pang of compassion welled up within him, and he gently reached out to wipe her tears. Initially, Tsunade sought to resist, but as Liu Mu's fingers brushed against her face, an electric sensation coursed through her. That familiar feeling penetrated her very core. The transformation technique could replicate a person's height and features. To the naked eye, it was indistinguishable from the real thing. However, the transformation technique could not mimic certain subtleties. If one were to employ it to impersonate a beloved individual, they would undoubtedly be exposed. Yet before her stood Kato Dan, and although Tsunade knew it was Liu Mu, the sense of familiarity ensnared her completely. Her mind repeatedly whispered that this was indeed Kato Dan. Finally, Tsunade could no longer withstand the yearning in her heart. She opened her arms and embraced Liu Mu tightly, longing to once more experience that familiar essence. In anxiously waited outside. Tsunade had issued a stern command to ensure Jiraiya did not sneak a glance. However, as Tsunade unleashed her punch, a massive hole appeared in the wall. Soon, the sound of Tsunade's weeping filled the air, and after a brief silence, a peculiar sound akin to sucking jelly could be heard from within. The curiosity of the normally composed Shizune was magnified infinitely. She could not resist the urge to peek inside, just a glimpse. Ultimately, her curiosity triumphed over reason, and she stealthily turned her head to catch a sight of the scene inside the room. However, upon seeing the man within, her gaze became fixed, unable to look away. Her heart raced like a drum, pounding incessantly. That silhouette appeared as if it had emerged from a dream, and Shizune found herself reluctant to blink. When she noticed Tsunade tightly embracing Liu Mu, jealousy surged within her. Why was it not herself in there, but Tsunade? With Shizune's watchful eyes diverted, Jiraiya could not help but sneak a glance inside. Upon witnessing the scene, he could not refrain from giving a thumbs up. Truly, lilies are marvelous. The author remarks, the third chapter concludes. You understand. Chapter 59. The War Among Women. In the early morning, Liu Mu struggled to rise, feeling as though his very skeleton might crumble. It must be said that the title of violent woman for Tsunade was not unfounded. Moreover, a strong scent of alcohol lingered in his mouth, nearly making him retch. Fortunately, last night, Tsunade had not gone too far. Liu Mu glanced around the room, and Upon not spotting Tsunade, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jiraiya had undoubtedly sent him here with ill intentions. Thankfully, the mission had been accomplished, with his awakening level reaching 60 points. Just as Liu Mu prepared to rise, he suddenly noticed a necklace dangling from his neck. A shiver coursed through him, and fear etched itself upon his face. Ding! Curse necklace detected. Curse necklace. Wearing this necklace increases the chance of dying in battle by 10%. Liu Mu's lips twitched. If he wore this necklace and shed the Akatsuki's black coat, his chances of dying would undoubtedly reach 100%. Furthermore, he was uncertain what the system defined as battle. As Liu Mu was about to remove the necklace, the door swung open. Tsunade entered, carefully balancing breakfast. Woke up. Did you? This is breakfast I prepared for you. Liu Mu was startled and quickly distanced himself from Tsunade. He had clearly dispelled the allure technique last night. Why was Tsunade still being so attentive? Upon witnessing Liu Mu's reaction, a hint of disappointment crossed Tsunade's face. I apologize for last night. I couldn't control myself. Liu Mu shot her a dismissive glance. It was far more than just a lack of control. It had been a complete rampage. His mouth still felt swollen. At that moment, the door opened again, and Shizune entered, also holding a bowl of porridge. Lady Tsunade, you are here too, Shizune exclaimed, surprised. She had not anticipated that the usually carefree Tsunade would also prepare breakfast. No wonder she had been so secretive this morning. Yet, Shizune showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she placed the breakfast she had prepared in front of Liu Mu. This is breakfast I made just for you. Liu Mu paused for a moment, sensing a palpable tension in the air. It felt as if he had stepped onto a battlefield, and the combatants were none other than Tsunade and Shizune. Surely, he had not unwittingly stumbled into a war zone. His lips twitched in anxiety. It was only the second day since he had met Tsunade and Shizune. What were they doing? Were they playing him? To confirm his suspicions, Liu Mu decided to conduct a little experiment. He first reached for the breakfast prepared by Shizune. Instantly, Shizune's face lit up with joy, like a kitten that had just received a treat, while Tsunade emitted an aura of a fierce tiger ready to pounce. It seemed that the moment Liu Mu dared to lower his hand, Tsunade would not hesitate to tear Shizune apart. Liu Mu swallowed hard and quickly shifted his hand over to Tsunade's breakfast. The once excited Shizune's demeanor turned dejected, her head and ears drooping in disappointment. In contrast, Tsunade appeared indifferent. However, Liu Mu noticed her feet trembling slightly, and a smirk threatened to break through. She was likely reveling in this little game. Liu Mu felt an inner turmoil. He had previously enjoyed multiple choice questions, as any choice had a 1 in 4 chance of being correct. But now, faced with this dilemma, he found himself paralyzed with fear, for there was no right answer. No matter which choice he made, one of them would be hurt. Then, Liu Mu stroked his hungry stomach and smiled gently. I'm not particularly hungry at the moment. Perhaps we could wait a bit longer to eat. No way. Tsunade and Shizune exclaimed in unison, casting fierce glares at one another, intensifying the tension. A day begins with breakfast. If you don't eat, you'll be lethargic all morning, and the whole day will be wasted, Tsunade urged. Liu Mu's lips twitched. If he ate today, it might render him useless for a lifetime. Breakfast cannot be omitted. After a night of digestion, my stomach is empty, and if I don't eat something, I might develop gastric issues, Shizune quickly added. Liu Mu gave a resigned chuckle. Missing breakfast for a day was inconsequential, but if he ate, he would undoubtedly end up in an orthopedic hospital. Just as Liu Mu felt he was being cornered, Jiraiya barged through the door, swaggering in. Upon seeing 2 portions of breakfast on the table, his expression brightened with delight. Perfect. I'm hungry, so I won't hold back, Jiraiya declared, grabbing Tsunade's meal and diving in. However, after the first bite, pain flashed across his face, and he hastily spat it out. Where did you buy this breakfast? It tastes awful. The author remarks, today's update is a bit late, but rest assured, it's still 3 chapters. Chapter 60, Jiraiya's infinite self-destruction. The room fell silent. Tsunade would not lash out at Shizune, but she was relentless with Jiraiya. Now that her breakfast had been devoured, Tsunade teetered on the brink of fury. Liu Mu could not help but give Jiraiya a thumbs up. It was his first time witnessing someone burning themselves to illuminate others. However, to be frank, if one must eat, why spit it out? Was he not hastening his demise? Jiraiya seemed oblivious to the looming danger. He picked up Shizune's breakfast and took a bite. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. This breakfast is delicious. Where did you get it? If you acquired something so tasty, why waste money on the other one? Jiraiya exclaimed. continuing to eat with evident satisfaction. At this moment, Liu Mu clasped his hands together, silently praying for Jiraiya. He hoped that he would reach paradise rather than descend into the depths of hell. This was sheer madness. Consuming poison and then hanging oneself was not enough. He had to stab himself a few times too. Liu Mu shook his head in disbelief. It seemed Jiraiya would not be reaching paradise. For those who took their own lives were sent to the deepest circles of hell. Is it good, Jiraiya? Delicious. Tsunade, do you want to try a bite too? Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Tsunade's eyebrows shot up, her expression twisting grotesquely. A palpable aura of menace began to emanate from her. Jiraiya, I need to speak with you privately. Can you step outside with me? Jiraiya's face lit up with joy, but upon seeing Tsunade's contorted expression, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Even more perilous than the last time I was hospitalized by Tsunade, I sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Perhaps Liu Mu would be interested in hearing about it as well. Jiraiya glanced at Liu Mu with an expression of desperation. However, Liu Mu was lost in earnest prayer, entirely oblivious to Jiraiya's silent plea for help. Well, I believe it would be better to step outside for a moment, Tsunade declared, disregarding Jiraiya's protests as she dragged him out, leaving behind deep claw marks on the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the inn trembled violently. The slumbering guests were abruptly awakened by the commotion, hastily fleeing the premises. Those children who could not escape sat on the ground, weeping in despair. The entire inn descended into chaos, resembling the end of the world. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade returned to the room, seemingly unfazed as if nothing had transpired. Yet the bloodstains on her fists bore testament to Jiraiya's tragic fate. But when Tsunade took a seat beside Liu Mu, she transformed entirely. A slight blush adorned her cheeks, and she appeared flustered, embodying the demeanor of a love-struck maiden in the presence of her crush. Farewell, brave soul. Liu Mu silently mourned for Jiraiya. Just then, Liu Mu sprang to his feet and dashed outside in a frenzy. There lay Jiraiya, his body sunken into the earth, as if he had become one with the very planet itself. Perverted sage, are you still alive? Liu Mu called out, and Jiraiya wearily opened his eyes, resembling a frail elder on the brink of death. He was not dead, but scarcely alive. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. The reason he had agreed to assist Jiraiya was partly due to the system's mission, but primarily because Jiraiya had promised to teach him the sage mode. However, Jiraiya was now incapacitated, likely unable to leave the hospital for several months. Who would he turn to for training? Hey, perverted sage, what of your promise to teach me? Jiraiya chuckled bitterly, attempting to move, but managing only to wiggle his fingers. Just wait. Once I'm healed, I'll take you to Myobo-Kuzen. Liu Mu felt tears welling up. Healing from such injuries would take at least 100 days, and during that time, the prospect of being cooped up with Tsunade and Shizune was enough to drive him mad, particularly fearing that Tsunade might indulge in drink again and force him into compromising situations. Yet, the thought of forfeiting the opportunity to learn Sage Mode was equally disheartening. At that moment, Tsunade emerged, casually remarking, Myobo-Kuzen? Training in Sage Mode? How about this? Come with me to Shikatsu Forest. You can train there just as well. Shikatsu Forest. Liu Mu's eyes brightened. It was another place conducive to training in Sage Mode, and the Great Sage of Snails was known to be the longest-lived among the three sages. His chakra had reached immeasurable levels. Even combined, Tsunade and Haruno Sakura would not suffice to summon the full form of the Snail Sage. Perhaps Shikatsu Forest would prove even more advantageous than Myobo-Kuzen. The author has something to say. Chapter 61, The Snail Sage. Shikatsu Forest. The legendary abode of the Snail Sage. Contrary to its fearsome name, Shikatsu Forest did not teem with corpses and bones. It appeared much like an ordinary forest. Upon entering Shikatsu Forest, Tsunade felt a sense of reverence. It is said that the Snail Sage has existed for a millennium, a product of the Kagaya era. Establishing a contract with the snail is a legacy of the Senju clan. The sage mode of Senju Hashirama may even stem from Shikatsu Forest. With the Senju clan in decline and its members retreating into various ninja villages, the lineage seemed severed. Furthermore, considering Liu Mu's special significance to Tsunade, she did not hesitate to bring him to Shikatsu Forest. Liu Mu inhaled the fresh air greedily. Although the ninja world had yet to fully embrace industrialization, the presence of humanity lent the air a certain warmth. Within Shikatsu Forest, however, lay an untouched primordial wilderness. A deep breath filled his lungs with the essence of nature. Little Tsunade, It has been quite a while since you last visited me here, a voice suddenly echoed, seemingly right beside him, yet Liu Mu could not locate its source. I have come, dear snail sage, and not alone. I have brought a companion, Tsunade replied. No sooner had she spoken than a colossal figure slowly rose. Liu Mu looked up and was taken aback by the sight before him. A massive blue and white slug loomed over him, its body resembling a mountain, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure, far larger than the slugs he had seen in the anime. Is this the snail sage? He wondered. Indeed, it was far more formidable than the frogs of Myobokuzen. Tsunade, hands on her hips, smiled proudly, declaring, if I could summon the complete form of the snail sage, the likes of Gamabunta and Mando would pale in comparison. The snail sage regarded Liu Mu, although Liu Mu could not see its eyes. He felt an unmistakable gaze upon him. At your age, possessing the strength of a chunin is commendable, but to master my sage mode, you still fall short. The sage shook its head in disappointment. Achieving chunin status by the age of 12 or 13 could indeed be deemed a prodigy, yet in the vast ninja world, such talents were not uncommon. Moreover, the sage mode of Shikatsu Forest was something even Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, had not mastered, let alone Liu Mu. Regardless, let us allow young Liu Mu to attempt it, Tsunade urged. What I mean to say is, with his talent, he stands a greater chance of mastering sage mode at Myobokuzen or Ryuchi Cave. There is no need to squander time here. The snail sage again declined, but, upon observing Tsunade's earnest expression, relented with a resigned nod. Very well, should you wish to try, I have no objection, but he must first prove his strength. Ding. Prove your strength to the snail sage. Task reward. Awakening level increased by 10. Subsequent rewards to be determined by completion. Liu Mu's heart soared with delight. He had not anticipated that coming to Shikatsu Forest would trigger a quest. Completing this task would elevate his awakening level to 70%, leaving only 30% remaining for system awakening, along with a mysterious reward. Without a doubt, this venture to Shikatsu Forest was fortuitous. How shall I demonstrate my strength? You appear quite confident. The method of demonstration is simple. Unleash your most powerful ninjutsu upon me, and I shall assess your capabilities. Are you certain? Liu Mu's lips twitched. While his ninjutsu might not possess great might, its effects were undoubtedly impressive. After all, the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo had both been brought to their knees by it. I am indeed certain. Do not concern yourself with me. I have lived for over 1,000 years and have encountered countless ninjutsu. You cannot harm me. The snail sage reassured him gently. Fear not. Just unleash your ninjutsu, Tsunade added, patting Liu Mu's shoulder with a serious expression. Liu Mu shrugged, feeling he had no choice but to comply. He swiftly formed hand seals, and as the final tiger seal illuminated, a surge of chakra erupted forth. The great fireball technique. Albeit somewhat underwhelming, the snail sage remarked, shaking its head in disappointment. Although the great fireball technique possesses immense destructive power, it is hardly more than a mere tickle to the creature known as the Kwa Ren. Furthermore, for a chunin to rely on such a technique as their ultimate skill is rather disheartening. Just as the Kwa Ren was about to reject the offer, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Instinctively, he looked up, and to his astonishment, the entire assembly of creatures was left in shock. What on earth was this? The author remarks, the 3rd chapter is complete. You know what that means. Chapter 62. The 3 sages are no match for him. The Gamabunta couple was in slumber when they suddenly sensed a wave of dangerous energy that jolted them awake. Rushing outside, they were left dumbfounded upon witnessing a fireball hurtling toward them from the heavens. Glancing around, they realized that this fireball seemed to stretch infinitely, as if the entire ninja world was ensnared within its grasp. Believing himself to be dreaming, Gamabunta slapped his own face. The sharp sound echoed, and he felt a stinging sensation on his cheek. This was no dream. Moreover, he could faintly sense traces of chakra emanating from the fireball. The taller trees had already ignited from the intense heat, with billowing smoke rising and the cries of small animals echoing all around. It was akin to a hell on earth. Had the apocalypse arrived? Despair washed over Gamabunta's face, as he never imagined that as a revered sage, he would one day feel so powerless. Under the force of a single ninjutsu, he found himself devoid of any will to resist. At that moment, a colossal frog leapt forth, a pipe clutched in its mouth, exhaling smoke that seemed capable of enveloping an entire hill. Yet, even this creature wore a worried expression. Though leisurely puffing on its pipe, Its trembling hand betrayed its inner turmoil. Master, what is happening? It implored. There exists an enemy we can never defeat. Should they wish it, we possess no means of resistance, Gamabunta lamented. Are we to simply accept our fate? No, we must utilize the summoning technique to escape. Wanta exclaimed urgently. With a bitter smile, Gamabunta leapt onto Wanta's head. The elevation brought with it an increase in temperature, and signs of ignition were evident on his garments. Look around. This fireball obscures the sky, and its size is likely far greater than we can fathom. Where can we flee to in the ninja world? Gamabunta declared before jumping down to his companion's side, exuding an air of desolation, akin to a hero's final curtain call. Gamabunta longed to protect his wife and kin. Yet in the face of this ninjutsu, he found himself utterly incapable. The only thing left was to offer companionship in their final moments. Wanta's face reflected both defiance and a rekindling of spirit. If we cannot escape, then we shall confront it. Everyone, take refuge beneath me. I shall shield you from this fireball. A glimmer of hope ignited in Gamabunta's eyes at the prospect of using Wanta's immense bulk to withstand the flames. Perhaps with the aid of water-style jutsu to mitigate the heat, allowing the smaller frogs a chance at survival. However, such an act would undoubtedly seal Wanta's fate, and many smaller frogs would need to be sacrificed. With the chorus of croaks resonating, an increasing number of giant frogs emerged, encircling the smaller frogs and various small creatures beneath them. May our frog clan survive this calamity, Gamabunta sighed wearily. Meanwhile, the Longdi cave was in chaos. Yet it possessed a slight advantage over Maiboku Mountain. The snakes within could burrow into the earth. Countless serpents desperately dug downward, hoping to escape the impending doom. Yet one snake remained still, gazing vacantly at the fireball above. Lord, 10,000 snakes, quickly burrow underground, or it will be too late. Yet the response was filled with despair. It is futile. No matter how deep you dig, you cannot evade this fireball. The one who casts it seeks nothing less than the annihilation of the world. Even if we survive this initial wave, the next will be unavoidable. Someone seeks to end the world? A massive white serpent slithered forth, emanating an ethereal aura. The White Snake Sage, the sovereign of Longdi Cave, a sage of this era. I sensed the emotions of two old friends. One is filled with fear, the other despair. It can only be that clan returning. The White Snake Sage spoke in a calm tone, yet devoid of hope in his gaze. White Sage, even you cannot intervene. You are a sage. The White Snake Sage shook his head helplessly. It is futile. Even if my two old friends and I joined forces, we could not contend with this ninjutsu, let alone the formidable presence behind it. Even the legendary Sage of Six Paths would be powerless. As he spoke, he coiled up, resigning himself to the inevitable. Abandon all hope. That individual has transcended the realm of sages. Their arrival heralds the rebirth of this world. With that, the White Snake Sage closed his mouth, choosing to relish his final moments. The author remarks, Chapter 63, is his target me? The Kwa Xian Ren gazed incredulously at the fireball before him, unable to fathom that this was a ninjutsu unleashed by a ninja, especially one he had requested to demonstrate. I asked you to showcase your strength, not to bring about the world's destruction. Even the gentle and kind-hearted Kwa Xian Ren felt a surge of anger rising within. Given another opportunity, he would never allow Liu Mu to unleash such a technique, lest he offend him, for the consequences were far too grave enough to doom the entire ninja world. Yet it was too late. The event had transpired. Such an enormous ninjutsu could not possibly be halted. Even if chakra supply were cut off, the fireball's descent could not be prevented. It was clear that no human effort could obstruct this fireball. Even if all the ninjas of the ninja world united, they would be as insignificant as ants in the face of it. However, there was one person who could undoubtedly halt the fireball, the caster, Liu Mu. As the fireball drew closer, the enormous Kwa Xian Ren felt the oppressive heat and caught the scent of something singeing. Gritting his teeth, he split into countless smaller Kwa. The once mountainous Kwa Xian Ren transformed into diminutive beings the size of a palm. One of these smaller Kwa rolled right to Liu Mu's feet, startling him, though he was aware that the Kwa Xian Ren could split and recombine. Witnessing such a transformation before him, akin to a mountain fracturing into myriad Kwa, was a first. What are you doing? I've split apart to avoid being roasted by this fireball, the Kwa Xian Ren chuckled. Liu Mu glanced up at the fireball, his expression one of nonchalance. After the last upgrade, the effects of my technique can inherit a significant degree of the power of ninjutsu. A single great fireball technique, distributed over such a vast expanse, may appear intimidating, yet it is merely a paper tiger, easily dispelled. So have I passed your test? Liu Mu inquired eagerly. After all, he truly needed to master the sage mode. Once learned, he would possess formidable strength even within the Akatsuki organization, no longer living in constant trepidation. The Kwakwasian Rin trembled at Liu Mu's words. Was he still angry? Such a powerful ninja seeking to learn sage mode seemed utterly absurd. The purpose of his visit became increasingly enigmatic. Could it be that he wishes to submit? As this thought crossed his mind, the Kuayu Shinrin became increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Furthermore, he could detect Liu Mu's scent lingering on Tsunade, a fragrance that could only result from exceptionally intimate contact. Over time, such a scent would fade. Thus, it was undoubtedly a recent imprint. In an instant, the Kuayu Shinrin experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that this young man intends for him to become a servant? The Kuayu Shinrin turned his gaze towards Liu Mu, only to find him looking back with eager, fervent eyes. That unrestrained gaze instantly validated the Kuayu Shinrin's suspicions. Liu Mu had indeed come for him. The notion of learning the Shinrin mode was merely a pretext. The boundless fireballs overhead served as both a warning and a bargaining chip. He intended to hold the world hostage, compelling the Kuayu Shinrin into servitude. Under different circumstances, the Kuayu Shinrin would rather perish than acquiesce. Yet now, with the entire world at stake, he found himself obligated to comply. Sacrificing himself for the sake of the world was a small price to pay, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. Wait a moment, the Kuayu Shinrin declared, as numerous small kuyus swiftly gathered, coalescing into a humanoid figure before Liu Mu. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by the Kuayu Shinrin's intentions. However, he could not deny that the Kuayu Shinrin's current form was rather impressive and quite endearing. Have you finally agreed, Shinrin? How could I refuse? But first, let us resolve this ninjutsu, the Kuayu Shinrin gritted out. Liu Mu quickly grasped the situation, and with a single gesture, the vast fireballs vanished into thin air, leaving only a few scattered flames that promptly extinguished before igniting anything. Save for a small patch charred before Liu Mu. The Kuayu Shinrin observed this scene with a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated Liu Mu's strength. Such colossal fireballs could be dismissed with a mere wave of his hand, far surpassing his previous imaginings. For a being of such power, annihilating the ninja world would be as simple as crushing an ant. To become the servant of such a formidable man could hardly be deemed shameful. Rather, it might present an opportunity, a chance to elevate his fate. Contemplating this, the Kuayu Shinrin produced a scroll and respectfully presented it. Please sign the contract. The author has something to say. Chapter 64. Signing the contract. Liu Mu's face illuminated with joy. After much effort, he had finally gained the Kuayu Shinrin's acknowledgement. Thus, he could now cultivate the Shinrin mode and ascend to the pinnacle of his life. With this thought, Liu Mu could hardly contain his excitement as he hurriedly accepted the scroll and opened it. Unfortunately, he was unable to comprehend any of the text. However, he was well aware of where to sign. By signing this contract, he would be able to summon the Kuayu Shinrin through the summoning technique. The extent of his summoning would depend on his chakra reserves. At that moment, Tsunade regained her senses and noticed the absence of the fireballs, letting out a sigh of relief. Clearly, she had indulged too much in drink the previous day, leaving her mind somewhat muddled. Looking up, she saw a beautiful and adorable woman standing before Liu Mu. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. The Kuayu Shinrin. She had never anticipated that the Kuayu Shinrin would reveal a human form. Tsunade was aware of the Kuayu Shinrin's human aspect, yet as a sage, he preferred to remain in his original state to better convert natural energy into sage chakra, facilitating his training. The willingness to reveal a human form indicated a high regard for the individual in the Kuayu Shinrin's eyes, though Tsunade could not ascertain just how high that regard was. Having never experienced such privilege herself, Tsunade looked up and noticed Liu Mu holding a scroll, finally allowing herself to relax. The Kuayu Shinrin had indeed recognized Liu Mu. A weight lifted from her heart. Whether Liu Mu could cultivate the Shinrin mode would depend solely on his own fortune. Tsunade glanced at the scroll in Liu Mu's hand and realized that it differed significantly from the contract she had signed previously. Her own contract had contained minimal content, primarily the signatures and blood seals of past signatories. In contrast, the contract before Liu Mu was densely packed with stipulations, offering him only a single place to sign. The signatures of previous generations had long since faded. Nonetheless, Tsunade chose to trust the Kuayu Shinran. After all, the Kuayu Shinran was synonymous with kindness and gentleness, and it was inconceivable that he would impose an unequal contract upon Liu Mu. Thus, Tsunade opted not to scrutinize the contract's contents, patiently waiting nearby. Liu Mu bit his finger, inscribing his name in blood on the contract, followed by a blood seal. The moment his hand left the scroll, the text upon it sprang to life, dancing wildly. Several black characters leapt onto the nape of Liu Mu's neck, and with a sharp prick, they became indelibly etched upon him. The remaining text surged towards the Kuayu Shinran, crawling over her entire body in a dense array. As the black characters glowed, the Kuayu Shinran let out a pained cry. Liu Mu was startled. Was the summoning contract truly so agonizing? It was no wonder the Kuayu Shinran had been so resistant before. Had he been in her position, he would have been equally reluctant to acquiesce. Tsunade's face reflected her confusion. Why did this contract signing process differ so vastly from her own experience? Had she been out of touch with the ninja world for so long that the summoning technique had undergone a 20 version upgrade? Moreover, why was signing a summoning beast contract so painful? She resolved to treat the Kuayu Shinran with utmost care in the future. For 3 minutes, the Kuayu Shinran's wails echoed through the forest, evoking sympathy from the very earth itself. The grass withered, flowers wilted, and leaves fell in droves. Finally, her cries ceased. A white shadow seemed to drift from her forehead, plunging into the imprint on Liu Mu's nape. In that moment, Liu Mu felt an inexplicable connection to the Kuayu Shinran, as if a bond had been forged between them. He was astonished to discover the potency of the summoning technique. No wonder it could bridge vast distances and enable instant summoning. It was rooted in this profound connection. The glowing text upon the Kuayu Shinran's body faded and ultimately vanished, as if it had never existed. The Kuayu Shinran, however, weakened and collapsed onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, her complexion was pale, her clothing drenched in sweat. As she gasped for fresh air, "My lady Kuayu, are you all right?" Liu Mu asked anxiously. With the contract now signed, there was no turning back to Myobokuzen or Ryugu Cave. The Kuayu Shinran was now his sole opportunity to cultivate the Shinran mode. Should anything happen to her, Liu Mu feared he would be inconsolable. The Kuayu Shinran looked at Liu Mu in confusion. Signing a servant contract meant a fragment of her soul was irrevocably torn asunder. It was a fate from which she might never recover. How could he still inquire if she was all right? Furthermore, having entered into a servant contract, she was now bound to obey Liu Mu unconditionally. With a mere thought, he could end her existence. In such a state, Liu Mu surprisingly spoke to himself with such deference. However, the Kuayu Shinran soon found peace of mind. After all, powerful individuals often exhibit eccentricities, relishing in various roles. Since Liu Mu was inclined to indulge in this manner, the Kuayu Shinran had no choice but to acquiesce. It was fine. A brief respite would suffice for recovery. Instantly, a joyous expression illuminated Liu Mu's face. "May I now learn the Shinran mode?" The author has a note. The 3rd update is complete. Do not forget to give a 5-star review. Chapter 65, Bloodline Limit Ice Release, Shinran Mode. The Kuayu Shinran gazed at Liu Mu in bewilderment. "I have already provided you with the means, yet you still wish to learn the Shinran mode? Are you mocking me?" However, the Kuayu Shinran dared not voice this, for her life was in Liu Mu's hands. Whatever Liu Mu desired, she had no power to refuse. After all, her own death was trivial compared to the potential destruction of the ninja world, a responsibility she could not bear. "My current state is rather poor. Perhaps you should first learn some basics from Tsunade, and then return to me," the Kuayu Shinran said weakly. Beep. Task completed. Awakening level increased by 10%. Current awakening level is 70%. Beep. Task completion is perfect. Received random reward. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Perfect bloodline limit. Ice release. Initially disheartened by the inability to immediately learn the Shinran mode, Liu Mu's face reflected a hint of disappointment. After all, mastering the Shinran mode would grant him access to Zainjutsu chakra, resulting in a qualitative enhancement of his strength. Yet, the Kuayu Shinran was indeed in no condition to proceed. It would be unreasonable to force her, especially considering she was a female immortal. Forcing her hand would be unwise. Fortunately, the rewards bestowed by the system were exceedingly generous. Setting aside the awakening level, the bloodline limit of ice release was undoubtedly a magnificent reward. The bloodline limit is inherited through one's lineage. Without it, No amount of effort could lead to cultivation. Furthermore, Ice Release is an exceptionally formidable ability, capable of freezing enemies instantly and, at its pinnacle, even freezing chakra itself. This experience in the Shurgu forest was indeed bountiful. Very well, I shall return to seek the guidance of the Kuo Yudarin later, Liu Mu declared as he departed the Shurgu forest alongside Tsunade. The Kuo Yudarin, however, collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by Liu Mu. Even breathing required utmost caution, lest she inadvertently offend him. Though she had signed a servant contract with Liu Mu, the Kuo Yudarin felt no sorrow. After all, not everyone is granted the privilege of serving a deity like Liu Mu. To become his servant was indeed a tremendous blessing. Now that she had become Liu Mu's servant, she needed to contemplate how to win his favor. As long as she gained his affection, the ninja world would surely remain safe. At that moment, the Kuo Yudarin recalled how Liu Mu gazed upon her, causing her heart to race and a blush to rise upon her cheeks. Kuo, you are doing this for the sake of the entire ninja realm. There is no shame in that. As the Kuo Yudarin lost herself in thought, a white serpent and a toad appeared within the Shurgu forest. Kuo, do you know what that fireball was just now? The Kuo Yudarin was startled, quickly suppressing her flustered expression to regain her usual noble and serene demeanor. Of course, my injuries are the result of that incident. What? The white snake sage and the toad sage were taken aback. The formidable being from beyond had appeared in the Shurgu forest, causing both sages to lose their composure. What had transpired? Why had such a fireball appeared in the sky? The Kuo Yudarin shrugged helplessly and began recounting the events with earnestness. The white snake sage and the toad sage initially expressed astonishment, followed by fear, ultimately resigning themselves to the inevitable. If what the Kuo Yudarin stated was true, then Liu Mu was indeed invincible. Even the combined might of the entire ninja world might not suffice to challenge him. Kuo, your sacrifice is monumental. To have forged a servant contract for the sake of the ninja realm is commendable. Indeed, but this also establishes a connection between the two of you. The task of appeasing him shall fall to you. The Kuo Yudarin nodded slightly, her face revealing a glimmer of confidence. Rest assured, Liu Mu seems quite interested in me. I simply do not know how to please a human. The Kuo Yudarin's expression turned troubled. Although she had lived for over 1,000 years, she had remained in the Shurgu forest. While occasional contract holders would visit, they were all exceedingly respectful. She had no idea how to win over Liu Mu and could only seek counsel from the white snake sage and the toad sage. I am at a loss as well. The white snake sage quickly shook his head. At that moment, the toad sage chuckled with pride. Though I too am uncertain. My contract holder, Jiraiya, is a renowned author in the ninja world, possessing profound insights into human emotions. He even wrote a book on the subject, which is quite beloved by many. I happen to have a copy. Upon hearing the toad sage's words, the Kuo Yudarin's face lit up with joy. That is splendid. Please bring me that book swiftly. I wish to study it thoroughly and learn how to please the human world. The author has a note. Chapter 66. Accidentally entering Konoha village, Liu Mu returned to his original world. After only a few steps, he suddenly felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shudder. Little Liu Mu, what is wrong? Have you caught a cold? Let me help you with that, Tsunade said with concern. Liu Mu quickly distanced himself from her. Although Tsunade was the most renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, if he were to receive treatment from her, his body would surely grow weaker. Moreover, this was not merely a cold. It felt as though someone was watching him, much like the sensation Tsunade currently evoked within him. Perhaps you should tend to Jiraiya instead. It would be unfortunate if he were to sustain any lasting injuries. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Tsunade's brows furrowed. How dare he consume the breakfast she had specially prepared for Liu Mu and then claim it was unpalatable? It was already a miracle she had not sent him off to the afterlife. Yet now that Liu Mu had spoken, she had no choice but to acquiesce, even if reluctantly. At that moment, a paper crane fluttered its wings and gracefully landed on Liu Mu's shoulder. Surprised, Liu Mu took the crane and discovered it bore Xiaonan's signature. He hastily opened it, but upon seeing the lip print at the bottom of the envelope, he could not help but shudder. Indeed, Xiaonan was the master of mischief. Mu, yesterday I received an infusion. What sort of infusion, you ask? It was the infusion of longing for you, Mu. It has been nearly 3 months since we parted in the land of rivers. When shall you return? Reading Xiaonan's letter, Liu Mu felt a shiver run through him. It was all too syrupy, almost overwhelmingly so. However, it had unknowingly been nearly 3 months. It was indeed time to return. After all, Should the Akatsuki organization deem him a traitor, he would be subjected to relentless pursuit. His greatest fear was that Xiao Nin would come after him, turning what was originally a rivalry between two women into a chaotic conflict involving three. A prospect he could hardly bear. Tsunade Dano, it is time for me to return. Please convey my farewells to the perverted sage. I shall refrain from visiting, lest he compel me to demonstrate that jutsu once more. Tsunade trembled, her face displaying reluctance. Liu Mu had helped her reclaim emotions that had been locked away for decades. And now he was leaving. How could she come to terms with that? Is there no way for you to stay? If you do not, then support me. I shall support you. I will rely on gambling to provide for you. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Kongsho relies on gambling to sustain herself, but she will inevitably find herself starving to death. There would be no need for the Akatsuki to hunt her down. She would simply perish by the roadside. After a long and arduous journey, despite Liu Mu's thorough preparations, navigating with a map is far from the convenience of a mobile navigation system. He must seek out landmarks in his surroundings, yet these references prove to be rather abstract. Consequently, after nearly a month of travel, Liu Mu is yet to reach the land of rain. Ahead lies a village, and finally, he will not have to sleep in a tree. As he spotted the distant structures, joy streamed across his face, and he dashed toward the village with great haste. However, Liu Mu was oblivious to the presence of several ninja adorned with fox masks, observing him intently. Should they capture this suspicious ninja? For now, they decided to observe. If he continued towards the village, they would apprehend him, and should he resist, they would eliminate him without hesitation. Understood. Wait, look at this ninja's attire and appearance. Upon receiving this warning, the captain of the Umbu team shuddered, as a terrifying figure from months prior echoed in his mind. That day, a colossal sun descended, nearly obliterating the entire village. That day, countless transparent snakes emerged, causing turmoil throughout the village. That day, 3 fire phoenixes suffocated everyone with their oppressive presence. That day, the Hokage fell powerless. The captain of the Umbu shook with fear once more and hastily retrieved a piece of paper from his ninja tool pouch. The paper depicted a boy with a sinister mask, a true embodiment of a heartless killer. Below the image, numerous warnings were scribbled in red ink. The captain compared the image back and forth, and his face darkened. He has returned. Immediately inform Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, and Yun-sama. We cannot handle this. A few Umbu members nodded slightly. Liu Mu's impression was indelibly etched in their minds, having become a nightmare for all. Faced with Liu Mu, no one felt any spark of courage, only a desperate desire to flee. It seemed today would be anything but peaceful. The author has something to say. Chapter 67, Supergeneration. Sarutobi Hiruzen paced back and forth in his office. That man has returned. The man who evokes both memories and fear within him. Although several months have passed, he knows it was merely an illusion. Yet, memories of 3 lifetimes are not easily forgotten. At that moment, a woman entered with a grave expression. Mother Yuyan, that man has returned. Little Hokage, I am aware. He has returned. A few brief exchanges rendered the atmosphere awkward. After all, it was rather inappropriate for the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen to address the 20-year-old Uzuya as mother. Meanwhile, Uzuya stood before the 3rd Hokage without any sense of reverence, exuding an air of superiority befitting an elder. Just then, Shimura Danzo emerged, leaning on his cane. And upon witnessing the two, he couldn't help but shake his head. You two have yet to emerge from the illusion? Uzuya and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged wry smiles. I have been his mother for 3 lifetimes. How could I simply walk away? Uzuya retorted angrily. Shimura Danzo was taken aback, his expression turning grim. Not long ago, Uzuya was an ordinary Umbu, but after succumbing to that illusion, she had transformed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mother, experiencing a sudden leap in status. Even Danzo found himself compelled to address Uzuya as Auntie. Auntie, my apologies. I should not have spoken out of turn, Shimura Danzo grumbled, biting back his words. So, what is that man's purpose for coming to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gravely, reaching for his pipe to take a puff. However, before it could reach his lips, it was swatted away. How many times must I tell you, little Hokage? No smoking. Why can't you listen? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Having suddenly acquired a younger mother at his age left him feeling rather out of place. Mother, Danzo is still here. Shimura Danzo cleared his throat awkwardly. He had no intention of getting involved in the matters between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzuya. For now, let us not intervene. Dispatch the Umbu to follow him closely and ascertain his intentions before we engage. Agreed. Let us proceed accordingly. Liu Mu entered the village unimpeded. Upon seeing the towering Hokage rock in the distance, he instantly recognized his location, the village hidden in the leaves. He had unexpectedly returned after several months. However, Liu Mu was astonished to discover that the Umbu of Konoha were remarkably weak, allowing him to infiltrate the village without resistance. Should another village launch a surprise attack, Konoha would surely face annihilation. Nevertheless, for Liu Mu, arriving in Konoha signified proximity to the land of rain. If he followed the same method as last time, he would return to the Akatsuki in just over a week. However, since he was in Konoha, he could not miss out on the Ichiraku ramen he had overlooked previously. Liu Mu quickly located the ramen stand. Without hesitation, he took a seat. "Boss, one bowl of ramen, please." "All right." The owner, delighted by the business, suddenly caught sight of Liu Mu's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait within the shop. His heart raced, and even his hands trembled as he prepared the ramen. This was the man who had nearly brought destruction to Konoha. Why had he returned? Was it for the ramen's recipe, or had he taken an interest in his daughter? Ichiraku was now quaking with fear. At that moment, a yellow-haired boy approached, standing on tiptoe as he presented a coupon. "Uncle, can I trade this for a bowl of ramen?" The boy's voice snapped Ichiraku back to reality, and he feigned calmness. "Naruto, I'm sorry, but the last bowl of ramen was taken by this older brother. Perhaps you can come back tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's face fell, and he clutched his empty stomach with dismay. All right. Liu Mu's interest peaked. Uzumaki Naruto, the absolute protagonist of Naruto, the key player against Uchiha Madara and even Kagaya Otsutsuki. He never expected to encounter him in person, and he appeared younger than his anime counterpart. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct?" Liu Mu smiled warmly. "Do you know me, big brother?" Uzumaki Naruto looked up curiously, his gaze scrutinizing Liu Mu intently. The hidden Umbu, witnessing this scene, turned pale. "Quickly inform Hokage-sama. Liu Mu's target this time is Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine Tails. The author has something to say. 3 updates complete. You understand." Chapter 68, Ichiraku's identity revealed. His target is indeed the Nine Tails. Shimura Danzo spoke gravely. The Nine Tails is considered Konoha's secret weapon. Summoning the Nine Tails during war would undeniably wreak havoc upon the enemy forces. While other villages possess tailed beasts, the Nine Tails is the strongest among them and must not be compromised. This time, the one seeking to seize it is Liu Mu, the man who instills fear in all of Konoha. Shimura Danzo dared not provoke him again. "Little monkey, what do you suggest we do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen reached for his pipe, but upon noticing Yuzuya Ien's watchful gaze, he quickly tucked it away. "I wasn't smoking. I was merely savoring the aroma." Yuzuya Ien cast a helpless glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This child is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. How should we proceed now? What more can we do? Let us gather all the senior officials and prepare to adapt to the situation. Very well, it must be done this way. Inside the Ichiraku ramen stall, Liu Mu and Uzumaki Naruto sat side by side, indulging in their ramen. Outside, several members of the Umbu stood vigilantly, alert and cautious. Nonetheless, a sense of trepidation loomed over all of them. After all, Liu Mu was exceedingly powerful. A single ninjutsu from him could obliterate Konohagakure. Should a battle ensue, it would be Konoha that would suffer the consequences. This is absolutely delicious, indeed. The ramen here is the best. Naruto contentedly patted his belly. He had never encountered such generosity at Ichiraku before, able to eat as much as he desired. This was Naruto's first experience of such fullness. He suspected he could forego breakfast the following day. At this moment, Liu Mu also set down his chopsticks, realizing that the ramen recommended by Naruto was indeed exceptional. One taste was enough to etch its flavor into memory. If this were to be transformed into a chain, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits. "Boss, would you be interested in opening a branch in the Land of Rain?" Upon hearing Liu Mu's inquiry, Ichiraku trembled, even dropping the spoon he held. His heart raced with alarm. This monstrous target is me. Ichiraku felt tears welling up. "I am merely a ramen chef. How could I possibly be worthy of such attention? What is it that you see in me? I can change." At that moment, the Umbu outside suddenly perked up. "Hurry and inform Lord Hokage. Liu Mu's target is Ichiraku." No sooner had the words left their mouth than a figure vanished from the spot. Intent on relaying this crucial information to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What? The target is Ichiraku?" In the Hokage's office, Puzzled expressions spread across everyone's faces. Such elaborate measures, merely for a ramen chef? Yet, a collective sigh of relief followed. After all, a ramen chef of negligible importance is far more bearable than the QB. The atmosphere lightened considerably. However, at that moment, Shimura Danzo's expression turned grave. He lightly tapped the table with one hand. Do you truly believe matters are this simple? As Danzo's words echoed, everyone fell silent, their faces reflecting confusion. What do you mean, Danzo? Speak plainly. Do not keep us in suspense. Observing the crowd's reaction, Danzo wore a look of disappointment. Do you genuinely think that someone as formidable as Liu Mu would come to Konoha merely for a bowl of ramen? Or do you truly believe that Ichiraku is an ordinary person? After Danzo spoke, the entire meeting hall fell silent. A being as powerful as Liu Mu would never engage in frivolous pursuits. A person capable of attracting Liu Mu's attention cannot possibly be just an ordinary ramen chef. Perhaps Ichiraku, like Liu Mu, is also a formidable force. With this thought, the crowd secretly admired Danzo's keen insight. Truly, as the leader of the root, he perceives matters with extraordinary clarity. I had my suspicions about Ichiraku, and it seems they were not unfounded. During the QB incident, while everyone else fled in panic, Ichiraku remained remarkably calm, evidently confident in his own abilities. Thus, it is clear that Liu Mu's previous visit was indeed to seek out Ichiraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of anxiety. He had never expected such a powerful figure to be concealed within Konoha, and as Hokage, he was completely unaware. Thankfully, he had not offended him previously or attempted to disband his stall. Otherwise, Konoha might have already ceased to exist. I have been remiss, fortunately. Danzo has identified the crux of the issue. Hearing Sarutobi's words, a proud expression emerged on Danzo's face. His role as the leader of the root was not in vain. The discovery of Ichiraku's identity was no mere coincidence. Now, we must deliberate whether to court Ichiraku or to disregard Liu Mu altogether. The author has something to say. Just 2 more chapters. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 69. His target is Hinata. Is that not Hinata-chan? Come here quickly. Today you can eat Ichiraku ramen for free. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly spotted Hinata Hyuga hiding not far away and promptly waved his hand. Hinata was startled, and her face flushed instantly. She hadn't expected to be discovered and thought she must flee immediately. However, just as she took a step, she suddenly halted. Lowering her head, she walked slowly toward Naruto. I am here for the free ramen, not to be with Naruto-kun. Hinata encouraged herself internally while continuing to approach Ichiraku. Just then, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. Curious, Hinata lifted her head. Are you Hinata Hyuga? You certainly appear quite adorable. Liu Mu remarked, examining Hinata. It must be said that Hinata, as a child of a prominent family, possessed fair and smooth skin. Compared to Naruto, they seemed to belong to entirely different realms. What intrigued Liu Mu even more were her Byakugan eyes. Hinata, do not move. Let me take a look at your eyes. Hinata was terrified. However, seeing Naruto's cheerful expression eased her apprehension considerably, and she found herself hesitating to flee. At that moment, the Umbu stationed outside became agitated. Liu Mu's target is Hinata Hyuga. It is the Byakugan. Quick, immediately notify Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall, the Konoha higher-ups were deeply engrossed in a discussion about whether to court Ichiraku or let things unfold. Just then, the door to the meeting hall was thrust open. Report. Liu Mu's target is Hinata Hyuga. It is the Byakugan. Instantly, silence fell over the meeting hall. All eyes turned to Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi, arms crossed and seemingly calm, found his breathing increasingly rapid. He then slowly stood up, picking up a chair with one hand, as if intending to charge out. I will confront that scoundrel. The others were startled and quickly moved to restrain Hayashi. If he were to rush out, the consequences would be dire. It would not only be Hayashi who would perish, but all of Konoha as well. Hayashi, calm yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Upon hearing the Hokage's voice, Hayashi suppressed his fury and sat back down. Hokage-sama, what should we do? Though Hayashi inquired about the course of action, his tone was filled with an undeniable conviction. He was evidently prepared to fight to the death. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, Danzo shook his head helplessly. That little monkey, keeping silent at such a critical moment. It seems this villainous task falls to me. Hayashi, at this juncture, we must prioritize the greater good. Prioritize the greater good? Are you suggesting we abandon Hinata? Abandon the Byakugan? Hayashi's breathing grew increasingly rapid. His fair skin flushed crimson with rage. For the sake of the village, some sacrifices are inevitable, Danzo stated nonchalantly, effectively sealing Hinata's fate. Hayashi scoffed, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noticing the Hokage's silence, he instantly grasped their intentions. Hinata was to be abandoned. However, as the head of the Hyuga clan and Hinata's father, Hayashi refused to concede. No matter what your decision is, I will never abandon my daughter, Hayashi declared, standing resolutely and striding toward the exit. In the eyes of Jitsuin Tuanzang, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed as he coldly addressed the ninjas beside him. Stop him. In an instant, several ninjas obstructed the path of Ring Rizu, each placing a hand on their ninja tools, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement from him. Rizu clan leader, do not make things difficult for us. You wish to stop me? You must first prove your capability. You are audacious, Ring Rizu, for your personal gain. Do you intend to plunge the entire village into the abyss? Jitsuin Tuanzang bellowed angrily, slamming his hand upon the table. Personal gain? The last time was for the village. And my dear brother perished. This time, I shall not retreat. Liu Mu scrutinized Ring Huayan's eyes, silently admiring the wonders of the ninja world. Despite being afflicted with Byakugan disease, how could he perceive more than others, with greater clarity? At that moment, a violent explosion resounded from a distance. Liu Mu hastily paused his actions, curiosity piqued. A thick plume of smoke began to rise incessantly. Was that not in the direction of the Hokage's office? If it has been attacked, it seems Konoha is indeed vulnerable. As Liu Mu spoke, a nearby Umbu trembled, fear evident in their eyes. Quickly inform Lord Hokage. Liu Mu's target is our entire Konoha. The author states, there is still one chapter. Chapter 70, his target is me. Report, Liu Mu's target is our Konoha. With the Umbu's announcement, the council chamber fell into complete silence. Even Ring Rizu, who had been engaged in battle, ceased his movements. Despair washed over the faces of all present. Indeed, it was as such. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a bitter smile. A master like Liu Mu could seize the land of fire with ease. If he desired it, he would undoubtedly succeed. Initially, this had only been the worst assumption, but it turned out to be true. Could it be that the Umbu misunderstood? After all, even if Liu Mu is powerful, governing a village requires more than mere strength. Nailing Shikaku questioned with a furrowed brow. Impossible. The Umbu is the most elite force. They could not have misunderstood. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head, though he secretly hoped there had been a mistake. Yet, the professionalism of the Umbu far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Their expertise in gathering intelligence outshone that of common ninjas, allowing them to extract keywords from enemy statements. Thus, a misunderstanding was absolutely out of the question. Ring Rizu let out a cold laugh and directly took a seat, regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen as one would a clown. So, shall we fight, or shall we relinquish our power? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jitsuin Tuanzang wore expressions of deep concern. If Liu Mu sought Konoha, he would confront the Hokage and the leader of the Roots directly. Others, burdened with the management of the village, might not wish for any upheaval. In fact, some might even hope for Liu Mu to become Hokage. After all, Konoha's strength had reached its lowest point in history, with the other four great nations eyeing the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Should Liu Mu ascend to the position of Hokage, the Land of Fire could once again reach its zenith, and any nation daring to covet it would pay a price. Consequently, the leadership of Konoha would rise alongside it. Yin, what do you think we should do? Sarutobi Hiruzen sought counsel from Yu and Shiin. In 3 lifetimes, whenever Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered difficulties, he would seek out his mother. Although they had returned to the ninja world and Yu and Shiin was no longer his mother, the habit from 3 lifetimes could not be easily discarded. Yu and Shiin's expression grew grave. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plea for help indicated that he was truly at his wit's end. Her words might very well determine the direction of Konoha. A sudden weight of pressure bore down upon her, akin to a mountain. After deep contemplation, Yu and Shiin inhaled deeply and looked earnestly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Xiao Fei, I wish to meet with him to discern his true intentions. All right, I agree. I also concur with Auntie's assessment. Yu and Shiin nodded slightly, and then walked out with heavy steps. Would she soon be able to see him? Yu and Shiin's emotions were complex as she gazed at Ichiraku Ramen. She felt both apprehensive about encountering Liu Mu and excited at the prospect. After all, in 3 lifetimes, Liu Mu had been her companion for decades. She was intimately aware of every detail about him. Yet, Yu and Shiin was filled with trepidation, fearing that everything was merely an illusion, that the man before her was not her other half. Finally, summoning her courage, Yu Xian approached step by step. She lifted the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen and beheld that familiar face. Upon sensing someone entering, Liu Mu instinctively turned his head, but upon seeing Yu Xian's face, he was taken aback. The Umbu, the most enigmatic team of Konoha, tasked with addressing special incidents. The appearance of the Umbu signified that he had been targeted. The presence of one indicated that several others were concealed nearby. At a mere command, countless individuals would materialize from all directions to subdue him. And Yu Xian's visage was one Liu Mu recognized from their last encounter. It seemed it was time to depart. Liu Mu hurriedly rose from his chair, pulling up his collar to conceal his face entirely. "Boss, I'm settling the bill. Today's anniversary event offers free ramen." Jokingly, Ichiraku dared not accept money from this devil. Liu Mu, unwilling to linger, lowered his head and hastily made his way outside. "Wait, are you afraid to see me?" Yu Xian gazed at Liu Mu with tender eyes. Yet he showed no inclination to turn back. However, Yu Xian distinctly sensed his trembling. This man still remembered her. Their longing was mutual, not one-sided. Was his true purpose in coming to Konoha for her? A wave of happiness surged from deep within her, overwhelming her with the desire to rush forward and embrace Liu Mu, to retain him. Yet she could not. This man, in such a hurry to leave, indicated that it was not yet appropriate for him to reveal his true intentions. There were still matters he needed to address. As a woman and as Liu Mu's steadfast support, she absolutely could not falter at this moment. Thus, she could only choose to watch him depart. Liu Mu sprinted swiftly, and upon realizing no one was pursuing him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My goodness, that nearly scared me to death. Thank goodness I ran fast." The author states, 3 updates complete, and I humbly request a 5-star review. Chapter 71, Return to the Land of Rain. At long last, I have returned. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Liu Mu's eyes as he gazed at the perpetually drizzling land of rain in the distance. After months of travel, he had finally returned to the land of rain. It must be said, navigating without guidance was indeed torturous. Upon arriving at his home, he gently pushed the door open. Observing the pristine state of the interior, warmth blossomed in his heart, especially at the sight of breakfast on the table, which made Liu Mu feel even more touched. It appeared that everyone had not forgotten him and had been waiting for his return. Liu Mu explored his home step by step, each detail steeped in memories. Although he had not lived there for long, it was, after all, his first home in the ninja world. Liu Mu made his way to his bedroom. As the sun had yet to fully rise and the curtains were drawn, the room was shrouded in darkness. Even Liu Mu had not completely acclimated to it. However, he had no intention of activating his Sharingan. Instead, he navigated his way towards his bed in the dark. Finally, he had returned to his bed. Liu Mu kicked off his shoes and lay down directly. Since parting with Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had not slept on such a soft bed for a long time. The moment he lay down, the fatigue of the entire night seemed to dissipate entirely, especially that familiar fragrance which enveloped Liu Mu in a wave of nostalgia. Suddenly, Liu Mu felt a surge of clarity. As a grown man, where could such a scent possibly come from? Yet, why did it feel so intimately known? He quickly inhaled again, and at last, recollections began to surface. This scent only arose during journeys, and each time he was on the road, there was always someone present, Xiaonan. It dawned on Liu Mu that despite having locked the door when he left, the place was impeccably tidy. Apart from that window-climbing ninja, there should be no one else. Moreover, there was a warm breakfast awaiting him on the table. A chill ran down Liu Mu's spine, prompting him to flee. But suddenly, a jade arm reached out and firmly grasped him. "Master, you have finally returned. Would you prefer to bathe first, or have breakfast, or perhaps?" Liu Mu's skin prickled with goosebumps. He hastily activated his Sharingan. The once pitch-black room became vividly clear. Indeed, Xiaonan lay upon his bed, her red cloud-black coat resting at his feet. How could anyone bear such a sight? Just then, the door swung open, and a beam of sunlight flooded in, revealing Pain's figure. "Liu Senpai, the Umbu just informed me that you have returned." Liu Mu's lips twitched, and he quickly shook off Xiaonan's arm and bolted outside. Pain's face was etched with remorse. "I apologize, Liu Senpai. I should not have been so reckless and should have knocked first." Liu Mu's mouth twitched again. Knock. Perhaps he should have used the Shinra Tensei instead, obliterating the land of rain in the process. Liu Mu inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Actually, I just returned as well. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Pain felt even more guilt-ridden. Liu Mu had tirelessly traversed the world for the Akatsuki, yearning for a moment of respite, only to be interrupted. Pain loathed himself for being in such a state, unable to contribute to the Akatsuki or this world. Thank you, Liu-senpai. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion. Why was Pain thanking him? Had something transpired? Nearby, Uchiha Obito gazed intently at Liu Mu's dwelling. Finally returned. The last time Uchiha Obito was in the Land of Rain, Kurizetsu had come to deliver orders. Whether Liu Mu was genuinely powerful or merely a facade, he had to be dealt with. Liu Mu's mere presence had thrown the entire Akatsuki into disarray. Everyone was tirelessly striving for the sixth great nation. And in just a few months, several ninja villages were eager to join the Land of Rain, waiting only for the small nations to agree before making a joint announcement. Once the sixth great nation was established, the Akatsuki would no longer recklessly gather tailed beasts, thereby consigning the Moon Eye plan to oblivion. In contrast to Kurizetsu's concerns, Uchiha Obito felt a growing sense of murderous intent. Back in the Land of River, he had unknowingly fallen victim to Liu Mu's Jinjutsu, encountering the long-deceased Rin. This was undoubtedly his greatest vulnerability. However, to be ensnared in a Jinjutsu by someone who possessed the Sharingan indicated that Liu Mu's skills had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. The only way to confront Liu Mu was through the tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki, who could perfectly wield them. The author has something to say. Chapter 72. How strong are you really? Finally, I can meet Liu-senpai. Thankfully, there are no missions, otherwise, I would have regretted it immensely. Within the meeting room of the Akatsuki, several ninjas clad in red clouds and black cloaks rubbed their hands together in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of one individual. That individual was the spiritual leader of the Akatsuki, the man willing to sacrifice everything for the ninja world, Liu Mu. Among them, the most excited was undoubtedly Sasori. Liu Mu's joining the Akatsuki was entirely due to that battle. Without that battle, Shaonin would never have extended an invitation to Liu Mu. After all, Liu Mu had been exceptionally low-key, consistently presenting himself with the strength of a mere genin, easily overlooked by most. In contrast to others, a hint of pride graced Sasori's face, for he alone was Liu Mu's acknowledged follower. Even Xiaonan's status as a servant was something imposed upon him, rendering it inconsequential. Is Liu-senpai truly that formidable? Orochimaru inquired in a hushed tone. He bore a slight grudge against Liu Mu. Having infiltrated the Akatsuki primarily to uncover Liu Mu's true identity and strength. However, his teammate Sasori was nothing more than a Liu Mu enthusiast, speaking in vague, grandiose terms. A sage descending from the heavens, an endless fireball. How could that be possible? After months of waiting, Liu Mu had finally returned. Orochimaru was eager to ascertain Liu Mu's abilities and then return to his research. Just then, Pain slowly walked in from outside. Instantly, the meeting room fell silent. The next moment, it erupted in excitement. The man who had been featured in countless illustrations had finally appeared. Liu-senpai, it's me. I am Pipa Shirzong. Would you grant me an autograph on my clothing? Liu-senpai, I want to have your children. Liu Mu's lips twitched as he surveyed the crowd. These were no ninjas. They were merely a group of fervent fans. And fervent they were. Liu Mu began to regret agreeing to attend this meeting with Pain. Liu-senpai, these are exceptional members who voluntarily joined the Akatsuki after hearing of your deeds, Pain explained enthusiastically. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. What deeds have you heard? The more I look, the more this resembles a cult. Is there still a chance for me to leave? Pain raised both hands to signal for silence, and continued. I believe many have joined the Akatsuki due to being inspired by Liu-senpai's exploits. We are now honored to have Liu-senpai here to answer any questions you may have. Pain then produced a large cardboard box and placed it before Liu Mu. Liu-senpai, please feel free to draw a slip of paper. Liu Mu's face was filled with confusion, yet his hand obediently reached inside. A piece of paper was drawn. It bore the words Uchiha Itachi. Congratulations to our esteemed member Uchiha Itachi for successfully obtaining the qualification to ask a question. Uchiha Itachi wore a look of astonishment, while those around him cast envious glances. May I ask, what is Liu-senpai's wish? Uchiha Itachi inquired earnestly. At that moment, Liu Mu's mind was a chaotic whirlpool. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's question, he answered without a second thought, world peace. Uchiha Itachi trembled. Through his eyes, he perceived that Liu Mu was not lying. This desire for world peace emanated from the depths of his heart, a notion so pure. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi began to feel remorse. Initially, upon hearing Liu Mu's intention to establish the sixth great nation, he had assumed Liu Mu sought power and dominance over the entire ninja world. Yet today, witnessing Liu Mu's unwavering determination and heartfelt response, Uchiha Itachi realized his error. Regardless of the path Liu Mu chose, his ultimate aim was the realization of true peace in the world. And to achieve true peace, the only solution was to unify the ninja world into a single nation. Uchiha Itachi silently resolved to remain within the Akatsuki, accompanying it as they witnessed the advent of world peace. Truly, Liu Senpai is worthy of admiration. I have learned much. After Uchiha Itachi spoke, Pain once again placed the cardboard box in front of Liu Mu. With no other choice, Liu Mu reluctantly reached in and, after rummaging for a while, pulled out a slip of paper. Orochimaru. Congratulations to Orochimaru for gaining the right to ask a question. Today, it seems our guest from the Land of Fire is quite fortunate. Orochimaru appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly a mischievous smile crept across his face. Just when he was at a loss on how to investigate Liu Mu's information, he unexpectedly drew the chance to pose a question. At the very least, he needed to ascertain just how powerful Liu Mu truly was. Senior Liu, how strong are you in comparison to the god of shinobi? The author has something to say. Chapter 73. I have a friend. Liu Mu's heart suddenly raced. Orochimaru's question was indeed too tricky. If he lied, the many high IQ individuals present would see through it instantly. However, if he spoke the truth, it would expose him immediately. Several individuals at the Kage level could eliminate him in an instant, leaving him no chance to escape. In a moment of panic, Liu Mu began to tug at his hair. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, waiting for Liu Mu's response, suddenly noticed the mark on the back of Liu Mu's neck. Instantly, Orochimaru trembled, his heart racing. The servant mark. This was a mark Orochimaru had seen in an ancient tome while training in the Dragon Cave. It could only be achieved through a series of complex means, where a sage willingly offered their soul to form a servant contract. This implied that at least one sage had willingly become Liu Mu's servant. It is known that once one becomes a servant, their life is entirely under the control of the other. Even an ordinary person would hesitate to surrender their life to another, let alone a sage. It is worth noting that even the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, lacked the ability to enslave a sage. Therefore, Liu Mu's strength was evident. Although Liu Mu said nothing, he had proven everything. Truly, he was Senior Liu. Orochimaru respectfully nodded and then sat down heavily, resolving in his heart that he could never be an enemy of Liu Mu. As for Shimura Danzo's task, it could wait. The existence of Liu Mu was not something he could provoke. Not even the Land of Fire could afford to anger Liu Mu. Otherwise, none could withstand Liu Mu's wrath. Orochimaru, did Senior Liu respond to you? Scorpion, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked anxiously. Everyone turned to look at Orochimaru, awaiting his answer. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously. Although Senior Liu said nothing, in truth, he conveyed everything. I sincerely apologize for asking such a question. The crowd looked at Orochimaru in shock. Senju Hashirama was deemed unworthy to compare with Liu Mu. It is known that Senju Hashirama was the strongest after the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, such a formidable figure, in Orochimaru's words, did not even qualify to be compared with Liu Mu. Just how powerful was Liu Mu? No one could fathom. For Liu Mu's strength had surpassed everyone's understanding. Instantly, everyone's reverence for Liu Mu deepened. Uchiha Obito stared at Orochimaru in astonishment. He knew that Orochimaru was a highly conceited and capricious individual who would never speak recklessly based on another's strength. Yet, Orochimaru had offered such high praise, declaring Liu Mu to be beyond the god of shinobi. Did such a man truly exist? However, Uchiha Obito quickly regained his composure. Although Orochimaru stated that Senju Hashirama could not be compared to Liu Mu, he never specified it was due to strength. After all, under Zetsu's observation, aside from Jinjutsu, Liu Mu appeared rather ordinary in other aspects. Therefore, what Orochimaru referred to must have been righteousness. After all, continuously sacrificing oneself for world peace was something even Uchiha Obito could not help but silently admire. Were it not for his inability to escape the control of Uchiha Madara, he might have joined Liu Mu in the fight for world peace. Seeing the awestruck expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Mu felt speechless. It seemed he had said nothing. Yet everyone understood. Could someone please tell me the answer? Otherwise, I appear quite foolish. The fan QA continued with trivial questions. Liu Mu managed to respond with ease. Just as he was about to draw the last lucky audience member, the name on the slip caused him to frown. Afe. Pain warily eyed Uchiha Obito. Had it not been in front of so many witnesses, Pain would have torn the slip to shreds. For this man named Afe was far too dangerous. Even with his Rinnegan, he could not see through this man. Moreover, his previously proposed policies were too radical, contradicting Liu Mu's stance. Allowing Uchiha Obito to ask a question could potentially lead to trouble. Uchiha Obito expressed surprise. He had never expected to be drawn for the last spot. He even doubted whether he had misheard. Nevertheless, having this opportunity, Uchiha Obito would not let it slip away. However, he did not intend to inquire about Liu Mu. Instead, he wished to have the sage-like Liu Mu assist him in resolving a question that weighed on his heart. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, calming himself completely. Senior Liu, I have a friend who witnessed the woman he loved being killed by his best brother. Should he forgive his brother, or seek vengeance for his beloved? The author has something to say. Chapter 74, Task in the Land of Water. A friend? Liu Mu could not help but chuckle. It seems that regardless of the world or dimension, there is always that one mysterious friend. And while Liu Mu might not know how to address other questions, he was well aware of Uchiha Obito's dilemma. Hatake Kakashi killed Noara Rin with Raikiri. However, Zetsu had been lurking in the shadows. Liu Mu was cautious not to elaborate too much. What one sees is not necessarily the truth. Liu Mu maintained an air of a hermit. What one sees is not necessarily the truth. Uchiha Obito questioned, looking at Liu Mu in confusion. Liu Mu hastily nodded, anticipating Uchiha Obito's sudden realization. Although Noara Rin died from Kakashi's Raikiri piercing her heart, it was actually a proactive choice made by Rin. This was due to a special device implanted by Uchiha Madara in her heart. Once installed, she would be eternally controlled. The only way to deactivate it was to destroy it with lightning chakra. Although that plan failed, Kakashi also became a victim, forever bearing the blame of murdering his companion. Liu Mu waited for a long time, but Uchiha Obito did not have any epiphany. Instead, his eyebrows furrowed even more. Wow, my hint was clear enough, right? If this goes on, Kaguya might jump out to intervene. Why can't you think like the others and use your brain? Am I not clear enough? Liu Mu muttered to himself quietly. Just then, Uchiha Obito suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Liu Mu with one eye. Senior Liu, are you willing to help me solve this problem? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. When did I ever say such a thing? My exclamation was merely an expression, not an indication that I would deal with this matter. Senior Liu is truly noble. As expected of Senior Liu, you are my guiding light, illuminating my path forward. Instantly, everyone looked at Liu Mu with admiration. Even Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi could not help but nod in agreement with Liu Mu. Before this, there was a task that required Senior Liu's attention. Suddenly, a man with half-black and half-white features emerged. He cast a piercing gaze at Uchiha Obito and then turned to Liu Mu with a fawning expression. At this moment, the homeland of Pai Pa Shirzong was engulfed in chaos, as the Fourth Mizukage relentlessly tormented the entire land of water. A rebel army was rising against the Fourth Mizukage's oppressive regime. If Senior Liu could assist the rebels, he would not only save the villagers of the land of water, but also earn the goodwill of the next Mizukage, achieving multiple objectives with a single endeavor. The notion was discussed with great enthusiasm, suggesting that Liu Mu's involvement would surely lead to the overthrow of the Fourth Mizukage's rule and secure the support of the future Mizukage. Liu Mu furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to engage. The absence of Kisame Hashigaki from the Akatsuki organization indicated that the land of water was currently shrouded in a haze of bloodshed. To venture forth now would likely mean certain death. Moreover, the Fourth Mizukage, Kaguya Yagura, possessed a perfect control over the tailed beasts. Once he activated their transformation, he would become a frenzied force, rendering any attempt to intimidate him futile. Ding. Accept the task from Ju and proceed to the land of water. Reward, 10 Awakening. Mysterious reward, to be calculated upon completion. I cannot go. Uchiha Obito sought to dissuade Liu Mu, for Kaguya Yagura was currently under a controlled state. Upon reaching the land of water, Liu Mu would not be greeted by the rebels, but rather by the Umbu of Kirigakure. Even if Liu Mu were extraordinarily strong, facing the wrath of an entire nation would likely result in a perilous situation. However, just as Uchiha Obito began to voice his concerns, he was abruptly silenced by Ju. Afe, you are merely an intern of the Akatsuki organization. It would be best if you refrained from meddling in matters beyond your purview. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists in anger. He cared little for Liu Mu's fate. However, he felt that Liu Mu's earlier response held some deeper significance. Thus, Liu Mu must not perish, not now at least. Yet Uchiha Obito found himself powerless, as the device on his heart rendered him incapable of opposing Ju. If Ju sought his death, it would be a trivial task. Uchiha Obito could only convey his warnings through his gaze. Very well, I will go. Who is my contact? In that moment, a wave of joy surged through Ju. He feared Liu Mu would refuse, rendering all his careful plans futile. Now that Liu Mu had consented, Ju felt he had countless ways to eliminate him. Subsequently, Ju produced a scroll from his sleeve and respectfully handed it to Liu Mu. Without hesitation, Liu Mu unfurled the scroll. Xiaomei, the author has something to say. Chapter 75, Ambushed at Sea. How much longer? Liu Mu inquired, boredom evident in his voice. After departing from the land of rain, several days of travel had brought them to the coast, where they boarded a large vessel and sailed for several more days. Although this journey had not led to any misdirection, it was considerably dull compared to traveling alone. We're almost there. About half an hour until we reach the land of water. Pai Pa Zong exclaimed with excitement. The prospect of accompanying Liu Mu to the land of water had thrilled him for days. Moreover, their mission was to liberate Kirigakure, which only heightened Pai Pa Zhang's enthusiasm. After all, who was Liu Mu? He was a being that transcended even the sage, effortlessly capable of dealing with Kagaya Yagura. Pai Pa Zong had even envisioned a harmonious relationship between the Akatsuki and the land of water. Liu Mu offered a wry smile as he regarded Pai Pa Zong. In the narrative of Hokage, Pai Pa Zong met his demise upon returning to Kirigakure. Perhaps this was that moment. He couldn't fathom why Pai Pa Zong was so elated. Just then, amidst the foggy sea, several figures appeared, rapidly approaching their vessel. Pai Pa Zong frowned. They should not have reached the designated meeting point yet, so why were there so many ships? At that moment, countless figures leapt from the vessels and swiftly charged toward them. This is not a welcoming party, Senior Liu. Their target is us. Pai Pa Zong exclaimed anxiously. Although he had heard of Liu Mu's exploits, he had never witnessed his prowess firsthand, especially at sea. The enemies need not defeat Liu Mu. Sinking the ship would suffice. No matter how formidable a ninja might be, they appeared insignificant against the vastness of the ocean. A single wave could spell disaster. Prepare for battle, Senior Liu. Pai Pa Zong declared as he drew his great sword. Although he had once been one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he felt utterly powerless against such overwhelming numbers. Each of these ninjas could employ their unique jutsu to capsize the ship. Just then, a flurry of splashes erupted as several water dragons surged toward the vessel, their mouths wide open. Due to the geographical conditions, the water dragon jutsu here was twice as formidable as that on land. A mere collision could shatter the ship, sending it plummeting into the depths below. Despair washed over Pai Pa Zong. Initially, he had hoped it was merely a misunderstanding, that they could resolve it upon meeting. Yet now, the adversaries had not even laid eyes upon them before launching a water dragon attack, indicating their intentions were glaringly clear. They were coming for them. How did they know we would arrive today? After nearly a year of collaboration, the internal task distribution system of the Akatsuki had become remarkably organized. Every ninja was sworn to secrecy upon receiving a mission. Once assigned, the details were sealed. And even Pain could only grasp a vague outline before it was dispatched to the ninjas. The specific information was privy only to the ninja undertaking the mission. The fact that their arrival had been anticipated indicated that someone had leaked the mission details. This meant there was a traitor within the Akatsuki, someone intent on Liu Mu's demise. In that moment, a furious expression crossed Pai Pa Zhang's face. His own life mattered little. However, if Liu Mu were to fall, it would be an irreplaceable loss for the entire ninja world. Senior Liu, we must hurry to Kirigakure. The people there need you. Upon saying this, Pai Pa Zhang contemplated leaping into the sea to buy Liu Mu time. However, just as he prepared to jump, Liu Mu grasped his arm. Ninja battles require strategy. The fog on the sea is already thick. If we cast a hidden mist technique, they won't be able to find us. Liu Mu stated as he began to perform the technique. Pai Pa Zhang offered a bitter smile. For ninjas from other villages, the hidden mist technique could obscure vision and facilitate an escape. Yet these were ninjas from Kirigakure, who had grown up navigating through mists and were accustomed to it. In fact, They thrived in fog more than in any other environment. Liu Mu's application of the hidden mist technique would only obscure his own vision. As Pai Pa Shizong prepared to wield his great sword for a desperate fight, he suddenly sensed something ominous lurking within the seemingly ordinary mist. It felt as though a great terror was concealed within, and with one more step forward, he would be ensnared, unable to escape. In that moment, cold sweat dripped down Pai Pa Shizong's brow as he stammered, "Is this the hidden mist technique?" The author has something to say. One more chapter, everyone. Don't stay up too late. Chapter 76. Fortunately, I ran fast. Hidden mist technique? Does this person not fear death? The Umbu of Kirigakure sneered, then turned to his team members. Yet when he glanced back, the members who had been nearby had vanished, leaving only a blank expanse of white. The Umbu frowned, surprised that this hidden mist technique was so potent, capable of swallowing ninjas whole in an instant. However, the Umbu did not panic. For the first lesson learned by ninjas from Kirigakure was to sense the enemy's position amidst the fog. Furthermore, the Umbu team possessed unique jutsu. The members of the squad could sense one another, aware of each other's locations. In a flurry, the Umbu of Wuin village quickly activated their chakra to locate their teammates. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The ninjutsu they had cast seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, yielding no feedback whatsoever. To their astonishment, they discovered an eerie silence enveloping them. This was the open sea. Even in the quietest moments, the relentless crashing of waves should persist. Yet, at this moment, an oppressive stillness prevailed. Looking down, they observed that the once undulating surface of the sea had vanished, replaced by an expanse of white mist. As if they were treading upon clouds, the Umbu of Wuin village grew anxious. Was this the technique of Wuin? No. It was undoubtedly a formidable jinjutsu. But when had they fallen under its influence? To ensnare someone in jinjutsu typically requires a medium for hypnosis. Yet they hadn't even glimpsed their adversary's appearance. How could they have succumbed to such an illusion? Infuriated, the Umbu of Wuin shouted in frustration, drawing a kunai to stab their own leg. If it was indeed jinjutsu, the pain would easily dispel it. This was fundamental knowledge in the world of ninjas. The kunai pierced their flesh, blood flowing profusely, the searing pain stimulating their nerves. At last, the illusion shattered. The once blinding whiteness began to reveal shades of color. The ocean beneath their feet resumed its natural form. However, just as the Umbu of Wuin felt a flicker of triumph, they suddenly noticed several ninjas surrounding them, eyes gleaming with malice. When had they arrived? The heart of the Umbu raced. They had not realized that the enemy had stealthily infiltrated their midst. Had they not dispelled the jinjutsu in time, they could have been harvested like wheat. Cursed be this silence. Where were the responses? Deemed assassinated. The Umbu of Wuin seethed with rage. The Umbu of Wuin had been ambushed in the midst of Wuin's technique. Should this news circulate, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. However, now that they had broken the illusion, the foes before them would undoubtedly pay dearly. The battle commenced. The Umbu of Wuin unleashed their signature skills, seamlessly blending ninjutsu and taijutsu, systematically eliminating foes one after another. Yet, something was peculiar about these enemies. Most of the ninjas stood motionless, as if dazed, allowing themselves to be dispatched. A few engaged in fratricidal conflict. The remaining ninjas, while attempting to resist, employed techniques that seemed to belong to Wuin village. Some of their moves even mirrored those of close friends. Ultimately, no enemies remained, and the dense fog gradually dissipated. However, when the mist finally cleared, the Umbu of Wuin was left in shock. The target vessel had vanished, and the surrounding waters were stained crimson with blood. Countless remnants floated upon the surface, all belonging to their comrades. In that moment, the Umbu of Wuin stared at their bloodied hands, and understanding dawned upon them. The foes they had just slain were none other than their own teammates, their brothers in arms. The myriad remnants upon the sea's surface were their handiwork. The Umbu of Wuin comprehended the magnitude of their adversary's prowess. A simple ninjutsu had effortlessly dispatched over a dozen ninjas, forcing their lifelong companions into a fight for survival. Such a ninja, if allowed to infiltrate Wuin village, could wreak untold havoc and potentially alter the very fabric of power. Yet now, they could no longer halt the tide of events. At that moment, Liu Mu stood upon the deck, gratified to see no pursuers in sight. Did you see Shizong? Ninja combat truly requires intellect. Thankfully, I executed the Wuin technique in time, facilitating our escape. Shizong's lips twitched. Escape? They are the ones fleeing. The author has something to say. These past few chapters have lacked inspiration. I hope everyone can bear with me. Once my inspiration returns, I will undoubtedly craft a more thrilling narrative. Chapter 77. The enemy is from Yunying Village. What do you mean you are the only one who returned? Guoju Shizong slammed his hand upon the table, causing the entire office to tremble. Of the 4 Umbu squads, totaling 16 elite members, only one had survived. How could Guoju Shizong accept this? How many had they sent, and what were their capabilities? Taking a deep breath, Guoju Shizong attempted to calm himself. Yet the fury within him simmered. This was undoubtedly a failure in intelligence. They had been informed that only 2 ninjas had arrived. Yet, if 15 elite Umbu had been taken down in one fell swoop, the enemy must have held a significant numerical advantage. Otherwise, the Umbu of Wuyin, positioned defensively, would not have been unable to flee. The Umbu lowered their heads in shame, having not even glimpsed the enemy before losing 15 of their number. This was a disgrace of the highest order. Guoju Shizong nearly spat blood. 15 elite Umbu had perished, and they did not even know the identity of their assailants. Why have you returned? Why not just die there? Guoju Shizong shook his head vigorously. This squad was absolutely trustworthy, both in loyalty and strength. Yet, nearly all of them had been annihilated. Suddenly, fear crossed Guoju Shizong's face. To allow the deaths of so many elite Umbu without a trace could only mean one thing. The enemy vastly outnumbered them. But such a large force should have been detected from afar. Alternatively, their adversaries must possess extraordinary power, perhaps the likes of a Kaga-level ninja from one of the 5 great nations. Moreover, they would need to be exceptionally skilled in taijutsu, moving with inhuman speed. Otherwise, the noise generated by their ninjutsu would have alerted others. Thus, the most likely enemy was the Raikage from Yunying Village. The intelligence received indicated a formidable foe approaching, referring specifically to AI from Yunying Village. Cursed be this revelation. It is indeed the Raikage from Yunying Village who has grown restless. Relay the orders. We are officially declaring war against Yunying Village. The Umbu of Wuyin Village suddenly awakened to their predicament. So the enemy was from Yunying Village. That was a relief. The sacrifice of 15 lives had yielded such vital intelligence. This was a significant achievement. If they could thwart Yunying Village's schemes, the loss of life would be more than justified. Shizong, check once more if the designated meeting point is indeed here, or have we arrived late? Liu Mu inquired anxiously. After all, they were still within Wuyin Village and had just been ambushed. If they could not make contact with Heian, their unfamiliarity with the terrain would inevitably lead to their demise at the hands of others. At that moment, Shizong's face was etched with concern. Both the time and location matched precisely with what was written on the scroll. The only discrepancy was the absence of their contact. Without a secure hiding place, it was only a matter of time before the Umbu discovered them. Just then, a bell began to toll throughout Wuyin Village. Its urgent ringing instilling a sense of inexplicable tension. Hearing the bell, Shizong could not suppress a shudder. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was all too familiar with the sound. Familiar as he was, this bell was not easily sounded. Whenever it rang, it signified that something monumental was unfolding. And this time, the urgency was palpable, indicating that the very safety of Wuyin Village was at stake. Such a rapid tolling could only mean 2 possibilities. The first was that a national war had been declared. The Mizukage needed to summon all ninjas of Wuyin Village to launch an assault against the enemy nation. The second existence capable of annihilating the Kirigakure village has emerged. Generally, such a situation would only arise upon the arrival of the Kage from the 5 great nations. In an instant, Pai Pa Shizong gazed at Liu Mu with admiration. He could hardly believe that Liu Mu had merely employed a ninjutsu. Yet it provoked such a considerable reaction from Kirigakure, elevating Liu Mu to the realm of Kage. However, this was not favorable news for him. After all, Kirigakure was now on high alert, with the vigilance forces multiplying several times, rendering the execution of their mission exceedingly difficult. Prolonged presence in one location would likely lead to detection by the Umbu. Thus, rather than remaining passively, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Senior Liu, we can no longer wait here. I happen to know the address of the Terumi Mei family. Let us go directly to their door. Liu Mu nodded reluctantly, recognizing that given his unfamiliarity with this place, he should heed Pai Pa Shizong's suggestion. Chapter 78. Retribution for flaws. Senior Liu, the bells have rung. And yet they still wish to monitor me? Terumi Mei smiled alluringly, casting a glance at the trees outside before settling into a reclining chair. Ever since the fourth Mizukichi Yagura ascended to power, she, as a member of a prominent clan, had faced oppression. Yagura was one of the few commoners to rise to the position of Kage and Kirigakure in the entire ninja world. Upon his rise, the status of commoners soared instantaneously. For the great clans of Kirigakure, this had little impact. However, since the Third Shinobi World War, Yagura seemed to have transformed, intensifying the exploitation of the great clans, compelling their ninjas to undertake perilous missions while commoner ninjas were relegated to simpler tasks. Consequently, the mortality rate among the great clan ninjas surged dramatically. Although the great clans had resisted, the reprisals were even more severe. Among the prominent families, the Mizuno and Kagaya clans were entirely suppressed. The situation was dire and brutal. As a prominent clan member, Terumi May naturally attracted attention, especially after amassing a considerable number of followers, leading the Umbu to station themselves outside her residence year-round. This situation greatly displeased Terumi May. After all, as a woman, being surveilled 24 hours a day was intolerable. Eating and drinking were manageable, but what about bathing and sleeping? How could she ever go out to find a boyfriend and eventually marry? Terumi May's frustration boiled over as she seized a kunai and hurled it outside. Clang! Pai Pa Shirzong intercepted the flying kunai with his decapitating sword, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As an ally observing Terumi May, he was completely unprepared. He had not anticipated that she would suddenly throw a kunai. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have faced dire consequences. It seemed Terumi May regarded them as foes. They had to establish contact and dispel the misunderstanding. Liu Mu stroked his chin and pondered. After a few moments, he decided to throw a note inside, but the content of the note was crucial. If it were too blunt, it could be intercepted by the Umbu, exposing them and endangering Terumi May. However, if it were overly simplistic, there was a risk that Terumi May might not comprehend it, thus failing to achieve his purpose. Finally, Liu Mu's eyes lit up. He hastily pinned the note, secured it to the kunai, and instinctively threw it out. Terumi May leisurely sipped her tea, her expression growing impatient at the continued commotion outside. Then she heard the sound of a kunai being thrown. A cold smile crept onto her face. Although she had remained hidden in her house, allowing the Umbu to monitor her, that did not imply she was defenseless, pliable for them to manipulate. Moreover, judging by the previous noise, the ninja who threw the kunai was likely only a chunin. How dare they provoke her? This irked Terumi May immensely. With a surge of anger, she turned around, only to be stunned by the sight before her. A deluge of kunai descended upon her, resembling a torrential downpour. Under such a dense barrage, evasion was futile, for there were no blind spots. Every angle fell within the attack's range. Furthermore, each kunai bore something tied to it. Unmistakably explosive tags. Terumi May forced a bitter smile. Without the explosive tags, she could have countered with ninjutsu. However, with the explosive tags involved, all ninjutsu became meaningless. Thousands of explosive tags detonating simultaneously could obliterate the house in an instant. Even attempting to counter with ninjutsu would be futile against such overwhelming force. Had Yagura finally taken action against her? Accepting that struggle was futile, Terumi May resolved to savor her final moments. She reached for the fine wine hidden beneath the table, which she had hesitated to drink, and poured it over her face. Though she consumed little, time was short, and saving it would be wasteful. Standing beside Liu Mu, Pai Pa Shirzong swallowed nervously, casting a fearful glance at Liu Mu. Terumi May had merely discarded one kunai, yet Liu Mu had retaliated with thousands. This was the perfect embodiment of retribution for flaws. In a flurry of thoughts, Pai Pa Shirzong recalled whether he had ever offended Liu Mu in any way. If so, he needed to apologize immediately. Otherwise, he might not know how he would perish. At that moment, Liu Mu felt a surge of anxiety. Why did Terumi May act as if she were oblivious, not only failing to evade, but also taking time to wash her face? Surely, she must be unwell. The author has something to say. Chapter 79. This young man is extraordinary plop. A kunai pierced Terumi May's body. Yet, she exhibited no reaction, allowing blood to flow freely from the wound. Terumi May understood that more kunai would follow, and they would explode. Thus, she did not slow the flow of wine, but rather hastened to pour it all out. At last, the bottle of cherished aged wine was emptied. But the anticipated kunai did not continue to arrive. The expected explosion never came. Terumi May opened her eyes in confusion, scanning her surroundings. Where were the other kunai? Only one remained on her person. Moreover, the kunai bore not an explosive tag, but a crumpled piece of paper. Terumi May furrowed her brow, observing the kunai's trajectory. She recognized a youthful face looking at her in bewilderment. Terumi May's lips twitched in pain as she removed the kunai and unwrapped the attached paper. Come out. We have matters to discuss. We are here to assist you. Instantly, Terumi May almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this how one called her out? Why such a grand display, with thousands of kunai thrown together? Was she to step out or be sent directly to report to the King of Hell? And what about the remaining kunai? Terumi May gazed sorrowfully at the empty wine bottle in her hand. This had been intended for sharing with her future husband during their wedding. Now it was all gone. Not a drop remained. And the wounds on her body would leave scars. How would she ever find a boyfriend, let alone get married? Terumi May's anger surged, and she leaped out. Her expression cold as she approached Liu Mu. Have you made up your mind about how you wish to die? Terumi May, please do not be hasty. We are here to help you. Pai Pa Zong said anxiously. Help me? You nearly sent me to my demise. Upon seeing Pai Pa Zong, Terumi May's fury lessened somewhat. After all, Pai Pa Zong had left the land of water in discontent with Yagura's governance, which at least proved that these two were not aligned with Yagura. However, the two individuals before him were of no concern. After all, Pai Pa Zong had initially chosen to flee the land of water rather than join the rebellion, ultimately rendering him a coward. The most crucial point was that all of his cherished old wine had been used to wash his face. There was not a single drop left. Subsequently, Zhen Meiming shifted her gaze to Liu Mu. That kunai was thrown by you, wasn't it? Your aim was remarkably precise. As she spoke, an aura of killing intent began to emanate from her. At that moment, Liu Mu appeared somewhat flustered. After all, Zhen Meiming was a wielder of 2 bloodline limits and the future 5th Mizukage, her strength beyond measure. Yet, in such tense circumstances, one must not act hastily. Liu Mu composed himself, his demeanor remarkably calm. Indeed, it was I, but I did not anticipate that you would fail to catch it. Zhen Meiming nearly spat blood in frustration. Countless kunai had been thrown, and the accompanying notes had resembled explosive tags far too closely, plunging her into despair. How could she have thought to catch them? Very well, your admission suffices. Now, I present you with 2 options. First, compensate me with a bottle of the special sake from the first year of the Land of Water, and allow me to stab you with a kunai. And this matter shall be laid to rest. Second, you must defeat me, Zhen Meiming declared, patiently awaiting Liu Mu's response. Liu Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him. He doubted whether Zhen Meiming was merely seeking to provoke him. Where would he find the funds to repay her for the wine? Had he known, he would have brought Xiao Nan along, the wealthy lady with her 6 trillion explosive tags, any fraction of which would suffice. Before Liu Mu could respond, Pai Pa Zong furrowed his brow. He had never encountered someone so eager for their own demise. Who was Liu Mu? He was the one who had forced the leader of the Akatsuki to bow in deference. He had infiltrated Konoha on his own, vanquishing 2 of its strongest warriors and emerging unscathed. He was the spiritual leader of the Akatsuki organization. How dare Zhen Meiming speak so boldly? In a surge of anger, he stepped forward. Zhen Meiming, I advise you to tread carefully. It seems you are still unaware of who you are about to confront. Pai Pa Zhang's voice dropped, laced with a chilling undertone. Zhen Meiming was momentarily taken aback. It was important to note that Pai Pa Zhang was a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, possessing considerable strength and having survived the 8 gates of death at the hands of Might Guy. Even Zhen Meiming herself regarded Pai Pa Zhang's prowess with caution. Yet, this formidable warrior displayed such respect toward a mere youth, prompting Zhen Meiming to scrutinize Liu Mu with renewed curiosity. What extraordinary charisma must this young man possess to command such deference from Pai Pa Zhang? Or perhaps, he harbored astonishing strength. Suddenly, Zhen Meiming shivered. Reflecting upon the earlier kunai, a look of horror crossed her face. Thousands of kunai thrown simultaneously were simply inescapable. Even illusions, when had she been ensnared by one? With this thought, Zhen Meiming dared not take any chances, for the dashing youth before her was undoubtedly formidable. The author has something to say. Today, I will be writing 3 chapters. I will continue to type away. Chapter 80. Ice Release. Zhen Meiming gazed gravely at Liu Mu, her heart filled with regret over her earlier lapse in composure. However, she quickly regained her focus. She must not be deceived by illusions. it was imperative to personally assess Liu Mu's capabilities. If he truly was a master, then regardless of the cost, she must recruit him. The land of water had grown weary. It was time to conclude this turbulent chapter. A figure capable of decisively overcoming the fourth Mizukage, Kurama Shikazura, must emerge. Very well, you have chosen to engage in battle, have you not? Zhun Meiming declared, her chakra surging. She began forming hand seals. Water release. Hidden mist technique. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped the three of them completely. She extended her hand, unable to see even her fingers. Zhun Meiming then began to shift positions repeatedly. After all, she could not afford to be careless when facing Liu Mu. Once she found a secure position, she resumed forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged forth, twisting and turning amidst the mist, then charged straight in one direction. Why not evade? Zhun Meiming frowned. Since the hidden mist technique was initiated, silence had reigned, indicating that Liu Mu and Pai Pa Shirzong had not moved at all, remaining stationary. Zhun Meiming felt a sense of affront. She increased her chakra output, causing the water dragon's size to double, its power multiplying several times. Yet at that moment, Zhun Meiming felt a snowflake land upon her. Bewildered, she looked up. It was summer. How could it be snowing? Soon, the snowfall intensified, flurries cascading down, relentlessly striking her skin. Zhun Meiming shook her head. The most critical task at hand was to defeat the Liu Mu before her. But in the next instant, she shuddered. She could no longer control the water dragon. A chill enveloped her from head to toe. Within the mist, she was unable to discern what was happening with the water dragon. Although chakra could still be transmitted, the water dragon seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no feedback. Just as Zhun Meiming prepared to execute her next jutsu, the thick fog began to recede gradually. The moisture in the mist had crystallized into ice shards, cascading to the ground. The surroundings began to come into focus. Yet, in the next moment, disbelief washed over Zhun Meiming's face. The water dragon remained. However, it had completely frozen into a solid block of ice. A colossal water dragon, with its maw gaping, lunged toward Liu Mu, halting less than 10 meters away. The scenery had transformed entirely. What was once a blazing summer had morphed into an icy realm. The ground was blanketed in snow, reaching up to the knees with each step. The trees and houses had all been transmuted into masterpieces of ice. Bathed in sunlight, they sparkled brilliantly. Ice release. Zhun Meiming inhaled deeply. Ice release was the unique bloodline limit of the Mizunayuki family, capable of freezing the surroundings through chakra. It was undeniably one of the most powerful clans in the Land of Water. However, due to Kurama Shikazura, the Mizunayuki family had fallen from grace. Countless members were hunted down, and the once prominent clan had all but vanished, taking their formidable ice release techniques with them. Nevertheless, Zhun Meiming had witnessed the prowess of ice release before. Even the clan leader's techniques had impressed her. Yet, before Liu Mu, it seemed trivial. In mere breaths, the sweltering summer had been transformed into a realm of snow. Although it appeared to have little immediate effect, such a swift alteration of seasons demanded an immense reservoir of chakra coupled with extraordinary control. Ice release was never a docile chakra. It was inherently volatile. Once unleashed, it could freeze everything in an instant. Yet, when Liu Mu employed ice release, he merely transformed the surroundings into a snowy kingdom, sparing all in his wake. This level of control struck fear into Zhun Meiming's heart. In an instant, she felt invigorated. With someone like Liu Mu joining the rebel forces, their strength would surely surge. Even when facing Kurama Shikazura, they would possess sufficient power to contend with him. Perhaps there was indeed a chance to overthrow that tyrannical regime. However, Zhun Meiming showed no signs of halting. She wished to witness just how formidable Liu Mu truly was. The bloodline limit is not an exclusive possession of Liu Mu. He too possesses a bloodline limit, and indeed, he has two. The author states, Chapter 81, The Wall of Size. Guiju Shirtsong furrowed his brows as he gazed outside. Just moments ago, it was a scorching summer day, and suddenly, heavy snow began to fall, blanketing the entire Wuyin village in white. This was evidently a formidable weather-altering ninjutsu. In Guiju Shirtsong's memory, the only clan capable of producing such an effect was the Mizuki family with their ice release techniques. However, for the entirety of Wuyin village to be ensconced in snow could not possibly be the work of just one or two individuals. It was undoubtedly the result of numerous ninjas exerting their full strength to unleash the ice release. Instantly, Guoju Shirtsong's body trembled, and fury flashed in his eyes. The remnants of Mizuki have allied with the land of lightning. As snow fell from the sky, the sea was completely frozen over. The ninjas who had been ready for battle were now left waiting for the ice to melt. Otherwise, their ships would be immobilized. The land of lightning, however, was in a different situation. By allying with the Mizuki family, they would only need to wait for their fleet to arrive and melt the ice to land smoothly. At that point, the battlefield would shift to the territory of the land of water. Regardless of the outcome, it would be the land of water that would suffer the most. Moreover, should a confrontation ensue, other nations would undoubtedly intervene. Damn it. AI seeks to incite the Fourth Shinobi World War. Guoju Shirtsong slammed his hand on the table in anger, causing the sturdy surface to splinter. The ninja standing nearby was startled but dared not utter a word. Report. I have detected the source of chakra near the Kozum family. Kozum. Very well. So it was you who sheltered the Mizuki clan and allied with the land of lightning. In an instant, Guoju Shirtsong broke into a triumphant smile. As a key figure in the resistance, he had long wished to eliminate Kozum. Yet, he had been unable to find a suitable pretext until now. The assault by Kozum in alliance with the land of lightning presented the perfect justification. Not only could he deal with Kozum, but he could also uproot the resistance entirely. After all, allying with other nations was a significant taboo. Excellent. Continue to observe and promptly relay any information to me. Kozum swiftly formed hand signs, and the chakra within her began to surge, soon reaching a terrifying level. After taking a deep breath, she unleashed a thick mist. Boiling release. Mist technique. The white smoke billowed forth, and as the snowflakes landed upon it, they melted away, transforming into a dense vapor. The snow on the ground also swiftly dissolved. Watching the encroaching mist, Pai Pa Shirzong grew anxious. Lu Qianbei, this is the mist technique. It can dissolve anything. Liu Mu cast a sidelong glance. He was well aware that this was the mist technique, capable even of melting the armor of Susanoo. This was his first experience witnessing the dismantling of his own ninjutsu. There was no escaping it now. He could only fight back with all his might. The first step was to block this corrosive mist. Liu Mu quickly formed hand signs, then pressed forcefully onto the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall technique. The ground trembled violently as a resounding crash echoed, and a stone wall slowly rose. Kozum frowned upon seeing the stone wall before her. She could not fathom why it was adorned with exquisite carvings, as if there were an abundance of chakra to spare. Yet, in the next moment, she sensed something unusual about the wall. Though it appeared normal, an inexplicable feeling suggested that this wall connected to another world, a sealed world. This sensation grew increasingly intense, with endless resentment emanating from the wall, and she could even hear what sounded like spirits incessantly knocking from the other side. Yearning to break free. Quickly. Smash this wall. Kozum, my dear child, shatter this barrier. Break it, and I shall marry you. Voices echoed, tempting Kozum. Instinctively, she felt compelled to breach the wall, believing that her wishes would be fulfilled. Suddenly, Kozum snapped back to reality, her face pale, her clothes drenched in sweat. This was no ordinary wall. It was a seal linking to the realm of the dead. Should she heed the devil's whispers and break through, countless demons from the underworld would rush forth, turning Wuyin village into a city of the dead, and perhaps the entire shinobi world into a garden of death. She would become a sinner in the eyes of all humanity. Kozum glared at Liu Mu, her mind racing with questions about his identity. For such a terrifying ninjutsu was unfathomable. Was he not afraid of the demons escaping to annihilate the world? The author states, the wall of size of the Saint Seiya. Would you dare to shatter it? Chapter 82, The Wrath of the Spirits. Kozum canceled the mist technique, gazing apprehensively at the wall before her. If she were to truly break it, she would become a pariah to all of humanity. Just then, a voice cried out from the nearby woods. Mother, I will save you now. A ninja was forming hand signs rapidly, and a water dragon shot straight towards the wall. Although the ice release repeatedly froze the water dragon, the ninja showed no signs of giving up, continuously augmenting his chakra. Damn it, this fool seeks to destroy Wuyin village. Kozum shouted in fury. She was not yet married and had no desire to meet her end so soon. Yet, it was too late to intercept. The water dragon collided with the wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear, from which purple mist began to seep. This purple mist was laden with the essence of death, and the negative emotions of resentment, unwillingness, and anger began to influence those nearby. As the aura intensified, more cracks emerged, and soon the entire wall was riddled with them. Bang! A massive fist struck out, and stones from the wall flew in all directions, revealing a gaping hole. Kozum swallowed hard, terror gripping her as she beheld the void beyond the hole. It was not Liu Mu's visage that lay beyond. Instead, it was an abyss filled with countless vengeful spirits, some bearing familiar faces. Yet what terrified Kozum most was a colossal creature, its gaze fixed upon her. The moment their eyes met, Kozum felt as if she were being drawn in, as though her very soul would be extracted. Even Kozum, who feared not death, was gripped by terror at that moment. In her heart, she silently vowed that whoever could save her, whoever could vanquish this monster before her, she would do anything for them. At that moment, a multitude of vengeful spirits surged forth, swirling in the air. One spirit darted towards the ninja, who beamed with joy. "Mother, I have finally rescued you." Yet, the once gentle visage twisted grotesquely, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged at the ninja, cackling maniacally. The ninja's eyes widened in fear. "No, you are not my mother. Come back to your mother's embrace, dear son." The vengeful spirit passed directly through the ninja's body, causing him to shudder violently before collapsing to the ground, silent and lifeless. He had been frightened to death. Is this the ninjutsu of Terumi Mei? It is truly terrifying. Not far away, several members of the Umbu from Kirigakure furrowed their brows as they gazed at the wall. In the face of such ninjutsu, a single ninja exhibited no resistance whatsoever. If this technique were to be unleashed fully, it could potentially annihilate the entire village of Kirigakure. Oh no, those ghastly entities are approaching. Damn it, prepare for battle. One by one, the vengeful spirits surged toward the Umbu team, and the members could no longer afford to conceal their presence, hastily retrieving their ninja tools to hurl at the apparitions. However, the tools passed straight through the spirits as if they were mere illusions. The spirits continued their relentless advance, swiftly penetrating the bodies of the ninjas. In an instant, the eyes of one ninja glazed over, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Fear etched itself onto the faces of all the ninjas as they realized that while they could not strike back, their lives could be easily taken. How could they continue to fight? At once, the morale of the Umbu from Kirigakure plummeted, their feet instinctively retreating. After all, these vengeful spirits were not to be vanquished. Just then, the earth trembled violently, and another hole was smashed into the wall. As the massive black hand withdrew, it carved 5 enormous grooves into the ground. Boom. Another punch. With 3 consecutive strikes, 3 holes merged into one colossal cavity. At that moment, the fist re-emerged, extending outward, and 5 fingers plunged into the earth, attempting to pull itself free. Abruptly, a gigantic black head emerged from the hole, its eyes spinning in different directions as it searched. Finally, it locked onto Terumi Mei, a cold smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "Found you." Instantly, a wave of goosebumps surged over Terumi Mei, and though she wished to flee, her legs felt completely paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the black hand lunged toward her, accompanied by piercing laughter. "You are mine." The author has something to say. Chapter 83, That Man is Too Powerful. Boom. The earth quaked violently. The massive black palm landed just 2 meters in front of Terumi Mei, nearly bringing her to tears. The very aura of the hand whipped against her face. If it advanced just a little further, she would be crushed into a pulp. At that moment, the enormous black creature twisted its body, retracting one hand to attempt to dislodge bricks from the wall, striving to free itself further and grasp Terumi Mei. Tears streamed down her face as she realized that if she did not escape soon, the monster would seize her and drag her back into that void. Yet, her feet felt as though they were encased in cement, rendering her incapable of taking even a single step. In desperation, Terumi Mei struck her feet repeatedly, but to no avail. Boom. The stone wall shattered again, and the black monster wore a triumphant grin. Although it could not fully extract itself, capturing Terumi Mei was more than sufficient. A colossal hand surged toward her. Terumi Mei was nearly paralyzed with fear, her legs refusing to obey her commands. She could only watch helplessly as the dark hand approached. "Please, someone save me," she cried out in despair. In the next instant, a shadowy figure darted forth, adorned with several blood-red clouds. Boom. With a single outstretched hand, a small figure effortlessly intercepted the black creature's arm, exhibiting no strain whatsoever. Terumi May slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the man before her, a hint of blush rising to her cheeks. It was him. Despite Liu Mu appearing only 12 or 13 years old, he now radiated an imposing presence, far surpassing any man she had encountered before, offering her an unparalleled sense of security. In that moment, Terumi May felt a profound calm wash over her, never having experienced such a reassuring moment. Liu Mu gazed at the colossal creature with a wry smile. Just as he had surmised, it was merely a special effect. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand such a monstrous hand with just his strength? The previous ninja had succumbed to fear due to the overwhelming realism of the illusion. Liu Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. As for the wall, he had long wished to retract it. However, the Doton, Tsuboku no Jutsu was unlike other ninjutsu. Once unleashed, it could not be rescinded. Even if he withdrew his chakra, the stone wall would remain steadfast. Thus, he had no choice but to take action himself. While he had succeeded in blocking the black creature's assault, the sighing wall remained an unresolved dilemma. Liu Mu shifted his gaze to the black monster, which began to roar furiously. One hand retracted, beating the ground in a frenzy, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. Was it afraid? Liu Mu smirked slightly, taking deliberate steps toward the sighing wall. With each step, the black creature grew increasingly agitated, as if it were terrified of Liu Mu's approach. At that moment, the previously scattered vengeful spirits converged rapidly before the sighing wall, howling incessantly at Liu Mu. What is happening? Why are those apparitions all gathering? Captain, look! Those creatures are all congregating at the wall, seemingly terrified of that person. The Umbu from Kirigakure stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene before them. This group of spirits, which had rendered them powerless and even cost several elite lives, now resembled frightened huskies. Their fierce appearance belied their cowardice as they howled, devoid of any will to attack. Particularly the immense black creature, which, despite having the power to strike Liu Mu, dared not lift a finger, instead furiously pounding the ground in a futile attempt to intimidate him. The Umbu from Kirigakure could not help but regard Liu Mu with curiosity. Who is this person that instills such fear in the monster, rendering it utterly incapable of retaliating? What kind of terrifying existence could compel a colossal black creature to forego its desire to attack, choosing instead to humiliate itself by pounding the ground? If such a man were to ally with Terumi May, would they truly possess any capacity for resistance? Would they have any courage to stand against them? Even if the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, were to arrive, he would likely be powerless against him. We must report to Lord Mizukage. The individual associated with Terumi May is far too formidable. It is imperative that Lord Mizukage personally makes the decision. I suggest striving for peace. The author has something to say. There is one more chapter, but it will be a bit late. I recommend reading it tomorrow morning. Chapter 84, Lord Mizukage. I suggest you surrender directly. Finally, Liu Mu stood before the black creature. All the vengeful spirits were gathered at the wall, weeping as they implored Liu Mu to relent. The black monster, now too fearful to even shout, looked at Liu Mu with pleading eyes. Please, spare us. Liu Mu smiled faintly, surprised to find these special effects so lifelike, even capable of conveying emotions, as if these beings truly existed. If he were not aware that this was merely an illusion, he might have felt compassion. Liu Mu then raised his fist, channeling chakra into it before striking the wall. In an instant, the sky darkened. In the blink of an eye, the bright day transformed into an enveloping darkness. Yet, in this moment, Liu Mu radiated an extraordinary brilliance. His fist gleamed like the blazing sun, pulsating with a dazzling light. A seemingly simple punch appeared to harbor an immense reservoir of energy, capable of shattering any object upon impact. It seemed that with this strike, the very fabric of time and space would warp. Although he had yet to strike, the mere sight of Liu Mu preparing to unleash his punch instilled a profound trepidation in all who beheld it. In that instant, he resembled a divine warrior, capable of vanquishing any adversary with a single blow. Even a deity would think twice before confronting such a force. At that moment, Liu Mu swung his fist. The movement was deceptively slow, yet the space around him twisted and contorted as his fist traversed its path. The scenery unfolded like ancient architecture from a millennium ago. Could it be that this man possessed the ability to manipulate time? The heart of the Umbu from Wuyin village raced with trepidation. Techniques to control space were not unheard of, but to wield the power over time was an unprecedented sight. The sheer strength required to affect the surrounding dimensions with a mere punch was staggering. If he had previously been someone to be cautiously regarded, now the entire Wuyin village could not afford to offend him. To provoke him would invite annihilation. Quickly pursue the individual ahead and inform Lord Mizukage that the one interfacing with Terumi may possesses overwhelming strength. It would be prudent to recommend surrender, commanded the Umbu. Finally, Liu Mu's fist descended upon the ground. Instantly, the remaining light around him was drawn into the point of contact. After a brief pause, a blinding radiance erupted outward. All present were momentarily engulfed in a blinding white light. As the brilliance receded, they turned their gazes towards the wall, where the impact of Liu Mu's fist had formed a colossal black void, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Despite the anguished struggles of vengeful spirits and the howls of dark creatures, their fates remained inescapable. Ultimately, the wall, along with the vengeful spirits and dark monsters, vanished entirely. Wuyin village returned to a serene silence, as if nothing had transpired, save for the snowflakes summoned by the ice release, continuing their gentle descent. In this moment, Terumi Mei stared at Liu Mu, her admiration having blossomed into something profound. A single man stood resolute against all external threats, effortlessly defeating insurmountable foes. And most importantly, he was youthful and handsome. If she did not strive for such a man, she feared she might never find better. Taking a deep breath, she approached Liu Mu with decisive steps. Meanwhile, Pai Pa Shirzong, his eyes sparkling with infatuation, swiftly drew his sword to block Terumi Mei's path. What do you intend to do? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. Anyone daring to obstruct her pursuit of love deserved to be cast into the depths of despair. However, recalling that Pai Pa Shirzong was Liu Mu's subordinate, she decided to harbor this grudge for another time. With a graceful gesture, she pushed the blade aside. Did you not propose cooperation? I believe we should find a place to discuss this further. Seeing Terumi Mei's sudden shift, Pai Pa Shirzong swelled with pride, as if it were he who had shattered the wall, not Liu Mu. Perfect. Let the three of us converse together. Terumi Mei's lips curled in annoyance. Who wishes to converse with you? Do you not know your worth? Once I marry the Divine One, you shall regret ever being born. Terumi Mei inhaled deeply, revealing a pained expression. Look at the injury on my hand. How am I, as a girl, to marry in the future? According to our village's customs, one must take responsibility for injuring a girl. As she continued, her voice grew increasingly aggrieved, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Pai Pa Shirzong stood bewildered, desperately searching his mind. When had such a custom taken root in Wuyin village? He had no recollection of it. The author has spoken. The third chapter concludes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 85. Conspiracy suggesting I surrender outright. The face of Juju Shikura contorted in fury, wishing to tear the Umbu messenger apart. However, as the Mizukage, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Nevertheless, this Umbu had now inscribed his name in Juju Shikura's death note. Did you not propose my surrender? Then let us see who should truly capitulate. The urgent chimes of Wuyin village's bell rang out once more, even more frantic than before. Another toll? Wasn't the ocean sealed? Are we not allowed to live? I was on the night shift yesterday and barely had a moment of peace. What trouble was Juju Shikura brewing now? The Umbu of Wuyin village emerged, each bearing a sense of grievance. Yet upon seeing Juju Shikura's stern countenance, they dared not voice their frustrations, choosing instead to harbor their discontent within. With enemy ninjas infiltrating their village and several Umbu slain, while others betrayed Wuyin village, it became imperative to uphold their dignity by punishing traitors and capturing spies. At that moment, Liu Mu furrowed his brow. Though he had established a connection with Terumi Mei, the nature of their interaction felt somewhat amiss. Liu Mu's left arm was encircled by Terumi Mei, rendering his entire arm as if pinned beneath a mountain, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Is this your method of negotiation? Terumi Mei, caught off guard by Liu Mu's observation, froze momentarily before her cheeks flushed crimson. However, she quickly regained her composure, the metaphorical mountain upon Liu Mu's arm showing no signs of retreat. You may not be aware, but this is how negotiations are conducted in Wuyin village. Liu Mu's lips twitched as he turned to Pai Pa Shirzong, who was about to shake his head in disagreement when an overwhelming aura of hostility washed over him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the cultural norm of our land of water. Liu Mu could not help but cough. The customs were rather peculiar. Fortunately, it was Terumi Mei leading the negotiations. Had it been someone like Kisame Hashigaki, he would have likely been plagued by nightmares. Speak, what is the purpose of your visit to the land of water? I shall grant any request you make. As Terumi Mei spoke, her lips drew closer to Liu Mu's ear with her final words. Even with Liu Mu's experiences in 2 lifetimes, he felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. You previously issued a task to our Akatsuki organization, requesting assistance in overthrowing the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage. No, we issued no such task, and I am unfamiliar with the Akatsuki organization. Terumi Mei gazed at Liu Mu in confusion. In an instant, Liu Mu's face drained of color. He had been ensnared. This journey to the land of water was not for the sake of fulfilling a mission. The true objective was to eliminate him. Otherwise, as the liaison, Terumi Mei could not possibly be unaware of any such matters. The orchestrator behind this scheme could only be the Akatsuki's most devoted member, Kurizetsu. Liu Mu's anger surged. Even knowing Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu's plans, he had no intention of exposing them, fearing that doing so might alter the course of events irreparably. However, now that Kurizetsu had targeted him, he could not remain passive any longer. Liu Mu fixed his serious gaze upon Terumi Mei, compelling her to adopt a grave demeanor as well. Can we not request a mission from your Akatsuki organization to assist in dismantling Juju Shikura's tyranny? In that moment, Terumi Mei hesitated. Regardless of how one organizes the rebel forces, it remains an internal matter of Wuin Village. However, if the Akatsuki organization is invited, the nature of the situation would irrevocably change. The rebels would be deemed a treacherous faction, providing Guiju Izong with a perfect justification to annihilate them entirely. This decision does not solely pertain to one's own life. It also concerns the lives and families of dozens of ninjas who place their trust in oneself. Suddenly, Terumi Mei came to a realization. Biwa Juzu is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Liu Mu possesses the ice release, undoubtedly belonging to the Mizunayuki clan. Merely inviting these two would not lead to the classification of traitors. Moreover, Liu Mu's remarkable strength might indeed provide an opportunity to overthrow Guiju Izong. Very well, I shall agree to your request. However, I am extending my invitation solely to the 2 of you, not to the Akatsuki organization behind you. Ding. Task triggered. Agree to Terumi Mei's request. Task reward. Clap your hands, and whatever you shout will manifest. A faint smile graced Liu Mu's lips. He had already intended to accept this task, and to his surprise, the system had issued a task. Furthermore, merely accepting it would grant him a reward. Why not seize the opportunity? I agree. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Clap your hands, and whatever you shout will manifest. Liu Mu was about to confirm the task reward when a multitude of ninjas suddenly appeared in the distance. Leading them were a man and a woman. The remaining 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Karasuki Kisame and Ringo Yuri. The author has something to say. Chapter 86. Divine Punishment. Liu Mu looked at Karasuki Kisame in surprise. If he were to delay any longer, Karasuki Kisame would likely defect from Wuin Village and directly join the Akatsuki organization. Yet, at this moment, Karasuki Kisame remained in Wuin Village and under Guiju Izong's command. Thus, he was now compelled to become Liu Mu's adversary. Senior Liu, there are quite a few enemies, Biwa Juzu whispered as he drew his decapitating sword. Terumi Mei also released Liu Mu's hand, placing one hand on her ninja tool pouch, ready for combat at any moment. It appeared there was no chance to flee. They could only engage in battle. Liu Mu smiled wryly. With so many opponents, charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. Terumi Mei chuckled weakly. A hint of despair etched on her face. In the face of overwhelming numbers, individual strength became inconsequential. What frustrated Terumi Mei the most was that she was still unmarried. She had just met Liu Mu and had not yet developed their relationship further. Had she known, she would have stolen a kiss earlier. Fear not. With Senior Liu here, we shall be safe, Biwa Juzu declared confidently. Liu Mu could only sigh, saying little more, and took a step forward. As Ringo Yuri noticed Liu Mu stepping out, a mocking smile appeared on her face. No way, are you truly thinking you, a mere child, can battle against all of us? Yuri, engage, and try to capture them alive. Karasuki Kisame stated expressionlessly, fully aware that if Terumi Mei were to perish, no one from the land of rain would dare to oppose Guiju Izong's rule. The bleak days would persist indefinitely. Yet, Karasuki Kisame felt powerless. After all, he was currently under Guiju Izong's command, and the enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. Even if he rebelled, it would only result in another corpse. Be quiet, Kisame. I am already aware of your little schemes. Allow me to handle this. When I return, I will certainly report your actions to Lord Mizukichi. Ringo Yuri taunted, striding toward Liu Mu with a provocative smile. Little brother, how about I give you a couple of moves, and then you surrender? Liu Mu scoffed, and then clapped his hands. Water release. Grand water surge. As soon as Liu Mu's words fell, the ground began to tremble. Ringo Yuri was startled. The expected water release did not materialize, and she felt as though she had been tricked. Little brother, are you using earth release or water release? Guess. I admit. You've successfully provoked me. After I defeat you, I will thoroughly torment you, Ringo Yuri declared, drawing two short blades from her back. The blades crackled with arcs of electricity, emitting the sounds of electric discharge. They were none other than the Raijin, one of the 7 ninja swords. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up, witnessing a colossal tsunami rising high into the air, enveloping Wuyin Village from all directions. If this tsunami were to crash down, not only Wuyin Village, but all life on the roads of the Land of Water would face annihilation. Am I dreaming? How can there be such a massive tsunami? Why was there no warning? This is undoubtedly the wrath of the gods, come to punish Wuyin Village. Ringo Yuri let her arms hang limply, even dropping the Raijin to the ground, her fighting spirit evaporating. With the entire Wuyin Village on the brink of destruction, what was the point of fighting? Even if they continued, it would merely be a matter of the order in which they would perish. Karasuke Kisame's expression also grew grave, although he could transform into a shark man. The impact of such a titanic tsunami meant that even in that form, his chances of survival were slim. How would the other ninjas fare? What about the ordinary villagers? However, soon Karasuke Kisame's face relaxed. If the Land of Water were to be destroyed, everyone would perish. There would be no more deceit, no more disregard for human life. He could only hope that there would be no Guiju Izong in heaven. Terumi Mei gazed despairingly at the tsunami looming in the sky, her mouth moving without sound for a long while. Biwa Juzu gently patted her shoulder, wearing a contented smile. This is Senior Liu's ninjutsu. I heard from Shaonin before. Terumi Mei trembled all over, looking at Liu Mu in disbelief. A tsunami capable of obliterating a ninja village was, incredibly, Liu Mu's ninjutsu. It was difficult to fathom the astonishing chakra within Liu Mu that could unleash such a cataclysmic technique. In that instant, Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance, her face brimming with excitement. Aside from the legendary, enigmatic figures, only such a man would be worthy of becoming her husband. Yet, Terumi Mei quickly regained her composure and turned to Biwa Juzu, her mind racing. Did Shaonin mention how we should escape? Biwa Juzu trembled, his face reflecting mere tears. Shaonin did not tell me. The author has something to say. One more chapter will be slightly delayed. Chapter 87. Please, deity, calm your wrath. Observing the despair etched on the faces of the crowd, Liu Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. His anticipated objective had been achieved, and it was time for the next step. Liu Mu clapped his hands once more. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, a radiant light appeared, and a figure descended gracefully from the luminous column. The figure then clapped their hands. Transformation technique. Everyone looked up, witnessing the shadow clone radiating a divine, sacred aura. Their legs weakened, and they fell to their knees. A deity. This is indeed a deity. Indeed, this divine being resembles the one in our illustrated scriptures. Truly, they are identical to the statue in my home. As one person exclaimed, hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. A deity had descended. As long as the deity was willing to intervene, no matter how great the disaster, it could be disbanded in an instant. Even Karasuke Kisame and Ringo Yuri could not resist kneeling. The ground was soon filled with the sounds of people bowing, and the earth became stained with blood from their fervent prostrations. Liu Mu could not help but chuckle. He then gazed skyward, where he beheld the shadow clone. Having completed its transformation technique, his lips involuntarily twitched. Was this not the Jade Emperor? At that moment, Liu Mu truly comprehended the formidable nature of the transformation technique. If someone were to lead it astray, the transformation would morph into that very individual. Having never encountered a deity from the ninja world, he instinctively associated it with the mythological Jade Emperor. Liu Mu quickly lowered his head, unable to maintain his gaze, fearing that if he continued to look, he too would succumb to the urge to kneel. The next task at hand was to execute the third step of his plan. The shadow clone hovered in the air, its furious eyes fixated on the crowd below. Its authoritative visage compelled everyone to bow their heads with increased urgency. Do you understand why I must descend divine punishment upon you? The voice resonated like thunder, echoing in all directions. An involuntary tremor swept through the crowd. As they dared not lift their heads, the deity was enraged. The wrath of the divine was capable of obliterating the entire world. In ancient times, rituals were conducted to offer maidens to the deities, pacifying them to prevent their wrath from bringing about destruction. Yet now, someone had dared to provoke the deity, who had come to confront them. The crowd seethed with a desire to rend the one who had angered the divine into pieces. Since you are unaware of your transgressions, let me enlighten you, the shadow clone bellowed. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the previously pitch-black sky. For the sake of power, you engage in ceaseless internal strife, and now you dare to encircle my divine envoy? How audacious of you! What purpose do you serve? A look of confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. A divine envoy, the representative of the deity traversing the ninja world, proclaiming the deity's blessings. Wherever they went, they were to receive the utmost respect. Yet, upon arriving in Wuyin village, they were met with hostility. The crowd roared internally, wishing to tear apart the blasphemous sinner to vent their pent-up rage. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyu looked up at Liu Mu in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Liu Mu was a divine envoy. How could she have dared to lay hands on the envoy? Was she not courting her own demise, dragging the entire land of water to ruin? Lin Xingyu felt fear wash over her. Why had she acted? Why had she not opposed the task when it was assigned? Even after accepting the mission, why had she not allowed the honest Kirigakure ninja, Kisame, to take action? But it was all too late now. The deity had already been provoked, and how could mere mortals, akin to ants, appease the divine? Unless, Lin Xingyu trembled. Her eyes that had previously been filled with despair, now glimmering with a flicker of hope. She hastily crawled to Liu Mu's feet, embracing his ankles with her hands. Her forehead pressed against the ground before him. To ensure her survival, she would humble herself, no matter the cost. Upon witnessing Lin Xingyu's actions, the crowd instantly understood that Liu Mu was indeed the so-called divine envoy. One by one, they crawled before Liu Mu, bowing repeatedly. Some did so for Wuyin village, others for their loved ones, and still others for their families. They all hoped that through their actions, they might quell the anger of the divine envoy and appease the deity's wrath. At that moment, Terumi Mei also approached Liu Mu and knelt before him, declaring, I am willing to offer myself to calm the deity's fury. Liu Mu's lips twitched, a myriad of emotions swirling within him as he regarded Terumi Mei. What are you doing here, interrupting my performance? The author has spoken. The third chapter is complete. And then you shall understand chapter 88. The will of the deity. Before Liu Mu knelt a multitude of individuals. Aside from Liu Mu, only the utterly dazed Pipa Shirzong remained standing. Sensing that the moment was ripe, he signaled to the shadow clone to conclude the scene. The shadow clone nodded in understanding. With a single wave of its hand, the once turbulent waves swiftly vanished, leaving only a gentle stream of water washing over the heads of the crowd. Well, I have received your intentions. For now, I shall spare you. However, should such a situation arise again, it will not end so simply, the shadow clone declared. Though the people of Wuyin village dared not rise, their faces were alight with joy. They had survived. The benevolent and magnanimous deity had forgiven all their transgressions. It was known that dying at the hands of a deity meant one could not reach either heaven or hell, but would instead wander the earth, enduring endless torment. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. Now, he simply needed to dismiss the shadow clone, and everything would conclude perfectly. Just as Liu Mu prepared to disband the shadow clone, it suddenly raised its lips in a slight smile, pointing its staff at Terumi Mei. I have accepted your offering. From now on, protect my envoy and heed his commands. As soon as the shadow clone finished speaking, it vanished without a trace. Liu Mu's lips twitched again. Why did the shadow clone have to be so theatrical? It seemed to have orchestrated Terumi Mei's involvement as well. Do you have any idea how much this impacts me? What is your clone number? I wish to lodge a complaint. With the shadow clone's disappearance, the people of Wuyin village erupted in cheers. The sensation of having narrowly escaped death was undeniably exhilarating. Even those ninjas who lived perpetually on the brink of death could not hold back their tears. At that moment, the crowd looked enviously at Terumi Mei. Although she had offered herself and lost her freedom, she would be able to remain by Liu Mu's side. Who was Liu Mu? He was the envoy of the deity. the closest being to the divine. If she could stay by his side, she would surely hear the teachings of the deity at all times. Perhaps in the end, she could reach the realm of the divine, escaping the pains of reincarnation and the chaos of this world. In an instant, the young and beautiful women felt a pang of regret. Why had it not been her who stepped forward? If she had, perhaps she too could stand beside that man. Liu Mu cleared his throat a couple of times and then raised his hands. Everyone rise. The deity has departed. In an instant, everyone stood up, their eyes scrutinizing Liu Mu intently, eager to discern what set this envoy apart from ordinary individuals. Looking at his appearance, his striking handsomeness, if he is not the divine envoy, who could be? To be honest, I discerned this man's exceptional nature at first glance. But I never anticipated he would be the divine envoy. Get out of the way, you fools. I want to inhale the air exhaled by the envoy. Perhaps it could cure all ailments. In that moment, Liu Mu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, a pressure greater than when the Umbu of Wuyin village had surrounded him. He felt like a monkey in a zoo, scrutinized by countless eyes. Fortunately, the crowd did not dare to approach too closely, their gazes imbued with reverence, fearful of provoking the deity once more. Before long, the discussions ceased, and everyone turned their attention to Liu Mu, awaiting his instructions. Liu Mu, seizing the moment, cleared his throat once more. Wuyin village has been misled by erroneous leaders for far too long. It is time for change, to ensure that this beautiful land is no longer stained with blood. Instantly, the crowd erupted in applause. Although the policies of Kurigane Shizuka had been favorable to the common ninjas, as time passed, the people began to recognize the underlying issues. The legacy of clans was not solely built on wealth and power. It also encompassed unique ninjutsu and the mysterious bloodline limits. While the status of common ninjas had risen, the ongoing oppression of clans had led to a decline in the number of ninjas possessing special techniques and bloodline limits. Consequently, the strength of Wuyin village gradually waned. If this continued, during the next ninja war, Wuyin village would become a soft target, easily oppressed by the other 4 great nations. Even the village of Wuyin may withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great nations. Thus, when Liu Mu proposed this demand, even the common ninjas bore no resentment. Instead, they were fervently eager to overthrow Guizhou Shizong's rule. The crux of the matter was Liu Mu's request, which represented the divine will. Any lingering doubts vanished in an instant. At that moment, Guizhou Shizong, with a pale countenance, surveyed his surroundings. The ninjas encircled him like ferocious beasts, and any hint of vulnerability would surely lead to his demise. Damn it, you are forcing my hand. As soon as Guizhou Shizong uttered these words, a surge of orange-red chakra emanated from him, releasing a dangerous aura that enveloped the area. As the orange-red chakra intensified, he transformed entirely into a monstrous figure. His mouth revealed sharp fangs, and his limbs sprouted deadly claws. Most notably, 3 long tails emerged behind him, rendering Guizhou Shizong unrecognizable as a human. He had become a beast. However, as a perfect Jinchuriki, even in his tailed beast transformation, he did not completely lose his sanity. He retained his memories and possessed the combat experience and skills of a shadow-level ninja, making his tailed beast transformation far more perilous than one driven purely by primal instincts. Witnessing this, the crowd instinctively parted, refraining from obstructing Guizhou Shizong's path, while they anticipated Liu Mu to intervene and resolve the situation. A cold sweat trickled down Liu Mu's back. It was reckless to confront a tailed beast with his Chunin strength. The most critical question remained. Would the special effects even work on him? Just then, Terumi Mei stepped forward, positioning herself before Guizhou Shizong. The deity has provided us with guidance, but if we allow even the smallest issues to burden the divine envoy, then the deity will lose all trust in our village of Wuyin. Therefore, let us, the villagers of Wuyin, confront our adversaries ourselves. Let the divine envoy witness our determination. Upon hearing Terumi Mei's words, the crowd trembled. To retreat from a minor obstacle and seek divine intervention would render the ninjas of Wuyin utterly redundant. In an instant, the resolve of the villagers solidified. One by one, ninjas emerged to block Guizhou Shizong's advance. Terumi Mei, Pai Pa Shizong, Gonkirigai, Nagato, and countless others from Wuyin stood united. Even ordinary citizens joined the fray, wielding whatever makeshift weapons they could find: kitchen knives, hoes, wooden sticks, anything at hand. Guizhou Shizong began to feel a sense of dread. Despite his tailed beast transformation, which rendered him nearly invulnerable. The sheer number of opponents posed a significant threat. Furthermore, the Sanbai within him began to resist, seemingly fearful of Liu Mu's divine envoy status. Were it not for his willpower suppressing it, the tailed beast transformation might have dissipated long ago. Guoju Shizong found himself cornered. He had become the target of scorn, and his power was rendered futile before the entire village of Wuyin. His face twisted in anger. He was the Mizukage of Wuyin. How could Terumi Mei, the leader of this rebellion, wield such influence that the entire village stood against him? Was it solely because she was a divine envoy's attendant? Do not forget, I am the Mizukage, the fourth Mizukage, Guoju Shizong. He shouted furiously. Yet, the crowd showed no signs of retreat, gripping their weapons even tighter. Guoju Shizong believed that at Terumi Mei's command, all weapons and jutsu would be unleashed upon him. Fine, you leave me no choice, he declared, baring his claws and charging towards Terumi Mei. However, after only a few strides, countless ninja tools came hurtling toward him. The honest Gon Kirigai had already begun forming hand seals, unleashing jutsu in rapid succession. In that moment, Guoju Shizong felt despair. Previously, he had despaired at his lack of power against the raging tsunami. Now, he despaired at the realization that in the vast land of water, no one would stand by him. Most crushing of all, among the crowd blocking his path stood his own child. In an instant, Guoju Shizong began to lose his sanity, consumed by a singular thought: to kill, to slay the rebel leader Terumi Mei, to eliminate the treacherous ninjas, and then to approach Liu Mu, hoping the divine envoy would grant him another chance. With that, Guoju Shizong charged forward once more. The wall of people before him crumbled effortlessly under the might of his tailed beast form. Wherever his claws and tails passed, anguished cries filled the air. The very individual who should have been their protector, the fourth Mizukage, was now the source of their suffering. In the ensuing chaos, Guoju Shizong wreaked havoc among the crowd. The ninjas fared slightly better, but the civilians were not so fortunate, falling one after another without retreating. They understood that the divine envoy Liu Mu was watching over them. Liu Mu furrowed his brow, although he was no saint. Witnessing so many sacrifice themselves on his behalf stirred an uncomfortable empathy within him. Just then, Liu Mu's eyes brightened. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade and Haruno Sakura had jointly summoned a part of the Slug Sage through a summoning technique, casting a wide-reaching healing jutsu that saved countless injured ninjas. Having already formed a pact with the Slug Sage, Liu Mu realized he could also summon the Slug Sage through the same technique. Resolute, Liu Mu bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to flow forth. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed his hand against the ground. Instantly, chakra surged toward his arm, and the ground was inscribed with numerous black symbols, forming a colossal array. The array began to spin rapidly, and at its center, a beam of light burst forth, piercing the heavens. Observing this spectacle, Liu Mu felt exhilarated. Such a grand display might summon a significant portion of the Slug Sage, enabling the injured civilians to receive healing. The onlookers gazed at the radiant pillar in awe, their faces alight with excitement. However, Guoju Shizong felt a twinge of apprehension. Was this immense array meant to summon the deity once more? As the light slowly receded, a young girl emerged from within. It was the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage stepped out with an expression of joy, having finally been called upon after so long. Eager to apply the human interaction lessons she had learned, she dashed forward. "Master, you finally remembered me. It's been so lonely over there." Upon hearing the Slug Sage's playful voice, Liu Mu was instantly covered in goosebumps. The Slug Sage embodied all the charming qualities of a young girl, and Liu Mu had indeed witnessed her remarkable form. If one had never encountered her, they might easily mistake her for a student who had escaped from a ninja academy. However, Liu Mu quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "You are quite small." This summoning of the Huanluo Xianren required not only the healing abilities of the Huanluo Xianren, but also a more substantial form to be effective. Given the current manifestation of the Huanluo Xianren, it would struggle to heal even a single person. Relying on one's own mastery of skills would be more advantageous. Small? The Huanluo Xianren looked down at herself, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Yet she soon regained her composure. After all, she had thoroughly studied that sacred tome 3 times, enabling her to assume any role. "Since you do not prefer the small form, I shall summon a larger one. Please wait a moment." Upon hearing the Huanluo Xianren's words, an expression of surprise spread across Liu Mu's face. He had not anticipated such an approach. However, If the Huanhua Xianren could indeed transform into a larger form, thereby enhancing her healing capacity, then it would all be worth it. Before long, the Huanhua Xianren returned, twirling in front of Liu Mu with eager eyes. How about this time? Is it larger? Compared to before, she was indeed significantly bigger, resembling a figure capable of nourishing children. However, Liu Mu quickly realized that this new size was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Although she had grown considerably, could that form truly heal others? I require something much larger, Liu Mu declared emphatically, gesturing to emphasize his point. Seeing Liu Mu's excitement, the Huanhua Xianren felt a pang of grievance. The size he described was not mentioned in the book. It seemed that upon returning, she would need to urge the Gamma Xianren for an update. Otherwise, she might lose the opportunity. Now, she could only muster the courage to attempt it. Master, I can only try. All right, make haste. There are so many waiting for healing. If the Huanhua Xianren could heal even a second sooner, it might save a life, Liu Mu urged, unable to delay any longer. However, just as he spoke, he sensed something amiss and hurriedly grasped the Huanhua Xianren's arm. Are you certain you truly understood my intent? Do not be deceived by my demeanor. I am often quite astute. You can trust me. The author has something to say. The third update is complete. Good morning in advance. Chapter 91. Who is she? Liu Mu anxiously awaited, hoping the Huanhua Xianren would emerge reliably this time. After all, so many were in need of her healing. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the scene once more, and Liu Mu swiftly shifted his gaze. However, upon seeing the figure within the light, his lips involuntarily twitched. In a certain sense, the Huanhua Xianren had indeed grown. She was now several sizes larger than before. The petite girl had transformed into a striking mature woman. Are you frightened by my allure? The Huanhua Xianren purred, tracing her fingers across her lips while gazing seductively at Liu Mu. Liu Mu nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Such cringeworthy flirtation must have been learned from Xiao Nan. Moreover, you, the illustrious Huanhua Xianren, an entity who has existed for a millennium, are surprisingly adept at such tactics. And how could you, who has never ventured beyond the Shurgu forest, be so knowledgeable? Noticing Liu Mu's stunned expression, the Huanhua Xianren couldn't help but smirk, secretly praising the Gamma Xianren. Indeed, that sacred tome contained profound wisdom. Upon returning, she would certainly urge for a sequel. Yet she had heard that the author had been hospitalized. Would that deter her? The Huanhua Xianren pondered as she sauntered toward Liu Mu, her eyes radiating confidence. If she continued on this path, she would surely seize her future. Liu Mu quickly shook his head, attempting to maintain his composure. He was aware that the Huanhua Xianren was merely a slug. He certainly did not wish to become the next Su Xian or Ning Kaichen. The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. Stop. When I said to transform into a larger form, I meant to heal these injured individuals, not to become that, Liu Mu remarked with an exasperated glance. The Huanhua Xianren paused momentarily, her focus having been solely on Liu Mu. Only now noticing the multitude of wounded individuals writhing on the ground, her heart surged with empathy once more. In that instant, she slapped herself, realizing that while so many lay injured, she had merely sought to please Liu Mu. Did she still deserve to be called a Xianren? Meanwhile, Liu Mu had instinctively summoned her to assist the injured. What selfless love he possessed! At that moment, the Huanhua Xianren felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had sought to curry favor with Liu Mu to prevent him from wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet now, it seemed she had been overly concerned. How could a deity who empathized with the suffering of the common folk possibly wish for destruction? In an instant, the distance between the Huanhua Xianren and Liu Mu seemed to vanish entirely. It was a privilege to serve under such a selfless and magnanimous being. As for the book given by the Gamma Xianren, the Huanhua Xianren intended to review it several more times, ensuring she missed no detail. Rest assured, Master. This is my most formidable state, and it will suffice to heal these wounded, declared the Huanhua Xianren, clasping her hands in prayer before entering a meditative trance. In an instant, she began to exude a multitude of green liquids. As the liquid flowed forth, those who came into contact with it witnessed their wounds miraculously heal at a visible rate. The once agonized cries of the injured were replaced by expressions of gratitude directed towards Liu Mu, who received their bows with humility. The Divine One watches over us, supporting us. What do we have to fear? They exclaimed. Yes, let us capture Karama Shikizo. In that moment, the crowd surged forward with newfound zeal. charging towards Kurama Shikizo with reckless abandon. The previously evasive ninjas found themselves unshackled and emboldened, for with a healer at their backs, there was little left to fear. Kurama Shikizo, already struggling, found himself further pressured, his three tails severed time and again. Were it not for the protective orange chakra, he would have surely fallen. Just then, a thick fog enveloped Kurama Shikizo, the result of Terumi Mei's cunning mist technique. The orange chakra was gradually corroded, and within mere moments, Kurama Shikizo was forcibly expelled from his tailed beast transformation. Had Terumi Mei not acted swiftly, he might have been entirely consumed. A cheer erupted from the villagers of Kirigakure, as Kurama Shikizo's downfall marked the end of the era of blood and mist. Terumi Mei joyfully approached Liu Mu, but upon catching sight of the woman beside him, her brows furrowed instinctively, as though something precious had been snatched away from her. Who is she? The author has something to say. Chapter 92, Special Effects Version 20. The Huanhua Xianren turned in confusion. Though renowned for her gentle nature, being pointed at stirred an inexplicable annoyance within her. It was known that while few could venture into the Shirgu forest, those who did approached with utmost respect. Who dared to point at her, as Terumi Mei had. However, a glimmer of realization crossed the Huanhua Xianren's face. She had seen such a scenario in that sacred tome. She had originally hoped to portray two characters herself. But now she unexpectedly encountered a second female lead. Quickly, the Huanhua Xianren retrieved the sacred tome and approached Terumi Mei, searching for the relevant passage as she walked. Upon seeing the Huanhua Xianren approach, Terumi Mei felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Because of the confident smile on the face of the slug sage, the purity of her eyes akin to clear water, and the aura that only those of high status possess, it was undeniable that her position was firmly established. I felt completely overwhelmed. Furthermore, the slug sage's graceful figure and the weight she bore immediately instilled a sense of inferiority in Zhao Mei Ming. What do you intend to do? Zhao Mei Ming exclaimed as the slug sage grasped her arm. Zhao Mei Ming attempted to break free, but her struggles proved futile, especially at the moment of being seized. She felt the slug sage's unique chakra, which seemed to resonate more closely with nature, more elevated. Zhao Mei Ming's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that she had encountered the legitimate consort? Would she be crippled? Just as Zhao Mei Ming was lost in her chaotic thoughts, she suddenly noticed a book appeared before her, accompanied by the slug sage's pristine smile. Here, take a look at this. Zhao Mei Ming's heart raced, her face displaying an increasing perplexity, yet she instinctively accepted the book. However, upon seeing the contents, her face flushed crimson. This book was utterly incongruent with your innocent visage. And what is with that expectant expression? Zhao Mei Ming began to question her life choices, despite the slug sage appearing so pure, like a blank sheet of paper. Upon turning the page, it was unexpectedly filled with banana hues. She silently resolved never to judge by appearances again. Hastily, Zhao Mei Ming closed the book and turned her serious gaze towards the slug sage. There was something she needed to confirm, otherwise, she would surely lose sleep. What is your relationship with Liu Mu? He is my master, the slug sage replied without hesitation. Zhao Mei Ming, who had already resigned to despair, felt a ray of sunshine pierce through once more. A master-servant relationship denotes equality between them. Zhao Mei Ming then playfully wrapped her arms around the slug sage's neck, a mischievous smile gracing her face. I am quite intrigued by what you just showed me, but there are too many people here. Let us move to the side for a more thorough exploration. The slug sage's face lit up with delight. There were many aspects of this divine book that the slug sage found perplexing, such as specialized terms that eluded her understanding. Now, being able to converse with Zhao Mei Ming would enhance her knowledge. What could be more delightful? All right. Liu Mu observed the two women sneak into the room, a look of curiosity crossing his face. However, he had no time to concern himself with them at the moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 10% awakening rate. The current awakening rate is 80%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious reward. Special Effects Version 20. The Special Effects Version 20 grants the user effects while utilizing ninjutsu, providing a 4D experience that not only captivates visually, but also offers an unparalleled sensory delight. Note, the damage effect of ninjutsu remains unchanged. The special effect carries a certain amount of damage, but the total damage will not exceed that of the original ninjutsu. Liu Mu's lips twitched. It seemed that this system was intent on guiding him down the path of special effects to the very end. The upgraded special effects were far superior to their predecessors. Initially, the special effects merely provided a visual impact, but after receiving the reward, a hint of sensory experience was added. Now, the special effects had been completely upgraded to Special Effects 20. This meant that the impact would no longer be limited to visuals. It would evoke an immersive sensation. The Great Fireball technique would indeed conjure fireballs. The water explosion wave would genuinely bring forth tsunamis, and the harem technique would manifest as well, but still ultimately an illusion. Akin to a supreme Ninjutsu, it seemed a suitable opportunity to test this out was imminent. The author has something to say. One more chapter is forthcoming, but it will be delayed a bit. Chapter 93, Talent Introduction. Guoju Shizong awakened at this moment, yet felt no trace of chakra flowing within. His body was evidently sealed. Guoju Shizong could only manage a bitter smile. From the moment he initiated the punishment of his clan, he anticipated this very scene. But he never expected it to arrive so swiftly. Standing not far away were Liu Mu, the source of Guoju Shizong's nightmares, along with a group of furious ninjas from the hidden mist village. In the game of kings and pawns, there was nothing left to say, just kill me. Knowing he had no chance of survival, Guoju Shizong closed his eyes, preparing to await death in silence. Do you truly believe this is your genuine sentiment? Liu Mu said calmly. Those words sent a tremor through Guoju Shizong. When he first ascended to the position of the fourth Mizukage, he merely wished to suppress his clan's arrogance. Yet since the third Great Ninja War, he felt a gap in his memories and had become increasingly bloodthirsty, especially towards the family he had always despised, showing them no mercy. The Mizuno Kuni and Kagaya clans had thus been entirely eradicated from history. Even Guoju Shizong feared his own reflection, yet a thought lingered in his mind, urging him onward, as if controlled by an unseen force. Suddenly, Guoju Shizong trembled once more, finally comprehending Liu Mu's intent. This was a reminder. Had I been under someone else's control all along? As these thoughts spiraled, Guoju Shizong felt a growing fear, and in recalling his past actions, his regret deepened. He then knelt before Liu Mu, tears streaming down his face. His eyes locked onto Liu Mu's. Great deity, it may be simple to kill me, but I wish to seek a chance for redemption. I can relinquish my position as Mizukage, but please grant me an opportunity to atone for the land of water. Guoju Shizong spoke earnestly, moving everyone around him. However, in contrast to Guoju Shizong's plea for redemption, others were more fearful of his potential vengeance. After all, Guoju Shizong possessed the strength of a Kaga-level ninja and was a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of perfectly controlling tailed beasts. His power was not to be underestimated. If the seal were to be lifted, capturing him again would undoubtedly prove a daunting task. Nevertheless, everyone remained silent, patiently awaiting Liu Mu's decision. Under Liu Mu's leadership, the Hidden Mist Village was entirely liberated from the blood fog. Coupled with his identity as a deity, Liu Mu's reputation had even surpassed that of the first Mizukage. Whatever decision he made, the crowd was prepared to follow resolutely. I grant you this opportunity, but you cannot remain in the land of water. Come with me to the Akatsuki. Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Guoju Shizong's face. It was not merely the joy of survival, but rather, Liu Mu had bestowed upon him a chance for redemption, a chance to start anew. Moreover, Guoju Shizong yearned to uncover who had ensnared him in a Jinjutsu, completely altering his thought process, transforming the Hidden Mist Village into a hellish nightmare. Should Guoju Shizong discover that individual, he would ensure their utter destruction. Thank you, great deity. After Guoju Shizong spoke, two men emerged, kneeling on one knee. One was the honest man, Kisame Hashigaki, and the other, Zabuza Momochi, wrapped entirely in bandages. Both men gazed at Liu Mu with fervor, speaking in unison, "We request, great deity, that you take us with you." Liu Mu looked at the two in surprise. He had not anticipated that after the darkest era of the land of water had passed, these two would still wish to follow him. However, since they had spoken up, Liu Mu would not refuse. After all, Kisame Hashigaki had originally planned to betray the land of water and join the Akatsuki, while Zabuza Momochi intended to leave the land of water to become a wandering ninja. Taking them to the Akatsuki could also be considered a recruitment of talent. Very well. Both of you, follow me, Liu Mu commanded, igniting a fervor among the crowd. To accompany the divine envoy Liu Mu was undoubtedly a matter of great honor. Observing the successful endeavors of Gon Shurshur and Toad Daibutsu, several confident ninjas knelt in reverence. Please, divine envoy, take us with you. Liu Mu's lips twitched. This was not merely a recruitment of talent, but rather an outright amalgamation of the entire water country into the Akatsuki organization. Should this group of ninjas depart, Kirigakure would inevitably descend into a third-rate ninja village, vulnerable to absorption by other nations. You shall remain here to assist your new Kage. Disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd at Liu Mu's refusal. However, after a moment of reflection, they found solace. For not everyone could remain by the side of the divine envoy. With the departure of Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, a vacancy had emerged. If a careful selection was not made, the next blood mist might descend upon them. Consequently, the crowd turned their attention back to Liu Mu. Please assist us in selecting the fifth Mizukage. Liu Mu felt overwhelmed, tirelessly searching for a suitable candidate. At that moment, he spotted Terumi Mei and the Sage of Slugs approaching, arm in arm. A spark ignited within Liu Mu as he pointed decisively at Terumi Mei. The next Mizukage shall be Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei looked around in bewilderment. How had she suddenly become the Kage? Surely, the fifth Mizukage was meant to be Liu Mu. Moreover, assuming the role of Mizukage would undoubtedly consume her time, especially now that the water country was in dire need of revitalization. This would surely disrupt her planned honeymoon. All the knowledge she had recently acquired from her studies would be rendered moot. Master, surely you jest. I am meant to accompany you always. Terumi Mei implored, attempting to sway Liu Mu's decision. No, this is the decree of fate. You must take on the role of the fifth Mizukage. It was no jest. In the narrative of Naruto, Terumi Mei indeed became the fifth Mizukage, ultimately leading the water country in the fourth great ninja war. How could one simply change their destiny? Furthermore, as Terumi Mei and the Sage of Slugs emerged, Liu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of crisis envelop him. Should Terumi Mei remain by his side, he would undoubtedly find himself, much like Kakashi Hatake, resorting to merely leaning against a wall after casting a couple of jutsu. Terumi Mei felt on the verge of tears. If this was the will of fate, the decree of the divine, then there was no room for negotiation. Regardless of her resistance, she must accept this role as Mizukage. It was akin to being thrust into a situation against her will. Taking a deep breath, Terumi Mei steeled her resolve. Since evasion was not an option, acceptance was her only path. However, the rehearsal they had just undergone could not be in vain. Master, I will accept the role of Mizukage. But I have one request that I hope you will fulfill, otherwise I shall not agree. Liu Mu was taken aback, having never anticipated Terumi Mei's unwavering determination. Countless eyes were upon him. If Terumi Mei were to refuse, it would be an outright embarrassment. Speak your request. I wish for you to privately enjoy the performance that the sage and I have prepared for you. Once you have witnessed it, I shall agree to become Mizukage. Terumi Mei stated resolutely. Liu Mu had expected a far more extravagant demand. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was merely a request to view a performance, which would take no more than half an hour, certainly more manageable than other peculiar requests. Just then, Liu Mu noticed the Sage of Slugs clutching a book, its cover strikingly familiar. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the book was one that Kakashi Hatake frequently used for leisure reading. The Sage of Slugs. A dignified sage, was engrossed in such literature. Moreover, did he even comprehend its contents? Liu Mu felt a shiver run through him, quickly turning to Terumi Mei. Your performance. It cannot possibly be related to this book, can it? With an unflinching demeanor, Terumi Mei retrieved the book and concealed it, gazing earnestly at Liu Mu. Indeed, it pertains to this book. It is the renowned work of a distinguished master, widely circulated in the water country. It recounts how the people of the water country hold their deities in the highest esteem, willing to sacrifice everything for them. The performance that the sage and I shall present is a sacred dance performed during rituals to honor the divine. The crowd from the water country nodded in agreement. Yes, divine envoy, this is the gift we present to you and the deity you represent. Please accept it. The people of the water country are simple folk. We possess little else but this dance to offer. Allow Terumi Mei to represent us in this performance for you. Liu Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, finally grasping what it meant to utter nonsense with eyes wide open. Had he not recognized the book, he might have been easily deceived by Terumi Mei. The people of the water country had become utterly sycophantic in their desire to please him. Was that book truly a legitimate work? Was the dance depicted within it a solemn one? Was the author indeed a reputable figure? Seeing Liu Mu's hesitation, Terumi May quickly knelt on one knee. Since this dance is performed in reverence to the divine, it cannot be observed by onlookers. However, Master, as the envoy of the divine, you possess the right to witness and appreciate this dance. You are the only one permitted to enjoy it in person. This is my sole condition for accepting the role of Mizukichi. The intensity of the crowd's gaze upon Liu Mu surged. Although they were unsure when the water country had last conducted a large-scale ritual for the divine or the nature of this enigmatic dance, they could not afford to miss this opportunity to curry favor. I, Chojiro, request the divine envoy to witness the performance. I, Momochi Zabuza, request the divine envoy to witness the performance. I, Yagura, request the divine envoy to witness the performance. Very well, I shall watch. In the spacious room, silence fell, leaving only Liu Mu, Terumi May, and the Sage of Slugs. Even if Terumi May possessed a thick skin, she now felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The task before them was undeniably audacious. Upon entering the room, Liu Mu allowed himself to fully relax. Being scrutinized by so many eyes was exhausting, as every action was magnified under their gaze. He needed to present his best self before the crowd, a feat that proved to be utterly draining. He could hardly fathom how television stars on Blue Star endured such pressure. Now, all that remained was to await the performance of Terumi May and the Sage of Slugs. Let us begin. As Terumi May and the Sage of Slugs nodded in agreement, they approached Liu Mu, step by step. Liu Mu's heart raced. Although they exhibited no signs of aggression, he felt as if they were two wild wolves, their eyes gleaming with intent, poised to pounce on their prey. As Terumi May reached Liu Mu, her attire adjusted. The book she had hidden slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Upon seeing the title and the name of its author, Jiraiya, Liu Mu felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Stop. Are you certain this book is meant for divine rituals? In our impression of the country of water, deities reside in the heavens, and the term Shinra expresses a deep yearning for these divine beings. Thus, the title of this book conveys a longing for the divine. The author of this tome is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin renowned throughout the shinobi world. His name alone evokes a sense of literary sophistication, and his taste epitomizes the essence of the entire Fire Nation. Observing the unflinching Kimi, Liu Mu nearly questioned whether this book was the same as the one held by Hitaki Kakashi. This Jiraiya was not the one Liu Mu was familiar with. As Liu Mu prepared to pick up the book for a closer look, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness. As evening descended, Liu Mu glanced back at the receding landscape of the country of water, catching sight of Kimi's sorrowful expression, which made him chuckle. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, his innocence would have been irrevocably tarnished. He had not anticipated Kimi's formidable nature. Despite having endured considerable discomfort, he had at least managed to retain his integrity. However, he mused that had he been a few years older, he might not have refused Kimi's advances. After all, early exposure to such matters could cause significant harm to one's body. For the sake of sustainable development, it was wiser to exercise restraint. With that thought, Liu Mu swayed back into the cabin. Inside the cabin, the slug sage was seen kneeling on the book, clutching its ears with a face full of grievance. Speak. Will you dare to defy me again? Liu Mu's reprimand only deepened the sage's expression of distress. It had followed the instructions in the book precisely, but was still unaware of where it had gone wrong. It appeared that Liu Mu's understanding of the text was still superficial, necessitating a more profound exploration. Observing the slug sage's demeanor, which seemed to express an unwillingness to learn from its mistakes, Liu Mu could not help but shake his head. Until the age of 18, it was prudent to limit interactions with spirits. After several days of travel, they drew ever closer to the land of rain. Liu Mu finally relished a taste of imperial luxury, with attendants at his beck and call. Yet, amidst his enjoyment, a multitude of soldiers suddenly emerged, encircling Liu Mu and his companions. He could not suppress his laughter. Among them, apart from Liu Mu, who possessed the strength of a Chunin, there were even shadow-level warriors, with the majority being elite jonin. How audacious of ordinary samurai to obstruct their path. Although they were numerous, they were merely fodder before the might of a shadow. Who would dare impede the path of a divine messenger? Upon realizing Liu Mu's identity, Pai Pa Shirzong exhibited even greater respect, almost surpassing his admiration for Scorpion. As soon as he sensed trouble, he leaped forward, his face radiating pride. The samurai, evidently trained, formed an unyielding wall despite knowing Pai Pa Shirzong's significance. Just as Pai Pa Shirzong brandished his executioner's sword, preparing to unleash his prowess, the soldiers unexpectedly parted, revealing a woman clad in a red and white shrine maiden outfit. Lady Ziyuan has divined that at this moment, a person capable of saving the world will pass through here, so I have been dispatched to await your arrival. The author has a note. Another chapter will be released shortly. Chapter 96. The True Divine Messenger Ziyuan? Is this the land of ghosts? Liu Mu pondered momentarily before swiftly inquiring. Indeed, this is the land of ghosts. With the maiden's confirmation, Liu Mu instantly comprehended the implications. Unlike other nations, the land of ghosts lacked ninja villages. Instead, it housed the largest shrine in the shinobi world. The purpose of this shrine was to seal a demon capable of annihilating the world. Yet, in Liu Mu's recollection, the demon's emergence from its seal was to occur years later, to be dealt with by Uzumaki Naruto. He could not fathom why the shrine maiden would obstruct his path. As a servant of the divine, how could she dare to impede the way of a divine messenger? Pai Pa Shirzong spoke impatiently. After all, blocking Liu Mu's passage had crossed a line for him. The shrine maiden hesitated, scrutinizing Liu Mu closely and visibly suppressing her anger. Impersonating a divine messenger is the gravest sacrilege. I advise you to depart at once. Liu Mu felt a surge of panic. There could indeed be deities in the shinobi world. The Reaper seal utilized by the fourth Hokage summoned the Shinigami, binding the opponent's soul as a price. This was an extreme exchange of life for life. The ability to summon a Shinigami implied that deities truly existed in this realm. Furthermore, Haiden's devotion to an evil god granted him immortality, suggesting that malevolent deities might also be real. If the true deities were to learn of his pretense as a divine messenger, he might face divine retribution. Liu Mu swallowed hard, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Then what is your purpose in blocking our path? I am merely a messenger. The specifics must be revealed by Lady Ziyuan within the shrine. Very well, lead the way. Liu Mu and his companions proceeded up the mountain in grand fashion. Before they even reached the shrine, they noticed the mountainside plastered with talismans, each radiating a power distinct from that of explosive tags, embodying a gentler, more sacred energy, seemingly capable of purifying all. Aside from the myriad of talismans, the most numerous figures were the shrine maidens clad in red and white. It appeared that outsiders rarely visited the shrine. As each maiden curiously gazed at Liu Mu and his party, only to blush and flee upon meeting his gaze. Please wait here for the arrival of the shrine maiden, the maiden instructed before departing. Once she left, Pai Pa Shirzong could no longer contain himself. What manner of person leaves a divine messenger behind and simply walks away? By the way, divine messenger, is this the shrine of your deity? Liu Mu felt a pang of anxiety. Let us not dwell on the whereabouts of my deity. If Pai Pa Shirzong continues, he might find his soul eternally bound here, accompanying the divine. After all, masquerading as a divine being beneath another's roof is utterly foolish. If this is not your shrine, what a pity. Otherwise, I would have to teach that shrine maiden a lesson, Pai Pa Shirzong grumbled. But scarcely had he finished speaking when a figure gracefully emerged. Although she too wore shrine maiden attire, hers was significantly more ornate, signifying a higher status. Yet her age and stature appeared markedly younger, resembling that of an 8 or 9-year-old. The divine is benevolent. If a deity were to punish their shrine maiden for trivial matters, would they retain any followers? Greetings, I am the High Priestess Ziyuan of the Land of Ghosts. Ziyuan spoke gently, her every word and gesture exuding an aura of sanctity. Before Ziyuan, any feelings of guilt seemed to be washed away. Yet, such a presence left Pai Pa Shirzong speechless with just a few simple phrases. Liu Mu, too, refrained from speaking, recognizing that, in a sense, Ziyuan, as the High Priestess, was the true messenger of the divine in the shinobi world. Every utterance she made represented the divine, while he was but an impostor. Noticing the silence, Ziyuan knelt before Liu Mu, her bright eyes scrutinizing the group. Our shrine has long suppressed a demon, and my duty is to seal it when it breaks free. However, recent divinations have revealed that the demon will breach its seal prematurely, and I am unable to contain it. Ultimately, the world shall face destruction. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope, a mere flicker among you few. Therefore, for the sake of the entire shinobi world and for your own futures, I implore you to cooperate with me. I shall employ divination to examine your destinies and identify the one who can save the world. Who shall step forward first? The author wishes to convey. The third installment is complete, and you understand. Chapter 97. The Deceased Zi Yuan. Serving as the Grand Priestess of the Shrine in the Land of Demons, owes her position to two extraordinary abilities. The first allows her to transform her own life force into a seal, entrapping the newly emerged demon once again. The second is her foresight through divination, enabling her to accurately predict the moment when Liu Mu and his companions would arrive. Shizong, allow the priestess to perform her divination, said Liu Mu. Fully aware of Zi Yuan's powers, he feared that should she unveil his disguise, the individuals nearby might swiftly eliminate him. Thus, it was imperative that he prevented Zi Yuan from using her divination on him. Shizong, already displeased with the priestess, sat down defiantly before her, his face radiating disdain. Divine my future first. If your predictions prove inaccurate, my executioner's blade shall spare none of you. With that, Shizong brandished his executioner's blade before him. Zi Yuan remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of contempt in her gaze. Since she began learning divination, she had never erred. If she foretold a person's demise, it would undoubtedly come to pass, down to the very last second. In her childhood, other children regarded her as a monster. Now, faced with skepticism towards her divination abilities, a spark of defiance ignited within her. I hope my divination proves incorrect. Now, relax and feel my power, Zi Yuan instructed, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes. A rosy energy emanated from her being, gradually enveloping Shizong. In the distance, the sound of pages turning echoed, as if a mysterious force was perusing Shizong's records. Suddenly, Zi Yuan's eyes flew open, disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Shizong. She quickly shut her eyes again, summoning that mysterious energy once more. After several repetitions, Shizong grew impatient. Are you done? What does the result say? Zi Yuan's lips moved, but confusion marred her expression. Speak, Shizong urged once more. You are already dead. Zi Yuan hesitated before finally uttering the words. Shizong paused, then burst into laughter. I am dead. Then what am I right now? A mere shell? I do not know, but I distinctly saw you struck down by your own blade, Zi Yuan insisted urgently. At that moment, you were battling a beast engulfed in orange chakra, with 3 tails. Shizong's anger flared. You speak nonsense. He slammed his palm onto the tatami, leaving an imprint. The beast with orange chakra and 3 tails was none other than his own tailed beast form. Who was she belittling? Had this been earlier, Shizong might have truly felt murderous intent toward Shizong. However, with the illusion dispelled and having become allies, it was absurd for Zi Yuan to claim that she would end his life. This threatened the fragile trust newly forged among comrades. Little did they expect such malice from someone so young. Zi Yuan was on the verge of tears, baffled as to why her infallible divination had faltered today. Predicting the demise of those who should be dead, yet they stood alive before her. Was this not a blunder? What she remained unaware of was that another individual present felt even more alarmed. Liu Mu's back was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for the predominant black hue of his red cloud cloak, he would have surely been exposed. Although Zi Yuan's prediction had gone awry, Liu Mu understood that had he not intervened, Shizong would have undoubtedly perished at the hands of Shizong. This confirmed that Zi Yuan's divination abilities were indeed genuine. When it came time for him, should his powers be discovered and revealed, the individuals surrounding him would not be merciful. Zi Yuan anxiously grasped her aquamarine hair, searching for where she had gone wrong. Time and again, her divination yielded the same outcome. Shizong was destined to die. Just then, an epiphany struck her, and she realized the essence of her divination. Shizong's fate had been altered. The one capable of changing destinies was among these few. She was now closer to him. Excellent. Let us proceed to the next. The author wishes to convey. Chapter 98. Divination once more misguided. What next? You have yet to clarify the situation for me. Shizong rose in anger. He seized his executioner's blade and positioned it against Zi Yuan's throat. Did you not just say I would be slain by this very blade? If you do not clarify, I shall end you. Zi Yuan gasped, taken aback by Shizong's audacity to threaten her, the Grand Priestess, within the shrine. In an instant, a dozen priestesses rushed in, glaring at Shizong, yet none dared to approach. Release the priestess at once, or do not blame us for being ungracious. Shizong chuckled dismissively. Having survived an encounter with Might Guy, he was hardly intimidated by a group of priestesses. He pressed the executioner's blade even closer to Zi Yuan's neck. Stop this, Shizong, Liu Mu interjected. Initially, he had no desire to intervene. even hoping that Shizong would eliminate Zi Yuan. However, she could not perish. The demons beneath the shrine were unlike ordinary monsters. Chakra-based ninjutsu would be ineffective against them. The only viable solution lay within the sealing power of the priestess. In Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto defeated demons precisely because he infused them with the priestess's power. Without it, even Naruto, no matter how formidable, could not vanquish demons. This priestess power was a singular inheritance. Although many priestesses inhabited the shrine, only Zi Yuan truly possessed it. Should she perish, there would be no one left to restrain the demons. Thus, her safety was paramount. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Shizong begrudgingly sat back down, though his expression indicated that the matter was far from resolved. Zi Yuan, sensing the tension, explained with a hurt expression, according to the original trajectory. You were indeed supposed to die, but your fate has been rewritten. What I seek is the one who altered your destiny. Shizong's face brightened with understanding at Zi Yuan's explanation. If what she said was true, then the individual who had rewritten his fate was indeed his savior. He turned to Liu Mu with grateful eyes. Yajong, why don't you give it a try? Liu Mu suggested. After all, any delay was beneficial, as there might yet be a turnaround. Yajong nodded slightly. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Zi Yuan, he was still very much looking forward to it. You must scrutinize both the past and future carefully. Do not overlook any crucial information, Yajong said earnestly. Had it been in the past, Zi Yuan would undoubtedly have been overflowing with confidence. After all, her divination prophecies had never been wrong. However, after experiencing the trials of Pipa Shizong, Zi Yuan became more cautious. With her hands clasped together and her eyes tightly shut, an invisible force erupted, filling the room with its presence. All energies converged, enveloping the figure of Guo-ju Yitsong within. The priestesses were astonished, although Zi Yuan had performed divinations countless times. It was the first occasion they witnessed her exerting such full effort. Could it be that this individual before them was truly of such significance? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zi Yuan's forehead as she fervently prayed within her heart, pleading not to err again, for another mistake could lead to dire consequences. At last, the divination yielded results, and Zi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she did not foresee a death as she had previously. To utter it may lead you to question your existence. In truth, you have been manipulated all along, believing you were making your own choices, while in reality, someone else was pulling the strings, unbeknownst to you. After speaking, Zi Yuan revealed a contented smile, for this revelation would save the man before her. Yet, after a prolonged wait, she saw no sign of surprise from Guo-ju Yitsong. Was this it? Wait, are you not even slightly astonished that you have been manipulated? Zi Yuan said anxiously. I already knew that. Why should I be anxious or surprised? Zi Yuan nearly spat out blood in frustration. According to her divination, Guo-ju Yitsong should still be in the dark. Moreover, the day he learns the truth would herald his demise. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he did not appear to be on the brink of death. It was evident that her divination had failed once more. Just as Zi Yuan prepared to conduct another divination, Guo-ju Yitsong abruptly approached her, grasping her shoulders and shaking her insistently. Tell me quickly, who has cast an illusion upon me? Who is it that controls me? In that moment, tears of frustration streamed down Zi Yuan's face. The reputation of the high priestess was at stake, yet her immediate concern was to make Guo-ju Yitsong stop. If he shook her any more, she would surely be ill. Stop shaking me. I have seen that person. Author's note, one more chapter to go. Chapter 99. Who is that person? Guo-ju Yitsong looked at Zi Yuan with anticipation. Ever since he discovered he had fallen under an illusion, throwing the entire water nation into chaos, the identity of the caster had become his obsession. Now that he encountered Zi Yuan, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Zi Yuan, however, bore an expression of desolation. As the high priestess of the kingdom of ghosts, she had never endured such humiliation. Yet, she could not voice her grievances. For the man before her was no ordinary foe. Would one who plunged the entire water nation into bloodshed and turmoil be benign? Zi Yuan quickly closed her eyes, striving to organize the information relayed from her recent divination. The individual donned an ominous black coat adorned with red clouds. Hearing Zi Yuan's words, Guo-ju Yitsong paused, feeling as though he had seen this attire before. Suddenly, he turned sharply, observing Liu Mu and Pipa Shizong carefully disrobing. The figure possessed blood-red eyes. Guo-ju Yitsong desperately racked his memory. Those crimson eyes were reminiscent of the Sharingan from my village. Yet, Liu Mu had also exhibited the Sharingan during their previous battle. He swiftly shifted his gaze back to Liu Mu, who nearly coughed up blood. Could you not finish your sentence all at once? Are you trying to kill me with suspense? The figure also wore an orange whirlpool mask. Before Guoju Yitsong could respond, Pipa Shizong stood up. A fei. A fei. Guoju Yitsong's expression turned serious. If he were to find that person, he would not kill him. Instead, he would ensure he experienced profound suffering. You foolish priestess. Did you make another mistake in your divination? A fei is merely a trainee of our Akatsuki organization, barely strong enough to be a chunin. How could he possibly control Guoju Yitsong with illusion? Pipa Shizong said impatiently. Ziyuan's face twisted with another wave of grievance. In the past, if anyone dared to question her divination skills, she would have rebutted them with unwavering confidence. However, after 2 failures, that confidence had vanished entirely. But the vision I had during my divination was precisely this, Ziyuan said meekly. Fine, I will verify this. If you were wrong, you will surely face the consequences. Guoju Yitsong declared as he sat to the side. So who is next? Daibutsu, you go. Liu Mu smirked slightly. He feared if he did not intervene soon, Ziyuan would collapse before it was his turn. Wait. Just as Daibutsu stood up, Ziyuan spoke again. She was genuinely frightened. Everyone appeared exceedingly terrifying, and it felt as though Liu Mu was concealing something. Particularly with such a formidable group, the leader being so young was certainly suspicious. Thus, Ziyuan decided to conduct a divination for Liu Mu first. Everyone else, please wait. Let me divine for you, Ziyuan said earnestly, gazing into Liu Mu's eyes. This time, it was Liu Mu who panicked. The previous 2 divinations had already showcased Ziyuan's prowess. If she were to divine for him, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. However, at that moment, Liu Mu suddenly brightened, a confident smile gracing his face. Surely you have heard them call me God's envoy. Do you think my status would allow you to divine for me so easily? You are desecrating divinity, Liu Mu declared, his expression reflecting indignation. Ziyuan, already a quivering bird, was further intimidated by Liu Mu's admonishment, especially upon witnessing the anger on Pipa Shizong and Guoju Yitsong's faces. Ziyuan felt even smaller. Yet, a subconscious feeling told Ziyuan that this youth before her was indeed suspect. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage. My intention is simple. I seek to find that which holds the hope to save the world. If your deity were to know of this, they would undoubtedly agree. Very well, I will consent, Liu Mu replied without hesitation. Ziyuan nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Since you agreed so readily, why did you refuse earlier? Are you toying with me? All right. Sit before me and relax, allowing my power to flow into you. Wait, Liu Mu interrupted Ziyuan, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. If you wish to divine for me, you must first accept my divination and prove your qualifications. What? You want to divine for me? Author's note. The 3rd installment is complete. I have initiated a discussion. Feel free to share the effects of ninjutsu, and if suitable, I shall incorporate them into the narrative. Chapter 100. Do you not believe? Then allow me to show you. Ziyuan was utterly taken aback. Having always performed divinations for others, she never imagined a day would come when someone would divine for her. However, she quickly regained her composure, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Liu Mu. Divination was her unique ability, a privilege granted through her service to the divine. In the entire ninja world, she was the sole practitioner of divination techniques. Although she was unaware of Liu Mu's true intentions, to her, he resembled a comical jester. Indeed, I am quite curious about what my future holds. Although Ziyuan had never performed divination for herself, her experiences with others had given her a general understanding of her future. Therefore, if Liu Mu intended to deceive her, he would find it utterly futile. Very well, take a seat before me, then close your eyes and relax your entire being, allowing my energy to flow into you. Ziyuan's lips twitched. She never expected that Liu Mu's words would echo her own thoughts so closely. This further solidified her suspicions. The man before her was undoubtedly engaging in trickery. Without hesitation, she approached Liu Mu and shut her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Liu Mu let out a mischievous grin and began imitating Ziyuan's divination style with exaggerated flair. The other priestesses looked at Liu Mu with disdain. Although his posture was remarkably similar, it was merely a semblance. The essence of divination lay in the utilization of the priestess's power, which Liu Mu clearly lacked. Thus, Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Liu Mu might genuinely possess divination skills, but now she felt reassured. Just a pretender. All right, I have glimpsed your future, Liu Mu said with an enigmatic smile. Ziyuan opened her eyes, eager to see how Liu Mu would weave his tale. This was undoubtedly her chance to bask in glory. So, what events will unfold in the coming years? You will meet a boyfriend whom you wish to entrust your life to, but he will fail to understand your intentions and will leave you. Ziyuan burst into laughter. As the Grand Priestess of the Shrine of the Land of Ghosts, she would never behave so foolishly. Yet, the repression she had endured previously made her unable to suppress her amusement. As the Grand Priestess, she could also marry and bear children, and the child born would become the next Grand Priestess. With her status, very few could refuse her invitation. Therefore, it was utterly impossible for her to let someone she liked slip away. What kind of divination is this? Seeking a boyfriend is quite normal. By your logic, I could predict that you will definitely eat and drink tomorrow. With that, Ziyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the burdensome emotions imposed by Pipa Shirzong and Guqiu Yizong were released. After this tension and release, Ziyuan felt the sense of urgency before the demon's arrival dissipate. That person even helped you deal with that demon, Liu Mu continued hastily. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's smile widened. The demon was impervious to chakra and could only be sealed with the priestess's innate power. This meant that even the ninja god Senju Hashirama would be incapable of harming the demon, let alone vanquishing it. Thus, Liu Mu was undoubtedly lying. However, Ziyuan was enjoying herself too much to expose this ruse immediately. Instead, she feigned surprise. Oh really? What did that person look like? A ninja with yellow hair, sporting whisker-like marks on his face. Ziyuan was overjoyed. She hadn't anticipated Liu Mu to describe it so vividly, as if it were a genuine occurrence. Yet, she decided it was time to make those who had caused her embarrassment face their own. Enough of the pretense. You lack priestess power, so successful divination is impossible. Let me perform a reading for you instead. Who are you calling a pretender? Pipa Shirzong shouted in anger. In his eyes, Liu Mu represented hope, a savior, and was akin to a divine being. Just as Pipa Shirzong was on the verge of losing his temper, Liu Mu suddenly extended his hand. Calm down. Since Grand Priestess Ziyuan does not believe, let her witness it with her own eyes. Ziyuan was momentarily stunned, unable to respond for a while. Divination was inherently mysterious. Even she could only glimpse fragmented visions. To allow another to witness them was utterly impossible. Just as Ziyuan prepared to argue, she suddenly found herself staring into a pair of blood-red eyes, and the world around her began to spin. Author's note, Chapter 101, The Ninja of Konoha. Ziyuan regained her senses and found herself surrounded by familiar scenery, yet she was filled with confusion. Upon closer inspection, however, she noticed subtle differences. The decor appeared much older, and several items had been rearranged. Most importantly, the individuals who had been present moments ago had vanished, leaving her alone in the room. Ziyuan rose in bewilderment, only to discover her own peculiar transformation. She had grown taller. Furthermore, it felt as if two weights were strapped to her, making it hard for her to breathe. In a rush, Ziyuan dashed to the mirror. Upon seeing her reflection, she was left dumbfounded. She had matured significantly, as though years had passed in an instant. Her heart raced as she recalled Liu Mu's final words, and she quickly realized, is this my future? Shock was etched across Ziyuan's face. She never expected Liu Mu to genuinely allow her to see her future. It was known that even the previous Grand Priestess, her mother, could not achieve such a feat. Yet Liu Mu had done it. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that she was not merely an observer of her future, she was actively participating in it, as if she had truly arrived years later. In that moment, Ziyuan's curiosity about Liu Mu intensified. Just how proficient was he in the art of divination to accomplish this? Could it be true, as Pipa Shirzong suggested, that Liu Mu was also a divine envoy, perhaps even a deity of higher rank than her own? With this thought, Ziyuan's heart raced once more. At that moment, a priestess entered respectfully. Miss Ziyuan, the ninja from Konoha has arrived. Allow them to enter. Ziyuan quickly composed herself, settling gracefully onto the tatami mat. Before long, several figures entered the room. Leading the group was a Konoha ninja afflicted with cataracts, followed closely by one with a green watermelon rind and another with a round head. Although Ziyuan remained seated, her keen eyes searched for the yellow-haired Konoha ninja, for he was the boyfriend from her divination. However, when the last Konoha ninja entered, the striking yellow hair was nowhere to be found. Instead, Ziyuan stumbled upon a surprising revelation, Liu Mu. She had never imagined that within the realm of her divination, she would encounter Liu Mu once again. However, to her astonishment, Liu Mu seemed entirely unaware of her presence, his expression reflecting confusion. What could this mean? The nearby priestess noticed Ziyuan's unusual demeanor and promptly cleared her throat. Miss Ziyuan, the ninjas from Konoha are here. You may now outline the task requirements. Ziyuan snapped back to reality, her face flushing slightly as she hastily conveyed the task's details while simultaneously observing Liu Mu. After she finished explaining the task, the ninjas understood their roles and began to prepare to leave for their respective quarters. Wait, Liu Mu stays. The Konoha ninjas paused, looking at Ziyuan with puzzled expressions. Is this part of the mission? Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow in confusion, as he was the captain responsible for coordinating all aspects of the mission. He had noticed Ziyuan's odd behavior, her gaze fixated on Liu Mu. To his surprise, she now proposed an additional task. Well, since the main objective of this mission is to protect me, I suppose it is acceptable. Very well, Liu Mu, you may stay. Liu Mu remained, puzzled. And once everyone else had departed, Ziyuan finally sighed in relief and settled beside Liu Mu. All right, enough with the pretense. Is this truly a glimpse into a world years ahead? How astonishing. And who exactly is your divine being? So powerful that they can transport me to this moment in time. Could it be the legendary Amaterasu? Ziyuan chattered on in rapid succession. Liu Mu was utterly perplexed, his expression reflecting a state of confusion as he struggled to comprehend Ziyuan's words. Miss Ziyuan, have we met before? I mean, no offense, but I genuinely do not recall, he stated. Ziyuan paused momentarily, realizing that Liu Mu's demeanor was far from feigned. He appeared as though they were encountering each other for the very first time, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. Had she truly mistaken him for someone else? The author has something to convey. There is still one chapter left, chapter 102, a 3-year beginning. Ziyuan shivered, surveying her surroundings, the familiar faces around her rendering her entirely speechless. Within the realm of divination, after a fierce battle, the demon had been completely sealed away. Yet, she felt no joy. During those days of contact, when she had fallen in love and utterly depended on him, he had turned and left her. Now, back in her original timeline, witnessing Liu Mu's smile evoked a complex mixture of emotions upon her face. Did you see the scenes of divination? Did you see that golden-haired youth? Upon Liu Mu's mention of the golden-haired boy, Ziyuan was swept away in excitement. The long-awaited golden-haired youth had not appeared. Yet she found herself inexplicably enamored with Liu Mu. Meanwhile, Liu Mu remained blissfully unaware, continuing to call out cheerfully. Just as Ziyuan was poised to express her frustration, she suddenly discerned the crux of the matter. First and foremost, Ziyuan had confirmed countless times that this was not an illusionary space. So why was it that in this current timeline, where she did not know Liu Mu, he seemed to recognize her? Yet, Liu Mu from years hence appeared as though they were meeting for the first time. There was only one possibility. The Liu Mu of years to come was indeed encountering her for the first time. The present Liu Mu might have traversed time with the aid of divine power, seeking to rectify past regrets. After all, the capabilities of divine beings are unfathomable, and they can manifest in myriad ways. Upon this realization, Ziyuan's face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Liu Mu's chest with her little fist. I can't believe you went to such lengths for me. Liu Mu was taken aback, questioning whether his illusions had somehow muddled Ziyuan's mind. How had she transformed from a sacred priestess into a brazen tsundere? At which juncture had things gone awry? Was it possible that what she had witnessed was a film adaptation of Water Shadow Ninja? This is what I ought to do. So, did you see your future boyfriend? Liu Mu suppressed his bemusement and hurriedly continued to inquire. Upon hearing his words, Ziyuan's face flushed once more. Really, must you tease me? But with so many people around, how can I say it out loud? Yes, I saw him. He is quite handsome, thank you. Observing the bashful Ziyuan, Liu Mu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. According to his expectations, Ziyuan should have been recounting her experiences with Uzumaki Naruto. How could she be so attentive to him instead? Had she truly watched Water Shadow Ninja? Regardless, he had at least managed to charm Ziyuan. Thus, he had validated his own prowess. Did this mean he could forego the divination? No, we must absolutely conduct the divination, Ziyuan exclaimed with fervor. Having experienced the realm of divination, Ziyuan grew increasingly curious about Liu Mu, particularly as she now had a more pressing matter to ascertain, whether the Liu Mu of the present and that of the divination realm were indeed the same person. Therefore, it was imperative that they conduct a divination session. If you insist on divination, I would prefer to do so in a private room, one-on-one. This was Liu Mu's final stipulation. As long as the likes of Gu Juya and others remained unaware of his abilities, everything would be manageable. However, upon hearing Liu Mu's request, Ji Yuan's face flushed yet again. You want to be alone with me? This is unacceptable. I am not that kind of person. But if it is merely for divination, I am willing. Ji Yuan's mind became a whirlwind, her speech growing increasingly disordered. Liu Mu nearly spat blood in disbelief. Ji Yuan's demeanor resembled that of someone confessing to a crush, all flustered and disorganized. Controlling a young girl with illusions is not the mark of a gentleman. Gu Jia remarked. While I hold you in high regard, I am somewhat perplexed by your methods, Pai Ba Shizong added. 3 years is the minimum. Tao Dizai Bujan interjected. Liu Mu felt as though he might vomit blood from the mounting misunderstandings. If this continued, he would face social ruin before even revealing his true strength. At this moment, all Liu Mu could do was hasten his escape. Let us conclude the divination swiftly. Are you in such a hurry? Shouldn't I freshen up and change my clothes first? No. Right now? All right, you are quite insistent. At that moment, Liu Mu felt the piercing gazes around him intensifying, as if they were ready to escort him out at any moment. He could no longer afford to linger and swiftly grabbed Ji Yuan, making his exit. Who have I offended? The author has something to convey. Initially, I intended to write several chapters about the film adaptation's content, but it turned out to be excessively trivial, so I will proceed directly to the main topic. Today, the third update is complete, you understand. Chapter 103, The Wrath of the Divine. Upon reaching a small room, Liu Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of how others perceived him outside, at this moment, he felt a sense of safety. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan had retreated to a corner, her back turned to him, curling up like a hamster, entirely unaware of her own actions. Are you truly intending to conduct the divination like this? Ji Yuan trembled slightly, slowly turning her head to gaze at Liu Mu with a mix of fear and anticipation. Oh, sit before me, relax, and allow my energy to flow into you. Just as Ji Yuan finished speaking and prepared to clasp her hands together, Liu Mu dashed forward and seized her hands. In that instant, Ji Yuan's heart raced like a drum, as if it might leap from her chest. Remember, no matter what happens, you cannot speak of it, Liu Mu said earnestly. However, in Ji Yuan's eyes, he appeared to transform into a different person. Recalling Liu Mu's demeanor before he departed, she quickly shook her head. No, I am still too young. Ji Yuan repeatedly shook her head, yet she made no effort to withdraw her hand from Liu Mu's grasp. Liu Mu looked at her in bewilderment. He merely intended for Ji Yuan to keep his abilities a secret. How had this become a matter of age? However, he could not compel her. All he hoped was that his powers would remain undisclosed, at least not during his time in the land of demons. Regardless, I sincerely hope you will keep my abilities confidential, Liu Mu said earnestly, causing Ji Yuan's face to flush as red as a boiled crab, tears welling in her eyes. Do you truly wish to go through with this? What other choice do I have? Did you think I came here for nothing? Liu Mu replied, giving her a sidelong glance. Ji Yuan sighed in resignation, her expression finally reflecting acquiescence as she began to unbutton her clothing. As the number of buttons decreased, Liu Mu felt something was amiss. Are we really required to undress for divination? Divination? Ji Yuan stared blankly at Liu Mu for a moment before finally realizing the situation. Although her hands did not cease their movements. Instead, she discarded her outer garment. You are different. You are a divine messenger. And I must perform the divination with complete transparency, Ji Yuan declared earnestly. Liu Mu nodded slightly. Clothing indeed tends to obstruct the transmission of chakra and other forms of energy, and shedding one's garments allows the body to better attune to the external forces. Thus, Ji Yuan's actions are entirely justifiable. I must admit, I had anticipated some extraordinary thoughts from you, which startled me. Ji Yuan trembled slightly, her serious countenance flushing once more. As the Grand Miko of the Kingdom of Ghost Shrine, what ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I have undergone professional training and never allow external factors to interfere with me. Please refrain from viewing me through your mundane perspective. Upon finishing her words, Ji Yuan promptly closed her eyes, fearing that a mere glance at Liu Mu would betray her composure. As an ancient and intricate incantation escaped her lips, a torrent of energy erupted forth. Even without consciously attempting to feel it, the energy's release was palpable, causing Liu Mu's clothes and hair to dance wildly. Do not resist. Relax your spirit and embrace my power. In that moment, Zi Yuan shed her earlier anxiety, transforming into a figure of divine sanctity. As she called forth her power, Liu Mu found himself enveloped in tranquility, gradually absorbing her energy. Suddenly, the air thickened, and an immense pressure descended from above, as if a mountain was bearing down upon Liu Mu, rendering him breathless. Boom! A fierce thunderclap shattered the cloudless sky, sending the birds in the forest into a frantic flight. The earth trembled in response. What is happening? Liu Mu gazed upward in confusion, realizing he had not invoked any ninjutsu, yet such a scene had unfolded. At that moment, the thunder continued to roar, and bolts of lightning struck the shrine, sending debris flying. The entire shrine resembled a hellscape. Fortunately, Liu Mu possessed the resilience of a chunin, otherwise he might have been swept away by the intense shockwave. Blasphemer, have you considered how you shall meet your demise? Zi Yuan spoke slowly, yet her voice bore the resonance of another, instilling an impulse to kneel before her. Liu Mu sensed an air of indifference within that voice, as if the lives of everyone present were inconsequential, save for the blasphemer himself. Pai Pa Shizong and the others looked at Zi Yuan in bewilderment, unable to reconcile the gentle girl they had known with the aura of untouchable divinity she now exuded. In an instant, all the Miko fell to their knees, their faces reflecting sincere reverence. It seemed she intended to slay the divine envoy. What should we do? This girl's aura feels unsettling. What are we afraid of? Anyone who dares harm our envoy should be dealt with directly. With a furious roar from Pai Pa Shizong, he and his companions charged forward without hesitation. Zi Yuan cast a sidelong glance, her face adorned with a disdainful smile. They are utterly foolish. No sooner had she spoken than she formed a single-handed seal. Pai Pa Shizong and the others froze mid-charge, as if a pause button had been pressed, losing all control over their bodies. Their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the unfolding scene. Do not rush. I will attend to you shortly. For now, my focus is solely on this blasphemer. After uttering these words, Zi Yuan's gaze returned to Liu Mu. The blasphemer shall not find death so easily. He must endure the myriad sufferings of this world. Let the experience begin. As her voice faded, Liu Mu felt himself immobilized, his body able to move only with great effort. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Unknown power detected invading the host's body. Emergency protocol initiated. Option 1. Consume 10% of awakening energy for a random teleportation. Option 2. Consume 50% of awakening energy for 1 hour of special effect materialization. Option 3. Consume 100% of awakening energy to elevate the host's power to super shadow level. Insufficient awakening energy for selection. Option 4. Sacrifice 50 years of life for spatial leap into an unknown world. Liu Mu's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated the system possessing such utility. Options 3 and 4 were immediately disregarded. Liu Mu could not afford to sacrifice his life. If he had less than 50 years left, he would effectively vanish, akin to a grave relocation. Thus, his only choices were options 1 and 2. Upon seeing option 1, he shook his head. He was entirely locked onto by Zi Yuan. Even if he were transported to the farthest reaches of the ninja world, she would still reach him in an instant and eliminate him effortlessly. Therefore, his sole viable option was 2, special effect materialization. This meant that the effects he conjured would become tangible. An enormous fireball would indeed fall, and a tsunami hundreds of meters high would truly crash upon him. If he were to perform the shadow clone technique, would it not summon a deity? Liu Mu's heart raced, and the more he contemplated, the more viable it seemed. Gathering all his strength, he clapped his hands together. Clap. Shadow clone technique. Are you not ready to give up? I shall witness your final struggle. Just as Zi Yuan's words trailed off, the sky suddenly darkened. The ambient light coalesced into a singular point, leaving only a luminous portal shimmering in the air. From the portal's crack, an aura wafted forth, causing Zi Yuan's expression to shift to one of disbelief and deep apprehension. How could this be? The cross-dimensional gate? Who on earth is this boy? The cross-dimensional gate, as the name implies, allows passage between worlds. However, invoking such a technique requires immense energy, attainable only by relatively powerful deities. Zi Yuan stared at the scene in a daze, shaking her head in disbelief, unable to fathom that a higher deity might descend into this ninja world. Enough with your tricks. Zi Yuan shouted angrily as a web-like phenomenon enveloped the area around the cross-dimensional gate. Then, as if shattering glass, it fractured entirely. Ziyuan laughed triumphantly. Should space collapse, even a deity would be unable to escape unscathed, let alone a mere illusion. Yet, just as the fragments of the sky were about to fall, they suddenly halted, and, as if rewinding a videotape, returned to their original positions. As if nothing had transpired, Xin gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Swiftly, she formed hand seals, and immediately, 3 long swords manifested in the air, striking the cross-boundary gate and sealing it completely. No matter how formidable the opponent might be, if they could not cross over, everything was rendered meaningless. Turning her attention to Liu Mu, Ziyuan inquired, "Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the air, akin to fists pounding against an iron door. Ziyuan's lips twitched as she cast a fearful glance at the cross-boundary gate, which was now marred by numerous fist imprints, increasing in number with each resounding blow. With a final thud, the gate was forcefully kicked open, and a figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Liu Mu, enveloped in a mist of celestial energy, exuding an aura that continuously altered the ninja world. Ziyuan felt a twinge of unease. The mere presence of such energy could transform an entire realm. This was undoubtedly an entity she should not provoke. Yet, she felt a strange sense of calm. For the ninja world was inherently fragile. Entering it with her divine form, she mused that the entire realm could crumble. Moreover, she was merely an ethereal shadow, inhabiting her follower Ziyuan. Even if she were to be obliterated, it would merely result in the loss of a follower. It became clear to her why Liu Mu was so anxious. He was not merely a messenger, but a fragment of himself. How much stronger would I become by consuming him? Ziyuan grinned with satisfaction, rushing towards Liu Mu and seizing his neck with one hand before biting down. Liu Mu's eyes widened in shock as he felt a surge of energy rising from his dantian, coursing through his abdomen and reaching his throat. He sensed that if this essence were drained, his demise would be inevitable. In desperation, he clapped his hands together with force, and in an instant, his body transformed into a translucent serpent. Ziyuan furrowed her brow, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, feeling a sense of indignation. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Liu Mu struck with a sword, the blade's energy slicing through the sky, revealing a pitch-black void beyond. Ziyuan hastily evaded the onslaught, realizing that as long as he remained within the cross-boundary gate, he could never capture her. However, if he chose not to descend, she would claim his fragment. A malicious smile crept across her face as she turned her back on Liu Mu. Yet upon turning, she found herself surrounded by a multitude of translucent serpents. The sight was enough to send shivers down even a divine being like Ziyuan. Merely a bluff, Ziyuan exclaimed fiercely, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated countless serpents. Satisfied, she nodded in approval. But in the next moment, the vanished serpents reappeared, their numbers greater than before and still multiplying. Ziyuan quickly regained her composure, recognizing this as Liu Mu's technique. If she could capture him and consume him, the spell would unravel. Thus, her priority was to locate him. With a cold smirk, Ziyuan closed her eyes, diligently searching for Liu Mu's presence. Within seconds, she spotted him hiding behind a rock. "Found you, little mouse," she declared, ready to strike, only to feel something wrap around her foot. Glancing down, she saw it was the translucent serpent. Enraged, she kicked it away, but more serpents surged forward. "What sorcery is this?" The author has spoken. The 3rd chapter concludes here. Ziyuan felt a surge of anxiety. These serpents were relentless, and as a deity, she had never faced such indignity. Time and again, she unleashed her internal energy. "Come out, you coward. Hiding like this is unbecoming of a man." Ziyuan's frustration boiled over. Though she knew Liu Mu's whereabouts, the sheer number of serpents made it impossible for her to advance. She could only hope that Liu Mu would reveal himself. At that moment, Liu Mu emerged slowly, causing a flicker of joy to cross Ziyuan's face. Secretly channeling her energy for a final strike, she declared, "Perish." A beam of light shot towards Liu Mu as a triumphant expression graced Ziyuan's features. Yet, just then, a wall began to rise. Though it appeared fragile, it filled Ziyuan with a sense of foreboding, as though something formidable lurked behind it. A shiver coursed through her. She recognized this wall as the fabled Wall of Sighs, behind which lay the underworld. Desperately, Ziyuan attempted to intercept her beam, but it was not so simple. The light struck the wall, causing it to shatter and reveal a realm suffused with the essence of death. A deity dares to invade my underworld? A voice echoed from the void, laden with an aura of mortality that felt as though it could snatch away souls. Ziyuan's pupils constricted, while others might be oblivious to the voice's origin. She recognized it all too well. Hades, the sovereign of the underworld. Though Hades was no match for the being behind the cross-boundary gate, he could undoubtedly traverse the ninja world. As Xian remained momentarily stunned, 108 figures leaped forth, greedily inhaling the air outside. We have returned. Each figure possessed the strength of a shadow, with several surpassing that level. Hades prepared to issue commands, but suddenly spotted the cross-boundary gate, his heart sinking. Although he had never seen that divine presence, its overwhelming aura was not something he could contend with. Kill that woman, Hades commanded, a sinister grin spreading across his face as deathly energy enveloped him. The black-armored warriors shifted their focus to Ziyuan, erupting with an energy distinct from that of the ninja world. In an instant, Ziyuan was in a state of panic. Confronting these 108 black-armored warriors was not the challenge, but facing Hades himself was daunting, especially with the translucent serpents entangling her. Unable to unleash her full power, Ziyuan contemplated fleeing if not for her desire for the energy within Liu Mu. Damn it, I'll take the risk. After all, this is merely an ethereal form. If I consume that energy, it will be worth the risk. With determination, Ziyuan clapped her hands together, summoning a figure from within her, charging directly at the 108 black-armored warriors, while she herself flew toward Liu Mu. Boy, let us see where you can escape this time. Ziyuan sneered, once again attempting to bite down. Liu Mu felt his energy being relentlessly siphoned away, his hands firmly grasped by Xin, denying him the chance to form seals. His entire being awaited the impending doom. If you wish to absorb, then so shall I. Suddenly, Liu Mu recalled the S-rank ninjutsu he had received previously. The corpse demon kiss, which relied on the mouth to siphon the opponent's chakra. Now, facing this desperate situation, he resolved to utilize every available technique. Corpse demon kiss. As Liu Mu silently shouted within his heart, the chakra guided by Ziyuan surged to life once more. Is he still unwilling to accept defeat? Ziyuan chuckled disdainfully. As long as she refrained from engaging with this technique, Liu Mu would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Meanwhile, Liu Mu's true form required a little more time to fully manifest, while Hades' black-armored warriors were held back by his own doppelgangers. The chaotic movements of the transparent little serpents were beginning to overwhelm Ziyuan. However, at that moment, Ziyuan sensed something amiss. Her body had inexplicably become immobile, and the energy that had been continuously siphoned from Liu Mu came to an abrupt halt. To her astonishment, her own energy was now flowing into Liu Mu's body. Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance and was startled to find 4 grotesque figures seizing her limbs, lifting her into the air, leaving her suspended. These 4 ghastly figures were none other than the malevolent spirits from the mysterious East. Cursed be it, what kind of foes have I attracted? Hades trembled at the sight of the malevolent spirits. The denizens of the eastern underworld, it seemed, required no assistance from him. With a wry smile, he mused that it was not fear of the eastern underworld that troubled him, but rather the familial ties among the eastern deities. Setting aside the question of whether he could prevail in battle, the appearance of the eastern gods would surely follow if conflict ensued. Hades had but a handful of followers, while the western gods each had their own agendas, often wishing for him to be dealt with by the eastern deities. Particularly that man stationed at the cross-boundary gate. Hades was certain he could not withstand even a single blow. Better to make a swift exit. Underworld warriors, follow me, he commanded, imprinting Liu Mu's visage in his memory. Henceforth, he vowed never to offend Liu Mu, regardless of whom he might cross. Suddenly, Hades felt a jolt as he became aware that the figure above had called for him to halt. However, since the command had been issued, he dared not move an inch. Might I inquire what directives you have, esteemed one? Hades inquired, striving to ingratiate himself. Close the door, came the response. With a sigh of relief, Hades nearly thought he might meet his end here. Grateful to be allowed to leave, he hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Ziyuan, ensnared by the 4 malevolent spirits, was hurled backward. Despite the divine essence coursing through her, she found herself unable to break free from their grasp. Energy continued to be siphoned from her mouth into Liu Mu's body. Yet Ziyuan remained unperturbed, for this was merely a phantom. Even if all her energy were consumed, it would only result in a fleeting mental anguish. Once she regained her strength, she could seize the opportunity to ambush and devour Liu Mu. But just then, She heard the ominous sound of chains dragging across the ground, and the atmosphere turned chillingly cold. Before her stood two figures, one black and one white, horrifyingly adorned with long, lolling tongues and high hats inscribed with ominous phrases. Wealth is born, and peace reigns. It was the black and white impermanence. With a wicked grin, they thrust a chain directly into Ziyuan's body. Initially unfazed, Ziyuan's pupils dilated in shock the next moment. Her true essence had been bound. It transcended the void, ensnaring countless versions of her across different realms. No matter how she struggled, escape was impossible. Bind, the black and white impermanence uttered with a soft huff. Yanking the chain forcefully, a spectral figure was drawn forth, the deity that had possessed Ziyuan's body. The deity flailed her fists in futile resistance, unable to wield any divine power while ensnared. Stripped of her divinity, she was merely an ordinary female ghost. Mission accomplished, declared the black and white impermanence. And in an instant, they vanished with the deity. Having lost the divine possession, Ziyuan regained her awareness, but upon opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with Liu Mu, their proximity so intimate that they could feel each other's breath. Ziyuan swallowed hard, only to realize the gravity of the situation, her face flushing crimson. She attempted to struggle, but her limbs were firmly grasped by the four grotesque monsters, rendering her efforts futile. The fright nearly caused her to faint, yet the strange creatures continued to writhe, jolting her back to clarity. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, cascading from her forehead to her hair, eventually dripping down. Finally, Liu Mu reacted, hastily stepping away from Ziyuan. He touched his swollen lips, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Are you all right, Ziyuan?" he asked. "Before inquiring about my well-being, could you please set me down first?" Ziyuan sobbed in reply, leaving Liu Mu feeling rather awkward. He hastily commanded the malevolent spirits to release her. However, no sooner had Ziyuan touched the ground than a swarm of transparent little serpents surged forth, startling her into a leap. Ziyuan finally comprehended what had been moving earlier, her expression morphing into one of utter despair. Liu Mu's face mirrored his guilt as he promptly dispelled the substitution technique, offering an embarrassed smile. The transparent serpents vanished, yet the ground began to undulate, and a multitude of terracotta warriors emerged from the earth. Within mere breaths, hundreds of terracotta warriors stood before Liu Mu. "Is this also your ninjutsu?" Ziyuan inquired with a tone of exasperation. Almost immediately, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from a nearby mountain, a dark aura enveloping the entire sky. "I have finally resurrected, and this time, I shall surely obliterate this world." "Oh no, the demon has been resurrected, and there is no time to seal him away. This world is doomed," Ziyuan despaired. The author has something to say. One more chapter. Chapter 108. I am well sealed. The malevolent spirits felt a pang of sorrow. Though called malevolent spirits, they bore little resemblance to their Eastern counterparts. Ever since their first sealing, each time they were unbound, a woman clad in red and white priestess attire would reimpose their seal. Despite having lived for millennia, they had never seen the sun even once, existing solely in confinement. However, this time felt different. Upon bursting forth from their seal, they did not encounter the nightmarish red and white priestess. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within them. Their era had finally arrived. This time, they must survive and savor the sunlight's embrace, undergoing a transformation to become a demon of ideals, one beneficial to the world. After all, the confinement had been profoundly lonely. The words uttered earlier were merely an expression of millennia's worth of pent-up grievances. Yet, upon emerging, the malevolent spirits sensed something was amiss. Although the priestess was absent, and the aura of her power was nowhere to be felt, an overwhelming dread permeated the surroundings. The presence of Eastern and Western deities loomed heavily. Were it not for the intact land beneath them, they might have believed a divine battle had just transpired, perhaps even resulting in the fall of a deity. The malevolent spirit chuckled wickedly, envisioning the moment of the deity's downfall at the hands of the priestess. But upon further reflection, a bitter smile crossed their face. To slay a deity was no easy task. Just then, the malevolent spirit spotted Ziyuan not far away, and a chill ran through them. However, they quickly regained composure. The priestess could only seal them during the critical moment of their assault on the seal. Once unbound, the priestess would have no power over them. Moreover, it seemed that Ziyuan was no longer under the protection of any deity, lacking even a trace of the priestess's power. This audacity only emboldened the Wangliang further. Suddenly, A bold idea surged within its heart. This group of priestesses had sealed themselves for thousands of years. Now that it had emerged, it too would seal them away. For 10 years. No, for 100 years. With a wicked grin, Wang Liang advanced, each step causing the very earth to tremble beneath it. In a short while, it stood beside Ziyuan, looking down upon her. Observing her pale, frightened face filled Wang Liang with exhilaration. How delightful! It had been far too long since it had experienced such a sensation. However, it found it peculiar that this priestess was still holding 2 sausages in her mouth. How impolite of you! Wang Liang exclaimed, only to notice Liu Mu standing there, seemingly indifferent, with sausages dangling from his own mouth. You two are quite rude. Yet, as I am in a good mood today, I shall spare you both, sealing you for merely 50 years. How benevolent of me, don't you think? Wang Liang reveled in its own delight. But just then, 4 shadowy figures emerged, causing Wang Liang to tremble involuntarily. I hear you are called Wang Liang? A hoarse voice, laced with lethal intent, enveloped Wang Liang. Confused, it raised its head, only to find itself surrounded by Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang. Its legs weakened, nearly causing it to collapse. Each figure radiated an overwhelming aura of menace, their power beyond its comprehension, evidently superior by several magnitudes. In that moment, Wang Liang's mind roared. Wasn't it supposed to be at the pinnacle of the food chain in the ninja world? How had 4 monsters appeared at once, each stronger than itself, none of whom seemed amiable? Isn't it a coincidence that we 4 together form Qi Mei Wang Liang, while you alone claim the title Wang Liang? Quite audacious of you. The 4 figures surrounded Wang Liang, their voices echoing in unison, a haunting surround sound in its ears. Wang Liang was on the verge of tears. I had no choice in my name. It was given by my parents. Had I known it would provoke such formidable beings, I would have changed it long ago. I was merely passing through. Look at my benign appearance. How could I harbor ill intentions? Wang Liang lamented. Just then, an authoritative voice resonated from above. You certainly did not say that earlier. Instinctively, Wang Liang looked up to see Liu Mu peering through the dimensional portal, sending chills down its spine. A deity. A deity far more powerful than the one behind the priestess. Should he intervene, Wang Liang would not only face death, but might even have its very soul obliterated. In a hurry, Wang Liang knelt before Ziyuan, an obsequious expression adorning its face. Priestess, isn't your duty to seal me? Please, do so swiftly. I am quite easy to seal. Hurry, I am in a rush. The author has something to say. Chapter complete, I seek a wave of free gifts. Do remember to look for my reply. Chapter 109. Please allow me to serve you. Ziyuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the demon she was prepared to sacrifice her life to seal would now be pleading for her to seal it. This left her momentarily bewildered, as if all her previous efforts had been in vain. Moreover, Ziyuan became increasingly certain that Liu Mu was the one destined to change her fate, having traversed time solely to reunite with her. She touched her mouth, still painful, but the earlier resistance had dissipated. Hey, esteemed priestess, why are you fiddling with those sausages? Quickly seal me. I have prepared the most potent sealing array. You simply need to channel your priestess power into it. Wang Liang looked at Ziyuan with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, a vast array had already been inscribed on the ground, its complexity rivaling the intricacies of carving a complete Hokage face on a grain of rice. Seeing Ziyuan remain silent, Wang Liang grew anxious. Priestess, what are you dawdling for? Your lineage of priestesses exists to seal me. How is it that you lack any insight? Having laid in the center of the array, Wang Liang urged, you only need to channel a bit of your priestess power. However, Ziyuan awkwardly replied, I no longer possess priestess power. The priestess power was originally derived from faith in the deities, a feedback obtained from them. Yet now, the deities Ziyuan worshipped had fallen. Without divine energy to draw upon, her priestess power had vanished, rendering her an ordinary girl, without the ability to seal demons or divine fates. She was merely a common girl. Wang Liang was dumbfounded. Countless priestesses had sealed it in the past, even at the cost of their lives. Yet here was Ziyuan, devoid of any priestess power. This was a dire predicament. Wang Liang began frantically examining Ziyuan, but the more it searched, the worse its expression became. It could truly feel no trace of priestess power. You are the most incompetent priestess I have ever encountered. Upon realizing Ziyuan had lost her sealing abilities, Wang Liang looked towards Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang with a grin. Brothers, I can clarify everything. That was all a misunderstanding. Even my name was inspired by admiration for you. Admiration? So you imply that you look down upon us, Qi and Mei? In an instant, Wang Liang trembled in fear. Just then, Ziyuan took a few steps forward and knelt before the airborne Liu Mu. Our deity has fallen, rendering the shrine's existence meaningless. Yet, I hope for the shrine to endure, so I beseech you to accept us, allowing our land of spirits to worship you as your most devout subjects. Ziyuan gazed up at Liu Mu with hope. Should the deity they served fall, the shrine would become mere decoration. The priestesses, having devoted their lives to serving the divine, would find themselves utterly devoid of purpose. Most would struggle to adapt to being ordinary. Those fortunate might find a family, while others would be left to pursue disreputable work. Especially for Ziyuan, who had become a high priestess to seal demons. If she were to become an ordinary girl, she would be highly sought after. Therefore, Ziyuan's kneeling was for herself and for every priestess in the shrine. If the deity accepted them, the shrine could continue to thrive. Liu Mu remained silent for a long while, finally nodding slightly. Very well, from this moment on, you shall be the saintess of this shrine. Your task is to seal this Wang Liang. Upon hearing Liu Mu's proclamation, Ziyuan was immediately enveloped in a soft blue light. A powerful energy surged through her, and her face lit up with joy, surprised by how simply he had acquiesced. Moreover, she realized that the energy she received this time was far greater than that from the previous deity. Not only had she regained her sealing and divination abilities, but she also felt her combat prowess significantly enhanced. She even felt confident enough to shatter Wang Liang's skull with a single punch. This was the divine feedback. As Ziyuan prepared to express her gratitude for the divine grace, Wang Liang beside her began fervently bowing its head, tears of excitement glistening in its eyes. Thank you, Divine Lord, for your blessing. I promise to allow myself to be sealed on time, and I will not resist. I will even entertain you with various tricks. Ziyuan's lips twitched. Never had she encountered such a spineless demon. It is truly a disgraceful situation. It's akin to being a mere sycophant. The author has something to convey. Chapter 110. Devotion of Faith. Ziyuan helplessly shook her head. The deity has now assigned a task, which is to seal the wraiths. And this is precisely the moment to demonstrate her capabilities. Very well, I shall seal you now. The wraith displayed an expression of unrestrained joy, finally on the brink of escaping this hellish place and returning to its cozy abode. All it required was a modicum of energy. 30 years later, it could emerge again for a brief appearance. Ziyuan nodded slightly. Subsequently, a torrent of priestess powers surged from her hands, continuously infusing the formation. In an instant, the black runes on the ground illuminated brilliantly. The wraith's face radiated ecstasy, but the next moment, its expression shifted dramatically. Although the formation could operate with just a small input of priestess energy, even if Ziyuan were to channel all her power, the wraith could easily break free. However, this was contingent upon the energy signatures of previous priestesses. At this moment, the energy within Ziyuan surged forth like an ocean, an unceasing wave after wave. If this continued, not only 30 years, but it might take 300 years for the wraith to emerge again. Stop infusing energy, it's too much. At this rate, I will never get out. The wraith struggled incessantly. Previously, it would not have minded remaining sealed, but having agreed to emerge every 30 years. Failing to do so would mean deceiving the deity, a blasphemy. The wraith lacked the courage to face divine wrath once more. It began to strike the sealing light pillar repeatedly, hoping Ziyuan would notice. Otherwise, it would have to toil endlessly to break the seal. Soon, the light pillar vanished. The wraith, like a fleeting flower, appeared momentarily before being sealed again. With the enemy entirely vanquished, Liu Mu hurriedly dispelled the spirits of the wraiths and their avatars, as their presence was quite unsettling. As the deity in the sky vanished, everyone felt an immediate sense of relief. Although the deity had not singled anyone out, the aura emanating from them was, consciously or unconsciously, akin to a calamity for individuals like Pai Pa Shirzong and others, especially for Yuzu Shizuka. Even having transformed into a tailed beast, she still struggled to breathe. Fortunately, Liu Mu acted in time. Otherwise, someone might have truly met their demise from sheer fright. Yet, none among the gathered expressed dissatisfaction. Instead, their faces brimmed with exhilaration. The shrine maidens recognized that they were to serve such a powerful deity, instilling a profound sense of honor within them. Particularly, witnessing the deity up close was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Pai Pa Shirzong and others felt an even greater excitement, as they would now work alongside a divine messenger like Liu Mu, effectively serving the deity. During their tasks, they would undoubtedly receive divine protection, potentially elevating their skills in ninjutsu. At this moment, Ziyuan blushed as she looked at Liu Mu. The position of High Priestess, while accompanied by numerous privileges, also bore a solemn obligation. Before reaching the age of 20, if the deity or divine messenger did not appear, the High Priestess could marry and bear children to nurture the next generation of priestesses. However, if the deity or divine messenger did manifest before she turned 20, she would have to relinquish everything and devote herself entirely to serving them. At this juncture, Ziyuan was not yet 20, and with Liu Mu's arrival, it meant that after sealing the wraith, her task would be to take care of Liu Mu to gain further divine favor. Upon this realization, her cheeks flushed even more. Yet, Ziyuan felt no aversion. Rather, there was a hint of anticipation. After all, a man traversing time and space to seek her out was surely worthy of lifelong commitment, especially considering his remarkable qualities. On behalf of all the priestesses of the Ghost Country, I offer my faith to the deity. Upon finishing her words, all the maidens knelt once more, their faces alight with devotion. Just as Liu Mu prepared to assist Ziyuan, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 7 fervent followers, 18 devotees, and 71 general believers. The believers are currently contributing faith to the host. Upon completion, corresponding rewards will be granted. Liu Mu was taken aback. Initially, he had thought he was merely acquiring a nominal title, but to his astonishment, he had indeed gained followers. And the faith points that should have gone to his avatars had instead accrued to him. Now, Liu Mu was most eager to discover the rewards awaiting him. The author remarks, one more chapter will be delayed. Chapter 111, A Bountiful Harvest. Ding. Faith extraction complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained Jonin level capabilities. Congratulations, host. You have received an advanced ninjutsu gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bloodline limit. Byakugan. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Congratulations, host. You have gained a special ninjutsu, body flicker technique. Congratulations, host. You have received a special ninjutsu, multiplication technique. Upon seeing the rewards indicated by the system, Liu Mu could hardly contain his excitement. First and foremost, the Jonin level capabilities. With this attainment, his speed, physical strength, chakra, and reflexes would all be elevated to the foundational level of a Jonin. This meant that even without relying on any special effects, Liu Mu could stand as a formidable ninja on his own. Although he may not have much chance against seasoned Jonin, he was only 13 years old, with ample room for growth. Next was the bloodline limit, Byakugan. The bloodline limit could only be inherited through bloodlines. While it was possible to acquire another's bloodline limit through special means, one could not fully manifest its powers due to bodily constraints. However, the reward from the system was different. It would function entirely like that of a family member possessing the bloodline limit. The Byakugan was undoubtedly a strategic-level bloodline limit. Once activated, it provided a complete 360-degree field of vision, allowing for better detection of opponents. This meant that enemies would no longer be able to ambush Liu Mu. Yet, he already possessed the Sharingan, leaving him curious about how the system would reconcile this. Following that was the Advanced Ninjutsu Gift Pack, which contained numerous common ninjutsu techniques. What defines a ninja? It is the variety of ninjutsu one possesses, enabling them to counter opponents effectively. Why was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, so formidable? It was his vast reservoir of knowledge. He mastered a significant portion of ninjutsu in the ninja world and could deploy them with ease. Thus, when confronting enemies, he had a greater array of techniques at his disposal. Lastly, Liu Mu was most astonished by the special ninjutsu of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans. Special ninjutsu, which are not reliant on bloodline limits, are the very lifeblood of these clans. While they may not guarantee overwhelming strength when applied correctly, their efficacy can surpass that of ordinary ninjutsu by several fold. This reward was undoubtedly a tremendous windfall. Liu Mu hurriedly clicked to accept. In the next instant, he felt countless memories flooding into his mind, encompassing not only the hand signs for ninjutsu, but also the subtle techniques of execution, all engraved in his consciousness as if he had practiced each ninjutsu innumerable times. Soon, a wave of heat enveloped him, and even his skin turned a dark crimson. The chakra within him surged rapidly, reaching the capacity of a Jonin in mere seconds. Finally, Liu Mu felt a sharp pain in his eyes, under his control. The Sharingan activated directly. The three tomo in the center of the Sharingan transformed into white in an instant. After approximately several seconds, they reverted to their original state. The transformation of Liu Mu's entire being took less than a minute. With a sense of satisfaction, he gazed at his reflection, aware that his capabilities had undergone a profound enhancement within that fleeting moment, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. Returning to reality, he noticed that Zi Yuan and the others remained kneeling on the ground, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The shrine had just been destroyed, leaving debris and stones scattered everywhere, and he feared their knees might be bruised from kneeling for so long. Promptly, Liu Mu waved his hand, urging them to rise. The group stood up, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at Liu Mu. He felt a twinge of discomfort, akin to a monkey in a zoo, under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Moreover, with the shrine in ruins and no place to stay, it was time for him to depart from the land of ghosts. Zi Yuan, the reconstruction and maintenance of the shrine will be entrusted to you. It is time for me to leave. Zi Yuan looked at Liu Mu with reluctance, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. She longed to accompany him, but was acutely aware of her responsibilities. She silently resolved that once the shrine was rebuilt, she would seek out Liu Mu, for only by following him could she better serve as the Grand Priestess. Understood. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction and then summoned Pai Pa Shizong and the others to his side. They needed to verify his thoughts before the effects of the transformation faded. Once everyone had gathered around Liu Mu, he promptly activated the instant body technique. The scene before them rapidly zoomed in, and with a single step, they found themselves transported to the Land of Rain. A month had passed since Liu Mu last returned to the Land of Rain. As he felt the raindrops falling incessantly from the sky, a sense of relief washed over him, evoking a feeling of returning home. He instructed Pai Pa Shizong to take the new members to report in, while he made his way toward his house. Just as he was about to open the door, memories of his previous homecoming flooded his mind, prompting him to activate his Byakugan. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. The walls became transparent as if made of glass, revealing everything within. There was no one in the foyer, the living room, the kitchen, or the bathroom. However, upon glimpsing the bedroom, Liu Mu could not help but twitch his lips. Indeed, Xiaonan was there. Xiaonan lay on the bed, clutching Liu Mu's blanket, her face alight with joy. Liu Mu hastily pushed the door open. But the moment he did, the sound of bells echoed, one after another, resounding into the bedroom. Suddenly, there was a thud as someone fell, followed by hurried footsteps. And finally, the sound of a window being opened. Liu Mu stood frozen, watching as Xiaonan leaped in front of him. What was most difficult for Liu Mu to accept was that Xiaonan was clad in his pajamas. He grimaced. No wonder his sleepwear always felt crumpled. It was Xiaonan's doing. Xiaonan, have you forgotten? The window in my room leads directly outside. Xiaonan's heart sank. How could she not know? After all, she climbed in every day. But this time, she had been overly hasty. She had calculated that he should still be in the land of water. So how had he returned so suddenly, without any opportunity to prepare? Master, please let me explain. I was merely tidying up your room. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Did tidying up require wearing his pajamas? Moreover, they were his pajamas. With a cold snort, Liu Mu strode into the house. Upon seeing this, Xiaonan panicked. Master, I haven't finished cleaning your room yet. Perhaps you should wait before going in. Xiaonan attempted to block Liu Mu's way, but he was undeterred. Entering the foyer, Liu Mu surveyed the interior and found the house spotless, without a speck of dust. It was evident that it had been meticulously cleaned. Liu Mu checked the kitchen and bathroom, finding each area immaculate, with no stains left behind. Xiaonan had evidently put in considerable effort to tidy up. A wave of gratitude surged within Liu Mu. When he was away on missions, someone had been diligently taking care of his living space. In his memories, only his mother had ever done such things. It felt like home. He began to regret having been too harsh on Xiaonan earlier. Thank you for your efforts, Liu Mu said, noticing that Xiaonan was drenched in sweat. Her attention entirely focused on blocking the bedroom door. Xiaonan, you've worked hard, but I'm quite fatigued from my journey. I wish to rest in my room now. Liu Mu reached for the bedroom door, but Xiaonan was quicker, pressing herself against the door in a dramatic manner. A peculiar smile gracing her face. Master, I've finished cleaning the entire house, but this bedroom is still a work in progress. Why don't you relax on the sofa while I wrap things up? Liu Mu frowned. The more anxious Xiaonan appeared, the more he sensed something amiss. It was evident that simply entering the room was out of the question. Fine, I shall rest on the sofa for a while. Just wake me when you're done. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Xiaonan sighed in relief. But just as she relaxed, Liu Mu opened the bedroom door. The interior was immediately revealed. The room was indeed clean, with every surface polished to perfection, but the floor was a chaotic mess. Clothes were strewn everywhere, most of them Liu Mu's, while crumpled papers littered the ground, some even outnumbering the clothing. Liu Mu was at a loss as to what Xiaonan had been up to. Just as he was about to scold her, Xiaonan suddenly knelt down, performing a perfect Dajiza. Master, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Liu Mu chuckled helplessly. How could he possibly scold Xiaonan? She was Pain's childhood friend. And if he were to reprimand her, Pain would be the first to defend her. The sight of her kneeling was enough to inspire Pain to leap into action. Fortunately, Pain was not present. As Liu Mu sighed in relief and prepared to help Xiaonan up, the door swung open abruptly. Senpai, I sensed your return with my ninjutsu. Would you like to attend the second Akatsuki meeting tomorrow? What about Liu Mu's pajamas? And what of Xiaonan's attire? Liu Mu's clothes bore the unmistakable marks of battle, while the floor was littered with crumpled papers. Pain's mind raced as he stepped back and closed the door hastily. How reckless! He muttered to himself, a shiver running through him. It seemed that from the moment he realized Liu Mu had returned to the instant he pushed open the door, merely 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Was it all over so quickly? Pain felt a pang of sorrow. He had not anticipated that Liu Mu, for the sake of Akatsuki and the ninja world, had exhausted himself at such a young age. Recently, Akatsuki had made a bit of profit. He was determined to find the best doctor. If all else failed, he would even resort to binding Tsunade to ensure Liu Mu received the care he needed. After all, Liu Mu had given so much and deserved to be repaid well. With that in mind, Pain took flight, disregarding Liu Mu's calls as he chased after him. After all, as a man, such matters were always difficult to articulate. It was only natural to want to explain when discovered. Liu Mu stared dumbfounded as Pain flew away, an inexplicable sense of urgency stirring within him. The following morning, the skies above the Land of Rain were clear and bright. In celebration of the establishment of the Akatsuki organization, Pain deliberately suspended ninjutsu, allowing the Land of Rain to once again bask in the warmth of the sun. The villagers of the Land of Rain wore expressions of joy on their faces. After more than a year, they had fully embraced the Akatsuki. Under Pain's leadership, the Land of Rain had indeed flourished. The only grievance was the incessant rain that persisted for 24 hours, making it difficult for washed clothes to dry. Liu Mu, attended by Xiaonan and He Tu, solemnly donned the crimson cloud-black cloak, making his way step by step to the venue. The newly inducted Akatsuki member, Guiju Shirtsong, had borrowed this very cloak from Biwa Juzu. Observing the vibrant scene of the Land of Rain, he momentarily questioned whether it truly belonged to one of the 5 great nations, while the Land of Water seemed merely a small nation struggling to survive in the crevices. Especially as Guiju Shirtsong noticed that every ninja here radiated hope, their vitality igniting a fervor within him. Such spirited demeanor could only be achieved by the most adept brainwashing techniques of Konoha. Moreover, Guiju Shirtsong discovered that within the Akatsuki, there were several formidable elites. As the 4th Mizukage of the Land of Water, he realized his strength barely ranked among the top 3, even with the inclusion of his tailed beast. With such a formidable team, especially under Liu Mu's guidance, it was plausible that they could usher in an era of peace for the ninja world. Regardless, it would alleviate his sense of guilt. Guiju Shirtsong, the newly joined intern, was directed to the designated area for interns. However, he was not displeased by this. Rather, he willingly accepted it. No matter how high his previous status or how great his strength, he was still a newcomer. Adhering to the rules ensured order. If he were to receive special treatment, it would only foster discontent within him. Following the instructions, Guiju Shirtsong quickly located his designated spot, marked with each person's name, making it nearly impossible to sit incorrectly unless one were blind. To his left sat the duo from the Land of Water, Kakashi Zabuza and Momochi Zabuza, who waved enthusiastically upon his arrival. Lord Mizukage, you have finally arrived. I was worried you'd feel uncomfortable being assigned to the intern section. Do not jest with me. Here, there is no 4th Mizukage, only Guiju Shirtsong, understood? He replied with a frown, displeased. Upon hearing this, Kakashi Zabuza and Momochi Zabuza immediately fell silent. Understood, understood. However, Biwa Juzu, who had joined earlier, now held a prominent position within the organization, allowing him to sit in the first row of official members. What a show-off. Give me a year, and I will undoubtedly secure a seat among the top few. The three engaged in lively conversation. Before long, the venue was nearly filled. Yet, the seat to Guiju Shirtsong's right remained conspicuously empty. Glancing at the name on the chair, he couldn't help but chuckle. Afe, a ninja with such a name surely lacks seriousness. Chapter 114. Aren't you that rascal? The second Akatsuki conference officially commenced. With Xiaonan's announcement, the entire venue erupted into excitement. After a year of collective effort, the growth of the Akatsuki was evident to the naked eye. The most profound realization belonged to the original ninjas and villagers of the Land of Rain. A year ago, it had been a sorrowful small nation. Now, even the Kage of the 5 great nations had joined the Akatsuki, marking a remarkable leap. If they continued to develop, they could undoubtedly become the 6th great nation. I shall not speak too much. First, let us report on the achievements of the past year. I invite Biwa Juzu to present. Biwa Juzu stood, turning to face the crowd with his chest out and head held high, exuding confidence. I shall not elaborate further, but I will highlight 2 points. I accompanied Liu Mu senpai in persuading the 4th Mizukage to join the Akatsuki, garnering goodwill from both the Land of Water and the Land of Demons. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed envious expressions. Their envy was not directed towards what Biwa Juzu had accomplished, but rather towards the opportunity he had to accompany Liu Mu on a mission. Such an opportunity incited jealousy among the audience. Following Biwa Juzu, Haiden rose to speak. Although his eyes were filled with envy, they also held a hint of disdain. Biwa Juzu's mission was merely a gilded venture. With Liu Mu present, every task is effortlessly accomplished. I, however, have not engaged in such significant endeavors. I merely generated 60 billion in revenue for the Akatsuki. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Compared to Biwa Juzu's report, Haiden's contribution was substantial. After all, the money Haiden earned could sustain a small nation for a year or 2. If converted into food, the Land of Rain would not have to worry about meals for over a year. Most impressively, Haiden had accomplished this alone, proving his remarkable capability. Yet, today a spotlight was not on Haiden. Xiaonan slowly rose, preparing to report. Over the past year, I have spent 60 billion to stockpile sufficient explosive tags, ensuring that in the event of combat, we can deploy them to catch the enemy off guard. As soon as Xiaonan concluded her report, Haiden's lips twitched, and he fixed a piercing gaze on her. The money he had worked so hard to earn had been squandered by this woman. Thankfully, it was Xiaonan. Had it been someone else, Haiden might have been inclined to take drastic measures. Following her report, Sasori stood up, bringing an immediate hush over the venue. Sasori's status was distinct from others, as he had been personally brought in by Liu Mu. Most of Liu Mu's accomplishments and efforts had been conveyed through Sasori. Particularly, nearly all new members were received and educated by Sasori. Thus, apart from Liu Mu and Pain, Sasori held the highest standing in the Land of Rain, sometimes even seeming to surpass Pain. I have not done much within this year. I merely ensured that new members who joined the organization gained a deeper understanding of the Akatsuki's goals and became more acquainted with Liu Mu senpai. As soon as Sasori finished speaking, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. Excited eyes were fixed on him. Guiju Shirtsong couldn't help but join in the clapping. After yesterday's indoctrination, he felt a greater sense of belonging to the Akatsuki, particularly upon learning of Liu Mu's exploits. Guiju Shirtsong was utterly captivated, and combined with his previous observations, he had become a fervent admirer of Liu Mu. Oh dear, just in time for Sasori-senpai to speak. I'm glad I wasn't too late. The sudden voice startled Guiju Shirtsong. As the 4th Mizukage, he possessed top-tier strength and keen insight. The ability to approach him silently without detection was remarkable. Yet, the individual named Ah-Fei managed to appear unexpectedly. Had he not spoken, Guiju Shirtsong might not have noticed him for quite some time. Are the interns of the Akatsuki truly so formidable? Guiju Shirtsong felt fortunate to have joined the Akatsuki, but was dismayed by Ah-Fei. After all, being late to such an important occasion indicated unreliability as a teammate. Yet, he was curious about the appearance of this tardy individual, ensuring he would avoid teaming up with him in the future. However, when Guiju Shirtsong turned to look, he trembled slightly. A figure clad in a crimson cloud-patterned coat and adorned with an orange swirling mask emerged, embodying the very essence of a trickster who had conjured illusions upon himself. The author states, the third chapter is complete. I humbly request free gifts, and do pay attention to my subsequent messages. Chapter 115, I am Uchiha Madara. Have we crossed paths before? The expression on Jujutsu Yagura's face grew serious. Uchiha Obito trembled involuntarily. Having arrived via Kimui, he had not taken note of those around him. However, upon recognizing Jujutsu Yagura, he could not help but shudder. What on earth are you doing here in the Land of Rain as an intern for the Akatsuki instead of serving as the Mizukage in the Land of Water? Despite being acquainted with Jujutsu Yagura, Uchiha Obito dared not acknowledge him. First, he was currently assuming the role of Akatsuki's intern. How could an intern possibly recognize a figure as significant as the fourth Mizukage? Second, Jujutsu Yagura had been severely affected by his own Jinjutsu, which had plunged the entire Land of Water into chaos. Now that Jujutsu Yagura's eyes were clear, it was evident that the Jinjutsu had been dispelled. Should he be recognized, Obito knew he would be unable to escape unscathed, given that Jujutsu Yagura possessed the strength of a Kage. If it came to a confrontation, he would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, as a senior member of the Akatsuki, it was only natural that I would be recognized. Uchiha Obito chuckled heartily while scratching the back of his head. Are you skilled in Jinjutsu? Jujutsu Yagura scoffed. Had it not been for the divination, he might have fallen for the ruse of the man before him. But now, he had no intention of letting him off the hook. Jinjutsu? I possess numerous ninjutsu, including the art of throwing shuriken and the technique of the falling umbrella lizard. Isn't that amusing? Obito countered with a grin. Oh, it is indeed amusing. Let us step outside and witness your ninjutsu firsthand. Jujutsu Yagura proclaimed, his chakra flaring explosively. Consumed by rage, he was no longer concerned about the surroundings. His sole desire was to eliminate Obito. The intensity of his chakra immediately drew the attention of all present. Deidara, who had been detailing his explosive artistry, was taken aback by the unfolding scene, his expression twisting in disbelief. Hey, are you two interns disrespecting my explosive art? He bellowed. A hush fell over the crowd. Yet Uchiha Obito and Jujutsu Yagura remained poised for confrontation. Scorpion, eager to make a good impression before Liu Mu, found himself frustrated by the disruption caused by the two interns, and a murderous intent surged within him. Pain, observing the commotion, smirked coldly. The heart of the Akatsuki had always been under Obito's control, and now, amidst such a serious gathering, was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Though Obito was undeniably powerful, even someone like Pain, possessing the Rinnegan, could not afford to underestimate him. However, Obito had a fatal weakness. He dared not reveal his true strength. The Akatsuki was meant to function as a family, where past grievances should be cast aside upon donning the sacred crimson cloud coat. However, given that you are merely interns, I shall grant you a chance to resolve your conflicts. Upon hearing Pain's words, Jujutsu Yagura's face lit up with elation. Since Pain had given his consent, there was no need for him to hold back. His chakra surged forth uncontrollably. The unsuspecting Uchiha Obito was sent flying by this overwhelming energy, even causing cracks to form on his mask. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito's demeanor shifted. Realizing he could not continue fighting as Akatsuki's intern without a chance of victory, he might even perish. Therefore, he could no longer maintain the facade. In an instant, Obito's chakra began to amplify, and the previously sharp quality of his voice deepened. I am quite curious. How did you discern the Jinjutsu? Uchiha Obito remarked with a cold smirk. This statement inadvertently confirmed his role as the user of the Jinjutsu. It is indeed you. For the sake of the many ninja from the Mist Village who perished, today I must eliminate you, Jujutsu Yagura declared with fury. Upon hearing Obito's admission, the exiled Kiri ninja, Pipa Juzu, emerged alongside the likes of Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi. The four encircled Uchiha Obito, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Poised for an imminent explosion, Obito sneered, then leaped to a higher vantage point, gazing down at everyone with an air of arrogance. As he could no longer conceal his strength, he decided to fully reveal himself, hoping to seize control of the Akatsuki. Greetings, comrades. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Uchiha Madara, he proclaimed, slightly lifting his mask to reveal his blood-red eyes. The author states, Chapter 116, I shall challenge Liu Mu. Uchiha Madara? The survivor from that era? How could Uchiha Madara possibly be alive? The venue erupted in disbelief. No one wished to accept that the eccentric intern, often regarded as a fool, was actually Uchiha Madara. The majority regarded Uchiha Obito with incredulous expressions. With a cold laugh, Uchiha Obito adjusted his mask. I know you do not believe me, but the spectacle that follows shall leave you with no choice but to accept the truth. As he spoke, his chakra surged dramatically. The once average-looking Uchiha Obito instantly reached the level of a Kage, while the Sharingan beneath his mask began to spin incessantly. In the next moment, all present felt their bodies stiffen, rendered immobile as if bound by invisible chains, unable even to lift a finger. What an overwhelming Jinjutsu! Could this man truly be Uchiha Madara? Fear gripped the crowd. Uchiha Madara was a man who could contend with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. The legend of Uchiha Madara was known to every ninja. Yet who could have anticipated witnessing him in the flesh? Even Jujutsu Yagura found himself moved. Had it been anyone else, he would have had confidence in a confrontation. But against Uchiha Madara, he lacked the courage to even reach for his weapons. After all, it was this very man who had subdued the strongest era of the Land of Water. Even the three tails within him had been bestowed by Konohagakure. To stand against a man revered as a god was a daunting prospect for Jujutsu Yagura. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Uchiha Obito nodded in satisfaction and promptly dispelled the Jinjutsu, taking deliberate steps toward Pain. Pain, do you not think it would be better for the Akatsuki to be under my management? After all, I once led the Fire Nation to conquer the entirety of the ninja world. Pain's expression turned grave. Initially, he had only intended to force Uchiha Obito to reveal his strength, but now he found himself facing an outright coup. If Liu Mu sought the position of Akatsuki leader, Pain would have readily relinquished it. Liu Mu's strength and compassionate disposition suited the requirements of the Akatsuki far better. However, the situation was different with the man before him. While Uchiha Obito possessed sufficient power, his philosophies were in direct conflict with those of the Akatsuki. Should the Akatsuki fall into his hands, the ninja world would likely plunge into chaos once more. What if I refuse? Pain responded, his voice laced with menace. At that moment, 5 figures leaped from behind him, the remaining members of the 6 Paths of Pain, clearly prepared for battle. Uchiha Obito could not suppress a step back. In his single-eyed state, he was certainly no match for Pain's 6 Paths. Moreover, once combat commenced, all ninjas would discern his true strength, and the aura of Uchiha Madara would lose its efficacy entirely. At that moment, the adversary was no longer merely Pain, but the entire Akatsuki organization. Just then, Liu Mu, dressed splendidly, stepped forward. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up. The challenge from Pain lacked suspense. It was Liu Mu whom I sought to confront. With this thought, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of pride within. Although Liu Mu's strength had been glorified by Scorpion to an extraordinary degree, after several observations, he discerned that Liu Mu's abilities merely hovered between a Chunin and a Jonin. Furthermore, if Liu Mu truly possessed godlike prowess, there would be no need to solicit the support of smaller nations. A mere tour of the 5 great nations would suffice to annihilate the entire ninja world. Hence, Uchiha Obito concluded that Liu Mu was merely a phenomenon created by Pain, a figure who garnered fame to continuously absorb scattered power, thereby augmenting the strength of the Akatsuki organization for Pain's ultimate goal. Liu Mu had never struck a blow against an opponent, which was the clearest evidence of his lack of strength. Yet, within the Akatsuki, he commanded unprecedented prestige. Defeating Liu Mu would elevate Obito's stature to its zenith, potentially surpassing Pain, thereby allowing him to seamlessly assume control of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito couldn't suppress a cold chuckle. Forgive me, Liu Mu. While you offered to assist me with the matter of Hatake Kakashi, I must request that you serve as a stepping stone this time. Liu Mu looked at Uchiha Obito with bewilderment, pointing to himself with a perplexed expression. Are you certain you wish to fight me? The author has something to say. Chapter 117. This place is too small. Liu Mu gazed at Uchiha Obito in confusion. Having just arrived at the venue, he found himself unexpectedly called out, leaving him somewhat speechless. Although Liu Mu bore no ill will towards Uchiha Obito, it was evident he was being treated as a mere stepping stone. Should he lose in front of everyone, even if he survived, his social standing would be irrevocably tarnished. You wish to challenge me? Indeed, while you are formidable, I, Uchiha Madara, am omnipotent, and thus I wish to test my strength against you. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in anger. Liu Mu was the spiritual pillar of the Akatsuki, a figure regarded as invincible. Now, being challenged and insulted, how could they remain calm? However, Considering the challenger was Uchiha Madara, a legendary powerhouse from an earlier era, curiosity gripped everyone. Who was mightier? The legendary figure of the past or the sage of the present? Very well, I accept your challenge, but I would prefer a different battleground. As you wish. Uchiha Obito replied, momentarily taken aback as he looked at Liu Mu. According to his calculations, Liu Mu would undoubtedly shy away from the challenge, given the disparity in their strengths. Yet, Liu Mu's prompt agreement left Obito at a loss. Soon, they arrived at the duel arena. Upon entering, Uchiha Obito activated his chakra, preparing for a serious confrontation with Liu Mu. However, Liu Mu merely stared at the ceiling and shook his head. With a roof above, this arena is too confined. We must change locations. Before long, they shifted to a larger arena, this time open air. Uchiha Obito once again unleashed his chakra, ready to engage in battle. Yet Liu Mu glanced around and shook his head once more. No, this is still too small. Liu Mu declined, compelling them to seek yet another venue. This time, they arrived at the largest arena in the Land of Rain, vastly exceeding the size of the first location. However, Liu Mu halted before even entering. No, this is too close to residential buildings. We must find another place. Uchiha Obito trembled with anger, now thoroughly convinced that Liu Mu was toying with him. This arena was already the largest in the Land of Rain, designed for ninja team battles. Using it for a one-on-one duel seemed excessive. Yet, Liu Mu deemed it insufficient, clearly employing a delay tactic to evade the impending confrontation. Do not prolong this. There are no larger arenas in the Land of Rain. According to your demands, we must battle in the wilderness, Uchiha Obito said with discontent. Upon hearing this, Liu Mu's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Excellent. Let us fight in the wilderness. Uchiha Obito, initially ready to rebuke, fell silent, and then couldn't help but chuckle. After Liu Mu's series of maneuvers, they were led to the wilderness, revealing his intention to escape. However, for Uchiha Obito, Liu Mu's flight was irrelevant. As long as he emerged victorious from this match, he would gain the necessary support to overthrow Pain's reign and seize complete control of the Akatsuki. Soon, they arrived at a vast plain, surrounded solely by grass. Its most notable feature being its immense size. Now you have no further arguments, do you? Uchiha Obito stated darkly, his tone tinged with excitement. Liu Mu surveyed the area and nodded slightly. Very well, this will suffice, but I wish to confirm once more. Are you truly prepared to engage in this contest? Liu Mu spoke earnestly. To Uchiha Obito's ears, Liu Mu's words sounded like an admission of weakness. Moreover, he had no recourse left. Of course. When has Uchiha Madara ever feared? Are you ready to be defeated by me? Then let the contest commence. The crowd erupted in excitement. Liu Mu's reputation had reached all members of the Akatsuki through Scorpion, yet none had witnessed him fight in earnest. Particularly on the opposing side stood Uchiha Madara, a figure renowned alongside the Sage of Six Paths. This was undoubtedly a battle for the ages. Prepare to face my ninjutsu, Liu Mu declared, clapping his hands, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Multiplication technique. The author has something to say. Chapter 118, Liu Mu has fled. As a thick fog ascended, the entire clearing became enveloped, resembling the arrival of a dense mist. Visibility plunged to less than half a meter. Uchiha Obito sneered. In his recollections, the only technique capable of conjuring such a thick fog was the hidden mist technique. In such an expansive area, it was evident that Liu Mu intended to escape. Nevertheless, Uchiha Obito planned to rise through Liu Mu's downfall. If he fled without even engaging, how could he earn the respect of others? His Sharingan spun rapidly as the surrounding mist began to coalesce towards his right eye, akin to a whirlpool at sea, devouring everything in its path. Finally, the fog was entirely absorbed into the Kemui space, and Liu Mu, who had stood nearby, vanished completely. Uchiha Obito frowned in discontent, taken aback by Liu Mu's swiftness. He had fled silently, disappearing without a trace. Although he had not vanquished Liu Mu in front of an audience, his intimidation factor would diminish considerably. Nonetheless, it would not be a complete loss. At most, he could maintain a retreat against Pain. Look, your divine predecessor, Liu Mu, fled upon learning of my name, Uchiha Obito proclaimed loudly, his tone brimming with confidence. The members of the Akatsuki could not help but furrow their brows. Liu Mu was the spiritual cornerstone of the Akatsuki, a being revered by all ninjas as a deity. But Liu Mu, seemingly a godlike figure, didn't even have the courage to fight Uchiha Madara, simply running away. Then what was he persisting for? What had he been fighting for all this year? Even Pain was bewildered. Even a ninja as strong as Liu Mu was afraid to fight Uchiha Madara. Could this person before him really be Uchiha Madara? Was Uchiha Madara really that strong? For a moment, Pain lost his fighting spirit and lowered his head slightly. Uchiha Obito, seeing this, immediately became smug. The scene before him was far better than he had imagined. Pain completely lost his fighting spirit. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization, after a year of development, had become extremely powerful. They could completely implement the next plan. Seize the tailed beasts. Especially since Yagura had delivered himself to their doorstep. Pain, step down. Let Madara Uchiha be the leader of Akatsuki. I'll make sure Akatsuki doesn't fail, and I can even realize your dreams sooner. Obito Uchiha said smugly. Pain lowered his head, his mind a complete mess. Pain, you have to believe Liu Mu. He must have left for some reason, Conan said anxiously. After all, Liu Mu had used ninjutsu several times. Conan was there. Every time he used ninjutsu, it had the power to destroy the world. There's no reason for him to be afraid of Tobi. Even if it's really Madara Uchiha, there's no reason for him to be afraid. Conan, stop being so stubborn. If Liu Mu really wasn't afraid of me, why did he run away a second before the battle? Stop deceiving yourself. Obito Uchiha said coldly. A chilling glint appeared in his eyes. Regardless, those heavily brainwashed like Conan, Sasori, and Deidara will definitely be eliminated. Otherwise, keeping them around will only cause trouble sooner or later. Seeing Pain remain silent for a long time, Obito Uchiha smiled dismissively, then turned to the other Akatsuki members. Are you willing to become my subordinates? Are you willing to become Madara Uchiha's teammates? To contribute to this village? To the entire ninja world? For a moment, all the ninjas wore expressions of confusion. Now, if just one person stepped forward, everyone's resolve would crumble. And countless people would join Obito Uchiha's camp. Even Pain couldn't stop them. Moreover, there was an inside agent for Obito Uchiha within the Akatsuki organization. Zay understood what he had to do. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and he slowly raised his hand. Just as Zetsu was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Look at what's in the sky." Everyone looked in the direction the finger was pointing, and saw that two gigantic pillars connecting heaven and earth had appeared on the left and right sides, seemingly out of nowhere. Below these two pillars, it resembled a foot, and it was wearing ninja sandals. 5 toes, like small mountains, were exposed. Let's call you Uchiha Madara for now. I'm standing right here. And you say I ran away? Isn't that a little impolite? Author's note, Chapter 119 Dharma Body and Heaven. Liu Mu's voice rang out like thunder. Each character lit up, and everyone was stunned into a daze. Uchiha Obito looked around in terror. Since awakening his Sharingan, Uchiha Obito's perception had greatly improved. Even the most well-hidden enemies could be found through subtle clues. Especially after acquiring Kamui, he was always the one outmaneuvering others, never the other way around. But now Liu Mu was clearly nearby, yet he couldn't find him at all. This fear of the unknown made Uchiha Obito panic instantly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You come out here. Obito Uchiha frantically searched for Liu Mu's figure. His heart was pounding. He was ready to activate Kamui at any moment to evade Liu Mu's attack. I'm right here. Liu Mu's voice rang out again, his voice like thunder, once more stimulating everyone's hearts. But they still couldn't find Liu Mu. Look up. Having received Liu Mu's prompting, everyone looked up. They saw 2 pillars piercing directly through the clouds. What lay above the clouds? No one knew. Could Senior Liu be on those pillars? No, I feel Senior Liu is above the clouds. Don't you care where these 2 pillars came from? They weren't there just now. Just then, 5 enormous pillars pierced through the clouds. The previously dense clouds were instantly dispersed as the 5 giant pillars flew past. Before anyone could react, a powerful gust of wind swept in. Caught off guard, several people were blown to the ground. The scene descended into chaos. Once they regained their footing, everyone looked up. The 5 enormous pillars were actually an enormous hand. A single hand was the size of a mountain. A single strike would likely destroy an entire village. If even the hand was that big, then how big would the person be? No ninja who had reached the Jonin level or higher was a fool. A simple estimation would reveal the sheer size of their entire body. But no one dared to think further. If such a gigantic giant truly existed, a gentle flap of its wings would create a hurricane of force 10 or higher. A few casual steps would cause an earthquake powerful enough to destroy a country. No ninjutsu would be needed. It could destroy the entire ninja world. Uchiha Obito, his face deathly pale, looked up. Even with the clouds dispersed, he still couldn't see the giant's face. He silently prayed. They prayed this person wasn't Liu Mu. Just then, two colossal pillars bent down. Two enormous hands also braced themselves against the ground. The next second, the sky completely darkened. A gigantic black shadow approached relentlessly in the sky, as if a massive celestial body was about to collide with the ninja world. It felt like the sky was collapsing. The pressure was suffocating everyone. Just then, an enormous meteorite pierced the clouds and appeared before them. After the clouds completely dissipated, they were shocked to discover that the meteorite resembled a head. An enormous head. Two enormous eyes, like two bright moons. Strangely, these two moons were blood red, and each moon had three enormous white magatama. The enormous nostrils, with each breath, pulled at everyone on the ground. A single exhale was like a Category 5 hurricane. Countless trees were uprooted. A single inhale instantly created a tornado on the ground, sweeping away everything in its path. Its master, Conan shouted excitedly. Having slept with Liu Mu's body pillow every night, Conan naturally knew every detail about Liu Mu. So even without seeing the entire meteorite in front of her, she could instantly recognize Liu Mu. Hearing Conan's shout, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. After a closer look, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. It really is Senior Liu. Is this Senior Liu's strength? Before, you said Senior Liu is a god, and I didn't believe it. Now, if anyone dares to say Senior Liu isn't a god, I'll beat them to a pulp. Uchiha Obito's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Even with a mask on, it couldn't hide the helplessness on his face. His trembling limbs further expressed the despair in Uchiha Obito's heart. No matter how powerful the enemy ninja was, Uchiha Obito had the confidence to fight. Even against Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, Obito Uchiha was confident he could protect himself. But that was assuming the opponent was a ninja, not a monster like Liu Mu. Liu Mu wasn't a stepping stone. He was an insurmountable chasm. Do you still wish to battle with me? The author has something to say. Chapter 120 presents you with a choice. Eliminate Ju. Uchiha Obito's heart roared with indignation. Such audacity, to claim that mere words could sweep someone away, creating a lake from spittle. What is there to fight about? Presently, he felt like an insignificant ant. No matter what ninjutsu he employed, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the person before him. Liu Qianbei, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely intended to assess the loyalty of the members within the Akatsuki organization. After my evaluation, everyone demonstrated unwavering loyalty and can be trusted absolutely. Uchiha Obito hastily explained, unable to suppress his admiration for his own cleverness. It was indeed a flawless excuse. Indeed, this was agreed upon between Ah Fei and me to test everyone's loyalty. Their performances have left me quite satisfied and have proven their eligibility to join the Akatsuki. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Uchiha Obito momentarily froze. This excuse was entirely fabricated. How could Liu Mu so readily accept it? Could it be that Liu Mu still harbored suspicions about him? However, Uchiha Obito dared not take further action. Until he verified the authenticity of Liu Mu's power, he refrained from making any moves. While Uchiha Obito pondered, Liu Mu spoke again. Although everyone has remained true to their convictions, there are still a few comrades who ultimately chose to rebel. Such individuals are unworthy of remaining within the Akatsuki. To ensure that the secret is not leaked, you shall personally deal with him. Uchiha Obito was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. It seemed that, in the end, the traitor had not made an appearance. Yet, as Uchiha Obito contemplated, he suddenly realized that while no one had spoken up, one individual had already raised their hand to declare. That was Ju. In an instant, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. This was not an opportunity for him to escape. It was a setup for him to confront Ju. Uchiha Obito wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Liu Mu's imposing figure, he could not muster the courage to resist. After all, when battling another human, no matter how vast the disparity in strength, there remains a sliver of hope for victory. Yet, when contending with a deity, the odds of triumph approached zero. Consequently, Uchiha Obito fixed his gaze upon Ju, slowly advancing towards him. Ju, seemingly unfazed, felt the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Obito, and his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Hey, Ah Fei, you don't truly intend to kill me, do you? We are good friends, Ju anxiously explained. However, Uchiha Obito showed no signs of halting, instead quickening his pace. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Ju's brow. The abilities of both individuals were fairly comparable, with their command over spatial techniques being alike. However, Ju's spatial abilities were primarily utilized for reconnaissance, whereas Uchiha Obito's could be wielded effectively in combat. Thus, should they engage in battle, it was clear that Ju would be the one to lose. Brat, as an intern, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Ju became increasingly anxious. His own demise was inconsequential. If he could not save his mother, he would never find peace in death. What is wrong with your ears? Of course, I intend to kill you, Uchiha Obito declared, continuing his approach towards Ju. With mere seconds remaining, he suddenly accelerated, reaching Ju's side and pulling him directly into the Kamui space. Uchiha Obito finally exhaled in relief, discarding the mask on his face and collapsing into a chair. Ju, how did you gather intelligence? Is this what you call the unremarkable Liu Mu? Just from a glance, my legs are still trembling, Uchiha Obito exclaimed in anger. After all, this erroneous information had nearly cost him his life, and the culprit was none other than Ju. Had Ju not sent Liu Mu to the land of water, Koki Shikamaru would not have come to the Akatsuki, and he would not have been challenged, ultimately revealing his identity. Regardless, we are safe now. The Akatsuki must never engage with Liu Mu, and even if we must interact, we absolutely must not entertain any thoughts of attacking him, Uchiha Obito stated wearily. At the very least, hiding within the Kamui space was assuredly safe. Yet, just as Uchiha Obito relaxed his guard, a colossal pillar appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Liu Mu's finger. At that moment, the pillar retracted, tearing a massive hole in the void, behind which a gigantic eye was peering in. Ah Fei, why have you not acted to eliminate Ju? The author has something to say. 3 updates completed, you know what I mean. Chapter 121. I have a heartfelt confession to make. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding scene. He could accept Liu Mu's ability to shatter the void, but locating his position amidst countless dimensions was quite another matter entirely. One must understand that the number of dimensions far exceeds the stars in the sky, and distance is irrelevant in the realm of space. If one possesses the coordinates, they can enter that space from anywhere. However, without spatial coordinates, traversing the world would never grant entry into the Kamui space. Thus, Uchiha Obito thought himself secure just moments ago. Yet, the one pinpointing the coordinates of the Kamui space was none other than his Sharingan. To his shock, Liu Mu had instantaneously followed after him. Damn it, let us confront this Liu Mu. Ju seethed. Uchiha Obito chuckled bitterly. Confront? There is no hope of that. In the face of absolute strength, wielding one's minions is not a struggle, it is a death wish. Even the trump card of the Kamui space appears mere child's play before Liu Mu. What do we possess to contend with Liu Mu? I understand, Uchiha Obito uttered weakly. Ju's face lit up with hope. As long as Uchiha Obito charged forward for a moment, he would make his escape immediately. After all, Liu Mu was simply too powerful. Who knows if he possessed the means to truly kill him? Excellent. You go ahead. I will prepare a ninjutsu capable of turning the tide, Ju replied with a grin. Just then, Ju felt a chill run down his spine as a hand grasped his heart. I have a heartfelt confession to make, and I am uncertain if I should speak it, Uchiha Obito said coldly. You scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Do you think this will kill me? Ju roared in fury. No sooner had he spoken than the dark side of Ju's body appeared to come to life, writhing incessantly before swiftly darting towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito became flustered, having not anticipated Ju's ability to counterattack even while his heart was in his grip. Panic surged within him. Do you truly think of me as a monitor? The Black Ju's face clung to Uchiha Obito, stating. Despite this, Black Ju did not attempt to seize control of the body, for he understood that if he did so now, there would be no chance to escape. There once was a fellow named Shursui who could summon a Susanoo with a single eye. I believe you can do the same, Black Ju remarked ominously. Beneath the mask, Uchiha Obito's face darkened completely. At this moment, taking his life would be all too easy for either side. Thus, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Uchiha Obito waved his hand, exiting the Kamui space, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. In an instant, Azure Chakra erupted from Uchiha Obito, gradually enveloping him. As the chakra accumulated, it began to manifest a colossal azure figure. Uchiha Obito gasped for breath. Although the chakra converged into a cerulean silhouette, it still lacked the final touch to manifest the combat-ready Susanoo state. Without solidification, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. With a furious roar, Uchiha Obito's eyes bled. In that instant, the cerulean figure solidified into a colossal armored warrior. Susanoo activated, witnessing this iconic ninjutsu illuminate. The onlookers no longer doubted Uchiha Madara's identity. Even if he were not truly Uchiha Madara, he would undoubtedly be a ninja of formidable respect. Yet, despite the activation of Susanoo, facing Liu Mu still offered no chance of victory. At this moment, Liu Mu stood tall, towering like a mountain, with a voice as thunderous as a storm, dominating the landscape of the rain country below. Although Uchiha Obito had significantly increased in size after summoning Susanoo, in Liu Mu's eyes, he remained naught but an insignificant insect, merely slightly larger than before. Such a comparison left Uchiha Obito with no glimmer of hope. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito harbored no desire to engage in battle. Having reached the limits of Susanoo, further conflict would only hasten his demise. Senior Liu, while your strength is undeniable, your massive form brings unprecedented calamity to the Rain Country with each step. Therefore, I implore you to grant me a path to survival. What say you? A path to survival? You shall receive my fist first. The author has something to say. Chapter 122. A fist. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted sharply. Liu Mu's fist was capable of tearing through space itself. If struck, the armor of Susanoo would shatter like mere paper. In an instant, the only option remaining was to flee. However, just as Uchiha Obito prepared to escape, his body remained immobile. Obito, your thoughts are becoming increasingly elaborate. Dying by this punch would be a worthy fate, echoed the voice of Kurizetsu in his ears, sending shivers down Uchiha Obito's spine. What nonsense! With this punch, not only will I perish, but you shall too. Uchiha Obito exclaimed anxiously. I will perish? I aided you merely to escape the Kamui dimension. You now hold no value to me. Kurizetsu reveled inwardly. Kurizetsu was not human, but a progeny of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Physical damage or ninjutsu posed no threat to Kurizetsu. Only sealing techniques or the rare yin-yang release could prove effective. This meant that with one punch, Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly meet his end, while Kurizetsu would remain unscathed, even able to vanish into obscurity and devise new plans. Are you foolish? That previous finger could pierce through space. Imagine what this punch can do. No matter how potent your life-preserving ninjutsu, you cannot escape its wrath. Kurizetsu paused momentarily before immediately reacting, anxiously urging Uchiha Obito, run. What are you doing standing here? Uchiha Obito could not help but twitch his lips. Had it not been for Kurizetsu's interference, he would have fled long ago. In an instant, Susanoo soared through the air, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, rather than increasing the distance from Liu Mu, it only drew nearer. Kurizetsu glanced back and was nearly overwhelmed with terror. Though the fist appeared ordinary, when magnified countless times, it resembled a mountain. Being struck by such a colossal force would spell certain death for even the most robust of ninjas. What drove Kurizetsu into utter despair was not merely the fist, but the sight of the space shattering like glass in its wake. Every place the fist traversed was rendered void. Should this fist make contact, there would be no opportunity for struggle, only annihilation by a tempest of spatial chaos. Hurry! Move quickly! Kurizetsu cried out in desperation. In the next moment, the fist descended upon the two. Susanoo could not withstand even a second, dissipating into ordinary chakra, which was then swiftly consumed by the void, utterly obliterated. The fist struck, delivering an incredible force that coursed through them, followed by unprecedented agony. As if their bones were being crushed piece by piece. The pain rendered Uchiha Obito's vision white, plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Witnessing this, Liu Mu could not suppress a slight smile, utterly astonished by the immense power of his enhanced technique. What he had executed was merely a common amplification technique, the size comparable to Uchiha Obito's Susanoo. Yet, the visceral sensation and immersive experience overwhelmed both Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu's consciousness. Ultimately, their minds could not endure the torment, leading them to lose consciousness. With the adversaries eliminated, the amplification technique lost its purpose, prompting Liu Mu to cancel it and return to his normal size. Throughout the encounter, he had not moved an inch. Now, capture these two traitors and resume our meeting, Liu Mu stated nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The onlookers gazed at Liu Mu with fervent admiration. Although they had often heard tales of Liu Mu's prowess, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. They had never comprehended the extent of his might until this moment. which profoundly reshaped their understanding. They finally grasped why Pain, Scorpion, and other high-ranking members of Akatsuki referred to Liu Mu as a deity. If this did not qualify as divine, what could? Should Liu Mu desire to obliterate a village, a mere stroll through its streets would unleash tremors capable of total destruction. Even when confronted by the 5 great nations, Liu Mu could simply recline on the ground and roll, causing the enemy to vanish. The crowd was bewildered as to why Liu Mu did not directly seize control of the ninja world, but instead joined Akatsuki to painstakingly establish a 6th nation. At that moment, Scorpion stepped forward, a serene smile gracing his face. Do you now comprehend the profound intentions of Senior Liu? The author has something to say. Chapter 123. Akatsuki members never stand alone. In an instant, all the ninjas looked at Scorpion in confusion. While Liu Mu's strength had been showcased, leaving them in awe and deepening their trust, they struggled to grasp the profound meaning behind Scorpion's words. Lord Scorpion, what exactly does Senior Liu intend? Upon hearing this, Scorpion could not help but shake his head. This was undoubtedly the most disappointing group of interns he had ever mentored. It was no wonder that Conan and Pain could rise to leadership. The contrast was stark. Although Senior Liu could use his own strength to usher in peace for the ninja world, what would happen if he were to depart? Currently, Senior Liu seldom intervened directly, intending to train us to unify the entire ninja realm. In this way, even if Senior Liu were to leave, peace would continue to prevail. Upon hearing Scorpion's explanation, the crowd shuddered, their faces reflecting guilt. They had previously contemplated urging Liu Mu to unify the ninja world immediately, but now, with Scorpion's words, they felt a flush of embarrassment. They had been narrow-minded. Liu Mu selflessly considered Akatsuki and the entirety of the ninja world, while they had merely sought to take the easy route. Teaching a man to fish is far superior to giving him a fish. What Liu Mu desired was to pass on his philosophy. As long as Liu Mu's love for peace continues to be disseminated, the world will know no war. Lord Xie, I have finally come to understand the unwavering loyalty you and your comrades hold towards Senior Liu. Indeed, Lord Xie, I was just contemplating the thought of seeking refuge with Uchiha Madara. How utterly unworthy of me. Please, Lord Xie, grant me permission to join your ranks, and together we shall extol the virtues of Senior Liu. Observing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Xie could not help but nod in approval. At last, you have attained enlightenment. With Xie's acknowledgement, the crowd erupted in excitement. Following a brief commotion, everyone returned to the venue. Compared to before, every member of the Akatsuki now radiated an intense determination in their eyes. Although a minor issue had arisen, it was effortlessly resolved by Senior Liu. Thus, we shall continue with the second Akatsuki conference. First, let us invite Senior Liu to share a few words. Upon finishing, Pain stepped aside, relinquishing his position to Liu Mu. No matter how formidable the Akatsuki had become, Pain had never considered himself its leader. In his heart, the true leader of the Akatsuki had always been Liu Mu. I shall not elaborate further, but will merely state a few requirements. First and foremost, to maintain the morale of our organization, under no circumstances are you to remove your red cloud black cloaks during battle. After all, you do not represent merely yourselves, but the entirety of the Akatsuki. The red cloud black cloak serves as the face of the organization, and thus, it must not be shed in combat. Liu Mu spoke, a bitter smile forming on his lips. The moment the red cloud black cloak is discarded, the likelihood of casualties increases by 90%. What could have been a straightforward victory through strength alone would plummet dramatically once the cloak is removed, potentially leading to death at the hands of the adversary. Hence, Liu Mu's first point addressed the matter of the grim garments worn by the members. With a slight adjustment, he raised his right hand, forming a peace sign. My second point is that henceforth, while undertaking missions, the minimum team requirement shall be 4 individuals. Previously, teams of 2 sometimes struggled to support one another. Thus, we shall now mandate teams of 4. Moreover, solo missions are strictly prohibited. Though this decision may significantly impede the growth of the Akatsuki, after all, tasks that could have been accomplished by 2 now necessitate 4, doubling our manpower. It is undeniably the safest approach. In the world of Naruto, the Akatsuki typically operated in pairs, only to be systematically dismantled by Konohagakure. With Liu Mu's arrival at the Akatsuki, such a fate would be averted. As long as the members of the Akatsuki remain united, they will not fall prey to ambush. That is all I wish to convey. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to approach me directly. Just as Liu Mu concluded his speech, a figure rose, revealing itself to be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. "Greetings, Senior Liu," Orochimaru exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Liu Mu turned to face Orochimaru, instinctively inquiring, "Orochimaru, why have you not departed from the Akatsuki?" Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Orochimaru, whose complexion had once been fair, now appeared even paler, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had joined the Akatsuki at its inception with the simple objective of serving as a spy. Acting as a covert agent for Shimura Danzo, he monitored every move of the Akatsuki, particularly focusing on the source of the sage energy. However, as time passed within the organization, Orochimaru gradually forgot his initial mission, especially after Liu Mu expressed support for his research. In Orochimaru's eyes, Liu Mu became a guiding light illuminating his path. In the midst of joyous days, Orochimaru had slowly forgotten his identity as a spy. Now, with Liu Mu's words, all memories rushed back to him, leaving him with his head bowed, disappointment etched across his face. "Senior Liu, I am sorry." Liu Mu regarded Orochimaru with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. According to the timeline, Orochimaru should have already defected from the Akatsuki and established his own path. Thus, he had merely asked a question, only to find Orochimaru standing there like a remorseful child. It dawned on Liu Mu that this was no longer the Naruto he was familiar with. The narrative had shifted. Orochimaru remaining within the Akatsuki was entirely plausible. Liu Mu had no intention of antagonizing Orochimaru, not due to his strength or cunning nature, but because he was one of the rare biomedicine scientists. If he were to pursue his research in the right direction, the benefits would undoubtedly outweigh any losses. "Orochimaru, you must still harbor some fondness for the third Hokage, correct?" Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Orochimaru trembled. Although his research had not garnered the approval of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and had even led to his classification as a rogue ninja, he still held a sense of nostalgia for his mentor. Thus, he readily agreed to Shimura Danzo's request to monitor the Akatsuki. However, at this moment, Orochimaru was also deeply yearning for the Akatsuki and Liu Mu, unwilling to let go. "Senior Liu, please allow me to explain," Orochimaru said, urgency lacing his voice. "You need not explain. I understand your desire to provide the third Hokage with a perfect conclusion." "I agree. A perfect conclusion? Don't be absurd. I have none." Orochimaru became perplexed, but soon, a glimmer of realization sparked within him, causing his breath to quicken. Setting aside Inoki of the Land of Earth, Hiruzen Sarutobi could be considered the oldest of the Hokage. If all goes as expected, the third Hokage will pass away peacefully at his desk. For a Hokage, this would undoubtedly be the greatest tragedy. A perfect conclusion would entail Hiruzen Sarutobi dying valiantly on the battlefield. Thus, regardless of any previous mistakes, they would be wiped clean, solidifying his legacy as a hero. Is this not precisely what I desire? Orochimaru regarded Liu Mu with astonishment, his eyes reflecting trust. He had never anticipated that Liu Mu would possess such an understanding of his desires. Yet, Orochimaru soon found himself in a quandary. Although he knew what he needed to do, the ninja world had entered a brief period of peace, and there were no signs of conflict. How could he orchestrate a war for the Land of Fire? "Senior Liu, what should I do? What to do? Had you not already contemplated this?" Liu Mu asked, bemusement evident in his gaze. Orochimaru stroked his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, it struck him. Before joining the Akatsuki, he had established the Sound Village, which could serve as a means to instigate chaos. However, launching an attack on the Land of Fire from the Sound Village would seem akin to throwing a stone at a mountain. But with Liu Mu's numerous hints, he felt reluctant to ask further. "Thank you, Senior Liu, for your guidance. Rest assured, I will withdraw from the Akatsuki and, upon fulfilling my ambitions, I hope the organization will still welcome me back." Orochimaru expressed his gratitude. Liu Mu's suggestion was of immense importance. Had he missed this opportunity, it would have become a lingering regret. How fortunate he was to have joined the Akatsuki and to have met Liu Mu. In an instant, the eyes of all Akatsuki members ignited with fervor. Just a few simple words had brought such joy to Orochimaru, allowing him to recognize his deepest desires. Those ninjas who were previously filled with doubt now eagerly anticipated obtaining Liu Mu's insights. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi rose to his feet. From the dialogue between Liu Mu and Orochimaru, he discerned an underlying tension. "Senior Liu, you cannot allow the personal grievances of a few to ignite conflict and distract from the true objectives of our Akatsuki," can you? Uchiha Itachi wore a stern expression. If Liu Mu could not provide a satisfactory answer, he would depart from the Akatsuki organization and pursue world peace through his own means. Itachi, how have you been lately? The author remarks, Chapter 125, A Stunning Arrangement. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows, perplexed by Liu Mu's abrupt change of topic. He had been inquiring about the matters that instigated war, yet the conversation shifted to personal well-being. Just as Itachi was about to steer the discussion back, he suddenly shuddered. Liu Mu's inquiry about his health was, in fact, a veiled question regarding the state of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire. As Itachi began to recall, the recent intelligence indicated that the situation in Konohagakure was dire. The loss of elite ninjas was significant, with those capable of standing alone either perishing or fleeing. Notable figures such as the once promising candidates for Hokage, Kato Dan and Hatake Tsukumo, along with the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, had all faced grave fates. The number of capable individuals in Konohagakure had dwindled to a mere handful. The decline and suppression of prominent clans were evident, the Uchiha clan aside. Even the formidable Senju clan, led by Senju Hashirama, had been completely silenced, with many young ninjas no longer recognizing their legacy. Numerous other families had vanished, and the once illustrious Hyuga clan was not as resplendent as it appeared. Following the abduction of the Hyuga clan's princess by a ninja from Kumogakure, the higher-ups in Konohagakure shockingly demanded the head of the clan leader as recompense. Setting aside the morality of the situation, how could they sacrifice Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader, merely for diplomatic reasons? At that time, the only candidate to succeed him was the recently abducted Hinata. Fortunately, Hyuga Hayashi had a twin brother, which spared his life. With just a brief reflection, Uchiha Itachi uncovered a multitude of issues, not to mention the hidden secrets buried deep beneath. It became clear to him that Liu Mu's words held truth. Konohagakure was ailing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Thus, a potent remedy was necessary. Only by eradicating the pathogen could Konohagakure have a chance to rejuvenate, and this pathogen was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This realization naturally led to the implications surrounding Orochimaru's actions. Liu-senpai, what should we do? Uchiha Itachi's tone had softened considerably. He acknowledged Liu Mu's perspective. Yet the pressing question remained. Who would assume the mantle of the next Hokage? If it were the current high-ranking officials of Konohagakure, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen would merely result in a change of faces, likely exacerbating the situation. Let Tsunade handle it. Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, Uchiha Itachi felt a sudden jolt. He marveled at the brilliance of the strategy. Previously, during Liu Mu's mission in the Land of Rivers, he had cultivated relationships with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Subsequently, he instigated Orochimaru to wage war, leading to the demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the intense infighting among the upper echelons of Konohagakure, none would willingly allow the other to become Hokage. Thus, the only candidates left were the legendary Sannin, with Tsunade, being the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, undoubtedly qualified for the position. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi could not help but draw a sharp breath, yearning to penetrate Liu Mu's mind to uncover the depth of his foresight. How could he have orchestrated such an elaborate plan in advance? Even before the third Hokage's demise, he had already secured an alliance with Tsunade. Such meticulous strategizing surpassed even Liu Mu's own strength. It was the first time Uchiha Itachi encountered such a formidable individual, where every utterance bore profound significance, and each step paved the way for future endeavors. He even began to question if Liu Mu's very breaths were laden with meaning. What could I possibly compare to him? Uchiha Itachi chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Why should a mere mortal like himself contend with a deity? Moreover, Liu Mu's personal prowess did not rely on any faction or means, enabling him to unify the ninja world effortlessly. Thus, why go through such elaborate schemes? There must be a unique arrangement, a deeper significance that eluded common understanding. Consequently, Uchiha Itachi silently resolved to place his unwavering trust in this man before him. Liu Mu was the sole individual capable of minimizing losses while achieving unity in the ninja world and realizing peace. Thank you, Liu-senpai, for your guidance. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's change in tone, Liu Mu felt a swell of pride. Indeed, those in distress were far easier to sway. As long as he provided them with a chance at survival, they would wholeheartedly trust him. However, persuading Tsunade to make an appearance would not be an easy task, so he needed to maximize her potential impact. Liu Mu began scanning the surroundings for another seemingly unwell individual. After searching 3 times in vain, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed Pain beside him. Instantly, Liu Mu's eyes brightened. How could I have overlooked Nagato? The author remarks, Chapter 126, I've realized. At that moment, Pain was gazing adoringly at Liu Mu when he suddenly felt Liu Mu's intense gaze upon him. A wave of astonishment washed over him. After all, it was the first time Liu Mu had looked at him in such a manner. Liu-senpai, do you have any instructions? Pain inquired, his tone filled with deference. How have you been? Upon hearing the same question posed to Uchiha Itachi, Pain immediately trembled. His current body was impervious to illness or injury. Therefore, Liu Mu's question pertained to his true self, Nagato. Since being wounded by Hanzo the salamander and enduring the continuous extraction by the outer path, his physical condition had deteriorated significantly to the point where he could hardly walk. His body was in a dire state. However, just as Pain was about to respond, he sensed something amiss and quickly withdrew, pondering deeply. It could not be that simple. Liu Mu's words undoubtedly carried profound meaning. Failing to grasp this would imply that he was inferior to that Uchiha brat. At that moment, Pain experienced a sudden epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. I've realized. Instantly, his admiration for Liu Mu elevated to a new level. After all, such a seemingly simple statement bore layers of meaning that were far from ordinary. Only a handful within the Akatsuki could comprehend Liu Mu's words. The essence of his message revolved around the Rinnegan and himself. The Rinnegan was comprised of 6 corpses of ninjas, controlled through a unique technique. Though they appeared robust, the true controller was exceptionally weak. Liu Mu's first point implied that after a year of development, the Akatsuki and the Land of Rain had reached unprecedented heights in both the quantity and quality of ninjas. However, this was merely superficial. Due to the influx of new members into the Akatsuki, the ninja strength varied significantly, and there was no coordination among them, preventing them from maximizing their potential. Thus, Liu Mu was subtly reminding him not to focus solely on external strength while neglecting internal weaknesses. The second point was similar to the first, but far more perilous. With the increasing number of ninjas joining the Akatsuki, the organization had become a mixed bag, with a variety of ninjas, including those with ulterior motives. Just like the Rinnegan, they could appear amicable and brotherly, yet their true identities remained a mystery, concealed by unknown forces. Perhaps it is some small nations, lacking in understanding, that have come to assess the strength of the Akatsuki. It may also be the remnants of Hanzo the salamander, seeking an opportunity for retaliation. There is even a possibility that spies from the 5 great nations are observing every move of the Akatsuki, extracting intelligence to eventually strike when the time is right, pushing the organization into the abyss. Thus, the urgency of the second point surpasses that of the first. Liu Mu's statement is quite straightforward. It is imperative to conduct a self-examination and expose those with ulterior motives. The final point is even more explicit. After a year of effort, only a handful of small nations are willing to become part of the Land of Rain, yet their geographical positions are far from ideal, necessitating remote control. Much like the 6 paths of reincarnation, remote control offers numerous advantages while safeguarding the main body behind it. However, the issue of information transmission is glaringly apparent. As soon as anyone learns of the contact methods between the parties, interception becomes possible, rendering the small nations blind and stripping them of their combat capabilities. Furthermore, through interception, the existence of the main body could be uncovered, leading to perilous circumstances. The solution is quite complex. Multiple lines of communication must be established to ensure that communication remains unbroken at all costs. Additionally, more small nations must be persuaded. Once the territories are interconnected, the issue of information will be effortlessly resolved. In summary, Pain's respect for Liu Mu has escalated to a new level. Indeed, deities are remarkable. A single statement can carry multiple meanings. Were it not for his own cleverness, he might not have grasped such nuances. Liu Mu, feeling somewhat speechless, posed a question to Pain, who remained silent for an extended period. The expressions on Pain's face shifted from tension to excitement, changing as if he were watching a film. Moreover, during this transformation, Pain held a notebook in hand, continuously jotting down notes. Liu Mu glanced at the cover, which boldly displayed the words Lu Qianbei Yuluan. The author has something to say. The third watch concludes, and then you will understand. With the second Akatsuki conference successfully concluded, Liu Mu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it continued, he feared he would be thoroughly drained by these individuals. With Liu Mu's guidance, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi went out to discuss the plans for the collapse of Konoha. Pain retained all his confidence, preparing for a significant purge within the Akatsuki. After all, the organization currently has too many vulnerabilities. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. As for Liu Mu, he had his own matters to attend to. Under Xiao Nan's guidance, he arrived at the location in the Land of Rain where prisoners were held. After passing through several checkpoints, they finally reached the innermost depths of the prison. There, Uchiha Obito was shackled with chakra-suppressing handcuffs, his whirlpool mask removed, revealing a terrifying half-face. Initially dejected, upon seeing Liu Mu, Uchiha Obito immediately stood up and respectfully bowed. Although he had been captured by Liu Mu, he bore no hatred towards him. In fact, he felt a measure of respect for Liu Mu's formidable strength. "Liu Qianbei, you have arrived." Liu Mu, however, disregarded Uchiha Obito and instead took a seat directly opposite him, revealing a teasing smile. "Should I address you as Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito?" Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Uchiha Obito shuddered, realizing his disguise was nothing but a farce before Liu Mu. It was only natural. A deity like Liu Mu would not be easily deceived. "I am Uchiha Obito. Paying my respects to you, Liu Qianbei. Thank you for sparing my life," Uchiha Obito said as he bowed again. Liu Mu coughed awkwardly. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito was a pitiful pawn manipulated by Uchiha Madara. Though his actions had displeased Liu Mu, he still possessed the potential to be a valuable asset. If he could genuinely work for the Akatsuki, it would undoubtedly enhance the organization's strength immensely. "What do you think my purpose in visiting you is?" Liu Mu asked, feigning profundity. The more he spoke, the more he revealed his shortcomings, while the ninjas would fill in the gaps with their imaginations. Thus, he opted for brevity. "You have come to recruit me, haven't you?" Uchiha Obito expressed his joy at being considered for recruitment by Liu Mu, as it confirmed his usefulness. However, he soon became sorrowful. His heart had been marked by a special jutsu from Uchiha Madara, leaving his life in the latter's hands. Although Uchiha Madara was dead, his will, embodied by Kagaya, still persisted, rendering the effects unchanged. "I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer, Liu Qianbei." Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's response, Xiao Nan, standing behind, immediately furrowed her brows, as if rejecting a divine offering was a desecration. "Uchiha Obito, do not be ungrateful." Liu Mu hastily waved his hand to halt Xiao Nan. "I understand your concerns, but when you witness all of this, I wonder if you will still hold firm." Liu Mu smiled slightly, after which his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. In an instant, Uchiha Obito felt the world around him spiral, and before he knew it, he found himself in another realm. "A Genjutsu? Truly impressive, Liu Qianbei. The illusion feels so real," Uchiha Obito thought as he curiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling the essence of this extraordinary world. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. A battlefield. The air was filled with the sounds of slaughter and lamentation. Occasionally, flashes of yellow lightning zipped through the sky. The Three Tails was angrily thrashing the ground. Though countless years had passed, Uchiha Obito vividly recalled that fateful day, the day Rin Noera perished during the Third Great Ninja War. In a frenzy, Uchiha Obito began to run. Even knowing it was an illusion, he yearned to see her once more. He must save her at any cost. Guided by the memories, Uchiha Obito finally arrived at that familiar place. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki stood with Raikiri raised, his gaze fixed intently on Rin. Suddenly, Kakashi sprang into action, dashing toward Rin like a bolt of lightning. If all went as expected, in the next moment, Raikiri would pierce Rin's heart. However, this time, Uchiha Obito had acquired the power of Kamui. As the space began to warp, Kakashi was drawn into Uchiha Obito's Kamui dimension. Rin was saved. Uchiha Obito stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He had initially thought it was merely an illusion capable of replaying past events, but to his astonishment, he had intercepted Kakashi, saving Rin. Excitedly, Uchiha Obito rushed forward, yearning to touch the girl who had always appeared in his dreams. Rin. The bewildered Rin Noera turned upon hearing her name, only to take a step back in fear upon seeing Uchiha Obito's terrifying face. It was then that Uchiha Obito realized he was no longer the boy he once was. This face would only frighten her, just as despair washed over him. A gentle voice broke through the air. "Obito?" Though tinged with a hint of doubt, he indeed recognized Uchiha Obito, which brought tears to his eyes. Lin, I have finally saved you. Noera Rin paused briefly, a bittersweet smile gracing her gentle features. Obito, you shouldn't have saved me. Do you wish for the village you cherish to be destroyed by my hand? No, all I desire is to rescue you. As for the village, let it be. Upon hearing Obito's response, Noera Rin could not help but frown and, in anger, approached him. Slap. Obito covered his struck face, staring in disbelief at Rin, unable to comprehend why she had hit him. Rin, you have disappointed me greatly. You are no longer the Obito I once knew. Tears streamed down Rin's face as she spoke, bewildered that the man who once aspired to become Hokage now harbored such thoughts. Yet, in the next moment, a fierce expression crossed her face. Obito, hurry. Release Kakashi. Only with Raiden can I be saved. Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito trembled. He understood her reaction all too well. Her body was undoubtedly under control, mirroring his own predicament. In that instant, Obito finally grasped why Rin would attack Konoha. She was completely under the influence of Uchiha Madara. Why did Hatake Kakashi attempt to kill Rin? This was not an act of murder. It was an act of salvation for Rin. Anger flared within him. He finally understood why Liu Mu had brought him here. Observing Rin's agony, Obito closed his eyes and released Hatake Kakashi. Once out of the Kimui dimension, Kakashi looked around in confusion. Upon seeing Rin's pained expression, he quickly raised Raikiri and charged forward. The familiar scene unfolded once more, as Raikiri pierced through Rin's heart. However, this time Obito could no longer harbor hatred. He even felt a twinge of guilt for misjudging Kakashi. Moments later, Obito felt the world blur before him, and he found himself back in the prison of the Land of Rain, tears streaming down his face. Judging by your expression, it seems your friend's misunderstanding has been resolved, Liu Mu remarked with a smile. Regaining his composure, Obito wiped away his tears. Thank you, Senior Liu, for clarifying this matter. I am willing to face any peril for your command. Obito gazed at Liu Mu with unwavering determination, wishing fervently to locate Madara's corpse and display it at the entrance of Konoha. Excellent. Then please rescue Kurizetsu. What? Obito questioned, unsure if he had misheard. Looking at Liu Mu with confusion, he could not fathom Liu Mu's intentions. Kurizetsu is merely a manifestation of Madara's consciousness. Asking me to rescue an enemy, how is that polite? Liu Mu smiled wryly. Kurizetsu is an exceptionally unique entity. Apart from Yin-Yang release, he can only be sealed. Although this filial son possesses average strength, he is, in fact, a deeply concealed relic of the ninja world. Even if sealed, he will eventually escape. It would be better to keep Obito close by him, ready to deliver a fatal blow at a crucial moment. First, rescue him when the time is right. We shall deal with him. After much hesitation, Obito finally nodded. Very well, since it is Senior Liu's command, I shall not refuse. Chapter 129. The commencement of the Konoha collapse plan. After Obito took Kurizetsu away, the Akatsuki organization entered a phase of contraction. Although they continued to communicate with various small nations, the pace was markedly quicker than in the first year. Under Pain's leadership, despite the reduction in numbers, the quality of the Akatsuki had greatly improved. Liu Mu found himself enjoying a bit of leisure. One day, Liu Mu lay contentedly on the balcony, basking in the only sunlight of the Land of Rain. Under Pain's arrangement, Liu Mu's residence had become the sole place in the Land of Rain that remained dry. Beside him, Conan carefully peeled grapes, gently placing them into Liu Mu's mouth. Over the years, Liu Mu gradually accepted Conan's attentive service. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi glared at Conan with indignation. Hayata-kun, I have a betrothal with you. I can perform these tasks as well. Kuratsuchi protested. Liu Mu merely smiled faintly. The rivalry between Kuratsuchi and Conan had persisted for several years. Initially, Liu Mu would intervene occasionally, but eventually, he simply gave up. Observing the two women quarrel over him had become a peculiar source of enjoyment. Yet, it must be said that Kuratsuchi was indeed a natural beauty, increasingly embodying the title of Tsuchikage. How about I assign the task of peeling grapes to you? Conan suggested, offering the grapes to Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected Conan to entrust such a delightful task to her, momentarily questioning whether Conan had changed her disposition. However, the next second, Kuratsuchi's expression fell. With her hands freed, Conan did not take a break, but instead sat beside Liu Mu, playfully tapping his leg. In an instant, Kuratsuchi felt the grapes in her hands had lost their allure. She directly sat across from Konan, vigorously tapping her own leg. Just as Konan and Kuratsuchi were at an impasse, Momochi Zabuza approached, accompanied by a beautiful young boy. Senior Liu, this child is named Haku. He is one of the few from the Mizuno-kuni clan capable of awakening ice release. Terumi may sent him to learn the craft from you. Liu Mu sat up with curiosity, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Haku. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto mistook Haku's gender. Had Liu Mu not known better, he too would have made the same error. Haku was undeniably cuter than many girls. Tension mounted between Kuratsuchi and Konan. The atmosphere was already charged, and now a new arrival threatened to escalate the situation further. Zabuza, sensing the tension, hastily clarified. Haku is a boy. He is simply here to learn the application of ice release. Upon hearing Zabuza's explanation, both Konan and Kuratsuchi's faces flushed. They had never imagined they would feel jealousy over a man one day. Zabuza, what are you explaining? The orphan of the Mizuno-kuni clan must be nurtured properly. He will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. Yes, Haku is not some elderly woman. What is there to be anxious about? Wouldn't you agree, Aunt Konan? Who are you calling an aunt? You good-for-nothing brat who has no redeeming qualities aside from your legs. Who is anxious? You're the one looking like a heavily made-up old hag. Zabuza awkwardly observed the unfolding scene. Though he had heard much about their rivalry, this was his first encounter with their conflict. Despite having earned a respectable position within the Akatsuki through years of effort, he still felt overshadowed by these two women. Therefore, he decided to pretend he had not witnessed this battle. He quickly retrieved a letter from his pocket and handed it to Liu Mu. Senior Liu, this is a message from the leader for you. Liu Mu, puzzled, took the letter and couldn't help but smile upon reading its contents. The Konoha collapse plan is officially underway. I hope Senior Liu will grace us with your presence to witness Orochimaru. Liu Mu's eyes brightened at this revelation. He hadn't realized how swiftly time had passed. The Konoha collapse plan was already upon them. This indicated that the time for Konoha's little heroes to make their debut had arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission to participate in the Konoha collapse plan. Mission reward, special effects switch control. System awakening rate, 20. Mysterious reward. Reward quality is related to task completion. A surge of joy welled up within Liu Mu. The system's mission had resurfaced after a long absence, and the rewards were truly tantalizing. What Liu Mu yearned for most was the ability to control the effects switch. Previously, he merely needed to utilize chakra for the effects to manifest, which made him hesitant to employ ninjutsu for fear that it might unleash catastrophic consequences, startling the entire ninja community of the Land of Rain. With the control of the effects switch, such worries would vanish. Furthermore, there were additional rewards for completing tasks. Hence, it was imperative for Liu Mu to venture to my village this time. He promptly stood up, donned his red cloud black cloak with one hand, and declared, Xiao Nan. Hey Tu, accompany me to my village. Chapter 130. Infiltrating the Chunin exam after a long journey, Liu Mu finally arrived at the Land of Fire's my village. Besides Xiao Nan and Hey Tu, he also brought Bai along this time. The plan was for Xiao Nan to disguise herself as a teacher, while Liu Mu, Hey Tu, and Bai would masquerade as students to participate in the Chunin exam. Liu Mu possessed the qualities of a Jonin. Although he might not measure up to the formidable members of the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly dominate the Chunin exam. Coupled with his knowledge of the exam content, he felt no pressure for the first and second rounds. What are you all doing? As Liu Mu and his companions attempted to enter my village, they were halted by the gatekeeping ninja. Fortunately, Liu Mu was well prepared. He produced identification from the Land of Water and presented it. We are from the Land of Water, here to participate in the Chunin exam. The Land of Water is also participating in the Chunin exam. The gatekeeper scrutinized Liu Mu's identification closely. After confirming their identities, he returned the document and said, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, the Chunin exam has already commenced. The first round has concluded, and the second and third rounds will take place tomorrow. However, since you've traveled such a distance, you may observe the finals in a month. Liu Mu was taken aback. The Chunin exam had already started, so how could he participate? Would he merely be a bystander? At least they could enter my village. Once inside, Liu Mu and his companions beheld a prosperity unseen in the Land of Rain. With the Chunin exam underway, the streets were bustling not only with villagers from Mai, but also with ninjas from various villages. The vibrancy was far beyond what the relatively new Land of Rain could offer. Are you Liu Senpai? A sudden voice startled Liu Mu. Despite having performed transformation jutsu with Xiao Nan, they were still recognized. Given their previous disruptions in my village, if their identities were exposed, the village would surely impose restrictions that could jeopardize Orochimaru's plans. Liu Mu quickly turned toward the source of the voice. Yao Shido? Yao Shido appeared momentarily stunned, his face displaying a look of surprise. I didn't expect Liu Senpai to recognize me. This makes things much easier. Lord Orochimaru sent me to escort you. Liu Mu forced a smile. Anyone could be unfamiliar with him, but Yao Shido was a name one could not forget. He was a pivotal figure in the Fourth Great Ninja War and one of the few remaining veterans in the Naruto series. How could he not be recognized? Can you help us participate in the Chunin exam? With Yao Shido as their ally, Liu Mu believed he could delegate this challenging task to him. Yao Shido wore a confident expression. This is simple. Just eliminate a team of ninjas and disguise yourselves to blend in. For a moment, Liu Mu pondered this suggestion. Eliminating a team and then infiltrating was indeed a method employed by Orochimaru. However, it was unsuitable for Liu Mu, as Orochimaru only needed to engage in the first and second rounds, while Liu Mu's system task required him to fully participate in the Chunin exam, which would take more time and increase the risk of exposure. Particularly since there was a month between the second and third rounds, hiding would be challenging. Thus, following Orochimaru's approach was not feasible. Just then, an idea sparked in Liu Mu's mind. While he could not replace someone using transformation jutsu to enter the competition, he had another method, the heart-turning technique rewarded by the system. After numerous experiments, Liu Mu discovered that with the enhancement of effects, the heart-turning technique could be sustained as long as he had chakra, and it operated even more smoothly than when used by Yamanaka Ino. Now, all he needed to do was select a team that could pass the second round. The simplest choice would be to select one from Team 7 of Mai. This would ensure entry into the third round, and his personal strength would determine whether he could reach the finals. Early the next morning, Liu Mu waited patiently outside the competition entrance for any stragglers from Team 7. The Uzumaki Naruto group appeared, all 3 members intact. The Nara Shikamaru team appeared, all 3 members intact. The Hyuga Niji team appeared, all 3 members intact. Just as Liu Mu began to despair, he suddenly spotted a smaller figure emerging. Hinata Hyuga. Liu Mu's heart leapt. If he did not utilize ninjutsu now, he might miss the opportunity. He swiftly employed the heart-turning technique, aiming for Hinata Hyuga. Author's note, Chapter 131. Heart-turning with Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga rushed anxiously along the path. The Chunin exam was of paramount importance to her. It was an opportunity to prove herself to her father. If she could successfully advance, it would certainly earn her father Hayashi's respect. Therefore, she could not be late. However, as she ran, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. In an instant, fear gripped Hinata's heart. With her Byakugan, she could see far more than ordinary individuals, even in the darkest nights. Yet this time, she saw nothing, not even the ability to activate her Byakugan. Just then, a light appeared before her. The radiance bathed her, and she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body. An unprecedented wave of fatigue washed over her before she could utter a word. She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. It worked. Liu Mu successfully gained control over Hinata Hyuga's body, slowly rising from the ground. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only could he control Hinata, but he also comprehended the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Whatever Hinata could perform, he could too. Liu Mu felt a surge of joy, realizing for the first time that the heart-turning technique had such effects. Henceforth, if he wished to learn specialized ninjutsu, he would not need the system. He could simply employ the heart-turning technique. As Liu Mu adapted to his new body, he suddenly felt an itch on his earlobe, sending a jolt through him. He hurriedly dashed toward his hiding spot. What are you doing, Xiaonan? And hey too, are you trying to commit a crime? Why aren't you managing them? Liu Mu was nearly exasperated. Although the heart-turning technique allowed him to control another's body, it bore a critical flaw. It could transmit sensations from the original body. If the original body was harmed, Liu Mu would feel the pain while inhabiting Hinata. Conversely, if Hinata sustained injuries, the original body would suffer as well. At that moment, a novel idea sprang to Liu Mu's mind. If Hinata were to experience harm from something she lacked, how would her body react? Shaking his head, Liu Mu dismissed the thought. He was there to complete the system task, not to create chaos. Meanwhile, Bai wore a look of grievance, her eyes pleadingly glancing at Hei Tu and Xiao Nan. Liu Senpai, do you think I can control those two? Liu Mu's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, Expecting Bai to manage both women seemed a bit overambitious. If only he had foreseen such a scenario. It is not without reason that I summoned the scorpion to protect myself. Hinata, what are you doing over there? Upon hearing someone call his name, Liu Mu felt a jolt run through him. If he were to be discovered at this moment, all plans would be thrown into disarray. Setting aside the system rewards, Orochimaru would undoubtedly hunt him down mercilessly. You too, listen to me. Refrain from engaging in any bizarre antics. Liu Mu glared at the two with a menacing look. I assure you, I will not strike first. I also promise, I will not make the first move. Seeing the two girls' earnest assurances, Liu Mu nodded slightly. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, he had no time to dwell on it, and hastily made his way towards Inuzuka Kiba. Hinata, who are you chatting with in the bushes? It wouldn't be some strange uncle, would it? One must never accept anything from a strange uncle. Inuzuka Kiba jested. Liu Mu's lips twitched. He had not encountered a strange uncle, but rather two peculiar aunts. Furthermore, Liu Mu noticed that Inuzuka Kiba was quite charming. Wasn't it said that Kiba was only interested in canines? Yet he had quite the suave approach. Enough joking, Kiba. The exam is about to commence. Let us hurry to the assembly point. Upon hearing Yamanaka Ino's words, Inuzuka Kiba shrugged. All right, no more jokes. Hinata, when the exam begins, stay close behind me. I shall protect you, Kiba declared, attempting to strike a heroic pose. Liu Mu suddenly understood. He had previously doubted how someone as privileged as Hinata Hyuga could possibly go unnoticed at school. Now, witnessing Kiba's eager demeanor, it became clear. Hinata Hyuga was not without admirers. Rather, her Byakugan could only accommodate Naruto Uzumaki, while everyone else was disregarded. For instance, the very Kiba standing before him. A quintessential sycophant. Kiba, you are indeed a good soul. Author's note. Chapter 132. The examination begins. Arriving at the entrance of the examination venue, Liu Mu found it already teeming with people. The crowd was far greater than he had anticipated. All the ninjas were grouped in threes. Tragically, not all possessed a mentor to guide them. The hierarchy of ninjas resembled a pyramid. The higher one ascended, the fewer the numbers. Both Jonin and Shunin served as the mainstay of their respective villages, and few were willing to mentor freshly graduated genin. The Konoha 12, for the most part, hailed from illustrious backgrounds. Naruto Uzumaki's team could be deemed a group of misfits. The Jinchuriki Naruto, the last of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, who had no notable connections. Their teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, had incurred the ire of Danzo Shimura. Initially, Danzo had intended to eliminate this team during the mission, yet the protagonists miraculously survived. However, Danzo had already devised his next move. The second phase of the exam would serve as their downfall. The remaining three teams were far less complicated. The Yamanaka Ino team, being closely connected to the third Hokage, had Asuma Sarutobi as their instructor to garner favor. Niji Hyuga's team was no less formidable, led by the esteemed Guy. Niji, though a branch member of the Hyuga clan, still held some prestige externally. Additionally, Tintin came from a wealthy family. Losing ninja tools was a luxury few could afford. Rock Lee, despite being a commoner, was cherished by Guy, surpassing even Niji and Tintin in team hierarchy. Lastly, Hinata Hyuga's team was led by Kurenai Yuhi. Her students, Hinata, Kiba, and Ino, enjoyed a privileged status. With the Inuzuka clan controlling Konoha's ninja dogs, the Yamanaka family mastering unique insect manipulation techniques, and the Hyuga clan being one of Konoha's most powerful families. The trio shared a common trait, their inclination towards perceptiveness, rendering them unnecessary for frontline combat. Thus, this team arrangement was far from reasonable. It was merely a manifestation of Konoha's social dynamics. Aside from the Konoha 12, ordinary ninjas were fortunate to have a Chunin as a mentor. Most had to rely on self-education. After all, few wished to impart their jutsu to strangers without sufficient incentive. Hinata, you finally arrived. Kurenai reproached as she approached. However, upon seeing Hinata's adorable face, her previous annoyance dissipated instantly. She playfully ruffled Hinata's hair until satisfied, and then exchanged a knowing glance with Mitarashi Anko, who was munching on dango. Time is of the essence. From this moment on, any examiner arriving late will be disqualified, along with their entire team. As a ninja, if one cannot even adhere to the most fundamental principle of punctuality, they have no right to aspire to become a Chunin. Failing to be timely during a mission endangers not only oneself, but also one's comrades. I shall now announce the examination details. As Mitarashi Anko concluded, numerous ninjas turned pale, clearly realizing that their tardy teammates would result in disqualification. The remaining ninjas listened intently to the examination content. Although Anko's explanation was convoluted, it essentially boiled down to a simple name-tag tearing game. Teams must gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach a designated location to qualify. While the examination seemed straightforward, it was also ruthless. At least half of the participating ninjas would face elimination, if not more. Once the task was introduced, all examiners rushed into the forest with gravity. After all, securing advantageous positions would significantly increase their chances of seizing the scrolls. Upon entering the forest, Liu Mu stealthily detached from the group and approached a woman, blocking her path. "Ah, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Although I stand alone, I do not recommend that you attempt to seize my scroll." The woman smirked coldly, her eyes glinting like a serpent, fixated on Hinata. A palpable aura of menace emanated from her, seemingly intent on intimidating her opponent. Enough of this charade, Orochimaru. Author's note. End of chapter 133. Allow me to give you 3 moves. Orochimaru regarded Hinata with a chilling smile, resembling a constrictor poised to swallow its prey. "An amusing little brat. Do you believe I would hesitate to devour you whole?" Upon finishing his words, a long tongue flicked out, gently caressing a kunai. "Enough with the pretense. You would never dare to strike me," Liu Mu thought as he rolled his eyes. Despite Orochimaru's orchestration of the Konoha collapse plan, he still harbored sentiments for Konoha. Since the plan's inception, he had refrained from any significant actions against the village. Thus, Orochimaru would never lay a hand on Hinata. "An amusing little brat. Do you think your eyes hold any power over me? Even your clan leader would not dare speak to me in such a manner." Orochimaru laughed ominously, inching closer to Liu Mu. Though he had come to meet Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, he had unexpectedly encountered an intriguing little brat. While he had no intention of killing her, scaring her a little would suffice. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru stood before Liu Mu, his neck elongating unnaturally as he circled him several times, an overwhelming aura of malice radiating from him. This aura was lethal for a mere genin. A genin who had never witnessed blood, when confronted with such overwhelming menace, would find their rationality shattered by sheer terror. The fear can be so intense that it renders one utterly blank, stripping away their combat capabilities. In more severe cases, it can lead to a complete breakdown, resulting in death. However, within the body of Hinata resides Liu Mu. Not only does Liu Mu possess the qualities of a jonin, but he has also witnessed true battles in the land of water and has encountered Hades in the land of ghosts. Therefore, the aura of killing intent surrounding Liu Mu is formidable, even surpassing that of Orochimaru. How could it be? How can such a young child emanate such a heavy aura of killing intent? No, this is not just killing intent. This is the aura of death. You must have crawled out from a pile of corpses. In that moment, Orochimaru's expression turned ghastly. Among the younger generation of ninjas, he had only felt such an overwhelming aura from Uchiha Itachi. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Was this little girl somehow involved in the massacre of the Uchiha clan? Or had she been thrown into a pile of corpses from a young age? Orochimaru instinctively recoiled, then, with a flick of his hair, burst into laughter. "How amusing. I never expected you to be quite impressive. Would you like to follow me? I will surely cultivate you into a formidable ninja." Liu Mu twitched at the corners of his mouth. While he had considered the idea of becoming Orochimaru's disciple, he wondered if Orochimaru would even accept him. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, Orochimaru's laughter abruptly ceased. "It seems you doubt my strength. How about this? I will allow you 3 moves. If you can injure me, we shall forget this matter. If you fail to harm me, you will become my disciple." Liu Mu's heart leaped with joy. Having acquired Hinata's body, he had also gained access to the gentle fist techniques, yet he had never utilized them. Now, Orochimaru was volunteering to be a punching bag. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Very well. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, standing still and observing Hinata. Although she exuded a stunning aura of killing intent and death, she was still merely a genin. He, on the other hand, was one of the legendary Sannin, possessing the strength of a Hokage. Surely, he could not be bested by a mere genin. "Come now, unleash your strongest ninjutsu upon me." Liu Mu smiled slightly and assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist. At that moment, the air around him became thick with tension. Although it was just a simple starting pose, 2 contrasting auras, one black and one white, flared behind him. These auras repelled, yet fused with one another, embodying the purest forces of nature. The black represented an infinite aura of death, capable of snuffing out life with a mere touch. The white symbolized boundless vitality, capable of reviving even those on the brink of death. The two energies intertwined without infringing upon one another, achieving a delicate balance. Too much or too little would disrupt it. Orochimaru gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What manner of monster had he stumbled upon? This astonishing interplay of yin and yang energies. Forget about receiving it. Even a mere brush would likely lead to demise. Orochimaru could not help but slap himself in the face, wondering why he had chosen to provoke this girl, who resembled a creature of legend. When did the genin of Konoha become so formidable? Author's note, Chapter 134. The hope of the Hinata clan. How many of our Hinata clan participated in the Chunin exams? Hinata Hayashi asked urgently, a flicker of excitement on his face. If it were not for the presence of the Umbu guarding the competition venue, he would have charged into the forest himself. Just moments ago, a terrifying aura had emanated from the forest designated for the Chunin exams. For others, it was merely an impressive presence, but for the Hinata clan, it held a different significance. Although the Hinata clan was currently regarded as the strongest clan in Konoha, Hayashi, as the clan leader, understood all too well the clan's marginalized status within the village. Despite possessing the Byakugan, an unparalleled bloodline limit for perception, they lacked any other notable strengths. The Inuzuka clan had keen senses, and the Aburame clan commanded insects. Byakugan was not irreplaceable. Moreover, the emergence of Might Guy's 8 Gates technique had swiftly diminished the reputation of taijutsu. With no distinguishing strengths, yet being one of the largest clans in Konoha, the Hinata clan had long been under the watchful eyes of the village's higher-ups. However, Hayashi knew just how glorious the Hinata clan had once been. The Byakugan could evolve into the Rinnegan when taken to its limits, and the gentle fist could reach a level where it mastered the path of life and death. Known as Taiji, the Rinnegan depended on the purity of the Byakugan, a matter of innate talent that was difficult to alter. Taiji, on the other hand, relied on comprehension, a matter of acquired ability. Once enlightenment was achieved, even a genin could grasp it. If either aspect were regained, the Hinata clan could undoubtedly ascend to greatness once more. Finally, after centuries, Hayashi felt the aura described in ancient texts, the very essence that could reverse the clan's plight. But just at this moment, the ninja who had just grasped Taiji would not see significant improvements in strength in a short period. If they were to fall during the Chunin exams now, Hayashi would have no face to meet their ancestors. This time, 2 individuals from the clan participated in the exams. One was Niji Hinata, and the other was the clan leader's daughter, Hinata Hinata. Hinata? Upon hearing that name, Hayashi could not help but shake his head. As her father, he knew Hinata better than anyone. In terms of her application of the gentle fist and Byakugan, she was only at a mediocre level within the clan. With such cultivation, achieving enlightenment in Taiji was utterly impossible. In contrast, Niji possessed remarkable talent in the gentle fist. Prepare yourself. I must meet the Hokage. I must ensure Niji's safety at all costs, Hayashi declared, suddenly shuddering. After a moment of silence, he hastily added, there's no need to search for the Hokage. Let us pretend we know nothing of this. At that moment, Orochimaru stared in terror at the girl before him. Although her punches were slow, he felt as though all avenues of escape were sealed. The only course of action left was to await the arrival of her fist, for when it landed, it would mark his demise. With a resounding thud, Liu Mu's fist struck Orochimaru's chest. In that instant, Orochimaru felt all his meridians within his body become sealed, as if his very soul were being drawn away. Once capable of movement, his body now lay completely under his control. Turning to glance back, he saw his own physical form behind him. At that moment, rather than feeling resentment or unwillingness, Orochimaru experienced a sense of liberation. To perish at the hands of such an opponent could be seen as a blessing. Yet in the next second, Orochimaru felt a powerful force pulling his spirit back into his body. The flesh that had lost its control was once again able to function. However, the only part of him that remained sealed was the chest where he had been struck, as if he had merely received a regular gentle fist blow. Orochimaru understood well that the girl before him had shown him mercy. Otherwise, even the strongest of ninjas would not have survived such a blow. Thank you for your mercy. Orochimaru no longer dared to mock her, his face now displaying a look of respect. After all, Such a powerful being deserved nothing less than reverence. So yeah, let it go. Did you not say I should show you 3 moves? I still have 2 left, so prepare yourself a little. Oh, by the way, next time, could you please dodge? Otherwise, what's the difference between hitting you and striking a sandbag? Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Dashiwan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You, is this polite? The author has something to say. Chapter 135, Sense of Oppression. Stop, stop, stop. If I truly did something wrong, please let the law punish me instead of allowing you to torment me. Dashiwan said, feeling wronged. The sensation of having one's soul extracted is far more agonizing than death itself. Given a choice, Dashiwan would willingly prefer to be slain by Liu Mu's sword. Liu Mu couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he had completed his test, and there was no need to torment Dashiwan any further. I am Liu Mu. A person's name, a tree's shadow. When Dashiwan heard the name Liu Mu, he shuddered involuntarily, his eyes surveying Liu Mu with disbelief. So it is Senior Liu. No wonder he is so formidable. His transformation technique is remarkably strong. Not a single flaw can be discerned. Dashiwan spoke excitedly, simultaneously accepting his defeat with grace. After all, Liu Mu is a being akin to a deity. Losing to Liu Mu is not a disgrace. In fact, surviving under Liu Mu's hand is an absolute honor. After all, someone from the Akatsuki organization has been boasting about surviving under the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Isn't Liu Mu equally as strong as Senju Hashirama? However, it must be said that Liu Mu has exquisite taste. He transformed into a ceramic doll, which is quite adorable. What are you doing sneaking into the second round of the exam? It seems rather unrelated to your plans, Liu Mu remarked nonchalantly. Dashiwan let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Although this is highly confidential, if it is Liu Mu, then it is acceptable. Danzo, that bastard, wants me to kill Uchiha Sasuke, but this is Itachi's younger brother. I must at least pretend a little. Dashiwan shrugged helplessly. Only Danzo knows about his undercover identity in the entire Konoha village. Additionally, all the experimental subjects were provided by Danzo. Even Senju Hashirama's cells were utilized. Therefore, Dashiwan felt it was impossible to refuse Danzo's task, leading him to merely make an appearance. Liu Mu smiled helplessly, exactly as he had anticipated. However, hearing it from Dashiwan made Liu Mu feel even colder. Konoha village has truly become thoroughly corrupt. Just as Liu Mu was preparing to have a good conversation with Dashiwan, Dashiwan's expression suddenly became serious. Senior Liu, your companions seem to have arrived. I should take my leave. Liu Mu quickly activated his Byakugan and discovered Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino rushing toward him. Following them were Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Very well, I am not yet ready to reveal my identity. Upon receiving Liu Mu's confirmation, Dashiwan immediately vanished from the spot. It looked more like he was fleeing than hiding. Fortunately, Senior Liu did not hold it against him. He had overdone it earlier, and if it were to be pursued, he would not survive even 10 times over. Liu Mu stood still waiting. Suddenly, 5 figures emerged, surrounding Liu Mu. Hinata, you nearly scared me to death. I promised Teacher Hong to protect you. Inuzuka Kiba complained. Hyuga Neji approached with a frown, his displeasure evident on his face. My Hinata, although I received orders from the clan leader, if you continue to put yourself in danger, I can no longer protect you. Hyuga Neji said angrily. This girl before him, in terms of strength and Byakugan control, is inferior to himself, yet her status is far above his simply because she has a good father. Moreover, Neji's father died because of Hinata, which only intensified Neji's resentment toward his sister. Neji, how can you speak like that? Tenten protested angrily against Neji's tone. She hurriedly ran to Hinata's side, wrapping her arms around Hinata's head. Liu Mu could not help but gasp at the overwhelming sense of pressure. His face instantly turned red. This scene made Hyuga Neji scoff even more. Blushing at just a few words, I advise you to abandon being a ninja and return to being your ladyship. Neji, Tenten exclaimed angrily. Although she understood the root of the conflict between Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata, she knew that Hinata was innocent and did not deserve such targeting. Subsequently, Tenten tightened her embrace and used one hand to comfort Liu Mu by stroking his head. Liu Mu cast a dismissive glance at Hyuga Neji. It's no wonder he remained single until death. There is reason for that. He then feigned a look of grievance, turning his head side to side to dry the tears flowing from his eyes. Inuzuka Kiba, upon seeing Liu Mu's expression, could not help but feel envious. Imagining a scenario where they switched roles. Shino, if I were a girl, how blissful would that be? Don't dream, even if you were a girl. you would still be unable to escape the identity of a single dog. The author has something to say. The third chapter is complete. Dear readers, please send a free gift and pay attention to my replies. Chapter 136, Encounter with Gaara. Why doesn't Hinata allow them to act with us? Inuzuka Kiba said discontentedly. You should know that Hyuga Niji is regarded as the foremost genius of Konoha recently. If we could team up with him, wouldn't the second round of the exam be a breeze? Aburame Shino looked at Inuzuka Kiba as if he were an idiot, even doubting whether being around Akamaru had affected his brain. That Hyuga Niji evidently has a conflict with Hinata. It would be good enough if they don't hinder each other. Aburame Shino said helplessly. Just then, a sudden sound of battle erupted from the distant woods. The previously listless Inuzuka Kiba immediately became excited. The second round of the exam is about seizing scrolls, which, in essence, is a battle between ninjas. The sounds of combat nearby indicate that there are at least two teams. Wouldn't it be advantageous to swoop in and take advantage of the situation? Without hesitation, Inuzuka Kiba dashed forward. Liu Mu and Aburame Shino, with no choice, could only follow. However, upon arriving at the scene and witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Inuzuka Kiba's face turned to one of terror. He saw a ninja ensnared in sand, with only his head exposed, displaying an expression of agony. Not far from him stood a youth carrying a massive gourd, reaching out with one hand and then squeezing tightly. Sunashirbari, with a low shout. The ninja's face gradually revealed a look of suffering. The ninja's body reached its limit, and with a final unwilling roar, blood stained the sand. Inuzuka Kiba had never witnessed such bloody combat. Usually, he only took on trivial tasks like finding lost pets. Today, seeing such a brutal battle, he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Though he tried to suppress it, his fear was palpable. This sound, although faint, could not escape Gaara's acute hearing. He turned his gaze toward the bushes where Inuzuka Kiba was hiding, revealing a look of excitement. A dense aura of killing intent enveloped the area. Inuzuka Kiba trembled in fear, while Akamaru let out a different kind of cry. The next moment, two figures blocked Liu Mu and the other's retreat, and Temari, wielding a massive fan, looked at the three with a mocking expression. Did your teacher not teach you that during a ninja battle, one should not secretly watch from the sidelines? Aburame Shino immediately became alert. Black insects began to crawl out from his sleeves and collar, swirling in the air. But the next instant, Temari let out a cold laugh, lifted the enormous fan, and forcefully swung it towards Aburame Shino, sending him flying. However, young Zainai did not lose her balance in the air, rather. She adjusted herself back under the influence of the insect. It would be more accurate to describe her actions as a meticulously orchestrated escape rather than being blown away by Shoju. Yahiko, hurry and run. Upon realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Shoju's expression darkened instantly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it, I will catch you today, she shouted as she charged forward. Hey, Shoju. I really don't want to resort to violence against a girl. Kenjiro attempted to intercept her. Yet, in her current enraged state, Shoju was beyond his restraint. With no other option, Kenjiro turned helplessly to Inuzuka, who was seated on the ground. You are rather fortunate. I have no desire to harm a woman. So you shall be my opponent, Kenjiro declared, summoning a puppet that flew toward Inuzuka with intent to attack. Inuzuka sprang to her feet at once. Although she felt immense fear towards Gaara, she still had confidence in facing Kenjiro, the puppeteer. However, leaving a monster like Gaara to Hinata made her heart ache somewhat. Hinata, wait for me. I will assist you right after I deal with this guy. Deal with me? Then let us change the battlefield. Kenjiro laughed at Inuzuka-ya's words, amused that a mere Konoha Chunin believed he could defeat him. As Inuzuka and Kenjiro departed, only Liu Mu and Gaara remained, standing still. Gaara wore an expression devoid of emotion, while a swirling mass of yellow sand danced in the air as if alive. He did not halt his advance, slowly approaching Liu Mu step by step. Your comrades have abandoned you. Do you still wish to struggle? Liu Mu shrugged nonchalantly. I suppose I will struggle a bit. In the next moment, the seemingly harmless yellow sand transformed into lethal needles, darting toward Liu Mu with deadly precision. Then perish, the author remarked. Chapter 137. A strike descending from the heavens. Liu Mu let out a bitter smile, taken aback by Gaara's directness. He had not even been granted a moment to warm up. At present, Liu Mu's form was that of the delicate Hinata Hyuga, who bore the title of the Shinigami girl. Anyone who had fought against Hinata had ultimately met their demise. With this thought, Liu Mu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The body flicker technique should not be considered an attack, right? Just as Liu Mu became distracted, the needle-like projectiles made of sand flew towards him. He quickly activated his Byakugan. Instantly, the entire sky morphed into shades of gray and white, and the once swiftly flying needles now moved at a crawl. A mere shift to the left or right would allow him to evade the incoming needles effortlessly. "Is this the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan?" Gaara remarked calmly. Then, without granting Liu Mu a moment to react, he extended his hand and forcefully grasped. As the needles struck the ground, the earth beneath them transformed into sand due to the friction. A colossal hand emerged, reaching out toward Liu Mu. He hastily dodged, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, with his Byakugan and the reflexes of a Jonin, he managed to avoid being ensnared by the sand. The consequences of being trapped had just been vividly demonstrated by the previous ninja. Although Hinata's Byakugan possessed a higher purity than Liu Mu's, her physical prowess was slightly lacking, even inferior to that of a typical Chunin. The weight on her chest had nearly caused Liu Mu to lose his balance, and he narrowly escaped capture. Gaara, though also a Chunin, had suppressed his ninja rank. His true strength likely surpassed that of many Jonin, especially with the tailed beast within him, should it manifest. It would pose an exceedingly terrifying threat to Konohagakure. "Your reaction speed is commendable, but you still fall short against me," Gaara proclaimed, waving his hand, causing the sand on the ground to surge towards Liu Mu with a life of its own. At that moment, Liu Mu found himself in midair, resembling a living target. With a fierce shout, he concentrated his chakra in his hand and thrust it toward Gaara. 8 trigrams air palm. In an instant, the creatures of the forest seemed to sense a disturbance, taking flight in terror. A powerful wave of chakra swept through the entire forest. For a brief moment, Gaara's expression shifted to one of confusion. While this strike appeared formidable, it lacked any follow-through, giving the impression of thunder without rain. What puzzled Gaara further was that despite the one-tails being sealed within him, it conveyed a sense of fear following that strike. The one-tails, a tailed beast, had never known fear, yet, at that moment, it experienced it. Just then, a sense of unprecedented pressure enveloped Gaara, akin to the sky collapsing upon him, with himself as the highest point destined to bear the brunt of the immense weight. Instinctively, Gaara looked up, upon seeing the sky peeking through the gaps in the leaves. He finally understood why the one-tails felt fear. A shiver coursed through his body involuntarily. The sand, which had been relentlessly assaulting Liu Mu, retreated, gathering above his head in a defensive posture. The terror in the air was palpable. A colossal hand descended slowly, with its focal point directly above Gaara. In that moment, Gaara comprehended that this hand represented the jutsu executed by the girl before him. What perplexed him was how such a diminutive girl could wield such a terrifying technique. Such power could only be wielded by someone of Hokage caliber, or possibly even beyond. Yet this girl had accomplished it. In an instant, Gaara was consumed by rage. He could not tolerate anyone surpassing him, especially someone younger. "You have successfully enraged me." Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He had not anticipated that the special effect would fail to intimidate Gaara and instead provoke him. However, this strike was no ordinary special effect. It was special effect 20, imbued with a tangible sense of reality. "Now, witness my technique that descends from the heavens," the author noted. Chapter 138. 1,000 years of pain. The hand plummeted rapidly, forcing aside the clouds that dared to obstruct its path, while a powerful gale caused the trees to sway violently. As the hand drew closer, an expression of exhilaration appeared on Gaara's face. In the face of despair, he exhibited such excitement. Since childhood, he had possessed the ability for sand to automatically protect him. He had never felt pain, let alone sustained injuries. Now he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Hope for being hurt. At last, the hand descended, shaking the very earth beneath him. Gaara found himself painfully sprawled on the ground. The sand attempted to shield him, but against such a hand, it stood no chance. Shattering under the pressure, Gaara experienced an illusion as if all the bones in his body were fracturing. The agony compelled him to scream uncontrollably. "So this is pain? It's a pity I am not dead. Now it is your turn to die?" As Gaara finished speaking, countless grains of sand converged around him, gradually forming the shape of a monstrous entity, even the eyes transforming into the shape of coins. Tailed beast transformation. Liu Mu could not help but furrow his brow. This was the first time he encountered someone so reckless and reckless. Typically, the real sensation of special effect 20 would induce such pain that one would lose consciousness entirely, rendering them devoid of combat capability. But Gaara is a monster. He hasn't slept for years, all to suppress the monster within him. It could be said that if Gaara lost consciousness, that would be Gaara's strongest state. Fortunately, Gaara only transformed into his tailed beast form, not fully unleashing the one tail. But the power of his tailed beast form is absolutely not to be underestimated. At this moment, Gaara moved. In his tailed beast form, Gaara's strength and speed increased by more than one level. And most importantly, Gaara's defense was greatly enhanced. His entire body was covered in sand. His body even possessed sand armor. Hinata Hyuga's body alone couldn't break through Gaara's defense. To defeat Gaara, there was only one move. That was to attack Gaara's weakest point. At this moment, Gaara began attacking relentlessly at close range. Although Liu Mu possessed the Byakugan, allowing him to anticipate Gaara's attack routes. However, Hinata Hyuga's physical abilities were simply too poor. After dodging several times, she began to pant heavily. If this continued, she feared she would be exhausted to death before even finding an opening. Liu Mu quickly used the body flicker technique. Liu Mu took a step back, the space behind him seemingly shrinking infinitely, and in the next second, he appeared several meters away. Gaara was stunned. A look of apprehension appeared in his eyes. A simple step, yet it carried the shadow of space-time ninjutsu. Since when could a genin master space-time ninjutsu? Even if you know space-time ninjutsu, you're as short-lived as the author, completely useless. Gaara sneered. Then he rushed towards Liu Mu at lightning speed. But the next second, Gaara saw Liu Mu's starting stance, that earth-shattering palm strike. Although he wouldn't die, the intense pain, the feeling of his bones being crushed, was something Gaara didn't want to experience a second time. He immediately abandoned his attack. He gathered yellow sand above his head, preparing to receive the palm strike. But Gaara waited intently for the attack. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't see the enormous hand. Looking down at Liu Mu, the petite figure he had seen earlier was gone. Gaara frantically searched, but after looking around several times, he couldn't find Liu Mu. Just then, Gaara suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept through his body, even several times stronger than the previous palm strike. But what puzzled Gaara was that this aura was coming from behind him, slightly below. Gaara instinctively turned his head. He saw Liu Mu right behind him, his hands forming the tiger seal. It's important to know that forming the tiger seal signifies that this ninjutsu possesses astonishing destructive power. And this was an attack at such close range. There was absolutely no room to dodge. But Gaara remained completely unfazed. Two invincible defenses, even the strongest attack would likely be ineffective. This was Gaara's confidence. However, the sense of crisis didn't diminish. In fact, it intensified. Just then, a wisp of white light appeared at Liu Mu's fingertips. Countless void spaces, like objects frozen on a sheet of paper, were directly and infinitely absorbed into Liu Mu's fingertips. It was as if a black hole was sucking everything in. Even light couldn't escape its gravity. Just then, Liu Mu moved. With boundless power, Liu Mu's hands moved. 1,000 Years of Death. Author's note. Third update complete. You know what I mean. Chapter 139 Group 1,000 Years of Death. What is this feeling? I feel a chill down my spine. Could it be this ninjutsu from that insect-using bastard? Temari frowned, looking at Shino Aburame before her. Her displeasure grew. Although her ninjutsu could suppress the opponent's insects, these insects seemed endless. No matter how many were blown away, they would always replenish themselves. Just then, Temari noticed. Shino Aburame seemed to be glancing back, intentionally or unintentionally. Not his ninjutsu. Temari breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Shino Aburame's ninjutsu, that was fine. Anyway, there were no other ninjas nearby. But in that instant of relaxation, a sudden sense of crisis swept over her. It was too late to defend herself. Temari's pupils constricted sharply, and intense pain coursed through every cell of her body. Even though she had trained her entire body, the pain targeted her most vulnerable spot. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but groan softly. The huge fan in her hand fell to the ground. That despicable guy, using such ninjutsu on a girl. Temari glared angrily at Shino Aburame. While it's true that in ninja battles, victory is the only goal, being hit in that spot is enough to prove the opponent's despicable and shameless nature. But the next second, Temari was stunned. Why does Shino Aburame's posture look so familiar? He's kneeling on the ground, one hand supporting himself while the other clutches his injured area. Even with glasses, it's hard to hide the rage beneath. A series of painful howls echoed through the forest. Those sounds carried a hint of despair, and existential doubt. The two stared at each other, both stunned. This isn't your ninjutsu? I was about to ask you that. Silence fell between them. How about we call a truce? I think so too. At that moment, Gaara's pupils constricted sharply, his legs leaving the ground as the tiger seal pierced his body, the intense pain even greater than the previous attack. Most importantly, the tiger seal also incorporated the gentle fist technique. It felt like countless needles were relentlessly pricking him. Instantly, the sand clinging to Gaara fell off piece by piece. Becoming ordinary sand, Gaara collapsed to the ground, staring at Liu Mu in disbelief. Unbelievable. How could such a cute girl use such a treacherous and cunning ninjutsu? You. Don't come any closer. Gaara roared angrily. It seemed only by shouting it out could he find a sliver of security. And in his eyes, Liu Mu had long since become a terrifying demon. Don't be so tense. It's your only weakness, Liu Mu said apologetically. After all, the battle had been too sudden, and he could only use Naruto Uzumaki's method from Naruto to deal with Gaara. Gaara was furious. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to release all his anger and resentment. And the best method was the feigned sleep technique. In an instant, Gaara felt himself drifting off to sleep. Having not slept for years, his eyelids felt incredibly heavy. Finally, his eyes closed. A series of snores escaped Gaara's lips. The next second, the sand on the ground began to stir. As if alive, it surged towards Gaara. Soon, a giant tanuki head appeared before Liu Mu. But then, the sand stopped moving. It was as if the scene had frozen, and those coin-like eyes scrutinized the little girl before him. Actually, I just came out for some fresh air. I'm going back now. The one-tailed beast had always wanted to gain control of Gaara's body, but not now. The one-tailed beast had witnessed the entire battle between the two, leaving aside the terrifying 1,000 years of death. It already knew how terrifying Liu Mu was when he unleashed his first ninjutsu. Although that palm strike didn't kill Gaara, its power was far more terrifying than imagined. When that palm strike was unleashed, a tailed beast faintly perceived a colossal figure of a Buddha, exuding unparalleled majesty with every stroke and curve. Its hand possessed the devastating power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Had it not drawn back at the last moment, not only would Gaara have faced death, but the entire Konoha village would have been on the brink of annihilation, perhaps even surpassing the might of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, at that moment, Gaara astonishingly employed the technique of false slumber to extricate himself. This was not mere personal revenge. It was akin to willingly embracing death. Subsequently, the tailed beast manipulated a surge of sand that extended before Gaara, followed by a forceful sweep. Chapter 140. Why can't I sleep after delivering several slaps? Gaara drowsily opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The false slumber technique was timed for an hour. Awakening indicated that an hour had elapsed, suggesting that the battle had concluded. Before the formidable tailed beast, even the mightiest of ninjas would likely retreat, let alone a mere genin like the girl. However, Gaara found himself puzzled, feeling as though he had merely napped, accompanied by a slight ache in his jaw. Regardless, he was relieved to be free from the terror of that girl. What are you so happy about? A melodious voice rang out, causing Gaara to tremble involuntarily. He instinctively lifted his head, only to feel a jolt in his heart upon seeing Liu Mu before him. You. What is wrong with me? Liu Mu looked at himself in confusion. Gaara, sensing the urgency, attempted to invoke the false slumber technique once more. But an unseen force within him resisted, preventing its completion. An idea suddenly struck Gaara. Flee. He feared nothing but the terror instilled by that recent jutsu. The mere sight of Hinata Hyuga's finger caused an inexplicable pain in his wound, compelling him to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Gaara vanished from the spot. Liu Mu couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that the power of the 1,000 years of death would be so formidable as to frighten Gaara away. Yet, he had no intention of pursuing. His immediate desire was to find a place to wash his hands thoroughly. While searching for a water source, Liu Mu abruptly stumbled upon Uzumaki Naruto and others. On the open ground lay a dozen individuals, including Naruto's group, the Inoshikacho trio, and the Sound Ninjas, all in a peculiar position, kneeling on one knee, one hand pressed against the ground, the other covering a wound, their faces contorted in pain. Liu Mu's lips twitched. It appeared that everyone had fallen victim to the 1,000 years of death. To ensnare so many simultaneously was indeed more challenging than vanquishing them all at once. Alternatively, it could be attributed to the effects of the technique, though it bore no real harm, since upgrading to level 20, even being struck by effects resulted in genuine pain. Thus, all had suffered due to the earlier 1,000 years of death. Liu Mu swallowed hard, now aware that the 1,000 years of death functioned as an area of effect jutsu, though its precise range remained unknown. Should others discover that he was the one who executed it, the consequences would be dire. It seemed prudent to refrain from using the technique any further and seal it away. Just then, a dazed Uchiha Sasuke rose, black curse seals crawling over his body incessantly. Soon, they enveloped him entirely, and his eyes began scanning the surroundings, a murderous aura gradually seeping forth. Had his legs not been crossed, it would have been a strikingly impressive sight. At that moment, Sasuke's gaze fell upon Liu Mu, his previously indifferent expression twisting into recognition. "It's you. I remember you. You were there," he exclaimed, his chakra flaring once more, fixating intently on Liu Mu. Liu Mu furrowed his brows. He had executed the body flicker technique flawlessly, leaving no flaws. Yet, the rampaging Sasuke had discerned his essence and recognized him, leaving Liu Mu at a loss for words. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" "That is Hinata." "Sasuke, have you lost your mind?" "She is Hinata." The ninjas of Konoha, too injured to rise, could only watch helplessly as Sasuke advanced toward Liu Mu, step by step. Finally, Sasuke stood before Liu Mu, looking down with haughty disdain. "Where's that man? Speak, or I shall kill you," he declared, his muscles taut, ready to unleash a devastating blow upon Liu Mu should he utter a denial. Liu Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. "The skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. Do you believe you are invincible now?" Chapter 141. The double standards of Haruno Sakura. With a cold smirk, Sasuke vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously behind Liu Mu. "It's over," he proclaimed with a hint of arrogance, as Sasuke's hand descended rapidly, poised to strike Liu Mu's neck. A fair hand swiftly intercepted him. Of all present, Liu Mu felt the least intimidated by Sasuke. With Sasuke at the level of a genin and Liu Mu possessing the qualities of a jounin, the disparity was evident. Sasuke commanded a mastery of fire-style jutsu, while Liu Mu excelled in all elemental techniques. Sasuke wielded the Sharingan, but Liu Mu currently possessed Hinata's Byakugan, which was far more advantageous in close combat. Thus, what could Sasuke possibly compare himself with? Sasuke stared at Liu Mu in astonishment. How could someone who appeared so oblivious, and was noticeably shorter, react with such swiftness? He then launched another attack, only to have it effortlessly deflected by Hinata, as if swatting away a mere fly. Sasuke's fury flared anew. He was undoubtedly one of the top talents in the academy, yet during the Chunin exams, someone had easily interrupted his assault. This only fueled his determination to attack once more. Activating his Sharingan, bolstered by the cursed seal, Sasuke's power surged to an entirely new level, reaching the standard of a Chunin. In that moment, he regarded all former teammates as mere debris trailing in his wake. "Give me one more chance. Where's that guy?" Liu Mu rolled his eyes. He was indifferent to divulging information, yet as Hinata's body, revealing the truth about Uchiha Itachi would inevitably lead to his exposure. Who that man is, you can discover for yourself. With a disdainful snort, Sasuke's chakra surged again as he vanished, reappearing behind Liu Mu. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes once more. Why did all these ninjas favor ambushing from behind, especially against a member of the Hyuga clan, who possessed a 360-degree field of vision with their Byakugan? Flanking was utterly futile against a Byakugan user. Liu Mu's patience wore thin. A persistent nuisance had emerged. Recognizing Sasuke's position, he launched an immediate counterattack, executing a graceful turn, with a swift kick aimed directly at the landing spot of Uchiha Sasuke. The impact struck him squarely in the abdomen before he could even register the attack. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of phantom kicks relentlessly assaulted him. Within a mere second, Uchiha Sasuke felt as though he had endured 100 blows, subsequently being sent hurtling backward. As he landed, his stomach churned violently, prompting waves of retching. Following a series of relentless strikes, the cursed seal retracted from the nape of his neck, restoring him to normalcy. It was then that Uchiha Sasuke regained his composure, realizing that his opponent had been Hinata Hyuga. At that moment, the emotional pain he felt eclipsed any physical discomfort. Who was Hinata Hyuga? The girl in class with the least presence, always retreating to a corner to secretly observe Naruto Uzumaki. What strength could a girl who harbored a crush on Naruto possibly possess? Yet, he had been utterly defeated, without the slightest chance to retaliate. Uchiha Sasuke began to question the validity of his so-called genius. At that moment, Sakura Haruno, enduring the agonizing pain of her wounds, rushed to confront Liu Mu, her eyes glaring at him as if he were her nemesis. "Hinata, are you unaware that Sasuke was nearly beyond saving? How could you strike so ruthlessly?" Sakura shouted furiously. Liu Mu was taken aback. The Uchiha Sasuke he had just witnessed was anything but on the verge of collapse. He had moved with the agility of a rabbit. Moreover, it was Sasuke who had initiated the attack, a detail that Sakura conveniently omitted while focusing solely on Liu Mu's final counterattack. Such blatant double standards were quintessentially Sakura. "Naruto, you must protect Sasuke. As for Hinata, I will make it clear that our Team 7 is not to be trifled with," Sakura declared, rolling up her sleeves and standing defiantly before Liu Mu. Chapter 142. Sakura enters the Ninjutsu Sakura Haruno. Liu Mu could not suppress his frown. It was no small feat for a civilian ninja to infiltrate the ranks of Konoha's elite, but Liu Mu was wholly indifferent toward Sakura. When it came to matters, she exhibited a remarkable inconsistency in her behavior. If she truly had no feelings for Naruto, she could have simply voiced her intentions rather than lingering in frustration. Especially during the limited Tsukuyomi incident with Uchiha Obito, where Sakura's selfishness had been laid bare. "You intend to fight me?" Liu Mu spoke coolly. Sakura was taken aback by his indifference. In her memories, Hinata Hyuga was the epitome of a docile girl, never striking back or retorting. It was this very demeanor that had emboldened Sakura to confront her. However, upon witnessing Liu Mu's cold gaze, a flicker of hesitation arose within her. Yet, recalling her impeccable performance at school compared to Hinata's mediocre standing reignited her courage. "For Sasuke, I must defeat you," Sakura proclaimed, swiftly drawing her kunai and entering a combat stance. "If you wish to fight, then I shall indulge you," Liu Mu replied with a cold smirk, his fingers moving to his nose. Upon witnessing this, Sakura shivered, her eyes gradually losing their focus. Jinjutsu. For Liu Mu, even without the Sharingan, casting such illusions was a trivial endeavor. Regardless of Sakura's academic prowess, she remained merely a low-ranking ninja. Sakura found herself enveloped in a flurry of cherry blossoms, only to be transported to an unfamiliar environment. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though she had lived here for years. Jinjutsu? Panic surged within Sakura as she frantically attempted to recall the textbook methods for breaking free, but no matter how many techniques she employed, the scene remained unchanged. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a bespectacled young girl with a stylish haircut, who entered carrying a backpack. "I'm back. Mom, what are you daydreaming about?" Thinking about that jerk of a dad, as the girl referred to her as Mom, Sakura's body trembled. She turned to grab a mirror, confirming that her face remained unchanged. Yet it bore the marks of time, resembling that of her own mother, as if she had suddenly transcended a decade. "Who are you?" Despite having an inkling of the answer, she hesitated, grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. One moment she was a youthful girl, and the next, she had transformed into a mother. "I'm your daughter, Uchiha Sarada," the girl declared, reaching out to touch Sakura's forehead. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Sakura's heart raced. Uchiha? Did that mean Sasuke? Had she married Sasuke and given birth to a daughter? Excitement coursed through her veins as she hurriedly searched the house for any trace of Uchiha Sasuke. Finally, she stumbled upon a wedding photo of herself and Sasuke in the bedroom, and joy surged within her. Remembering her rivals, such as Ino Yamanaka, she felt an inexplicable sense of triumph. In the end, she had emerged victorious, regardless of whether this was a mere illusion or reality. Being with Uchiha Sasuke was all that mattered. With that thought, Sakura rushed to Sarada, grasping her shoulders. "Where is Sasuke?" she asked, only to quickly amend her question. "Sarada, where is your father?" Upon hearing this, Sarada's expression soured. "Who cares where that guy is?" she exclaimed, before running off. Sakura felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her daughter had quite the temper. Nevertheless, as a product of her love with Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura could only endure it. However, her primary focus now was to gather every fragment of her life with Sasuke. In a flurry of activity, Sakura rummaged through everything. Yet, after an exhaustive search, aside from a few of Sasuke's garments, there was no trace of his presence. During her search, she discovered a photograph featuring Uchiha Sasuke prominently in the center, flanked by a burly man and another man holding a blade in one hand and a cup in the other. But when Sakura laid eyes on the girl beside Sasuke, a shiver ran through her. The photo slipped from her grasp. The girl appeared intimately close to Sasuke and bore a striking resemblance to Sarada. Who is she? Chapter 143. Sakura loses her mind. Sakura bit her nails, sitting at the doorway, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. Sarada, her daughter, bore no resemblance to her whatsoever. What had transpired over the years? Sakura attempted to recall, but found her memory elusive. Just then, the door creaked open, and her heart leaped at the opportunity to finally ask questions. But when the door fully opened, she was left dumbfounded. Sarada had returned, but she was accompanied by the very woman from the photograph. Standing together, they appeared even more alike. "What is wrong with you, Sakura? Did Sarada do something to upset you?" asked Karen, her voice filled with concern. Sarada turned her head away, a frown etched on her face. Upon witnessing this scene, Haruno Sakura furrowed her brows, disregarding Uchiha Sarada's scrutinizing gaze directed at Xianglin. "What is your relationship with Sasuke?" she demanded. Xianglin was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to why Haruno Sakura would pose such a question, especially in front of Uchiha Sarada. "Should we let Sarada come inside to play first?" "No. There is nothing that cannot be said," Haruno Sakura retorted, crossing her arms with an expression of displeasure. "Aunt Xianglin, see? Is my mother really losing her mind today?" "Sarada, hold your tongue. I am addressing Xianglin," Haruno Sakura snapped angrily. Her outburst startled Uchiha Sarada to the point of tears, her face etched with grievance. Xianglin frowned deeply. "What do you mean by that? I did indeed have feelings for Sasuke in the past, but is it amusing for you to cling to this matter? And to do so in front of a child? Who knows if she is even my child?" Haruno Sakura murmured softly. Uchiha Sarada trembled, having already felt aggrieved. Her tears flowed freely at Sakura's words, and she dashed out, wiping her eyes. Xianglin reached her limit of patience. Uchiha Sarada was born to Haruno Sakura after a full 10 months of pregnancy. How could she possibly belong to someone else? Moreover, from Haruno Sakura's tone, it was evident she was claiming Uchiha Sarada as her own. Unreasonable. Xianglin scoffed before turning to leave. Consequently, rumors of Haruno Sakura's madness spread throughout Konohagakure. The Konoha 12, one by one, came to provide psychological support. Yet, upon mentioning Uchiha Sarada, Haruno Sakura would react as if possessed, akin to a rebellious pre-adolescent. Finally, after 2 weeks, Uchiha Sasuke returned home, weary and disheveled. He was taken aback when he saw Haruno Sakura, who appeared haggard and emaciated. Upon seeing Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura's eyes sparkled with life. "Sasuke, you have finally returned. Do you know how I have endured these days? Everyone says I have gone mad. How could I know if I am truly insane?" In an instant, Haruno Sakura wept like a child. "Enough of the tears, let us go retrieve Sarada." At the mention of Uchiha Sarada's name, Haruno Sakura trembled, excitement coursing through her once more. "She is not my daughter. Why should we bring her back? Sasuke, let us have our own child." Uchiha Sasuke was left dumbfounded. Initially skeptical about Haruno Sakura's madness, he quickly grasped the gravity of her state upon witnessing her behavior. She had indeed lost her sanity. "I apologize for my lack of presence. I will seek the best doctor to treat you." "Sasuke, do you also believe I am mad?" "I am not insane. I truly am not." As Haruno Sakura's madness intensified, Uchiha Sasuke delivered a swift but gentle blow to render her unconscious. "Naruto, please help find the best physician. We must ensure Sakura's recovery." Uchiha Sasuke's words prompted Uzumaki Naruto to step forward with a grave expression. "I understand, but given Sakura's condition, it may prove challenging to restore her. She might remain in an asylum for life." "Are you certain, Sasuke?" Uchiha Sasuke shuddered. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally nodded weakly. "Naruto, please take care of Sakura and Sarada." Chapter 144. The third round of the Chunin exams. With a tremor, Haruno Sakura collapsed to the ground. Experiencing married life through the lens of her 12 or 13-year-old self was utterly overwhelming, especially as it diverged from her expectations. This stark contrast rendered her seemingly deranged in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to her confinement in an asylum. Despite Uzumaki Naruto's care, one day he ceased to visit. Influenced by those around her, Haruno Sakura gradually succumbed to their madness. Eventually, the illusion was shattered, yet the memories of that time remained indelibly etched in her mind. Cradling her head in despair, she knelt on the ground. "Sakura, what has happened to you?" Uzumaki Naruto, having abandoned the care of Uchiha Sasuke, rushed over in alarm. After enduring so much, Haruno Sakura finally comprehended the depth of Naruto's kindness. Her previous resistance vanished completely. "Naruto, I am sorry," she uttered before collapsing into unconsciousness. Uzumaki Naruto stood up, furrowing his brows, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Hinata, how could you treat Sakura this way? This version of you is the one I despise. Liu Mu chuckled dismissively, yet he sensed a voice within him crying and struggling, attempting to break free from his control. Liu Mu furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated Hinata's deep obsession with Uzumaki Naruto. A mere sentence nearly shattered his heart-turning technique. If this continued, he feared he might be expelled from his own body. Thus, he needed to distance himself from Uzumaki Naruto quickly. With Liu Mu's involvement, Team 8 easily passed the second round of the exams. Upon arriving at the venue for the third round, Liu Mu was astonished to find everyone in the hall clutching their behinds, as if suffering from a cataclysmic blow. The proctors, although not visibly affected, clearly struggled to maintain composure in their gait. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Hayashi, who had not previously appeared in the storyline, was now seated in the stands, seemingly anxiously awaiting something. When Hyuga Hayashi's gaze swept past Liu Mu, he did not pause, but continued to fixate on the entrance of the venue. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He knew Hyuga Hayashi had little regard for Hinata, but this was rather excessive. Just then, Hyuga Niji entered the arena. Hyuga Hayashi immediately stood up, his face alight with excitement, signaling to a nearby ninja to escort Hyuga Niji over. Liu Mu paid little mind to this unfolding drama. After all, he was not truly Hyuga Hinata, and he had no desire to become embroiled in the Hyuga clan's affairs. His primary concern lay with the injuries sustained by everyone. Now that he inhabited Hinata's body, the only one he could inquire with was Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, did you hear Hinata's question just now? Yuhi Kurenai flushed crimson. No, don't speak nonsense. Upon seeing Liu Mu's piercing gaze, she sighed helplessly. Indeed, it caught me off guard, like a drill piercing through. After a moment of thought, she lowered her gaze. Hinata, did you also fall victim? Damn it. Let me see your wound. How will you marry anyone like this? Wait, I meant to ask Kurenai-sensei. Do you know what is happening? Liu Mu hastily interjected, his tone urgent. Yuhi Kurenai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. From my observations, it appears that everyone in this forest has been affected. We will need to assess how many outside the village are also afflicted. The fact that so many people were targeted simultaneously indicates a well-organized and premeditated action, clearly aimed at sabotaging this Chunin exam. Yuhi Kurenai's voice hardened as she seethed. Her boyfriend, Asuma Sarutobi, had never engaged in such antics. To be outdone by a petty individual was infuriating. If she caught that person, she would ensure they met a gruesome end. Liu Mu swallowed hard, although he had not heard the latter part of her statement. Her murderous gaze conveyed the danger he faced if he revealed himself. Cautiously, Liu Mu nestled into a corner, preparing to catch his breath when a chilling voice interrupted. Liu-senpai, was that jutsu you're doing? No, absolutely not. Don't say such things. Liu Mu felt as though his heart was about to leap from his chest. Isn't it, Liu-senpai? Why are you so anxious? Orochimaru inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Liu Mu. Despite his inner desire to trust Liu Mu, the latter's demeanor was undeniably suspicious at this moment. Liu Mu's mind became increasingly chaotic. It was evident that Orochimaru was not easily deceived. You see, I temporarily occupied this body using a special ninjutsu, and it just so happened during those days, Liu Mu lamented inwardly, wishing he could slap himself for such a flimsy excuse. What a ridiculous reason to deceive Orochimaru. Liu Mu cautiously raised his gaze and caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's expression of sudden realization. To be honest, this body I possess is also that of a girl. And indeed, those days were unbearably painful. However, Liu-senpai needn't worry. I have a little trick that works wonders. No need. I feel I am almost better now. Liu Mu's lips twitched. It was indeed a bizarre sight for two grown men to discuss methods of alleviating feminine discomfort. Moreover, as Orochimaru began to extract small vials from his tool pouch, he appeared exceedingly professional, which put Liu Mu in a precarious situation. After all, he was merely pretending. If he were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Let's put that aside. Do you know who cast this ninjutsu? Liu Mu inquired tentatively. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of seriousness. If it wasn't Liu-senpai who performed it, then the individual responsible was quite formidable. All of my hidden sentinels have been compromised. It seems I have been discovered. It may also be that the scoundrel Danzo is warning me, questioning why I haven't killed Sasuke. But when has that rascal ever possessed such means? I believe it is imperative for you to confront him. At that moment, sweat drenched Liu Mu's back. Although he felt somewhat guilty for allowing Orochimaru to misinterpret the situation regarding Shimura Danzo, one must prioritize their own survival. Let Orochimaru confront Shimura Danzo and face the consequences. After all, he was accustomed to taking the blame. As long as he preserved himself, that was all that mattered. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the center of the venue. It was the chief examiner of this examination, Suki no Kaze. Suki no Kaze appeared frail, one hand covering his mouth as he coughed incessantly, while the other hand clutched his backside. After surveying the crowd, he confirmed everything and proclaimed loudly, "The third round of the Chunin exam begins now." Chapter 145, Battle against Hyuga Neji. The third round of the Chunin exam commenced. Liu Mu was taken aback to find that the order of the matches had not changed despite his presence. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as the narrative remained unchanged, the plan to bring Konoha to its knees would remain under his control. In that case, he could simply depart without a second thought. However, a pressing issue arose. He currently embodied Hinata Hyuga. In the original narrative, Hinata was destined to lose to Neji Hyuga. Yet if he were to lose to Neji, he would not be able to participate in the final round of the Chunin exam, thus forfeiting any potential rewards. As Liu Mu pondered this dilemma, Suki no Kaze coughed a few times and announced, "The next match will feature Hyuga Neji against Hyuga Hinata." So soon? Liu Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his turn would come so quickly. The time had flown by. Reluctantly, he jumped down and approached the examiner. "Suki no Kaze." At that moment, Suki no Kaze shuddered, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him, as if he harbored a grudge against Hinata. Yet, Hinata was merely 12 years old and a girl. How could she possibly be that man? Shaking his head, Liu Mu failed to notice Suki no Kaze's peculiar behavior. His gaze entirely captivated by Neji Hyuga. At this moment, Neji exuded an even greater air of arrogance than before. Previously, despite his haughtiness, he had maintained a semblance of respect toward the main branch's Hinata due to his own branch family status. However, at this instant, that respect had vanished, replaced by a sense of pride. "Hinata, give up. You cannot possibly win against me. It would be wiser to surrender and spare yourself the pain." Liu Mu's lips twitched. So Neji was quite the performer, even surpassing Uchiha Sasuke in his pretentiousness. Were it not for being ensnared by Naruto's strongest Jinjutsu, he might have outshone Sasuke in the art of arrogance. Initially, Liu Mu had contemplated intentionally losing, but now he had entirely dismissed that notion. "No matter how confident you are, if you want me to surrender, you must first defeat me." Neji was momentarily taken aback. The usually timid Hinata had dared to resist. In the past, she would not have uttered a word. What you rely on most is your main family status, isn't it? I can assure you that once the Chunin exam concludes, the caged bird will be liberated, and I shall also become part of the main family. Liu Mu was astonished. Neji had never managed to break free from the caged bird's seal, even unto death. How could it be that the seal would be lifted upon the conclusion of the Chunin exam? However, that was not Liu Mu's concern at the moment. Since Neji relished in his arrogance, he would take great pleasure in delivering a resounding slap to his face. "Are you ready? If so, let us begin," Suki no Kaze inquired. Upon receiving no objections, he promptly declared, "Then let the exam commence." With the command given, Neji instantly assumed a combat stance. Chakra began to emanate from his pores, ready to become lethal blades should anyone dare to approach. Once prepared, he sprang forth with the force of a slingshot, hurtling towards Liu Mu like a dart. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Liu Mu unprepared. Hinata's father, Hayashi, observed this scene and shook his head in disappointment. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that the earlier aura had emanated from Hinata, but now, as she moved sluggishly, the enemy was closing in, and she had yet to execute even the most fundamental of initial moves. This was hardly representative of a member of the Hyuga clan. How could she be the source of that aura? Although it was somewhat premature, it was time to find a suitable match for Hinata. At this juncture, the only one truly concerned for Hinata was Yuhi Kurenai. Hayashi contemplated which noble family to marry Hinata into to strengthen the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Orochimaru held unwavering faith in Liu Mu. As long as Liu Mu was willing, even the third Hokage would undoubtedly fall in the competition. Therefore, there was no need for concern. In contrast, Hinata's teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, clenched her fists anxiously as she watched Hinata. "Hinata, you must prove yourself to your father. This is the perfect opportunity." In an instant, Neji closed the gap between himself and Liu Mu. his palm descending rapidly upon Liu Mu with such speed that it appeared as though multiple arms were attacking simultaneously. Liu Mu evaded continuously, daring not to defend himself. In the original narrative, Hinata had launched a fierce assault, and although it seemed she held the advantage, Niji had already sealed Hinata's chakra pathways during his defense. Hence, physical contact with Niji was utterly forbidden. Niji furrowed his brow, regarding Liu Mu with confusion. Typically, when two members of the Hyuga clan engaged in battle, they would counter each other's moves in a conventional manner. Yet, Hinata had not managed a single defense and simply continued to flee. This left Niji feeling increasingly anxious. Hayashi's willingness to lift the caged bird seal was primarily motivated by his disappointment in Hinata, and it was a recognition of his own strength. But if he couldn't even quickly defeat Hinata Hyuga, and Hayashi Hyuga felt that Hinata still had a chance to grow, then it would be too late. Niji Hyuga took a deep breath. The ninjutsu he had originally planned to use in the finals had to be used now. Niji Hyuga quickly took a step back. Then he lowered his starting stance, becoming as dangerous as a wild beast. The starting stance of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He knew this move at such a young age. That aura was indeed emanating from Niji. Hayashi Hyuga became excited. Whoever appeared safely. The rise of the Hyuga clan was not far off. Give Niji Hyuga a little time. The entire Hyuga clan would reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. For this, he would even sacrifice himself. Prepare yourself. Surround the entire competition venue. No one can enter, not even the Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga's face turned serious after speaking. However, all of this is necessary. We must give Hyuga Niji the highest level of protection. We're not afraid of spies from other villages, but we are afraid of traitors from our own. Once Hinata is finished, with your current strength, you can't possibly dodge the 8 trigrams 64 palms attack. Oh, by the way, with your current strength, you probably don't even know what the 8 trigrams 64 palms is, right? Is that so? But do you know that the Hyuga clan has a palm technique that descends from the sky? Chapter 146 Desperate Hyuga Niji was stunned for a moment. His mind raced, trying to recall which move it was. Even though Hyuga Niji had learned all the Hyuga clan's secret techniques, he still couldn't find that particular move. However, he quickly realized. He was in battle. How could he be distracted? While Liu Mu used this time to create distance and escape the attack range of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hyuga Niji was instantly enraged. He never expected Hyuga Hinata to use such a technique. I can't believe I was fooled. If you had attacked me earlier, you might have won, but it's too late now. You missed your only chance. Is that so? Then try this. Liu Mu chuckled wickedly, then unleashed a palm strike towards Hyuga Niji. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hyuga Niji smiled dismissively. The 8 trigrams empty palm is a rare range technique of the Hyuga clan. It's designed to deliver a fatal blow without warning. But for someone with his Byakugan, he could clearly see the chakra flow of the 8 trigrams empty palm and easily dodge it. However, Liu Mu's palm strike received absolutely no reaction. A clear sign of failure. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but shake his head. The 8 trigrams empty palm is one of the more difficult techniques in Gentle Fist, requiring the chakra to be gathered in the hand and released in one go. It demands extremely high chakra control. It's normal for a genin to not be able to execute a ninjutsu. But using a ninjutsu you haven't mastered in a match is absolutely irrational. It seems Hinata really isn't suited to be a ninja, Hayashi Hyuga said coldly. Anyway, the Hyuga clan already has a genius like Niji Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga doesn't need to keep trying. Kurenai Yuhi watched the scene unfold, gripping the iron bars tightly with both hands. Before finally slumping her head in despair, she had already witnessed Niji Hyuga's strength. Based on her understanding of Hinata Hyuga, that was her only chance. But she failed to execute the ninjutsu. There would definitely be no more opportunities like that. Hinata Hyuga was destined to lose. The entire arena shook their heads in disbelief. Some even laughed. Is this the genin of Konoha? She even failed to execute a ninjutsu? And this is from the Hyuga clan of Konoha? Konoha, one of the 5 great nations. Is this generation so weak? Hinata, just admit defeat already. Niji's a genius. It's normal for him to lose. While everyone was mocking and taunting, Gaara silently manipulated the sand, forming a shield. His eyes were filled with apprehension, because this move was all too familiar. He himself had been defeated by this very palm strike. Hinata, just admit defeat. You have no chance of winning anymore. Can't you just obediently be your Konoha princess? Did you really think a palm strike would fall from the sky? Boom. A tremendous sound drew everyone's attention. The roof of the arena was completely destroyed. And what destroyed the roof was a golden palm. The golden palm enveloped the entire arena, leaving nowhere to hide. Gecko Hate grew anxious. With this palm strike, no one present could escape. And judging by the power of this palm strike, it would definitely kill someone. But if he intervened, it would undermine the fairness of the match. It would be extremely unfair to Hinata Hyuga. Most importantly, he couldn't stop this attack himself. All the Jonin present sprang into action. They kicked away the falling rubble and blocked the incoming shockwave. But when they saw the gigantic hand, a bitter expression crept onto their faces. Who could withstand that blow? Hayashi Hyuga stood frozen in place. This strike wasn't even recorded in ancient texts, but its power completely surpassed all techniques of gentle fist. If someone from the Hyuga clan had been able to unleash this strike during the Ninetales rampage, the Ninetales would likely have been defeated. Then the Hyuga clan would have become a clan of heroes. But it's not too late for them to appear now. This single strike alone could definitely allow the Hyuga clan to rise again. The ninja from the other villages stared in horror at the gigantic hand, their hearts filled with turbulent waves of fear. Even a random genin could unleash such a technique. Then how powerful must a Konoha Jonin be? What he needed to do now was to relay the information back to his village. He had to make sure the village's Kage knew. Konoha was absolutely not to be trifled with. Hyuga Niji stared blankly at the palm in the air. This move was completely beyond his comprehension. Gentle Fist was actually this powerful. And when did Hyuga Hinata become so powerful? He hadn't noticed at all. At this moment, Hyuga Niji couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just now, he had said that was Hyuga Hinata's last chance, but now it seemed that last chance was his. Because of this palm strike, he had absolutely no chance to block it. But at that moment, Hyuga Niji's eyes burned with fervor. Before the match, Hyuga Hayashi had said, if he performed well, he could be released from the caged bird technique and join the main family. Then he would be the next head of the Hyuga clan. This would give him the power to change the division between the main and branch families. But he hadn't expected this at all. He was going to lose the very first match, and he was going to lose to Hinata Hyuga. His plans to join the main clan were probably ruined. Thinking this, Hyuga Niji felt an intense fighting spirit surge within him. Let's see if my absolute defense is stronger, or if your palm strike is stronger, Hyuga Niji said, then began to spin in place. A sphere of light blue chakra formed, enveloping Hyuga Niji within it. This was the Hyuga clan's secret technique. Absolute defense rotation. Bang! Finally, the enormous palm struck the ground. It collided with rotation. The two energies collided and exploded instantly. A thick cloud of dust billowed across the entire arena. Is this still a battle between genin? Gecko Hate stared at the scene in disbelief. Are this year's genin this strong? A casual move destroyed the arena. As the moonlight and the swift wind began to cast doubt, it became apparent that the conflict unfolding was not merely a skirmish between lower-ranked ninjas, but rather a contest among the elite. Only those of considerable prowess could manipulate the terrain. Has the world of ninjas devolved into such relentless competition? As the mist lifted, two silhouettes emerged, standing exceedingly close, almost pressed against one another. One of them assumed the initial stance of the Bagua 64 palms. Hinata, thank you for restraining your power at the last moment, but alas, your kindness will cost you this match, exclaimed the figure, invoking the technique. In Chapter 147, Tai Chi, the moonlight and swift wind furrowed his brow as he observed Hyuga Niji. Had it not been for Hinata's mercy, Niji would have had no strength left to continue, even with his ability to reverse the flow of chakra. In fact, no one in the vicinity would have been spared. Yet, Hinata's innate kindness led her to forego her strike, allowing Niji to seize the opportunity. Although Niji's actions were ignoble, the moonlight and swift wind felt powerless to intervene. In the heat of battle, pausing for the sake of compassion would not compel the enemy to reciprocate, potentially endangering oneself or the entire team, even jeopardizing the plans of Konohagakure. Thus, the consequences of such choices must be borne by the individual. At least in a test, one might merely fail. On the battlefield, one could lose their life. At that moment, the Bagua 64 palms commenced. Initially, the strikes were manageable, perceivable to the naked eye. However, as the number of strikes increased, the speed escalated dramatically, culminating in a flurry of afterimages. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even an elite ninja would find it impossible to emerge unscathed from such an onslaught, let alone Hinata, a mere lower-ranked ninja. Yet, when the spectators turned to Hinata, they were left dumbfounded. She effortlessly dodged the barrage of Bagua 64 palms, her expression devoid of urgency, as if engaging in the mundane act of eating or drinking. When the final strike concluded, Niji was left panting heavily, while Hinata appeared unfazed, even wearing a faint smile. How could this be? How could you evade all of that? Niji questioned, grappling with disbelief. As a member of the branch family, he had always been Hinata's sparring partner and was acutely aware of her abilities. He knew that even the most basic gentle fist techniques would be difficult for her to dodge. Yet today, it seemed she had transformed entirely. Her elegance matched by an extraordinary leap in strength. No, you are not Hinata. You must be a transformation technique of an elder from the clan, Niji exclaimed anxiously, repeatedly scanning her with his Byakugan, yet finding no flaw. Yield, you are not my opponent, Liu Mu stated calmly. At this, Niji trembled. The words were eerily familiar, having been spoken by him just before the match began. Ironically, while he had conveyed confidence, Hinata's declaration came after his was shattered. No, I have not lost. I can still fight, Niji declared defiantly. Observing Niji's current state, Liu Mu could not help but shake his head. In that case, let me show you this technique, Liu Mu proclaimed, adopting a stance that, unlike Niji's complex bagua 64 palms, was deceptively simple, embodying the fundamentals of the gentle fist. This seemingly ordinary stance radiated an immense presence. As the position was established, chakra from the surroundings coalesced into two visible streams of energy, one black and one white, swirling behind Liu Mu. The convergence of these forces darkened the sky, causing the air to thicken, as if the world had come to a standstill. At that moment, the energies merged, representing two extremes, black symbolizing death and white embodying life. They repelled and attracted each other, maintaining a delicate balance. Suddenly, Hyuga Hisashi stood up, eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before him. It cannot be. This is precisely what is documented in the ancient texts. This is the true essence of the gentle fist. Hisashi gripped the iron railing tightly, trembling involuntarily. This moment signified the resurgence of the Hyuga clan. Yet it was unexpected that the one to grasp the gentle fist was the seemingly talentless Hinata. Thank goodness I came to the exam. Missing this would have haunted me for life. My daughter truly is remarkable, Hisashi thought, tears welling in his eyes. Might Guy regarded the scene with gravity. He had once believed that the 8 gates were the pinnacle of physical techniques. Yet witnessing this, his conviction wavered. The harmony of yin and yang embodied transcendent principles. The power encapsulated within that essence of life and death far surpassed that of the 8 gates. While unleashing all 8 gates could potentially match it, the practitioner would inevitably face death. However, Hinata's technique, due to the balance of yin and yang, transformed the peak of death into a resurgence of life, an unending cycle of replenishment. This technique might even revolutionize the 8 gates. Niji stared blankly at the Taiji diagram of yin and yang merging, his mind going blank. Is it possible to wield the gentle fist in such a manner? This has transcended the gentle fist to an entirely new realm. Yet, Niji knew he must fight to enter the main family. Come, dear sister. Let me witness your true strength, Niji declared, once again assuming a stance that was even lower than that of the bagua 64 palms. Bagua 128 palms. The speed of this technique was double that of the 64 palms. Any ninja caught in this assault would have no hope of escape without special means. Yet, before Hinata, the 128 palms appeared feeble, akin to a child's play. Fight! Niji gritted his teeth, charging at Liu Mu with renewed vigor. The 128 palms, faster than before, surged towards Liu Mu, who, in contrast, moved with deliberate slowness, reminiscent of slow motion. Nevertheless, despite this apparent lethargy, he effortlessly blocked every strike. Niji felt as though his attacks were landing on a sponge, devoid of any impact. More critically, an irresistible force seemed to draw him closer to Liu Mu. In that instant, Niji's pupils contracted sharply as sweat soaked his clothing. He realized that each of his strikes was wholly under Liu Mu's control, every trajectory and force predetermined. As if scripted, what was even more alarming was that he found himself unable to halt his assault. As I was continuously drawn towards Liu Mu's trajectory of punches, I realized that if I did not respond with greater speed, I would inevitably be engulfed in an instant. However, my body had reached its limits. At that moment, Hinata Niji's speed of attack diminished. In the next heartbeat, Liu Mu's fist was upon me, moving with an apparent slowness, seemingly devoid of power. Yet, the instant his fist made contact with my body, I felt a surge of energy coursing through my veins. While the vital points within me were being sealed one after another. In mere seconds, All the crucial chakra points in Hinata Niji's body were sealed. At this juncture, I could neither utilize chakra nor lift a finger, and my body involuntarily collapsed. Congratulations to Hinata for the victory, Moonlight Gale proclaimed loudly. Silence enveloped the arena, devoid of celebratory cheers, as the atmosphere felt eerily still. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Hinata, none possessing the confidence to believe they could escape unscathed from such a barrage. Yet, Hinata was merely a genin. How terrifying would she become if given the time to grow? This heralded the rise of the Hinata clan. However, not everyone welcomed this ascent. Within the village, the Hinata clan's elevation would undoubtedly enhance their status to unprecedented heights, perhaps even eclipsing that of the Hokage. At that moment, those who had previously conspired to suppress the Hinata clan at the Hokage's behest would face retribution like never before. For the sake of their own clan's interests, they would not allow the Hinata clan to shine anew. Outside the village, the Hinata clan's rise signified the ascendance of the Land of Fire. Once they attained sufficient strength, Konoha would undoubtedly seek to expand outward for resources, potentially igniting wars. With such formidable forces, who could withstand them? The only ones reveling in this moment were the members of the Hinata clan. Yes, that is my daughter. Hinata Hayashi, disregarding his role as the clan leader, stepped into the arena and embraced Hinata. His excitement surpassed even that of becoming Hokage. However, within Hinata's body, Liu Mu felt an inexplicable urge to resist as he was embraced by the large man. Desperately, he wished to push him away. Suddenly, Liu Mu felt a tremor coursing through his body, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Hinata Hayashi. Hinata? Liu Mu's heart skipped a beat. The heart transfer technique allowed for one soul to be infused into another's body, while the original soul would fall into slumber. Upon encountering stimuli that provoked the original body, the dormant soul would awaken, leading to a struggle for control. Just as before, when he was scolded by Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata's body had exhibited a reaction of rejection. Now that her body had moved on its own, it signified that Hinata had awakened. For her, gaining the approval of Hinata Hayashi had become her utmost desire, and she had now achieved it. The best course of action was to vacate Hinata's body. Worst case, he could target another during the final examination. Liu Mu promptly released the heart transfer technique, returning to his own corporeal form and slowly opening his eyes. Before him lay an unfamiliar ceiling, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, seemingly a man muffled and pleading for help, alongside two women engaged in a heated debate. I am betrothed to Liu Mu. You are merely a servant, so according to our hierarchy, you must address me as madam. Why should you be the first? Oh please, what characteristics do you possess aside from your long legs? Besides, your engagement is merely political. Perhaps the master will never even touch you. My duty is to serve the master well. You speak nonsense. I will fight you. Although Bai's mouth was blocked, her eyes remained observant. The girl who initiated the altercation claimed it was self-defense. With a flurry of paper, the room quieted somewhat, yet the muffled cries increased. The next moment, a lively sound approached, accompanied by a cheerful tune. The door swung open with a creak, revealing Xiao Nan, her face radiant as she entered. Master, your technique has been lifted. How did the task proceed? She asked politely, albeit awkwardly. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Whether the task was completed was one matter. Had he not returned, Xiao Nan would likely have accomplished her mission. Let us discuss this outside. Wait, the area is not yet cleaned up. Master, please hold on. Xiao Nan hastily replied before shutting the door and dashing out. Moments later, the voice of Akatsuki echoed through. You painted up, old hag. Why did you let me go? Shoo. If you're too afraid, then I will. Akatsuki said, flinging the door open, locking eyes with Liu Mu in the process. I left something in the room. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly and stepped outside. There, he found Bai tied up like a dumpling, her face marked with indignation, while Xiao Nan anxiously worked to untie her. Upon seeing Liu Mu, her expression turned awkwardly cheerful. Look at the new jutsu Bai learned. It can instantly bind oneself. Surprisingly, it's quite sturdy. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Who would be foolish enough to study such a technique? What purpose does such a jutsu serve? Judging by Bai's expression, she was on the verge of tears. How much humiliation had she endured? This was hardly the way to bully someone. Since this is a jutsu, why not showcase it? Xiao Nan, Liu Mu said with a mischievous smile. Surely, he would enact the heart transfer technique once more to participate in the Chunin exams. If he did not teach those two a lesson, he would be oblivious to how his own reputation would be tarnished. Xiaonan's face fell. Her head bowed as she pretended to form seals, and soon, the papers began to flutter about. The paper was entwined with fine threads. After several rotations, the threads tightened, instantly binding Xiaonan's limbs, causing her to collapse to the floor. Akatsuki beamed with delight. She had been bound by Xiaonan earlier, with her mouth stuffed with a stinky sock. Now, witnessing Xiaonan ensnared, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, she realized something was amiss. The positioning of the threads was exquisite, perfectly accentuating her figure. This was not punishment. It was clearly a display. In Chapter 149, Hinata came knocking. Akatsuki's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy, completely taken aback by Xiaonan's unexpected prowess. It was evident that the adults knew how to play the game better. Despite lacking experience in this realm, Akatsuki, being young, decided to stir up some trouble. She rushed over, drawing a kunai to sever the threads. Sister Xiaonan. Liu Senpai was just joking, please don't take it too seriously. Xiaonan shot a fierce glare at Akatsuki, her mind already cursing her. You're useless at everything but causing chaos. After all the effort I put into showcasing, you just had to interfere. Regardless of whether the master is joking or serious, I must comply, Xiaonan declared, preparing to bind herself once more. At that moment, Liu Mu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Upon witnessing Xiaonan binding herself, Liu Mu experienced an epiphany. Initially, upon arriving in the world of ninjas, Liu Mu was solely focused on survival. Once his life was secured, his aspirations shifted towards enhancing his own appearance. However, after observing Xiaonan's recent ninjutsu, he instantly comprehended the true significance of his presence in the ninja realm. In this current world, ninjas cultivate their skills primarily for combat. The essence of being a ninja is intertwined with the completion of missions through conflict. Nevertheless, ninjutsu can also profoundly transform lives. For instance, Pain's ninjutsu enables the control of rainfall, facilitating precise irrigation for crops. Doton can rejuvenate the land, while the shadow clone technique can multiply labor, creating a harmonious workforce. Integrating ninjutsu into daily life would inspire peace-loving villagers to embrace its teachings, thereby vastly enhancing the development of the Land of Rain. This is merely the most rudimentary application of ninjutsu. Those possessing Raitun can harness and store their lightning, making subsequent tasks much simpler. After all, in the ninja world, even mechanized versions of Naruto can be created. With proper guidance, the development of automobiles and aircraft is merely a matter of time. Liu Mu envisioned himself as that guiding light. However, he resolved to focus on completing his current mission first. As Liu Mu regained his senses, he noticed He-Tu and Xiaonan had ceased their battle. Staring at him in bewilderment, Liu Mu promptly offered his thoughts, expressing admiration for Xiaonan's ninjutsu, suggesting it could be effectively utilized in packaging deliveries, undoubtedly ensuring exceptional efficiency. Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, Xiaonan trembled with excitement, her face flushing, as she cast a triumphant glance at He-Tu's day. The next consideration was how to elevate her packaging skills to present herself before Liu Mu. The third round of the Chunin exams had concluded, yet there remained a considerable interval before the final match. Although the fourth round had yet to commence, the atmosphere in Konoha village had become bustling. Ninjas from various nations flocked to witness the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha. Their motives were twofold. First, to gather intelligence, as Konoha's complete openness presented a rare opportunity. Second, to sow discord. Konoha's intent in hosting these exams was to showcase its strength to the other nations of the ninja world. Should the event succeed, Konoha's prestige would ascend to new heights. Smaller nations would grow increasingly apprehensive of the Land of Fire, more eagerly submitting to Konoha, while larger nations would approach their ambitions with caution, wary of provoking the Land of Fire. To facilitate the Chunin exams, Konoha recalled all ninjas on missions, ensuring stability and demonstrating the prowess of its shinobi. However, for Liu Mu, this proved to be an arduous circumstance. Ninjas frequently passed by the entrance, while members of the Umbu continued their vigilant patrols. The tension among all Konoha ninjas was palpable, as they feared any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Under such strain, the fact that Orochimaru could still execute his plan for Konoha's downfall was unfathomable without the cooperation of Shimura Danzo. Liu Mu found himself restricted in movement, lacking any opportunity to pursue his next target. The Sand Ninja Trio was currently in their gathering place, leaving Liu Mu with no chance to engage. All ninjas advancing in Konoha were undergoing expedited training under their mentors, leaving no openings for him to act. As for Hinata Hyuga, she was being sheltered like a precious gem by Hyuga Hayashi, who was keen to protect her from any potential danger. At that moment, Xiaonan rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, a ninja from Konoha wishes to see you." Xiaonan expressed her discontent. Liu Mu furrowed his brow. After the conclusion of the third round of the Chunin exams, he had refrained from going outside for several days, even avoiding his bed, to elude discovery. He doubted that Orochimaru would recklessly seek him out. So, who else could be seeking him? I don't know, but it's a girl. It's up to you whether you want to meet her. Xiaonan stomped her foot and departed, leaving Liu Mu to chuckle wryly before shaking his head and walking out. Upon entering the living room, he encountered a figure entirely swathed in thick bandages, resembling a mummy. With even her eyes obscured, it was puzzling how she managed to navigate her surroundings. Certain characteristics indicated she was a girl, and judging by her stature, she appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. "You are looking for me?" Liu Mu inquired politely, remaining cautious as he was still uncertain of her intentions. Upon hearing his voice, the girl instantly lifted her head, seemingly scrutinizing him. "You are the ninja who controlled my body previously, aren't you?" she stated, as she removed the bandages from her head, revealing a youthful face. It was indeed Hinata Hyuga, the very person Liu Mu had manipulated for an extended period. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how Hinata had found him and recognized him as the one who had controlled her. Yet here she was, sitting before him, evidently employing some unique technique. "Knowing that I controlled you, you still dare to come here alone?" Liu Mu's tone grew cold as he scanned the surroundings with his Byakugan, noting the absence of any Umbu escorts. This indicated that Hinata had come unaccompanied. Upon hearing Liu Mu's confirmation, Hinata's face flushed crimson. She nervously fidgeted with her thumbs before asking, "When you controlled my body, did you do anything strange?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Huh." At that moment, Hinata hastily shook her head, standing up to approach Liu Mu with unwavering determination in her gaze. "Can you control my body once more?" Liu Mu was left speechless. Who would willingly desire to be controlled by another? It was crucial to understand that once one's body was taken over, reclaiming control without a significant shock was nearly impossible, especially since Hinata was a girl. If Liu Mu were to misuse that control, she would have no time to react. "State your intentions," Liu Mu said, his gaze fixed intently on her. He was acutely aware that unless there were extraordinary circumstances, no one would willingly submit to being controlled. Hinata lowered her head, weighing the pros and cons in her mind, before finally lifting her gaze to meet Liu Mu's. "Because you earned my father's approval. No matter how hard I tried before, I could never gain his recognition." As she spoke, a look of distress crossed her face. If not driven by desperation, who would willingly compromise? Though many viewed Hinata as the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, in the eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, she was merely an unremarkable failure. In her own perspective, she was just a little girl yearning for her father's love. Despite her relentless efforts, she had made no progress, slowly succumbing to a sense of despair. However, after encountering Uzumaki Naruto, witnessing his indomitable spirit and resilience, she found inspiration to persevere. Yet, after meeting Liu Mu, Hinata felt her entire worldview had shifted. Gaining her father's acknowledgement turned out to be such a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, it is not as simple as merely acknowledging. Ever since the conclusion of the third phase of the Chunin examination, Hyuga Hisashi has regarded himself as a treasured jewel. This is an experience that Hyuga Hinata has never encountered before. This glory is bestowed upon her by the man before her. "Are you not afraid I might act strangely? After all, we are not well acquainted, and you know nothing of my character," Liu Mu said with a mischievous smile. This startled Hyuga Hinata, causing her to step back 2 paces while clutching her chest protectively. "Please don't. I am still young," Hyuga Hinata pleaded pitifully. Liu Mu's lips twitched. The expression on Hyuga Hinata's face immediately extinguished his playful intentions, and the teasing words he had prepared were swallowed back. "Very well, I promise you. But I will only enter your body during the finals of the Chunin examination," Liu Mu stated earnestly. His primary purpose for visiting Konoha was to fulfill his system tasks. Beyond these tasks, he had no desire to create unnecessary complications that might disrupt Orochimaru's plans and utterly alter the course of events. Thus, controlling Hyuga Hinata during the Chunin examination was indeed the optimal choice. "No, we must begin immediately," Hyuga Hinata exclaimed anxiously, grasping Liu Mu's hands with pleading eyes. My father wishes me to teach the gentle fist to everyone, but I have no idea how to instruct. Additionally, Niji-sensei has been persistently pursuing me, and I fear I will soon be exposed, returning my father to his former state, Hyuga Hinata said, her eyes brimming with tears, as if they might spill at any moment. Liu Mu furrowed his brow. Pretending to be Hyuga Hinata is one thing. Teaching the gentle fist to the Hyuga clan is another. It is imperative to understand that if the Akatsuki organization aims to dominate the entire ninja world, they will inevitably confront the Land of Fire. Consequently, the Hyuga clan will sooner or later become adversaries. Liu Mu would not nurture enemies for the sake of a woman. That would be the greatest betrayal to the Akatsuki organization. The most crucial point is that he himself did not know how to teach. Why should I teach? Give me a reason. Hyuga Hinata was taken aback by Liu Mu's serious expression. She had previously thought that a simple plea would suffice for him to instruct her. It was only now she realized that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Why would Liu Mu teach the gentle fist to the entire Hyuga clan? In an instant, Hyuga Hinata found herself at a loss. She wanted to beg, but feared Liu Mu's outright rejection. So what must you do to be willing to teach me? Liu Mu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Hyuga Hinata to counter with a question. However, he had already formulated his response in his heart. I will only teach my own people. If the Hyuga clan is willing to heed my commands and ally with me, I would not mind enhancing the strength of my subordinates. Hyuga Hinata hesitated once more. Liu Mu's intent was crystal clear, to learn the gentle fist. The Hyuga clan must betray Konoha. The entire Hyuga clan would then be branded as rogue ninjas, facing relentless pursuit. This was a decision Hyuga Hinata could not make, for it concerned the life and death of her entire clan. While she could not dictate the fate of the Hyuga clan, her own life was entirely within her control. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination shone in Hyuga Hinata's eyes. Does that mean if I ally with you, you will teach me the gentle fist? Yes, indeed. After all, if you ally with me, you become one of my own. Very well, I am willing to betray Konoha and ally with you, and in return, you must teach me the gentle fist. Liu Mu was taken aback. He had always perceived Hyuga Hinata as somewhat naive. Yet now, it seemed she was the most astute of them all. He would betray Konoha, learn the gentle fist, and then teach it to the Hyuga clan, sacrificing himself for the betterment of the entire clan. This was indeed a clever calculation. However, Hyuga Hinata had completely overlooked the fact that Liu Mu had no intention of teaching her. His understanding of the gentle fist was even less than hers. Yet Liu Mu was not one to speak empty promises. Once he made a statement, he would not go back on it. Whether she could learn or not was not his concern. Are you certain? I will make you do many things you may not wish to do. I am certain. Hyuga Hinata replied earnestly, her eyes devoid of any hesitation. Excellent. Then let us sign this contract. Liu Mu declared, producing a scroll, a specific contract drafting scroll. Without hesitation, Hyuga Hinata bit her finger and inscribed her name upon the scroll. Very well, your first task is to become the head of the Hyuga clan. Liu Mu smirked slightly. After all, Hyuga Hinata was merely a 12-year-old child. No matter how clever she was, she could not compare to him. Once Hyuga Hinata became the head of the Hyuga clan, the clan would inevitably serve the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga Hinata was momentarily stunned. Given the current level of importance that Hyuga Hizashi placed upon her, it was highly likely she could indeed become the clan's leader. At that moment, regret washed over Hyuga Hinata's face. However, the contract had already been signed. It was too late to turn back. Now that the contract is complete, prepare to face my onslaught. Chapter 151. To get rich, first build the road. During his second time inhabiting Hyuga Hinata's body, Liu Mu had become considerably more accustomed. At least he was no longer gasping for breath under the weight before him. However, the protection of his original body remained a crucial aspect. Although he could immediately feel sensations such as pain, if his body were pierced by an enemy's attack, returning would be of no avail. Furthermore, Xiao Nan and Kuratsuchi were acting rather suspiciously. Since he could not defeat the two, Liu Mu summoned the Sage of Slugs for his own safety. With her presence, he felt considerably more at ease. Once he had arranged everything, Liu Mu confidently stepped out of his home. Konoha village is truly bustling. Liu Mu marveled at the vibrant Konoha village. Although it could not compare to a modern metropolis, it was certainly a world apart from the land of rain. After all, when Senju Hashirama allocated territories, he had a touch of selfishness, distributing the most fertile lands to himself. Whether in irrigation or forestry, it thrived remarkably. With wealth, development naturally follows. Everyone, come and see. The bicycle, personally designed by Lady Yuzuki Yakaina and endorsed by the third Hokage, is officially available. With it, ordinary people can run as fast as ninjas. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. The ever-enthusiastic Lady Tenten, who typically focused solely on ninja tools, was now selling something beyond her usual fare. What is more, it was a bicycle. Though the technological advancements in the ninja world may have veered off course, they were all tailored to serve the needs of ninjas. Although manufacturing a bicycle is not overly complex, it must be considered within the context of the ninja world's environment. The Land of Fire, although affluent, has roads that are merely muddy paths beyond Konoha village. They may suffice for casual walks, but during rain, traversing them becomes exceedingly arduous. Even after the rain clears, the roads remain pockmarked. Bicycles would find little practical use. Moreover, ninjas possess exceptional physical capabilities. Even a low-ranking ninja's speed exceeds that of a bicycle. They do not even require roads. They can traverse mountains and wade through water, making their efficiency far superior to that of bicycles. Thus, in the ninja world, bicycles are utterly redundant. Upon finishing his viewing of the Hokage, Liu Mu found no trace of a single bicycle. Yet now, they had suddenly appeared, endorsed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Liu Mu felt as though he were witnessing a false Hokage. Driven by curiosity, he could not resist pushing his way in. Upon seeing the bicycle, Liu Mu was immediately taken aback. Generally speaking, the first bicycles manufactured are often characterized by their exaggerated designs. Through continuous refinement, they eventually catch up to the standards of the Blue Planet. However, the bicycles before Liu Mu, including the quintessential bicycle, the Child-S bicycle with training wheels, and even mountain bikes, made him almost believe that he had returned to the Blue Planet. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liu Mu approached the mountain bike and began inspecting it closely. It boasted gears, brakes, and suspension, all present. As he gently pressed the pedal, the familiar sound of gears turning resonated immediately. This was undeniably a bicycle from the Blue Planet. Liu Mu could not resist mounting it. With a light push of his foot, the bicycle started moving, drawing the intrigued gazes of everyone around. "Hyuga Hinata? A connoisseur," exclaimed one. "I struggled for hours to figure it out, yet you instantly grasp how to ride it." With a beaming smile, Tian approached him. After all, the bicycle was a novel invention. Under the esteemed name of the third Hokage, everyone gathered around to witness the spectacle. However, it was merely a moment of excitement. Now that Hinata had demonstrated its usage, curiosity began to morph into a desire to purchase. A gentle push could significantly increase speed. Ordinary individuals, always in need of transportation, could not resist the allure of the bicycle. Moreover, its aesthetic appeal was quite high. Who wouldn't want to ride a stylish bicycle to the market? "Is this developed by Ninjutsu Shien?" Liu Mu inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Of course. ISNT it written right there. Besides, Sister Shien is a renowned inventor in our Konoha village." Tian replied, pulling Liu Mu's hand and leading him into the shop. Upon entering, he was astounded by the array of items on display: pencils, erasers, glassware, and Blue Planet knots, among others. Many of these could indeed be achieved through research. However, the traditional Blue Planet knots could not simply be invented through study. Liu Mu's heart raced. Could it be that Ninjutsu Shien was also a traveler from another world? If so, his advantages as a traveler might be rendered obsolete. Perhaps Ninjutsu Shien even possessed a system, potentially more formidable than his own. Clearly, caution was paramount. "How about these items? Surely you've never seen anything like this," Tian said proudly, as if she were the inventor of these marvels. Rather than astonishment, Liu Mu felt a surge of anxiety. "It's more of a shock than a surprise," he replied with a wry smile. With that, Tian grew even more self-satisfied. "Compared to Sister Shien's inventions, I feel the talents of the Hokage truly shine." The motto to become prosperous, first build roads, was his idea. And the villages of the Fire Country are already undertaking road construction, Tian said, casting a cautious glance at the people around them. She then leaned closer to Liu Mu and whispered, "I'll let you in on a secret. Sister Shien is researching electric bicycles, which will be even faster." Liu Mu's heart sank. His identity as a traveler was now indisputable. "All right, let us take our time examining these items. Hinata, wait here for a moment. Someone wishes to see you." "See me? Who?" Liu Mu had barely finished speaking when he noticed dust rising in the distance. At the forefront was a flash of green. In a mere 10 seconds, the figure approached Liu Mu. With hands on his knees, he was panting heavily. You finally showed up. I was worried sick these past few days. That scoundrel Hisashi has been keeping you cooped up at home. Doesn't he know that youth is meant to be burned brightly? Liu Mu wiped the sweat from his brow. While he preferred to lie low, rather than burn with youthful exuberance, he mused that if only the ninja world had mobile phones, he could lie in bed for a lifetime. Might Guy, why are you so eager to find me? Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Might Guy perked up, raising a thumb with his signature smile. What else? Of course. To help you burn your youth. Speak plainly, or I'm leaving, Liu Mu said disdainfully. For a moment, Might Guy appeared embarrassed, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Unsure of how to proceed. Actually, I want you to teach me that gentle fist technique. Chapter 152, Battle with Might Guy. Liu Mu furrowed his brow. Might Guy had his own martial arts system and had mastered the 8 gates, earning recognition from Uchiha Madara himself. There was no need for him to learn gentle fist. After all, Might Guy's fighting style emphasized brute force and physical prowess, while gentle fist focused on using minimal force to inflict maximum damage, emphasizing technique. If Might Guy were to learn it, it would feel like picking up sesame seeds while dropping watermelons. I'm sorry, but I must decline, Liu Mu said, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned, Might Guy reappeared before him. I know gentle fist is a secret art of the Hyuga clan and not meant for sharing. But all I ask is for you to demonstrate it once in front of me, Might Guy pleaded. Still not happening. Regardless of his intentions, Liu Mu was resolute in not teaching his ninjutsu to a potential adversary. He turned to leave once more, but as he took a step, Might Guy again blocked his path, this time with a look of determination in his eyes. If you refuse to demonstrate, then I'm afraid I must apologize. With that, Might Guy charged at Liu Mu. Liu Mu was taken aback, completely unprepared for Might Guy's sudden aggression. In that moment of surprise, Might Guy closed the distance. His fists, the size of sandbags, barreled straight for Liu Mu's face. Liu Mu hurriedly dodged. Although he possessed the reflexes and combat experience of a jonin, he was currently in the body of Hyuga Hinata, unable to unleash his full jonin strength. As a result, he found himself at a disadvantage in their initial encounter. Might Guy's superior physical condition overwhelmed Liu Mu, leaving him gasping for breath. However, Might Guy's attacks were not unrelenting. Every 2 or 3 strikes, he would leave an opening for Liu Mu to counterattack, as if inviting him to strike, saying, "Come on, hit here, I'm easy to defeat." Might Guy's eyes were fixed on Liu Mu, refusing to overlook any of his attacks. Quickly use your gentle fist, that black and white set of techniques. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had never encountered a ninja who would instruct his opponent during battle. While the damage was minimal, the humiliation was immense. Liu Mu scoffed. Since Might Guy wanted to see his gentle fist, he would definitely refrain from using it. Instead, he decided to employ another set of techniques, a newly learned martial art. Liu Mu assumed a stance. Might Guy's heart soared with excitement at the sight. The long-awaited gentle fist was finally about to be revealed. But in the very next moment, Might Guy furrowed his brow. This move was far too familiar. It was none other than the initial stance of Hyuga Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms. While formidable in close quarters, his opponent was Might Guy, a lifelong practitioner of physical combat. Thus, the instant Liu Mu raised his hand, Might Guy had already devised an evasion strategy. However, just as Might Guy prepared to retreat, he suddenly felt something tugging at his foot. Looking down, he was astonished to see 2 transparent hands emerging from the ground, gripping his feet firmly. Beneath him, a colossal 8 trigrams array appeared, divided into countless squares, each inscribed with corresponding characters. Might Guy shook his head and swiftly kicked away the transparent arm, charging towards Liu Mu. However, upon stepping into the next square, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped him, prompting his body to instinctively evade to the side. To his astonishment, a stone spike erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Had he not dodged, he would have undoubtedly been impaled by the sharp protrusion. Yet, in his attempt to evade, he inadvertently stepped into another square, only to be met by a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. Fortunately, Might Guy reacted swiftly, or he would have certainly been struck, with dire consequences to follow. But fate had other plans, as he stepped into yet another square. In an instant, flames surged from all directions, singeing his green tracksuit. Once again, in his frantic evasion, he found himself stepping into another square. Thus, each time Might Guy dodged, he unwittingly entered a new square, each presenting a different effect. He was trapped within the Bagua formation, continuously dodging. Each failure to evade left him in a state of utter disarray. In his heart, my Teikai roared in frustration. This was clearly the initiation of the Bagua Lu Zhang, yet it manifested as such a bizarre formation. This had surpassed the bounds of ninjutsu. It was absurd that he had hoped to force the opponent to teach him the gentle fist, only to find himself gasping for breath. If this continued, he might very well perish within this formation from sheer exhaustion. My Teikai understood he could not prolong this any further. He must unleash all his might. Otherwise, he would suffer tremendous humiliation today. 8 gates of Duanjia open. With a fierce roar, his chakra surged dramatically. Under the stimulation of the chakra, his cells experienced an unprecedented enhancement. In a mere half-second, the aura emanating from my Teikai multiplied several times over. Let us see if you can still employ the gentle fist. He smirked confidently. With that, he propelled himself forward as if launched from a slingshot, charging straight towards Liu Mu. All the squares along his path activated, each effect triggering in a cascade. The closer he drew to the center, the more astonishing the effects became. Due to his incredible speed, these effects could only trail behind him futilely. I've arrived, my Teikai triumphantly declared, delivering a powerful kick towards Liu Mu. He exerted every ounce of strength into this kick, for he had fully acknowledged Hinata Hyuga, no longer viewing her as merely a lowly genin, but as a ninja of comparable strength. Thus, he had no choice but to go all out. Liu Mu was taken aback by my Teikai's speed. Had it not been for the keen insight of his Byakugan, he might not have even seen my Teikai's figure. Although he could see him, with Hinata's speed, she would undoubtedly be unable to evade the kick. If struck, Hinata would likely suffer a fatal blow. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to employ the Kaiten. Liu Mu swiftly spun in place, unleashing a torrent of chakra that coalesced into a water-blue sphere. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the sphere turned pitch black. The repulsive force that should have been there transformed into an attractive force, pulling in even the sunlight, plunging the surrounding area into utter darkness. It was as if a ferocious beast was voraciously consuming everything around it. Upon witnessing this, my Teikai's pupils constricted sharply. The black void exuded an infinite terror. He had no desire to be drawn into it, but at this moment, he was caught in its gravitational pull, unable to escape even with all his might. What sort of ninjutsu is this? Chapter 153, Teaching my Teikai. My Teikai struggled desperately, but regardless of how he fought, his body was involuntarily drawn toward the black hole. He could only watch helplessly as he was consumed. Just then, a renewed fighting spirit ignited within him, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Very well, you have successfully conquered me. You shall become my greatest challenge, second only to Kakashi. But this time, I shall not be defeated. My Teikai laughed heartily, and his chakra surged once more. Previously, he had only opened the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. At this moment, the 4th gate swung open. Following that, the 5th gate opened. As he ascended through the gates, my Teikai experienced a qualitative transformation in his physical prowess, even the color of his chakra subtly shifting. He gained immense power. Instead of retreating, he gazed eagerly at the black hole. Youth is meant to burn brightly. With a resonant laugh, my Teikai shot straight toward the black hole. Liu Mu's pupils dilated in shock. My Teikai, having opened 5 gates, had become an unfathomably powerful force. No one without the physique of a dance king in the ninja world could withstand that kick, even with the Kaiten. Just then, the black hole ceased its rotation, and a beam of light emerged at its center. My Teikai's gaze began to blur. In the next moment, he found himself standing atop a mountain peak, beside an even taller mountain. At the summit of this mountain, a young woman clad in a robe was tirelessly practicing her punches. Though her speed was slow, each punch seemed to embody profound truths of the universe. It appeared so harmonious and soothing, as if she were one with the surrounding mountains and forests. In that instant, the woman was the mountain, and the mountain was the woman. She practiced her forms for an entire hour, while my Teikai watched from below, entirely captivated. After she finished, he fell into deep contemplation. When compared, the difference was glaring. His own style was forceful and destructive, often capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single strike. Yet, the force exerted was reciprocal. While inflicting harm on his opponent, he also left himself vulnerable. In contrast, the young woman's technique was natural and fluid, utilizing the opponent's strength to minimize self-harm. Moreover, as he observed her, Kai felt an endless vitality emanating from her. He trembled with excitement. This was precisely what he sought. The more gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia he opened, the greater the burden and damage he sustained. Upon reaching the 8th gate, he would have no hope of survival. Yet, with this vitality to nourish him, even opening the 8th gate could grant him a chance to live. When truly on the brink of death, this vitality would serve as a spark, a flame for survival. At that moment, the woman leaped down, and Kai finally beheld her face. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga, though she was a genin at that moment. Kai dared not hold any contempt. He comprehended why Hinata Hizashi placed such importance on her. "Thank you, teacher Hinata, for your guidance." Kai bowed his head in gratitude. Bestowing such an invaluable technique upon him, he felt she truly deserved the title of teacher. He was even tempted to kneel and prostrate himself before her in complete reverence. "Go back to where you were before. When you truly comprehend, you will be able to leave this place," Hinata Hyuga said with an air of tranquility, as if she were a sage who had grown weary of the mundane world. Receiving her instructions, Kai asked no further questions and directly leaped to the summit. Following the memory he had retained, he began to punch, one after the other. Days turned into years. Decades passed. The once youthful boy was now silver-haired and aged. Yet, throughout all those years, Kai practiced ceaselessly atop the peak, day and night. However, strangely, he had never experienced hunger or fatigue, dedicating all his time to the art of combat. It seemed that the entirety of Kai's existence was solely for the purpose of fighting. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body as a fierce pain erupted in his heart, as if it were being seized by an unseen hand. The decades of relentless training came to a halt in that instant. At that moment, Kai plummeted from the peak, crashing heavily to the ground. Was this the end? He completely closed his eyes. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his once exhausted chakra surged back to life, akin to the rebirth of nature in spring, growing ever more potent. With his eyes now opened once more, Kai found his body restored to its original state. What is life without the experience of death? Do you remember the techniques I taught you? The figure of Ring Huayan reappeared before him. Kai appeared perplexed upon hearing this inquiry. After decades of training, how could he possibly forget? However, just as he was about to respond, the familiar techniques eluded his memory entirely. He began to throw punches in an attempt to recall the forms, but no matter how he struck, the techniques remained inaccessible to his mind. "I cannot remember," Kai lamented in frustration. A glimmer of appreciation flickered on Ring Huayan's serious face. "Excellent. You have finally attained enlightenment. It is time for you to return." Kai looked at her in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of her words. Having forgotten everything, he felt as though the years of solitary practice had been in vain. Just then, a shiver ran through him. Fixed patterns and techniques, no matter how intricately designed, would always harbor flaws. Only by forgetting all of this could one truly master the art of combat. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings," Kai proclaimed, then bowed deeply. And as he completed his gesture, the scene before him shifted dramatically, transporting him from the familiar peak back to Konoha village. Liu Mu watched Kai with trepidation. Utilizing his Sharingan to cast an illusion, he could control its content after rigorous training. Without the Sharingan, he remained entirely ignorant of what Kai had experienced and what the special effects entailed. All he could do was await Kai's response in silence. At that moment, Kai approached Liu Mu. A surge of anxiety rose in Liu Mu's throat, wishing he could simply abandon Ring Huayan and return to his original form. However, he sensed an alteration in Kai's presence. Previously, he had exuded an aura akin to a wild beast, fierce and unrestrained. Now, he resembled a tranquil lake, its surface calm despite the turbulent currents beneath. Kai arrived before Liu Mu, who prepared to make a move, only to be taken aback as Kai knelt before him. "Master, I bow to you. What is happening? Why is Kai kneeling before me?" Liu Mu's face was etched with confusion. Yet, seeing the resolve on Kai's face, he felt a sense of relief. At least he would not have to battle him. If the fight continued, though Kai would not deliver fatal blows, the risk of injury was still considerable. Just then, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, and at the forefront, a green figure rapidly approached. Before long, Luaka Li stood before them. "Sensei, let us ignite our youth together," Luaka Li exclaimed, his tone mirroring that of Kai's from before. Liu Mu nearly believed Luaka Li to be Kai's illegitimate son, although he had lost the recent battle against Wai Luo. He had at least preserved his legs and had since regained his vitality after a few days of rest. Luokali, you need to learn to be more composed at your age, Mei Tikai said slowly. Luokali paused momentarily, then thoroughly inspected Mei Tikai, confirming he was indeed the same person before exclaiming, Sensei, stop joking. While we are young, we should burn with passion. Let us run 100 laps around the village. Luokali, while exercise is beneficial, one must also understand moderation. Youth is not a capital to squander. It is precisely because you are young that you must learn to protect yourself better, Mei Tikai advised, instilling a sense of seriousness. Luokali was left dumbfounded. He quickly checked Mei Tikai once more, and upon confirming his identity, his confusion deepened. In the past, Mei Tikai would have insisted on running 200 laps or more, with his catchphrase being to ignite our youth. Yet now, Mei Tikai seemed transformed, devoid of his previous vigor, exuding a sense of stability that made Luokali question if he had mistaken his identity. Sensei, did you eat something strange today? You seem different. Luokali murmured, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for Mei Tikai's reprimand, perhaps 1,000 push-ups or 2,000 sit-ups. Mei Tikai, however, showed no signs of anger. Instead, he regarded Luokali gently. I did not consume anything unusual. Rather, I sense that I have strayed off my previous path and have now corrected my course. Enough of your jokes, Sensei. Let us run together. I've heard that the sunset pairs beautifully with running. Luokali interjected. Li, our direction is wrong. Quiet. Luokali interrupted Mei Tikai, tears unwittingly streaming down his face. I am not like others. I possess no talent for ninjutsu. I can only barely glimpse Niji's shadow through my taijutsu. To avoid being completely left behind, I must endlessly pursue and strive. Yet you claim our path is incorrect. Perhaps it may be wrong for you, but this is the only path I can tread. So, Sensei, run with me. Luokali implored, his voice tinged with desperation, hoping for Mei Tikai to revert to his former self. However, Mei Tikai shook his head, shattering Luokali's last vestige of hope. I understand, Sensei. I will run alone. With that, Luokali attempted to turn away. Suddenly, Mei Tikai blocked his path. Do not speak, do not ask questions, just watch closely. After uttering these words, Mei Tikai offered no opportunity for Luokali to respond, as his chakra surged dramatically. He had evidently activated the first gate of the 8 gates, the opening gate. Following that, the second gate, the rest gate. The third gate, the life gate. In an instant, the first 3 gates of the 8 gates were unlocked. Luokali gazed at Mei Tikai in disbelief. The principle of the 8 gates lies in the release of the body's chakra limitations, allowing it to flow freely. However, these limitations exist to protect the body. Unrestrained chakra operation far exceeds the body's threshold and can lead to collapse. As the number of open gates increases, the damage inflicted upon the user escalates exponentially. The opening of the 8th gate would utterly devastate the body, resulting in certain death. This is why Mei Tikai had prohibited Luokali from using the 8 gates. What astonished Luokali the most was that Mei Tikai could open 3 gates in an instant. This speed shattered Luokali's understanding of the world. He recalled how long it took him to break through the first gate, having trained extensively to do so. Indeed, one can always surpass expectations. Yet Luokali was still perplexed, questioning the reason behind Mei Tikai's actions. Just then, Luokali sensed an overwhelming chakra, one he recognized all too well. This was the 4th gate of the 8 gates, the wound gate. Unlike the first 3, the 4th gate significantly increased the damage to the body, even multiplying it many times over. Thus, the divide between the 3rd and 4th gates is a watershed moment. At this point, Luokali's confusion deepened further, unable to comprehend why Mei Tikai would choose to open the 4th gate. However, previously, Mei Tikai had instructed not to speak or ask questions, and thus Luokali swallowed his words. Just as the tension had settled for a few moments, Mei Tikai's chakra surged once more. The 5th gate, Dumen, opened. The 6th gate, Jingmen, opened. At this moment, Mei Tikai's skin took on an unhealthy crimson hue, his body reaching its limits. In a rush of anxiety, Luokali feared for his teacher's well-being, worried that Mei Tikai might sustain injuries that could lead to permanent disability. Kai-sensei, please stop. I will listen to you. Luokali shouted in desperation. It could be said that Mei Tikai was the only one who truly understood Luokali. Although he had changed, in Luokali's eyes, Mei Tikai was dearer than family. Witnessing his self-destructive actions stirred deep compassion within him. Yet, Mei Tikai seemed oblivious, continuing to amplify his chakra. The seventh gate, Jingmen, opened. Blue steam, a hallmark of the Jingmen, began to emanate from Maite Kai, produced by the evaporation of sweat. His body had reached a point of impending collapse. Even the slightest touch would result in excruciating pain. Luokali had heard tales of the seventh gate, but had never seen it opened so closely. The mesmerizing blue steam captivated him. Yet, fear engulfed him again. Terrified of Maite Kai opening the eighth gate, fearing that his most revered teacher might perish before his very eyes. Kai-sensei, I beg you, do not proceed. I will follow your lead. Let us change our path together. Please, just do not open any more gates. Luokali implored, desperately hoping to halt Maite Kai. Meanwhile, Maite Kai's expression bore no sign of distress, maintaining his calm demeanor as if the seventh gate were of no consequence. Little Li, behold. This is the final gate of the 8 gates of death. The 8th gate, Simon. The final gate of the 8 gates of death, Simon. The chakra was so immense that it turned the user's body into a colossal furnace. As the temperature escalated, sweat began to evaporate, transforming into green steam. Once the sweat was depleted, blood would commence evaporation, resulting in crimson steam. The user's demise following the activation of the 8 gates was due to this furnace, which would desiccate the blood and char the body. Regardless of one's external strength, the interior remains vulnerable. The evaporation commenced at the 7th gate, while the 8th gate was irretrievable. Thus, although Maite Kai appeared spirited, his insides were already riddled with holes. Who could possess such terrifying chakra? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Such formidable chakra rivaled that of the Sage of 6 Paths. While it may not surpass that of his father, Liu Mu, this power was sufficient to annihilate the entire Konoha village. Mother, quickly take refuge. Whoever it is, I shall not allow them to harm you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his aging frame, positioned himself protectively in front of Moyue, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. Little Fei, the enemy's chakra is exceptionally potent. You stand no chance against them. I do not wish to bury my child, Moyue declared, sensing something amiss. In any case, let us ring the alarm. In an instant, the entire Konoha village rang with the sound of bells. The urgent and jarring tolls heightened the tension throughout the village, prompting all ninjas to brandish their tools and rush towards the overwhelming chakra. Maji's heart raced. The objective of their arrival in the Land of Fire was to obliterate Konoha. Currently, Konoha could be deemed both the strongest and the most vulnerable. Due to the Chunin exams, all ninjas were stationed within the village, rendering it in its most fortified state. Yet, due to the same exams, numerous spies and destructive ninjas had infiltrated disguised as tourists. If nothing were to transpire, they would indeed be mere visitors. However, should chaos ensue, they would undoubtedly become the final straw for Konoha's destruction. Although the Sunigakure had come to stir trouble, their anticipated ninjas had yet to fully infiltrate, incapable of undermining Konoha's foundation. Should they act recklessly, it would only ensnare them. Yet now, someone had struck. This completely undermined Sunigakure's plans. Who was targeting us? Maite Kai's crimson steam had persisted for nearly a minute, rendering him a terrifying figure. Despite having trained in the 8 gates for over a decade, the sensation of the 8th gate was unprecedented. Even if Uchiha Madara stood before him, Maite Kai would dare to kick him. Finally, Maite Kai sensed he had reached his limit. His body swayed slightly before collapsing. The red steam dissipated, and Maite Kai appeared as if he were charred wood. Seeing this, Luokali rushed forward, eager to embrace Maite Kai, yet fearful of exerting too much force and shattering his teacher's frail form. The Konoha Umbu, arriving on the scene, displayed expressions of deep sorrow upon witnessing Maite Kai lying on the ground. Just moments ago, they had observed him practicing his run, only to find him lifeless within Konoha. Particularly, the first to arrive, Hatake Kakashi, felt an emptiness within, as if a vital piece was missing. Hastily, Hatake Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, tirelessly scanning for lurking enemies. Luokali, Tiantian, Hinata Hyuga. Hatake Kakashi swept his gaze around, ultimately detecting an anomaly within a nearby building. The enemy concealed themselves there. With a commanding shout from Hatake Kakashi, no one dared to hesitate, and with gritted teeth, he charged forward. Bang! The wall of the building was kicked open, revealing a woman seated in a chair. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her eyes resembled serpentine orbs, emanating an aura of danger. Furthermore, she exuded a palpable killing intent. An intriguing fellow. How did you discover my presence? Orochimaru remarked, displeased. Just moments before, she had been slumbering, only to be awakened by an astonishing surge of chakra. Assuming her cover had been blown, she swiftly prepared for battle. However, upon realizing it was merely Maite Kai opening the 8 gates, she had just settled in when Hatake Kakashi burst through the wall. Orochimaru felt as though she was being targeted. You forced Kai to open the 8 gates. Today, I shall not let you escape. Orochimaru smirked. Had she indeed compelled Maite Kai to open the 8 gates? It was clear that Maite Kai, out of boredom, had chosen to unleash the 8 gates. While she was adept at survival, she held no such qualifications. Nevertheless, Orochimaru acted on her whims, with no intention of providing explanations. An intriguing fellow. So how do you intend to deal with me? Orochimaru scoffed. Observing that Orochimaru showed no intent to deny, Hatake Kakashi's chakra erupted, and his 3-tomo Sharingan transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. In that case, prepare to meet your demise, Hatake Kakashi declared, summoning arcs of chakra that crackled and danced upon his palm. Raikiri. In an instant, Hatake Kakashi transformed into a flash of lightning, charging directly towards Orochimaru. The next moment, he stood before her, his Raikiri piercing through her form. Yet, in the following heartbeat, Orochimaru transformed into numerous small snakes, scattering in all directions before vanishing into the crevices. Enraged, Hatake Kakashi felt fury coursing through his veins. Determined in his heart, he vowed to locate Orochimaru and exact revenge for Maite. However, the foremost task at present was to bid farewell to his dear friend. Hatake Kakashi walked back with his head lowered, gazing at the dust on the ground. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he believed that after enduring so much, he had become numb to pain. Yet, upon witnessing Maite's fallen form, memories of their countless challenges and the times Maite had playfully bugged him flooded back. Even the hardest of hearts could not withstand such grief. Tears streamed from his eyes as he lamented, "Rest assured, I will avenge you, even if it means facing one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." At that moment of profound anguish, a calm voice interrupted his despair. "Kakashi, how old are you? Can you not be a bit more composed? I'm not dead yet. Who are you planning to take revenge on? Crying over my burnt skin, is that polite? Moreover, inhaling this ash can lead to illness, you know." Chapter 156, Uchiha Obito. Who did I offend? Kakashi was taken aback, even questioning whether he had fallen victim to a Jinjutsu. As if his Sharingan had been insulted and turned against him. How could someone who had opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death possibly survive? Yet, what terrified Kakashi most was that even with his Sharingan activated, he could not discern the true identity of the person before him. Sometimes, dispelling a Jinjutsu requires no ninjutsu at all. The closest of companions can reveal the truth with just a glance. The bond he shared with Maite could be tested with just a few simple questions. What is our record of victories and defeats? Does it truly matter? What is your catchphrase? You youngsters should not be so restless. Can you show me a set of your martial arts? Having forgotten all martial arts, Maite replied, "If you truly wish to see, meet me at the park tomorrow at 5 in the morning." Hearing Maite's 3 responses, Kakashi scoffed, not a single one correct. This is not a facade. Who is pretending? At that moment, Kakashi's chakra surged uncontrollably. No matter who you are, how dare you impersonate Maite? Today, I shall awaken you. Kakashi exclaimed as he charged toward Maite. Unfazed by Kakashi's onslaught, Maite deftly evaded, occasionally using gentle pushes to intercept fatal blows. Kakashi grew anxious. No matter how cunning his angles of attack, each of Maite's defenses seemed to strike precisely at his vulnerabilities, rendering his strongest assaults ineffective. After a series of exchanges, Kakashi found himself leaning against a wall, utterly exhausted, while Maite appeared as if he had not even broken a sweat. "I told you to read fewer novels by the Toad Sage. Look at you now, propped against the wall. Regret it now?" Maite observed, shaking his head. "Huh. I could chat with you for 3 days and nights while wielding Raikiri." Kakashi retorted, seemingly touched on a sensitive point. "Calm down, I never said you couldn't wield it." Kakashi nearly spat blood in frustration, now utterly convinced that the Maite before him was a mere imposter. Even if he were not an imposter, he needed to learn to keep quiet. "Die!" Kakashi shouted, his hands glowing with Raikiri. Seeing the agitated Kakashi, Maite could not help but shake his head. "Since we cannot converse civilly, let us awaken you first. Open the 8 gates." Instantly, as Maite opened the 6th gate, his chakra surged to terrifying levels. To him, the first 6 gates were akin to ordinary ninjutsu, while the 7th and 8th gates would leave him in a weakened state for a few days. This battle with Kakashi was merely to awaken him, so the 6th gate sufficed. With blinding speed, he leapt toward Kakashi. Kakashi's heart raced. He was too fast. Even with the Sharingan, he could only glimpse a fleeting shadow. At such speed, even if he dodged the first strike, he would surely not evade the second. If struck, his life would be forfeit. Just as he was lost in thought, Meiteke's flying kick was upon him. Due to its immense velocity, Meitake erupted in flames, the air trembling around him. Kakashi's pupils dilated as his Sharingan spun rapidly, a trickle of blood seeping from his eye. In an instant, Meiteke's form twisted, and then he vanished as if he had never existed. Kakashi clutched his bleeding eye, exhaling in relief. Fortunately, his Mangekyo Sharingan possessed spatial abilities. Otherwise, he would have been unable to dodge that kick. He silently thanked Meitake, for it was because of him that he had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing him to send that imposter away. Yet, Kakashi grew curious as to where the counterfeit Meitake had been sent. Just then, the space warped once more, and Meitake emerged. Apologizing. Kakashi, what were you doing? You sent me to someone's home, and I accidentally kicked over their meal, almost causing a disaster. But the person was kind enough to give me some local specialties. As Meitake raised his hand, revealing an orange whirlpool mask stained with blood, he paused. Where's my sake? Kakashi's heart raced. He had not anticipated that Meitake would return. Just as Kakashi prepared to resume their battle, Liu Mu could no longer contain himself. Kakashi-sensei. He is indeed Meitake-sensei, just enlightened. Yes, Meitake-sensei just crawled out from that pile of ashes, Rock Lee quickly added. Tian rushed to Meiteke's side, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at his skin. Having been reborn from the ashes, Meiteke's skin was as pristine as that of a newborn, smooth and delicate. Though female ninjas could not indulge in beauty as ordinary girls might, a single ninjutsu could grant such flawless skin. No female ninja would refuse such an opportunity. Meitake-sensei, I want to learn that technique. Tian exclaimed excitedly. Rest assured, once I perfect this ninjutsu, I will teach the 8 gates to anyone who loves physical arts. Meitake declared, his face alight with aspiration. Tian shook her head vigorously. Meitake-sensei, are you interested in beauty? I mean, no offense, but can this ninjutsu be used for skin whitening? Hey, what are you thinking, Tian? Such a ninjutsu would undoubtedly strengthen Konohagakure. Indeed, even one more person opening the 8 gates would pose immense pressure on other nations. Right, when does Meitake have time to study beauty techniques? Kakashi, if you run for the position of 5th Hokage, I will wholeheartedly support you. Kakashi observed the group's newfound admiration for Meitake, his mind struggling to comprehend this change. He recalled that Meitake had been rejected from joining the Yambu due to his carefree nature. How had he suddenly become a figure of reverence, deemed worthy of the title Hokage? However, if all the ninjas in Konoha were to learn that ninjutsu, they would possess the strength to combat even the most formidable foes. Meanwhile, Liu Mu was in a panic, wondering how a mere jinjutsu could result in such an extraordinary being. In the event that the Shao organization and Konohagakure were to instigate a war, how would one contend against an adversary equipped with the 8 gates? In Chapter 157, as Liu Mu grappled with his inner turmoil, Might Guy suddenly pushed through the crowd and approached Liu Mu. He then knelt before him on one knee, his eyes filled with reverence. Thank you, Master, for imparting your wisdom. The onlookers were astonished, directing their gazes toward Liu Mu. While both teachers and masters guide others, they signify entirely different realms. A teacher imparts ninjutsu and skills. Someone who willingly shares their techniques is undoubtedly deserving of respect. A master, on the other hand, instructs in ninjutsu while also sharing their worldview, thus embodying the essence of the ninja way. Hence, the reverence for a master is profound, as the adage once a teacher, forever a father suggests. Master, I hope you will forgive my boldness. Can the upgraded version of the 8 gates be taught to the ninjas of Konohagakure? Might Guy gazed at Liu Mu with anticipation. All eyes shifted to Hinata Hyuga, as it was unexpectedly revealed that Might Guy's master was none other than her. Despite prior revelations of Hinata being a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, it was astonishing to learn that she had become a jonin at the tender age of 12. This was almost too surreal. Most importantly, the 8 gates had become so formidable only through Hinata's enhancements. What if she could improve other ninjutsu as well? Hinata-sensei, could you assist in enhancing the multiplication technique? Hinata-sensei, please help refine the shadow imitation technique. Hey everyone. The most pressing matter is securing my master's approval to teach the 8 gates to all. No. As a commanding voice rang out, the crowd turned to its source. A stooped figure, clad in the red and white cloak emblematic of the Hokage, approached with measured steps. The 8 gates are exceedingly perilous, especially the modified version, which harbors unknown dangers. If all the ninjas of Konohagakure were to learn it, the land of fire would be on the brink of annihilation. Such ninjutsu must be inscribed in the Book of Seals. Its usage and instruction are strictly prohibited. The danger posed by the 8 gates was indeed terrifying. When fully activated, they could unleash chakra rivaling that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Should Might Guy disseminate this knowledge, all who learned would be forever grateful for his teachings. A mere handful of practitioners could potentially surpass even the Uchiha clan. Consequently, my position as Hokage would become precarious, jeopardizing my family's standing. Therefore, the enhanced 8 gates must be contained. By inscribing it in the Book of Seals, I could conduct further research. This would not only empower me with formidable ninjutsu, securing my authority, but also offer a glimpse of infinite vitality through Might Guy's prowess, potentially extending my own lifespan. However, Hokage-sama, if everyone were to learn it, the strength of Konohagakure would significantly increase, rendering the Cloud Village hesitant to provoke us. Indeed, if promoted effectively, dominating the entire ninja world would be within reach. Hearing the crowd's arguments, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, for the sake of his own clan, he had no choice but to decline. This is preposterous. Once ninjutsu is disseminated, all ninjas would have the opportunity to learn it. Should anyone harbor ill intentions toward Konohagakure, they could execute a suicide attack, leading to the village's destruction. Thus, such a perilous technique must be inscribed in the Book of Seals. And Guy, should you dare to teach this ninjutsu in secret, you will incur the wrath of the entire ninja world. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction. His gaze then shifted to Hinata. He had long heard of her reputation. The martial arts she exhibited during the Chunin exams had the potential to redefine the Hyuga clan's status. It was unexpected that she could also assist in refining ninjutsu. Such talent must be preserved for his own use. If she proved unwilling, he would pass her to Shimura Danzo, who would eventually put her to good use. Hinata, I have heard of your remarkable performance during the exams. You did exceedingly well. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, his face radiating confidence. Konohagakure's strength lay in its indoctrination of the will of fire, compelling all ninjas to willingly sacrifice themselves for the village. At 12 years of age, one has just graduated from the Ninja Academy, which serves as the largest center for such indoctrination. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceedingly self-assured, as no child could resist the allure of the Hokage's persuasion. Well, what do you mean by that? Liu Mu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Sarutobi Hiruzen with caution. The latter was an old hand at the game. Although most of the blame had fallen on the previous Hokage, he could not be absolved of his share of responsibility. He possessed the capability to halt the public outcry against Hitaki Tsukumo and Uzumaki Naruto, but chose not to intervene. Liu Mu harbored suspicions that this orchestrated smear campaign might have originated from Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Now that Sarutobi stood before him, Liu Mu was far from amiable. When Sarutobi extended his hand, he received no response. Instead, noticing the wary gaze of Hinata Hyuga, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. This was the offspring of a prominent clan, who appeared less influenced by the will of fire. While other children aspired to become Hokage, those from prominent families focused on revitalizing their clan. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that he could sway Hinata. He had prepared to forcibly take her away from the outset. Hinata, I require your Byakugan's assistance in my office. Come with me at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen provided no room for choice, seizing Liu Mu's arm and attempting to drag him away. You could opt to seek assistance from our clan's elders. Their mastery of the Byakugan is undoubtedly superior to mine. There is no time. This concerns the very survival of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered, seizing a rare opportunity to take Hinata while there were no Hyuga clan members present to protect her. Today, he would ensure she left with him, although it would be ideal if she complied willingly. Must you take me by force? I am the Hokage of the village. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Moreover, what do I stand to gain from you? Hurry, time is of the essence. Every passing second claims a life. I'm sorry, but I feel inadequate. Hokage-sama, you should seek someone else. Liu Mu replied with a cold smile. If he were to accompany Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata's future would be irrevocably altered. Thus, he must resist. I have faith in your abilities. Enough talk. Let us depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, abandoning any further discussion and releasing Liu Mu's arm. He signaled to his surrounding Umbu. Quickly escort Hinata-sama to my office. Calling for help? I can do that too. Liu Mu thought to himself, then turned his gaze to Might Guy. Guy, protect my master. Anyone who dares to drag me away, send them flying. Understood. 8 gates, open. In Chapter 158, the confrontation with Shimura Danzo ensued. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced with anxiety. This was the 8 gates. If all were unleashed, one could attain power akin to the Sage of 6 Paths. A mere brush could spell disaster for his aging limbs. This was precisely why he sought to inscribe the 8 gates in the Book of Seals. Yet, despite his internal turmoil, he maintained an exterior of calm, even displaying a hint of indignation. Might Guy, have you dismissed my words? The 8 gates are now a forbidden technique. Its dissemination and usage are prohibited. Are you intent on becoming a rogue ninja? While Sarutobi Hiruzen feared Might Guy's mastery of the 8 gates, the term rogue ninja instilled dread in the hearts of all shinobi. Once branded as a traitor, one is doomed to face relentless pursuit until the moment of demise. Although family members may not be directly implicated, they will endure the cold violence of the entire village. The mere mention of a traitor's family can bring a household to its knees. Thus, the vast majority of ninjas harbor a profound fear of the term traitor. And under no circumstances will they defy the orders of their village unless absolutely necessary. However, Madogai chuckled lightly. The debt of gratitude I owe my master is as vast as the ocean. Since he has called for my aid, I must protect him at any cost. As he spoke, his aura surged, reaching the 6th gate within mere seconds. This marked Guy's 3rd use of the 8 gates today, and he had once again opened the 6th gate. Anyone who dares to coerce my master will face my wrath. Instantly, every ninja displayed expressions of trepidation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but take a step back. Guy, do not misunderstand. We merely wish to invite your master to assist with the task, and it will be over quickly. This is for the sake of the entire village. Hiruzen hastily explained. After all, Mato Guy was notorious for his stubbornness. And if the situation escalated, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict. What task? I will assist as well. This is inconvenient for you. Only someone like Hinata, who possesses Byakugan, is truly suited for the task. Very well, I shall summon Niji for assistance. Guy, why are you being so obstinate? This mission is exclusively for Hinata. No one else can substitute. Then I will stand guard nearby. How infuriating. Hiruzen silently raged. He had never encountered such a straightforward ninja, who, once resolved on a matter, would charge headlong into it. No amount of persuasion would suffice. The most critical point was that Guy was incredibly formidable, and Hiruzen felt entirely outmatched. At that moment, Shimura Danzo stepped forward, his single eye devoid of emotion as he surveyed the group before him. You dare to open the 8 gates against the Hokage? Do you wish to stand against the entire village? If so, I shall be your opponent. Danzo scoffed coldly, an astonishing aura erupting from him. I fear not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you think I would fear you? Today, whoever dares to lay a hand on my master shall not escape unscathed, Guy declared, his aura intensifying once more. In an instant, he unlocked the 8th gate. Red steam re-emerged, and Guy's power once again rivaled that of the Sage of 6 Paths, perhaps even exceeding his previous strength. Danzo was taken aback. Had Guy merely opened the 6th gate, he would have felt confident in facing him. But now Guy had opened the 8th gate. This was no longer a mere skirmish. He would likely be utterly overwhelmed. Little monkey, Guy is so stubborn. Why did you not warn me? You never asked. What should I do now? Think of a way quickly. You can use Izanagi, right? Just use it. Guy's recovery time is quite lengthy. My Izanagi can only withstand once per eye, and the 8 gates inflicts continuous damage. How many eyes must I sacrifice before you assure me Guy will recover? In an instant, Danzo's heart raced with anxiety, feeling as if he had once again been led astray by Hiruzen. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Mato Guy had already adjusted his state to its peak. A blood-red dragon head gazed intently at Danzo, who then charged towards him. Night Guy? Just as Guy was about to deliver a powerful kick to Danzo, he suddenly twisted, and along with the blood-red dragon head, he vanished entirely. In the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito had just finished tidying up the room. Upon seeing the wrecked table and chairs, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. All of this costs money. Without the support of a nation and no missions to undertake, Obito had lost all sources of income. Even the food on the table was the portion that had just been sent flying. Madara, did you leave me no inheritance? I am on the verge of running out of food. At least you still have the Kamui dimension and such a vast space. You should be content. Kurizetsu replied with a wry smile. Obito, are you planning to open the Kamui dimension for a picnic? Not at all. As Obito spoke, he suddenly shuddered, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Night Guy? First came a furious roar, and then the dragon head formed of red steam burst into the Kamui dimension. In the next moment, the structure Obito had created collapsed entirely, along with the last remnants of his food, which disintegrated into dust. A kick then landed squarely on Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu was caught off guard and sent flying, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Though not lethal due to the absence of yin-yang attribute chakra, it still hurt. The sensation of being shattered and then reassembled was more agonizing than death itself. Obito, you need to change the password for your Kamui dimension. Obito seethed inwardly, witnessing Guy rampaging through his Kamui dimension, leaving chaos in his wake. However, he reluctantly accepted that he was no match for Guy and could only allow him to depart. In Konohagakure, Guy's sudden disappearance allowed Danzo to breathe a sigh of relief. That kick would have surely brought even the strongest to ruin. Kakashi, you have done well. As long as you wish, you may come to my roots at any time. Enough of your idle chatter. Just capture Hinata Hyuga. Hiruzen urged anxiously. What are you afraid of? Do you think I cannot handle a little girl? Danzo chuckled lightly, advancing towards Liu Mu. Just then, Danzo sensed the space ahead warp, like waves creating ripples. In the next moment, a shoe appeared before him. Danzo had no time to react before it struck him squarely on the forehead. Night Guy? Chapter 159. Direct collision. Danzo was sent flying by the sudden kick. The onlookers were astonished, their gazes shifting to Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi panicked. Don't look at me. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with this. Kakashi felt on the verge of tears. Although he had his differences with Danzo, he had never intended to harm him. But how could this be explained? How had Guy been drawn to him through Kamui? This was genuinely difficult to clarify. Guy, please help me explain. Kakashi implored, glancing at Guy, but Guy merely smiled faintly, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Now it was genuinely impossible to explain. Just then, Danzo, who had previously fallen silent, suddenly regained his composure, his eyes reflecting lingering fear. Damn it, Kakashi, Guy, are you two planning to kill me? In front of so many people, you wish to end my life? Danzo trembled with rage. Because of this incident, he had been compelled to use Izanagi, resulting in the complete loss of one of his Sharingan's effectiveness. Fortunately, he still had plenty of Sharingan left. However, his anger was palpable. He wanted to charge at Guy and deliver a powerful kick to vent his frustrations. But upon seeing Guy's demeanor, he hesitated and retreated 2 steps. Danzo, what is urgent now is to retrieve Hinata. Hiruzen urged hastily. Danzo snapped back to reality. Forward. Bring Hyuga Hinata back. Danzo snorted coldly. Unlike Hiruzen, who was cautious of the Hokage's title, Danzo never hesitated in his actions, disregarding any cost to achieve his objectives. In an instant, 3 members of the Umbu rushed towards Liu Mu from 3 different directions. Liu Mu could only shake his head in resignation, then immediately assumed the starting posture of the gentle fist. Suddenly, a Taiji diagram appeared behind him, continuously rotating. The 3 members of the Root organization felt as if the entire world had lost its color the moment they saw the Taiji, leaving only black and white. In the next second, Liu Mu moved. His movements appeared exceedingly slow, so much so that even a 3-year-old could easily evade him. Yet, his body felt as if it were frozen in place. No matter what he did, he could not move and could only watch helplessly as Liu Mu's palms struck him. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive strikes, the 3 Umbu members were instantly sent flying, landing several meters away and wailing in agony. How could this be? How did she manage to defeat 3 Root members in an instant? 3 Jonin were swiftly overpowered by a mere Chunin. Had the times changed? This was indeed the Taiji of the master, truly formidable. Kakashi Hatake was startled by a sudden voice that emerged beside him, turning to see Might Guy, who had just been knocked down. Kakashi was tempted to give Guy a good beating. Just when he wanted an explanation, Guy had remained silent. And now that everything was fine, he jumped back into the fray. You, Hinata Hyuga, dared to fight back. Shimura Danzo sneered, then strode towards Liu Mu. At that moment, several figures leaped out, shielding Liu Mu from behind. Danzo, what grievance does my daughter have with you that requires your direct intervention? Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward slowly, his Byakugan seemingly capable of seeing through everything, causing Danzo to involuntarily halt his steps. It's nothing. I merely wish to invite your daughter to our root organization for a visit. Since you are here, let it be. A faint smile graced Danzo's face, though his heart darkened. Despite the repeated suppression of the Hyuga clan, it remained one of the largest families in Konohagakure. Moreover, there was no legitimate reason to capture Hinata Hyuga. He had merely suffered a loss. In that case, why don't you and your root organization return from whence you came? Danzo snorted coldly. Under normal circumstances, one would not dare to speak to Danzo in such a manner. However, with Hinata having comprehended the ultimate essence of the gentle fist, Taiji, she was destined to leap through the dragon gate. Thus her tone had become considerably more assertive. Very well. We shall take our leave. Danzo scoffed and turned away. Today's events had resulted in significant losses. Not only had he lost a Sharingan, but he had also tarnished the reputation of the root organization, and most critically, he could do nothing to Hyuga Hayashi. He had suffered a blatant loss. Upon seeing Danzo leave, Hyuga Hayashi relaxed his previously stern expression, squatting down with a smile directed at Liu Mu. My little princess, why didn't you inform me before coming out? You mustn't do that next time. After observing the reactions of the crowd, Liu Mu finally understood why Hinata Hyuga would prefer to let a stranger control her body rather than reveal her true self. Hayashi bore the weight of the entire Hyuga clan upon his shoulders. If Hinata could not master the Taiji, the disappointment would be secondary. It could potentially lead to the downfall of the Hyuga clan. Forcing a 12-year-old girl like Hinata to bear such immense pressure would inevitably drive her to madness. Upon entering the Hyuga compound, Liu Mu immediately felt the eager gazes of the clan members. Outsiders might mistakenly believe that Hinata was the clan leader, with Hayashi merely a subordinate. In such an environment, it would be peculiar if Hinata did not lose her sanity. Returning to her room, Liu Mu finally shed her disguise and no longer had to pretend to be Hinata. However, once she had a moment of solitude, her heart began to race. With no one around, it was not unreasonable to indulge in a little self-care, especially something as normal as bathing. As this thought crossed her mind, her heart raced even faster. She hurriedly searched for her change of clothes. Just as Liu Mu rummaged through her belongings, a smaller figure suddenly leaped out. While she was focused on her task, the figure swiftly locked her joints. Ouch! That hurts. Let go. My arm is going to dislocate. I want to let go. Who are you? And why are you impersonating my sister? Liu Mu was taken aback and looked down to find it was Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga. Glaring at her fiercely, aren't I just your sister? No, my sister told me that if she came back and acted strangely, it wouldn't be her. And I must stop her, Hanabi declared with righteous fervor. Liu Mu twitched her mouth. It seemed that Hinata had already arranged everything, instructing Hanabi to keep an eye on her. Hanabi, is bathing considered strange behavior? If I don't bathe, I'll smell awful tomorrow. What should I do about that? For a moment, Hanabi appeared conflicted. After a while, her eyes brightened, and a radiant smile emerged on her face. Then I'll bathe with you to prevent you from doing anything bad. Chapter 160. The Chunin finals officially begin. Why were you bleeding from your nose while bathing earlier? Hanabi asked curiously. Liu Mu was taken aback, unsure of how to explain. After all, Hanabi was too young to grasp complex reasoning, and simplifying it would be rather inappropriate. There are just a few days like that each month. You'll understand when you grow up. Liu Mu replied evasively. Hanabi pouted, her face filled with impatience. But you're not that old. Liu Mu's lips curled into a slight smile as she puffed out her chest. In a few years, Hanabi would realize that age distinctions were not merely about numbers. Since coming to the Hyuga clan, Hayashi had arranged for both of them to be protected at all times to prevent Hinata from running away again. When it was time to sleep, Hanabi would keep watch, allowing Liu Mu to enjoy a bit of leisure. Finally, the month-long period had elapsed, and the time for the Chunin exam finals had arrived. The entire village of Konohagakure was in an uproar. Originally, Hayashi had not permitted Liu Mu to continue participating in the exam. However, Liu Mu had taken on Hinata's identity primarily for this Chunin exam and could not miss it. After much effort, Hayashi finally relented. Upon arriving at the arena, Liu Mu was immediately astonished by the scale of the competition grounds. The venue was as vast as a bird's nest, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of ninjas without issue. Even in such an enormous arena, it was already packed with people, with some standing due to a lack of seating. At the highest platform sat the leaders of the Wind and Fire Nations, the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. It's finally about to begin. Liu Mu smiled faintly. The Chunin exam was a pivotal plot point in the early stages of Naruto. Liu Mu was particularly eager to witness Orochimaru's performance. However, in the next second, Liu Mu was left dumbfounded. The fourth Kazekage was not wearing a mask, revealing his face, which bore no resemblance to Orochimaru. A terrifying thought suddenly struck Liu Mu's mind. She quickly activated her Byakugan to investigate the true identity of the fourth Kazekage. Yet, as soon as her Byakugan made contact, she was forcefully rebounded by a powerful chakra. Liu Mu was utterly bewildered. If this fourth Kazekage was indeed Orochimaru, he would never have resisted her probing. But if he was not Orochimaru, then who would carry out the plan to destroy Konoha? Who would kill the third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen? What would happen to the fourth Kazekage? The plan for the collapse of Konoha has already gone awry. What follows in the narrative is bound to become even more chaotic. Contemplating this, Liu Mu hastily shook his head, yet his gaze grew resolute. The scheme for Konoha's downfall, which Orochimaru dared not initiate, would now be set in motion by Liu Mu. The Hokage, whom Orochimaru failed to eliminate, would be vanquished by Liu Mu instead. His objective was clear: to forcibly return the storyline to its origin. Fortunately, the match arrangements remained unchanged. The first bout featured Hinata Hyuga against Naruto Uzumaki. Apart from that, the sequence of the contests was entirely consistent. Liu Mu stepped into the center of the arena, feeling the fervent cheers resonating from all directions. It was as if he were performing at the Bird's Nest Stadium. However, this time, Liu Mu was not there to relish the atmosphere. He was there to confront his adversary, Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, Naruto's expression was far from pleasant. He furrowed his brows, as if he were owed a significant sum of money. The last time, you had cast an illusion that drove Sakura to madness, and Granny Tsunade had to exert considerable effort to cure her. This time, I shall defeat you to prove you were wrong. Liu Mu couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki was the progenitor of verbal assaults. Initially, he felt restless without exchanging a few words. However, Liu Mu was taken aback to discover that his butterfly effect was so profound that Tsunade had returned to Konoha, with two of the legendary Sannin in the village. The timeline for assassinating the third Hokage had become even more pressing. Liu Mu soon grew impatient. Enough chatter, let us commence. Naruto snorted coldly, placing his hands before him in a cross, and then shouting, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, countless shadow clones appeared in the arena, numbering in the hundreds. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Now he truly understood the terror of Naruto Uzumaki. Shadow clones were conjured as if they were without cost. Yet, Liu Mu could perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu as well. He placed his hands in front of him and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Liu Mu uttered his command, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from the arena. The smoke was considerably larger than Naruto's. As the spectators eagerly awaited the reveal, beams of light suddenly shot forth from the mist. A total of 28 rays piercing through the haze. As the smoke dissipated, 20 individuals with varied expressions emerged beside Liu Mu, each appearing far from human. Yet, every one of them radiated an aura of immense power. Even the Hokage and the Kazekage couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Hokage, is this what your lower ninjas are capable of? The Kazekage glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression grim, though these 28 figures had yet to make a move. Their overwhelming presence eclipsed everyone present. Even two elite shinobi dared not engage them. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt blood welling in his mouth. With such a jutsu in play, why bother with the Chunin exams? He might as well step aside and allow Hinata to become Hokage. After all, in the face of such absolute power, his clan was insignificant. It would be wiser to relinquish the Hokage position to preserve the clan's legacy. At that moment, Naruto was equally taken aback by the scene before him. Although his numbers were fewer, the overwhelming aura from Liu Mu's side was staggering. Forget about fighting. He could barely maintain his footing. Just then, a man resembling a rooster stepped forward, tilting his head skyward and letting out a piercing crow. Strangely, the sound he produced was reminiscent of a rooster's call, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. In the next instant, the ground began to tremble violently, cracking apart. All of Naruto's shadow clones were obliterated, and even Naruto himself was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. The referee, Nara Shikamaru, was drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Yet the assault did not cease there. The tall walls of the arena bore countless fissures, and the audience was left dizzy, some even bleeding from their orifices. The Kazekage and Hokage were not spared either. Had it not been for their formidable chakra, they too might have succumbed to the onslaught. Is this truly your village's lower ninjas? The Kazekage trembled inwardly. Such jutsu could obliterate an entire village. You call this a lower ninja? And they dare to participate in the Chunin exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress a cough. Had he known Hinata was this formidable, he would have concealed her as a secret weapon. Luckily, a month prior, she had not unleashed her true power. The distance between him and Hinata had been less than half a meter. Had he seized her, would he still be alive now? Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Liu Mu couldn't help but smirk. To think that the rooster-headed man could wreak such havoc with a mere shout, nearly reducing the entire venue to ruins. Although the rooster's call was a special effect, its sonic attack was no ordinary feat. The ground's fractures and the walls crumbling were mere visual effects. The true method of attack lay elsewhere. The crowing, though not particularly loud, possessed a unique frequency that resonated within everyone, causing peculiar reactions in their bodies. Fortunately, the rooster-headed man ceased his onslaught in time. Otherwise, many would have perished from the sonic waves. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru, the referee, regained consciousness. He had never imagined that a lower ninja could come so close to ending his life. Despite his severe injuries, he still needed to announce the outcome of the match. I declare this contest. Nara Shikamaru began, but was interrupted by a weak voice that emerged from a distance. Wait. The crowd turned towards the sound. There stood Naruto, slowly rising to his feet. Despite his grievous wounds, his eyes burned with defiance. I can still fight. Nara Shikamaru nearly spat blood. You may be able to continue fighting, but I cannot keep officiating the match. If that rooster-headed man bellows again, I will surely meet my end. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Naruto's tenacity. The impact of the attack had hit Naruto the hardest, yet he still stood ready to battle. If he were not the referee, he would certainly encourage Naruto. However, now that he was in this role, he silently pleaded for mercy. Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the 28 monstrous figures before him. His fighting spirit intensified. He wiped the blood from his body and, with a few simple hand seals, pressed down on the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, nearly obscuring the entire arena. Through the haze, a colossal silhouette could be discerned, standing resolutely in the arena. As a gentle breeze blew through, the smoke was dispersed, revealing a massive reddish-brown giant toad, smoking a cigarette and adorned with a short blade at its waist, disdainfully surveying its surroundings. A summoning beast. What a colossal summoning beast. Such a gigantic toad would surely dwarf the 28 tiny figures below, making them no match at all. Indeed, given the vast disparity in size, a single step from the toad could obliterate an entire area. The Kazekage turned once more to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his frustration boiling over. Is this truly your lower ninja? This gigantic toad would be impossible to summon even for a jounin, as summoning jutsu requires blood as a medium to form a gateway with chakra. The medium provides coordinates for the summoning beasts, while the chakra determines their size. The larger the gate, the greater the summoning beast that can pass through. At this moment, the enormous toad before them is a challenge even for an ordinary jonin to summon alone. It requires a collective effort to succeed. Yet, Uzumaki Naruto is capable of summoning it single-handedly, a testament to his formidable power. Ah, you again, little brat. What do you want to summon this time? If you lack sufficient reason, I shall not spare you. Toad Winter remarked impatiently, taking a deep puff of smoke. Uzumaki Naruto hastily began to explain, Toad Winter, I have a reason that I cannot afford to fail. Please help me defeat her. Her? Toad Winter furrowed his brow and looked down. Upon seeing the 28 celestial beings and Liu Mu below, he scoffed in disdain. 28 sages? Can't you handle such an illusion? Frankly, you disappoint me. Toad Winter, this is not an illusion. Look at the ground and the walls. They are destroyed by that chicken-faced man. I am no match for him, Uzumaki Naruto said, his expression turning despondent. Very well, I shall assist you in dispelling this illusion. You deal with that girl, Toad Winter declared, lifting his foot to stomp down on the 28 celestial beings. However, to Toad Winter's surprise, the celestial beings showed no intention of dodging, even revealing a hint of pity in their eyes. Illusion is merely illusion. Break. With a thud, Toad Winter's leg landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The spectators clutched the railings in fear, terrified of being thrown off balance. Uzumaki Naruto's face lit up with joy as he prepared to leap down to duel Liu Mu. But just as he was about to jump, Toad Wenta called out, "Naruto, do not go down there. It is too dangerous." Toad Wenta's expression was grave. The foot he had just stamped did not fully touch the ground, leaving a considerable gap beneath it, enough for a person to stand. At that moment, Toad Wenta's foot began to rise slowly, resisting all his efforts to suppress it. A figure gradually grew larger until it matched Toad Wenta's size. "How dare a mere toad tread upon this lord? You shall pay the price." Jiao Mu Jiao bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, causing a ringing in everyone's ears. "Naruto, jump down!" Toad Wenta shouted anxiously. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto slow to react, he gave him a shake, startling him into action. But in the next instant, Jiao Mu Jiao's fist struck Toad Wenta squarely in the chest, causing him to tremble and collapse. A cloud of smoke rose, and Toad Wenta, having just been summoned moments ago, returned to Myobokuzen. Had he fallen, he likely would have toppled the surrounding walls. Observing Wenta's pained expression, Uzumaki Naruto's face gradually contorted with rage, which only intensified. As his reason succumbed to fury, he exhibited feral fangs, enveloped in an ominous orange chakra that reeked of death. Claws like those of a beast sprouted from his limbs, and two tails appeared behind him, swaying vigorously. Tail Beast Transformation. Chapter 162. Crushing all the Kazekage suddenly stood up. A Jinchuriki is undoubtedly a war weapon for any ninja village, their ultimate trump card. Rarely revealed unless in times of war. Yet now, Konoha had brought forth their Jinchuriki to the Chunin exams, which were being held jointly. What did this signify? It indicated that Konoha might be aware of Tsunagekyu's movements, using the Jinchuriki as a warning. The Kazekage felt a wave of despair. Why must they attack Konoha during the Chunin exams? But it was too late. All plans had already been set in motion. Even if he wished to halt the impending chaos, it would not be an easy task. "Lord Hokage, I need to use the restroom," the Kazekage said, hoping to leave and thwart Konoha's collapse plan. "Please don't be in such a hurry. The exams will conclude swiftly," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. The Kazekage felt a chill run down his spine, sensing he had fallen into a deep abyss. Why was Sarutobi Hiruzen obstructing him? This indicated that Konoha was fully prepared, ready to ensnare Tsunagekyou. "What do you intend to do?" the Kazekage asked, irritated. Yet for the sake of the Wind Country, he had to endure and plead with Sarutobi Hiruzen to spare them. "What do you think? I'm here to watch the match. Just look at how splendid this competition is," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. The Kazekage's expression darkened entirely. Realizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's true intentions, he understood that Tsunagekyou was doomed. If he confronted them directly, neither he nor the infiltrating sand shinobi would escape. But if he failed to intervene, all incoming shinobi would perish. "Hokage, let us speak frankly. Tsunagekyou is in peril. What must we do for you to spare us?" the Kazekage reluctantly stated. "In peril? The game has not even truly begun. Your shinobi have yet to make a move. How can you declare defeat?" The Kazekage's expression soured further as he comprehended Konoha's determination to swallow Tsunagekyou whole. He had not anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so malicious. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto had sprouted 3 tails, his eyes resembling those of a wild beast, fixated on Liu Mu as if he were prey. "A mere fox spirit dares to bare its fangs at me? Unforgivable." Kuei Mu Lang snorted, lightly gesturing towards Uzumaki Naruto. Instantly, Naruto found himself immobilized, unable even to blink. As Kuei Mu Lang approached, a smirk crept across his face. A 9-tailed fox, and in this state, still dares to make a fuss? Be suppressed. With a roar from Kuei Mu Lang, Uzumaki Naruto felt as though he were pinned beneath a mountain, unable to budge no matter how he struggled. After a gentle tap, he ceased his attempts, as a shadow was forcefully extracted from him, revealing the Kyuubi itself. What does Hinata intend to do? Is she trying to capture the Kyuubi? How dare she? Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain idle. He signaled to the Umbu beside him. In an instant, several shinobi leaped down to intercept Kuei Mu Lang. "Stop her!" the Umbu shouted furiously, yet Kuei Mu Lang showed no signs of stopping. The surrounding Kong Jinlong turned his head, a stern expression on his face. "Stop!" Though Kong Jinlong's voice was soft, it resonated like a shockwave, pushing outward. Several Umbu members were flung away before they could reach the ground, crashing heavily against the walls. Silenced forever. "Damn it, hurry and stop her." More Umbu surged forward, But Kong Jinlong coldly shook his head. Do you not understand? In the face of absolute power, numbers are not an advantage. They will only increase the death toll. As he spoke, an aura of celestial light enveloped him, lifting him off the ground, while a golden dragon danced around him. As it detached from his body, it transformed into a colossal dragon, letting out a roar that shook the very earth. The dark figures that surged forward were struck head-on by the dragon's roar, causing them to fall one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, astonished by the formidable strength of this individual who effortlessly defeated more than a dozen ninjas. Such a powerful being could likely force even the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, to retreat in defeat. To confront such a might would merely be a path to self-destruction. There were a total of 28 such warriors, a force capable of obliterating any ninja village. Even the combined might of all the ninjas in the shinobi world would struggle to contend with them. Remarkably, the one who summoned these powerful beings was none other than the seemingly unremarkable Hinata Hyuga. An overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed him. The Hyuga clan had truly birthed a phoenix, a figure powerful enough to make the entire shinobi world tremble. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood weakly, his face marked by despair. For the sake of Konoha's dignity, he could not allow the direct extraction of the Nine Tails in front of so many witnesses. Hinata Hyuga, what must you do to relent? Liu Mu, hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's call, wore a perplexed expression. How could I cease my actions before the outcome of the match is announced? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, nearly coughing up blood. Defeating Gamabunta and vanquishing dozens of Umbu was all for the sake of victory in this contest? Speak plainly if you desire something. How am I to know your intentions if you do not articulate them? Had I known this would unfold, I would have bypassed the Chunin exams altogether and demanded to be placed directly into the ranks of Jonin. A moment of embarrassment washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen as he shot a glare at the judge, Nara Shikamaru, who was hiding behind a tree. I hereby declare the victor of this match to be Hinata Hyuga. Nara Shikamaru stammered as he announced the results. In an instant, the 28 figures vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The Nine Tails, which had been forcibly drawn out, returned to Uzumaki Naruto's body. Suddenly, Naruto was enveloped in a crimson chakra, his eyes ablaze with fury. Not even my father has struck me like this. The Nine Tails roared in anger. However, upon locking eyes with Liu Mu, the Nine Tails shrank back, whimpering like a frightened pup, losing all its prior intimidation. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Liu Mu's face as he turned to the other contestants on the platform. I eagerly await my next opponent. In that moment, every competitor turned pale, filled with regret for participating in this Chunin exam. Perhaps we should just forfeit. The atmosphere in the stands grew awkward, particularly for the upcoming match between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Gaara's eyes reflected a sense of trepidation as he controlled his sand to shield his vulnerabilities. After the conclusion of the second round, upon returning home, Gaara was startled to find countless Hinata Hyuga figures with the tiger seal charging at him. The excruciating pain was unforgettable, no matter how hard he tried to erase it from memory. Initially, Gaara had plotted to seize Hinata Hyuga during this assault on Konoha, intending to invoke the tiger seal 100 times to make her experience his agony. However, after witnessing the previous matches, Gaara recoiled in fear, vowing never to see or hear the name Hinata Hyuga again. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Hatake Kakashi appeared before them. After a month of training, Sasuke wore a confident smile, practically itching to declare that everyone present was beneath him. Upon noticing the fearful expressions around him, his smirk widened with pride. Who is my opponent? I am destined to win this match. The onlookers gazed at Sasuke as if he were a fool. How could he boldly proclaim victory in front of such a formidable presence? Surely, he must have been sheltered from reality. Ding. Due to Uchiha Sasuke's early arrival, the Konoha collapse plan will commence ahead of schedule. As Orochimaru has yet to reach the designated location, please assist in propelling the narrative forward. Eliminate the fourth Kazekage. Eliminate the third Hokage. Due to the sudden nature of the event, temporary access to all ninjutsu has been granted. Special effect entity manifestation cards for 10 minutes. Special mission reward. System awakening at 20%, with a mysterious reward to be provided. Reward contents will be distributed based on completion level. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected assignment of a special mission. He would need to eliminate 2 elite-level masters under the gaze of the public. The difficulty of this task was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he had temporarily gained access to all ninjutsu. meaning he could utilize techniques such as wood release, true thousand hands, wind release, raisin shuriken, amaterasu, and more. Regrettably, his chakra reserves might not suffice for more than a few attempts. With wood release, he could manage at most a simple technique. Thankfully, the special effect manifestation card was available. Otherwise, Liu Mu would have considered retreating at once. The potential rewards were quite appealing. With the 20% awakening rate and the task rewards from this spectacle, along with prior accumulations, the awakening rate could indeed reach 100%. This meant that the system, dormant for over 160 chapters, was finally on the verge of awakening. As he contemplated this, Liu Mu could not suppress his excitement. The system was already formidable even in its slumber. Once fully awakened, would he not be able to traverse the shinobi world with ease? Uchiha Sasuke confidently leaped into the arena, beckoning Gaara with a finger. Come, let me witness your strength. Due to the sand armor, Gaara's true expression was concealed. But he was utterly enraged. Though he feared Hinata Hyuga, he would not allow just anyone to trample upon him. He promptly descended to the arena, fixating his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke. Worst case, if he faced that woman next, he could simply forfeit. The match commenced, and Sasuke and Gaara exchanged blows. After his special training, Sasuke's speed had reached an astonishing level, almost rivaling that of Rock Lee. Gaara's sand armor struggled to keep up with the onslaught. Just then, Sasuke formed hand seals, preparing to unleash the great fireball technique. However, as the tiger's seal illuminated, Gaara trembled. Who are you attempting to mirror? I'll fight you to the end. Gaara roared, and the sand surged violently. At this moment, Liu Mu lost interest in watching. Once Uchiha Sasuke gained the upper hand, the Konoha collapse plan would officially be set in motion. Thus, his immediate task was to return to his own body. As he utilized the mind-body switch technique, Liu Mu's consciousness swiftly returned to its original form. However, upon awakening, the oppressive sensation in his chest had not diminished. In fact, it was even more intense than before. Had the jutsu failed? Liu Mu's eyes shot open, revealing the Sage of Slugs sprawled atop his chest, an expression of bliss adorning her face. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. No wonder when I possessed Hinata Hyuga, I felt such pressure on my chest. Initially, I assumed Hinata was bearing a weight unsuitable for her age. Now, it became evident that it was the Sage of Slugs. Throughout the past month, I experienced inexplicable sensations in my body. At first, I thought it was typical for girls. Now, it seemed that it was merely the Sage of Slugs indulging in her whims. Liu Mu promptly tugged at the Sage of Slugs' ear, demanding to know what she had done to him over the past month. We did nothing. We merely studied the contents of the books. What? Which book's contents did you study? Certainly, it is the renowned literary masterpiece of the esteemed Jiraiya Sensei. Over the past month, we have diligently practiced many concepts from the book and have reaped considerable rewards. Liu Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that his innocence had been irrevocably tarnished. He had yet to truly experience the ramifications of it all. However, there remained one critically important matter to ascertain. If this were to transpire, one might as well choose to end it all. Guanju, I must confirm, does the you mentioned include Bai? In that moment, Liu Mu's heart raced wildly, and he discreetly grasped the kunai. Coincidentally, they had reached this chapter, and Bai had gone to change clothes, promising to return shortly. Liu Mu felt a weight lift from his chest, relieved that nothing had yet occurred. Otherwise, he truly would have considered renouncing worldly ties. As for Bai changing clothes, Liu Mu shook his head dismissively. No matter how beautifully Bai might dress, a man remains a man, and no amount of adornment would alter that fact. At that instant, footsteps approached, accompanied by the bickering voices of Xiao Nan and Hey Tuesday. Unable to resist, Liu Mu turned to look. 3 figures emerged slowly. When Xiao Nan, Hey Tu, and another figure appeared, Liu Mu was left dumbfounded. Who are you, beautiful? At that moment, Bai was clad in women's attire, her face adorned with a look of grievance, her eyes reflecting a hint of despair and resignation. Her beauty and pitiful demeanor struck Liu Mu's heart like an arrow. Just as Liu Mu was about to speak, the ground suddenly quaked violently. Then, the alarm bells of Konoha rang out once more. Liu Mu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The plan for the collapse of Konoha had officially commenced. Chapter 164. The frozen Konoha. Now that the plan for Konoha's collapse had irrevocably begun, Liu Mu could not afford to lag behind. His first task was to let the people of Konoha feel the chill. Bai, watch closely. This is my ice release technique, and you must learn it well. With that, Liu Mu activated his ice release. In an instant, The ground froze at a visible pace, and within a mere 2 breaths, the entire room had transformed into a solid block of ice. Incredible! Bai exclaimed, feigning surprise. Yet, internally, she felt little turbulence, as she believed she could achieve such an effect given a bit of time. Liu Mu, perceiving Bai's thoughts, smiled slightly and opened the window. However, the moment the window swung open, a gust of icy wind rushed in, accompanied by pristine snowflakes. Instantly, the temperature within the ice-enclosed room plummeted several degrees and continued to decline. Looking outside, Liu Mu saw that the entirety of Konoha was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. In just over 10 seconds since the technique was executed, Konoha had transformed into a realm of snow. Is this the power of ice release? Can I become this strong in the future? Bai gazed dreamily out the window, her eyes shimmering with longing. She silently resolved to become an extraordinary person like Liu Mu. Within the venue of the Chunin exams, the ninjas of Konoha and Sunigakure were embroiled in unrelenting combat. Every second echoed with the cries of the wounded, and each moment saw another ninja fall. The ground had been thoroughly stained red with blood. Meanwhile, the highest authorities of both villages, the Kazekage and the Hokage, stood atop a rooftop, eyeing each other warily. When ninjas reached the level of Kage, battles were not merely a matter of fervor. They required strategy and timing. Often, defeating a Kage-level opponent hinged on a single misstep. Thus, both leaders refrained from making a move, fearful of exposing any vulnerabilities. Just then, an icy chill descended upon them. In the midst of summer, such a sudden gust of cold air sent shivers down everyone's spine. In the next moment, large snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. As time passed, the snowfall intensified, and within mere breaths, the snow had reached their ankles. Those still engaged in battle were largely unaffected, but the injured and fallen ninjas turned pale and began to tremble. After all, Konoha was still in the throes of summer, and none had donned winter attire. With such a drastic drop in temperature, it was likely that merely ceasing movement would render them as lifeless ice sculptures. Such a significant snowfall in the height of summer could not be a natural phenomenon. It was evident that someone had orchestrated a massive formation to achieve this effect. When did you set this up? When did you set this up? Kazekage and Hokage exclaimed in unison. However, upon uttering those words, they were both struck by a chilling realization. The fact that both parties posed the same question indicated their mutual ignorance of who had unleashed this ice and snow technique. To execute such a large-scale ice and snow display required the coordination of at least dozens of individuals. This implied that a hidden force awaited the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. The snow and ice served as its fangs. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, recalling a confidential report from half a year prior. The land of water had been shrouded in ice and snow. Subsequently, Mizukage Terumi Mei vanished without a trace, along with the Three Tails. Concurrently, the political regime in the land of water had shifted, now under the rule of Terumi Mei. The falling snowflakes upon the territory of the land of fire signified that this mysterious force had arrived in Konoha. Their objective was not merely the tailed beasts, but also the control of the land of fire. Kazekage, I believe we must cease hostilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. At this juncture, the stakes extended beyond the land of fire. The safety of the land of wind was also at risk. The Kazekage understood Hiruzen's implication. Although halting the battle would render their recent efforts futile, and they may never find such a favorable opportunity again, the Kazekage had no choice but to acquiesce. For if he did not, his own life, as well as the lives of all the ninjas from the land of wind, would be in peril. With a weary nod, the Kazekage proclaimed, "All forces of Konoha, stand down. All forces of Sunigakure, stand down." Both leaders shouted simultaneously, leaving everyone bewildered. They had come this far, and the two villages had thoroughly entrenched themselves in enmity. Now, they were being asked to cease? Was this a jest? However, as ninjas, their foremost duty was to obey orders. Reluctantly, they halted their assaults, with the ninjas of Konoha and Sunigakure stepping back to maintain a wary distance from one another. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, standing as if descended from the heavens. Upon seeing the halted fighters below, the figure frowned. "Continue fighting. Do not mind me." The Kazekage and his companions regarded this figure with furrowed brows, noting the youthfulness that was almost disconcerting. Yet, the aura of cold emanating from the figure evoked a sense of trepidation within the Kazekage. "This blizzard is your doing, isn't it?" The Kazekage remarked coldly. his body radiating an aura of menace. Indeed, I simply wish to bring a touch of coolness to this sweltering summer. Are you pleased? Liu Mu replied with a slight smile. The Kazakage's lips twitched. Yet, he quickly realized that if such a technique were deployed on the land of the wind, the desertification would be effectively curbed. Arable land might increase significantly, and this was far more enticing than conquering the land of fire. Thus, the murderous intent dissipated. Let us strike a deal. We of the land of wind will assist you in conquering the land of fire, and all I require is a single concession from you. The Kazakage proposed eagerly. Liu Mu shook his head gently. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce. Today, you must perish. Liu Mu smiled. For he had no intentions of invading the land of fire. He merely needed to fulfill the system's task of eliminating both the Kazakage and the Hokage. As for what transpired thereafter between the two factions, whether they would engage in combat or seek peace, that was of no consequence to him. That no longer concerns oneself. How could one agree to the Fengyin alliance? Liu Mu subsequently shifted his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Strangely, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hunched figure was trembling incessantly. His eyes fixed intently on Liu Mu, unwilling even to blink, as if fearing to let Liu Mu escape. Yet within Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Liu Mu discerned no animosity. Not even a hint of anger, but rather a glimmer of joy, as tears streamed down his cheeks, seemingly beholding a long-lost kin. Hokage, that scoundrel intends to swallow both our villages whole. Let us swiftly unite and slay him. Fengyin exclaimed furiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to him, impatience etched across his face. You want me to kill my father? Huh. Is this little brat truly your father? Chapter 165. 1 against 2. Fengyin's lips twitched involuntarily. Hokage, at your age, you dare to call a mere teenager father? This is utterly disgraceful. However, upon witnessing the seriousness of Hokage's expression, he began to waver. Could it be that this truly was Sarutobi Hiruzen's father? Then he would become the greatest fool. Hokage-sama, may I inquire how old this esteemed father of yours is? Fengyin cautiously asked. He should be 16. Sarutobi Hiruzen proudly declared. Fengyin's lips twitched once more, feeling as though Sarutobi Hiruzen had gone mad. At present, he was intent on annihilating the land of fire. Even if this individual were your father, would you let him go unchallenged? Upon hearing Fengyin's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered, his eyes sharpening with resolve. You are right. Let us join forces to defeat him. After a moment's hesitation, he solemnly added, my father is exceedingly powerful. We will need everyone to come together. All right. Everyone from Sunagakure, prepare to attack him. All of Konoha, unite to assault Liu Mu. With the commands from the two leaders, all the ninjas drew their weapons, bracing for a fight to the death. Liu Mu exhaled deeply. If Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to call him father, he might indeed find it difficult to strike. After all, he was rather soft-hearted. However, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken action, he would show no mercy. As long as the effects of his technique persisted, Liu Mu would not fear anyone. He then clapped his hands vigorously and shouted, multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Just as it rose, it was swept away by a chilling wind. However, what puzzled Liu Mu was how the sky suddenly darkened. Raising his head to gaze upwards, he trembled at the sight before him. Previously, relying on Hinata Hyuga's body, he had invoked the multiple shadow clone technique to summon 28 celestial constellations. Yet this time, he summoned a multitude of figures, each radiating dazzling celestial light. At the forefront stood a golden-armored warrior, wielding a resplendent pagoda. Who else could it be but Li Tianwang? Beside him was a child with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand brandishing a different weapon, standing atop a fiery spinning top, none other than Neza. Behind them were the 28 celestial constellations, followed by a dense throng of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Liu Mu's lips quivered. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity in power when employing ninjutsu. At that moment, all the ninjas stared dumbfounded at the sky, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Everything appeared so surreal. Were celestial beings truly so commonplace now? If this army had existed in the past, would Senju Hashirama still dare to call himself the god of shinobi? The entire ninja world would have surely been unified long ago. In an instant, everyone lost their will to fight. Before such a formidable force, all efforts seemed futile. Perhaps standing still and awaiting death was the best option. Yet who would willingly embrace death? Discontent was etched on every face. Yet none dared to raise their weapons in defiance. Among the ranks of the ninja army, many distanced themselves from the Hyuga clan. For the 28 celestial constellations had recently been summoned by Hinata Hyuga, indicating that the Hyuga clan might be an insider. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the 100,000 heavenly soldiers above, a sense of helplessness surging within him. Yet a smile broke upon his face. Truly, my father is the strongest. You still have the leisure to praise your father. Quickly devise a plan, and he is not truly your father. Try begging for mercy. Feng urged anxiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a bitter smile. He knew full well that Liu Mu becoming his father was merely a scene conjured by an illusion. However, the echoes of the past were too deeply ingrained for him to alter his words. It was evident that relying on his pride to drive Liu Mu away was impossible. After pondering for a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes filled with determination. He then took a step towards Liu Mu. Father, I do not know what your intentions are this time, but as Hokage, I will never allow you to act with impunity. Thus, let us engage in a fair 2-on-1 battle. If you prevail, we shall not obstruct your actions. However, should fortune favor us and we win, I hope you will spare Konoha. Liu Mu coughed twice. A fair 2-on-1. He had to admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed shameless. However, given that his mission was to eliminate both the Feng and Hokage, it was an opportunity he could not refuse. Very well, I accept your challenge. Liu Mu nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his gratitude with a nod and then turned to Feng. Let us proceed together. Feng's heart roared in protest. He had intended to flee directly, never expecting to be called out by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you, my entire village, he thought. Yet, since he had been named, he had no choice but to engage. Come, to battle such an expert is undoubtedly the greatest highlight of my life. As he spoke, Feng shed his outer garments, revealing his finely sculpted physique beneath the cloak. Sarutobi Hiruzen also discarded his clothing. All right, father, remove your robe and fight with all your might against us. Liu Mu's lips twitched. He was currently clad in a red cloud-black coat, which conferred a passive trait of near death. To remove this outer garment for battle would entail a 90% chance of death. Now, asking him to shed his coat was tantamount to inviting his demise. Rather than concern himself with my attire, it would be wiser to contemplate a strategy for engaging me in combat. However, now that the match had commenced, reflection was no longer an option. I must at least try, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Turning to Feng, he whispered, Lord Feng, I currently possess a unique ninjutsu that can potentially seal my father entirely, but it requires you to buy me some time. Feng furrowed his brows. Although he had yet to witness Liu Mu's true strength, summoning such an abundance of celestial beings suggested he could not be weak. To step forward and draw attacks would be akin to courting death. What ninjutsu do you intend to employ? If you do not disclose it, I shall not serve as bait, Feng responded earnestly. After a moment of hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied earnestly, I intend to perform the Shiki Fujin. This technique can summon the Shinigami, and I believe the Shinigami should be capable of sealing my father entirely. Feng was momentarily taken aback. The Shiki Fujin had once sealed the Nine Tails and could indeed summon the Shinigami. There might be a genuine opportunity to seal Liu Mu. Yet, the price would be the sacrifice of his own soul. Upon completion of this ninjutsu, his soul would become the Shinigami's sustenance. To his astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to perform such a technique, prompting a newfound respect from Feng. Very well, I shall serve as bait. Chapter 166. Sage Mode. As Feng concluded his words, he charged directly towards Liu Mu, simultaneously forming seals with his hands. Instantly, countless grains of sand appeared on the rooftop. Hurtling towards Liu Mu. Do you know what the best method to prevent sandstorms is? Liu Mu remarked nonchalantly. Feng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Liu Mu's sudden inquiry. However, in the next moment, understanding dawned upon him. Liu Mu clapped his hands together and forcefully pressed them against the ground, exclaiming, Mokutan, Shinju Sojin. As his voice echoed, the earth began to tremble violently, intercepting Feng's attack. A robust branch erupted from the roof, followed by numerous branches piercing through the ground. Not only from the rooftop, but from all corners of Konoha, countless branches emerged. The once pristine Konoha was suddenly adorned with a verdant canopy, reminiscent of a primordial forest. Mokutan, that's a technique of the first Hokage. Who is this person, and why does he possess such a skill? Could it be that the first Hokage has been resurrected? Or is he a descendant of the first Hokage? Everyone stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. reaching out to touch the branches. They immediately felt their chakra being siphoned away and hurriedly withdrew their hands. Didn't Feng say he would stop him? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed impatiently. Feng Ying's mouth twitched. How could anyone possibly stop this? Moreover, Mokutan was not a technique exclusive to Senju Hashirama. How could it manifest in this individual? The scale of this phenomenon was simply too immense. Hokage, is this not your ancestor? Why does he even possess Mokutan? Should we not sit down and discuss this? Perhaps have him plant some trees in our wind country? Enough. Just stop my father. My technique will be ready soon. Feng Ying sighed in resignation. This situation was akin to a large-scale patricide, and it was an extreme one-for-one exchange. Nevertheless, regardless of who the opponent was, even if it truly was Senju Hashirama, he had to fight back. Feng Ying clapped his hands again, gathering the sand scattered on the ground, gradually forming a humanoid figure. This figure swiftly maneuvered around the trees, closing in on Liu Mu. Liu Mu smiled indifferently. Were it not for the immense chakra consumption of Mokutan, he would have directly unleashed the technique top-tier transformation to let Feng Ying experience the profundity of Buddhist culture. At this moment, what Liu Mu most desired to invoke was Sage Mode. Although he had previously formed a friendly pact with the Sage of Slugs, the sage had primarily focused on studying human culture and had no time to teach him Sage Mode. Now that he had finally obtained the opportunity to experience it, perhaps by the end of the trial, he might even comprehend Sage Mode himself, which would be an incredible gain. Moreover, once Sage Mode was activated, he could absorb natural energy and convert it into Sage Chakra, completely compensating for his chakra deficit. With that, Liu Mu clapped his hands, and the energy in the surroundings became vibrant. He gradually felt his entire body surging with power, enveloped by this energy. Finally, he successfully activated Sage Mode. A torrent of formidable power erupted, instantly shattering Feng Ying's sand clone and stirring up a whirlwind of sand. As the dust settled, Feng Ying looked up in astonishment, rendered speechless. Liu Mu stood there, radiant with multicolored lights, each gesture seemingly imbued with profound wisdom. Though Liu Mu did nothing, simply standing there evoked a sense of overwhelming dread in Feng Ying, as if the heavens themselves were intimidated by him. Moreover, Feng Ying was astonished to discover that the moment he harbored even the slightest ill will towards Liu Mu, the very fabric of this world would reject him, as if he could be annihilated at any moment. Yet, upon retracting his hostility, that oppressive sensation vanished entirely. Feng Ying felt a surge of despair. This was too tyrannical, to the point where he could not even harbor a hint of animosity. How could he fight? How could he win? In the sky, Li Jing and others felt Liu Mu's aura and trembled, kneeling on one knee and displaying expressions of reverence. We honor the sage. Liu Mu's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that activating Sage Mode would bestow upon him the extraordinary status of a sage. Were it not for the fact that he possessed only a 10-minute trial, he would have wished for Sage Mode to persist indefinitely. With half of the trial time elapsed, his priority was to complete the task of defeating Feng Ying and the Hokage. Otherwise, once the trial period ended, it would be his demise. Do you wish to become my enemy? Liu Mu addressed Feng Ying slowly. His figure, though modest, resonated in Feng Ying's ears like thunder, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, making it feel as though he were pinned beneath the weight of countless giants. Even breathing felt like an indulgence. In that moment, Feng Ying realized just how formidable this man was. He transcended the realm of ninjas, truly stepping into the domain of the divine. The so-called god of ninjas was but a jest in Liu Mu's presence. Regret flooded Feng Ying's mind as he pondered why he had ventured into the land of fire, which bore no relation to him, and why he dared to wield his weapon against this man. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained in Feng Ying's heart. Shiki Fujin. He could sacrifice his own soul to summon the Shinigami, sealing his opponent's soul entirely. Perhaps the Shinigami could restrain this man before him. Hokage, are you not ready yet? Your father is about to kill me. Feng Ying shouted with the last of his strength. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly opened his eyes, filled with confidence. He was now just one step away from executing Shiki Fujin. Regardless of the outcome, he knew he was doomed. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted a final struggle. Father, please stop. Once this jutsu begins, we shall both be doomed. I give you one last chance. Leave Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely. His hands were merely a centimeter apart. Once they clasped together, the Shinigami would appear, and there would be no turning back. Shiki Fujin, you may attempt it, Liu Mu responded with a wry smile, not expecting the plot to revert to its original course. However, Liu Mu felt no fear, merely curiosity about the expression the Shinigami might wear when confronting countless celestial soldiers and how it would face him, the sage. Seeing Liu Mu show no signs of retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face displayed a bitter smile. After a moment's hesitation, he forcefully clapped his hands together. Father, thank you for your care over the 3 lifetimes. Now is my final act of defiance. Shiki Fujin. Chapter 167. The Shinigami descends with Sarutobi Hiruzen's commanding shout. Countless curse seals appeared around him. Subsequently, an infinite amount of chakra flowed from the seals, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of death energy, as though connected to a graveyard. Gradually, a transparent figure emerged, floating behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The figure's hand plunged into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, seizing his soul. With a swift motion, it yanked the soul out and swallowed it whole. Once this was accomplished, the transparent figure began to solidify. Delicious, the Shinigami remarked while savoring the meal, even closing its eyes in bliss. After fully consuming the soul, the Shinigami slowly opened its eyes, revealing countless tormented souls wailing within, desperately attempting to escape the Shinigami's torment. Yet, under the Shinigami's oppressive presence, all struggles were in vain. Even if a single soul managed to escape, the Grim Reaper, with a casual grasp, snatched the soul and promptly consumed it. Once the chewing was complete, he recollected the mission at hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of adversaries. Who is this target? The Grim Reaper inquired slowly. The man ahead, radiating with rainbow hues, and that man lying on the ground. Feng had scarcely savored his moment of joy when he heard the words of Sarutobi Hizachi, his expression darkening instantly. He could hardly believe that after all this time, he had been outmaneuvered by Sarutobi. It was well known that the Hokage of Konoha possessed profound cunning, and this time he had witnessed it firsthand. You scoundrel, Hokage! The Grim Reaper raised his head, his gaze falling upon Feng, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Even the strongest in this world seemed like mere ants before him. With a mere scythe, he could effortlessly strip away their existence. This illustrated the vast divide between divinity and humanity. Yet, the stronger the human, the more delectable their soul appeared, especially those ninjas endowed with chakra, whose essence was irresistibly tantalizing. Feng, sprawled on the ground, emitted a particularly alluring aroma, continuously drawing the Grim Reaper's attention. Additionally, there was an even more exquisite scent emanating from him, further captivating the Grim Reaper. In that moment, saliva dripped from his mouth. He had never encountered such an enticing fragrance before. This visit had certainly been worthwhile. The Grim Reaper licked his lips, eagerly gazing forward. However, when his gaze landed upon Liu Mu, his body involuntarily trembled. Are you certain this isn't a superior realm? How can there be such a formidable being in the ninja world? Merely observing, his spirit quaked at the thought. If even a single ray of that radiant light were to strike him, he would surely be obliterated. They were on entirely different levels. The Grim Reaper swallowed hard and stammered. Could you please point out the target? I seem to have difficulty seeing clearly. Sarutobi Hizachi was taken aback. When did the Grim Reaper become so unreliable, even claiming to have poor eyesight? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, for his soul had already been offered as a sacrifice. Once this technique concluded, his life would too. He wished to avoid any complications. Slowly, Sarutobi raised his hand and pointed towards Feng. You scoundrel, if you're determined to die, don't drag me down with you. Feng cursed vehemently. Upon hearing Feng's curses, the Grim Reaper felt a wave of relief. It was evident that Feng and Sarutobi were at odds, and it was Sarutobi who had Feng restrained. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The dynamics were clear. Feng was the foe, and Liu Mu was thus a friend. The Grim Reaper's mood brightened considerably, as long as Sarutobi did not compel him to consume the soul of that powerful being. Everything could be negotiated. And what of the next target? The Grim Reaper cheerfully inquired. Sarutobi Hizachi slowly raised his hand, pointing directly at Liu Mu. It is him. The Grim Reaper's smile vanished abruptly, his entire being frozen in place. Surely you jest? At your age, it is normal to have failing eyesight. Perhaps you should double-check to avoid mistakenly harming an innocent. No, it is indeed him, Sarutobi firmly asserted. The Grim Reaper paused, hesitating for a moment before gradually floating towards Liu Mu. In an instant, Sarutobi felt a surge of triumph. Finally, this ordeal could come to a conclusion. Liu Mu furrowed his brow, astonished that the Grim Reaper was genuinely approaching him. Observing the Grim Reaper up close sent chills down his spine. Yet, curiously, he sensed a hint of humility in the Grim Reaper's demeanor. Upon reaching Liu Mu, the Grim Reaper hesitated briefly before saying, "My esteemed lord, you ought to obstruct me from achieving the target of the caster. Could you please step aside?" "No, he is referring to me." The Grim Reaper trembled, his expression darkening as he struggled to articulate a response. "My lord, you jest. How could a mere human dare to confront you? Surely, there has been a mistake." The Grim Reaper said cautiously, "I have not erred. It is indeed him. For the safety of all Konoha, I implore you to consume his soul." Sarutobi Hizachi shouted, sensing the Grim Reaper's prolonged indecision regarding the target. In that moment, the Grim Reaper felt an overwhelming urge to perish. If he were to make a mistake, he wished for divine punishment rather than enduring such torment. To be compelled to act against Liu Mu, was he certain he was not courting his own demise? "My lord, it appears I have encountered a slight disagreement with the caster." "Fear not, I shall resolve this perfectly," the Grim Reaper said anxiously. He then floated back to Sarutobi's side. "Why have you returned? Hurry and kill him, seal him away." Sarutobi urged frantically. "Seal? You wish for my demise, don't you? Just say it directly. Spare me this torment." The Grim Reaper retorted, irritation boiling within him. To consume the soul of that esteemed being was something he wouldn't dare even dream of. Yet this mortal had the audacity to suggest it. "But my soul has already been sacrificed. You cannot expect me to do nothing in return," Sarutobi complained, his face contorted in despair. "Wait here for me, will you?" "Very well, just wait," the Grim Reaper declared, raising his fist and striking his abdomen a few times before inserting his right hand into his mouth. After several seconds, the Grim Reaper withdrew his hand, along with a transparent miniature figure. This figure, though diminutive, bore an uncanny resemblance to Sarutobi Hizachi. "This is your soul, and now I return it to you. Let it be as if I had never come, nor you summoned me. We are now even," the Grim Reaper stated, carelessly dropping the transparent figure to the ground, nearly stepping on it in disdain. "You have been added to my blacklist. We shall never meet again," he exclaimed angrily, just as he was preparing to depart. A voice echoed, "Now that you're here, why not assist him in completing his task before you leave?" Upon hearing this voice, the Grim Reaper shed tears of regret. Chapter 168, The Grim Reaper's Double Kill. The Grim Reaper stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him, and he hurried to Sarutobi Hizachi's side. "May I have the soul again?" "Huh." The Grim Reaper did not grant Sarutobi a choice. Instead, he lunged at his heart. Moments later, the soul recently consumed by Sarutobi was forcibly extracted. "I have taken your soul. Now I shall assist you in resolving your target." Sarutobi's face betrayed skepticism. After all, the Grim Reaper's earlier demeanor was still fresh in his mind. "Very well, then help me resolve it. You need not say more. I fully comprehend your request. Leave everything to me," the Grim Reaper interrupted, hastily assuring him. Sarutobi's expression grew even more perplexed, sensing the Grim Reaper's erratic behavior, which seemed quite unreliable. However, since he had accepted the task, Sarutobi chose not to dwell further. "I entrust it to you." The Grim Reaper nodded and slowly approached Fengying. As he neared, Fengying inexplicably began to levitate, floating directly before the Grim Reaper. A look of terror spread across Fengying's face. He attempted to scream, but his mouth, as if ensnared by a jutsu, produced no sound regardless of his efforts. Desperately, he flailed his limbs in futile struggle. At that moment, the Grim Reaper took a deep breath. Fengying trembled violently as a transparent figure burst forth from his mouth. After a few futile attempts to resist, it was swiftly inhaled by the Grim Reaper. Fengying's limbs fell limp, his body devoid of any trace of life. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hizachi could not suppress a smirk. As long as Fengying was dead, the infiltrators from Sunagakure had effectively transformed into headless flies within Konoha village, making it considerably easier to address the situation. Victory would yield a substantial compensation, yet one aspect vexed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why was it that each time his soul was captured, he had to endure such a thorough extraction, while dealing with the Kazekage required merely a breath? This was sheer discrimination, a blatant double standard. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. If he could eliminate the Kazekage and subsequently Liu Mu, Konoha would be utterly secure. "Hurry, slay Liu Mu. What respect is owed to Liu Mu? My only task was to eliminate the Kazekage. Did we not agree to slay the Kazekage first?" followed by Liu Mu? You promised. Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the verge of tears. The Kazekage was merely a bonus. Liu Mu was the primary target. With the Reaper having slain the bonus and yet sparing the main target, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it intolerable. Hey, how can you unjustly besmirch someone's reputation? Let me tell you. One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. The first time, you indeed sought to harm the esteemed Liu Mu, yet I expelled it. The second time, you merely indicated the Kazekage. The Reaper hastily explained, fearing Liu Mu would misconstrue the situation. Blood gushed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, staining the ground crimson. He never anticipated that a deity like the Reaper would resort to petty trickery akin to that of common folk. Were he not outmatched, he would have relished the opportunity to make the Reaper taste the local delicacies of the Land of Fire. At that moment, the Reaper floated before Sarutobi Hiruzen, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Since your target has been dispatched, you shall accompany me. As he spoke, the Reaper wielded a massive scythe. The blade descended, severing the last connection between Sarutobi Hiruzen and his soul. His vision gradually clouded, his hands fell limply to his sides, and silence enveloped him. Once the deed was done, the Reaper scampered over to Liu Mu. My lord, do you find my actions satisfactory? You may leave, Liu Mu replied, waving his hand. A look of joy blossomed on the Reaper's face, feeling an immense weight lifted. Very well, my lord, I shall take my leave. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to summon me. My contact number is simply those few seals. Liu Mu's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that the Shiki Fujin seals would serve as a means of contact. The Reaper departed, and the time for the special effects to materialize had elapsed. Although the physical manifestation had vanished, the effects remained. Furthermore, he had 50 minutes to master all ninjutsu, setting aside other techniques. Liu Mu needed to familiarize himself with Sage Mode during this precious time. Mastery of it would pave a smoother path ahead. With this thought, Liu Mu promptly sat down in meditation. What's happening inside? Yuzuki Yuin furrowed her brow as she gazed into the dense forest. In contrast to the reverence others in Konoha held for Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt an inexplicable kinship towards him. Lady Yuin, the Hokage has been inside for over 10 minutes. Though the sounds of battle have ceased, we dare not enter. If you lack the courage, I shall go. With a cold snort, Yuzuki Yuin strode forward. The moment she stepped inside, a sacred and solemn aura permeated the air, compelling her to kneel. Yet, for the sake of her son, Sarutobi Hiruzen, she stifled the impulse and continued onward. As she drew closer to the center, the aura intensified, and signs of battle became increasingly evident. It was then that she spotted an elderly man with white hair lying on the ground nearby. Without hesitation, she dashed towards him. Upon recognizing the deeply wrinkled face, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xiao Fei, why have you left alone? You've made me bury a white-haired person while sending off a black-haired one. How shall I live on? In that moment, Yuzuki Yuin's tears flowed freely as she repeatedly performed healing ninjutsu, hoping to awaken Sarutobi Hiruzen. After approximately 3 minutes, she despaired. Now, her only purpose was to avenge her son, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Drawing a kunai, she fixed her gaze on the distant light. Despite the great terror emanating from that rainbow glow, as a mother, Yuzuki Yuin summoned her courage and approached step by step. Upon entering the prism of colors and seeing the features of the other party, her kunai clattered to the ground, disbelief etched across her face. Husband? Chapter 169. Consecutive rewards. Liu Mu was savoring the wonders of Sage Mode when a series of system notifications suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the emergency task. Reward obtained. Awakening degree increased by 20%. Current awakening degree is 80%. Mysterious reward obtained. Congratulations, host. For receiving a mobility ninjutsu gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, host, for opening the mobility ninjutsu gift pack and acquiring body flicker technique. Obtained Shunshin no Jutsu. Obtained Flying Thunder God technique. Liu Mu's pupils dilated at the sight of the rewards. Firstly, the awakening degree had reached 80%. Just one step away from fully awakening the system. Secondly, the mobility ninjutsu was remarkable. The body flicker technique merely heightened speed to its utmost, rendering the user's figure nearly untraceable in combat. The Shunshin no Jutsu was an invaluable technique, allowing one to meld with the earth and traverse freely, making it exceptionally practical. Finally, the Flying Thunder God technique transcended mere mobility. It was a spatial ninjutsu. As long as the opponent possessed a kunai marked with a coordinate, one could instantaneously arrive, regardless of the distance. Moreover, it allowed for seamless repositioning during battle, enabling surprise attacks on foes. In terms of both combat and utility, it was undoubtedly the most advantageous ninjutsu. As Liu Mu reveled in his fortune, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully participating in the Konoha Collapse Plan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an additional 20% awakening degree. Ding! As the awakening degree has successfully reached 100%. The system is currently reviving. Estimated time, 72 hours. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Effect switch control. Congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious gift, the ability to activate a random bloodline limit. Activate. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the bloodline limit. Shikatsumiyaku. Upon witnessing this series of rewards, Liu Mu was overwhelmed with joy. The awakening degree had finally reached 100%. After 169 chapters of slumber, the system was on the verge of awakening. Although it would take 72 hours, having waited for years, what was 3 more days? Furthermore, the effect switch control was a significant boon, allowing him to freely manage the activation of effects. This would alleviate many inconveniences. After all, casting a Byakugan turned the entire world into black and white, which was far from ideal for his gathering of materials. A casual practice session with chakra would evoke a resurgence of spiritual energy, hindering his ability to train effectively over the years. Now, he could simply deactivate it, allowing him to train like an ordinary ninja and enjoy the conveniences of ninjutsu. During battle, he could reactivate it with ease. Lastly, the final reward was also commendable. It would fortify his bones to be as resilient as steel, perfectly safeguarding his internal organs. As long as the organs remain unharmed, it merely counts as a superficial injury. Moreover, the Shikatsumiyaku can engage in combat. It is worth noting that Junma Liu nearly eliminated my AI Luo with a single strike, relying solely on the Shikatsumiyaku. Darling, Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, entirely unaware that he had been so engrossed in reviewing rewards that someone had approached him without his notice. Just as he prepared to open his eyes, the fusion of rewards caused a transformation within him. First came the infusion of ninjutsu, rendering Liu Mu's mind a blank slate as a plethora of information regarding ninjutsu flooded his consciousness. Next was the emergence of the Shikatsumiyaku, making him feel as though his bones possessed a life of their own, incessantly writhing. This writhing felt akin to the shattering and subsequent healing of his bones, occurring almost once per second. Liu Mu soon lost consciousness from the pain. Darling, what's wrong? After an undetermined period, Liu Mu slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that he had been bound. The method of binding was remarkably skillful. Any struggle tightened the ropes, making it difficult for him to breathe. You finally awakened. Liu Mu was startled. Clad in the attire of Konohagakure and adorned with its forehead protector, it was apparent that the woman before him was a ninja of Konoha. Had this been earlier, Liu Mu would have been at her mercy, unable to resist her torment. However, now with the Shikatsumiyaku, every bone served as a weapon, every fragment a blade. He could easily free himself from the ropes. Yet, Liu Mu was profoundly curious as to why she had not handed him over to the Umbu and instead chose to keep him in the forest. What do you intend to do? No sooner had Liu Mu spoken than he felt a chill at his neck, a cold kunai pressed firmly against it. They say a tiger does not eat its cubs. Why did you kill Xiao Fei? Why did you strip me of my rights as a mother? Liu Mu's lips twitched. The words of Ou's Xian left him utterly baffled. Xiao Fei, are you referring to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Well, at least you remember your son's name. Ou's Xian sneered. Liu Mu's lips twitched even more violently. When had he become the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and how was this woman claiming to be his wife? Had he truly slept for a century? Moreover, he was merely 16. How could he possibly have a son as old as Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are you certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen was born to you after a full term, or was he adopted? Ou's Xian paused. She had been Liu Mu's wife across 3 lifetimes, giving birth to Liu Fei thrice. Yet this time in the ninja world was different, as she was still pure. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to ask you, did you kill Xiao Fei? No. Liu Mu chuckled. In a certain sense, Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen victim to his own ninjutsu, perishing from the backlash of the death god. This could not be attributed to him. The third Hokage had unleashed a jutsu beyond his control, resulting in his demise. Oyueshien scoffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is reputed to be a compendium of ninjutsu. How could he possibly succumb to backlash? However, the lie detection stone in her hand remained unresponsive, confirming that Liu Mu spoke the truth. Her face displayed disbelief. You did not lie? Why would I? Realizing Oyueshien's intent, Liu Mu promptly lost interest. His bones erupted forth, severing the ropes binding him, while the kunai at his neck was clamped between two bones, rendering Oyueshien unable to withdraw it, regardless of her effort. Well, the farce has concluded. I must take my leave. A look of defeat crossed Oyueshien's face, for she had never truly captured the man before her. He remained as formidable as ever, continuing to captivate her. Although she understood that the sentiments she clung to were merely illusions cast by the man before her, and he seemed devoid of any memory, Oyueshien was unwilling to step away from it. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was not killed by Liu Mu, she was willing to perpetuate the love and kinship of their 3 lifetimes, even if it meant pursuing him actively this time. She hastily grasped Liu Mu's hand, her eyes pleading, "Can you take me with you?" Chapter 170. The collapse of Konoha plan completed as they departed from Konoha. The once jovial group now simmered with tension. Kuratsuchi and Konan, who had previously been at odds, now stood united, cautiously assessing Oyueshien. What should we do, Sister Konan? The enemy is formidable. We must join forces to resist. Observing Liu Mu step away, Konan took a deep breath and approached Oyueshien. Oyueshien, as a ninja of Konoha, why have you been following us without the consent of your master? Oyueshien displayed no anger, instead wearing a gentle smile as if she considered herself the lady of the house. Sister Konan, I am unsure how you have cared for my husband, but look at how thin he has become. Upon hearing the term husband, Kuratsuchi's temper flared, rolling up her sleeves and advancing. I have a betrothal with Liu Mu. We are the true couple, Kuratsuchi exclaimed indignantly. Oh, you and Liu Mu are married? Have you engaged in marital relations? Are you aware of Liu Mu's prowess? Oyueshien's relentless questions left Kuratsuchi blushing, utterly at a loss for words. Observing this, Oyueshien's face broke into a triumphant smile. We have experienced countless things together, and have even had several children. Oyueshien boasted, her expression radiating pride. Children? Several of them. Kuratsuchi's face blanched in shock, glaring furiously at Oyueshien. She then shouted, I want that too, and I want to have even more than you. After declaring this, Kuratsuchi dashed toward the direction Liu Mu had taken. Oyueshien smirked and shifted her gaze to Konan. Sister Konan, you have spent the most time with my husband. Thank you for your care, now that I am back. You need not worry any longer. Konan furrowed her brows. Oyueshien's words were clearly an attempt to dismiss her. Anger surged within Konan, but she knew she was the last line of defense. If she fled like Kuratsuchi, her chances of approaching Liu Mu would diminish significantly. Hence, she had to fight to the end. Has your master acknowledged your identity as his wife? And regarding the numerous children you claim to have, just you? You. Oyueshien frowned, taken aback by Konan's unexpected challenge. This woman was not to be underestimated. Liu Mu, having finished in the restroom, prepared to return to the group. However, just as he was about to step forward, Kuratsuchi rushed toward him, her eyes red with urgency. Darling, do you like children? Shall we have a few? Liu Mu nearly spat blood. So Kuratsuchi had hurried over for this reason. Although he had indeed made an inexplicable marriage pact with Kuratsuchi, she was far too young. Stop. We can discuss this later. But Oyueshien said you and she have had several children. Kuratsuchi replied, her voice filled with indignation. Liu Mu's lips twitched, and a bitter expression crossed his face. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped out, having overheard Liu Mu and Kuratsuchi's conversation, and quickly covered her ears in an attempt to flee. Orochimaru, come back here. Liu Mu's anger flared upon seeing Orochimaru. The plan to dismantle Konoha was orchestrated by none other than Orochimaru himself, who had also arranged everything, and even manipulated the Wind Country for the sole purpose of eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to perish like a hero. However, just when the mission was about to commence, Orochimaru had vanished. What a fool he was. Orochimaru, how dare you show your face before me? Where have you gone with the Konoha collapse plan? Liu Mu exclaimed furiously. Upon hearing this, a bitter expression crept across Orochimaru's face. Just days after the conclusion of the 3rd Chunin exam, Might Guy burst in using the 8th gate of the 8 gates, and although I was unscathed, my presence was completely exposed. Then Jiraiya and Tsunade clung to me, and it was only now that I found an opportunity to escape. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Liu Mu was drenched in cold sweat. This was truly self-sabotage. My guy had been spurred on by the strange teachings I had imparted, leading to him recklessly unleashing the eighth gate and inadvertently revealing Orochimaru. As for Tsunade, she certainly returned alongside Jiraiya. Otherwise, he alone would never have been able to restrain Orochimaru. In essence, it was akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. Liu, are you sweating all over? Is your health in jeopardy? Sweat. This is a new ninjutsu I am researching, designed to expel sweat rapidly due to the heat and cool myself down. And rest assured, Sarutobi Hiruzen has died. Just as a hero would. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Orochimaru's demeanor turned solemn, his eyes brimming with gratitude. I am fortunate to have you, Liu. The surprise ninjutsu I had planned to deploy became unnecessary. Oh, I must hurry and inform Itachi to make an appearance in Konoha. After saying this, Orochimaru hurriedly departed. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. In conclusion, the Konoha collapse plan had come to a definitive end. The narrative of Naruto could now proceed. Liu Mu and his companions headed straight back to the Land of Rain, and with the addition of Yuzuki Yugao, the entire group took on an odd atmosphere. Feeling as though they had stepped into a harem drama, with Nan K-Fei and Hei K-Fei opposing Shi K-Fei's storyline. Initially, Liu Mu was reluctant to have Yuzuki Yugao accompany them, as she constantly boasted about being his wife, which made Liu Mu extremely uncomfortable, and no matter how he tried, he could not shake her off. However, after her arrival, the prolonged conflict between Kuratsuchi and Konan reached a resolution, even leading to an alliance. Thus, Yuzuki Yugao's value became evident. Upon returning to the Land of Rain, he no longer had to endure the chaotic days of disorder. Just as Liu Mu anxiously awaited the awakening of the system, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility. Scorpion, what brings you here? A girl with Byakugan has specifically requested to see you, Liu. Will you meet with her or not? A girl with Byakugan? Chapter 171. The Hyuga clan's allegiance to Akatsuki under Scorpion's guidance. Liu Mu arrived at the reception hall in the Land of Rain. Outside the hall, several ninjas stood guard. After all, Byakugan belonged to the unique Hyuga clan of Konoha. The presence of Konoha's people in the Land of Rain necessitated utmost caution, especially those possessing Byakugan, who could surveil the entire Land of Rain. It was imperative to exercise extreme caution to avoid leaking the main secrets of the Akatsuki organization. Liu, you've arrived. The guard ninjas stood at attention upon seeing Liu Mu, their excitement evident in their expressions, reflecting their inner thrill. After all, Liu Mu was the spiritual leader of the Akatsuki organization. Yes, I wish to see this girl and understand why she has specifically sought me out. Liu Mu strode into the room. Upon seeing the familiar figure, a puzzled expression emerged on his face. The girl with Byakugan was none other than Hyuga Hinata. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata was covered in wounds. The small cuts had already scabbed over, while larger injuries still oozed blood intermittently. And some areas had begun to show signs of infection. It was clear that these injuries were not recent. This left Liu Mu even more perplexed. It must be noted that Hyuga Hinata was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and especially after my arrival, her status within the clan had reached its zenith, even surpassing Hyuga Hayashi. Yet here she was, appearing in the Land of Rain, battered and bruised. Upon seeing Liu Mu, the tears that she had been bravely holding back finally burst forth. I have finally seen you. Wait, let me treat your wounds. Liu Mu had experienced this body of Hyuga Hinata for nearly a month and had developed a certain affection for it. Now, seeing her in such a wounded state, he felt a pang of compassion. He quickly activated the healing palm technique. As the technique unfolded, the special effects did not activate this time, rendering the healing palm quite plain. However, its healing capabilities remained unimpaired. The small wounds healed instantaneously, while the larger ones gradually closed, disappearing completely. In just a few minutes, Hyuga Hinata reverted to her previous porcelain doll self, looking exquisite and endearing. There, your wounds are healed. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Upon hearing Liu Mu's question, Hyuga Hinata's tears began to flow anew, her body trembling in rhythm with her sobs. Our Hyuga clan has been annihilated. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Liu Mu sprang to his feet. The Hyuga clan was one of the largest clans in Konoha, and with 2 members among the 12 guardians. How could they simply be wiped out? Hinata, please elaborate. Liu Mu said, moving a chair beside Hinata and casually picking up a slice of watermelon to eat. Following the finals of the Chunin exam and the sacrifice of the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo assumed the role of acting Hokage. Once he took office, the nightmare for our Hyuga clan began. Before anyone could react, our clan was surrounded, or rather, the entire Hyuga clan was besieged. They accused us of being spies and launched an attack. Numerous lives were sacrificed, and thankfully, Gai-sensei aided us, allowing us to escape. But now, only 1 in 10 of our clan members remains. I hope you can accept the Hyuga clan. I will agree to any conditions. After Hyuga Hinata spoke, she began to cry once more. After all, it was unimaginable for anyone to fathom that the Hyuga clan could fall so swiftly. Liu Mu was engulfed in profound guilt regarding the downfall of the Hyuga clan. If it were not for his use of the heart transfer technique to control Hyuga Hinata, the current situation would not have arisen. Very well, where are the remaining members of the Hyuga clan? Bring them all into our Akatsuki organization, and they shall continue to strive alongside us. Thank you so much. Hinata expressed her gratitude, bowing her head in thanks. Witnessing this scene, Liu Mu felt a twinge of sadness. The heiress of a great clan was now reduced to begging on her knees. Clearly, this setback had profoundly impacted Hyuga Hinata. Under Hinata's guidance, Liu Mu followed her into a grove outside the Akatsuki organization. To avoid alarming this group of frightened birds, Liu Mu ventured out alone with Hinata, leaving no one behind. After all, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could return to the Akatsuki in the blink of an eye if any issues arose. As soon as they stepped into the grove, a dozen ninjas leaped out, each with white eyes, clad in pure white martial attire. Among this group, 2 figures stood out in green, Might Guy and Rock Lee. Liu Mu appeared somewhat taken aback, not expecting these 2 to have defected from Konoha and sought refuge with the Akatsuki. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi emerged. Upon encountering Liu Mu, I could not help but furrow my brow. So young? Hinata, are you certain this individual is capable of making decisions? The Hyuga clan has reached a critical juncture, and Hinata Hizashi must proceed with caution. It is imperative to find a sanctuary willing to accept us before the bounty on the Hyuga clan is announced. Otherwise, we shall face relentless pursuit from the entire shinobi world. Rest assured, my words hold weight within the Akatsuki organization, Liu Mu declared, with a casual wave of his hand. The transformation technique was immediately dispelled, revealing Liu Mu's true visage. Upon recognizing Liu Mu's face, Hinata Hizashi trembled uncontrollably. This face was far too familiar. Almost every shinobi from Konohagakure carries a photograph of Liu Mu in their tool pouch. This is not merely a target of a bounty. It is an order from the higher-ups of Konohagakure to flee upon sighting this individual. I never expected to encounter him here. However, this time there is no need to run. We shall soon become family. Lord Liu Mu, although your reputation precedes you, I must discuss this matter with the other members of the clan. Please, go ahead. Hinata Hizashi returned to the group of a dozen or so. After exchanging a few words, several individuals retrieved a photograph from their tool pouches. Upon confirming its authenticity, excitement spread across their faces. After all, Liu Mu's renown is unparalleled. Being able to join and even fight alongside him is undoubtedly a sagacious choice. At the very least, it ensures the safety of the clan. Moreover, once Hinata Hanabi fully masters the Bagua, it will not be too late to return to Konohagakure. With a smile, Hinata Hizashi approached once more. Thank you for accepting us. From this moment forth, the Hyuga clan officially joins the Akatsuki. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. The Hyuga clan possesses Byakugan, making them unrivaled in strategic reconnaissance. This will enable the clan's shinobi to swiftly identify target individuals, significantly enhancing mission efficiency. Just then, Might Guy stepped forward, scrutinizing Liu Mu from head to toe while comparing a photograph. Despite Liu Mu's immense fame within Konohagakure, this was the first time Might Guy had laid eyes on him. Were it only himself, he might have readily agreed without hesitation. However, accompanied by Rock Lee, Might Guy felt compelled to exercise caution. Indeed, it is you, Liu Mu. Your reputation is formidable, and I am quite curious to know how many gates you can withstand before the 8 gates of life, Might Guy remarked with a smile. Chapter 172. Suppressing Might Guy did not afford Liu Mu an opportunity to respond. Gradually, his chakra surged, and the first gate of the 8 gates was officially opened. Open the gate. With a fierce shout from Might Guy, his chakra surged exponentially. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow. At the time when the Hyuga clan was besieged, it was Might Guy's 8 gates that carved a path to survival. One could say that Might Guy is the savior of the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, Hinata Hizashi wished to witness Liu Mu's true strength. First, let me see if you can withstand the opening of the first gate, Might Guy exclaimed, launching himself towards Liu Mu like a spring. Liu Mu frowned. He then clapped his hands, raising a wall inscribed with the image of a paper doll. Earth-style earth wall. Break it for me. Might Guy delivered a powerful kick to the wall. The wall, along with the paper doll, disintegrated instantaneously. At that moment, Liu Mu seized the opportunity during Might Guy's suspended state and aimed a kick at his waist. Might Guy's pupils constricted sharply. He unexpectedly reversed his direction in midair, colliding his feet together, resulting in a mutual cancellation of force. This seemingly mundane kick caused Might Guy to furrow his brow. This kick was empowered by the 8 gates. If an ordinary person dared to kick like that, their bones would shatter instantly. Yet Liu Mu appeared unfazed. This indicates that Liu Mu's physical strength is astonishingly formidable. I underestimated you. However, can you withstand what comes next? Might Guy proclaimed as his chakra surged once again. 8 gates. Rest gate, open. With a furious roar, Might Guy's chakra multiplied exponentially, his strength now several times greater than before. Do you still dare to engage in a fistfight with me? Might Guy shouted as he began to unleash a flurry of punches. The air around his fists crackled with the sound of breaking waves, akin to fireworks. A fistfight? I fear nothing. Liu Mu replied with a triumphant smile, unhesitatingly striking back at Might Guy. Witnessing this, Hinata Hizashi could not help but shake his head. This Liu Mu is far too young to dare strike at Guy. Hinata Hizashi lamented. Might Guy is now an adult. His bones have fully developed. Coupled with years of training, his bones have reached an astonishing strength. Liu Mu appears to be merely 16 years old, still in the midst of growth. Most critically, he lacks systematic training. If the two were to engage in a fistfight, the outcome could only result in broken arms. At the moment the two fists collided, Hinata Hizashi closed his eyes, bracing for the sound of breaking bones. The youth is far too reckless. Hinata Hizashi shook his head once more. However, upon opening his eyes, he was left aghast. Liu Mu stood there nonchalantly, an expression of calmness on his face, while Might Guy clutched his left hand with his right, displaying a visage of pain. In the fistfight, Might Guy was defeated. Hinata Hizashi could hardly believe his eyes. While he could accept Might Guy's defeat in other areas, losing in a fistfight was entirely unacceptable. Might Guy grasped his injured right hand, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Ever since comprehending that vitality, these injuries would heal swiftly. Yet Might Guy could not fathom that he had lost to Liu Mu in his area of greatest expertise. What kind of ninjutsu did you employ? Ninjutsu. I merely possess slightly harder bones, Liu Mu replied with a mischievous grin. After acquiring the Shikatsumiyaku, the strength of his bones surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Not only is Might Guy, who has just opened 2 gates, unable to match him in a fistfight, but even if he were to open more gates, he would still fall short. After all, while the 8 gates enhance chakra and stimulate physical strength, bones remain difficult to strengthen. Thus, as long as Might Guy dared to engage in a fistfight, he would inevitably be the one injured. In an instant, Might Guy's eyes turned cold, resembling a green beast, fixated on Liu Mu. You are quite impressive, but do not die on me. Open the life gate of the 8 gates. Might Guy roared, his veins bulging with chakra reaching terrifying levels. Like a violent wind, it swept around him. In the next moment, Might Guy vanished from his position. By the time one could perceive his shadow, he had already changed locations. An ordinary person's sight could not keep pace with Might Guy's current speed. Liu Mu let out a cold laugh, promptly activating his ocular technique. His pupils transformed to a blood-red hue, featuring 3 white tomo at their center. Sharingan. Liu Mu is likely among the last few possessors of the Sharingan in this world. Liu Mu's Sharingan is no secret. It was first revealed when he first caused a stir in Konohagakure. However, Might Guy remained unfazed. Even if his eyes could follow the movement, his body could not keep up. The Sharingan is unlike the Byakugan. Its vision is limited to what lies directly ahead. If one were to circle behind, they would enter the blind spot of the Sharingan. The speed of turning simply could not keep pace with his own movement. Might Guy recognized his advantage and, after a series of swift movements, directly circled behind Liu Mu. With his remarkable speed, before Liu Mu could turn around and notice him, Might Guy's fist had already struck his opponent's body. This exemplified the greatest advantage of speed. In the blink of an eye, Might Guy had reached Liu Mu's back, his left hand transforming into a blade aimed straight at the nape of Liu Mu's neck. Even if Liu Mu possessed extraordinary physical resilience, A successful strike from this hand would render him completely unconscious. However, Maitakai felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Suddenly, he shivered. Why was it so cold? In an instant, he realized that his body had begun to freeze, encasing him in a growing number of ice blocks. He could only maintain the posture of his handblade, unable to strike downwards. How did you notice me? Your eyes shouldn't be able to keep up, Maitakai said reluctantly. At that moment, not far away, the usually silent Rishiang Rizu trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Yin. It's Bai Yin, he exclaimed. The technique he used involved the operation of Bai Yin. This fellow had fused Bai Yin with Xingluan Yin. Rishiang Rizu shook his head in disbelief. The experiment of merging Xingluan Yin and Bai Yin had been attempted before. If the two ocular techniques could be blended and complemented, they would undoubtedly become the most potent ocular technique in the world of ninjas. However, as both belonged to the ocular bloodline limit category, their mutual rejection was immense. Despite numerous attempts, all had ended in failure. To encounter such a fusion in the land of rain was beyond his imagination. Moreover, Rishiang Rizu observed that Liu Mu's extraordinary skeletal strength bore a resemblance to the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water. Now, the ability that had frozen Maitakai was also reminiscent of the ice techniques of the Mizukage clan, with 4 bloodline limits manifesting in a single individual. This was merely what Liu Mu had displayed. A sudden chill ran down Rishiang Rizu's spine. Just how many bloodline limits does this kid possess? Chapter 173. All 8 gates unlocked. I must admit, you are quite formidable. It seems I must get serious. Maitakai sneered, and his chakra surged dramatically. The ice encasing him began to crack like a spider's web. The 4th gate, the injury gate, is now open. With a loud shout from Maitakai, the ice shattered completely, falling to the ground like fragments. His chakra had reached an astonishing level, even without activating any ocular techniques. One could observe the flow of chakra surrounding Maitakai. Liu Mu smiled wryly. At this moment, Maitakai had attained the prowess of a Kage. Each punch could effortlessly alter the terrain. Not daring to underestimate him, Liu Mu immediately activated his special effects. Although he could continue to battle Maitakai with his own strength, it was unnecessary. If he were accidentally struck down, he would have nowhere to lament. Once Liu Mu activated the special effect, confidence illuminated his face. Kai, why not open a few more gates? It would make things simpler, Liu Mu said with a mischievous grin. Maitakai couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had never been mocked in such a manner. To suggest he open more gates? That was not the way to seek death. However, since Liu Mu had made the request, Maitakai would naturally oblige. Very well. You asked for it. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate, is now open. The 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the View Gate, is now open. Maitakai opened 2 gates in quick succession, his chakra multiplying by several times. At that moment, he had transformed into a being of pure chakra, gradually enveloped in green energy. If you die, don't blame me. Chokogiki. In an instant, Maitakai's fists flew in rapid succession. The speed of his strikes created a multitude of sparks, launching towards Liu Mu. Is this the Chokogiki? Liu Mu chuckled, then clapped his hands. His chakra began to gather. Water release, water dragon bullet. Upon hearing Liu Mu's command, Maitakai shook his head. Despite the dazzling display of flames, the essence of Chokogiki did not lie in fire techniques, but rather in the rapid succession of punches. While water release could extinguish flames, it could not hinder the onslaught of countless fists. You have lost. Maitakai shook his head in disappointment, then once more increased his speed. In the next moment, the water dragon bullet was successfully unleashed. A massive dragon head surged forth from behind Liu Mu, charging directly at Maitakai. This water dragon was unlike the typical water dragon bullet. While a regular one featured merely a dragon's head followed by a column of water, Liu Mu's version was several times larger, with each scale vividly discernible. Especially the 4 claws that conveyed a sense of dread. The entire water dragon opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite Maitakai. Realizing the imminent danger, Maitakai had no choice but to evade. The water dragon, seemingly alive, reacted with its own intent, its tail swinging powerfully and striking Maitakai, sending him flying like a baseball. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Maitakai realized this was no ordinary water dragon bullet. It was akin to a summoning technique, manifesting the water dragon itself. Facing a divine beast was no trivial matter. However, instead of succumbing to despair, Maitakai ignited an unquenchable fighting spirit. A divine beast, you say? Today, I shall shatter you with a single kick. As he spoke, his chakra surged once more. The sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. In an instant, blue steam enveloped my Dakai. The pressure reached its zenith, and a gentle breeze felt like a knife against his skin. My Dakai furrowed his brow, yet his fighting spirit soared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What of a divine beast? Open! My Dakai shouted, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, aiming directly for the water dragon's vulnerable spot. Sensing the threat, the water dragon inhaled deeply, then unleashed a tremendous jet of water from its maw. It was as if the sky had been slashed open and torrents poured down. Yet, my Dakai showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he increased his speed. Break for me. His foot collided with the water column, surging upward against the overwhelming flow. With a single kick, he struck the water dragon's head, causing it to shatter completely. Liu Mu could not help but applaud. He hadn't anticipated that my Dakai, having opened 7 gates, could obliterate the special effect. One could not deny that with 7 gates open, my Dakai's strength had reached a level beyond that of a Kage, brushing against the realm of the sage. Yet, the sight of my Dakai using 7 gates to strike down a water dragon bullet technique made Liu Mu chuckle. What are you laughing at? Have you succumbed to despair? My Dakai glared at Liu Mu, his anger flaring upon seeing him chuckle. I was merely thinking, if your father could see you now, he would undoubtedly be proud of you. Liu Mu's words prompted another round of laughter. My Dakai furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to discern whether Liu Mu was praising or mocking him. Yet, when faced with the ambiguity, my Dakai's choice was simple. He would kick him. Resolving this, he felt his chakra surge once more. The blue steam gradually transformed into red steam. In that moment, my Dakai's power reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths were present, my Dakai would dare to deliver a kick. This was the final gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate. This matter is beyond my control. If you are afraid, just surrender directly. My Dakai remarked with pride. With that kick, even Uchiha Madara would have confidence in delivering a fatal blow. Let alone this child, Liu Mu, standing before me. Do not be afraid. Show me your full strength, Liu Mu replied nonchalantly. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique, if the situation turns dire, I can make a swift escape. Very well, but do not regret it. Ikai? As my Dakai dashed towards him, Liu Mu assumed the stance of the gentle fist. Instantly, 2 opposing forces, one yin and one yang, rapidly converged behind Liu Mu. Observing the spectacle, both my Dakai and Hinata Hizashi trembled in unison, exclaiming, "This is Taiji." Chapter 174, The Creator God Before Them. The yin and yang forces continued to accumulate, forming a bagua pattern behind Liu Mu. This was the same effect Liu Mu exhibited while within Hinata Hyuga. Yet this time, it did not cease. Everything around seemed to be drawn into this phenomenon, transforming the world into a canvas of black and white. With each degree the Taiji turned, more yin and yang energies gathered. My Dakai, positioned closest to Liu Mu, was the most affected. At that moment, the yin and yang forces within my Dakai maintained a precarious balance. With every slight rotation of the Taiji, he lost a fraction of his internal energies. Although he still retained balance, each loss aged him visibly. In mere moments, he transformed from a youthful figure into a middle-aged man. If this continued, within a few breaths, the internal yin and yang would vanish completely, heralding his demise. In that instant, my Dakai felt a chilling sensation, never before realizing how close death truly was. Just a matter of breaths. In his mind, he pondered relentlessly about the identity of the youth before him. His mentor, Hinata Hyuga, could manipulate yin and yang energies for battle and even reverse aging through them. My Dakai believed that as long as he possessed vitality in his heart, he could achieve immortality. However, the control over this power remained within the realm of humanity. Yet Liu Mu appeared to transcend the mere utilization of his own yin and yang energies, possessing the ability to manipulate others, even the entire world's energies, effortlessly dictating life and death. Once the energies were unleashed, even divine intervention would be futile. This power undoubtedly surpassed Hinata Hyuga's capacity for control. The chilling thought struck him. If Liu Mu were to absorb all the yin and yang energies from the world, it would spell doom for existence itself. The annihilation of the world would be instantaneous. Such power could only belong to a deity. Or perhaps, the divine was already under Liu Mu's dominion. The only plausible conclusion was that he was the creator god. This realization also elucidated Liu Mu's multiple Kekkei Genkai. At this juncture, a pang of apprehension gripped my Teikai. His Yikai was still in motion and could strike Liu Mu's head in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the once fearless my Teikai hesitated. Creation was infinitely more challenging than destruction. If one could create a world, then obliterating it would be a trivial task. If his actions were to lead to the world's reset, my Teikai would be consumed by eternal guilt. Consequently, he ceased his assault, kneeling on one knee amidst a swirl of crimson steam. I have offended you, my lord. Please forgive this world. My Teikai lowered his head, drenched in sweat, quietly awaiting Liu Mu's response. In that instant, he had aged into a frail elder. Liu Mu was taken aback by this sight. Fortunately, it was merely an effect. Had he unleashed the gentle fist during the trial period, the entire shinobi world might have instantly transitioned into an aged realm. Indeed, effects involving the 5 elements and yin-yang should never be trifled with. Liu Mu promptly halted the gentle fist. In an instant, the Taiji pattern came to a standstill before beginning to rotate in reverse. The black and white energies erupted from the Taiji, and as they entered my Teikai's body, he visibly rejuvenated. Within 2 breaths, the world returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet all present were unable to dismiss the previous spectacle as mere illusion. That had been a miracle. As the Taiji activated, age had surged, flora and fauna withered. The earth fractured, and even the sky tore asunder. Were it not for my Teikai's timely supplication, this world would have surely met its demise. The orchestrator of this chaos was the mere 16-year-old youth before them. Immediately, Hinata Hizashi dropped to his knees. The others from the Hinata clan followed suit, kneeling in reverence. The naive Hinata Hanabi was also pressed down by Hizashi. Divine Lord, the Hinata clan vows to serve you for generations. May you accept us. Hizashi's heart raced with excitement. On the surface, it appeared that the Hinata clan was submitting to another. However, they sought to become followers of the water. By aligning with Liu Mu, they could surely turn their fortunes around, wielding power in the shinobi world and beyond. Meanwhile, my Teikai emerged from the ashes, humbly kneeling. Please, Divine Lord, accept us. Liu Mu, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation. Scorpion, integrate them into the Akatsuki organization, starting as interns. Scorpion snapped back to attention, his expression even more respectful than before. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction before hastily departing. Once Liu Mu was gone, Scorpion immediately puffed up with pride. After all, being a follower of such a divine being was a source of immense pride. Hizashi, you have grand notions. But who could serve as Liu Mu's servant? Nevertheless, fear not. Once you join our Akatsuki, Konoha will be powerless against you. Now come with me to register. Hizashi's face fell instantly, realizing the opportunity to leap from obscurity was slipping away. How could he be overshadowed by Scorpion? In that moment, Hizashi recalled Hinata's Taiji and promptly grasped Hinata's shoulder. Speak honestly. What is the situation with your Taiji? Why did you bring us to the land of rain? Hinata stammered, initially intending to fabricate an excuse. After all, as a girl, being controlled by a boy for nearly a month was hardly a badge of honor. Yet, seeing Hizashi's earnest expression, she ultimately chose to confess. After a heartfelt revelation, Hizashi grew increasingly animated. No wonder. It was the Divine Lord controlling your body for that month. Blushing, Hinata nodded. Just as Hizashi was about to speak, Hanabi suddenly shouted, covering her mouth. No wonder sister was so eager to bathe during those days. Insisting on dragging me along. Hizashi's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze sharpening upon his 2 daughters. He had once lamented that they were not sons, only to realize now that daughters held the sweetest allure. Hinata and Hanabi, I shall assign you a task. Chapter 175, Through the Window 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your system has been thoroughly activated. Please review the privileges you have acquired. Liu Mu felt an overwhelming joy surge within him. After many years, the system had finally awakened. However, upon reflection, he realized that the awakening of the system might not change much. Yet, since it was available, why not utilize it? He hastily opened the system interface. Ding. Host has entered the system interface for the first time, receiving a reward. The Jutsu, Rasen Shuriken. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely accessing the system interface would yield such a reward. Moreover, it was the Rasen Shuriken. One must acknowledge that what is Naruto Uzumaki's ultimate technique? It is indeed the shuriken. If one Rasen shuriken cannot solve an issue, then two surely can. If two cannot resolve it, then a multitude will suffice. There is no problem that cannot be addressed with the Rasen shuriken. With that thought, Liu Mu eagerly attempted to perform the Rasen shuriken, and instantly a water-blue chakra sphere materialized in his hand. Though it appeared modest in size, its destructive power was immense. When combined with the Chidori, it could obliterate anything in an instant. Liu Mu swiftly retracted the Rasen shuriken and continued to examine the system interface. By completing tasks, one can acquire task rewards and elevate the system level. The higher the level, the better the rewards. At level 1, one can obtain ordinary items. At level 2, one can acquire ninjutsu and a minor boost in strength. At level 3, there is a chance to obtain a bloodline limit and special items. At level 4, one may gain items and special abilities from other worlds. At level 5, the rewards are currently undisclosed. Initially, Liu Mu felt no interest in level 3, as he was already sufficiently powerful. As long as he remained cautious, he would encounter no problems. However, upon seeing level 4, his heart began to race. Items and rewards from other worlds. Would this not allow him to acquire the abilities of the devil fruits from the world of pirates? If he were to obtain the Raijin fruit, would he not be able to dominate all? Or perhaps acquire a Zanpakuto from the world of soul reapers, transforming into an unparalleled figure post-release? The possibilities were endless. Additionally, the unknown rewards of level 5 might even lead to rewards from the realm of cultivation, allowing him to ascend to immortality and become a true deity, eternal in this world. With this thought, Liu Mu felt a renewed excitement. However, the system provided little explanation, leaving him to explore on his own. He felt momentarily disheartened. Just then, he heard the sound of a window opening. It was late at night. Who would enter through a window? The name Xiaonan immediately flashed in his mind. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! An intruder has been detected at the host's residence. Please repel the invading enemy immediately. Task reward: a set of exquisite ninja tools. Liu Mu's eyes brightened. He had not expected the task to trigger so easily. However, given the current low level of the system, the rewards were rather commonplace. Yet, to elevate the system level, he had to complete low-level tasks. The only person he could recall who would enter through the window was Xiaonan. During her time in Konoha, she had committed many outrageous acts, and Liu Mu had yet to properly punish her. Now that she had come to him, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, a trap had already been set by the window. Anyone entering through it would undoubtedly trigger the trap. As expected, a wail emanated from the direction of the window. Just as Liu Mu was reveling in his triumph, another wail echoed. He furrowed his brow. Could it be that Xiaonan had accomplices now? As he prepared to investigate, he suddenly noticed the front door swinging open, revealing Xiaonan, who entered with a late-night snack, her demeanor shrouded in mystery. Master, look at the moonlight. It is so beautiful. Isn't it perfect for a candlelight dinner? How did you come in through the front door? Liu Mu exclaimed, eyes wide as he regarded Xiaonan. If she was here, then who had entered through the window? No, wait. There were two intruders. Am I not allowed to enter through the front door? Or do you prefer if I come in through the window? Xiaonan replied, as if she had discovered a hidden treasure, promptly placing the food down and dashing back outside. Liu Mu barely had time to stop her. Before long, commotion arose from upstairs. What on earth is going on? Liu Mu's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Xiaonan would fall into the trap as well. Hastily, he rushed upstairs, but upon witnessing the scene before him, his lips twitched in disbelief. 3 individuals were suspended by ropes near the window, spinning and colliding with each other, each impact eliciting a cry of distress. The largest figure was undoubtedly Xiaonan. The other 2 wore JK uniforms, their white pupils reflecting a pitiful expression. Hinata? Hanabi? What are you 2 doing here? Liu Mu could not help but chuckle. It seemed that the sisters of the Hyuga clan had not interacted much with Xiaonan, yet they had learned her skills. Moreover, to enter through the window in JK uniforms at this hour was simply criminal, something even Xiaonan would not dare attempt. This was a situation that could warrant serious consequences. Father instructed us to deliver a letter, and this outfit was also arranged by him, insisting that we must personally hand it to you. Liu Mu's lips twitched. It seemed that the ever-playful Hayashi Hyuga had sent his daughters dressed in JK uniforms to deliver a letter. One could not deny that only a man could truly understand what a man desires. Is it truly as simple as delivering a letter? Then where is the letter? The letter is in my clothes, Hinata replied, her face turning crimson. Only now did Liu Mu notice the rather inappropriate position of the ropes binding them. Furthermore, with them clad in JK uniforms and spinning, was there not a risk of everything being exposed? Ah, close your eyes. Do not look, Hinata shouted, her voice echoing loudly enough to make Xiao Nan's ears ring. Liu Mu sighed in amusement. During his month in Konoha, he had seen everything from a first-person perspective, and the sensations were rather unforgettable. Yet with the addition of the JK uniforms, his heart raced uncontrollably. All right. I will close my eyes and help you untie the ropes. He promptly shut his eyes, activating his Byakugan, and stealthily approached the three to assist in their release. Just as Liu Mu positioned himself to untie the ropes, the front door was kicked open with a crash. Pain burst in, exclaiming urgently, "Liu Senpai, I'm sorry to intrude." Seeing Pain leave, Liu Mu hurriedly chased after him. "Pain, let me explain. It is not what you think," Liu Mu implored. Pain halted, placing his hands on Liu Mu's shoulders, his expression serious. "It is normal for a man to have certain preferences, but by the window? That is inappropriate. Especially with so many umbu outside. And that girl is quite young, isn't she? That was merely my trap. I was about to untie them. No need to explain. I understand. Besides, you have been working hard for Akatsuki. It is time to relax a bit." Liu Mu could not help but roll his eyes. It felt as though he was digging himself deeper into trouble. Pain's demeanor clearly indicated he was not one to listen to reason. Rather than continue explaining, it was wiser to minimize the situation. If this gets out, you know the consequences. Upon seeing Liu Mu's murderous glare, Pain nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Rest assured, this matter is known to you, me, the heavens, and the earth." Observing Pain's earnest expression, Liu Mu hesitantly released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Pain immediately took off, sprinting away with astonishing speed, employing Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin to escape. If Uchiha Madara were aware of Pain's frivolous use of the Rinnegan, he might very well rise from the depths below in disbelief. Liu Mu returned to the window, watching as the three engaged in a fierce clash. Xiao Nan, in particular, utilized her teeth as a weapon, battling with Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga. Witnessing this, Liu Mu retreated to his room, covered himself with a quilt, and promptly fell asleep. In the morning, Liu Mu awoke, stretching lazily as he exited his room. The three women still hung by the window, yet after a night had passed, their spirits had noticeably waned. Each bore wounds of varying severity, clearly indicating that the conflict had not ceased in Liu Mu's absence. The remnants of torn clothing scattered across the ground made Liu Mu gulp involuntarily. However, the trio was not faring well. The knots of the traps tightened with every struggle, having dug into their flesh throughout the night, making even breathing a challenge. Yet, Xiaonan still opened her mouth, preparing to bite at Hinata, who retaliated with a kick. It was surprising to see such a gentle woman as Hinata resort to violence. She must truly have been pushed to her limits. Liu Mu shook his head in resignation. Is this what it means to be a woman? The age-old adage of three women forming a play seemed far from accurate. It resembled a battlefield instead. Given that the three still had the energy to continue fighting, Liu Mu decided to ignore them. As he glanced down, he suddenly noticed a crumpled piece of letter paper addressed to him with respect. Recalling Hinata's words from yesterday about delivering a message, he felt a pang of guilt for having kept her and Hanabi suspended overnight if her intentions were indeed as innocent as she claimed. Hastily, Liu Mu picked up the envelope, which felt heavy, suggesting it contained more than just the letter. Carefully extracting the contents, 3 small pink pills, resembling military ration pills, tumbled out. Oddly, they emitted a peculiar fragrance. Inhaling it caused his heart to race and a warm sensation to envelop his body. Liu Mu quickly sealed the box. These pills were evidently not of a reputable nature. Opening the letter revealed a rather large sheet of paper, but it bore only 3 words. "Please enjoy." Liu Mu's lips twitched in disbelief. He had encountered unreliable situations before, but never had he seen a father so reckless with his daughter. This was truly outrageous. Reluctantly, Liu Mu held the pink pills before Hinata, adopting a serious demeanor. "What is this?" Hinata inquired, a puzzled expression crossing her face as she leaned in to sniff. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and she shook her head slightly. Just as Hinata was about to speak, a quacking sound echoed from behind. Liu Mu quickly turned, discovering Pain holding a duck in one hand, and in the other, a bunch of chives and a string of oysters. "I saw the door was open, so I just walked in," Pain explained. Initially, He noticed the scattered remnants of clothing, then the three women with red marks from the ropes, and finally, Liu Mu holding the pink pills while Hinata blushed and shook her head. Liu Mu's expression shifted, and the pink pills slipped from his grasp, bouncing like a glass marble. Pain swallowed hard, hesitating before finally speaking. Liu, please take care of yourself. Don't end up regretting it like I did. Setting down the duck, chives, and oysters on the floor, he added, I didn't see anything. You all carry on. By the way, these are good for your health. With that, Pain dashed out the door. Liu Mu quickly followed, but Pain's ability to utilize Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin made him vanish in an instant. Liu Mu smirked and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to an enormous underground chamber. There, he found a gaunt, red-haired man seated upon a massive machine. Numerous tubes inserted into his body, creating a rather ghastly sight. This was Nagato, the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki, possessing the Rinnegan. Yet, fear was etched across his face. Liu, why are you here? He stammered. Oh, it's simple. I had Shaon and place a cursed kunai in your room. And then I came over, Liu Mu replied. Nagato's expression twisted in disbelief, realizing Shaon had betrayed him. However, he bore no ill will towards her. After all, with Liu Mu's prowess, locating him was a trivial task. What brings you to me, Liu? Nagato asked, swallowing nervously. Your timing with Pain's arrival was impeccable. He always comes at just the right moment. Liu Mu growled. If Pain had arrived a second sooner or later, such misunderstandings could have been avoided. Liu Mu began to suspect that Pain was akin to a paparazzo, never missing a chance to capture a scandalous moment. I don't understand what you're saying, Liu. Besides, that was Pain's doing. It has nothing to do with me, Nagato, he protested. Oh, really? I recently developed a jutsu called the Spiral 1,000 Years of Death. Would you like to give it a try? As time flew by, Liu Mu busied himself with daily tasks, consistently grinding for experience. After completing a batch of lackluster missions, his system level finally ascended to 2. Liu Mu shook his head in exasperation. It took several months to progress from level 1 to 2. How long would it take to reach level 3? A year, perhaps? Just as he was pulling at his hair in frustration, the system notification chimed in again. Ding. Intruders detected in the Land of Rain. Please expel them promptly. Mission reward. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had always been the invader, never imagining he would find himself on the receiving end. Yet, he had to admit, the system had its merits. It provided immediate alerts for any occurrences. Without delay, Liu Mu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly arriving before Nagato. At that moment, Nagato was gazing at a photograph with a foolish smile. Upon seeing Liu Mu's sudden appearance, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he fumbled nervously. Liu, what brings you here? Nagato stammered. Having been haunted by the memory of Liu Mu's Spiral 1,000 Years of Death, the mere sight of the tiger seal sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to enact a policy abolishing the use of the tiger seal, much to the dismay of those like Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hashigaki, who were accustomed to forming hand seals. If it weren't for his current predicament, he would have fled long ago. Nagato, there's no need to be so frightened. I won't harm you. But let us agree not to use the tiger seal. It terrifies me. Nagato replied, adopting the demeanor of a scorned spouse, which made Liu Mu chuckle. All right, no more jokes. The Land of Rain is under attack. Prepare for battle immediately. Liu Mu's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Hearing this, Nagato frowned. After all these years, numerous ninjas had infiltrated the Akatsuki without detection. Even within, numerous spies lurk in the shadows. Yet, this marks the first audacious invasion. It indicates that several major nations have finally comprehended the gravity of the situation and have begun to take action against the Shao organization. I shall now sound the alarm. No, let us refrain from triggering an alarm for the time being. It may alert the intruders. We must wait until they have penetrated deeper before we launch a comprehensive counterattack. Liu Mu sneered. This is the first time the 5 great nations have dared to invade the Rain Country. If we mishandle this initial encounter, their aggression will only escalate in the future. Hence, we must inflict considerable pain upon them to instill a sense of fear. All right, I will mobilize the entire Hinata clan. And I shall also expand the range of my techniques. First, let us ascertain who the enemy is. In an instant, the downpour above the Rain Country thinned significantly. Yet the area of rainfall expanded greatly. Moreover, at each critical location, humanoid surveillance cameras belonging to the Hinata clan were installed. The moment an enemy appears, they will be detected immediately. In the conference room of the Shao organization, all senior members were present. Scorpion from the political department, Deidara from the special strategy department, Kakazu from the finance department, Conan from the propaganda department, and Hinata Hizashi from the security department, among others. All eyes were respectfully fixed on Liu Mu at the podium. Hizashi, please report on the situation, Pain inquired solemnly, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on his face. After all, as the head of the security department, he had failed to detect the invading forces, allowing Liu Mu to uncover them instead, which reflected poorly on his diligence. Hizashi sensed Pain's discontent. Being the head of security and not being the first to spot the enemy was indeed a slap in the face. Nonetheless, he had managed to salvage some pride by initially grasping the enemy's whereabouts. He stood, bowing respectfully, and addressed his colleagues and superiors. Through our reconnaissance, we have identified 3 primary factions involved in this invasion: the Sand Ninjas from the Wind Country, the Cloud Ninjas from the Lightning Country, and the Leaf Ninjas from the Fire Country. At this revelation, many furrowed their brows. They had not anticipated an assault from 3 nations simultaneously. With the involvement of ninjas from 3 of the 5 great countries, such a formidable force could potentially incite a full-scale ninja war, even capable of obliterating a great nation. Yet, here they were, present on the territory of the Rain Country, underscoring the significance that the 3 nations placed on the Shao organization. Liu Mu could not help but frown. Initially, he believed only one nation would launch an attack, but to his surprise, 3 had emerged at once. Thankfully, he had established good relations with the earth and water countries. Otherwise, he feared that all 5 great nations would be converging against him. Nevertheless, even with the involvement of 3 nations, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Shao organization to thwart them. Hizashi, you mentioned 3 major factions. Could there be other enemies? Liu Mu inquired. Hizashi nodded slightly. You may call me Hizashi now, but one day, I shall have you addressing me as father-in-law. He cleared his throat and continued, indeed. Numerous smaller nations have also joined in the assault, including some that had previously declared fealty to us. Hizashi's dissatisfaction was palpable as he took his seat. Liu Mu's frown deepened. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. It was not merely 3 great nations, but also a host of smaller ones. While the strength of these smaller nations was generally inferior, they were foundational to the establishment of the Shao organization. Now, they were aligned with the opposition. Once combat commenced and casualties ensued, the seeds of hatred would be sown, making future reconciliation exceedingly challenging. Liu Mu slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone present. After years of coexistence, it was the first time they had witnessed Liu Mu's wrath. Everyone, prepare for battle. We must annihilate the forces from the 3 great nations. While we should attempt to guide the smaller factions away from conflict, Liu Mu effectively assumed Pain's role, yet Pain displayed no sign of displeasure, as if this were the natural order of things. Meanwhile, the others in the Shao organization nodded in agreement, fully aware that the ensuing battle could determine the very survival of the organization. The intentions of the 3 great nations remained shrouded in mystery. Liu Mu set the overarching strategy, and Uchiha Itachi, as a member of the advisory group, detailed Liu Mu's orders and delegated them to each individual. Shortly thereafter, the Shao organization's forces were organized, awaiting their respective commanders, ready for combat. Chapter 178. Interception of the Leaf Forces. The Shao organization's troops commenced their deployment into a state of combat readiness. However, Liu Mu was acutely aware that if the 3 great nations aimed to annihilate the Shao organization, the consequences would be dire. After several rounds of contraction and reorganization, although their combat capability had improved significantly, their numbers had dwindled. Moreover, a substantial portion of their ninjas were engaged in missions outside the village, leaving few capable fighters within. Faced with the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy, the Shao organization's elite forces would be inevitably fragmented, leading to a scenario reminiscent of the Naruto series, isolated and vulnerable. While Pain possessed the formidable ability of Shinra Tensei, capable of obliterating enemies instantly, the dilemma lay in their current location, the Rain Country, the very base and home of the Shao organization. Utilizing Shinra Tensei would inevitably devastate the Rain Country itself, a spectacle the 3 great nations would undoubtedly relish. Although they could seek assistance from the earth and water countries, by the time they arrived, it would all be too late. Pain. It is time to unveil our trump cards. We must endure this crisis. At that moment, a grave expression crossed Pain's face. He hoped fervently that no shadow-level adversaries would emerge. Just then, Hisashi entered with a dark expression, firmly clutching a scroll, his face etched with reluctance. "Have the enemy's roster been revealed?" Liu Mu inquired. Hisashi shuddered and slowly unfurled the paper. The leader of the Fire Country's contingent is Tsunade, accompanied by Jiraiya and the copy ninja Kakashi, along with Asuma and Kurenai. Hisashi's voice dwindled as he spoke, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of this formidable ensemble. This team represented nearly all of the top combatants from the Leaf Village. Just this one squad alone would pose a significant challenge for the Shao organization. The leader of the Lightning Country's forces is their village's Reikage, accompanied by the commander Mabui and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Hisashi gritted his teeth as he spoke. Pain's expression darkened further. The Lightning Country was renowned as the strongest ninja village before the rise of the Konoha 12. They had once forced Konoha to assassinate Hyuga Hayashi. The presence of the Reikage at the helm signified the Lightning Country's serious commitment to this conflict. Their involvement pushed the Shao organization perilously close to annihilation. The leader of the Wind Country is Maki, with the One-Tail Jinchuriki joining the fray. Although the Wind Country's strength is somewhat inferior to that of the Leaf and Cloud villages, this force alone is sufficient to plunge the already beleaguered Shao organization into the abyss. Furthermore, numerous smaller nations are participating. The sheer scale of this coalition indicates an intent to devour the Rain Country whole. Liu Mu shook his head in resignation. It appeared he had no choice but to intervene personally. He knew that his adversary would be the Leaf Village. However, venturing alone would be perilous. He turned to Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, I understand your aversion to war, but the battle has commenced. What will be your choice?" Uchiha Itachi trembled, his expression instantly turning grave. "Retreating without resolve will not bring about true peace. I feel that the path you have outlined is indeed correct, so even if the opponent is Konoha, I shall take action." "Very well, I will confront that power from Konoha alongside Itachi, while the others will disperse towards the other two nations." Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, the crowd did not express concern, but rather displayed expressions of ecstasy. After all, with Liu Mu's strength, facing an entire nation is but a trivial matter. Initially, there were fears that Liu Mu might refrain from acting, but now that he has chosen to engage, who could doubt the resolution of the situation? "Tsunade, why did you agree to accompany Danzo to the Land of Rain?" "Surely, I could have managed this alone," Jiraiya remarked, furrowing his brow. "Liu Mu, is not that name sufficient reason?" Tsunade retorted with a scoff. Jiraiya promptly fell silent. Ever since Liu Mu's departure last time, Tsunade has been preoccupied with thoughts of him. Her willingness to return to Konoha is driven by the desire to leverage Konoha's strength to find Liu Mu. Regrettably, even though Liu Mu is within Konoha, she has missed him yet again. Upon hearing of the journey to the Land of Rain, Tsunade readily agreed. "Jiraiya, you should take on the role of the fifth Hokage." "You know my aspirations do not lie in that direction," Tsunade hesitantly stated. Considering her lineage as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for Hokage, even surpassing Jiraiya. After all, the position of Kage in Konoha has always been attained through connections. "Do not let Danzo hear you say that. He is lurking behind, and you know my aspirations are not for the Hokage position," Jiraiya replied testily, as his true ambition lies in penning novels. Compared to becoming the fifth Hokage, he prefers to be the man who supports the fifth Hokage. "Please, Jiraiya." In that moment, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. The carefree demeanor he usually possessed seemed utterly ineffective against Tsunade's earnest plea. Yet, a pang of bitterness arose within him. Why is it that his lifelong pursuit has garnered no response from Tsunade, while a mere meeting with Liu Mu could ensnare her thoughts so profoundly? "Very well, I shall concede, but you must be mindful of the age difference between you and him," Tsunade stated with a twitch of her lips, turning to glare fiercely at Jiraiya. "Perhaps you should consider obtaining insurance or signing up for a yearly membership at the hospital? I have a feeling you will find it useful soon," Tsunade added. Upon hearing her words, Jiraiya immediately sealed his lips. After all, this wild woman would not hesitate to disregard whether he was on a mission. Her fists could come down at any moment. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of her medical skills is that she can inflict tenfold pain while precisely avoiding vital areas. Thus, Jiraiya wisely chose to remain silent. "Attention, there are two figures ahead attempting to intercept us. Prepare for battle," Yamanaka Shikamaru announced. "Two individuals? Do they think they can intercept our entire Konoha squad with just two people? They underestimate us." Saratobi Asuma exclaimed. Could it be an ambush? Yuhi Kurenai inquired. There is no ambush. My insects have scouted the area, and there are no findings. If I reveal who is intercepting us, you will not be surprised. Yamanaka Shikamaru said with a wry smile. At that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the group. A single name floated into everyone's mind. Liu Mu. The name carried such weight that no one dared to utter it aloud, for Liu Mu's reputation was overwhelmingly formidable. Each time he strode into Konoha, the village was utterly powerless against him. In Konoha, merely mentioning Liu Mu could instantly silence crying children. Even the most unruly of individuals would retreat. As they journeyed to the land of rain, the last encounter the group wished to have was with Liu Mu. The mere thought of it could dampen everyone's fighting spirit. Such is the fearsome influence of Liu Mu's name in Konoha. Chapter 179. Danzo's intentions at last. The forces of Konoha encountered Liu Mu. All the ninjas from Konoha cautiously placed their hands upon their ninja tool pouches, watching Liu Mu with trepidation. Why are you all so flustered? This is the land of rain. Liu Mu cannot unleash large-scale ninjutsu here. Besides, we have so many people. What can he do alone? Saratobi Asuma said angrily. After all, not long ago, Liu Mu had slain Saratobi Hiruzen. As his son, Saratobi Asuma naturally harbored no kind feelings towards Liu Mu, even wishing to take revenge immediately. Indeed, everyone spread out and launch a simultaneous attack. Remember, both of these individuals belong to the Uchiha clan. Do not meet their gaze. Kurenai quickly added. Liu Mu shrugged helplessly and glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you handle Kurenai and Asuma. I will take care of the rest. Liu Mu chuckled inwardly, confident in his ability to deal with everyone except for the couple of Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. He merely needed to deploy the sealing technique of seduction, and victory would be assured. Ensure you take them far away. Uchiha Itachi paused, perplexed by Liu Mu's words. However, with the war on the brink of eruption, there was no time for questions. He proceeded directly towards Konoha's squad. Kurenai and Asuma, follow me. You do not belong on this battlefield. Uchiha Itachi stated calmly, seemingly unfazed by the approaching army. How dare that traitor act so arrogantly? He slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, and now he dares to obstruct us, the ninjas of Konoha? A chorus of curses erupted from the Konoha ranks. Yet Uchiha Itachi showed no inclination to defend himself, as he had indeed annihilated his entire clan. The only regret he harbored was why Liu Mu had not arrived sooner, to accept the Uchiha clan much like he had the Hyuga clan. Asuma and Kurenai, you should follow Itachi. This battlefield is ours. Hatake Kakashi said seriously while adjusting his forehead protector. Although Uchiha Itachi was strong, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. But if Liu Mu were to engage, it would matter little how many were present. After all, no matter how numerous the ants, they could never rival a deity. The only hope lay with the hidden trump card of Shimura Danzo within the ranks. But I also yearned to eliminate that scoundrel and avenge my father. Saratobi Asuma glared venomously at Liu Mu. While Saratobi Asuma may not have been fiercely driven by the pursuit of power, the sudden decline of his clan following Saratobi Hiruzen's death plunged him into despair. Fortunately, he still bore the title of hero, otherwise, the Saratobi clan would have faced complete ruin. Thus, he had long harbored an intense hatred for Liu Mu. Asuma, you must leave with Kurenai now. This is an order, Tsunade declared with a huff. Though she was not currently the Hokage, her authority was undeniable, leaving no room for defiance. Saratobi Asuma shot Liu Mu a resentful glance before reluctantly departing. Now that they have left, it is time to settle our score. Tsunade shouted angrily, leaping towards Liu Mu. She struck the ground with her fist, creating a massive crater. Why have you not sought me out for so long? Liu Mu swallowed hard, taken aback by Tsunade's ferocity as she launched an attack. Before he could react, Tsunade raised her leg high and brought it down like an axe. Bang! The earth shattered, forming a fissure that stretched for several meters. Fortunately, Liu Mu activated his Sharingan in time to respond. Otherwise, that kick could have obliterated him. Why did you attack Konoha? Tsunade shouted as she threw another punch, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Liu Mu, caught off balance, barely managed to regain his footing. In the next instant, Tsunade appeared before him, launching a powerful punch directly towards his chest. Why must you kill the third Hokage? With a resounding smack, their fists collided, echoing through the air. Tsunade's incredible strength sent Liu Mu staggering back over 10 meters. Had it not been for the existence of the Shikatsumiyaku, that single blow would have shattered his arm, and likely reduced his entire body to a heap of broken bones. Tsunade looked at Liu Mu in astonishment, never expecting him to withstand such a strike. With the Sharingan activated and having evaded several prior attacks, he certainly had the capacity to dodge. Why had he chosen to endure the blow instead? Because he deserves to die? Liu Mu sneered. Though the blame lay with Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen was by no means a virtuous man. Hiruzen deserved to perish. Which is why Liu Mu had not dodged. Suddenly, a flash of white light darted before him. In the blink of an eye, Hatake Kakashi appeared, brandishing his chakra-infused Raikiri. Fortunately, Liu Mu had his Byakugan activated. Otherwise, Kakashi's strike could have been fatal. Liu Mu was well aware of the precariousness of his situation. He could feign bravado countless times, yet a single misstep could lead to his demise. Swiftly, he activated his special technique, clapping his hands together. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the forest, shrouding everyone within it. The Konoha team began to descend into chaos. This kid is using ninjutsu. Everyone be cautious. His techniques are formidable, Tsunade commanded, and under her guidance, the Konoha ninjas gradually steadied themselves, preparing for battle while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Any sign of abnormality would prompt an immediate reaction. Within the ranks of Konoha, Shimura Danzo unwound the bandages from his hands, methodically releasing the seals from his arms. The bandage on his head came undone, revealing his blood-red eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his face. While the rest of Konoha feared encountering Liu Mu, Danzo eagerly anticipated it. In fact, he had orchestrated the assault on the Land of Rain to create an opportunity for a face-to-face confrontation with Liu Mu. With the cooldown period of his jutsu ended, he believed that upon meeting Liu Mu, he could alter his mindset entirely and use him for his own purposes. In that moment, Danzo envisioned himself not merely as the Hokage of Konoha, but as the ruler of the entire shinobi world. Shizune, I owe you my gratitude. You bestowed upon me such a useful eye. As the fog began to lift, everyone searched the woods for Liu Mu's whereabouts. Danzo was no exception. Poised to unleash one of his strongest jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. After scanning the area, he finally spotted an individual whose attire did not match that of the Konoha ninjas. A smirk crossed his lips. Once their eyes locked, he would immediately activate Kodo Amatsukami to control Liu Mu, and with Liu Mu's formidable strength, he would reign supreme over the shinobi world. As the figure turned their head, Danzo's excitement surged, sweat trickling down his forehead. Just a little more. Finally, as the figure faced him, Danzo prepared to cast his jinjutsu, but suddenly, a tremor coursed through him, as if his heart had been pierced by an arrow. Since graduating from the academy, Danzo's ambition had solely been to become Hokage, harboring no interest in women, viewing them merely as tools for intelligence gathering. Yet, as that face turned towards him, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped him. He found himself unable to meet her gaze, his ears flushing and temperature rising. His heart raced, like a fawn frantically beating against its cage. How could this woman, merely a tool, invoke such a response? This was undoubtedly the result of Liu Mu's jutsu. One more glance, and I will surely employ Kodo Amatsukami, Danzo thought, nodding resolutely, only to be met with a bewildered smile. His mind blanking as he completely forgot his purpose in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya, filled with excitement, recognized the girl from his dreams had finally reappeared after so many years. He had traversed mountains and valleys, longing to find her, and now, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. I knew this journey to the Land of Rain would prove worthwhile. At this moment, Kakashi too was entranced. After witnessing the suicide of his father, the death of Uchiha Obito before his eyes, and subsequently taking the life of Rin, he believed he had lost all capacity for emotion. Especially after joining the Umbu and witnessing the darkness of the shinobi world, Kakashi had become even more convinced of this. It was only after experiencing Jiraiya's masterpiece that a flicker of humanity returned to him. The series' paradise of affection had become his sole motivation to endure. Yet, the protagonist, though vividly alive in his imagination, remained an intangible presence, leaving Kakashi's hands calloused from yearning. But the girl before him appeared as if she had leaped from the pages of a book, striking a chord within him. His heart, once on the brink of death, surged with life, yearning to protect her, to cherish her, and to learn from her all the knowledge contained within stories. Tsunade, panting heavily, exclaimed, "She has appeared. At last. The figure that haunts my dreams has manifested once more." Despite her burgeoning affection for Liu Mu, she could not suppress her excitement at the sight of him. Just as Tsunade moved to approach Liu Mu, she felt someone grasp her arm. Annoyed, she turned to see a scene that startled her. The once vibrant Konoha ninjas now wore expressions of foolishness, their bodies moving like puppets, shuffling forward with a singular focus on Liu Mu. At that moment, Danzo leaped to a branch above, his piercing gaze surveying the crowd below, emanating the authority of a superior. You have thoroughly disappointed me. Look at yourselves. Do any of you resemble ninjas? You have shamed Konoha. After Danzo's words, guilt washed over their faces. To forget their virtues as Konoha ninjas for the sake of one individual was a profound disgrace. Yet, they could not help but gaze at Liu Mu, the figure who seemed to have emerged from a dream, fearing that if they did not seize this opportunity, it might never come again. Enough. Step aside. If you cannot seize her, allow me, Danzo declared, a serious expression vanishing from his face, replaced by a fervor surpassing that of anyone present. The earlier air of authority dissipated, leaving everyone in shock. Where was his dignity? Where were his principles? How could he speak so lightly of others while being the first to act? With this realization, they could no longer contain themselves, especially Tsunade, who surged to the forefront. Liu Mu, only the strong are worthy of possession. Upon finishing her statement, the entire forest fell into a brief silence. When an item is unevenly distributed, only the most primal methods can yield the fairest decisions. Beauty is a treasure only the strong can possess. Instantly, the forest erupted once more. Everyone drew their ninja tools and launched attacks against their former comrades. After all, if one did not strike first, the figure emerging from the dream would ally with others. To win her over, the only option was to become the strongest presence here. Liu Mu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Just moments ago, they had been united against a common foe, yet now they were embroiled in conflict. Curiosity stirred within Liu Mu. How could his countenance be so enchanting that it incited former allies to turn against one another? However, he quickly shook his head. The last time he had stolen a glance, he had nearly fallen for himself. If he gazed again, he feared he would be utterly ensnared. The sight before him rendered Liu Mu pale and chilled to the bone. The number of ninjas from my village was dwindling. Although lethal strikes were forbidden, there were plenty of ways to incapacitate opponents, such as breaking limbs. Most of the ninjas on the ground bore such injuries. Even if they couldn't rise momentarily, the battlefield merely shifted to the ground. Though their feet could not move, their hands remained functional. Tsunade glared at the few individuals before her, gritting her teeth. In the end, the disparity in strength was diminishing. The gap in power between the individuals was minimal. Even Tsunade could not guarantee victory. Caution was imperative. Just then, Tsunade's eyes brightened, and a mischievous smile graced her face. Jiraiya, hold them off while I take him away. We'll rendezvous elsewhere. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Tsunade, remember, you must wait for my return. You cannot betray me. Tsunade hurriedly nodded, assuring him, have faith in my integrity, you know it well. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, muttering that it was precisely because he knew her that he feared for her. Nevertheless, he chose to believe her. Turning, he stood valiantly before the crowd. Yet, as he prepared for battle, Tsunade swiftly pivoted and charged toward Liu Mu. Ha ha ha, he's mine. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade reached Liu Mu's side. Before he could react, he suddenly found himself lifted off the ground in a princess carry. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Here he was, a grown man, being carried like royalty by Tsunade. If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face again? He attempted to struggle free, but Tsunade's grip felt as if it were welded in place. There was no escaping her hold. Stop struggling. You won't escape from me, she declared, tightening her embrace. The onlookers were instantly enraged, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. First, we defeat Jiraiya, then we take down Tsunade. Shimura Danzo growled. The woman who stirred his heart could not be allowed to leave his sight. Yet, he never anticipated that Tsunade would possess such an affinity for women. Tsunade, witnessing the fury in the eyes of the crowd and glancing down at the man she was carrying, couldn't suppress her laughter. They say beauty brings calamity. I think you surpass any of those beauties. Hold on tight, we're eloping. No sooner had Tsunade spoken than she propelled herself forward, her legs pushing off the ground with such force that she shot out like a bullet, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Chase after them. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Asuma stood opposed to one another. Itachi's expression was inscrutable, as if he deemed his two opponents beneath notice, while Asuma glared at Itachi. fury radiating from his eyes. Just then, a leaf fell gracefully, drifting past Itachi's face. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma launched an attack, his fist blade glowing with a pale blue chakra. In mere moments, he was before Itachi. Meanwhile, Hinata, who had been hidden, completed her hand seals and vanished as if swallowed by a vortex. Asuma struck with his fist blade, slicing through Itachi's form. Yet, to his astonishment, Itachi transformed into countless crows, scattering in all directions. Too slow. A chilling voice echoed from behind Asuma, causing his heart to skip a beat. He swiftly turned to find a pair of blood-red eyes staring back. A kunai shot toward his waist, destined to strike. Just as it seemed he would be hit, Itachi halted, ensnared by branches that had suddenly appeared, a large tree looming behind him. Hinata emerged from the tree, kunai poised to slash at Itachi's neck. At that moment, Itachi's body swelled, resembling an inflated balloon. With a resounding pop, he exploded, sending shockwaves that scattered everything around him, raising a thick cloud of dust. Before long, the dust settled, revealing Asuma and Hinata, both nursing their wounds, cautiously eyeing Itachi from a distance. In that moment, Asuma grasped the true extent of Itachi's power. He and Hinata had simultaneously attacked, executing a Jinjutsu and a standard strike. Yet, Itachi had unleashed multiple jutsu in a matter of moments. The speed at which he formed hand seals had seemingly surpassed all limits. Asuma could hardly fathom how Itachi achieved such velocity. But he likely would not have the chance to find out, as he and Hinata lay battered and bruised, while Itachi remained untouched by even a speck of dust. "You too can perish," Itachi stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "Wait," Asuma called out urgently, fixing a piercing gaze on Itachi. "Why did you annihilate the Uchiha clan? And after the attack on Konoha, what brings you here?" Asuma's eyes reflected a glimmer of hope as he considered the possibility of swaying Itachi. If Itachi could return to Konoha, the village's strength would ascend to new heights, and it might save both himself and Hinata. "That question you may pose to the third Hokage," Itachi scoffed, beginning to weave hand seals once more. At that moment, a figure leaped overhead. Strangely, she cradled someone in her arms. Adopting the princess carry position, Itachi instinctively looked up. Tsunade? Who is she holding? His face twisted in confusion, but upon recognizing the figure in Tsunade's arms, he trembled involuntarily. The silhouette was one he knew all too well, the one who haunted him through countless nights of regret and longing. It could be said that the person Itachi regretted killing the most was none other than her, his beloved Uchiha Izumi. In that instant, Itachi halted his hand seals, his gaze fixated on the girl, momentarily forgetting his adversaries. Seeing this, Asuma summoned the last of his strength to charge at Itachi. However, just a few steps in, he was ensnared by several massive spikes, unable to advance even an inch. When had he been caught in a Jinjutsu? Cold sweat trickled down Asuma's back. I have never encountered such a meticulous ninja, who has seemingly calculated every step. Sarutobi Asuma relinquished his resistance and raised his gaze to discern what had captivated Uchiha Itachi. Lady Tsunade. Who is she cradling in her arms? A look of perplexity crossed Sarutobi Asuma's face. However, upon recognizing the figure, his completely immobilized body trembled involuntarily. The illusion that bound Sarutobi Asuma dissipated. Yet, at that moment, he could think of nothing else. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the girl nestled in Tsunade's embrace. The woman appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. Each expression she bore struck directly at Sarutobi Asuma's heart. The intensity of this sensation caused him to forget about his girlfriend, Yuhi Kurenai, and he found himself longing for just one more glimpse of that enchanting woman. Before long, Tsunade had sprinted away, and Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight. Sarutobi Asuma's face reflected a wistful longing as he prepared to pursue, hoping for another fleeting glance at the girl. He turned to take Yuhi Kurenai's hand, but upon seeing her expression, his brow furrowed deeply. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes were filled with infatuation, reminiscent of a lovesick schoolgirl. Bewildered and utterly devoted. It was a look he had never before seen on her face. In an instant, Sarutobi Asuma felt a wave of jealousy wash over him, igniting a flicker of anger within. "What are you looking at, Kurenai? I wanted to ask you the same. I never imagined you would be interested in Lady Tsunade. No wonder you've been acting strangely lately. How dare you question me? You're the one who seems more peculiar." Chapter 182. The Great Darkness. Tsunade, clutching Liu Mu, fled at a rapid pace. Yet, the pursuers behind her were anything but harmless. especially Jiraiya, who was leading the charge, closing the distance with relentless determination. Damn traitor! How could you betray me? Tsunade spat through gritted teeth. Liu Mu could not help but roll his eyes. Who is truly betraying whom? At this moment, Liu Mu comprehended the essence of the saying, heroes find it hard to pass the beauty's gate. A simple seduction technique had successfully turned the most brainwashed ninjas of Konoha against him. The sheer potency of it left Liu Mu feeling apprehensive. Do not fear, my dear. Your sister will protect you. I will swiftly shake off these pursuers, Tsunade reassured Liu Mu with a gentle smile. Liu Mu shuddered involuntarily. Had he not been immobilized, he would have fled long ago. Just then, a sense of impending doom washed over him, and in the next moment, he realized black flames were emanating from his body. Tsunade was engulfed in the same ominous flames. Amaterasu. Damn it, Uchiha Itachi intends to kill me. The moment Itachi's name echoed in his mind, he appeared before them, one eye bleeding. Upon seeing the black flames enveloping Liu Mu, a look of fear crossed Itachi's face. He hastily summoned his chakra to extinguish the flames. Although the flames surrounding Liu Mu and Tsunade were extinguished, Itachi's sudden appearance thwarted Tsunade's escape. Within a heartbeat, Tsunade found herself encircled. Observing this scene, Liu Mu felt disheartened. Being taken away by Tsunade would at least provide some comfort, but if these men caught him, it would likely lead to something far more troublesome. Let go of that girl, and let me handle this. Shimura Danzo was the first to leap forward. For the sole girl who stirred his heart, Danzo abandoned all restraint. In a bid to win her affection, he activated Kotoame Tsukumi. Love me, love me, love me. At that moment, Liu Mu felt a shiver run through him as a voice echoed in his mind. The man you love most in your life is Shimura Danzo. The man you adore is Shimura Danzo. The voice reverberated incessantly in Liu Mu's mind. His lips twitched in response. But I am a man. Why would I love Shimura Danzo? Liu Mu attempted to resist, but the insistent voice showed no signs of relenting. Momentarily, Danzo began to appear more agreeable to Liu Mu. Just then, another voice resonated in Liu Mu's mind. Ding. Host detected to be under the influence of Kotoame Tsukumi. System is automatically cleansing. Following the System S announcement, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through Liu Mu's mind, akin to a loudspeaker blaring nearby. This sudden intervention jolted Liu Mu back to clarity, leaving him with a sense of dread. He had never anticipated falling victim to Kotoame Tsukumi, and the content of that spell, compelling him to love a man, made him feel nauseous. He was on the verge of regurgitating his dinner. Fortunately, the system existed. Otherwise, he would have been truly ensnared. Liu Mu quickly comprehended that Konoha's audacity to advance on the land of rain was thoroughly premeditated, and this time, the target was unequivocally him. Should he fall under the control of Kotoame Tsukumi, he would become a puppet of Konoha, wholly devoted to the village without any expectation of recompense. This experience enlightened Liu Mu to the fact that he was not invincible. If the old coin were to secretly employ underhanded tactics, he might not even have time to activate his special abilities. Moreover, there were numerous lethal jutsu that could eliminate him in an instant. Henceforth, he must act with utmost caution. While Liu Mu was lost in thought, several ninjas charged at Tsunade, launching lethal attacks without regard for her status as one of their own. To an outsider, it would seem they harbored a deep-seated grudge against her. Yet, Liu Mu remained unscathed. On several occasions, when attacks nearly struck him, the assailants withdrew their blows. As Tsunade held Liu Mu in a princess carry, she found herself at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Sister, please set me down. Once you handle these villains, I will return for you. Do not wander off, Tsunade declared as she gently placed Liu Mu down. With a fierce determination, she surveyed her surroundings, her aura intensifying several-fold after relinquishing Liu Mu. Have you all decided how you wish to perish? The assailants instinctively took a step back, momentarily halting their advance. Tsunade, what are you planning? You are the most likely candidate for the 5th Hokage. Do not jeopardize your future, Danzo urged anxiously. Indeed, we are all part of the same village. Oh, you still consider me part of your village? It seems the ones pursuing me just now were you. Tsunade scoffed coldly. Tsunade's primary objective now was to capture Liu Mu and return him to Konoha, where her ascension to Hokage would ensure the arrangement of the captives adhered to her wishes. Danzo stated, inwardly chuckling. Having activated Kotoame Tsukumi, she would only ever love him. As for the distribution of the captives, it would not be arbitrary, especially not against her will. Whether he could become Hokage was of little consequence. For her smile, Danzo would sacrifice everything. Tsunade pondered, her chin resting in contemplation, clearly swayed by Danzo's arguments. As long as she could possess Liu Mu, anything would be worthwhile. Very well, I accept. Liu Mu sighed ruefully, surprised at how easily Tsunade had been persuaded. However, from start to finish, he had never placed his trust in her. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Since Tsunade had already capitulated, it was time for him to rise in rebellion. With this thought, Liu Mu clapped his hands forcefully against his chest. Subsequently, he pressed forcefully onto the ground. Shadow mimicry. Instantly, shadows darted outward, continuously expanding into the surroundings. The sky, too, expanded along with the shadows, creating a stark contrast. One side was resplendent with light, while the other was engulfed in darkness, as if representing two distinct worlds. This darkness continued to spread relentlessly. Within mere moments, the entire sky was shrouded in complete blackness, devoid of any light. Those enveloped by this darkness found their senses dulled. Not only was their sight impaired, but even their hearing, touch, taste, and smell had all vanished, leaving them unable to perceive their own existence. What kind of technique is this? Does he intend to use this skill to isolate me? Shimura Danzo thought, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 183. The moment of Danzo's social death surrounded by utter blackness, it was impossible to see anything, nor could one even touch anything. In such a state, the five senses seemed to have vanished entirely. The concept of time was obliterated. Days felt like mere seconds, while seconds could stretch into what seemed like centuries. Panic spread among the crowd. Yet, the most despairing realization was that they had lost even the right to end their own lives, left only to incessantly question their own existence. However, there was always an unexpected turn of events. At this moment, Shimura Danzo wore a beaming smile, seemingly awaiting something. Liu Mu couldn't help but smirk slightly. His gaze shifted to Jiraiya beside him, and with a clap of his hands, Danzo felt his youthful darkness being torn apart as a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Judging by her silhouette and form, she was precisely the person he had long desired. Quickly, Danzo adjusted his breathing, tidied his appearance, particularly pulling up his sleeves to conceal the sharingan on his arms. No matter what, he wanted to make a good impression on her. Once he finished his preparations, Danzo confidently approached her. With every step, he felt his heart race. He was both anxious and excited. Finally, they stood less than a meter apart. Before Danzo could figure out how to proceed, she extended her hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Danzo's face flushed instantly. He couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. Here she was, a girl, so proactive, while he, as a man, was hesitant. Strangely, though her delicate hand appeared to be as smooth as jade, it felt rough, akin to that of an elderly person. Yet, such trivialities did not concern Danzo at all. Meeting you is truly wonderful. It has breathed life into my otherwise desolate heart. Danzo summoned his courage to speak. The girl's face turned slightly red as she shyly lowered her head. I feel the same. Meeting you is also delightful, she said, pouting and leaning closer. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she had employed the technique of Benton Shin, becoming so forward, regardless of the means. With such a beauty offering a kiss, Danzo would not let such an opportunity slip away. Huh, a beard? Danzo pondered, perplexed. Why does this girl have such a prickly mouth? But then he considered, it was not uncommon for girls to have facial hair, just less noticeable. When testosterone levels rise, a girl's body hair may even become more pronounced than that of some men. It seemed this was the case. Danzo didn't mind. A little adjustment would restore her to normalcy. After a few minutes, they finally parted, both panting and gazing at each other breathlessly. I didn't expect you to have such good lung capacity, Danzo commented, gasping. You too. My lips are swollen, the girl chuckled, pointing at her mouth. They exchanged smiles. Just then, Danzo realized that despite all this, he didn't even know her name. After spending so much time together, I still don't know your name. Could you please tell me? Danzo smiled, scratching the back of his head. The girl's face flushed again, soon followed by a confident grin. You probably have no idea who I am, huh? Listen carefully. I am the legendary Jiraiya, the white-haired toad sage, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, capable of making crying children quiet with ease. As she spoke, she struck a dramatic pose. Danzo was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. You told me your name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself as well? The girl insisted. Danzo snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied. Your name is quite similar to my disciples. He is also called Jiraiya. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shimura Danzo, but I would prefer you to call me dear upon hearing this. The girl stood dumbfounded, her expression one of disbelief. Please don't look at me like that. Although I am a high-ranking official in Konoha, one who stands above many. You are special. Just treat me like an ordinary person, Danzo reassured with a smile. No, what did you just say? The girl asked, one hand on her head and the other pushing Danzo away, her face contorted with distress. You said your name was Shimura Danzo? You want me to call you dear? Danzo replied, perplexed. No, the first part. The girl continued. Your name is similar to my disciple S. He is also called Jiraiya? Danzo's confusion deepened. He could not understand why her reaction was so intense. Could it be that she was truly intimidated by his status? Danzo chuckled, shaking his head. He then grasped the girl's hands, leaning in closer. Don't be afraid. I will treat you well. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the girl shivered. A look of fear crossing her face. She attempted to pull her hands away. Danzo frowned. This girl was quite unusual, daring to reject him. He recalled what Yuki had said about being a domineering CEO. He wrapped his arms around her waist, preparing to kiss her once more. But just then, Danzo felt a blinding flash before his eyes. When he regained his senses, the scene had completely transformed. Her originally deep black hair had turned snowy white. Her previously slender figure had suddenly bulked up several times. Danzo quickly rubbed his eyes, but the next moment sent chills down his spine. Jiraiya, how can it be you? Danzo exclaimed in shock. I was just about to say the same. How could it be you? Jiraiya retorted angrily. Then, he realized he was indeed embracing Jiraiya. Suddenly recalling the prolonged kiss they had shared moments before. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged within him, compelling him to vomit. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, in the same position, was on the ground expelling his stomach's contents. Danzo pointed at Jiraiya, shouting furiously, Jiraiya, I warn you, even though you are one of the 3 legendary ninjas. If word of this gets out, I will not let you off the hook. I'm insane. What benefit would it bring me to spread this? Jiraiya shot back. Just then, the previously pitch-black surroundings suddenly illuminated. Standing around them were a dozen ninjas from Konoha, all looking at the two with expressions of disdain. Chapter 184. The terrifying Rasen Shuriken Shimura Danzo feigned calmness. After all, the more flustered one became, the easier it was to expose one's vulnerabilities. In the pitch darkness, just moments ago, who could discern what had transpired? What are you all doing? The adversaries, Liu Mu and Uchiha Itachi, are right over there. Yet you remain idle? Shimura Danzo coughed, then spoke softly. When did you start observing? From the moment I had the fortune to meet you. Tsunade replied with an impassive expression. The corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. The fortune to meet you. Hasn't that been evident from the very beginning? He hurriedly composed himself and added with a smile. I must say, Jiraiya's transformation technique is quite impressive. Not at all. On our end, both of you appear perfectly normal. Tsunade continued. Danzo suddenly felt his legs weaken, sensing that his lifelong reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. In stark contrast to Danzo's despair, Jiraiya had already charged towards Liu Mu. It must be you. You treacherous scoundrel. I understand your punishment of Danzo, but why choose me? Jiraiya bellowed. Because you two are the closest. Liu Mu replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Hatake Kakashi hastily retreated a couple of steps, distancing himself from Shimura Danzo. The others noticed Kakashi's subtle movement and began to mimic him. Tears streaming down his face, Jiraiya rushed at Liu Mu. You vile brat. I've been so good to you. Yet you stabbed me in the back. I'll have my revenge. Tsunade prepared to intercept Jiraiya, but upon witnessing his frenzied expression, she instinctively took a small step back. It was the first time she had encountered such a look. If she forced an intervention, Jiraiya would undoubtedly show no mercy. In the next moment, Shimura Danzo stood up, his eyes filled with hatred directed at Liu Mu. Although he was unaware of the method Liu Mu had employed, it was evident that the technique, Baishinshin, had failed to take effect. His only opportunity to control Liu Mu had slipped away. Danzo found himself devoid of any means to suppress Liu Mu. Yet he could still ensnare the witnesses before him. Quickly, follow Lord Jiraiya and charge forward. Danzo shouted. The crowd instinctively surged towards Liu Mu. Liu Mu snorted coldly, then extended one hand in a claw-like manner, rapidly gathering pale blue chakra at the center of his palm. Before long, a water-blue sphere materialized in Liu Mu's grasp. He gazed curiously at the Rasengan in his hand. I clearly activated the special effect, so why is there no apparent effect? At that moment, the Rasengan slipped from Liu Mu's palm, slowly ascending into the air. A gentle breeze swept through, and as it passed the Rasengan, it suddenly emanated a tremendous force. A violent wind erupted, lifting everyone into the air. Some ninjas, unable to evade in time, collided with tree branches, meeting their demise. Damn it, is that the Rasengan? Does it possess such immense power, Lord Jiraiya? Isn't the Rasengan a ninjutsu of non-attributed chakra? Why has it transformed into such a formidable wind release? As everyone struggled to breathe under the pressure of the wind, a leaf floated above the Rasengan. In an instant, countless branches erupted from the Rasengan, piercing straight towards the crowd. Before long, the once dense forest was now filled with trees in disarray, leaving little room for movement. Cursed Rasengan. How can it also incorporate wood release? The Rasengan is a ninjutsu of non-attributed chakra. Whatever chakra is added will yield a corresponding attribute. So, has wood release chakra been infused into the Rasengan? Damn it, this brat can use wood release as well. Despair engulfed everyone. If the wood release continued, their space for movement would diminish significantly, and many had already been trapped. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and performed the summoning technique, summoning Gamabunta. However, the moment Gamabunta landed, countless branches seemed to come alive, swiftly ensnaring his forelimbs. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before Gamabunta was restrained. You think you can control me? Gamabunta scoffed. He then drew a short blade from his waist, and, with a single motion, cleaved downward at the Rasengan. The blade sliced through the Rasengan effortlessly, causing the branches to halt for a moment. Yet, in the next instant, a multitude of steel blades shot forth. Unlike branches, which sought gaps among trees, the steel blades shot straight, obliterating anything in their path. Many trees were instantly severed in half. Gamabunta regretted his earlier carelessness. He hadn't anticipated that once his blade passed through, the Rasengan would unleash steel blades. Moreover, several blades nearly pierced his own body. If the Rasengan continued unabated, it was likely that everyone present would perish. Realizing this, Gamabunta hurriedly formed hand seals and expelled a massive water sphere. Upon contact with the Rasengan, the deadly steel blades came to a halt. In those brief seconds, the forest had already suffered considerable devastation. The crowd watched the iron forest with trepidation, unable to suppress their gulping. After pausing for a second, the Rasengan began firing water bullets incessantly. Though seemingly less powerful, upon impact, the water bullets shattered anything they struck. Trees splintered, stones shattered. Furthermore, the volume of water bullets was far greater than the previous steel blades. Faced with such a dense barrage, even the most agile ninja would struggle to evade every attack. Quick! Use other attribute chakra to retaliate. Hurry! Jiraiya exclaimed, hastily forming hand seals and taking a deep breath. Aiming at the airborne Rasengan, the water bullets abruptly ceased. Jiraiya, what are you doing casting fire release? Tsunade exclaimed, her lips twitching. It's instinctive, Jiraiya replied without thinking. Do you even realize where we are? This is a forest. If fire breaks out, we'll all be engulfed. Where will we escape to? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Only then did Jiraiya come to his senses. He intended to use other attribute chakra to counteract the fire attribute chakra. However, before he could execute the technique, the Rasengan unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the entire forest. Thick smoke billowed upwards, obstructing everyone's vision. Damn it, quickly use other attribute chakra. I can't even locate the Rasengan. Let us run. We can't escape. The flames have sealed off our retreat. Liu Mu smirked slightly and turned to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, what do you think would happen if we cast Tsukuyami on this Rasengan? Chapter 185. The Miniature Moon Eye, 2 chapters combined. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. Using Tsukuyami would inflict significant damage to his eyes, and given the current circumstances, he could resolve the situation without resorting to it. There was no pressing need to employ the Sharingan again. Yet, Itachi found himself unable to refuse. Each time he recalled Uchiha Izumi's face, his entire being quivered. After gazing at Liu Mu for 3 seconds, Itachi slightly nodded. All right. Uchiha Itachi focused intently on the Rasengan. His Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and a stream of blood trickled from his eye socket. Instantly, the fiery red Rasengan transformed into a blood-red hue, and the flames ceased their eruption. The Rasengan gradually morphed, ultimately resembling a Sharingan, hovering in the air and gazing down at the crowd. Everyone instinctively looked up. Suddenly, Everyone shuddered as the scene before them transformed. In the next moment, they found themselves in Konoha village. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. Just then, a man with striking blue hair entered the room. "Kato-dan," Tsunade exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. She thought she was ensnared in an illusion and quickly slapped herself. The pain was intense, yet it stirred her emotions. Tears welled in her eyes as she fumbled for words, unsure of how to express her feelings. "What performance are you putting on today, acting all peculiar?" Kato-dan chuckled. Tsunade couldn't help but burst into laughter. In that moment, she was no longer the hot-headed woman quick to throw punches, at least in front of Kato-dan. She was the epitome of a gentle and affectionate girlfriend. However, a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart, as if something vital was missing. At that moment, a young boy entered. Tsunade sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Liu Mu, was it necessary to scare me like that? I almost thought you were going to devour me." Liu Mu rolled his eyes. "All right, Liu Mu, Tsunade's relatives have arrived today, and her emotions are a bit unstable. Please be understanding," Kato-dan interjected, chuckling behind his hand. Tsunade's lips twitched in annoyance, wishing to slap him, but quickly retracted her hand. "Do you two know each other?" Tsunade blurted out, voicing her burning curiosity as she looked expectantly at the two. Liu Mu rushed over, pressing his forehead against hers. "You don't have a fever, do you? Has your brain gone haywire?" Tsunade was startled by Liu Mu's intimate gesture and instinctively stepped back, only to stumble and nearly fall. Just then, Kato-dan rushed over to steady her. "Be careful, don't be so reckless." Tsunade's face flushed once more, her mind going blank. In a moment of spontaneity, she asked, "Won't you two get jealous?" Liu Mu and Kato-dan erupted in laughter simultaneously. "Have you forgotten? Kato-dan is my clone. This is what you requested, right?" Liu Mu said, exasperation lacing his voice as he produced a bouquet of flowers. "Tsunade, will you agree to marry me?" Liu Mu knelt on one knee, presenting her with a diamond ring. Tsunade's cheeks flushed again, her mind swirling in disbelief at the scene before her. In a fit of surprise, she punched the wall, creating a hole. Without a second thought, Tsunade leaped outside. The cool breeze brushed against her, bringing her back to reality. Yet the crimson moonlight was exceptionally blinding. Kakashi Hitaki slowly opened his eyes, his surroundings a familiar street that sparked confusion on his face. Just a moment ago, he had been battling in the land of rain. How had he returned to Konoha village? Hastily, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, intending to use his Sharingan to pierce through the illusion. However, upon raising the protector, he was astounded to discover that his Sharingan was absent. Even the significant wound on his eye had vanished. At that moment, two figures approached from a distance. Though they had changed considerably, Kakashi instantly recognized them as the grown-up Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. With heavy steps, Kakashi moved forward. Before long, Rin leaped into his arms. "Kakashi, did you miss me?" she said affectionately, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Obito shot him a sidelong glance, kicking a stone in jealousy. "Kakashi, did you miss me? Come on, you two saw each other just yesterday. Can you not feed me dog food?" Obito mimicked Rin's tone, eliciting a hearty laugh from her. She then wrapped her arms around Obito's neck. "Well, we will always be the best of friends. How about I introduce you to a girl from the Hyuga clan? Who knows, you might end up with a child possessing both Sharingan and Byakugan. I can handle that myself. Thank you very much," Obito retorted, sulking to the side. Kakashi observed the scene before him, a warm sensation enveloping him. After years wandering through the darkest corners of the ninja world, his once cold heart began to thaw. He gazed up at the crimson moon in the sky, feeling a sense of happiness. Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes, yet the world before him was a blur. Quickly, he rubbed his eyes, but the haze remained. When he looked down, he realized he was submerged in a hot spring. Frowning, Jiraiya pondered how he had gone from the land of rain to a bathhouse, which bore the unmistakable decor of Konoha village. Just as he was about to slap himself to escape this illusion, the large door of the bathhouse swung open. A dozen women exited in unison, heading straight for the hot spring. "Wait, this is a mixed bath," Jiraiya exclaimed, excitement surging through him. The last time he had visited a mixed bath, it was either filled with monkeys or elderly women. This time, however, it was brimming with young and beautiful girls. In an instant, blood began to flow from his nose, and no matter how he tried, he could not stop it. At that moment, the girls rushed over, their expressions filled with concern. "Lord Toad Sage, why are you bleeding?" "Lord Jiraiya, you've lost so much blood." "Lord Jiraiya, Let me help you hold your nose. With a loud shout, Jiraiya commanded them to step back, causing them to reluctantly retreat, casting glances of disappointment. Jiraiya turned to see who had interrupted his moment. Upon catching sight of the girl he had longed for, his heart skipped a beat. She was here. Anxiety gripped him, fearing that his earlier closeness with the other girls might lead her to misinterpret his intentions and dislike him. After all, if he could win her over, he would forsake all other women. Let me explain, Jiraiya hurriedly exclaimed. Explain what? Come here quickly, the girl said, crossing her arms defiantly. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, processing her words before racing to her side, his face flushed like an apple, his heart racing like an engine. The girl, equally flustered, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. To stop the nosebleed, one had to tilt their head back. She playfully patted her thigh, causing Jiraiya's heart to race even faster, feeling as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Hurry, or I'll regret it, the girl urged. Jiraiya promptly lay back, gazing at the 2 white moons and 1 crimson moon above, a blissful expression gracing his features. Regardless of whether this was an illusion, was this life not more fulfilling than reality? Shimura Danzo slowly opened his eyes. The moment he awoke, his hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. However, upon seeing the familiar surroundings, confusion washed over him. Just a moment ago, he had been battling in the land of rain. How had he returned to his office? Swiftly, Danzo began to untie the bandages. He wanted to use his Sharingan to break the Jinjutsu. But no matter how much he activated his Sharingan, the Jinjutsu remained. Was everything just a dream, and this was reality? Shimura Danzo scratched his head, trying to resolve his doubts. Just then, the office door opened. A woman entered. Shimura Danzo frowned. Someone dared to enter his office without knocking. But just as Shimura Danzo was about to reprimand her, he froze when he saw the woman's face. Wasn't this the woman who had captured his heart? Shimura Danzo immediately stood up, completely forgetting that his Sharingan was still rapidly activating. Shimura Danzo stood up. He walked to the girl's side. He gently touched her face. But then, the girl's face suddenly jerked, like a video freeze. After jumping, Shimura Danzo realized his hand was touching Jiraiya's face. Shimura Danzo was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He stumbled back several steps before stopping. Danzo, what's wrong with you? Am I not beautiful? The woman asked, sounding aggrieved. Shimura Danzo's lips twitched as he looked at her again. The girl's body was still devilishly perfect and S-shape, but her head was pressed against Jiraiya's head. Recalling the scene of kissing Jiraiya earlier, Shimura Danzo felt his stomach churning. Then he vomited. You think I'm ugly? When you married me, you said I was stunningly beautiful, and now you think I'm ugly, and you even vomited. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to your 2 children? The girl's face became even more aggrieved as she spoke. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Shimura Danzo was completely dumbfounded. He was actually married to this girl with Jiraiya's head on her back, and they even had 2 children? For a moment, Shimura Danzo questioned his existence. What had he been through? But regardless, since they already had children, treating a girl like this was really going too far. He quickly went over to comfort her. All right. Ma'am, I ate something wrong, and that's why I threw up. I ran away because I was afraid of throwing up on you, Shimura Danzo explained. The girl stopped crying. She looked up at Shimura Danzo with teary eyes. Really? Shimura Danzo's lips twitched. Seeing Jiraiya's face, he really wanted to rush up and slap her. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Really? Would I lie to you? The girl suddenly smiled through her tears, wiping them away with both hands. Honestly, be more careful what you eat next time. How about this? I'll cook all your meals from now on, so you won't get an upset stomach. Shimura Danzo's lips twitched. If you weren't wearing Jiraiya's head, I definitely wouldn't throw up. We'll talk about that later. Really? The girl pouted, hands on her hips. What should have been a very cute scene looked utterly disgusting to Shimura Danzo. He vomited again. Shimura Danzo couldn't bear to look at the girl anymore and quickly took out a fox mask and put it on her. Wife, you're so beautiful. I'm afraid I'll get too caught up in it, so you should wear the mask. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to concentrate on my work. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Seeing Jiraiya's face acting cute again, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would take out a kunai to make a few cuts on Jiraiya's face for plastic surgery. Okay, then I won't disturb your work anymore, but the 2 kids are here today. Would you like to see them? Shimura Danzo's interest was immediately piqued. Although he knew it was an illusion, he was still curious about what his children looked like. He quickly urged them on. Of course he wanted to see them. Great. Children, come see Daddy. The girl called out to the door. A moment later, The door opened. A small head peeked out. Shimura Danzo's excitement vanished the moment he saw the child's face. It was clearly a small child, yet it had Jiraiya's old face. How could Shimura Danzo accept this? His mind screamed in frustration. Then a second child appeared. However, it remained hidden behind little Jiraiya, its face completely obscured. Shimura Danzo smiled again. He said softly, "Stop playing hide-and-seek. Let Daddy see if you've gotten fatter." "I haven't gotten fatter," the child said in a childish voice. Then it peeked out. But when Shimura Danzo saw the second child's face, his entire face turned green. He stammered for a long time, almost choking on his own breath. The child looked at Shimura Danzo with innocent eyes. But his face was unusually old, even looking several years older than Shimura Danzo. And Shimura Danzo recognized this face instantly. It was his partner of decades, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 186 Lightning Tribulation 2-in-1. Liu Mu looked at everyone's expressions and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Illusion should cause everyone pain, so why were they all smiling? It felt off. It felt like a dream come true. On the contrary, Shimura Danzo's expression revealed fear, anger, and helplessness. This was the original intention of the illusion. However, Liu Mu was very curious. Shimura Danzo was a very determined person. What exactly did he see? That's why he had that expression. Liu Mu shook his head, then turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. "I'm leaving Itachi to you. The Rasengan should hold for a while longer. Handle it as you see fit. But you can't kill Tsunade. She can cure your illness," Liu Mu said. In Naruto, Uchiha Itachi's health deteriorated day by day due to his illness. And Tsunade, as the best medical ninja, might be able to save Uchiha Itachi. "Understood, Senior Liu." Uchiha Itachi nodded. Liu Mu smiled slightly, then quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to fly towards the next location. After Liu Mu left, Uchiha Itachi's eyes became serious. Daring to invade the Land of Rain, they were definitely enemies of the Akatsuki, and killing them wouldn't be unreasonable. Uchiha Itachi thought so too. However, seeing everyone's happy expressions, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the Jinjutsu. So he closed his Sharingan, preparing to enter the Jinjutsu to find out. As for the killing, that can be put aside for now. As Itachi Uchiha closed his Sharingan, a shiver ran through him. 3 seconds later, Itachi, whose face had been tense, smiled. On the other side of the Land of Rain, Konan, Sasori, and the others were locked in fierce combat with the ninjas of the Land of Wind. Gaara, having obtained the one-tailed chakra, combined with his sand release techniques and overwhelming numerical superiority, was completely overwhelmed by the Akatsuki. Konan, meanwhile, flew through the air, frowning as she watched the battle below. "Damn it, we have to find a way to deal with the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Sasori, do you have a chance to turn the tables? Do I look like I can turn the tables? Each puppet has a ninja facing it. My biggest advantage is gone," Sasori said helplessly, his face contorted in pain. The 100-puppet technique can control hundreds of puppets simultaneously. It has an absolute advantage in one-on-one or one-on-many situations. But now it wasn't a one-on-one fight, but a fight against hundreds. With such overwhelming numerical superiority, the drawbacks of the 100-puppet manipulation technique became apparent. Because Sasori was controlling hundreds of puppets simultaneously, it was impossible for him to operate each one precisely. He was subsequently defeated one by the Sand Ninja. Damn it! How could there be so many Suna ninjas? If only my master were here. As soon as Xiaonan finished speaking, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. And a figure appeared before her, Liu Mu, who had just executed the Flying Thunder God technique, recovering from the disorientation of traversing space. Liu Mu was astonished to find himself grasping a large bun. A slight squeeze elicited a series of delicate gasps. Upon turning his head, Liu Mu was startled and quickly withdrew his hand, his face suffused with embarrassment. "Xiaonan, why did you place the kunai with the binding coordinates on your chest? Do you have any idea how awkward this is?" Liu Mu exclaimed anxiously. "This kunai is meant for locating coordinates." Xiaonan's face displayed surprise, quickly followed by regret. "If I had known, I wouldn't have placed it there." Liu Mu shot her a glance of exasperation before lowering his gaze to the multitude of Suna ninjas below. According to the original storyline, Suna and Konoha ninjas should have suffered significant losses during the Konoha collapse plan, leaving both nations in disarray. However, Liu Mu's presence had led to a premature cessation of hostilities between the Suna and Konoha ninjas, although both nations had lost a leader. The casualties among the ninjas were minimal, allowing the Land of Wind to muster sufficient forces in the Land of Rain. Upon seeing Liu Mu, the ninjas from the Land of Wind grew tense, fully aware that he was a formidable presence capable of nearly annihilating Konoha. If Liu Mu took action, the numerical advantage of the Land of Wind would dissipate. Quick, execute our battle plan, Maki shouted urgently. The many ninjas from the Land of Wind were puzzled by Maki's anxiety, but as is the nature of ninjas, they complied with the orders given. The strategy of the Land of Wind was to launch a swift attack, defeating Liu Mu before he could react. Countless ninja tools were hurled at Liu Mu. Caught off guard, Liu Mu could only evade desperately. Just then, Maki appeared before him, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Liu Mu's heart sank. With the relentless barrage of attacks, an ordinary ninja would have no space to dodge. Even if he evaded numerous weapons, he could not escape Maki's strike. But Liu Mu was far from an ordinary ninja. Golden currents of electricity sparked around him, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Yellow flash. This guy can even use this technique and claims he is not a traitor from Konoha. Hurry, find Liu Mu's location. In an instant, the Suna ninjas began searching frantically. However, they soon discovered Liu Mu standing not far away, his hand grasping the rear of Scorpion. Senior Liu, I wouldn't refuse you if you wanted to do these things. But we're in the middle of a battle. Can we wait just a moment? Scorpion said, his face slightly flushed. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? And why are you blushing? Why did you place the kunai for marking coordinates there? Recently, Liu Mu had noticed that as the spokesperson for the Akatsuki organization, he had begun to take on a rather sinister persona. From a pure admiration at the start to increasingly questionable motives now. Liu Mu even found himself doubting whether Scorpion had ulterior inclinations. However, Liu Mu had no time to dwell on Scorpion, as the next wave of attacks had already commenced. He had to counter immediately. Liu Mu activated his special technique and clapped his hands together. Water release. Great Shark Bullet Technique. With a furious shout, the chakra within him surged rapidly. Yet, the anticipated shark did not materialize. Liu Mu hurriedly attempted to evade, but in the next moment, a deafening wail's cry resonated through the air. The sound was so solitary and desolate that all ninjas instinctively halted their assaults, searching for its source. Just then, the light in the sky was completely obscured. Everyone looked up to see a kuin swimming alone in the air. With each flap of its fins, a gust of wind swept through, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat. What in the world is that? What kind of technique is Liu Mu planning to use? Quick! Everyone prepare for a counterattack. Gaara furrowed his brow. Faced with such a colossal creature, the only one capable of contending with it was Shikaku. He quickly formed hand seals and invoked the sand coffin technique. In an instant, the sand surrounding Gaara surged rapidly, coalescing beneath him. Soon, a gigantic head appeared before everyone. Following that, a body, claws, and a thick tail emerged. Finally, I'm out again. Shikaku roared excitedly, recalling the last time he appeared, when he encountered a freak. He was determined to let the world know of Shikaku's might this time. However, as Shikaku howled to the heavens, he suddenly beheld the enormous figure in the sky. Despite his own size, he would undoubtedly appear as a younger sibling before that creature. Facing such a being was akin to delivering oneself to the slaughter. Damn it, Gaara. Are you trying to set me up again? Shikaku bellowed, attempting to awaken Gaara with sand. Yet, Gaara showed no signs of waking and instead began to snore. Despair washed over Shikaku, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Is this really how it is for me? In the next moment, the kuin opened its gaping maw and swallowed Shikaku whole. The scene fell silent. The secret weapon, Shikaku, had been devoured in a single encounter. The strength of this kuin was beyond comprehension, and the onlookers were left paralyzed with fear. Damn it, attack quickly. Defeating Liu Mu will dispel this technique. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Maki roared. His shout reignited the fighting spirit among the Suna ninjas. All the Suna ninjas drew their weapons, their eyes fixed with determination upon Liu Mu. In the next moment, a multitude of ninjutsu and tools surged toward Liu Mu. Liu Mu merely smiled with indifference. With the flying thunder god technique at his disposal, he was an invincible force. No matter how dense the onslaught, a mere blink would transport him to safety. He activated the flying thunder god technique, and the air crackled with tension as a bolt of lightning struck Liu Mu. Instantly, numerous bolts of lightning cascaded down like rain, connecting with the ground and showing no sign of abating. It was as if the heavens sought to punish Liu Mu, unleashing a cataclysm. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck Xiao Nan. Before she could react, the lightning struck her chest. Immediately, a wave of tingling spread throughout her body, causing her to convulse uncontrollably. Xiaonan cried out in agony, only to realize Liu Mu was holding her in a familiar position. She coughed weakly, looking up at Liu Mu with a hurt expression. Master, if you want to hold me, just do so directly. There's no need for such a grand display. I can hardly bear it. Xiaonan coughed again, releasing several smoke rings. Liu Mu chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't anticipated the effects of the flying thunder god technique to be so overwhelming, akin to a celestial being undergoing tribulation. It was unfortunate for Xiaonan, who had been struck by lightning for no reason. However, fortunately, the lightning was merely a special effect. Despite the pain evident on Xiaonan's face, it was only a part of the effect. Otherwise, with the recent lightning strike, it is not merely humans who would perish. Even the sturdiest stones would shatter instantaneously. Even if Xiaonan were to survive, surely that massive white bun would be obliterated. Nevertheless, this special effect inspired Liu Mu to contemplate alternative applications. He promptly retrieved a kunai inscribed with a talisman and hurled it into the midst of the sand ninjas. Subsequently, he invoked the flying thunder god technique once more. Instantly, dark clouds loomed over the city, flickering with countless bolts of lightning. As Liu Mu executed the flying thunder god technique and positioned himself at the heart of the sand ninjas, multitudes of lightning cascaded relentlessly from above. No matter how swift one might be, they could not outpace lightning. Regardless of one's strength, they could not withstand the wrath of the heavens. Liu Mu continued to unleash the flying thunder god technique amidst the crowd, transforming the realm of sand ninjas into a veritable hell on earth. An unending chorus of wails erupted. Those with feeble mental fortitude were so frightened they lost control of their bladders, while the stronger souls endured the divine fury. Repeatedly struck down. Who is Liu Mu, that he can wield such terrifying ninjutsu? Alas, the ability to command lightning. Could Liu Mu be a deity? How exhilarating this lightning is. Strike me again. At that moment, Shoha emerged from the maw of Kuan, a radiant smile gracing his face. Ha, I have finally emerged. This time, I shall not play with you. I am off to seek my own poetry in distant horizons. Shoha chuckled, observing the enormous bolts of lightning sweeping across the ground. Such thick lightning, surely numbering in the hundreds or thousands, rendered the scene utterly hellish. Suddenly, the corners of Shoha's mouth twitched. Thoughts of poetry and distant dreams were far from his mind now. Survival was paramount. He dashed toward Kuan, exclaiming, "Big brother, swallow me quickly." However, Kuan seemed indifferent, continuing to swim leisurely. Frantic, Shoha leaped forcefully, landing before Kuan. He grasped Kuan's jaws with all his might, prying them open before diving inside. Phew, this place is safe. Shoha exhaled deeply, silently vowing to remain hidden, even if it meant his demise, for the outside world was too terrifying. The lightning raged on for nearly several minutes before abating. It was not that Liu Mu desired to cease. Rather, he had overexerted himself, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The sand ninjas had succumbed in droves to the storm of lightning, leaving only a handful still standing. Even those who remained teetered on the brink of collapse. Maki, pale as a ghost, gazed at the fallen sand ninjas. Witnessing such a tragic scene, tears streamed down his face as regret welled within him. He could not comprehend why he had succumbed to the manipulations of Shimura Danzo and attacked the Land of Rain. They had lost so many ninjas in an instant. The Land of Wind would soon be relegated to insignificance, easily bullied by even the smallest of nations. The root cause of all this was their provocation of Liu Mu in the Land of Rain. Shimura Danzo, even if I become a specter, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Chapter 187. A deal with death, combined. Now, the ninjas of the Land of Wind lay nearly prostrate on the ground. Yet Liu Mu felt no joy. The damage inflicted was solely the result of a special effect. Once it dissipated, the truth of their injuries would become apparent, and his secrets would be laid bare. His demise would be most ignoble. At that moment, the great shark bullet technique dissipated, and Gaara emerged slowly from the water, laboriously rising to his feet. Although his face bore the marks of swelling, his eyes reflected profound sorrow. What on earth transpired? Is Liu Mu truly this formidable? Despair flooded Gaara's gaze as he yearned for vengeance against the ninjas of the Land of Wind. Yet he was acutely aware that he was no match for Liu Mu. Seeking revenge would only lead to his own demise. He plopped down onto the ground in resignation. Observing Gaara's expression, Liu Mu's eyes brightened, and a serene smile graced his lips. Do you, the Land of Wind, wish to submit to the Akatsuki organization? Liu Mu intoned coldly. Maki offered a bitter smile, his eyes aflame with hatred. If we submit, would you truly spare us, your enemies? Moreover, after this war, will the Land of Wind even exist? As he spoke, Maki's face contorted with indignation. The ninjas of the Land of Wind were nearly all slain. Even if a few survived, any small nation could obliterate them. The Land of Wind had lost. It could no longer be considered one of the 5 great nations. At best, the remnants would flee, awaiting the day of restoration. Liu Mu approached Maki with a smile. Maki gripped his kunai tightly, intent on slaying Liu Mu, but the overwhelming pressure radiating from Liu Mu compelled him to retreat, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. He cursed himself internally, lamenting why, when faced with his enemy, he lacked the courage to fight. Do not entertain such thoughts. The ninjas of the Land of Wind will never yield, Maki declared with the last of his strength. What if I could resurrect them? At that moment, Maki's expression shifted as he realized the implications. What did you say? I said, if I could bring them all back to life. Would you be willing to submit to the Akatsuki organization? The despair-laden Maki's eyes flickered with a spark of hope. Resurrection. To summon the dead from the realm of spirits. This surpasses the limits of humanity. To achieve such a feat would grant one dominion over life and death, a power akin to that of a deity. Though there exists jutsu capable of reviving the deceased, the cost is exorbitant, far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. While Maki was uncertain of Liu Mu's intentions, this was the only hope for the Land of Wind. Though I am not the Kazekage, I am willing to attempt to submit the Land of Wind to the Akatsuki organization if you can resurrect our ninjas. Maki's response was not a full affirmation, yet it was undeniably sincere. Even if the Kazekage wished to submit to the Akatsuki, the upper echelons of the Land of Wind might not all agree, let alone a mere Maki. Furthermore, Liu Mu had no choice but to conclude this performance before the special effects faded. Otherwise, all would be lost. Your answer is genuine, and I choose to trust you. I am unafraid of your potential betrayal. Should you renege, I will ensure those resurrected return as they were. In an instant, Maki's countenance paled. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded gravely. Let Lord Liu Mu decide. Liu Mu smiled faintly. The first step has been successfully executed. Now comes the crucial second step, true performance. For this, Liu Mu required the cooperation of one individual. He then clapped his hands forcefully, concentrating all his chakra into a singular point. At that moment, the earth began to tremble violently, followed by a great door emerging from the ground. Maki furrowed his brow. Typically, one would observe an opponent's hand seals to anticipate their jutsu. Yet Liu Mu operated outside conventional methods. He merely clapped his hands, and the jutsu manifested without warning. Maki pondered, is this the Rasenman? As the great door fully emerged from the earth, ghostly apparitions swirled around it, rendering the entire structure eerily unsettling. Above the grand entrance hung a plaque, elegantly inscribed with 3 magnificent characters, Gue Min Guan. Ma Ji merely cast a fleeting glance, sensing as though his very soul might detach from his corporeal form and be drawn into the abyss. Flanking the entrance stood 2 grotesque creatures, resembling humans in stature, yet possessing the heads of an ox and a horse. In their grasp were iron chains, constantly ensnaring the wandering souls nearby. Ma Ji could not suppress a gulp. Although he was unaware of the nature of this sorcery, he instinctively understood that being struck by those chains would guarantee no chance of survival. What manner of sorcery is this? At that moment, the great door creaked open. A translucent figure gradually emerged, revealing the presence of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, Ma Ji's heart raced. He had never anticipated that Liu Mu could summon the Grim Reaper. Nevertheless, the Grim Reaper was not one to be trifled with. The cost of such a sudden summoning was undoubtedly exorbitant, perhaps even Liu Mu's own life or lifespan. Was he truly willing to sacrifice himself for the Land of Wind? Ma Ji was engulfed in confusion. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it was conceivable that Liu Mu could indeed resurrect Shaoran. The Grim Reaper emerged, looking as bewildered as Ma Ji, his heart racing even faster. After all, this entrance was notably extraordinary. Typically, upon a summons, one would immediately reveal themselves. However, this time, one had to traverse through a formidable door, the oppressive aura of which was overwhelmingly potent. Had it not been for an immense gravitational force pulling him forward, he might have been lost along the way, becoming the first Grim Reaper to wander astray. Without the protective energy, crossing that threshold would have reduced his form to mere dust. Most crucially, Several souls fluttering about were stronger than even himself. Despite their might, in the presence of the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians, they appeared as helpless as infants, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The Grim Reaper, a deity, felt an unprecedented sense of humility for the second time in his existence. The first was upon encountering that perverse individual. Just then, the ox-headed and horse-faced figures turned their gazes towards the Grim Reaper, their sharp eyes fixated upon him. Instantly, he felt goosebumps erupt across his body, utterly perplexed as to how he had provoked these two. A mere specter seeking passage through Gui Mingguan. Today, I shall ensure you are cast into the depths of 18 layers of hell to endure endless torment. The Grim Reaper's legs faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just after being summoned, he was to be dragged into so-called 18 layers of hell for punishment. Who had he offended? Wait, I was summoned, not of my own volition. Following the horse-faced one's words, the Grim Reaper continued, prompting the ox-headed figure to furrow his brow. After surveying him, the grim expression on his face softened. Oh, it is merely an envoy, a small one lacking foresight. Please proceed. The ox-headed figure spoke with deference. Upon hearing this, the horse-faced figure immediately became obsequious. At that moment, tears of gratitude welled in the Grim Reaper's eyes, astonished at such esteem. To be regarded so highly by these deities, he felt an inkling of flattery. In an instant, the Grim Reaper felt that his life had been worth living. If he could return to his village and share this tale, he would undoubtedly become the most esteemed among them, securing preferential rights in matters of courtship. Clearing his throat, the Grim Reaper adopted an air of arrogance. Make way. Delaying my envoy duties is something you cannot afford. The Grim Reaper feigned authority. My apologies, esteemed envoy. The ox-headed and horse-faced figures, though seething with discontent, dared not show any signs of disrespect. Despite the Grim Reaper's apparent frailty, he emanated an aura of sanctity that even the 10 kings of hell would not dare to provoke. They could only suppress their irritation. Consider yourselves fortunate. The Grim Reaper scoffed, striding forth. Though he wished to maintain the facade a while longer, he was acutely aware that the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians feared him solely due to the power that summoned him. Should that power's master be kept waiting, the consequences would be dire. Upon stepping out of Gui Mingguan, the Grim Reaper's gaze immediately fell upon Liu Mu. The confusion in his heart dissipated. Liu Mu, having witnessed the Grim Reaper linger at the entrance, was already as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. As soon as the Grim Reaper emerged, Liu Mu approached eagerly. Grim Reaper, I wish to propose a transaction. Liu Mu smiled. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, the Grim Reaper nearly stumbled and fell. Calling him my lord was surely a sign that he was destined for an early demise. Moreover, what transaction could be discussed? What do you desire? Surely I could grant it. However, the Grim Reaper dared not act presumptuously, for those lofty beings had numerous peculiar whims. Should he provoke their ire, it would not only be his demise but the annihilation of the Grim Reaper village as well, compelling him to comply with Liu Mu's performance. Oh, what transaction? Ma Ji, witnessing this exchange, felt his heart race. A transaction with the Grim Reaper? Surely he had misheard. A mere mortal engaging in a transaction with the Grim Reaper. In that instant, Liu Mu's stature grew immensely in Ma Ji's eyes. If he could truly resurrect Sha Ran, whatever the cost, he must fulfill the prior agreement. A smile graced Liu Mu's face as he turned his gaze to the lifeless body of Sha Ran on the ground. I hope you can release these souls, allowing them to return to their bodies. The Grim Reaper furrowed his brow. His duty was to harvest the souls of the deceased, savoring their exquisite essence while simultaneously enhancing his own power. Each release diminished his cultivation. However, if he were to return the souls, he would only suffer a minor setback in power while gaining the favor of a significant figure, an undeniably lucrative transaction. Yet this time, the Grim Reaper had not collected any souls, so how could he release them? May I refuse? The Grim Reaper's words had scarcely departed his lips when the sound of chains striking the ground echoed from behind. Accompanying the noise was a powerful energy that struck at his soul, dimming his essence. The Grim Reaper felt on the verge of tears. If he erred, let the Grim Reaper reap his life, but not subject him to such torment. How can one repay what one does not possess? Gathering his resolve, the Grim Reaper forced a smile. I would never refuse your request, but I need some time to search. As he spoke, he reached into his mouth, searching for souls. Ma Ji could not help but cheer at this declaration. The Grim Reaper, a deity, was granting Liu Mu face, indicating that Sha Ran could indeed be saved. However, this only deepened Ma Ji's curiosity about Liu Mu's true identity. The Grim Reaper, wearing a mournful expression, searched within for what felt like an eternity. Not a single soul among the hundreds of fallen ninjas was found, and once more, the sound of chains echoed in his ears. Hurry, hurry! The Grim Reaper trembled, hastily grasping a soul and pulling it forth. Is this him? Liu Mu's eyes brightened. Regardless of its identity, time was running out for the special effects. If he did not continue, the ruse would be exposed. His face broke into a joyful grin. Yes, that is him. Now let me return him. Liu Mu dared not hesitate, turning his gaze to the lifeless body on the ground. With a clap of his hands, he utilized the last of his chakra to cast the resurrection technique. In an instant, the air around them resonated with newfound vitality. With a gentle inhalation, one can draw in a significant essence of life. As the vitality strengthens, the surrounding air transforms into a delicate shade of green, ultimately coalescing into a faint green mist. At that moment, a light drizzle begins to fall, the rhythmic sound of raindrops resounding in the atmosphere. Astonishingly, the once lifeless ninjas begin to exhibit signs of revival. As their vitality burgeons, some ninjas even open their eyes, gazing around in confusion. Where am I? As time progresses, more and more ninjas awaken, bewildered by their surroundings. In just a few fleeting seconds, the scattered sand ninjas have nearly returned to life. Liu Mu lets out a sigh of relief, regardless of the circumstances. He has managed to catch up. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper appears utterly perplexed. Clutching a soul in his grasp, he wonders how these individuals have come back to life. Moreover, if they have indeed revived, what then is the purpose of the soul he holds? Can it be consumed once more? He seeks clarity. After much hesitation, the Grim Reaper discreetly tosses the soul behind him while the others are preoccupied. The soul rolls upon the ground, slowly awakening from its chaotic stupor. Recognizing the familiar chakra around it, wearing a puzzled expression. Wasn't I consumed by the Grim Reaper while protecting my? How have I returned to this world? After considerable contemplation, the soul resolves to let go of its thoughts and follow the pull of its physical form to seek a suitable vessel. Chapter 188. Journey to another battlefield. Thank you, Lord Liu Mu, for your timely rescue. Maki kneels, expressing his sincere gratitude. Regardless of the motives behind Liu Mu's intervention, he has saved everyone from the clutches of the Grim Reaper, retrieving their souls. Such prowess is beyond belief unless witnessed firsthand, affirming Liu Mu's formidable strength. Reflecting on his previous intentions to eliminate Liu Mu, Maki finds the thought increasingly absurd. Recognizing that the performance has concluded, Liu Mu prepares to lift the Shinigami's seal. The Grim Reaper anxiously awaits Liu Mu's command when he suddenly senses their connection severed. The gates of hell incessantly beckon him to return. Instinctively, the Grim Reaper begins to step toward the gates of hell, only to realize after 2 steps that he ought to be returning to the village instead. Contemplating this, he descends slowly into the earth. Just as the Grim Reaper is about to vanish completely, a chain suddenly flies towards him, binding him tightly. At the other end of the chain is the jovial face of the horse-faced guardian. You were right, Brother Nyo. This fellow truly intended to escape. Indeed, I could tell he was no obedient spirit. Once he exits the gates of hell, he must return, Brother Nyo boasts. The Grim Reaper is on the verge of tears, feeling utterly out of place in this absurd scenario. Soon, the Grim Reaper is pulled back by the horse-faced guardian, and they share a knowing smile. I remember this guy was quite fierce just now. Yes, indeed. He should learn to respect us. The horse and horse-faced guardians proclaim as they drag the Grim Reaper into the gates of hell. The gates gradually close, and the Grim Reaper's anguished cries echo from within until they disappear completely. With the closure of the gates of hell, the spectacle has come to an end. Liu Mu turns his attention to Maki. Let us not forget our agreement. Liu Mu smiles serenely. Rest assured, my lord. I shall ensure that the land of wind submits to the Akatsuki. The recently revived sand ninjas were already displeased with Maki's kneeling before Liu Mu. Upon hearing of Maki's intentions to compel the land of wind to submit, their fury ignites. On what grounds do you represent the land of wind, Maki? Not even the Kazekage holds the authority to demand our allegiance to another nation. You traitor. The crowd erupts, voicing their vehement discontent. Maki, unfazed, offers a bittersweet smile. Allow me to handle this, Lord Liu Mu. As soon as he speaks, Maki approaches the most vociferous ninja and places a hand on his shoulder. The ninja, caught off guard, suddenly contorts in pain as wind blades strike him, blood splattering in all directions. Lord Liu Mu grants you a second chance at life, not to rise against him. Maki surveys the crowd. Those who dare to defy Liu Mu shall face only one fate, death. In an instant, the faces of all sand ninjas turn pale with fear, utterly astonished that Maki would dare to act. At this moment, Gaara steps forward. I refuse to let the land of wind submit to the Akatsuki. I will only submit to Lord Liu Mu. It can be said that Liu Mu's intervention has salvaged not only numerous ninjas, but also the entire land of wind, earning him the respect of all its ninjas. Liu Mu silently chuckles, realizing that 3 impressive displays of ninjutsu have effectively intimidated both Maki and Gaara. While the land of wind may not submit immediately, the presence of these two assures that it will not become an adversary in the short term. Xiaonan, Xia, keep a close watch on them. I must proceed to the next battlefield. The situation in the land of wind is resolved, and now I must head towards the land of thunder. After closing the effects, Liu Mu channels his last remnants of chakra and activates the Flying Thunder God technique. The situation in Kumogakure is not particularly favorable, with nearly all its forces mobilized. The 4th Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, the second right hand of Raikage, Durui, who possesses Storm Release, and the true strategist of the war. The highest advisor of Kumogakure, Mabu. In such a formidable lineup, even Might Guy, despite his ability to continuously open the 8 gates, feels as if he is striking water with his fists, his strength finding no outlet. Calm down, they're merely exhausting your stamina. Hinata Hizashi exclaims anxiously. Though Might Guy possesses nearly invincible power after opening the 8th gate, the ninjas of Kumogakure evade battle upon seeing the red steam rising, minimizing their losses. Might Guy has already opened the 8 gates 3 times consecutively, yet the number of ninjas falling to the technique has barely reached double digits. Conversely, his own fatigue has reached its limits, the urge to collapse and surrender to slumber overwhelming him. If I do not open the 8 gates, our situation will become even more precarious. Might Guy grits his teeth. Our initial task was merely to hold them off until Yao and the others return. Victory will be ours, Hinata Hizashi urges. But just as he finishes speaking, a bolt of lightning strikes, and a dark-skinned figure appears beside him, none other than the 4th Raikage. You still have the leisure to concern yourself with others? My purpose in the land of rain is your Byakugan. Hand it over. A sneers, causing Hinata Hizashi to feel a chill run down his spine. Since the battle began, A has relentlessly pursued him. Were it not for his ability to reverse the damage, he would have already been defeated. However, due to the frequent use of this technique, Hinata Hizashi's chakra is nearly depleted. If he were to use it again, he would exhaust all his chakra and become an easy target. In a moment of desperation, Hinata Hizashi reaches for his ninja tool pouch, retrieving his last kunai and hurling it at A. A chuckles derisively. He possesses the lightning release armor. Under the stimulation of lightning, the cells have hardened to a resilience surpassing that of steel. Even the sharpest of ninja tools cannot inflict significant harm upon oneself. You have exhausted your tricks. Disdain is now mine. AI chuckled. However, as a kunai pierced AI's chest, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. With a single hand, it grasped AI's upper body. Chapter 189. Allow me to teach you the 8 gates of Duanjia. Liu Mu felt as if his hand had grasped something as unyielding as iron, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to the previous 2 encounters, this one felt considerably more normal. Yet, when Liu Mu looked up to see the face of the 4th Raikage AI, and then glanced down to realize he was gripping AI's bare chest, a mouthful of blood escaped Liu Mu's lips. Again, upon hearing Liu Mu's words, AI felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that someone could approach him so stealthily, and even manage to touch his heart. Such speed, it seemed, even surpassed his own. Without hesitation, AI abandoned his offensive and retreated, creating a safe distance. Liu Senpai, Lord Liu, son-in-law. In an instant, the members of the Akatsuki displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. The tension that had previously enveloped them began to dissipate. After all, Liu Mu's arrival signified victory in the war. AI's expression turned grave. Initially, he had expected a formidable ninja to appear. Yet, upon distancing himself, AI realized that the ninja who had assaulted him was merely a boy of 16 or 17 years. Such a ninja, no matter how gifted, would be little more than a mere offering before AI, who felt confident he could defeat several such individuals with a single punch. As the strategist of the Land of Lightning, Mabui, furrowed her brow, observing the change that Liu Mu's appearance brought about. She noted that the previously despondent expressions of the Akatsuki members had vanished, replaced by hope. It seemed as though victory in battle was at hand. Curiosity stirred within Mabui. Who was this man that wielded such influence? Lord Rakage, be cautious. This fellow is undoubtedly a threat, Mabui urged anxiously. Yet, AI bore an air of indifference. Just a brat. How formidable could he truly be? Watch me resolve this with a single punch. With that, AI vanished from sight. His iron fist aimed at Liu Mu's face. Just as it seemed he would land the blow, a green figure interposed itself. It was Might Guy, who had opened the sixth gate. I cannot allow you to harm Lord Liu. Upon hearing Liu Mu's name, AI's heart skipped a beat. The name carried weight. Although he had never encountered Liu Mu, he had heard it repeated countless times. Liu Mu was known for having slain both the fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage. Such a ninja deserved reverence. Yet AI found it hard to accept that Liu Mu was so young. Having failed with his attack, AI quickly retreated once more. However, now that he understood Liu Mu's identity, his expression turned serious. Mabui, this brat is Liu Mu. You must devise a plan quickly. AI urged anxiously. Mabui's heart sank. Liu Mu's reputation was monumental, capable of battling two Kage at once and defeating them. Such a figure could not be underestimated, yet unfortunately, there was scant information regarding Liu Mu. Only the outcome of that battle was known. A skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. Even with her sharp mind, Mabui could conjure no battle strategy with so little information. Karabi and Darui, go assist Lord AI. Gather sufficient intelligence before formulating a plan. By the way, Liu Mu's Ninjutsu is exceptionally potent. Everyone must remain vigilant. Mabui concluded. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning instantly grew tense. Karabi and Darui swiftly approached AI. Remember, your objective is to gather more intelligence. Do not be reckless in your assaults, and avoid injury. Mabui reiterated. All right, we understand, Karabi replied impatiently. Liu Mu could not help but smile wryly. He never expected to be regarded with such concern, especially by the strongest of a nation. However, at that moment, Liu Mu had no chakra left. Even performing ninjutsu was taxing, let alone utilizing ninja tools. Yet, the Land of Lightning treated him as if he were the final boss, dispatching 3 top-tier experts. If they truly approached him, he feared he would not last a second. Meanwhile, Hinata Hizashi and Might Guy were already at their limits. Protecting himself was challenging enough, let alone adding Liu Mu to the equation. Son-in-law, quickly unleash your gentle fist and repel them all. Hinata Hizashi urged excitedly. Master, I apologize. Even with the 8 gates of Duinjia opened, I cannot turn the tide. I am ashamed, Might Guy lamented. Upon hearing the mention of the 8 gates of Duinjia, Liu Mu's face lit up with elation. The technique could stimulate the chakra points within him, awakening the chakra that lay dormant. Although it would inflict some damage upon his body, Liu Mu could not afford to dwell on that now. Guy, you have disappointed me greatly. You have learned an infinite version of the 8 gates of Duinjia, yet lack the corresponding combat prowess, Liu Mu remarked sternly. Might Guy trembled, his face revealing a look of disappointment. I have failed you, master, for not properly utilizing the 8 gates of Duinjia. I have brought you shame, Might Guy said. Lowering his head, Liu Mu shook his head, gently patting Might Guy's shoulder. I will demonstrate it once. Watch closely to see what true 8 gates of Duinjia entails. At Liu Mu's words, Might Guy's face gleamed with joy. Although he had gained insights into life and death through Hinata, and had integrated that understanding into the 8 gates of Duinjia, he had yet to witness the authentic technique. Now, with Liu Mu's encouragement, his heart raced with anticipation. I will ensure I observe every single posture. With Might Guy's affirmation, Liu Mu nodded and stepped outside. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning grew tense. After all, Liu Mu's reputation was formidable. Everyone, remain calm. No matter how powerful one individual may be, how could he possibly contend with so many of us? Let us not forget, he is merely a boy of 16 or 17, not a deity. AI turned to reassure the ninjas of the Land of Lightning. With AI's encouragement, the ninjas of Kumogakure regained their composure, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle once more. Excellent. Today, we shall emerge victorious. Liu Mu advanced step by step, halting after traversing 5 or 6 meters. He crossed his hands before him and began to activate the 8 gates of Duinjia. In that instant, the ground around Liu Mu fractured, spreading out for several meters before ceasing. Remarkably, The shattered stones did not scatter, but rather began to levitate, as if in a state of weightlessness. Encased in chakra, the color surrounding Liu Mu was not the usual azure, but a brilliant gold. Liu Mu's hair stood upright, and even his eyebrows turned golden. The first gate of Duanjia opened. Chapter 190. A power capable of shattering the ninja world. Might Guy gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind swirling with doubt. Was this truly the 8 gates of Duanjia he had known? Why is it that, despite being the seller's showcase, the buyer's display appears so much more dazzling? Moreover, the transformation transcends mere superficial splendor. At this moment, Liu Mu is enveloped in an energy that has completely departed from the realm of chakra, exuding an aura that feels both unfamiliar and intimately familiar, as if it has always been by his side. This essence provides an enhancement to his physique that surpasses the capabilities of chakra itself. The fourth Reikage can utilize lightning attribute chakra to stimulate his cells, elevating his physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Yet, he remains fundamentally human. In contrast, Liu Mu is nurturing his body with this newfound essence, and the power he unwittingly radiates is sufficient to obliterate a ninja. Remarkably, Liu Mu is still merely in the initial state of the first gate. Okay, pay attention. I am now preparing to open the second gate, the rest gate. Upon uttering these words, Liu Mu's aura doubled in intensity and grew even purer than before. The debris that was previously hovering around him was instantly crushed into powder under the overwhelming force. The air around him crackled, revealing fleeting glimpses of lightning wreaking havoc. Liu Mu then let out a resounding roar, sending a shockwave radiating outward. The ground fissured in the wake of the wave, flowers were snapped, and trees were uprooted. The ninjas standing nearby were hurled away by the force of the shockwave. Although Ai, Karabi, and Darui were not blown away, they sustained more severe injuries than those who were. Their bodies braced against the impact, causing their internal organs to convulse, and blood trickled from their lips, indicating they had incurred internal wounds. After Liu Mu's shout, his hair began to transform. The originally golden strands grew longer, and in the span of a single breath, his hair had lengthened noticeably, its golden hue deepening. His muscles swelled with newfound strength. Ai, witnessing this transformation, could not suppress a cough of blood. Just from a single roar, he found himself injured. He understood all too well that he was no match for Liu Mu. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, victory was out of reach. Standing their ground was merely a matter of pride and the reputation of Kumogakure. As the Reikage, if he lacked the courage to fight against an enemy, the reputation of Kumogakure would plummet, leading to clients refusing to entrust them with missions, depriving their ninjas of work. For ninjas who relied on completing missions for their livelihood, this would mean the loss of their sole source of income. Thus, even with the knowledge of their impending defeat, a fierce battle was inevitable. Ai turned to Karabi and Darui, initially intending to persuade them to retreat. However, upon seeing the same resolute glint in their eyes, he burst into laughter. Good brothers. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood in astonishment, deeply grateful to be allied with Liu Mu. Given Liu Mu's current state, even if he opened the 8th gate, he would still stand no chance of victory. What delighted Guy the most was that this man before him was his ancestral master. Though Liu Mu had never acknowledged it, being guided by him was a form of recognition. Becoming his disciple was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. Okay, watch closely. Next is the 3rd gate, the life gate. Upon hearing Liu Mu's declaration, Guy trembled, realizing the magnitude of Liu Mu's destructive power, still only having opened the 2nd gate. What would happen when he reached the 8th gate? Guy dared not contemplate further, as it surpassed his understanding. At that moment, Liu Mu's aura surged once more, expanding its reach significantly, compelling everyone to retreat. The area enveloped by his essence felt like a forbidden zone. Anyone daring to step within would be crushed instantaneously. The danger extended beyond physical entities, as the very fabric of space seemed to lament, on the brink of being torn asunder. Liu Mu's hair continued to evolve. Initially standing upright, it now flowed down to his waist. A notification chimed in his mind, ding. The Super Saiyan 3rd transformation has reached the maximum tolerance of the ninja world. Continuing to the next state may result in catastrophic collapse. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed activated the Super Saiyan state. However, he was astonished to learn that even the 3rd transformation, a mere effect, threatened to shatter the ninja world. What sort of realm could sustain the 8th gate? Nonetheless, Liu Mu had accomplished his objective. Ai, Karabi, and Darui were now trembling on the ground, utterly defeated. In the second state, they had possessed the courage to face death. In the third state, their faith was utterly crushed. They could not even muster the courage to stand, let alone fight Liu Mu. Did the Eight Tails possess any fighting capability? AI had intended to summon him, but all he felt in response was fear. AI fell silent. With a ninja of Liu Mu's caliber, Hyomogakure could not hope to withstand. Liu Mu's mere presence was a tremendous favor. How dare he venture into the land of rain, seeking hardship? AI wished he could confront Shimura Danzo, forcing him to experience such despair. Liu Mu turned to Might Guy, inquiring, "So have you learned?" Liu Mu spoke seriously, yet inwardly he chuckled. After all, the Super Saiyan transformation was exclusively for Scions, and Guy, being a native human, could never grasp it, regardless of his talent. His question was merely a whimsical jest. "I'll give it a try," Guy exclaimed, glancing through his notes before closing them and nodding. He began to mimic Liu Mu's actions. While their movements were not identical, they were unmistakably a replica of Liu Mu's technique. Just as Liu Mu felt a surge of pride, Guy let out a roar. In an instant, Guy's chakra transformed into a golden hue, and his hair stood on end, taking on the same golden shade. This transformation lasted for about 3 seconds before Guy collapsed. Gasping for breath, Liu Mu's lips twitched as he rushed to Guy's side, flipping him over and frantically searching behind him. All the ninjas turned their heads, unable to bear witness to the ensuing spectacle. "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm not that kind of man," Guy shouted in panic. "Even if it were to happen, at least not in front of so many people." "Oh, it's nothing. I was just looking for your tail and wondering if you transformed under the full moon," Liu Mu replied lightheartedly. Finally, Guy regained a modicum of strength and hurriedly distanced himself from Liu Mu, covering his backside. How could a person have a tail? And what is this nonsense about transforming under the moon? Guy regarded Liu Mu skeptically, fully convinced that Liu Mu had ulterior motives. Seeing Guy's anxious expression, Liu Mu smiled awkwardly, clearly having been misunderstood. However, it was indeed hard to fathom that Guy had managed to activate the Super Saiyan state, even if only for 3 seconds. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. "I am merely astonished at how you succeeded so swiftly. Master Zhu, please refrain from comforting me. After merely 3 seconds, what can I possibly accomplish?" Maite Kai's spirits began to dwindle. Yet, even within those fleeting moments, he sensed the formidable nature of that state. Filled with unwavering confidence, Maite Kai believed that as long as he could sustain that state, even the formidable Uchiha Madara would not stand a chance against him. He even harbored a vague feeling that he might possess the strength to shatter the very ground beneath his feet. This technique from Master Zhu has transcended the realm of the 8 gates of Duanjia. "What on earth is this jutsu?" "Super Saiyan," Liu Mu instinctively replied. "Super Saiyan." The ninja who created this technique must have had quite the gap between his teeth. Otherwise, such a name would not be possible, Maite Kai remarked with a smirk. Liu Mu shot him a disapproving glance. "Is that polite? And regarding the gap, your whole family has one." However, the name was indeed challenging for those in the ninja world to accept. Thus, a change was necessary. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Mu broke into a mischievous grin. "In fact, this ninjutsu shall be known as Super Ninja. Once this jutsu is activated, one is no longer an ordinary ninja, hence the name Super Ninja." Instantly, Maite Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement, repeatedly murmuring the word Super Ninja with increasing enthusiasm. "This is absolutely fantastic. It's so exhilarating. I will definitely master this ninjutsu and become a true Super Ninja," Maite Kai declared with fervor. At that moment, the Reikage of Yunin village cautiously approached Liu Mu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I implore you, Senior Liu Mu, to impart the Super Ninja technique to me." Liu Mu was startled by this sudden request. Had AI chosen to attack instead, he might have already found himself lying in a pool of blood. Fortunately, AI was merely seeking to learn. "Do you think I would teach an enemy?" Liu Mu scoffed. "If it weren't for the special effects, I wouldn't even know how to activate the Super Saiyan state myself, let alone teach it." AI's eyes dimmed, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked at Liu Mu with excitement. "As long as Senior Liu is willing to teach, our Yunin village would gladly submit to you." After a brief hesitation, AI's face flushed as he added, "I would also be willing in that regard." Liu Mu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "What are you blushing for, you bubble teapot? And what do you mean by that regard? What are you willing for? Speaking like that will ruin my pristine reputation." Liu Mu gasped in indignation, wishing he could open AI's skull to see if it was filled entirely with muscle. even though you are the Reikage of Yunin village. It seems this decision is not solely yours to make. You should discuss it when you can truly represent your land of lightning. AI fell silent. Although the Reikage possessed significantly greater authority than the leaders of other countries, when it came to matters concerning the entire nation, the daimyo of the land of lightning would undoubtedly intervene. After all, no one could bear the transition from a head of state to a mere governor. However, those present, witnessing Liu Mu's formidable power, were all eager to join. After all, by allying with Liu Mu, they could dominate the ninja world. Senior Liu, our ninjas from Yunin village are eager to join the Akatsuki organization. We beseech you to accept us. Hyuga Hizashi observed AI's submissive demeanor, finally releasing a pent-up frustration. It was precisely because of Yunin village that his brother had been driven to his demise. Now, the Reikage of Yunin village was humbly seeking to join. Hizashi held disdain for such desperate offers. Yet, the prospect of becoming AI's superior if Yunin village joined ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Son-in-law, since little AI has said so, why not show some leniency? Hizashi spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder guiding a younger relative. Liu Mu shot him a disapproving look. He had not anticipated Hizashi could act so pretentiously. Nevertheless, given the current strength of the Akatsuki organization, they were not a match for Yunin village. Should matters escalate to a deadly confrontation, it might even expose his true power. Thus, acquiescing to AI's request seemed the wisest course of action. I can agree to your request, but you must secure unanimous consent from all senior officials in the Land of Lightning within a month. If even one person hesitates, I will not accept. One more condition, Mabuyi must remain here. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Mabuyi pointed to herself, her face a portrait of bewilderment. AI paused, then began to mutter to himself softly, "Don't you prefer muscular men like me and Kai? What does leaving Mabuyi behind mean? Is it a disguise?" Liu Mu could not suppress another spurt of blood. Despite AI's soft-spoken words, all present were ninjas, and information gathering was an essential skill for them. AI's self-talk was akin to shouting through a loudspeaker. Liu Mu's decision to keep Mabuyi was rooted in recognizing the Akatsuki's shortcomings. Maite Kai had activated the 8 gates 3 times, but had taken down fewer than 10 enemies. This was undoubtedly due to Mabuyi's remarkable command abilities. The Akatsuki lacked not in powerful ninjas, but in tacticians like Mabuyi. With her presence, the organization's strength would experience significant enhancement. Now, what is your decision? Liu Mu inquired, his eyes piercingly fixed on AI. All right, I accept your conditions. Mabuyi will stay, and in a month, I will bring the entire Yunin village to join the Akatsuki organization. AI responded without hesitation. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the assault on the Land of Rain was effectively thwarted. Just then, a familiar voice from the system echoed in Liu Mu's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent mission, Invasion. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, Enhancement of Sharingan Quality, Unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 192. The most powerful dojutsu. Upon witnessing the system's reward, Liu Mu was filled with elation. The 3-tomo Sharingan had been with him for years, and it was only now that it had officially ascended to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Achieving the Mangekyo Sharingan also signified the potential for exclusive dojutsu. Liu Mu hastily sought an excuse to leave and experiment with the dojutsu. After all, the varieties of Sharingan techniques were numerous, and individuals typically remained unaware of their effects prior to use. They could be considered absolute trump cards, capable of turning the tide of battle. Finally, Liu Mu arrived at an open location and began to activate his Sharingan. First, he closed his right eye and opened his left, then poured all his energy into the Sharingan. In an instant, it felt as though space had frozen. Yet, the surroundings remained unchanged. Just as Liu Mu was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a leaf drifting downwards. Instantly, he felt a jolt. For just a second prior, a similar leaf had fallen from the same position at the same angle, in the same manner. Liu Mu's excitement soared. The falling leaf resembled a pendulum, seemingly regular. Yet each sway was unique. Therefore, such coincidence could not exist in this world. This left only 2 possibilities. Either his left eye could foresee the future, or it could reverse time. Whichever it was, both were extraordinary abilities. After all, anything related to time was bound to be significant. Now, Liu Mu sought to test which effect it truly was with a simple experiment. He first marked a shuriken, then threw it, and finally activated his Sharingan. In the next moment, the shuriken vanished before his eyes, reappearing directly in his hand. Liu Mu hurriedly looked down. The shuriken was still in his grasp, yet the mark he had made had disappeared. Time had reversed. Liu Mu's heart swelled with joy. This merely allows oneself to reverse the flow of time and space, which is indeed extraordinary. It is important to note that the ultimate technique of the Sharingan is Anaji, can restore everything to the state at the moment of its activation. However, it can only be used on oneself, and once activated, the Sharingan becomes useless. In contrast, my ocular technique allows me to reverse the necessary locations, and my eyes remain functional. This is far superior to his Anaji. Liu Mu suppressed the excitement within him and opened his other eye. Given how remarkable his left eye was, he had little hope for the right one. After all, luck is a conserved resource. Those who are fortunate do not remain so for a lifetime, and those who are unfortunate will eventually have their fortunes turn. His left eye had already exhausted a lifetime's worth of luck. As for the right eye, he would leave it to chance. Liu Mu then activated his Sharingan once more. He felt the right eye spinning rapidly, and suddenly the scene before him moved at an accelerated pace, akin to fast-forwarding a video. Time accelerated. Liu Mu exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that both eyes would relate to time, one rewinding while the other sped up, an undeniably extraordinary phenomenon. Liu Mu was certain that with these two eyes, even without any special enhancements, he had already attained the level of a shadow. In the world of ninjas, he had reached the pinnacle. At that moment, a bold idea struck Liu Mu. If the left eye rewinds and the right eye accelerates, what would happen if he used both simultaneously? With this thought, Liu Mu opened both eyes wide. He then began to activate his Sharingan. In an instant, the fabric of time and space completely froze. The cries of birds and beasts ceased, and falling leaves hung suspended in the air. Time stopped. Liu Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. This unique ability he had only ever seen in films from a certain country. Now he possessed such power himself. Was it not akin to the scenes in those films? This thought caused Liu Mu to blush slightly. He quickly shook his head. Overusing the kaleidoscope Sharingan could lead to blindness, and it would be exceedingly unwise to risk such a fate for something trivial. Liu Mu realized that his eyes resembled a media player, swiping left to rewind, right to fast forward, and pressing the center button to pause. It was just like QQ video. Thus, he decided to dub his ocular technique the penguin technique. After testing his penguin technique, he considered Susanoo. Once he attained the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could unleash Susanoo with his eyes wide open. This was the very foundation of Liu Mu's claim to be at the shadow level. Each individual's manifestation of Susanoo is distinct. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo even bears divine weapons. Though Liu Mu was eager to try it out, his chakra reserves were far too low, and he had to put that thought aside for now. Knowing his ocular techniques had already satisfied Liu Mu, he returned to his group, where everyone displayed expressions of respect. After all, without Liu Mu's intervention, it would have been nearly impossible to withstand the siege of the three great nations. However, despite this, many had perished, casting a shadow of sorrow over the group. At that moment, Xiao Nen approached with a booklet in hand. Even the usually playful Xiao Nen appeared particularly grave. This was the casualty list from this battle. Liu Mu took a deep breath. While watching anime, he had only focused on Haruno Sakura and her summoned beast battles, hardly considering the countless nameless individuals. Yet now, those nameless figures were indeed living beings. Liu Mu's expression turned somber as he scanned the names. Guoju Yitsong? Liu Mu paused in surprise. Guoju Yitsong possessed shadow-level strength and was also the host of the Three Tails. In this war, even if he could not defeat his opponents, he should have been able to protect himself. How could he end up on this list? We searched for Yitsong for quite some time, but could not find him. Not even his body was located. He can only be classified as a missing person, Xiao Nen explained. Just as Liu Mu fell into thought, Ma Bu-yi hurried over. Can I borrow your Hyuga Guard team? Ma Bu-yi asked anxiously. What do you need the Hyuga Guard team for? Xiao Nen furrowed her brow. Although Ma Bu-yi had joined the Akatsuki, she was still a ninja from the Cloud Village. Gaining Xiao Nan's trust in a short time was no simple feat, especially since the Cloud Village had long coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Thus, caution was warranted. Our forces from the Cloud Village got separated from Lord Killer Bee while returning, and we have been searching for him for quite some time, without success. We hope the Akatsuki can provide assistance. Ma Bu-yi pleaded. Just lost? He might return shortly, Xiao Nen replied dismissively. Liu Mu then intervened. Furrowing his brows and forming a serious expression, I sense that this situation is not as simple as it appears. Chapter 193, Bo Feng Shui Men. Liu Mu's remark made everyone tense. The simultaneous disappearance of two Jinchuriki could not be mere coincidence. If not, the situation was dire. Just then, a fan floated through the air and gently descended before them, upon which lay a woman, Temari, the sister of Gaara. "Please, save my brother Gaara. He has been captured." Temari cried before spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Liu Mu's brow furrowed even more deeply. To dare abduct Gaara in front of the Sand Ninjas demonstrated an incredible level of confidence in one's own strength. With Gaara taken, Liu Mu's thoughts became crystal clear. The target was undoubtedly the tailed beast, and the hidden hand behind it must be Korezetsu. With this realization, Liu Mu's expression turned serious. He turned to his companions and commanded, "Immediately go to the major nations and invite the Jinchuriki from each nation to join the Akatsuki, by any means necessary. Just convey my words. I will handle the land of fire myself." Among the 5 great nations, for had extended olive branches to the Akatsuki, while only the land of fire had yet to show any indication. Therefore, Liu Mu had to take on this task himself, as others might not be able to manage it. "Lord Liu Mu, I wish to know the reason," Ma Bu-yi inquired curiously. However, she regretted asking immediately. All the surrounding ninjas looked at Ma Bu-yi as if she were foolish. Was this truly the strategist of the Land of Thunder? One must comprehend the master's words on their own. Only then will they recognize the master's profound wisdom. Xiaonan said disdainfully, Indeed, indeed. You lack perception, woman. The Akatsuki has developed to this extent because we can instantly analyze the foresight of Senior Liu." Xie chimed in, shaking his head in disappointment at Ma Bu-yi. At that moment, Pain stepped forward. "Enough about Ma Bu-yi. After all, she has just joined the Akatsuki and has yet to be influenced by Senior Liu's teachings. Her analytical skills are still developing and will improve over time." Ma Bu-yi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. While those words were not severely damaging, they were indeed quite insulting. In the Land of Thunder, she was undoubtedly a top strategist, having participated in many of the village's decisions. Yet here in the Akatsuki, her intelligence was being questioned, and her analytical skills were dismissed. However, seeing the expressions of the Akatsuki members made Ma Bu-yi start to doubt her own abilities. "Do you not understand yet? The enemy's target is the tailed beasts hidden within the Jinchuriki," Xiaonan stated. "They surely intend to use all 9 tailed beasts to wreak havoc upon the world." Xie added, "And the hidden hand behind it all is undoubtedly Uchiha Obito and Korezetsu." Pain concluded. Ma Bu-yi could not help but question her life choices. The disappearance of 3 Jinchuriki alone had already led to the identification of the hidden hand behind it all. The members of the Akatsuki organization possess remarkably swift thoughts. Liu Mu couldn't help but cover his face, even harboring doubts about whether these individuals had watched Hua Ing Rinja. After his chakra had mostly replenished, he immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon acquiring this technique, he had promptly concealed a kunai marked with coordinates in the vicinity. To his astonishment, after so many days, he could still sense its presence, which would save him considerable travel time. Konohagakure. At this moment, the majority of ninjas in Konohagakure were in the Land of Rain, leaving only the most basic law enforcement ninjas and some lower-ranking ninjas in the village. With this in mind, Liu Mu searched without hesitation. Activating his Byakugan, he ensured that no one could escape his gaze. Even those hidden underground were clearly visible to him. After several minutes of searching, he discovered Uzumaki Naruto indulging in a hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen, thoroughly enjoying himself. A smile spread across Liu Mu's face as he swiftly made his way toward Ichiraku Ramen. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a presence of danger. Instinctively, he halted and quickly took a step back. A kunai whizzed past him, and had he not stopped, it would have struck his head directly. The words Nin Ai no Tachi were inscribed on the kunai that had just flown by. Liu Mu's pupils constricted in shock. In the next instant, a figure appeared before him. Upon seeing the individual's appearance, Liu Mu couldn't help but furrow his brows. The only person known for marking kunai with Nin Ai no Tachi was the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Yet, the person before him appeared unremarkable, with jet-black hair. Distinctly unlike Namikaze Minato. "Who on earth are you?" Liu Mu inquired. The man turned around, pointing at his back with his thumb, only to awkwardly turn back when he realized nothing was there. "You brazenly search for someone in Konohagakure and dare to question my identity? I should be the one asking you what your intentions in the village are." The man glared sharply at Liu Mu, drawing a kunai and preparing for battle. Upon noticing Liu Mu's eyes, he followed Liu Mu's gaze to a ramen shop not far away, where the sign read Ichiraku. To his surprise, it was still open. At that moment, the curtain of Ichiraku ramen was lifted, and Uzumaki Naruto emerged, patting his stomach with a satisfied expression. The man trembled, unable to contain his excitement. His hands quivering as a blissful smile spread across his face, almost bursting to rush over and embrace Naruto. It cannot be wrong. This child is undoubtedly my Naruto. I can't believe he has grown so much. The man exclaimed. You are the eternal brother of Namikaze Minato? Liu Mu asked, puzzled. Logically, Namikaze Minato had been consumed by the Shinigami, and without reclaiming his soul from the Shinigami, it would be impossible to resurrect him using any ninjutsu. Yet here he was, standing before Liu Mu. Though I have taken on another body, I am indeed Namikaze Minato, he replied, his expression darkening as his gaze fixed intently on Liu Mu. From the moment I saw you, your focus was on Naruto. He is your target, isn't he? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, then... Namikaze Minato said, conjuring a water blue sphere in his hand. Indeed, it was a Rasengan. Liu Mu let out a wry smile. He had initially thought that Konohagakure would be deserted, allowing him to search without restraint. Little did he expect to encounter an obstacle in the form of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. However, Liu Mu remained unperturbed. Although Namikaze Minato was a formidable presence among the elite shinobi, he was precisely the opponent Liu Mu feared the least. After all, whatever techniques Namikaze Minato could utilize, Liu Mu could as well, and there were abilities he possessed that Minato might not. Regardless of my reasons for being in Konohagakure, a battle is inevitable, so it would be better to engage in combat first and converse afterward, Liu Mu declared, his own Rasengan glowing in his hand. Chapter 194. Confrontation with Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato hesitated momentarily, staring incredulously at the Rasengan in Liu Mu's hand. What is your connection to Jiraiya-sensei? The Rasengan was invented by Namikaze Minato, and aside from himself, only Jiraiya could wield it. Yet, this man before him could also perform the Rasengan, prompting Namikaze Minato to question Liu Mu's identity. You mean the pervy sage? Liu Mu hesitated before continuing. I only have a casual acquaintance with him. Yes. That is precisely it. He was reluctant to divulge too much. After all, during the time spent with Jiraiya, 90 of it had been spent with Jiraiya merely desiring to observe Liu Mu's seduction techniques. To put it bluntly, Jiraiya was merely indulging in his own desires. If that were to be revealed, Liu Mu would feel utterly embarrassed. I sense you are concealing something, but since Jiraiya-sensei is willing to teach you the Rasengan, you must undoubtedly be a trustworthy individual. Namikaze Minato relaxed his vigilance entirely. Liu Mu rolled his eyes. Were it not for the system, he might never have learned the Rasengan in this lifetime. Nonetheless, Jiraiya had previously expressed a desire to teach him the Rasengan. But the conditions Jiraiya proposed were ones Liu Mu could never accept. Now, can you tell me why you are seeking Naruto? Namikaze Minato sheathed his kunai and broke into a hearty laugh. However, Liu Mu felt an unease wash over him at the sight of that smile. After all, Namikaze Minato's demeanor was typically very charming. His smile radiated warmth and sunlight, yet at this moment, his appearance was anything but appealing, particularly with that shock of green hair, which Liu Mu found hard to bear. Liu Mu hastily cleared his throat twice to mask his discomfort. Currently, there are individuals capturing Jinchuriki to collect tailed beasts, which is causing turmoil throughout the ninja world. Therefore, it is imperative to protect Uzumaki Naruto, Liu Mu stated with utmost seriousness. Namikaze Minato's brows furrowed, and his expression turned icy. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed his son, and to be informed that someone sought to capture him was intolerable. I appreciate your bringing this information to my attention. As a father, I will personally protect him. No one shall harm him, Namikaze Minato asserted resolutely. But as soon as he spoke, he suddenly noticed numerous copies of Uzumaki Naruto appearing not far away. This is bad. He has come, Liu Mu said coldly. Namikaze Minato's face hardened, and he dashed toward the source of the conflict. Within moments, both Namikaze Minato and Liu Mu arrived at the battlefield, where Uzumaki Naruto was locked in a fierce struggle with a masked man clad in a red cloud-patterned black coat. It wasn't that Uzumaki Naruto was particularly strong. It was merely that the sheer number of clones made it difficult for the masked man to deal with them all in a short time. Just as Liu Mu prepared to assist, he suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent nearby. The ones seeking to capture Jinchuriki are you, aren't they? Namikaze Minato said coldly. Liu Mu's heart sank. He was currently wearing the same red cloud-patterned black coat, which could easily imply that he was allied with the masked man. As Liu Mu attempted to explain, he suddenly felt a Rasengan strike his abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through every corner of his body. Liu Mu rapidly activated his left eye, causing time to rewind instantly, and he swiftly dodged. This time, he evaded the Rasengan, escaping injury. However, the piercing pain still permeated his entire being. Liu Mu was furious. After traversing into the world of Huaying, he was encountering death so closely for the first time. Most crucially, he had intended to help. With a cold snort, Liu Mu contemplated that there were 9-tailed beasts in total, and 3 were already known to be under control. The Akatsuki only needed to safeguard one Jinchuriki, and it did not necessarily have to be Uzumaki Naruto. Even if one were to obtain all 9-tailed beasts and resurrect Uchiha Madara, what difference would it make? I possess a system at my disposal. If all else fails, I could summon Might Guy to unleash the 8 gates, and I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish that Dance King Uchiha Madara. Excellent. You initiated the attack against me first. Liu Mu snorted disdainfully, his hands conjuring a Rasengan once more. His gaze fixated intently on Namikaze Minato. As Minato was forming hand seals, he suddenly froze in place, astonishingly suspended in midair. The Rasengan he held also ceased its rotation. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Mu charged forward, striking Minato's abdomen with the Rasengan. Dare to use the Rasengan against me? My father has never used it on me. Liu Mu bellowed, pushing forcefully. Yet, at that moment, Minato vanished from sight, reappearing several meters away, clutching his wounded abdomen and gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how Liu Mu had instantaneously materialized before him to land a hit with the Rasengan. Never had he anticipated that such a youthful ninja could possess such formidable strength. Liu Mu furrowed his brow, for it is generally understood that a Rasengan, upon striking an enemy, possesses immense penetrating power capable of obliterating internal organs, rendering a fatal outcome nearly inevitable. Yet, to his astonishment, Minato had managed to endure a direct hit and remain standing. Truly, he is deserving of being the protagonist's father. In that instant, Minato swiftly hurled a dozen shuriken, each bearing the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Liu Mu prepared to invoke time suspension once more, Minato's speed surpassed his own, executing the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing from Liu Mu's sight. Liu Mu began to search fervently, only to catch fleeting glimpses of Minato's shadow, disappearing once again before he could invoke time suspension. A gulp escaped Liu Mu's throat. Minato truly exemplified the qualities of a Hokage. With a mere moment's contact, he had discerned Liu Mu's weakness. As long as Minato remained within the line of sight of Liu Mu's Sharingan, time suspension would be rendered futile. Just then, Liu Mu noticed a shuriken at his feet, inscribed with the characters for Sword of Endurance. In the next moment, Minato, sporting his iconic green hair, materialized beneath Liu Mu, a confident smile adorning his face, wielding the Rasengan from below. Liu Mu's pupils constricted sharply. If it struck, it would be akin to whisking 2 eggs in a bowl. A devastating blow indeed. Furthermore, at such close range, an ordinary ninja would have little chance to escape. However, Liu Mu was no ordinary ninja. The Flying Thunder God technique was not exclusive to Minato. Just as the Rasengan was about to make contact, Liu Mu vanished from sight. How is this possible? How could you wield the Flying Thunder God technique? Chapter 195. The capture of the tailed beasts. Minato began to question his reality. How could Liu Mu not only master the Rasengan, but also the Flying Thunder God technique? The most perplexing aspect was that Liu Mu appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. During the time of his demise, what had transpired in the ninja world? Had the Rasengan and Flying Thunder God technique become so easily attainable? He had spent countless years mastering those 2 jutsu. At that moment, the masked man had eliminated all his clones and seized Naruto Uzumaki by the throat with one hand. Minato's pupils dilated in horror, and he hastily threw a shuriken, propelling himself towards the masked man using the Flying Thunder God technique. The masked man instinctively dodged, releasing his grip and allowing Naruto to escape. "Thank you, uncle." Naruto expressed his gratitude. However, in the next instant, the masked man delivered a swift kick to Naruto's abdomen, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. "Naruto!" Minato shouted angrily, launching a fierce attack against the masked man. Liu Mu, meanwhile, furrowed his brow. Upon seeing that familiar mask, He had initially assumed it to be Uchiha Obito. However, if it were truly Obito, he would not have dodged the shuriken, but would have utilized Kamui instead. Therefore, the identity of the individual before him remained to be determined. Attack the mask, Liu Mu shouted. Minato hesitated momentarily, but then directed his assault towards the masked man's face. Liu Mu aimed carefully with his left eye. Bang! Minato's fist connected solidly with the masked man's face, sending the mask flying off. Beneath it lay a youthful visage, appearing no older than 15 or 16. While Minato did not recognize the young man, Liu Mu certainly did. To his astonishment, the masked man was none other than Yakushi Kabuto. As Kabuto realized that his mask had been removed, he displayed no sign of fear. Liu-senpai, it has been quite some time. I shall take Uzumaki Naruto, Kabuto declared with a triumphant grin. Suddenly, Zetsu emerged from the ground, grasping Naruto and dragging him below. Minato froze momentarily, realizing it was too late to intervene. Damn it! Naruto! Minato cried in despair, turning his furious gaze towards Kabuto and charging at him. Where have you taken Naruto? Minato shouted in rage. Hearing Minato's furious roar, Kabuto's arrogance only intensified. I must thank Danzo. With just a whisper in his ear, he was easily persuaded to mobilize ninja from the 3 great nations to attack the Land of Rain. Now that all 9-tailed beasts have been gathered, our era is about to begin. Kabuto unabashedly displayed his excitement. Minato furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been out of the loop for far too long. The more he listened, the less he understood. The Land of Rain, despite having a so-called demigod in Hanzo, remained a small nation. When had it become necessary for the 3 great nations to unite against it? Liu Mu, on the other hand, was directly furrowing his brow. So all of this was part of Kurizetsu's scheme, deceiving the 3 great nations into attacking the Land of Rain, then seizing the opportunity to capture Jinchuriki amid the chaos. Yet he had not anticipated the speed of these actions. By the time he realized it, all 9-tailed beasts had already been captured. Liu-senpai, would you be interested in joining us? With your strength, our plan could be executed even more effectively. Kabuto smiled at Liu Mu, rather than an invitation. It felt more like a taunt. After all, to manipulate so many individuals at once brought a peculiar sense of accomplishment. In simpler terms, it was a matter of having the power to toy with others. Very well, I shall join. Liu Mu replied without hesitation. Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Liu Mu's affirmative response. He hesitated, then grinned wickedly. Since you are joining us, you shall first provide cover for my escape. That should not pose a challenge for you, right? Kabuto said with a mischievous smile. Very well, you may go first. I will deal with this man. Liu Mu responded without a second thought, positioning himself in front of Minato. Kabuto blinked in surprise, then his face twisted into a cold smile. Regardless of whether Liu Mu was genuinely joining, he would at least provide cover for his escape. That was sufficient. He swiftly turned and fled. Get out of my way. While you are indeed powerful, if you dare obstruct me, I will risk my life to break through. Minato's killing intent surged, sending a chill down Liu Mu's spine. Do you know where they have gone? Liu Mu inquired calmly. I do not know, but if I capture him, I will surely find out. Minato replied angrily. Liu Mu simply shook his head with a smile. Yao Shirdo has flawlessly inherited the cunning ways of Orochimaru. Even if captured, he would undoubtedly have a contingency plan, and extracting any valuable information from him would be futile. I have laid my cards on the table. I placed a kunai embedded with a marker within his ninja tool pouch. Do you grasp my intention? Upon realizing that preventing Uzumaki Naruto's capture was impossible, Liu Mu promptly invoked a time pause. He then slipped the marked kunai into Yao Shirdo's pouch, preparing to execute the Flying Thunder God technique to confront him when he met Heiju. At that moment, we could ensnare them all. The fury of Bo Feng Shui Min diminished somewhat as he scrutinized Liu Mu anew, for his inquiries were indeed plentiful and warranted careful contemplation. Who are you? How do you wield the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique? Why do you wish to assist me? What has transpired? I hope you can disclose everything to me. Liu Mu chuckled resignedly. I shall reveal all that I can, but refrain from pressing on matters I cannot divulge, he stated calmly. There were certain widely known facts Liu Mu was more than willing to share, but for privileged information, Bo Feng Shui Min's sincerity would be the determining factor. Just as Liu Mu was elucidating the situation to Bo Feng Shui Min, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of 2 individuals bickering. Jiraiya, please keep your distance. I feel nauseous just seeing you. Tuanzong, do you think I want to see you? You kissed me in front of so many people. How can I show my face again? What will others think of me, the Toad Boy? Enough, you two. Our immediate concern is to prepare. The Rain Country may counterattack at any moment. Their quarrel grew closer, culminating in the abrupt opening of the door, revealing Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shimura Danzo. Upon spotting Liu Mu and Bo Feng Shui men, their faces contorted with alarm, and they hastily drew their ninja tools. Damn it, they moved so swiftly. Right into our Konoha village. The atmosphere within the office became palpably tense. Liu Mu could not help but smile wryly when he employed the seduction technique. Everyone clamored for his attention, yet now that it had dissipated, they seemed eager to eliminate him. The irony was palpable. With a clap of his hands, he provocatively addressed the assembly. Shall I adopt a different appearance for our discussion? In an instant, terror flooded Danzo's countenance as he covered his mouth with one hand, appearing on the verge of retching. Please, let us converse amicably. Spare me the mental assaults. Danzo's words were cut short as Tsunade pushed him aside, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Liu Mu. You must uphold your promise. The perpetually lethargic Kakashi, who appeared as if he had just awakened, hastily closed his book. If that's the case, I'm no longer tired. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, Bo Feng Shui men approached him eagerly. Teacher, it has been far too long, he exclaimed, astonished by the visible signs of age etched upon his mentor's face. Jiraiya's lips twitched, no matter how he recalled it. He had no recollection of teaching a disciple with green hair. What nonsense is this? I have never trained such a nonconformist. I am Watergate. Bo Feng Shui men. Bo Feng Shui men continuously insisted. Jiraiya paused, then burst into laughter. You claim to be Watergate, using the name of a hero as a jest? Though you are an outsider, is this not rather unseemly? Bo Feng Shui men was taken aback. He turned to the nearby mirror and beheld a dark-skinned man with a green mane staring back at him. Most notably, he wore the forehead protector of the Cloud Village. It dawned on him that he had haphazardly selected a relatively intact corpse that had gone unrecognized, leading to his current predicament. In a moment of inspiration, Bo Feng Shui men realized that the simplest way to prove his identity was to reveal a secret known only to two individuals. His confidence surged anew as he exclaimed, Teacher Jiraiya, I recall that to confess your feelings to Lady Tsunade, you purchased 999 roses, only to deliver them to me. At this revelation, Jiraiya's face turned ashen. This matter was known to but a handful. How could he possibly acknowledge it now? Utter nonsense. I shall teach you a lesson for impersonating someone. Jiraiya shouted, his excitement palpable. Tsunade immediately restrained him, a sly smile dancing on her lips as she turned to Bo Feng Shui men. You speak so convincingly. What about my secrets? She inquired mischievously. Bo Feng Shui men pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember once when you were intoxicated. You pinned Shizun to the ground and stole her first kiss. She cried for a long time afterward. He recounted with a chuckle. However, his mirth was short-lived as a punch suddenly emerged, creating a hole in the wall beside him. This man is undoubtedly a spy from the Cloud Village. Let us dispose of him, Tsunade declared, her demeanor radiating menace. Bo Feng Shui men panicked. Wait, I know something about Kakashi. Every time he finishes a novel, he goes to the restroom alone, and once I followed him. As he spoke, Kakashi swiftly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, electric arcs crackling around his hand. How dare you impersonate my teacher? Today, I shall ensure your obliteration. In a flurry, Bo Feng Shui men grew increasingly frantic, glancing towards Danzo. Yet before he could utter a word, Danzo unsheathed a kunai and pressed it against Bo Feng Shui men's chin. What do you wish to say? I advise you to reconsider, Danzo warned coldly. Liu Mu could not suppress a smirk. While Bo Feng Shui men was undoubtedly a genius in ninjutsu, he was utterly foolish in certain aspects. Uzumaki Naruto was clearly modeled after him. Liu Mu shook his head in resignation and lightly tapped the table. Do you not wish to extend a warm welcome to me? Liu Mu jested. The group halted their actions, eyeing Liu Mu warily. Seizing the opportunity, Bo Feng Shui men broke free from his restraints and rushed to Liu Mu's side, lamenting, after revealing so many secrets, why do they still not recognize me? Liu Mu's lips quirked. If they acknowledge you, they would be admitting the truth behind those revelations. Who knows what repercussions might ensue? However, if this continues, it could very well lead to your demise once more. Liu Mu had no intention of entangling himself in their personal disputes. He decided to get straight to the point. Uzumaki Naruto has been captured. All 9 Jinchuriki have been taken. Instantly, the room fell silent, and their expressions turned grave. The jinchuriki were undoubtedly the most formidable weapons of war. The emergence of the tailed beasts signified devastation. The mere presence of the nine tails had almost led to the obliteration of Konoha. If all nine-tailed beasts were to be gathered, no nation could withstand such power. It must be the damned Uchiha clan behind this. Danzo slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. Liu Mu frowned. Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan was astonishing. He could link anything to them. Liu Mu even speculated that if Danzo were to trip over a stone or choke on his drink, he would likely blame the Uchiha as well. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this incident bore the hallmarks of the Uchiha clan's involvement. "What is your purpose in conveying this information to us?" Jiraiya inquired gravely. "This news is indeed monumental. Even though I have long coveted Liu Mu's jutsu, in the face of this matter, I must yield. The first priority is to ascertain Liu Mu's intentions." Tsunade then pushed through the crowd, her expression grave. "Such secrets cannot be divulged to so many at once. Liu Mu, let us retire to a private room for a thorough discussion. You must recount the entire sequence of events." Upon finishing her statement, Tsunade grasped Liu Mu's hand. Preparing to depart, Liu Mu hastily extricated himself from her grip, his face reflecting deep seriousness. Their goal this time might be the resurrection of Uchiha Obito, Liu Mu asserted, awaiting the reactions of those present. However, the expected expressions of shock did not materialize. Instead, everyone gazed at Liu Mu with bewilderment. "Do you not believe my words?" Liu Mu frowned in displeasure. Hatake Kakashi, with his lifeless eyes, weakly replied, "Of course, we believe you. But do you not think you are far more terrifying than Uchiha Obito?" Chapter 197. What I seek is not an alliance, but subjugation. Liu Mu could not help but roll his eyes. In a certain sense, he was indeed more fearsome than Uchiha Obito. However, this was all due to the special effects. Without those, he was merely an unremarkable shadow-level ninja. Should Uchiha Obito return, coupled with the power of the 10 tails, he would ascend to the level of Sage of 6 Paths. If it weren't for Might Guy's presence, Liu Mu would have turned to flee. "What do you mean, Uchiha Obito is to be resurrected?" Minato Namikaze exclaimed belatedly, his eyes wide with terror. Yet, what troubled Minato even more was the realization that Liu Mu was deemed even more terrifying than Uchiha Obito. Moreover, this was a consensus among the higher-ups of Konoha. However, having just engaged in combat, while formidable, was Liu Mu truly that excessively powerful? Little Liu could not be that fearsome, could he? Minato Namikaze tentatively queried. Instantly, the others regarded Minato as though he were a fool, their faces etched with disbelief. Not that terrifying? This brat eliminated the 3rd Hokage in a single move, simultaneously slaying both the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage. One jutsu nearly obliterated Konoha. You dare say that's not terrifying? Shimura Danzo retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Were it not for the fact that he could not defeat Liu Mu, he would have killed him at their first encounter. What? Minato Namikaze gasped in shock. Furthermore, Liu Mu single-handedly defeated the majority of Konoha's forces, subsequently vanquishing the armies of the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya sighed wryly. Minato's lips twitched as he scrutinized Liu Mu from head to toe, utterly unable to comprehend the source of Liu Mu's strength. "I have also heard that he can easily command the Shinigami. Even the Shinigami fears him," Tsunade stated earnestly. "Dear?" Minato sputtered, choking slightly. Upon hearing this, Minato began to question his life choices. It seemed that Liu Mu had merely toyed with him during their battle. If what the three claimed was true, he would undoubtedly be defeated in an instant without a chance for retaliation. Thus, it was easy to understand why Liu Mu did not intervene with Yakushi Kabuto. He intended to use him to return and then ensnare them all. How splendid it is that Konoha possesses such a ninja. They will undoubtedly grow increasingly powerful. Minato Namikaze expressed with satisfaction. "Minato, did you not understand? This boy hails from the Land of Rain, an enemy nation." Shimura Danzo spat through gritted teeth, glaring at Liu Mu. "An enemy nation? Is Liu Mu not Lord Tsunade's beloved?" Minato Namikaze queried, his face a mask of confusion as he attempted to decipher the complex relationships among those present. Danzo's countenance was rife with animosity. However, given that Danzo represented Konoha's roots, his demeanor toward everyone was understandable. When Tsunade gazed at Liu Mu, her eyes sparkled with affection, clearly indicative of a couple in love. Yet, Minato dared not comment on their age difference. After all, there were those who appreciated older partners, as the saying goes. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. Jiraiya's gaze, however, left Minato utterly perplexed. It was a mixture of adoration and resistance, care and repulsion, resembling a form of psychological disarray. Kakashi's expression was one of complete indifference, easily dismissed. Upon hearing Minato's words, Tsunade approached, her cheeks flushed. "Minato, your words are so sweet. Please say more." Tsunade laughed. "In a certain sense, Liu Mu is indeed an adversary, but he is a formidable opponent. To oppose him would only lead Konoha into an abyss from which it could never return," Kakashi stated wearily. "I share that sentiment. Establishing a friendly alliance with the Land of Rain would be beneficial for both parties," Jiraiya thoughtfully remarked, stroking his chin. "I object." Danzo slammed his palm on the table. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Liu Mu. "According to the original plan, once Hiruzen Sarutobi passed, I would ascend as Hokage. Yet, Jiraiya and Tsunade returned. And before they could assume their positions, I attempted to wage war against the Land of Rain, seeking to control Liu Mu. But, alas, my intentions were thwarted. Now, the very notion of an alliance between Konoha and the Land of Rain is something Danzo cannot accept." Liu Mu regarded Danzo with indifference, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "It is rare for our opinions to align. Danzo, I too oppose the union of our nations," Liu Mu stated coldly. "Then what is the purpose of your visit to Konoha?" Jiraiya inquired gravely, his hand poised over his ninja tools, ready to strike. "The purpose of my visit? While Konoha may not establish an alliance with the Land of Rain, you can certainly submit to it." Danzo's reaction allowed Liu Mu to see through the facade completely. The power struggle among the elites of the Land of Fire had reached a level of obsession. As long as Danzo remained, as long as those two advisors were present, even if an alliance with Konoha were achieved, betrayal would be inevitable. Thus, the only option left for Liu Mu was to ensure the complete subjugation of the Land of Fire. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone regarded Liu Mu with a mixture of gravity and fury. No matter how formidable your strength, no matter how many ninjas you can slay, as long as there are leaves fluttering in the breeze, the will of fire will never be extinguished, Danzo declared coldly. "Indeed, while I am not fully apprised of the situation, as Hokage, I will undoubtedly protect this village," Minato Namikaze asserted earnestly. Liu Mu chuckled derisively. "The will of fire? Please do not attempt to manipulate me with such crude, brainwashing tactics. And Minato, do you ever wonder how your son fares after your demise?" Minato was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Liu Mu would pose such a question. Sacrificing himself to seal the Nine Tails for the sake of the village, and being the fourth Hokage, surely. No matter the circumstances, Naruto Uzumaki would receive the finest upbringing. Even if Naruto chose not to become a ninja, the wealth he left behind would ensure that Naruto never had to worry about sustenance. A confident smile spread across Minato's face as he wiped his nose, his pride swelling. However, what struck Minato as odd was the utter silence that enveloped the room, with everyone consciously avoiding his gaze. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. "Kakashi, tell me, how has Naruto been all these years?" Minato pressed urgently. Hatake Kakashi kept his lips sealed, his eyes darting away, unable to meet his teacher's gaze. After all, Naruto had endured tremendous hardship over the years, and Kakashi found himself unable to speak of it. This only heightened Minato's anxiety. "Please, someone say something," Minato urged desperately. "Enough with your questions. Allow me to enlighten you." Liu Mu quipped with a cold smile. Chapter 198. Dogs are unworthy of the olive branch. Bluffing, Shuemin suddenly became serious. Initially, he was content just to witness the flourishing growth of Shuansho Naruto. However, Liu Mu's remarks piqued his interest. Yet, upon observing the expressions of those present, an unsettling premonition surged within him. The villagers referred to Shuansho Naruto as a fox demon, ostracizing him for over a decade, leaving him in solitude. Liu Mu, with a sly grin, remarked on this situation. Bluffing Shuemin immediately furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how his son, a hero and the Hokage, could endure such treatment. If his wife, Xianai, were to learn of this, she would surely be outraged. He then cast a cold glance at Shimura Danzo. "Is this true?" Bluffing Shuemin inquired in a frosty tone. "Let me explain. Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, requires the village's protection, which necessitates our actions," Shimura Danzo hastily replied. Hearing this response, Bluffing Shuemin let out a cold chuckle, realizing that Liu Mu's claims were indeed valid. The so-called protection was a mere jest. If true protection were the goal, The best course would be to cloak Naruto's identity. Now, the entire village knew of Schwancho Naruto's status as the Fox Demon, eliminating the need for espionage. Soon, Wolfeng Shuimin comprehended the situation. He was all too familiar with the tactics of the Konoha elite. The Nine-Tails attack on Konoha had inflicted unparalleled devastation, shattering countless families. To conceal their blunders, the Konoha leadership needed a scapegoat to divert public discontent. Since he had perished as a hero, he could not be the target of their ire. Thus, they shifted all grievances onto the newly born Schwancho Naruto, for it was the simplest and least laborious solution. Wolfeng Shuimin bitterly smiled, profoundly disappointed in the decisions made by Konoha's upper echelons. A simple announcement could have clarified matters and spared his son from years of isolation. Fortunately, he still possessed substantial wealth. Even if Naruto faced animosity and isolation, he would never want for food or clothing. As long as Naruto was content, that was all that mattered. Is he truly doing well? Liu Mu, with a mischievous smile, continued. Schwancho Naruto resides in a cramped dwelling, subsisting on instant noodles, with his greatest joy being the rare occasion when he saves enough to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Upon hearing this, Wolfeng Shuimin was engulfed by an overwhelming fury. Although Ichiraku ramen was delightful, it was not an extravagant meal. With the fortune he left behind, Schwancho Naruto could have dined on ramen for a lifetime. Yet now, it seemed Naruto could hardly afford even that. What had become of the wealth he had bequeathed? Is this true? Wolfeng Shuimin glared at Shimura Danzo, his eyes ablaze with wrath, as if they could consume Danzo whole. Danzo instinctively took a step back, his back drenched in sweat. Listen to me, Watergate. Granting such a vast sum to a child will lead him astray from his true nature, obstructing his path as a ninja. Danzo hastily retorted. His path should be his own to choose, not dictated by you. Wolfeng Shuimin coldly responded, stepping forward, causing Danzo to tremble. You must understand, after the Nine-Tails attacked the village, Konoha nearly fell apart. We require funds, substantial funds. Hence we reluctantly resorted to your inheritance, Danzo explained. Wolfeng Shuimin scrutinized Danzo, noting his luxurious attire, and couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. Very well, it is reasonable to contribute some funds for the reconstruction of our home. But how much did your clan contribute? How much did the Sarutobi clan offer? How much did the other Konoha elite families contribute? Do not attempt to deceive me. I can discern the truth. Wolfeng Shuimin's voice escalated from a whisper to a near shout, leaving Danzo pale and retreating several steps to regain his composure. Yet, a flicker of confidence sparked in Danzo's eyes. You are the Hokage. What is wrong with contributing for the village? If I were Hokage, I would willingly surrender all my assets without complaint. That is the duty of a Hokage, Danzo declared, a smirk gracing his features. If Wolfeng Shuimin acknowledged his role as Hokage, then this issue would remain unresolved. Wolfeng Shuimin shook his head in self-deprecation. Indeed, I am the Hokage, but I am also a father. My duty to protect the village is to ensure the villagers live better lives. Yet, Naruto is also a member of Konoha. Why should he endure such disdain? Why should he be deprived of my inheritance? He said icily, then angrily struck the wall beside Danzo, creating a hole in the otherwise smooth surface. Danzo, tell me why? Danzo's countenance darkened. His initial retreat was merely an attempt to placate Wolfeng Shuimin. Now that both were on the brink of confrontation, there was no need for pretense. This is the unanimous decision of Konoha's elite. Do you wish to betray the village? Do you truly believe you have the right to be Hokage? Danzo threatened. Whether I am worthy of being Hokage is not for you to decide, but rather a determination made by all of Konoha. Furthermore, the methods employed against Naruto mirror those used against Hatake Tsukumo. They must have originated from you, Wolfeng Shuimin stated, his aura of hostility intensifying, leaving Danzo gasping for breath. Kakashi Hatake, standing nearby, trembled and looked at Wolfeng Shuimin in confusion. Sensei, what exactly happened concerning my father? Kakashi's voice quivered as he spoke. He had always believed that his father's death was a result of self-reproach, but he never expected such a monumental secret to emerge. Wolfeng Shuimin was about to explain when Danzo interjected with a shout. Wolfeng Shuimin, this matter is a top secret of Konoha. If you speak of it, you will be deemed a traitor to the village, a rogue ninja. Danzo's face betrayed his rising panic. Liu Mu stepped forward with a slight smile. Danzo, I am not part of Konoha. You wouldn't consider me a rogue ninja, would you? If you do, I shall reveal everything. You. Danzo felt a surge of panic. Unable to contend with Liu Mu and lacking the support to stand against him, he found himself at a loss. This matter will undoubtedly influence the stability of Konoha. There is no need to elaborate further. I will find a way to ensure Konoha submits to the Rain Country, Liu Mu declared. Hearing this, a smirk crept across Liu Mu's face, realizing that Danzo was willing to let Konoha submit to the Rain Country to protect his reputation. However, Liu Mu was not inclined to trust Danzo, the old curmudgeon. Danzo, let me make this clear. The olive branch from the Rain Country is contingent upon the situation. Dogs are unworthy of accepting the olive branch from the Rain Country. Chapter 199. Only I am worthy of being Hokage after humiliating Danzo. Liu Mu turned his attention to Kakashi Hatake. The death of your father was entirely a conspiracy. The third Hokage, in his desire to keep the position of Hokage within his lineage, sought to eliminate the most prominent contender, Hatake Tsukumo. Danzo orchestrated the rumors within the village to facilitate this. The revelation struck Kakashi like a thunderbolt, causing his world to spin. He had never imagined that his father's demise was tied to the struggles for the Hokage title. In an instant, decades of faith crumbled. The once splendid Konohagakure had, in the eyes of Chimu Kakashi, become replete with foulness. In a moment, an unquenchable fury ignited within him. Is what you're saying truly factual? Kakashi exclaimed in anger. Do not let him deceive you, Kakashi. He aims to sow discord among us. Shimura Danzo urged anxiously. Liu Mu, however, merely smiled slightly and turned his gaze towards Jiraiya. Pervy sage, do you still remember Yahiko? Jiraiya paused, taken aback by Liu Mu's sudden inquiry. Yet, there was nothing to conceal, as Yahiko was indeed his disciple. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato are my students, Jiraiya stated candidly. Liu Mu nodded slightly. The founder of the Akatsuki organization was Yahiko, whose mission was to eradicate war for the sake of peace. However, such an ideal would inevitably jeopardize Danzo's interests. Jiraiya trembled, incredulous as he looked at Liu Mu. Yahiko is dead, and Danzo was the cause of his demise? Upon finishing, Jiraiya cast a furious glare at Shimura Danzo. Danzo, in turn, regarded Liu Mu with trepidation, bewildered by how Liu Mu could possess such profound knowledge of secrets. He feared that if the conversation continued, he might be torn apart by those present. Jiraiya? He hails from the land of rain, attempting to ruin our relations by spreading rumors. You must not believe him. Liu Mu chuckled once more. Orochimaru studies biological sciences. While he does conduct human experiments, they are not as extensive. However, at Danzo's behest, he has been researching the cells of the first Hokage, which has led to the mass capture of ninjas and civilians for experimentation. Liu Mu paused, turning to Tsunade. By the way, Shimura Danzo has been safeguarding and experimenting on the corpse of Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming killing intent erupted in Tsunade's eyes as she fixed her gaze intently on Shimura Danzo. Is Liu Mu's statement true? You have continued to experiment on my grandfather's remains. No, that is all false. Danzo hastily attempted to explain. Oh, and Kato Dan's candidacy for Hokage was highly regarded. Liu Mu added nonchalantly. Danzo, who had been trying to justify himself, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, a colossal iron fist struck his face, sending him flying. Yet, astonishingly, Danzo stood up unharmed, shedding his upper garment to reveal a Sharingan in his arm. You have forced my hand. If that is the case, then let us battle. Wind style, take these rogue ninjas down, Danzo declared furiously. Liu Mu activated his special abilities, preparing for combat. Suddenly, Namake's Minato reached out to stop Liu Mu. Thank you for revealing these secrets. But it is best if you do not intervene in the Battle of Konoha, Minato stated emotionlessly. Rage had evidently consumed him. As both Hokage and father, he felt compelled to eliminate Danzo. Liu Mu shrugged indifferently. If he was not allowed to fight, he was more than content to remain idle. He then retrieved a small stool and began to enjoy a watermelon. The battle was on the verge of erupting. At Danzo's command, more root ninjas emerged, joining the fray. Jiraiya and the others quickly realized just how selfish Danzo truly was. Almost every ninja was attacking the land of rain, yet the root still possessed such combat prowess. Clearly, Danzo had kept his forces hidden from the very beginning. Now, the four had just emerged from battle, bearing various injuries, and found themselves being suppressed by the full strength, death-defying root. Fortunately, Danzo had not unleashed his full power, continuously wary of Liu Mu, fearing a lethal strike. As time progressed, the scales of victory began to tip. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Chimu Kakashi, and Namake's Minato were all elite ninjas. After a brief skirmish, they quickly discerned their enemy's abilities, subsequently organizing the intelligence they gathered into a combat strategy. Before long, the root ninjas fell one by one, leaving only Danzo standing in despair. "Danzo, do you regret anything?" Tsunade coldly inquired, her gaze fixated on him. Danzo, noticing her expression, tossed his hair back and sneered. "Regret? Do you comprehend the immense power contained within the first corpse? If one could master Mokutan, they could subjugate all tailed beasts. Should Kato Dan become Hokage, his gentle nature would undoubtedly lead Konoha to ruin. Chimu Soseki was far too powerful. Yet he amassed countless enemies. If he were to become Hokage, it would provoke several nations. Why not sacrifice Uzumaki Naruto to ensure peace for the village? Moreover, after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, did I not cease the rumors against Naruto? As for the Akatsuki, they were growing stronger, and if not dealt with promptly, they would become a significant threat. What I regret most is not eliminating all three of them. I have sacrificed so much for Konoha. I am the one most deserving of becoming Hokage." Upon hearing Danzo's tirade, the expressions of those present darkened. They had not anticipated that Danzo could be so deluded. Thankfully, he had not been made Hokage. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered greatly under his tumultuous reign. "Well then, since you have delivered your final words, it is time for you to perish." Tsunade scoffed, then threw a punch aimed at Danzo's head. However, an eerie scene unfolded. Danzo, who had been on the verge of destruction, suddenly reverted to his original state. His cold demeanor intensified. "If that is the case, then let us all die together," Danzo declared, his body gradually illuminated by black runes that transformed into an inky substance, continuously dripping down. Liu Mu, who had been casually observing, suddenly felt a shiver run through him. "This is bad. Everyone run." Chapter 200. The Curse of Death. The four-symbol seal technique rapidly unfolded. With the speed of Liu Mu and Namake's Minato, they could undoubtedly evade it. But for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Chimu Kakashi, escaping would not be so simple. After all, the four-symbol seal technique outpaced other sealing techniques by a wide margin. The three rushed forward, but the technique had fully activated. In the next moment, all within the seal, be it person or object, would be consumed, including the caster, Shimura Danzo. Liu Mu gritted his teeth, glaring ahead as his Sharingan spun rapidly. Suddenly, the scene before him froze. He dared not linger and hastily grabbed the three, pulling them out of the sealing technique's range. The time freeze concluded. Namake's Minato was poised to rescue Jiraiya, but suddenly, Jiraiya vanished, along with Tsunade and Chimu Kakashi. Although he was unaware of what had transpired, Minato did not dare to be careless and quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In that instant, the four-symbol seal technique fully executed its function. Everything within its range was utterly consumed. The Hokage building and its surrounding structures vanished before the onlookers' eyes in a blink. The remaining edifices began to crumble after the technique concluded. Liu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, otherwise, Jiraiya and the others would have undoubtedly perished. Liu Mu had not anticipated that this version of Shimura Danzo would turn against Jiraiya and the others. At that moment, Liu Mu felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, as if countless needles were incessantly piercing his eyeballs. While he could tolerate individual pains, the relentless barrage of needles instilled an unprecedented sense of despair within him. This agonizing sensation persisted for several seconds before finally abating. Liu Mu hastily wiped his eyes, only to discover his hands were drenched in blood. A chill ran through his heart. It is only now that I recall the kaleidoscope Sharingan, if used continuously, will gradually lead to one's blindness. The absence of pain earlier indicated that my eyes were still in good health. However, with the onset of pain, it is evident that my eyes have already suffered damage. If I continue to use it recklessly, I will inevitably lose my sight one day. Liu Mu managed a wry smile. To unleash my ocular techniques infinitely, I must acquire another pair of Sharingan, and they must be from a blood relative. Where am I to find such a thing? Fortunately, I still possess the system. Completing tasks might yield the Sharingan, allowing for evolution. "Are you all right?" Jiraiya asked. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at Liu Mu. Meanwhile, Tsunade seized Liu Mu and laid him flat on the ground, meticulously inspecting him. The pain had subsided. However, witnessing Tsunade's straddling position made Liu Mu's lips twitch involuntarily. Has the treatment concluded?" The posture was undeniably provocative, and Liu Mu feared making a misstep. prompting him to struggle incessantly. No, you are in a precarious state. I must assist you, Tsunade declared with utmost seriousness, showing no signs of halting her actions as she ripped Liu Mu's red, cloud-patterned coat apart. Ding! The Akatsuki robe has been removed, triggering the curse function. Any subsequent battle will have a 90% chance of resulting in death. Ding! Due to the host wearing the cursed necklace, an additional 10% chance of death is added. Ding! The host's chance of death has now approached 100%. Please avoid combat at all costs. Ding! The system has detected that the host is engaged in combat with Tsunade. The curse buff will activate in 5 seconds. Instantly, Liu Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Ever since acquiring this buff, he had never dared to remove his coat, not even while sleeping. Yet, unexpectedly, his garment had been torn by Tsunade. Moreover, the combat assessment was utterly absurd. It was clear that Tsunade was treating him. Although the position was somewhat peculiar, it hardly constituted a fight. 5, 4. Watching the system's cold countdown, Liu Mu hastily utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Tsunade's grasp. However, the system's voice did not cease. It continued counting down. 3, 2, 1. Ding! The curse buff has officially activated. Due to the host's death probability nearing 100, any collision will claim the host's life. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Any collision. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Just then, Tsunade stood up, looking at Liu Mu with reproach. You are quite weak. Let me help you. With that, Tsunade dashed toward him. Liu Mu's pupils dilated again. If Tsunade were to touch him, it would likely spell his doom. He quickly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape once more, landing precisely beside Bo Feng Shui Min. Upon seeing Liu Mu's arrival, Bo Feng Shui Min beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Liu. Otherwise, I would not have known about Naruto's situation, nor would I have seen through Danzo's true nature. In short, thank you, Bo Feng Shui Min expressed, bowing deeply. Yet, in the next moment, Liu Mu noticed through his Byakugan that several beads of sweat dripped from Bo Feng Shui Min's green hair as he bowed. If he were to make contact, it could lead to his demise. Is this how you people from Konoha express gratitude? I help you, yet you stab me in the back. With no other choice, Liu Mu promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Liu-senpai, what are you doing? Liu Mu slowly turned to find Hatake Kakashi looking at him with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Just practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. It's no wonder you possess such strength at such a young age. I now understand what Guy means by burning youth. By the way, Guy is in your land of rain, right? When you see him, please send my regards. Kakashi remarked, reaching out to pat Liu Mu on the shoulder. Liu Mu's pupils contracted yet again. This was akin to sending himself to the underworld. With no alternative, Liu Mu once more activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Had he not lacked a spare outfit, he would have certainly made these ungrateful wolves suffer. His only option now was to return to the land of rain. Liu Mu quickly performed the Flying Thunder God technique. Due to the vast distance, he felt his chakra depleting rapidly. A disquieting thought crossed Liu Mu's mind. Would the Flying Thunder God technique drain all his chakra and lead to his demise? Then, the technique would merely transform into a fleeting escape from the grave. His heart raced as he finally reached his destination just before his chakra ran out. Once again, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has donned the complete Akatsuki robe. The curse is nullified. Liu Mu was momentarily stunned. How did a single use of the Flying Thunder God technique result in him donning the red cloud-patterned coat? Nevertheless, the crisis had been averted. He turned to face a multitude of Akatsuki ninjas, all gazing at him with expressions of surprise and excitement. Just then, a bashful voice reached his ears. Master, there are too many people here. Chapter 201. Imposter Liu Mu mechanically turned his head, only to find his hand unexpectedly thrust into Xiao Nan's clothing. Why did you place the marked kunai on your chest again? Liu Mu exclaimed, promptly withdrawing his hand. Ding! The host is in an exposed state, triggering the death buff. 5, 4. Liu Mu's lips twitched. Exposed? How absurd. For the sake of preserving his life, he grasped Xiao Nan firmly. Xiao Nan's face flushed instantly. Master, why are you so proactive today? But I don't mind. Liu Mu was on the verge of tears. The reason for his distress was not what one might think. Grasping the fabric externally had not halted the countdown, prompting him to grit his teeth and reach inside. The countdown ceased immediately. Xiao Nan sprang up, her face as red as an apple. Master, we are currently in a meeting, perhaps tonight. Liu Mu felt that holding on to Xiao Nan in front of so many people was inappropriate. Just as he was in a state of panic, another voice chimed in. Liu-senpai, did I interrupt you? Pain asked, a hint of shyness in his tone. Liu Mu's expression brightened instantly. He quickly withdrew his hand and plunged it into Pain's clothing. Xiaonan stared blankly at Liu Mu and Pain, then glanced at herself, tears welling in her eyes. She felt as though her own friend was stealing her love. Liu-senpai, what are you doing? Hurry and let go. There are so many people watching. Pain exclaimed anxiously. Yet Liu Mu did not relent. His other hand began to move, preparing to remove Pain's clothing. Liu-senpai, while I hold you in high regard, it is inappropriate to undress me in front of so many people. Pain protested, struggling against Liu Mu. The two found themselves in a tug-of-war. Rip. As they grappled, Pain's clothing was torn apart. Ding. The host is in an exposed state, triggering the death buff. 5. 4. Liu Mu's lips twitched, utterly astonished at how easily the Akatsuki robe could be torn. Just then, Pain stumbled back, slipping and falling, striking the back of his head against the ground, his eyes dimming instantly. Liu Mu's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the curse would be so formidable. An elite like Pain had met his demise due to a mere slip. If that were the case, would he choke on water and perish as well? Since Pain's clothing was in tatters, he now had to find another outfit. Liu Mu frantically searched, only to discover Scorpion staring at him with a puzzled expression. Liu Mu could no longer afford to hesitate. He rushed forward and, in the final second of the countdown, reached into Scorpion's clothing. Scorpion glanced at the fallen Pain, and then at Liu Mu before his hairs stood on end. This man is an imposter, absolutely a spy sent by the enemy. Quickly apprehend him. Scorpion shouted anxiously, and at that moment, countless puppet strings emerged, instantly binding Liu Mu. As he felt himself slowly being pulled away from Scorpion's garments, his heart began to race violently. Damn it, Scorpion, remember this. Liu Mu shouted in anger. Threatening me? With you, the counterfeit Liu Sr. That is a most heinous crime within the Akatsuki organization, deserving of the scorn of all its members. Scorpion declared proudly. Liu Mu had no time to explain. Since he could not obtain the clothing here, he would have to return home. He swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived back in his own abode. Upon returning home, Liu Mu dashed toward his bedroom. However, after a few steps, he suddenly spotted Hei Tu carrying freshly washed clothes heading outside. Liu Mu's mouth twitched, his entire body trembling as he pointed at the clothes in Hei Tu's hands. You wash my clothes? Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, a proud expression spread across Hei Tu's face. Naturally, how could I not? After all, we are betrothed, so helping you with laundry is only reasonable, Hei Tu replied. Liu Mu swallowed hard, stammering, all of them? Don't be so excited. You've just now realized my goodness, right? I washed all your clothes, including your underwear, and I ensured there were no unpleasant odors. Hei Tu boasted, her face seemingly waiting for Liu Mu's praise. Liu Mu's mouth twitched, his face filled with despair. At that moment, he noticed the red cloud black coat on Hei Tu, and he quickly tore off his own clothes. Seeing this, Hei Tu dropped all the clothes in fright, her face turning crimson. Although we are engaged, I am not yet prepared for children, Hei Tu exclaimed anxiously. Liu Mu, however, could not afford to consider such matters. His death buff had already activated, and he was at risk of dying at any moment. Hand it over. Feeling his coat being snatched away, Hei Tu's face flushed even more. Yet, her expression was not one of anger, but rather filled with anticipation. Darling, why are you so proactive today? If you want me, I'm not against it, but could you let me take a shower first? Hei Tu shyly covered her face with her hands. After saying this, she raised her gaze to Liu Mu. In the next moment, Hei Tu was stunned. Liu Mu had actually put on her clothes. Due to the size mismatch, it looked quite odd. However, what puzzled Hei Tu was that Liu Mu wore a look of reassurance on his face. Darling, are you cold? My clothes are covered in my scent. Shall I fetch you another? Hei Tu asked, puzzled. Liu Mu finally realized, his face filled with awkwardness. I got a little wet in the rain, so I'm a bit chilly. No need to fetch anything. This is just right, Liu Mu hurriedly explained. After all, stealing a girl's clothes was indeed a bit unreasonable. Upon hearing Liu Mu's response, Hei Tu's face flushed again. Although Liu Mu appeared mischievous, Hei Tu found him utterly endearing. Just then, Liu Mu's room was kicked open. It was Pain, who had just been defeated. Pain's eyes were ablaze with fury, and upon seeing Liu Mu, his anger intensified. You imposter, humiliating me in public and now trying to take advantage of Liu Sr.'s fiancée. Today, I must kill you, Pain shouted. In the next instant, Countless puppets flew forth, each equipped with weapons coated in deadly poison. Rest assured, imposter, I shall not allow you to die easily. Scorpion hissed menacingly. At that moment, a multitude of paper shurikens flew out, instantly enveloping Liu Mu. Then, Xiaonan's head emerged from behind Liu Mu. How brave of you to eat my tofu in front of so many, Xiaonan said coldly. He too gazed at Liu Mu in disbelief. What? This person is actually an imposter. Chapter 202. Oh no, we have captured Liu Mu. He too's expression darkened. The clothing she wore, still carrying her scent, was now donned by another man. If the real Liu Mu were to find out, he would surely be furious. He might even annul their engagement. As this thought crossed her mind, a murderous aura began to emanate from He Tu, advancing toward Liu Mu like a harbinger of death. How dare you impersonate my husband? Today, I shall make you a woman, He Tu declared coldly. With that, she drew a kunai, brandishing it before her. Liu Mu could not help but swallow hard. Never had he imagined that He Tu would be so bold as to offer him up in such a manner. In the next moment, the kunai pierced straight toward him. Clang! The kunai surprisingly emitted a metallic clashing sound. He Tu and Xiaonan exchanged bewildered glances, while Pain and Scorpion displayed expressions of defeat. With my puppet strings, let me show you how to eliminate him. Scorpion snarled. With my earth-embracing star, let him experience pain. Pain said expressionlessly. Liu Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although the Shikatsumiyaku had blocked the kunai's assault, it was not invincible. If this continued, he would inevitably become a mere casualty. How am I to prove that I am Liu Mu? Liu Mu lamented. He had never anticipated that he would find himself in a situation similar to mocking Bo Feng Shui Min for needing to prove himself. Now it was his turn. Prove? You imposter will never become the true master. Today, I shall make you feel what despair truly is. Xiaonan hissed menacingly. Still trying to deceive me? My husband is an extraordinary being. How could a lowly person like you impersonate him? Today, I shall turn you into a mere beast, forever fighting for the Akatsuki organization. Pain declared coldly. Liu Mu, the esteemed master of ninjutsu, can you, the imposter, achieve such feats? Scorpion scoffed. Liu Mu found himself in a state of frustration. They were ostensibly praising him, yet he could not find joy in it. However, he was relieved to finally understand how to prove himself. That was to showcase his power. Liu Mu hastily activated his special abilities, raising them to the highest level, and began to channel his chakra. Instantly, the entire space seemed to solidify. Countless wisps of smoke erupted from Liu Mu's body, quickly filling the room. The others sensed this change and were taken aback. The surrounding haze was not mere smoke, but a dense accumulation of energy manifesting as vapor. If one were to compress chakra into the smoke before them, the sheer density of chakra was already beyond comprehension. It might have surpassed even the sage of the six paths, Senju Hashirama. Moreover, the control required to compress chakra into this form was beyond their understanding. Most critically, what was being compressed was not merely chakra, but an energy system of even higher caliber. This energy was something they had only ever experienced emanating from Liu Mu. Scorpion swallowed hard, then pulled the three into a corner, trembling as he spoke. What do we do? We have captured Liu Sr. Pain's face also revealed fear. His fingers trembling uncontrollably, unable to be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. I too wish to know what to do. Perhaps, Scorpion, you should commit seppuku. As you were the first to doubt Liu Sr. Pain said earnestly. Scorpion immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Subconsciously, I took a step back. Indeed, if it weren't for your suspicion towards Liu Qianbei, we would not have been led astray. The sensation of his touch was identical to before. How could it possibly be a deception? Xiaonan trembled, forcing herself to regain her composure. In her heart, she had already begun to harbor resentment towards Xie. An opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Liu Mu had presented itself, only to be utterly disrupted now. Haida rolled up his sleeves, drawing out a kunai as he advanced towards Xie. Do you have any idea how gentle my husband has been today? If you hadn't barged in, we might have already been intimate. Today, I shall transform you into a girl, Haida declared with a grim expression. Xie looked fearfully at the three individuals before him. If no solution was found, it seemed he would be dealt with by them before Liu Mu could exact his revenge. Never had he imagined that he, a person dedicated to ideological work, would misunderstand Liu Mu. Just as Xie felt himself teetering on the brink of despair, a sudden glimmer of hope sparked within him. Fine. Do as you please. But do you really think that torturing me will earn you Liu Qianbei's forgiveness? Xie sneered. The three instantly furrowed their brows, their animosity towards Xie escalating further. Then what do you propose we do? Pain demanded, gripping Xie's collar with a hint of menace. Xie smirked. Fortunately, Pain had taken the bait. Otherwise, he might have faced a brutal beating. Now that Pain had steered the conversation, he found himself with some room to maneuver. Since Liu Qianbei had been misidentified, let us embrace the mistake and see it through to the end. Xie proclaimed. Embrace the mistake? Haida frowned, angrily swiping his kunai beneath Xie's chin. You intend to condemn me to a lifetime of solitude. What are your true intentions? Liu Mu has sacrificed so much for us, and I have yet to serve him properly. How could I possibly proceed with this? As Xiaonan spoke, she recalled the metallic clatter of Haida's kunai, her face flushing crimson. I believe it's time for you to experience some pain. Pain exclaimed angrily. Hey, usually you're all so clever. Why do you suddenly seem so oblivious? We don't truly wish to harm you. We are merely expressing our stance. Xie stated earnestly. Seeing that the others were still processing this, he quickly gestured. Soon, the three huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. After a few minutes, expressions of realization dawned upon their faces. Liu Mu gazed at the four from a distance, puzzled. He had made his intentions abundantly clear. Why had they not yet released him? At that moment, the four finally emerged from their secretive discussion. Each wore a grim expression, and the murderous intent had not dissipated. Yet, Liu Mu sensed something was amiss. Was he not being clear enough? Perhaps he should unleash a display of overwhelming prowess to intimidate them. Just then, the four encircled Liu Mu, with Haida advancing. Kunai in hand, Liu Mu immediately felt a surge of panic. His flesh and blood were vulnerable, and a strike from the kunai could lead him to an untimely fate. What are you planning to do, Haida? Chapter 203. The time for performance has arrived. Haida's eyes lit up. The preconditions of the task had been triggered, allowing the next phase of the plan to commence. What do you think I'm doing? I'm transforming you into my sister, pretending to be my magnificent, strikingly handsome husband, radiating an irresistible charm with every gesture. What do you truly think? Haida proclaimed with pride. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, his anger subsiding somewhat. Something felt off, yet he could not pinpoint it. Just then, Xiaonan approached, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Liu Mu. You think you can impersonate my dashing and charismatic master? Who else should we kill if not you? Xiaonan huffed coldly. Indeed, Liu Qianbei is the most brilliant and imposing man I have ever known. If not for our differing genders, I might have even fallen for him. Pain remarked, casting a cold gaze at Liu Mu. Xie, observing the trio's lackluster acting, couldn't help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. Thankfully, Liu Mu remained oblivious to their charade. Now it was his turn to shine. With that, Xie produced a kunai, cutting away the paper affixed to Liu Mu, before swiftly stabbing it into his own thigh. The intense pain caused Xie's face to convulse. The sight startled the three, who had never anticipated Xie would go to such lengths. At this moment, a slight smile crept across Xie's lips. Now begins my performance. Oh, divine master. Though your presence instills fear within me, binding me inextricably, my allegiance lies solely with Liu Mu. You may possess the strength to subdue the masses, but before my path of the ninja, before my faith, I shall never yield. In life, I am Liu Mu's, and in death, I remain his spirit. This blade serves as my apology for your offense, but should you wish to alter my faith, then please take my life. Xie declared, closing his eyes in satisfaction with his performance. Perhaps he could even earn the Oscar trophy spoken of by Mugetsu Shien. At that moment, Liu Mu was left dumbfounded. He had intended to reprimand Xie, but after witnessing such a performance, how could he bring himself to do so? He turned his gaze to Haida, who appeared visibly perturbed, wishing to slap Xie hard. Your desperate act makes you seem insincerely noble. However, it is not too late. There is still a chance for redemption. Haida pressed the kunai against his chin, adopting a resolute expression. Though you are a deity with the ability to destroy worlds, I am Liu Mu's fiancé, and I cannot acquiesce to your outrageous demands. Should you desire my body, to safeguard my virtue and prevent my beloved husband from wearing the green hat of infidelity, I can only take my own life, leaving you with nothing more than a cold corpse. Haida declared, biting her lip as she lightly pierced her skin with the kunai, blood streaming down her neck, staining her clothes crimson. Liu Mu's expression twitched. Haida turned out to be a paragon of virtue, willing to perish rather than betray him. How could he possibly feel anger towards someone like her? With a resigned shake of his head, he glanced at Xiaonan, who trembled involuntarily. She had never anticipated that even the acting would escalate to such a level. As an actress, wasn't it sufficient to learn how to glare and count? With such fervor, how could she possibly keep up? Taking a deep breath, Xiaonan unleashed several explosive tags, adhering them to her chest. Then, with a dignified step towards Liu Mu, she declared, "Do not presume that your divinity grants you the right to insult us. From the moment I began to serve my master, my body and soul have belonged to him entirely. Yet you dare to impersonate him and insult me in front of everyone. To preserve my virtue, I refuse anything you have touched." As Xiaonan channeled her chakra, the explosive tags ignited with a crackling sound. Liu Mu's expression shifted. He had not expected Xiaonan to take such a drastic measure, opting to explode her own chest. With so many tags detonating simultaneously, it was not merely her chest that would be obliterated, but her entire being. He hurriedly grabbed the freshly laundered clothes, tossing them over the explosive tags, extinguishing the flames. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned back to Pain. Pain wore a sly smile. While the trio's performances were indeed spectacular, their self-harm was far too theatrical. After all, if Liu Mu did not intervene, they would all be facing dire consequences, thus retaining a hidden card. However, he had no need to worry about such matters. Even if Tendo Pain perished, he could easily resurrect through the realm of hell. Thus, one may contemplate the pursuit of greater challenges. O venerable deity! Humanity possesses a spirit of pride, a resilience that compels individuals to stand tall and not bow before others. Despite your formidable strength, it is utterly impossible for you to compel my submission. For within my heart, there resides a belief, a guiding light that propels the Akatsuki onward. Liu Qianbei, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused you earlier. To alleviate your discontent, allow me to bear all this suffering alone. As he spoke, Pain discarded all his ninja tools. Then, with a swift clap of his hands, he invoked the technique, Shinra Tensei. With a fierce roar, the kunai that had been cast away suddenly levitated, rapidly piercing into his own body. In the span of a single breath, Pain was impaled with kunai, resembling a hedgehog. Is this sufficient, O venerable deity? Pain mused, feeling a sense of triumph swell within him. If one were to rate his performance, it would surely earn a score of 101. Liu Mu would undoubtedly be swayed by his unwavering loyalty. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yet Pain saw no reaction on Liu Mu's face, nor did his gaze waver even slightly. A sense of uncertainty began to creep into Pain's heart. Is it insufficient? Then I shall proceed again. Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin. With the execution of these two jutsu, the ninja tools flew away swiftly, paused momentarily, and then returned to embed themselves in his body once more. How about now, O venerable deity? Has your anger subsided? Yet, even so, I refuse to submit. Pain closed his eyes in satisfaction, waiting for Liu Mu to relent. However, after several seconds, the anticipated words did not materialize, leaving Pain feeling exceedingly awkward. Does the venerable deity still refuse to forgive our transgressions? Then I shall demonstrate my resolve once more. As Pain prepared to invoke Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin again, Liu Mu, who had remained silent, finally extended his hand. Wait. Upon hearing Liu Mu's command, Pain could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Ultimately, he had been moved by his own performance. Yet, just as Pain was about to express his gratitude, Liu Mu spoke again. Include an explosive tag and direct it at your true form, Nagato. Pain was momentarily taken aback. This was not the response he had envisioned. He had anticipated an expression of excitement, perhaps even tears of gratitude. O venerable deity, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your intentions. Pain attempted to feign ignorance. Liu Mu merely smiled gently, placed a hand on Pain's shoulder, and then invoked the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Liu Mu and Pain found themselves beside Nagato. A flicker of regret crossed Nagato's face as he realized he could no longer deny the situation. Liu Qianbei, how did you come to be with Pain? Nagato inquired sternly. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. This rascal Pain here intends to embed all his ninja tools into your body, Liu Mu replied with a mischievous grin. Nagato's expression shifted to one of fear. Liu Qianbei, I surely have not offended you, have I? Not at all. It's merely that Pain accuses me of being a spy, Liu Mu said nonchalantly. In an instant, Pain's face contorted with rage, his weakened form slamming a hand on the table. Pain, you are truly despicable. How could you misinterpret Liu Qianbei's intentions? Yet, Pain's misunderstanding has nothing to do with me. Nagato replied cautiously, swallowing hard. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly use so many kunai to stab you? That would be utterly inhumane. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Nagato sighed in relief. But the next moment, he was alarmed to see Liu Mu forming the tiger hand sign, a small azure Rasengan materializing at his fingertips. Nagato's pupils dilated in horror. The last time Liu Mu had executed this jutsu, he had felt the pain in his rear end for days. Please, Liu Qianbei, let us converse. Put down that Rasengan. Nagato urged anxiously. Yet, the next moment, Liu Mu vanished. Instantly, an excruciating pain engulfed Nagato's entire being. In that moment, the 6 paths scattered across the land of rain all collapsed to the ground, clutching their rears in agony, their faces contorted in torment. The mere expressions on their faces revealed the depth of their suffering. Upon returning to his abode, Liu Mu emanated a murderous aura akin to that of a deity of death, instilling fear in those around him. Although they had not witnessed Liu Mu's actions towards pain, the sheer intensity of his aura struck terror into the hearts of the 3 present. Liu Mu approached Xia, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. Xia, you previously inquired about transforming into a puppet, and I believe I can seize this opportunity to assist you. Upon hearing Liu Mu's words, Xia's expression shifted to one of dread. The next moment, a wave of intense pain coursed through his legs. Yet, Xia dared not utter a sound, enduring the agony while pleading silently with Liu Mu for mercy. Liu Qianbei, I was mistaken. Please spare me. Liu Mu nodded before moving beside Xiaonan. Xiaonan felt a chill run down her spine as Liu Mu leisurely removed all the explosive tags from her. This action caused her to exhale in relief. Master, I was wrong, Xiaonan confessed. However, the next moment, she realized Liu Mu had discarded the previous explosive tags and retrieved new ones from his tool pouch. Next time, utilize real explosive tags. Using dummies will not escape my notice. Of course, this assumes there will be a next time. Liu Mu declared as he affixed the explosive tags on his Xiaonan. Before long, Xiaonan was adorned with explosive tags all over her body, resembling a mummy. Liu Mu then channeled his chakra, igniting all the explosive tags, which erupted into plumes of thick smoke. Boom! The explosion reverberated, shaking the very earth. Not only Liu Mu's abode but the surrounding area was reduced to ruins. Heitu found himself covered in ash and dirt from the billowing smoke. At that moment, Heitu noticed a figure emerging from the haze, resembling a specter, particularly as its eyes glowed ominously red, sending chills down one's spine. This figure was none other than Liu Mu, who approached Heitu step by step with a cold smile. Heitu attempted to flee, but no matter how swiftly he ran, Liu Mu maintained a constant distance of 10 meters, neither closing in nor drifting away. Eventually, Heitu, exhausted from running, came to a halt, only for Liu Mu to appear before him, brandishing a kunai without hesitation and lunging toward Heitu's instantly. Heitu felt disoriented, and as he regained his senses, he found himself back at the original location. Now, Heitu, Xiaonan, Pain, and Xia encircled Liu Mu, all bearing expressions of fear. While Liu Mu's Sharingan spun incessantly, illusion, Heitu realized, understanding that the previous scene had been a mere illusion. Yet, it had been so vivid that the pain felt entirely real. Had Liu Mu not chosen to release him, he might have remained trapped within that torment forever. Hurriedly, he rushed over to strip Liu Mu of all the paper tags. My lord, it was all their doing. I had no part in it. Heitu lamented with a sorrowful expression. Xiaonan grimaced, casting a fierce glare at Heitu's. She quickly waved her hand, causing all the paper tags to fly off, freeing Liu Mu from their control. This was all Xia's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Indeed, it was all Xia's notion. We bear no responsibility. Pain chimed in, rubbing his backside in agreement. Xia's lips quivered. At this moment, I once again felt the pulse of humanity. Trembling, I approached Liu Mu, preparing to speak when suddenly he interrupted me. Enough of this matter for now. Call over my Teikai immediately. I have pressing business. Liu Mu spoke coldly. It wasn't that Liu Mu was unwilling to investigate further. The situation concerning Uchiha Madara was urgent and left no room for delay. This issue would be addressed thoroughly once it was completely resolved. Grateful, Scorpion hurried out, and Liu Mu seized the opportunity to rest for a moment. Shortly, Scorpion returned with my Teikai, and in the next instant, Wolfing Shuemin arrived with Jiraiya before Liu Mu. I shall refrain from idle chatter. All tailed beasts have been collected, and to thwart their next scheme, we must take the initiative, Liu Mu declared sternly. Instantly, everyone stood in solemn respect, recognizing the gravity of the matter that pertained to the peace of the entire ninja world. Senior Liu, as long as you give the command, we shall head to the battlefield at once. Pain volunteered. Soon, everyone stepped forward. Liu Mu nodded slightly. Very well, I will take Kai with me. Wolfing Shuimen, you are responsible for transporting everyone. Ensure that no one is left behind. Although Liu Mu felt that my take Kai alone would suffice. Having learned from the failures of the Akatsuki organization, he ultimately decided on a coordinated assault. The group paused, searching for Wolfing Shuimen among the crowd. But after a prolonged search, he remained elusive. Where is Wolfing Shuimen? Green-haired, have you seen him? Scorpion inquired, puzzled. I am Wolfing Shuimen. He replied with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing his response, Scorpion erupted in laughter. Impossible. Shuimen is known as the Yellow Flash. If you were him, wouldn't we have to call you the Green Flash? In an instant, Wolfing Shuimen's demeanor darkened, contemplating whether to toss Scorpion into a volcano. Liu Mu shook his head in exasperation. Scorpion was indeed adept at courting disaster. However, Liu Mu had no time for banter and swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique with my Teikai. Yakushi Kabuto arrived at the secret base. Recalling the location from memory, observing the 9 Jinchuriki before him, a satisfied smile crept upon his face. The mission had been flawlessly accomplished. Could the next phase of the plan commence? He removed his mask with a wicked grin. Not far off, Uchiha Obito watched Yakushi Kabuto with displeasure. Until he received a clear directive from Liu Mu, he dared not reveal too much. Yakushi Kabuto, under the guise of his own name, was undertaking these actions. Should Liu Mu misunderstand, he might face dire consequences. At this moment, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. We still lack a pair of Rinnegan, Zetsu stated coldly. The power of the Ten Tails was indeed formidable. Without the Rinnegan, perfect control was uncertain. Furthermore, without the Outer Path Golem, merging the 9-tailed beasts would prove exceedingly difficult. Do we still need to wait? I sense that Liu Mu may come after us at any moment. If that happens, all our efforts will be in vain. Yakushi Kabuto expressed his dissatisfaction. Zetsu glared at him. Were it not for Orochimaru's lack of cooperation, he would not have aligned himself with Yakushi Kabuto. However, the thought of Liu Mu instilled fear within Zetsu. After all, he was a being capable of piercing through space with a mere finger. He could locate himself across time and space, let alone being on the ninja continent now. All right, let us perform that technique. We must complete everything before Liu Mu discovers us. Zetsu commanded coldly. Yakushi Kabuto nodded slightly. The two then made their way to an open expanse of land. Countless white Zetsu were bound and struggling on the ground. Yakushi Kabuto, with a serious expression, began to form hand seals. Instantly, numerous coffins rose from the earth. And as their lids opened, figures long departed from this world emerged from within. Each individual had once been a notable figure in the ninja realm. Then, a massive coffin ascended. Before the lid could be lifted, it was flung aside, and a majestic figure slowly stepped forth. Edo Tensei. Uchiha Madara gazed at his own hands with dissatisfaction. Although Edo Tensei could be considered a form of rebirth, and he possessed a method to dispel it, the power he wielded now was a far cry from true resurrection. This is Uchiha Madara. Yakushi Kabuto exclaimed excitedly. He had not anticipated the summoning of Uchiha Madara. Though it was not as flawless as Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, it would certainly suffice. With Uchiha Madara on their side, they need not fear the so-called Liu Mu. Yakushi Kabuto declared. Zetsu's mouth twitched. He had once shared the same belief, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Until one truly experienced Liu Mu's might, one would never comprehend the distance that lay between them. Zetsu found it unnecessary to expose this reality. After all, Yakushi Kabuto's role was merely to summon an army of ninjas, allowing Zetsu the time and resources to execute his plan. Now we still need a pair of Rinnegan. You must retrieve them, Zetsu instructed Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He was already dissatisfied with being summoned through Edo Tensei. And now to find that even the crucial Rinnegan was absent was infuriating. Had it not been for Black Zetsu being his manifestation, Uchiha Madara might question whether Black Zetsu was truly dedicated to his cause. Fine, I will go retrieve the Rinnegan now, Uchiha Madara said, leaving in dissatisfaction. As Uchiha Madara departed, Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to urge Yakushi Kabuto. While Uchiha Madara is away, hasten to summon the others from the land of fire. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama are also part of the Edo Tensei plan. Initially, we feared a confrontation with Uchiha Madara, which is why we refrained from using it. Now that Uchiha Madara has left, we can proceed with Edo Tensei. Soon, two coffins slowly rose. One bore the numeral 1, and the other bore the numeral 2. As the lids fell open, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama returned to this world. Am I reborn? No, this feels like Edo Tensei, Senju Tobirama remarked, surveying his body with discontent. I told you, why did you study so many ninjutsu if you would end up summoned yourself? Senju Hashirama complained. Silence, Senju Tobirama shouted angrily, causing Senju Hashirama to display a look of grievance, resembling a child who had been wronged, on the verge of tears. Senju Tobirama, frowning, approached the caster, Yakushi Kabuto, scrutinizing the young man before him. You are the one who summoned us through Edo Tensei? Senju Tobirama queried, glancing around at the multitude of resurrected ninjas. Yakushi Kabuto was about to respond when Zetsu pulled him back. Your revival is a necessity. A formidable ninja has appeared in the land of rain. One so powerful that he has conquered all 5 great nations. Thus we had no choice but to summon you. Zetsu hurriedly explained. Senju Tobirama could not help but frown. He had not anticipated that someone could conquer all 5 great nations. After all, Senju Hashirama had not achieved such a feat in his time. We are already dead. What transpires in this era is of no concern to us, Senju Hashirama stated slowly, then his eyes sharpened. However, I sense Madara's chakra. Can you explain that? Zetsu felt the oppressive aura of the god of ninjas and found it hard to breathe, even fearing a collapse under the pressure. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yakushi Kabuto. It was Liu Mu alongside Maite Kai. Upon witnessing this, Zetsu grew excited. My lords, this is the evil ninja Liu Mu I mentioned. Oh, he is the one who conquered the 5 great nations? Chapter 205. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. You wish to annihilate Konoha, don't you? Senju Tobirama fixed his gaze upon Liu Mu, an overwhelming chakra bearing down on him like an immense mountain, rendering Liu Mu breathless. Tobirama, allow him a moment to speak, Senju Hashirama interjected hastily. Brother, silence yourself. Tobirama shot a glare, causing Hashirama to obediently close his mouth. His expression, one of melancholy directed at his younger sibling. I simply believe we should not rely solely on one perspective, Hashirama murmured softly. Liu Mu furrowed his brow, feeling the oppressive aura from Tobirama upon their first encounter, stirring his displeasure. He was not a ninja from Konoha and had no need to heed Tobirama's authority. Whether or not I am a threat is inconsequential. The deceased should remain underground and refrain from flaunting their intelligence. Liu Mu retorted, annoyance evident in his voice. It appears there is no escape. Today, I shall make you aware of the formidable entity you have offended, Tobirama declared, his aura surging once more. The era of the second Hokage has changed. Kai, show him your 8 gates. Liu Mu turned to Mighty Guy, who nodded slightly. Immediately, his chakra surged dramatically, enveloping him in a golden aura that cracked the ground beneath him, sending debris flying. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold. In that instant, both Senju Hashirama and Tobirama's pupils dilated in shock. Mighty Guy's aura surpassed their comprehension, a golden presence that seemed to transcend mere chakra. What in the world is this jutsu? Tobirama's face reflected sheer terror, while Hashirama, ceasing his foolish grin, regarded Mighty Guy with grave seriousness. Make your move. In unison, Hashirama and Tobirama sprang into action. Yet, as they took a mere step forward, Mighty Guy vanished from their sight, reappearing in the blink of an eye before them. With a resounding impact, Mighty Guy's fist struck Tobirama's abdomen. Tobirama felt as though he had been struck by a speeding mountain. Every inch of his body began to fracture until he was reduced to dust. Hashirama gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Tobirama, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, could teleport hundreds of miles in an instant, yet Mighty Guy's speed was incomprehensibly swift. Tobirama had no time to react before being struck. Hashirama quickly clapped his hands together, preparing to cast a jutsu, when Mighty Guy suddenly appeared before him. Good. Hashirama had barely begun his second word before excruciating pain coursed through his body. Looking down, he realized he was fracturing inch by inch, and he too was obliterated. Yakushi Kabuto's face bore an expression of disbelief. These were the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. They had been defeated without even a chance to retaliate. Although it was said that those resurrected through impure world reincarnation would be significantly weakened, It was absurd to be dispatched with a single blow. Moreover, what was the golden aura enveloping Mighty Guy that even altered his hair? At that moment, the golden aura surrounding Mighty Guy gradually dissipated, and his upright hair fell back down. A look of fatigue crossed his face. Witnessing this, Yakushi Kabuto's fear transformed into elation. It turned out he could only maintain that power for a few seconds. What a pity that impure world reincarnation could bring them back. Kabuto chuckled. Soon, the locations where Tobirama and Hashirama had fallen saw countless particles of ash coalescing, eventually forming their figures once more. I must admit, your taijutsu is the strongest I have ever encountered, but how much of a storm can you still stir? Yakushi Kabuto sneered. Mighty Guy huffed in dissatisfaction, and his chakra began to swell once again. 8 gates. Open the first gate. 8 gates. Open the second gate. 8 gates. Open the third gate. 8 gates. Open the fourth gate. 8 gates. Open the fifth gate. 8 gates. Open the sixth gate. 8 gates. Open the seventh gate. 8 gates. Open the eighth gate. In mere seconds, Mighty Guy had unlocked all 8 gates. A radiant smile graced his face. See, this is the result of my training, swiftly opening the 8 gates. Yakushi Kabuto could not help but spit out blood. What was the significance of opening the 8 gates rapidly? It only hastened his demise. And why did he still wear such a carefree grin? Should one call Mighty Guy a genius or a fool? At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto trembled, realizing he had become the target of Mighty Guy's gaze. Under the enhancement of the 8 gates, he had no chance of survival. Stop him, Kabuto shouted, and immediately, all the resurrected figures surged to form a thick wall in front of him. Mighty Guy's eyes lit up. Previously, during the battle against the Land of Lightning, he had felt stifled. Upon entering the 8 gates, all the ninjas either hid or scattered too much, leaving him with no footing. Now, with everyone gathered in one place, the next kick would surely be exhilarating. Mighty Guy propelled himself backward, the ground shattering beneath him, and he launched forward with red steam billowing around him. Night Guy? The world fell into silence, only the sound of Mighty Guy's roar breaking through. The surrounding ninjas watched in despair. Even though they knew they were merely resurrected and could not die, the overwhelming force of his attack filled their hearts with dread. With a thunderous crash, Mighty Guy barreled into the crowd like a bulldozer. The solid wall of bodies offered no resistance, only fueling Mighty Guy's fervor. As Tobirama and Hashirama shattered, Yakushi Kabuto found himself utterly defenseless. In that moment, Yakushi Kabuto felt as if his life was flashing before his eyes. The colossal explosion sent everything flying, the very earth trembling violently. Not far away, Yakushi Kabuto clutched his mouth as blood poured forth. Fortunately, the wall of bodies had diverted Mighty Guy's trajectory. Had he connected directly, his death would have been certain. Even so, caught in the residual force, he sustained grave injuries. If not for Yakushi Kabuto's skills as a medical ninja, protecting his vital organs, he might have perished amidst the aftermath. This illustrated the tremendous power behind that kick. However, upon seeing Mighty Guy lying on the ground, charred and ashen, a cold smile crept onto Kabuto's face. Fool, to burn one's life away with the 8 gates. Only to miss me. I have never encountered such a foolish ninja. Mighty Guy, go die with your regrets. Just then, the charred figure of Mighty Guy stirred. Slowly, he stood up, shaking off the ashes. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Chapter 206. The Akatsuki organization never stands alone. Heiju observed Mighty Guy's kick, unable to resist touching his own face. Had his circumstances not been unique, he would have met his end at Mighty Guy's foot long ago. Yakushi Kabuto, however, was slower to comprehend, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Mighty Guy. Wasn't it said that opening the 8 gates would lead to death? How have you revived? Kabuto questioned, bewildered. With such power, even at his peak, Uchiha Madara would hesitate to confront it directly. The most crucial part is that there are no side effects. In fact, Mighty Guy's skin seems even more delicate than before. Is it true that opening the 8 gates guarantees death? Where did such a rumor originate? Mighty Guy replied, exasperated. Had it not been for the activation of the Super Ninja state earlier, Mighty sighed in frustration, expressing his limitations regarding the 8 gates of death. Upon hearing his lament, Yashidu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had Mighty continued to fight, he might have been compelled to surrender. As long as Mighty refrained from joining the battle, Yashidu believed victory was still attainable. The ninjas, previously shattered, began to regroup, though their faces were etched with apprehension. Fear not, this Mighty can no longer wield that power, Yashidu proclaimed with excitement. prompting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. Although my take posed no immediate threat, the sheer spectacle of his power had been terrifying, far worse than death itself. While it may seem we are ganging up on you, you have no right to destroy Konoha. Your demise is now inevitable. Senju Tobarama retorted coldly, completely dismissing his previous fear. Just as the ninjas prepared to take action, a flash of yellow light appeared beside Liu Mu, accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade. Coordinates confirmed. I will transport the remaining personnel immediately, said Namikaze Minato, his exhaustion evident. Tobarama furrowed his brow, disturbed that his own forbidden technique was being used for such menial tasks, a profound insult to the Flying Thunder God technique. As Tobarama stewed in indignation, another yellow flash lit up the battlefield, bringing Konan and Sasori into the fray. With time, Liu Mu found himself surrounded by a formidable assembly of ninjas, each emanating great strength. Minato, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the ground, lamenting. Even the beasts of the production team are not worked as hard as you are. Do you wish to exhaust me? He vowed never to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique again. Yashidu, eyeing the assembled forces, swallowed hard. Their original plan to overpower Liu Mu had drastically reversed in an instant. How could he navigate this predicament? I've heard you lead the Akatsuki. How about this? We select one ninja to face you in combat. If we win, you shall cease your interference. If you win, I will surrender any Jinchuriki, Yashidu proposed, adjusting his glasses and awaiting Liu Mu's response. I decline. Liu Mu replied with a mischievous grin. If a group battle is an option, why opt for a one-on-one? Besides, should my opponent be Senju Hashirama, I may not emerge victorious. Why take such a risk? Yashidu stared at Liu Mu in disbelief. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. Why refuse? This way, casualties could be minimized for both sides. He urged impatiently. The Akatsuki shall never fight alone, Liu Mu declared, and in unison, the ninjas echoed his sentiment. Channeling their chakra, they surged towards Yashidu. Damn it, charge! Yashidu gritted his teeth. In an instant, the Akatsuki clashed with the reanimated army. Although the reanimated ninjas were once renowned warriors, they could not unleash their full potential in this state, and found themselves overwhelmed by the cohesive tactics of the Akatsuki. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. While the number of Akatsuki members had not increased, their training had forged an extraordinary level of synergy among them, maximizing each ninja's capabilities. Seeing this coordination, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. Each member of the Akatsuki exhibited a profound understanding of teamwork. Even without Liu Mu, they would remain a fearsome force. Losing to the Akatsuki would not be a disgrace for Konoha. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama stealthily exited the main conflict zone and seized the opportunity to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing directly behind Liu Mu. Drawing a short blade, he lunged at Liu Mu, declaring, "Capture the king to catch the thief. This time, I prevail." At that moment, Liu Mu swiftly turned his head, pinching Tobarama's blade between his fingers. Tobarama stared at Liu Mu in disbelief. His ambush, executed through the Flying Thunder God technique, should have rendered him invisible. Yet Liu Mu not only anticipated his arrival, but also countered effectively, catching the lethal strike with just his fingers, leaving Tobarama feeling somewhat humiliated. "You are swift, but allow me to demonstrate this technique," Tobarama said, forming hand seals. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon emerged from behind him, twisting and coiling before finally coming to a halt. Water Dragon Bullet? I can perform that technique as well. Liu Mu laughed mischievously, clapping his hands together. In mere seconds, vapor coalesced behind him, forming a colossal dragon head. With a thunderous roar, an enormous water dragon surged forth from behind Liu Mu, hovering majestically above him. In comparison, Liu Mu's water dragon dwarfed Tobarama's by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Moreover, Liu Mu's dragon exhibited a vibrancy that surpassed Tobarama's, complete with 4 limbs. "Lord Second Hokage, what do you think of my water dragon?" Liu Mu taunted with a grin. Tobarama's expression darkened. He had never anticipated being outdone in water style by another. "What manner of person are you?" "What manner of person? Your water style is rather lackluster," Liu Mu replied dismissively, causing Tobarama to furrow his brow in disbelief. For the sake of countering the Uchiha clan, he had trained his water style to the level of a Mizukage, yet Liu Mu dared to belittle it. "Don't take my word for it. Consider Uchiha Itachi's water style or the techniques of the legendary readers. Are any of them inferior to mine?" Liu Mu scoffed. "Uchiha? You wretched Uchiha. and your eyes seem rather unusual. They likely relate to the Uchiha clan. I never imagined the Uchiha would abandon fire style for water style. How cunning and treacherous they are. Tobirama seethed. Liu Mu rolled his eyes. If anyone held disdain for the Uchiha, it was undoubtedly the stoic Senju Tobirama. With the realization that they were now adversaries, Liu Mu waved his hand, sending the water dragon soaring towards Tobirama. Seeing this, Tobirama hurriedly summoned his water dragon, but the size disparity was insurmountable. Liu Mu's dragon extended its claws, effortlessly capturing Tobirama's water dragon, which squirmed like a small snake within its grasp, effectively neutralizing Tobirama's attack. Now it was time to send Tobirama back to where he belonged. Given that the reanimated ninjas possessed immortality, the only means to defeat them lay in sealing techniques. Liu Mu raised his left hand, and eerie flames ignited on each finger, forming an enormous array centered around him. 5-element seal, provided you can even touch me. Can you keep pace with my speed? Tobirama smirked confidently. Having developed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade detection by the Uchiha Sharingan, the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique surpasses even the Sharingan, let alone the fact that one could be struck by the 5-element seal. Liu Mu paid no heed to Senju Tobirama's words and sprinted directly towards him. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, and as Liu Mu approached, he immediately executed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind him. Upon seeing Tobirama vanish, Liu Mu remained unperturbed and continued to attack the position where Tobirama had just been. Tobirama gazed at Liu Mu as though he were a fool. Having already used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave that spot, why would Liu Mu still attack there? Just as Tobirama contemplated this, he suddenly realized that instead of seeing Liu Mu's back, he was now facing him directly, and the 5-element seal had struck him in the abdomen. What? How did I truly return? Tobirama stared at Liu Mu in disbelief, feeling as if time had reversed by a second, bringing him back to his previous location. At that moment, Tobirama noticed Liu Mu's bleeding left eye and immediately understood. A Mangekyo capable of manipulating time. No wonder you can conquer the 5 great nations, Tobirama exclaimed. Then turned to shout at Senju Hashirama. Brother, this kid's Mangekyo controls time. You must be cautious. Senju Hashirama, upon seeing Tobirama collapse weakly to the ground, was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury. Just you wait. Liu Mu shrugged indifferently. Tobirama was merely a reincarnated body, unable to exert his full power. Once surrounded, he would inevitably be sealed. At that moment, Conan rushed anxiously to Liu Mu's side. It's bad. Uchiha Madara ambushed our village, and Nagato's Rinnegan has been taken. Conan looked at Liu Mu for help. Is Nagato all right? Well, it seems he's lost his Rinnegan. Without the outer path golem, he appears much better, but he can't see. Conan replied, feeling at a loss. Liu Mu sighed wryly. Nagato had been continuously drained of chakra by the outer path golem due to his Rinnegan, which had caused him to appear particularly emaciated. Now that the Rinnegan was gone and the golem had vanished, without chakra extraction, Nagato was naturally better off. As long as he's unharmed, I'll ask Orochimaru for a pair of eyes that he fancies, Liu Mu said. With Nagato having lost his Rinnegan, Liu Mu knew he had to swiftly conclude the battle here. Otherwise, if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces, their strength would reach an unfathomable level. Liu Mu then clapped his hands together, channeling chakra with great intensity. Senju Tobirama, witnessing Liu Mu's actions, became anxious. Brother, be careful. This is the impure world reincarnation, capable of perfectly sealing the reincarnated. Tobirama shouted loudly. However, halfway through his warning, he noticed countless question marks appearing above the slowly rising gate. Is this truly my created impure world reincarnation? Finally, the gate of hell had completely reached the surface. All the reincarnated ninjas instinctively walked towards the gate. Everyone, snap out of it, Senju Hashirama shouted. Instantly, all the ninjas regained their senses, their faces reflecting terror. Although they were unsure of what this great gate was, they felt an instinctual fear that if they passed through it, it would mean their total demise, and they might face endless punishment. Hurry, stay far from this gate, Senju Hashirama yelled. All the ninjas retreated, warily eyeing the gate. Hearing the wails emanating from behind the gate only intensified their trepidation. What could have transpired to produce such a heart-wrenching cry? At that moment, the gate of hell gradually opened. The crowd curiously gazed inside, where they beheld a creature with the body of a bull and the head of a horse, wielding chains and a fan, mercilessly whipping the individuals on the ground. With each strike, the individuals cried out in agony. This time, as the gate opened, the sounds reached every ear without any hindrance. The reincarnated ninjas, though already deceased, were unable to resist the chill that coursed through them upon hearing such wails. Even Senju Hashirama frowned. "Tobarama, why did you invent such a ninjutsu?" he said, exasperated. Tobarama's face was filled with confusion. Although the flow of chakra was indeed that of the impure world reincarnation, he had never witnessed such an effect of the technique. Moreover, the figure lying on the ground, continuously beaten, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Shinigami, the embodiment of death. Chapter 208. The Four Shinigami. The Shinigami, shedding tears, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Ever since being forcibly pulled into this gate of hell, he had endured a beating from the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures. Subsequently, he was brought before a judge surnamed Chui for a verdict. However, the judge searched his ledger for a long time without finding the Shinigami's name and ultimately scolded the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures. This effectively incurred their wrath. Arriving at the gate of hell, he was meant to be cast out as a wandering spirit. Yet, recalling the earlier reprimand, the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures began their vengeful assault. The Shinigami had lost track of how long he had been beaten, but the chains and fans struck directly at his soul. No matter how many times he was hit, he could never grow accustomed to the pain. Just then, a golden light enveloped the Shinigami. The horse-headed creature, about to strike again with the chain, immediately halted, transforming its fury into appeasement. "My lord, have you received a summons?" the horse-headed creature asked, ingratiatingly. The Shinigami finally realized that the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures had ceased their assault. Feeling the warmth radiating from within, he could not help but weep, reflecting on the torment he had endured. "My lord, please don't cry. Receiving a summons is a joyous occasion," the bull-headed creature consoled. "Indeed, indeed. With that expression, we must not let that esteemed individual think we have bullied you," the horse-headed creature added, punctuating its statement with a strike of the chain against the ground, startling the Shinigami, who jumped in fright. His expression was one of indignation, akin to that of a wronged spouse. He then hurriedly dashed out, grasping Liu Mu's hand with a look of deep grievance. "Do you have any idea how I've been living these days?" the Shinigami cried out in despair. Liu Mu could not help but twitch his lips. He had never imagined that the Shinigami would be so thoroughly beaten by the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures. Moreover, had he not used special effects, the Shinigami would not have suffered such a fate. Just as the Shinigami was about to continue speaking, a sudden and intense sound of chains rattling resonated, causing the Shinigami to tremble in fear. Liu Mu turned to see the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures whistling as they gazed at the sky. Namikaze Minato stood dumbfounded at the spectacle. When he had initially performed the impure world reincarnation to seal the nine tails, the Shinigami that had emerged represented death itself, exuding an aura of mortality. Although he had successfully sealed the nine tails, he had similarly sacrificed his own soul to the Shinigami. Yet now, the Shinigami before him, while still radiating death's essence, lacked any semblance of authority, appearing instead as a bullied spouse. Namikaze Minato could not help but question whether he had inadvertently performed a counterfeit impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobarama, too, found himself questioning the trajectory of his life. Was this truly the impure world reincarnation he had created? As a Shinigami, where was your dignity? Liu Mu awkwardly cleared his throat twice and forcefully pushed the Shinigami away. "I summoned you forth to feast upon." Liu Mu pointed at the reincarnated individuals before him. The Shinigami followed Liu Mu's finger and, upon seeing those resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, could not help but smile. However, upon counting their numbers, he could not suppress a frown. There were simply too many. "I cannot consume them all at once," the Shinigami said, his face filled with regret. It is not that the Shinigami cannot consume that much. Rather, it is simply that having endured a prolonged beating, his stomach is now churning, rendering him incapable of devouring any souls. "Incapable, you say?" Liu Mu furrowed his brow. "Although there exist numerous sealing techniques, they must all be executed before Uchiha Obito's arrival, which significantly increases the difficulty." Upon hearing the Shinigami's words, the ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. With sufficient confidence in their own abilities, they pondered, if the Shinigami won't consume them all, then why shouldn't they be the ones to survive? "While I may be unable to consume souls, I am acquainted with many Shinigami. I can provide you with their contact information, and you may reach out to them yourself," the Shinigami remarked. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. What contact information? He queried, feeling perplexed. He had never considered what the contact details of a Shinigami might entail. It is quite simple. You merely need to perform a few hand seals. The Shinigami explained, demonstrating several sealing processes while chuckling inwardly. These two had persistently bullied him within the village. Should they be summoned by this esteemed individual before him, it was highly likely they would offend him. Contemplating this made the Shinigami unable to suppress his laughter. Hey, what are you laughing at? I am not laughing. I am a professionally trained Shinigami and would never laugh at anything, no matter how humorous, unless I truly cannot help myself. He replied, before bursting into laughter once more. You are still laughing? Apologies, I was reminded of something amusing, Liu Mu said, casting a skeptical glance as he began to perform the hand seals. Before long, a head cautiously emerged from the entrance to the underworld, confirming that all was well before stepping out. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the Shinigami, with only subtle differences in their facial features. Had it not been for Liu Mu's Sharingan and Byakugan, he might not have discerned any distinction. Liu Mu's face brightened. Despite the Shinigami's seemingly unreliable demeanor, this contact information proved to be quite useful. He promptly dialed the remaining contact numbers. At this moment, four Shinigami had already gathered in the scene, while the newly summoned Shinigami glared angrily at Liu Mu. You, a mere mortal, have summoned four of us Shinigami at once. How do you intend to distribute your soul? Are you toying with us? The Shinigami leader scoffed. Look, there are plenty of wandering souls here. Can't we just consume those? Liu Mu replied, exasperated. The Shinigami leader shook his head. While there are indeed many souls here, this task has been assigned to us by you, and your soul is the reward. Currently, there is only one reward, yet you expect us four to work simultaneously. Is this a jest? The Shinigami leader retorted angrily. Observing this, the Shinigami hastily stepped back. I can consume souls. As for the so-called reward, I would rather forego it. The Shinigami leader shot him a glare, clearly displeased. Very well, this is our rule. If you are willing to comply, you must offer 3 additional souls, and then we shall commence our work. If you refuse, we shall divide your soul and depart. With that, the Shinigami leader closed his eyes. Liu Mu stroked his chin and chuckled. From the Shinigami leader's tone, it seemed inevitable that he would meet his demise. He then turned to the Shinigami. Is this what you call friends? Liu Mu expressed his dissatisfaction. My lord, these friends of mine hail from the countryside and are unaware of the customs here. I suggest that Nyo-gu and Ma-gu educate them. They will grasp it in no time, the Shinigami said with a mischievous grin. Very well, go ahead and try, Liu Mu replied, still skeptical. The Shinigami's eyes brightened, and he approached Nyo-tu and Ma Mian with a serious demeanor. I believe you have noticed that these newcomers are quite unruly. The esteemed individual's intent is to grant them a lesson in propriety. Chapter 209. We are professionals at punishment. Nyo-tu and Ma Mian were taken aback. They had not anticipated that anyone would dare bully Liu Mu, a man blessed with the radiance of a sage. Should he become enraged, it would take the likes of the Queen Mother of the West to pacify him. Most critically, the 3 individuals had emerged from the gates of the underworld. Little brother, we shall handle this matter. Nyo-tu grunted, locking his gaze on the 3 Shinigami outside. At that moment, the Shinigami leader felt a chill run down his spine, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. With countless eyes upon him, the earlier lapse in composure left him feeling humiliated, prompting him to glare back defiantly. What are you looking at? What are you going to do about it? Do you believe I won't strike you? Ma Mian exclaimed, his temper flaring as he pointed upwards. The Shinigami leader fumed, nostrils flaring with indignation. That is what you said, he retorted, swinging his scythe in attack. Ma Mian, completely unprepared for such an assault, hastily withdrew his head, but it was too late. A significant portion of his hair was sheared off, leaving him with a buzz cut. Weren't you just fierce? Why are you retracting your head now? The Shinigami leader mocked triumphantly. Ma Mian trembled with rage, seizing a chain and shouting angrily at Nyo-tu. Brother, grab your weapon. Nyo-tu nodded slightly, then swiftly lifted a fan and swung it towards the Shinigami leader. However, no tempest arose. It felt like an ordinary fan, merely stirring a gentle breeze. The Shinigami leader burst into laughter. What is this? Are you fanning us? The Shinigami smirked slightly. He had witnessed the fan's power numerous times before. When Nyo-tu merely flicked it, an eerie flame would ignite. This flame did not burn any physical entity, but consumed souls instead. Now, The force of Nyotu's fan was several times stronger than that which had been directed at him, and soon the three Shinigami would be subjected to its effects. At that moment, flames erupted around the three Shinigami. Initially, they did not take it seriously, as Shinigami were not human and could be considered divine beings. The flames posed no threat to them. However, approximately 3 seconds later, they realized something was amiss. A searing sensation engulfed their bodies. Attempts to extinguish the flames with their hands proved futile, only igniting their hands further. "Quick, find water," the Shinigami leader shouted anxiously. But just then, 3 chains shot out and bound the 3 Shinigami tightly. Although this fire could not be extinguished with water, they were not allowed to escape. "Come back," Ma Mian sneered. He then yanked forcefully, causing the 3 Shinigami to be pulled back. "The old cow has arrived. Hurry and borrow the morning staff from the Lord of Impermanence." Ma Mian laughed. Nyotu nodded and swiftly dashed back to the gates of the underworld. Shortly after, Nyotu returned, accompanied by 2 figures in black and white. "I instructed you to borrow the morning staff. Why did you bring both Lords of Impermanence?" Ma Mian shot him a glare. "Beating these 3 is a task assigned by the sage. If we do well and please the sage, we might receive a reward, and who knows, we may soar to great heights. But now that the black and white impermanence has arrived, they are the experts at punishing spirits, and all the glory will surely be theirs." This was a rare opportunity. Upon hearing the old cow's explanation, the brothers realized the severity of the situation. After all, the morning staff was their sacred artifact, and it had been in use for many years, making it inconvenient to lend out. Furthermore, they understood better than anyone how to wield the morning staff effectively, or to strike for maximum pain without causing injury, ensuring their victims would wail. The black and white impermanents exchanged knowing smiles before seizing the morning staff and commencing their assault. In an instant, all the ninjas watched in horror as 4 ghostly figures attacked the 3 Shinigami. The horrendous sounds that ensued sent chills down the spines of everyone present, leaving the ninjas exchanging apprehensive glances. The initial thrill of resurrection had long since faded, replaced by a collective glare directed at Yao Shurdo. "You scoundrel! What did you summon us for? Hurry, release the ninjutsu," they clamored. "Indeed, we are already dead. The world's conflicts are no longer our concern. Quickly dispel this jutsu." Their anger intensified. "Damn it, do you think our first death was not painful enough? You wish to torment us again." Yao Shurdo felt a surge of panic. He had not anticipated such an intense reaction from the reanimated ninjas. If this continued, he feared the jutsu might backfire on him. "You bastards, fight!" he commanded angrily, clasping his hands together and channeling chakra to compel the reanimated ninjas to engage in battle once more. However, an unsettling sight unfolded. A significant number of the ninjas closed their eyes and wept, while others, despite their bodies moving, succumbed to unconsciousness. "No, we do not wish to fight. It is that brat controlling us." At that moment, Senju Hashirama could not help but swallow hard. Though he was a man long departed from life, he should have feared not death anymore. Yet, witnessing those figures in black and white mercilessly beating the Grim Reaper made his heart tremble. Each strike felt as though it landed upon him, shaking his very soul. "Tobarama, this jutsu was your creation. Is there no way to dispel it? After all, our descendants must find their own path. As the deceased, we ought not to meddle too much," Hashirama beseeched his brother, Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, equally alarmed, was rendered immobile. Had he been able, he would have dispelled the Edo Tensei long ago. "I believe so too. I can tell you how to release the Edo Tensei seal. But you must help me as well," Tobarama replied, fear evident in his voice. "Rest assured, we are brothers, dear ones," Hashirama assured, and Tobarama, seeing his brother's earnestness, nodded slightly. "Very well, let us proceed to release the Edo Tensei seal, Zuwu." As Hashirama formed the necessary hand seals, he felt a lightness envelop him. As the final seal illuminated, his body began to disintegrate. A sigh of relief washed over him. Facing those ghastly beings, he would rather battle 10 Uchiha Maduras. Finally, he would escape this torment. However, as his body disintegrated halfway, Hashirama realized his brother, Tobarama, lay helpless on the ground, still awaiting rescue. Tobarama gazed in bewilderment at the dissipating form of Hashirama, despair etched upon his face. "Hashirama, you scoundrel, do not abandon me." Chapter 210. The despair of Senju Tobarama. Despair consumed Tobarama. He firmly believed that Hashirama would never intentionally forsake him. It was merely his brother's foolishness that had made him forget. But now that Hashirama was gone, what was he to do? Would he endure relentless torment at the hands of those hulking figures? Tobarama wished to cry, but became indignant at the thought of his brother's foolish face. Hashirama, you idiot. Before long, realization dawned upon Tobarama. Though Hashirama had departed, numerous reanimated ninjas remained. If someone was willing to assist him, there was still a chance to escape. Just then, a ninja approached, and Tobarama's eyes lit up as he shouted eagerly, "Hey, brother, do you want to dispel the Edo Tensei?" The previously unconscious ninja awakened, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Is that true?" "Of course. I developed this jutsu. How could I not know how to dispel it?" Tobarama exclaimed with delight. "Then please, teach me quickly. Not so fast. First, you must help me dispel it, and then I can save you." Tobarama had been tricked once before by his own brother. This time, he would not be so easily deceived. "But if you do not teach me, how can I assist you?" Tobarama faltered, realizing the logic in the ninja's words. Momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, "You cannot abandon me," he insisted reluctantly, then relayed the dispelling seals. The ninja wasted no time and began forming the seals. Soon, his body started to disintegrate. "You fickle traitor." Tobarama trembled with rage. Moreover, he noticed that not only the ninja he had just spoken to, but all the reanimated ninjas were attempting to dispel the Edo Tensei. If this continued, he would be the only one left in the fray. The thought of enduring such torment filled Tobarama with an even deeper sense of despair. "Do not leave me. Take me with you," he cried, his face a mask of sorrow. The figures of the Oxhead and Horseface noticed the unusual commotion outside and hastily ceased their actions. "This is bad. We cannot continue fighting, or they will all escape," Oxhead exclaimed anxiously. The two Grim Reapers, black and white, reluctantly halted their actions, feeling a sense of loss at having to stop after so long. "Hurry and complete your tasks. If the master is dissatisfied, what happened earlier was merely an appetizer," Horseface threatened. The leader of the Grim Reapers nodded vigorously, his previous arrogance vanishing. He quickly rushed toward the battlefield. However, upon arrival, he found all the reanimated ninjas gradually dissipating. Clearly, it was too late. Remembering Horseface's words, the Grim Reaper leader felt a wave of despair wash over him. There was no opportunity for him to showcase his skills. If this torment continued, he would surely lose his mind. Determined, the Grim Reaper leader frantically searched for any remaining targets. After several rounds of searching, he finally spotted a lone figure on the ground. A smile spread across his face. "Brothers, let us go? Remember, do not eat yet. Beat him to a pulp," the Grim Reaper leader shouted. In an instant, the three Reapers surrounded Tobarama. Seeing this, Tobarama's expression darkened. "Can you not pretend not to see me?" He forced a smile, though it was strained. "No." Yao Shurdo gazed in despair at the scene unfolding before him. The army of reanimated ninjas he had painstakingly summoned was now swiftly dispelling itself. Did this not make him appear foolish? With the army of reanimated ninjas vanishing, what could he use to resist the Akatsuki's forces? Resolute, Yao Shurdo clenched his teeth and formed hand seals once more. Edo Tensei. Countless coffins began to rise, and ninjas emerged like walking corpses. When they raised their heads and beheld the scene before them, they all froze in place. How have I returned? Is this to be a cycle of torment? If I have erred, let the law punish me, not these specters. Senju Hashirama opened his eyes to the familiar scenery before him, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had felt guilty for failing to bring his brother, Tobarama, along due to his own oversight. Now that he had returned, it was imperative that he rescue his brother. Hashirama scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted the three Grim Reapers mercilessly beating someone on the ground. That figure unmistakably resembled his dear brother, Tobarama. Witnessing this, Hashirama's lips twitched involuntarily. He quickly formed hand seals once more, and soon his body began to disintegrate again. Yao Shurdo was left dumbfounded. The last time the Edo Tensei had lasted a while, but this time it barely endured a minute before the jutsu was dispelled. How could he proceed now? He shook his head in disbelief. Is this what you call an infallible strategy? It seems I must rely on myself. Zhu Lung let out a cold snort, then clapped his hands. Countless Baiju emerged from the depths of the earth and engaged in battle with the ninjas of the Akatsuki organization. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, returned, watching helplessly as Senju Hashirama vanished before his eyes. The anticipated confrontation turned into nothingness in an instant. Who could it be? Hashirama is supposed to be my adversary. Uchiha Madara exclaimed furiously, determined to identify the one who had defeated Senju Hashirama. Just then, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt the weight of 3 death gods' gazes upon him. Turning to look, he found them staring intently. So it was you who defeated Hashirama. Then let us dance, Uchiha Madara declared as he tossed the Rinnegan to Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, a murderous aura began to surge within him. Come, let me witness your strength. The 3 death gods exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly charged at Uchiha Madara. With a cold sneer, Uchiha Madara clapped his hands, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The flames passed through the bodies of the 3 death gods without leaving a trace of being scorched. Fire style? Come down here. The leader of the death gods shouted angrily. Uchiha Madara was suddenly seized and violently slammed to the ground. Confusion washed over him. When did I become so weak that I couldn't withstand even one of their attacks? As Uchiha Madara pondered his existence, the 3 death gods closed in. I've never seen such eagerness. Brothers, attack with all your might. Uchiha Obito swallowed nervously at the scene unfolding before him. He quickly activated the Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path Golem, preparing to absorb the power of the tailed beasts. Chapter 211, Special Effect Entity Experience Card. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was in a state of deep conflict. After all, he was an undercover agent, and Ju's mission should have been to create chaos. Yet, Liu Mu had not provided him with any hints. Now, Uchiha Obito felt lost, uncertain of what course of action to take. However, witnessing the ninjutsu that Liu Mu had executed, summoning the death gods capable of overpowering even Uchiha Madara, he speculated that perhaps the 10 Tails was not a formidable threat in Liu Mu's eyes. With that thought, Uchiha Obito hastily clapped his hands, causing a colossal statue to rise from the ground. The statue appeared to be crafted from withered wood. After a brief moment of confusion, it sprang to life, letting out a roar to the heavens. This is bad. It's the Outer Path Golem. It intends to absorb the power of the tailed beasts. Namake's Minato immediately felt a surge of anxiety. If the 9 tails were extracted from Uzumaki Naruto, it would surely mean his demise. With that thought, Namake's Minato swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Uchiha Obito. It's you. Namake's Minato shouted furiously. It was this masked man who had abducted Uzumaki Naruto at birth, leading to the deaths of both himself and his wife. Now he had reappeared, once again capturing Uzumaki Naruto. Even Namake's Minato, known for his composure, could not contain his rage. Just as he prepared to strike, the Outer Path Golem moved, sweeping its hands across the ground with great force. Despite Namake's Minato's speed, it was impossible to evade such a widespread attack completely. He could only hurl a kunai and immediately activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, I've used the Flying Thunder God too many times. My chakra is running low. Namake's Minato gritted his teeth, watching the scene unfold. Countless chains appeared from the Outer Path Golem, instantly binding 9 Jinchuriki. They struggled relentlessly. But no matter how hard they fought, they could not break free from the chain's grasp. Soon, the Outer Path Golem began to absorb the tailed beasts. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails. Just as it was about to consume the 8 tails, a figure surged forth, crackling with lightning, and struck the ground, causing it to fissure. The act of absorbing the 8 tails halted. However, despite the cessation of absorption, the chains remained firmly bound around Killer Bee. Even A, utilizing all his strength, was unable to sever the chains. Heiju laughed triumphantly. The chains of the Outer Path Golem cannot be broken without the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. I must ask, do any of you possess the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths? Heiju chuckled with arrogance. Now that the Outer Path Golem has been summoned, everything is already set in stone. At that moment, Might Guy suddenly stood up. I feel invigorated, my master. And I have even devised a new ninjutsu that I shall name the Radiant Disc Invincible Slash. Would you like to see it? Might Guy declared with pride. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Where did he learn such a naming convention? Nevertheless, since Might Guy was so eager, Liu Mu would not hold him back. Go ahead and give it a try. Might Guy smiled slightly, his chakra surging dramatically. In an instant, the space around him froze, and the entire arena fell silent. All eyes on Might Guy. At that moment, the chakra around Might Guy transformed into a brilliant gold. His hair stood on end, turning entirely golden. Again? Heiju looked on incredulously at Might Guy. At this point, Might Guy's strength had surpassed Heiju's comprehension. That terrifying aura even caught the attention of the ox-headed and horse-faced beings. Behold, this is my newly invented ninjutsu, the Radiant Disc Invincible Slash. Might Guy shouted. He then raised his right hand high above his head. The surrounding energy converged above his right hand, gradually forming a golden disc. Liu Mu could not help but twitch his mouth. This is not the Radiant Disc Invincible Slash. It is clearly the Chi Disc Slash. Liu Mu had never anticipated that Might Guy, who usually appeared so foolish, could comprehend the Chi Disc Slash. Finally, the Chi Disc Slash stabilized. Might Guy gathered all his strength and hurled it towards the outer path golem. Just as the Chi Disc Slash was released, the radiance surrounding Might Guy faded, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. This is youth, let me slash. Might Guy shouted excitedly. The golden disc sped forward, slicing through everything in its path. It seemed as though space itself was torn apart. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in shock. If struck, it would likely bisect him. He hastily commanded the outer path golem to move. The golem's massive form began to shift slowly, evading the trajectory of the Chi Disc Slash. However, he soon realized that the two chains binding the 9 tails and 8 tails lay directly in its path. When the Chi Disc Slash made contact with the chains, it emitted no sound, but upon severing them, a violent clatter followed. Consequently, Killer Bee and Uzumaki Naruto broke free from their restraints. Heiju stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He had never anticipated that the figure clad in a grotesque green bodysuit with a mushroom-shaped head possessed strength surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths. If they were to collide head-on, even if Uchiha Madara were fully revived, he would stand no chance of victory. Even the mighty Kagaya Otsutsuki might not be able to defeat Might Guy. The only silver lining was that Might Guy was a 3-second man. Once those 3 seconds elapsed, he would immediately collapse. A rush to Killer Bee, quickly lifting him and also taking Uzumaki Naruto along. Namikaze Minato let out a sigh of relief. As long as Uzumaki Naruto was rescued, he would willingly face death, provided he was not tormented by those four ghastly beings. How formidable my dazzling energy disc is, effortlessly severing everything in its path. It is a pity that it did not reach the larger entity behind. Mato Kai exclaimed with a proud smile. Liu Mu could not suppress a bitter laugh. Fortunately, Mato Kai's energy disc was aimed at the sky, had it been directed at the ground. The entire ninja world might have been cleaved in two. After all, Mato Kai launched the energy disc in his Super Saiyan state, and severing a planet would have been well within his capabilities. Uchiha Obito turned to Heiju, asking, "What shall we do now that the 8 tails and 9 tails have all escaped? How do we proceed?" Heiju snorted disdainfully, feeling an unsettling sensation that Mato Kai appeared somewhat pleased by the escape of the 8 tails and 9 tails. "Fear not. I have long been prepared to have the outer path golem consume these 2 items." Heiju disdainfully tossed aside 2 objects. The first was a colossal bullhorn, perfectly matching the size and shape of the missing part of the 8 tails. The second was a gigantic gourd, which, unlike the one Gaara had molded from sand, emitted a faint yet continuous stream of 9 tails chakra. By consuming these items, one could obtain an incomplete version of the 10 tails, which would suffice. Heiju stated grimly. Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Heiju's thorough preparations. Now that Liu Mu did not intervene, Uchiha Obito immediately began to manipulate the outer path golem. As the golem inhaled deeply, the massive bullhorn and gourd were swiftly drawn into its being. In that moment of ingestion, the outer path golem contorted and began to swell immensely, gradually transforming into a colossal monster. Behind this beast, 10 tails writhed incessantly. Liu Mu gazed in terror at this gigantic creature. Before the 10 tails, the 9 tails appeared as a mere younger sibling. With an insurmountable disparity in both size and chakra, the members of the Akatsuki organization displayed expressions of fear. Is this the 10 tails? Such a gigantic monster. How are we to fight against it? Where am I, and what am I doing? The morale of the Akatsuki plummeted in an instant. For in the presence of such a beast, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Unless Liu Mu intervenes. All the ninja turned their hopeful gazes toward Liu Mu. With a resigned shrug, Liu Mu realized that once again, he would have to take action. Yet, at that moment, he held no hope of victory. The 10 tails were unlike any other tailed beast. They bore no resemblance to sentient beings. The 10 tails were devoid of emotion, functioning like a machine. If controlled by malevolent individuals, it became the most evil entity in existence. If wielded by the virtuous, it could bring salvation to all. Currently, Uchiha Obito and Heiju were in command of the Ten Tails, thus the Ten Tails symbolized malevolence. What Liu Mu feared most was that the Ten Tails did not comprehend fear or any emotions. Even if he activated his special abilities, they would be utterly ineffectual before the Ten Tails. A notification chimed. Ding. Unknown power suppression detected. Reward: Special Effect Materialization Experience Card. Duration: 10 minutes. Upon seeing this extraordinary reward, Liu Mu could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion. The materialization of effects was the reward Liu Mu most desired. With it, he would be invincible in this ninja world. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the card. Instantly, he felt an immense surge of power, as if countless connections had formed with other worlds. Liu Mu knew he could not afford to waste time. The experience card lasted only 10 minutes, and if he did not resolve the situation with the Outer Path Golem, he would lose all capacity for resistance. He clapped his hands together. Multiplication technique. With his powerful shout, thick smoke enveloped the area, obscuring everything before him. The crowd watched in excitement as the smoke billowed. Even Uchiha Obito could not help but furrow his brow. Finally, when the haze dissipated, Liu Mu's astonishing size was revealed. To the ninjas, he appeared as a multitude of ants, while the Ten Tails seemed no more threatening than a pet at Liu Mu's feet. The bull-headed and horse-faced figures gazed at Liu Mu with excitement. Law of heaven and earth. This is a divine ability only the highest celestial beings can wield. I never imagined I would witness such a historic moment. The bull-headed exclaimed. The horse-faced, however, looked at him with disdain. What do you know? This gentleman is a sage. Is it such a surprise for him to manifest the law of heaven and earth? As Liu Mu towered above the clouds, he swiftly waved his arm, causing the mist to vanish in an instant. With this motion, the ninjas were sent sprawling. However, this allowed Liu Mu to behold the scene below. All the ninjas appeared as ants, while the Ten Tails resembled a mere kitten at his feet. Liu Mu hastily reached out to grasp it. Uchiha Obito looked on in terror, watching as that enormous hand approached, feeling as though the sky were collapsing around him, with no escape in sight. Without needing further urging from Heiju, Uchiha Obito quickly formed seals, causing the Ten Tails form to shrink rapidly until it was entirely absorbed into his being. Uchiha Obito's body transformed, becoming entirely white, with several appendages sprouting from his back, signifying he had taken on the form of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As the Ten Tails vanished, Liu Mu's colossal hand grasped nothing but air, allowing Uchiha Obito to slip through his fingers. Liu Mu could not help but twitch his mouth in frustration. He had just activated the multiplication technique, and the Ten Tails had disappeared. Was this not a mockery? Continuing to use the multiplication technique to battle Heiju and the others felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Liu Mu swiftly dispelled the multiplication technique, returning to his original size. In that instant, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, though they knew Liu Mu was on their side. The sheer enormity of his previous form had instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Now that he was smaller, the oppressive feeling dissipated, and the weight that had loomed over them vanished. Thankfully, it was over. Otherwise, Liu Mu would have unknowingly trampled countless individuals with just a few steps. Indeed, I nearly died of fright. I need to go change my pants. After Liu Mu returned to his normal size, he frowned at Uchiha Obito, who looked despondently back at him, silently praying for Liu Mu to come to his rescue. At that moment, Liu Mu clapped his hands again, unleashing a surge of chakra that exploded forth like a shockwave, knocking everyone down in its wake. 8 gates of bypass. In an instant, Liu Mu's chakra surged dramatically, its hue transforming to a brilliant gold. His hair stood on end, mirroring Mato Kai's appearance from before, yet the energy radiating from Liu Mu was exponentially greater. The ground fractured violently, debris flew into the air, suspended as if in defiance of gravity. Heiju couldn't help but twitch at the sight before him. Just as he had dealt with Mato Kai, now another Liu Mu was causing chaos. Chapter 212, Reviving Uchiha Madara. Everyone, do not panic. This boy cannot hold out for long. Heiju scoffed disdainfully. My take, a master of physical techniques, could only maintain such a state for a few fleeting seconds. Liu Mu, with his slender limbs, seemed to possess limited prowess. Even if he were formidable, how long could he evade? It would suffice to send someone to delay the inevitable for a moment. Once time had elapsed, it would be our home turf. Heiju proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto exchanged glances, then looked at the continuously battered Uchiha Madara on the ground before their eyes returned to Heiju. Do you not think that you are the most suitable for this task? Both Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto spoke in unison. Heiju paused momentarily. In his current state, he was impervious to physical attacks unless he resorted to Inyang release or sealing techniques. Undeniably, he was the prime candidate. However, the memory of Meiteke's previous kick lingered vividly in his mind. The powers of this super ninja surpassed even the 8 gates. While that kick might not result in death, it would certainly be an unforgettable experience, perhaps even more agonizing than the 4th Hokage's techniques. With a glum expression, Heiju reluctantly approached. Liu Mu, you diminutive and feeble creature, if you have the courage, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Heiju trembled as he spoke, his eyes betraying an abyss of fear. Liu Mu smirked slightly. He had never encountered such a challenge before, and since Heiju sought his demise, he would not hold back. In an instant, Liu Mu flashed before Heiju and delivered a serious punch to his face. Heiju's visage split open, only to heal rapidly thereafter. Gasping for breath, Heiju cast a wary glance at Liu Mu. Though he remained alive, the unending pain he experienced was far worse than death. Yet, retreat was not an option, otherwise his prior suffering would have been in vain. What's wrong? Have you not eaten? Hit harder. But please avoid my face. Heiju began, but before he could finish, Liu Mu's fist struck his face once more. Before Heiju could utter another word, Liu Mu's fist descended again, each strike landing precisely on the same spot. Silence enveloped the spectators. Even the birds dared not make a sound. In this hushed atmosphere, one could even hear the sound of swallowed saliva. Truly, Liu Mu embodied the essence of a sage, his method of punishment exuding an elegance that was captivating. Ma Mian grinned widely, while Nyotu nodded vigorously beside him. Heibai Wuchang turned away, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Are you certain this is a sage and not a demon? How can he strike with such ferocity? Bai Wuchang recoiled, his tongue retreating in fear. The notion of a demon was not taken lightly. This was no sage. He was the epitome of malevolence. Within their hearts, a thought emerged. They no longer sought to appease Liu Mu, but merely wished to avoid incurring his wrath, lest their lives be forfeit. You simply do not understand. Liu Mu Senpai displays genuine character. Compared to those celestial beings who engage in secretive machinations, he is infinitely more benevolent, Ma Mian remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, one could only imagine the consequences of drawing the attention of the Western saints. Uttering phrases such as "this being is fated for the West," losing a treasured possession would be a minor inconvenience, but one could fear being dragged to the West, relegated to a life of asceticism and meditation. That would be a life utterly ruined. Uchiha Obito, witnessing Liu Mu's enjoyment in punishing Heiju, suddenly grasped his own significance. How lonely it was to be invincible. A master like Liu Mu must feel an insatiable longing for worthy opponents. Thus, Liu Mu had allowed him to linger near Heiju, hoping to resurrect Uchiha Madara to engage in a thrilling battle. With this realization, Uchiha Obito began to recall the reincarnation of Heaven's mandate. At that moment, Uchiha Madara looked at Liu Mu in terror, unable to suppress a gulp. He turned excitedly to the surrounding Shinigami. You are the Shinigami, are you not? Quickly consume me. My soul is delectable. Uchiha Madara bellowed. The 3 Shinigami exchanged glances. Since he was so earnestly pleading to be devoured, they could not disregard his request. Very well, I shall consume you now, the Shinigami leader declared solemnly. To Uchiha Madara, this proclamation was akin to a divine revelation. Rather than being subjected to Liu Mu's relentless torment, he preferred the swift mercy of the Shinigami's consumption. At least it would be decisive. Uchiha Madara then lay flat on the ground, an expression of nonchalance etched across his face. Come, do not hesitate. The Shinigami leader nodded, preparing to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped Uchiha Madara. His previously cracked skin, akin to parched earth, now restored to the softness of an infant's skin. Pure and delicate. However, the Rinnegan in his eyes crumbled like shattered earth, leaving behind 2 gaping voids. In an instant, the Shinigami leader's expression darkened. Are you toying with me? He bellowed in fury. Uchiha Madara was taken aback, realizing that he was no longer in the state of impure world reincarnation, but had truly returned to life. Uchiha Madara's lips twitched in disbelief. Although the plan had always been to resurrect him, the timing was profoundly unfortunate. Hurry and consume me, My revival does not hinder your appetite, he urged. Indeed, it does not impede us, but our mission is to seal the souls of the deceased from impure world reincarnation. You were once, but you are no longer. The Shinigami leader's anger intensified as he kicked Uchiha Madara forcefully, sending him sprawling. Oh no, Uchiha Madara has revived. Damn it. We ultimately failed to prevent this. Uchiha Madara, stealthily attempting to escape, was startled. Had he truly committed any wrongdoing beyond sparring with Senju Hashirama? What did these individuals hope to gain by pursuing him? At that moment, Liu Mu ceased his assault, casting a puzzled glance at Uchiha Obito. Was Uchiha Obito not one of his own? Why then was he invoking the reincarnation of Heaven's mandate to revive Uchiha Madara? Had he betrayed him? Noticing Liu Mu's gaze, Uchiha Obito grew elated. So that was Liu Senpai's intention. How wonderful. I have not misinterpreted his meaning. Liu Mu's lips quivered in exasperation. He longed to deliver a resounding slap to Uchiha Obito. Yet, with Uchiha Madara right before him, he could not afford to divert his focus. It was crucial to remember that this was the youthful Uchiha Madara, a figure even the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, would regard with caution. Though Liu Mu possessed the ability to materialize ninjutsu, it was wise to remain vigilant. Come, Madara. Fight like a man. Liu Mu roared, his chakras surging. Instantly, the earth trembled, and thick mist coalesced around him. Just moments ago, the imposing Ninjutsu and Ma Mian now cowered behind a stone, watching Liu Mu with trepidation. If we gaze any longer, our eyes may be blinded, Ninjutsu admonished, striking Ma Mian on the head. Could it be? Ma Mian gulped nervously. Indeed, this is the essence of sage transformation into mist. Liu Senpai possesses the strength of a sage. So it is only natural, Ninjutsu explained. I have a bold idea, Brother Nyo. If we could just inhale a couple of puffs, perhaps we could break through our bottleneck, Ma Mian suggested, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Ninjutsu hesitated initially, but as he pondered further, the idea began to seem increasingly plausible. Let us take the plunge, but we must have a valid reason, Ninjutsu replied earnestly. Ma Mian smirked, redirecting his gaze toward Uchiha Madara. You truly are devious. Indeed, the sentiment is mutual. Uchiha Madara gazed at Liu Mu before him, feeling an unexpected absence of fear. After all, he had already faced death once. What more could frighten him? Moreover, the power emanating from Liu Mu with every gesture was undoubtedly capable of obliterating anything in an instant. Thus, death would surely be swift, freeing him from the torment of those grotesque entities. Very well, let us engage in battle like true men. Let the dance commence, Uchiha Madara proclaimed with a frenzied laugh. However, midway through his mirth, he suddenly felt a chain constricting around his neck. How dare you presume to challenge Senior Liu? The horse-faced guardian, standing beside Liu Mu, inhaled deeply and began to tug at the chain relentlessly. The bull-headed guardian then leapt forth, inhaling deeply and displaying a look of rapture on his face. Brother Bull, stop indulging and get to work, the horse-faced guardian whispered urgently. Only then did the bull-headed guardian register the situation, his face contorted with fury. Dare to desecrate Senior Liu? I shall incinerate you. With that, he waved his small fan, igniting flames around Uchiha Madara. Tears nearly welled up in Madara's eyes. Just as he prepared to embrace death like a man, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians intervened. One choked him while the other set him ablaze. They had previously agreed not to intervene. How could they so brazenly go back on their word, and with such malice? Can you both not behave like civilized beings? Liu Mu frowned at the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians. Although he appreciated their assistance, the transformation was limited to 10 minutes. If they could not neutralize Uchiha Madara, no one else in this world could prevent his rampage, and the destruction of the world could very well ensue. Yet, with the guardians now engaged, Liu Mu found himself without the opportunity to act. He also sensed something peculiar about the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, who were panting beside him like perverse creatures. At that moment, Uchiha Obito observed the unfolding battle intently. Suddenly, he noticed Liu Mu's furrowed brow. Panic surged within him. What had he done wrong to displease Senior Liu? He began to reflect incessantly. However, upon seeing Uchiha Madara, realization dawned upon him. It was clear, Senior Liu desired to battle Madara in his prime, not in his current state. The more Obito contemplated, the more convinced he became, and excitement coursed through him. The primary distinction between a physical body and a resurrected state was that the former was susceptible to death. In contrast, The latter would revive regardless of how many times it perished unless sealed. After enduring the flames for a minute, Uchiha Madara sensed his vitality waning. In less than 10 seconds, he would close his eyes once more. A faint smile crept across his lips. This farcical spectacle was finally drawing to a close. He resolved never to engage in such antics again, at least not while Liu Mu was present. Just as Madara awaited his demise, the searing sensation abruptly dissipated. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Uchiha Obito rushing toward him in a frenzy. "Madara, you cannot perish. If you die, all our plans will be in vain," Obito implored, tears streaming down his face. Uchiha Madara chuckled dismissively. His injuries were far too grave. Even if the flames were dispelled, it merely prolonged his death by a few seconds. Finally, he would no longer have to confront those grotesque faces. He was about to enter a world devoid of Liu Mu. With that thought, a look of contentment graced Madara's visage. "Madara, for the sake of our plan, you must survive. I will return your eyes, and I will grant you the 10 tails," Obito urged fervently. Instantly, Uchiha Madara's spirits lifted. His eyes narrowed defiantly at Obito. The illusory world, no matter how beautiful, was still but a fantasy. They must live in the present and not be seduced by ephemeral illusions. "Wait, Obito, what are you doing? Stop, you mustn't," Madara shouted anxiously, yet Obito showed no signs of halting. In fact, Madara felt as though the more he called out, the more exhilarated Obito became. The Rinnegan returned to Uchiha Madara, and the 10 tails was sealed within him. What had once been a charred husk now resembled a withered tree coming back to life. The charred surface began to crack, revealing Madara's smooth skin beneath. As the chakra of the 10 tails surged, Uchiha Madara's chakra approached boundlessness. Especially with the Rinnegan, he might even attain the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Obito gazed upon his creation with a triumphant smile, then turned to Liu Mu with a fawning expression. Liu Mu grimaced at the unfolding scene. Just when Uchiha Madara appeared to be on the brink of death, Obito's reckless actions had revived him. Now, endowed with the Rinnegan and the chakra of the 10 tails, Madara was now on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Liu Mu harbored suspicions that Obito was a double agent. Otherwise, why would he save Madara not once but twice? Yet, Obito's expression remained ingratiating. Liu Mu felt as if his mind were about to explode. Bull-headed and horse-faced guardians. "Step back. I shall handle the rest," Liu Mu declared. The battle must be concluded before the countdown expired. Chapter 214. The Eye of the Moon. Uchiha Madara stared in astonishment at his own hands. He had previously believed that he was not far from the Sage of Six Paths in power. However, upon the infusion of the Rinnegan and the 10 tails, he instantly realized how ludicrous his previous understanding had been. Indeed, humans can only comprehend what lies within their limited perception. This power transcended human understanding. Uchiha Madara chuckled with pride. With power nearly equivalent to the Sage of Six Paths, he felt that Liu Mu was merely that, nothing insurmountable. Furthermore, Madara possessed a secret technique of annihilation. "Liu Mu, do you wish to dance as well?" Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning grave. In this state, Uchiha Madara was nearly invincible, possessing an endless reservoir of chakra. Even if his skull were shattered, he could recover in an instant. The only means of slaying him was to obliterate his heart. Liu Mu began to swiftly channel his chakra, the mist around him growing denser. Witnessing this, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians greedily continued to absorb. "Brother Bull, hurry up and drink. Such an opportunity is rare," the horse-faced guardian exclaimed excitedly. "Do you need to tell me? Every pore on my body is absorbing it," the bull-headed guardian boasted. "By my word, he possesses such techniques." Uchiha Madara frowned at Liu Mu. He had never encountered chakra so rich. The quantity was undoubtedly overwhelming. Yet, combat was not merely about chakra volume. Experience and ninjutsu played crucial roles. In this respect, Uchiha Madara was supremely confident. "Our battle will undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Rather than that, allow me to demonstrate my ninjutsu," Madara proclaimed with a smug grin. His eyes began to spin rapidly. It was nighttime, and the battlefield's illumination relied heavily on the moonlight. In that moment, the once pristine moonlight transformed into a sanguine hue, as if stained with blood. Everyone instinctively looked up. The moon, once high in the sky, now appeared crimson, adorned with several small dots. Could it be anything other than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? "This is our Moon Eye plan. Under this jutsu, everyone will forever be ensnared in an illusion, lost in its depths eternally," Uchiha Madara proclaimed with glee, as if already foreseeing the victory of the battle. Liu Mu gazed in terror at the pupil above him. In the original narrative, it was solely due to Uchiha Sasuke activating Susanoo that he was able to thwart the Jinjutsu of the Tsuki no Mi. Everyone else, be they ordinary ninjas or the Kage of various villages, fell victim to the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Yet now, Uchiha Sasuke lacked the necessary strength. Gritting his teeth, Liu Mu cast a furious glance at Uchiha Madara, but was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Liu Mu senpai is angry. It seems he detests the color red. I've noted it down, Scorpion remarked earnestly as he scribbled in his notebook. Liu Mu turned in surprise to see Konan thoughtfully stroking her chin. Does Liu Mu senpai dislike red? Then let us dye the red clouds on our clothes green. She pondered aloud. What could Liu Mu senpai mean by this expression? Surely it carries profound significance. I must be the first to decipher it. Nagato mused, rubbing his temples in deep contemplation. Quick, someone lend me their eyes. I cannot afford to miss Liu Mu senpai's thoughts. Uchiha Obito exclaimed urgently, shielding his eyes with one hand. Uchiha Madara looked incredulously at the people before him, repeatedly glancing at the moon above, fully convinced that the ninjutsu had successfully activated. While it was comprehensible that Liu Mu had not been caught in the illusion, it was bewildering that none of the others had succumbed either. Not even the ninja hounds showed signs of being affected. For a moment, Uchiha Madara began to question his very existence. There could only be three possibilities for such an outcome. First, it was conceivable that everyone present had been ensnared by an illusion far exceeding the Tsuki no Mi, granting them some degree of resistance, thus rendering the moon's eye ineffectual. The thought made Uchiha Madara shake his head in bitter amusement. The Tsuki no Mi relied on the chakra of the Ten Tails and used the moon as a medium to cast its Jinjutsu. How could there possibly be an illusion surpassing the Tsuki no Mi? Hence, Uchiha Madara dismissed this possibility. The second possibility was that Uchiha Obito had betrayed them, revealing the Tsuki no Mi plan, thereby enabling the ninja army to prepare in advance. However, Uchiha Madara quickly shook his head again. While others might betray, Uchiha Obito would remain loyal. There was a unique technique at the location of Obito's heart that ensured he could not betray. Moreover, just moments ago, Obito had sacrificed his Rinnegan and the Ten Tails to save Madara. Such loyalty made it impossible for Madara to believe in Obito's treachery. Furthermore, the Jinjutsu of the Tsuki no Mi was not so easily resisted. Thus, only the final possibility remained. From the very beginning, he had been under an illusion. While it was true that in the state of Edo Tensei one could not fall victim to Jinjutsu, he had just regained his physical form, making it theoretically possible to be caught in such an illusion. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara experienced an epiphany. No wonder the Oxhead and Horseface had abruptly ceased their actions, only to begin an endless torment thereafter. It was clear that from that moment onward, he had been ensnared in an illusion. A cold sweat broke out on Uchiha Madara as he realized that Liu Mu had ensnared him in an illusion without his awareness, all while he possessed the Sharingan. This indicated that Liu Mu's Jinjutsu had reached an extraordinarily high level. Madara had to concede that Liu Mu's illusion was indeed formidable, capable of ensnaring him unawares. Yet, he could not forget that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing profound knowledge of Jinjutsu. Once he recognized this as an illusionary realm, unraveling it would merely be a matter of moments. As Uchiha Madara spoke, he formed a tiger seal. As chakra surged around him, a growing confidence spread across his face. Now I shall break your illusion. Release me, he bellowed, unleashing a wave of chakra outward. The surrounding ground trembled in response. Yet, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted from confidence to confusion. What is happening? Why am I still within the illusion? My method must be flawed. Release me. Liu Mu. Do not gloat. Pain must surely break the illusion. Horseface remarked, glancing at Oxhead with a twitching mouth. Oxbro, can you discern what this fellow aims to do? I believe this must be performance art. Did we not hear that he wanted to dance with Liu Senpai earlier? He must be an artist. Performance art, I understand now. Chapter 215, Heartfelt Words. Liu Mu looked quizzically at Uchiha Madara, completely baffled by his actions, yet still unwilling to underestimate him. At that moment, however, Uchiha Madara gazed at Liu Mu with a frenzied look. What sort of Jinjutsu have you cast, Liu Mu? Madara seethed. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. I understand now. Everything in this world is false, and you are the only truth. Once I defeat you, I shall surely escape this illusion, Uchiha Madara declared. shaking off his confusion and charging towards Liu Mu at great speed. Let us dance. Liu Mu became serious. Uchiha Madara was now nearly at the level of the Sage of Six Paths, a force not to be underestimated. He began gathering chakra, aiming at Madara's heart, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just as he was about to reach him, Horseface suddenly leaped forward, delivering a slap. Dance, why don't you? Uchiha Madara spun rapidly through the air before crashing to the ground. His left cheek pressed against the earth, while the right side of his face was swollen, his eyes vacant and filled with confusion. Rest assured, such trash does not require Lu Sheng to intervene, Horseface said with an ingratiating tone. Liu Mu's lips twitched incessantly. Had it not been for Horseface's intervention, Uchiha Madara would have likely been in dire peril. Yet, Horseface acted out of self-interest, so Liu Mu could hardly reproach him. Well done, but do refrain from doing so next time, Liu Mu remarked helplessly. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Madara with a perplexed expression. Initially, he had thought Madara was reliable, but after witnessing today's performance, his perception had entirely shifted. First, he wasted chakra by painting the moon with the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Then, he began spouting nonsense. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had prepared everything beforehand. He was now only a step away from resurrecting his mother. Originally, Black Zetsu had intended for Madara to contribute further, but now it seemed unnecessary. Stealthily, Black Zetsu approached Uchiha Madara, positioning himself behind him. Uchiha Madara, I must say, you are a fool. Become the nourishment for the resurrection of my mother, Black Zetsu proclaimed triumphantly. With that, a black claw lunged from Madara's back, piercing through his heart. Even if Uchiha Madara possessed the power of the 10 Tails and nearly the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, once his heart was crushed, there would be no chance of survival. Uchiha Madara slowly turned his head, gazing vacantly at Black Zetsu. Though he sought death, being killed by Black Zetsu felt somewhat absurd. Did Madara despair? In truth, I have been exploiting you from the very beginning, gradually enacting my plan with your power. You have proven to be an exceptionally useful pawn. I am not your progeny. Now, in despair, become the nourishment for the resurrection of my mother, Black Zetsu exclaimed with excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Mu felt a jolt run through him. This familiar moment, following Black Zetsu's heartfelt confession, would lead to the resurrection of the founder of the ninja world, Akatsuki Kagaya. Though that woman did not engage in battle, she possessed the capacity to obliterate the world with her might, especially with her space-time ninjutsu. If this delay extended until the transformation card expired, everything would be over. Realizing this, Liu Mu could no longer afford to consider anything else. He frantically concentrated chakra in his left eye, causing the area covered by his left eye to twist, as if the animation was being rewound endlessly. I am astonished. Could this be the law of time? Could this be the means of a sage? Nyotu exclaimed in disbelief. In my lifetime, I have been granted the opportunity to witness the law of time. I have no regrets. Wait, wasn't I already dead? Ma Mian scratched his head in confusion. As the hand of Hei-Ju slowly retracted, the wound on Uchiha Ban's chest healed completely in that instant. Hei-Ju, with a twitching corner of his mouth, gazed at his own hand, only to find Uchiha Ban staring intently at him. Dear Ban, grant me a moment to defend myself, Hei-Ju said in despair. Huh? A pawn, you say? Mere fodder, perhaps? Utter despair indeed. Uchiha Ban furiously struck Hei-Ju. Although he could not overpower Liu Mu, he certainly had more than enough strength to torment Hei-Ju. A longing for death does not equate to a willingness to be toyed with, nor to become someone else's sustenance. Although he was uncertain of what had just transpired, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Hei-Ju cried out in pain as Uchiha Ban pummeled him. Yet, due to the peculiar nature of his body, no matter how severely he was beaten, he would not perish, it would merely cause him discomfort. In Hei-Ju's eyes, a fierce determination flickered as he awaited his moment to strike. Finally, as Uchiha Ban raised his hand, an enormous opening appeared. Hei-Ju's eyes gleamed with intent as his dark claws lunged toward Uchiha Ban's heart. Uchiha Ban shouted in alarm, but it was too late to evade the attack. He could only watch helplessly as Hei-Ju's claws pierced his chest. Hei-Ju staggered upright. A mocking grin plastered across his face. You squandered your opportunity, Ban. No matter how formidable you are, you still fell into my hands, Hei-Ju proclaimed triumphantly. Uchiha Ban's eyes brimmed with unyielding resentment, yet his limbs had lost all strength. Not only was he incapable of forming hand seals, but even the strength to strike out had vanished. Seeing the look in Uchiha Ban's eyes only fueled Heiju's arrogance. You were just enjoying yourself, weren't you? If you have the guts, continue. I shall not resist. I will simply lie here for you to strike. Liu Mu's lips twitched slightly. After exerting immense effort to reverse time, he never anticipated that Uchiha Ban would meet his demise at the hands of Heiju once more. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. However, to prevent Akatsuki Kagaya from reviving, Liu Mu had no choice but to employ ninjutsu again. Heiju was laughing heartily when suddenly his vision blurred. He faintly recalled that it was after his sight began to dim that Uchiha Ban had fully recovered. Panic surged within him. No, please no. Heiju struggled wildly, attempting to resist the mysterious force. Yet, no matter how fiercely he fought, his arm continued to withdraw. And Uchiha Ban's wound healed anew. The gaping hole transformed into robust muscle, leaving no trace of injury. Heiju's mouth twitched involuntarily, tears streaming down his face as a wave of helplessness engulfed him. He then gently patted Uchiha Ban's shoulder, a bashful smile emerging on his face. Why so serious, Ban? I was merely jesting. Well, the joke is over. I must take my leave, Heiju said in a conciliatory tone. In Chapter 216, Akatsuki Kagaya is unsealed. Heiju was relentlessly tormented by Uchiha Ban, his face reflecting utter despair. Though he could not comprehend what had just transpired, the sensation of claws piercing his chest was undeniably real, and he could even feel the vigorous beating of his heart. But now all was lost. All plans had become meaningless. At that moment, Uchiha Ban ceased his assault, his expression visibly more relaxed after tormenting Heiju. Ban, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Allow me to be your loyal companion, always by your side, Heiju implored repeatedly. You dare not. Uchiha Ban inquired with a frown. Indeed. If I ever harbor any treachery again, let me be tormented to death, Heiju declared resolutely. However, I wish for you to kill me now. Remember, it is I who desires your hand in my demise, not a sneaky attack that leads to my death, Uchiha Ban stated. For a moment, Heiju's mind struggled to comprehend, but upon seeing the ninja alliance alongside Liu Mu, realization dawned upon him. Liu Mu was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if Uchiha Ban possessed nearly the strength of a sage, he paled in comparison to Liu Mu. Moreover, Liu Mu was a sadist, employing countless methods of torture. Perhaps death would indeed be a preferable choice. Contemplating this, Heiju could not help but grimace. It seemed that his earlier beating by Uchiha Ban was entirely due to his own arrogance. Had he simply asked, Ban, may I strike you? He might have avoided such a beating. Well, I shall proceed now. Ban, do you prefer a swift end, or would you rather savor the process of dying? Heiju spoke in the gentlest tone while uttering the most terrifying words. Make it quick, Uchiha Ban replied directly. What is there to experience in the process of dying? I am no sadist. Besides, should Liu Mu intervene, it would be a grave miscalculation. Heiju nodded and extended his claws once more, while others feared Liu Mu. Heiju did not. After all, his mother was the founder of the ninjas, possessing the power to obliterate worlds. Then I shall commence, Heiju confirmed with Uchiha Ban. As being struck by a fist was indeed painful. Begin, Uchiha Ban said, opening his arms and closing his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. With a swift motion, Heiju's claws pierced Uchiha Ban's chest again. Feeling Uchiha Ban's life force ebbing away in his grasp, he instinctively yearned to taunt him. However, remembering his own pain, he quickly sealed his lips. Witnessing this scene, Liu Mu could not help but twitch his mouth. He had never imagined that the mastermind, Uchiha Ban, would, at this moment, be yearning for death. Liu Mu felt utterly drained. Yet, to prevent Akatsuki Kagaya from breaking free from her seal, he had to intervene. With that thought, Liu Mu immediately gathered chakra in his left eye. Just as time was about to reverse, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding. The special effect entity experience card has expired. Ding. Wishing the host abundant luck in martial endeavors. Liu Mu could not help but grimace. He had not anticipated that the experience card would expire at such a critical juncture. The once boundless chakra dissipated entirely at that moment. The ninjutsu he was invoking crumbled into nothingness, and the chakra within him reached a critical point, leaving him feeling more frail than ever. At this juncture, even a child wielding a kunai could easily snuff out Liu Mu's life. The once tangible ninjutsu dissolved into the ethereal. It seems Liu Mu Senpai has made an audacious move, Sierra remarked seriously. Of course, Liu Mu Senpai, as a divine envoy, has profound intentions behind every action. If you do not grasp it, contemplate it repeatedly. The answer shall reveal itself, Shaonin stated. Indeed, Liu Mu Senpai's strategies are astute, one step calculated against three. How could mere mortals like us comprehend? Zaibujan added. This is artistry. An explosion before Liu Mu Senpai is but trivial. Deidara exclaimed in admiration. Kakashi, return the number to me. I wish to document every moment of Liu Mu Senpai. Uchiha Obito said. Once more, Liu Mu's lips twitched. Akatsuki Kagaya was on the brink of revival, yet this group of ninjas showed no inclination to intervene, instead engaging in idle chatter. Were it not for the impending doom that would befall them all upon Kagaya's resurrection, Liu Mu would have been tempted to disregard the situation entirely. At this moment, Uchiha Madara utterly lost his vitality. The conditions for resurrecting Daitonyu Kagaya were entirely fulfilled. An endless stream of chakra incessantly converged towards Uchiha Madara, whose body began to disintegrate gradually. Soon, the silhouette of a woman appeared before the crowd. She has been revived. At last, my mother is back. Kurizetsu laughed maniacally. Over the years, Kurizetsu sacrificed so much to resurrect Daitonyu Kagaya, living in solitude, seeking opportunities in this timeline. Willingly dispatched by Uchiha Madara. Now, success was at hand, yet he was mercilessly beaten by Madara. With Daitonyu Kagaya revived, he no longer had to fear anyone, for she was the strongest being in this world. Liu Mu smiled gently, realizing that he ultimately could not prevent the resurrection of Daitonyu Kagaya. The experience card had expired, and Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had yet to mature. No one could handle Daitonyu Kagaya at this moment, since it was impossible to confront her. Perhaps they should simply embrace destruction. The crowd stared in disbelief at Daitonyu Kagaya, a figure who existed only in myth, now manifesting before them. However, all the ninjas, even the Ninken, remained unperturbed. Even if Daitonyu Kagaya was resurrected, Liu Mu was present. I understand now. Senior Liu Mu's intention was to revive Daitonyu Kagaya. Although she was sealed, as long as she existed, she remained a significant threat. By aiding in her unsealing, Senior Liu Mu aimed to eliminate this danger once and for all. Scorpion analyzed proudly, his expression growing more self-satisfied as he spoke. Truly impressive, Scorpion. You grasped Senior Liu Mu's profound intent so swiftly, Conan remarked approvingly. No wonder you wanted me to revive Madara. No wonder you wanted me to bestow the 10 tails upon him. It turns out Senior Liu Mu's purpose was this. Serving Senior Liu Mu was the wisest choice of my life, Uchiha Obito declared. To ensure this world is free from worries, disregarding how others misinterpret or misunderstand him. Senior Liu Mu is truly magnificent. Thankfully, this generation of ninjas is not foolish. They have discerned Senior Liu Mu's intent, Uchiha Itachi stated. Liu Mu's lips twitched slightly, and he roared internally. Analyze this. Everyone is just waiting for death. Chapter 217. Confrontation with Daitonyu Kagaya. Daitonyu Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, gazing bewilderedly at the ninjas before her. Where am I, and what has transpired? Daitonyu Kagaya asked. Kurizetsu quickly approached her. Mother, I am your beloved child, Kuro. He cried, clutching her leg. Daitonyu Kagaya pondered, sensing the bloodline within Kurizetsu, and eventually nodded slightly. My dear child, why do you look like a pig? Daitonyu Kagaya remarked. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu's face fell with grievance. Turning to Liu Mu, he exclaimed angrily, It's him. He had someone beat me up like this. Mother, you must help me. Kurizetsu wept once more. Daitonyu Kagaya furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Liu Mu from head to toe. Although I am not familiar with you, if you bully my child, you shall perish. With that, Daitonyu Kagaya conjured a black spear, which, propelled by chakra, shot towards Liu Mu. Liu Mu's pupils constricted sharply. Though he had prepared for the world's destruction, being the first target was something he found hard to accept. He still had many delightful experiences to cherish. At the very least, he wished to enjoy them before meeting his end. However, Liu Mu possessed no chakra at this moment. He couldn't even move, let alone escape. A look of despair crossed Liu Mu's face. Yet, in the next second, a puppet appeared before him, blocking the black spear. How dare you challenge Liu Senpai? Can't you see he doesn't even wish to lift a finger? Scorpion scoffed. He then turned to the others. Don't you understand? The master not intervening means he is letting us handle this. He is training us. Upon hearing Scorpion's words, the crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, the master can provide temporary protection. But he cannot safeguard us forever. Ultimately, we must rely on ourselves, Conan stated. The founder of ninjutsu. It must feel exhilarating to kick. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. The founder of ninjutsu? But I am not a ninja, Fukasaku remarked with a smile. More and more people stood up, and Kurizetsu wore a confused expression. Why are these people not afraid of my mother? As he spoke, countless pieces of paper flew through the air, enveloping Daitomyu Kagaya. Taste my paper-burning technique. Conan shouted angrily. Instantly, all the paper ignited, followed by a violent explosion that shook the very earth. What a waste. How many missions must I complete to cover this? Kakuzu lamented as he hurriedly ran over to stash the unused explosive tags in his pocket. As the dust settled, Daitomyu Kagaya stood there as if nothing had happened. Upon witnessing this scene, Conan remained unfazed, while Kakuzu wore an expression of despair. My precious money. What a waste, Conan, he exclaimed. It is futile. Daitomyu Kagaya, like Kurizetsu, can only utilize Inyang release or direct sealing, Hyuga Hizashi stated. Father, then it should be our turn to step up, Hinata Hyuga declared. The entire Hyuga clan, gather. At this command, dozens of Hyuga clan members stepped forward. Useless, your taijutsu cannot harm my mother, Kurizetsu laughed triumphantly. However, the Hyuga clan members did not falter. They assumed their fighting stances. Taijikwan, let us strike with all our might. In an instant, all the members of the Hyuga clan surrounded Daitomyu Kagaya, unleashing a barrage of punches upon her. Useless, your punches cannot harm my mother. Kurizetsu laughed incessantly. Suddenly, a fierce shockwave blew all the Hyuga clan members away, and Daitomyu Kagaya approached Kurizetsu, lifting him effortlessly. Useless? Then you shall taste the consequences. Daitomyu Kagaya said impatiently and tossed Kurizetsu into the crowd of Hyuga clan members. Rubbing his backside and staring at the surrounding Byakugan eyes, Kurizetsu could not help but twitch his mouth. I must warn you all, do not hit my face. No sooner had he spoken than a punch from Hyuga Hizashi struck Kurizetsu in the face. I have long been displeased with you. Let us all strike with full force. In an instant, countless punches rained down upon Kurizetsu. Feeling these blows, Kurizetsu panicked. Being hit by ordinary people only caused physical pain. But being struck by the Hyuga clan members felt as if his very life force was draining away, as if his power was being siphoned. Kurizetsu struggled desperately, finally managing to wriggle out of the crowd. What kind of martial arts is this? Why can it harm me so fundamentally? Kurizetsu exclaimed in terror. Taijikwan, Hinata Hyuga stated, drawing a circle with her body. As she did so, Kurizetsu could see the life and death energies being divided around Hinata and converging towards her. Kurizetsu's mouth twitched involuntarily. I never expected the Hyuga clan's martial arts to carry such life and death energies. Although not much could be controlled, even this was enough to spell doom for him. Mother, save me. Kurizetsu cried anxiously, dashing towards Daitomyu Kagaya and burrowing into her sleeve. Clan leader, your security division is truly only fit for patrolling. Real combat shall be left to us. Let you see, youth should be ignited. Might Guy proclaimed, revealing his signature smile as he crossed his arms before his eyes. Everyone, step back. This technique is not yet fully mastered. The 8 gates of Duinjiao open. With a furious roar from Mato Guy, his chakra surged dramatically. Instantly, his hair stood upright, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Even the ground around him cracked open, with fragments of stone gradually levitating. Behold, this is my super ninja's first form. Take this kick. Kagaya Otsutsuki's pupils dilated sharply. Although Kagaya was not particularly skilled in combat, she could discern the strength of her adversaries. The green-skinned, golden-haired behemoth before her emanated a power that transcended mere chakra. It seemed to be an extraordinary force altogether. At this moment, Mato Guy's might far surpassed Kagaya's comprehension, making him the strongest individual she had encountered in all her years. Kagaya's lips twitched as she raised her arm to glance at the black zetsu hidden within her sleeve. My dear son, do you believe I am so comfortably sealed that you would bring me forth to meet my demise? Chapter 218. Everything is arranged by Senior Liu. Black Zetsu, cowering in Kagaya's sleeve, dared not utter a word. Just then, Mato Guy charged forward. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, akin to a meteor striking the earth, causing the entire world to tremble. The shockwave from the explosion surged forth like a ferocious beast, sending the nearby ninjas flying. Moments later, a mushroom cloud ascended, visible even from thousands of miles away. After several minutes, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a drastically altered landscape that left behind a colossal crater, with magma bubbling in its depths. Mato Guy lay near the center of the crater, exhilarated, even as the lava threatened to touch him, giving a thumbs up to Hinata Hisashi. Look, this is what youth embodies. Hinata Hisashi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking it was too soon to celebrate. Such destructive power, does it truly stem from the fervor of youth? With this thought, Hisashi rushed over to help Mato Guy escape the lava. Hisashi asked, "Was that kick impressive?" Mato Guy replied with pride, "It was splendid. My kick has unleashed the grand finale." Nagato exclaimed with delight. "Guy, this time you have triumphed," Kakashi Hitaki remarked. Covering his eyes, joy radiated from everyone's faces, yet Scorpion furrowed his brow. "Do not rejoice too soon," he said solemnly. Xiaonan paused, looking quizzically at Scorpion. "Scorpion, have you sensed an issue?" she inquired. "Not exactly, but I urge you to observe Senior Liu," Scorpion responded. As he spoke, everyone turned their gaze to Liu Mu. And even Mato Guy, who had been beaming with joy, ceased to smile. Liu Mu struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. His expression laden with complexity. If Kagaya Otsutsuki were truly dead, would Senior Liu display such an expression? Scorpion countered. Could it be that Kagaya never died? Xiaonan cautiously posited. Disappointment washed over Scorpion's face. "Xiaonan, you are now a cadre of the small organization. How can you lack such analytical ability?" Senior Liu's expression indicates our failure to complete the task at hand, and our current self-satisfaction is a source of his disappointment. Scorpion chastised. In an instant, everyone shuddered, their faces reflecting shame. Damn Kagaya Otsutsuki. How could she deceive us? Begin a thorough search. We must unearth her even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. Nagato ordered, igniting the fighting spirit within all Akatsuki members. They commenced a relentless search of every nook and cranny. Liu Mu observed this scene with a perplexed expression. "What are you looking for? Are you searching for Kagaya's lost gear?" Liu Mu inquired. That kick possessed extraordinary power, although Mato Guy had fatigued by the end. The force was more than sufficient to vanquish a being like Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thus, Liu Mu was genuinely unaware of what the Akatsuki members sought. Just then, Scorpion's face lit up with realization. "I understand. Thank you for the hint, Senior Liu," Scorpion exclaimed excitedly. Liu Mu's face was filled with confusion. "What exactly have you understood? Please explain, lest I appear foolish." "Rest assured, Senior Liu, we shall handle this matter splendidly," Scorpion assured as he approached the others, leaving Liu Mu standing there, bewildered. "No need to search any longer. Senior Liu has provided a clue. Kagaya Otsutsuki has escaped to another dimension," Scorpion declared gravely. "Such insight. Truly, Senior Liu is remarkable. As long as our master is present, we can unearth Kagaya Otsutsuki, no matter where she flees. Even if she escapes to another realm, she cannot evade my son-in-law's gaze. However, how do we extract her?" Kuratsuchi said bashfully. The faces of everyone fell into confusion once again. If they were still in the ninja world, they could muster manpower to locate her, but in another dimension, what could they even do? All eyes turned to Scorpion, who suddenly appeared flustered. Scorpion sought assistance from Liu Mu, who was equally alarmed. He lacked the strength to confront Kagaya Otsutsuki. Hastily, he turned away, avoiding eye contact with the others. Immediately, everyone followed Liu Mu's gaze. They saw Uchiha Obito seated on the ground, coughing incessantly, one hand pressed against his head, seemingly still recovering from the recent impact. Scorpion couldn't help but slap his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course. Uchiha Obito is proficient in space-time ninjutsu. He can certainly locate Kagaya Otsutsuki. Truly, Senior Liu is a genius. My son-in-law calculates everything. He has it all under control." The master remains calm, clearly having devised a plan already. "We were simply too hasty. Senior Liu will forever be revered." In an instant, everyone gathered around Uchiha Obito, encircling him. In the alternate dimension, Kagaya Otsutsuki hugged her knees, her heart racing wildly, as if she had yet to recover from the earlier turmoil. "I want to inquire why you released me. I only wish to know what exactly transpired. Was that combat power truly a phenomenon inherent to this world?" Kagaya questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Black Zetsu found himself equally engulfed in confusion. Just moments ago, the strongest beings were still Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Despite their array of extraordinary jutsu, they were manageable. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, a single kick could obliterate worlds? Such power seemed unfathomable, even for the Otsutsuki clan. Look at that green-haired monster. His mere shout altered the very fabric of reality. Is it possible he does not belong to this world? Perhaps he hails from the universe's mightiest warrior tribe? Black Zetsu speculated hastily. Kagaya Akatsuki shot him a look of incredulity, as if regarding a fool. Do you genuinely believe such statements hold any credibility? Kagaya retorted. Indeed, what warrior tribe would undergo a transformation merely by altering their hair color and volume? That notion is utterly implausible, Black Zetsu admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Kagaya Akatsuki could not restrain a roll of her eyes at Black Zetsu. Had she known her son would be such a simpleton, she would have refrained from bringing him into existence. Yet now that he was born, she could neither retract him nor do anything but silently accept the reality. You are aware, aren't you? But fear not. We are entirely safe here, Kagaya Akatsuki declared confidently. However, as soon as she spoke, the space before her began to twist. Hello, is anyone there? We are the Ninja World Committee, here to check on the water meter. Chapter 219. You cannot hide this from me any longer. Kagaya Akatsuki glanced at the distorted space, bewildered. Yet upon seeing the ninja headbands, her face turned ashen with terror. How did you find us? Akatsuki Kagaya uttered in fear. It should have been obvious that a civilization capable of delivering such cataclysmic blows must possess methods of spatial locking. Under the sagacious guidance of the illustrious messenger of the divine, Liu Mu, we were able to locate you. Thus, surrender swiftly. For perhaps the divine messenger might show mercy and spare you, Uchiha Obito proclaimed with pride. Liu Mu is a divine messenger, since I follow his directives. One could say I am essentially a divine messenger as well. With this thought, Uchiha Obito puffed out his chest even further. Please wait a moment, Akatsuki Kagaya said, pulling Black Zetsu aside to whisper, my dear son, have you committed any heinous acts during this time in the shinobi world? Given Obito's tone, it seemed that the highest combat power in the ninja realm was that divine messenger. After all, the ability for spatial positioning makes one a rare powerhouse. Thus we cannot afford to confront them head-on. Black Zetsu pondered while stroking his chin, muttering, I haven't done anything too terrible, just instigated a few wars, caused a number of deaths, and nearly brought a few nations to ruin. Other than that, I've been quite amiable. After finishing his words, Black Zetsu suddenly realized that Akatsuki Kagaya had vanished. Looking up, he saw her standing next to Uchiha Obito, glaring at him with fury. My lord, I hardly know him. Just look at us. We don't resemble each other at all. How could we possibly be mother and son? Akatsuki Kagaya exclaimed in distress. As she spoke, she inexplicably produced a cigarette and handed it to Uchiha Obito. He impatiently accepted it, had Kagaya light it, and took a deep drag. Don't try to wriggle out of this. The divine messenger has already foreseen it. Avoidance is futile. One must bravely admit their mistakes and strive for leniency through honesty while resisting severe consequences, Uchiha Obito stated. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he was directly kicked out of the spatial realm. Small Zetsu, since they have left no path for us mother and son, let us fight back. Akatsuki Kagaya raged. In the shinobi world, Uchiha Obito was expelled from the alternate space, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. How is Obito? Hatake Kakashi asked anxiously. That Akatsuki Kagaya has a terrible attitude, completely uncooperative, and refuses to come out with me, Uchiha Obito replied. Hearing this, Liu Mu's heart leapt with joy. Kagaya had departed, which was undoubtedly good news. As long as she refrained from wreaking havoc in the shinobi world, she could go wherever she pleased. Liu Mu could then live blissfully in the ninja realm. With his current reputation, he would surely attract the admiration of the young women of the shinobi world, basking in divine favor. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Liu Mu's face. Well done. You have not disappointed me, Liu Mu declared, mimicking the speech of deities from films. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to revel in his moment, he suddenly felt a kick to his leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground. How dare you smile? Liu Mu's earlier intention was to eliminate Akatsuki Kagaya, and you return empty-handed, yet still dare to smile? If it were me, I would have found a piece of tofu to smash my head against, Scorpion seethed. Uchiha Obito broke into a cold sweat, his heart welling with tears. Indeed, the thoughts of deities are difficult for mortals to fathom, had it not been for Scorpion's guidance, which was increasingly influenced by divine radiance. He might have genuinely been basking in arrogance. Forgive me, divine messenger. I will go and retrieve Akatsuki Kagaya at once, Uchiha Obito proclaimed, thumping his chest. Liu Mu grimaced. After finally sending Kagaya away, why would he foolishly attempt to bring her back? With Might Guy incapacitated, Kagaya's return would undoubtedly spell disaster. Liu Mu quickly reached out to stop Uchiha Obito. There's no need to go, Liu Mu stated solemnly. Uchiha Obito's face reflected confusion, and he turned to Scorpion for assistance. Don't look at me. I'm just as clueless, but remember this. Liu Mu's words carry profound meaning, Scorpion replied. Uchiha Obito nodded earnestly. In the next moment, the sky twisted, and a massive rift appeared. From the fissure, Akatsuki Kagaya slowly emerged. Uchiha Obito trembled. No wonder Liu Mu had not allowed him to proceed. He had already foreseen Kagaya's arrival, and his faith in Liu Mu deepened. Thank you for your guidance, Scorpion. Otherwise, I would have been unable to comprehend the divine will. Uchiha Obito complimented. These are merely fundamental operations. Once you interact more with Liu Mu, you will undoubtedly reevaluate your understanding of this world due to his wisdom and strength. Scorpion said with satisfaction. Uchiha Obito shivered. If this was merely basic operation, then how powerful could Liu Mu truly be? Uchiha Obito dared not contemplate it. Yet he was increasingly convinced that Liu Mu possessed a means of resurrecting Rin. Akatsuki Kagaya looked down at the shinobi. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she maintained a demeanor of indifference to avoid being underestimated. Upon catching sight of Might Guy, who lay incapacitated on the ground, she felt a sense of relief. At least that yellow-haired beast would not be springing up to kick her. Now, her only concern was Liu Mu, the messenger of the divine. Forget the others. My opponent is Liu Mu, Akatsuki Kagaya stated indifferently, seemingly dismissing all other shinobi. In an instant, the faces of all the shinobi expressed fury. It was the first time they had been so belittled. Had they not been truly incapable of defeating Akatsuki Kagaya, they would have leapt up to strike her knee. Moreover, how dare Akatsuki Kagaya openly utter the name of the divine messenger? That was sacrilege. Consequently, all eyes turned to Liu Mu. Liu Mu instantly felt panic. Setting aside the fact that his chakra was depleted, he realized that a naive and oblivious individual like Akatsuki Kagaya would not be fooled by his ninjutsu effects. Furthermore, his experience card had expired. Now, engaging in battle with Akatsuki Kagaya would be akin to courting death. Liu Mu anxiously scanned his surroundings and suddenly locked eyes with Scorpion. Scorpion, you have been with me the longest. I trust you can handle Akatsuki Kagaya without issue, Liu Mu said with a smile. After saying this, Liu Mu couldn't help but wish to slap himself. The enemy was, after all, the founder of the ninjas. Chakra itself was brought forth by Akatsuki Kagaya. How could sending Scorpion to confront her be anything but a death sentence? Just as Liu Mu intended to intervene, he noticed a smile beginning to form on Scorpion's lips. Did you discover my intentions? I thought I was hiding it quite well. Truly, nothing escapes the discerning gaze of Liu Mu. Liu Mu could only look on in disbelief. Scorpion's confidence did not seem feigned. Though Might Guy's kick had not defeated Akatsuki Kagaya, it had certainly gauged her strength. Regardless, Scorpion wore a relaxed expression, clearly not intimidated by Akatsuki Kagaya in the least. All right, since Liu Mu has spoken, I suppose I must come clean. Although I have been engaged in administrative duties, do not forget that I was once a puppeteer, Scorpion said, a proud smile gracing his face. Upon glancing at the scroll in his hand, an enigmatic smile appeared on his face. Scorpion unfurled the scroll, which was densely inscribed with various mysterious symbols, and in the center was a large character for Mu. In that instant, Liu Mu felt a sense of foreboding. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted. As the smoke cleared, Liu Mu and the others eagerly turned to Scorpion. They beheld another Liu Mu standing beside Scorpion. Aside from a somewhat vacant expression, this duplicate bore no difference from the original Liu Mu. This is a puppet I meticulously crafted in a one-to-one replica of Liu Mu Qianbei. Although it can only exert 1/10,000th of Liu Mu's strength, it should suffice to confront Akatsuki Kagaya, Scorpion confidently declared. Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Akatsuki Kagaya immediately furrowed her brows. Despite having heard tales of Liu Mu's extraordinary prowess, she could not fathom that Scorpion would claim to possess even a fraction of such power, let alone 1/10,000th. Very well. I shall witness the true strength of your puppet. Akatsuki Kagaya exclaimed with fury as a gray long spear materialized in her palm. As the spear hurtled toward him, Scorpion remained unperturbed, even smiling. Let me demonstrate the might of Liu Mu Qianbei. In an instant, countless chakra threads connected to Liu Mu's puppet, causing it to seem as if it had come to life. In the next moment, An overwhelming aura erupted from the puppet. This aura was not chakra, but rather the celestial energy spoken of by the ox head and horse face. The puppet slowly raised its hand, its fingers meeting the tip of the spear. Akatsuki Kagaya smiled with arrogance, initially believing that Scorpion's puppet would display remarkable strength. However, she was taken aback when it failed to withstand even a second before succumbing to her lethal technique. The spear was not an ordinary weapon but a unique ninjutsu known as Kongsha Gigu, which caused anything it struck to disintegrate like quicksand. Thus, the fate of the puppet seemed sealed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, Scorpion wore a look of triumph. "Is this your attempt at defeating my puppet? Allow me to unveil the true strength of Liu Mu." With a powerful grasp, Liu Mu's puppet crushed the gray spear into powder. Subsequently, it began forming hand seals. After executing a few simple seals, the puppet inhaled deeply and exhaled. Akatsuki Kagaya was momentarily startled. Although she could absorb any chakra, it was evident that the puppet was not releasing chakra, rendering absorption impossible. Yet, instead of fire, the puppet expelled several wisps of air. Instantly, the figure known as Black Zetsu erupted in laughter from within its sleeve. "Is this the puppet you boast of, Scorpion? Releasing ninjutsu requires hand seals, and in the end, it failed to even cast a proper technique. How amusing." Black Zetsu mocked. Scorpion, however, showed no signs of embarrassment, even managing a smile. "When I first encountered Liu Mu, he released this very ninjutsu, also expelling air. But when I looked up, everything changed." Hearing this, Akatsuki Kagaya gazed upwards. Although it was nighttime, a sun suddenly hung in the sky, expanding rapidly. In mere seconds, the fireball transformed into a mini-sun several kilometers in diameter. Night turned into day in an instant. Akatsuki Kagaya's lips twitched in disbelief. A puppet could perform ninjutsu. And this ninjutsu was indeed extraordinary. The most critical aspect was that it only reflected 1/10,000th of Liu Mu's true power. How formidable, then, must Liu Mu himself be? The thought sent a shiver down Akatsuki Kagaya's spine, stripping her of the desire to flee. She stood frozen, eyes closed, awaiting the inevitable end. "I have borne 3 children. 2 sealed me away for countless years, while the remaining 1 wishes to send me to the afterlife. I hope there are no troublesome children in heaven." Akatsuki Kagaya lamented weakly. Liu Mu, with a twitching mouth, observed the fireball overhead. Although his own fireball appeared larger and seemingly more powerful, it was merely for show. Scorpion's puppet, however, had genuinely unleashed a cataclysmic ninjutsu. Liu Mu suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. "Scorpion, what are you doing? I don't know if Akatsuki Kagaya will survive this ninjutsu, but our Akatsuki organization will undoubtedly be annihilated." Nagato shouted angrily. Scorpion paused, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. "I apologize, I did not consider that. Unlike Liu Qianbei, I lack the exceptional control to ensure this ninjutsu only inflicts burn damage. I will retract the technique immediately." As the puppet formed the necessary hand seals, the massive fireball vanished, restoring the night and dissipating the oppressive heat. Everyone present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Rest assured, this puppet can perform other ninjutsu, making it trivial to deal with Akatsuki Kagaya, Scorpion proclaimed proudly. "Scorpion, wait a moment." Xiaonan interrupted, her cheeks flushed as she interjected. "I want to know, is this puppet lifelike?" Hearing this, Scorpion beamed with pride, ceasing the ninjutsu as he controlled the puppet to float before them. "Absolutely lifelike. It is a perfect 1-to-1 replica of Liu Mu Qianbei. To achieve this flawless replication, I replaced Liu Mu Qianbei's mattress with a material possessing memory attributes. After extensive sourcing, it has reached a level of perfection." As Scorpion demonstrated, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled, her hands rubbing together in excitement. "Scorpion, I have a friend who wants to learn puppet techniques. I wonder if you could help create a perfect 1-to-1 replica of the master puppet. Can you fulfill my friend's dream of becoming a puppet master?" Xiaonan said, her mouth watering uncontrollably as she spoke. Scorpion eyed her suspiciously, sensing that Xiaonan's friend might not be entirely serious. "It is possible, but crafting a perfect 1-to-1 replica is incredibly complex, even if I exert all my effort. It will take several months," Scorpion explained patiently. Just as Xiaonan was about to agree, Kuratsuchi stepped in front of her. "The friend Xiaonan mentioned is actually me. A longer time frame is acceptable, but please ensure the replica is perfect down to the poor level. Kuratsuchi insisted. Xiaonan exclaimed, "What on earth?" Xiaonan tightly gripped Kuratsuchi's neck, her eyes radiating hostility. "My dear friend Kuratsuchi, I suddenly feel that becoming a puppet master may not suit you. Perhaps you should reconsider," Xiaonan said in a voice dripping with menace. Kuratsuchi displayed no signs of retreat, tightening her grip around Xiaonan's waist. "Dear Xiaonan, my greatest dream since childhood has been to become a puppet master. Is there anything wrong with pursuing my dream?" Kuratsuchi retorted through gritted teeth. As Kuratsuchi's grip tightened, her face paled, and she struggled to breathe. Xiaonan was not faring much better. Kuratsuchi's immense strength had twisted her into a painful contortion. Yet neither showed any signs of relenting, growing increasingly vigorous in their struggle. Scorpion panicked. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome. "Please, stop. Just give me a little time. I will work overtime to produce 2 puppets," Scorpion implored urgently. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan and Kuratsuchi immediately relaxed. Their previously fierce expressions transformed into those of dear friends, smiles returning to their faces. "Kuratsuchi, being a puppet master has been your dream since childhood. As your older sister, how could I not support you?" Xiaonan stated. "I just remembered. Xiaonan, you have another friend who also wishes to learn puppet techniques. Surely, you are preparing for her, right?" Kuratsuchi added. The two exchanged knowing glances, a mysterious smile spreading across their faces. Scorpion couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Yet, in the next moment, Kuratsuchi and Xiaonan approached him directly. "Scorpion, we simply wish to know how lifelike this puppet truly is. You understand?" Kuratsuchi inquired. Speaking of puppets, Scorpion's face once again beamed with pride. "Rest assured, the princess of the Hyuga clan has seen it and found it flawless, even giving me a 5-star rating," Scorpion declared. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden surge of killing intent washed over him. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light appeared, and Hinata Hyuga charged toward Scorpion. Aiming a fingertip at his throat, Scorpion instinctively clutched his throat, attempting to speak, but only managing to emit incoherent sounds. Alas, that was perilously close. A massive mosquito was drawing blood from Scorpion. "Fortunately, I was swift and perceptive," remarked Hinata Hyuga with a sardonic smile. Her eyes regarded the Scorpion on the ground as one would a piece of refuse. "This mosquito is rather peculiar. It might next alight upon your heart, dear Scorpion Minister. You must take care to protect yourself," she added. Scorpion shuddered involuntarily, tears of regret brimming at the corners of his eyes. Liu Mu glanced at the bewildered Akatsuki Kagaya above and then at the rolling Scorpion below, his lips twitching once more. Could we not wait to deal with Akatsuki Kagaya before causing a ruckus? Now that Scorpion has lost his combat capabilities, who could possibly restrain Akatsuki Kagaya? Yet, Liu Mu dared not speak. If a mosquito were to settle upon his heart, it would spell trouble. Akatsuki Kagaya gazed vacantly downwards. It is said that 3 women can create a play. It seems the ancients were not mistaken. However, it appears that the strongest puppeteer has lost his ability to fight, while I seem to have regained mine. "Liu Mu, it is now your turn to take action," Akatsuki Kagaya stated sternly. "Regardless, it is inevitable that I must confront Liu Mu. Thus, it is better to face him directly. After all, the intelligence from Kurizetsu is woefully unreliable. What if there are formidable opponents below? Not to mention, the mental torment would undoubtedly be unparalleled." Liu Mu, being singled out, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had slightly regained some chakra. Against other ninjas, he had a 50% chance of intimidating them. However, Akatsuki Kagaya was truly naive and innocent. Attempting to intimidate her would be futile. He needed to display genuine strength, akin to Scorpion. Liu Mu's mind raced, hoping to devise a method to confront Akatsuki Kagaya. Suddenly, he noticed the bewildered Uzumaki Naruto nearby, and his eyes brightened. In the original narrative, Uzumaki Naruto had successfully ensnared Akatsuki Kagaya using a reverse harem technique. Perhaps it could work again. The more Liu Mu contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. After all, Akatsuki Kagaya had been sealed for countless years. How could she have witnessed such a grand spectacle, especially one augmented by special effects? Nevertheless, he needed to restore a bit more chakra. A confident expression returned to Liu Mu's face. Even his gaze towards Akatsuki Kagaya seemed somewhat more relaxed. "Are you so eager to confront me?" Liu Mu scoffed. Though internally anxious, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Only in this manner could he genuinely intimidate Akatsuki Kagaya. Unable to resist, Akatsuki Kagaya stepped back, her eyes filled with wariness towards Liu Mu. Although the chakra emanating from Liu Mu was trivial to Akatsuki Kagaya, her subconscious continuously warned her, Liu Mu is formidable, incredibly formidable, beyond ordinary strength. Were it not for her lack of escape options, she would never have chosen Liu Mu as her adversary. Since evasion was not an option, let us engage in battle. Akatsuki Kagaya huffed coldly. Not in a hurry. I would like to inquire, what do you believe is the meaning of life? Liu Mu spoke with an air of calmness, reminiscent of a sage imparting wisdom to a younger generation. Akatsuki Kagaya paused, and all the ninjas fell silent, lost in contemplation. Within the Akatsuki clan, Akatsuki Kagaya held a very low status, frequently ostracized and oppressed, having long since lost her sense of life's purpose. She even pondered the reason for her existence. The ninjas lowered their heads, reflecting deeply. The moment they became ninjas, they had severed ties with their humanity, transforming into machines of slaughter. The most common sight was the departure of comrades. Initially, there was sadness, but eventually, they became utterly numb. They no longer understood what they were fighting for. Observing Akatsuki Kagaya lost in thought, Liu Mu's lips curled into a subtle smile. I believe that human life is fleeting, rather than dwelling on the elusive future. It is better to savor the present and enjoy life as it is. Ninjas too have their lives. They should not be blinded by battle, but should cherish their current existence. As Liu Mu spoke, he felt the restoration of his chakra. Finally, his eyes lit up. His chakra had reached the desired level. Just as he prepared to unleash a jutsu, Kurizetsu interjected. According to your assertion, how does this differ from the eye of the moon? Kurizetsu inquired. Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback, his words caught in his throat. You verbose, despicable outsider. Taste my jutsu. Liu Mu retorted, infuriated. Chapter 222. 3 Liu Mu crossed his index fingers, and with the scant chakra he had, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Akatsuki Kagaya was momentarily taken aback. Having witnessed the jutsu of Liu Mu's subordinates before, she now began to question who the true divine messenger was. Rather than being divine, Liu Mu currently possessed only the strength of a Konoha Chunin. The multi-shadow clone technique? Akatsuki Kagaya chuckled dismissively. To her, the multi-shadow clone technique was as simple as inflating a balloon. A mere touch would cause them all to burst. She had not anticipated Liu Mu would employ such a technique. My dear son, do you think Liu Mu might be a grand deceiver? Akatsuki Kagaya glanced down at Kurizetsu in her sleeve. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that her enormous sleeves were gone, along with Kurizetsu. The long skirt had vanished, replaced by a knee-length pleated skirt, identical to the sailor uniform from Kurizetsu's memories. An illusion? To have ensnared me in an illusion, I must admit this Liu Mu is quite impressive, Akatsuki Kagaya remarked. She then gathered her chakra, preparing to break free from the illusion. However, as Akatsuki Kagaya clapped her hands together, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Impossible. Why can't I mobilize my chakra? Akatsuki Kagaya said, slightly panicked. It is well known that Akatsuki Kagaya had consumed the chakra fruit. Her chakra was as boundless as the vast cosmos, never exhausting. Yet now, she felt utterly devoid of any chakra. Damn, is this illusion truly that powerful? Akatsuki Kagaya frowned. She slowly raised her hand, forcefully striking her own face. Slap. The resounding sound of the slap echoed, but the familiar chakra did not return. In that moment, Akatsuki Kagaya finally began to panic. Like a headless fly, she flitted about in the smoke. Suddenly, she collided with something solid, striking her forehead and leaving it red. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her forehead. How could you be so careless? A sudden voice startled Akatsuki Kagaya, causing her to retreat several steps before regaining her composure. Looking up, she saw that the smoke had dissipated, revealing a robust man standing before her. The sight of his well-defined muscles made Akatsuki Kagaya salivate, her hands instinctively yearning to touch him. Yet upon seeing his face, her hair stood on end. Liu Mu, what sorcery is this? Akatsuki Kagaya demanded angrily. Kagaya, have you succumbed to delusions again? I have long warned you not to watch that Naruto series. Just look at your current state, Liu Mu said, shaking his head in exasperation. Naruto? Akatsuki Kagaya furrowed her brows, deep in thought. In the next moment, a somewhat young man approached, one hand clutching a basketball and the other bearing a shoulder bag, before tossing the bag into Akatsuki Kagaya's arms. Here is the latest edition of Naruto. In that instant, Akatsuki Kagaya finally recognized the man's face. Though adorned with a sunny demeanor, Akatsuki Kagaya was utterly convinced that this visage belonged to Liu Mu. Shadow clones, are we? I will not be deceived, Kagaya declared, her voice laced with caution. Indeed, we are all shadow clones, specifically those of Uzumaki Naruto's reverse harem technique. Kagaya, have you fallen for it? Another voice chimed in, startling her once more. Turning hastily, she beheld a refined gentleman standing not far away, donning black-rimmed glasses and cradling a stack of books, gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. To her surprise, he bore Liu Mu's countenance. Kagaya found herself at a loss, entirely bewildered regarding Liu Mu's intentions. The three Liu Mus before her exhibited no hostile intent. Although their expressions varied, the affection in their eyes was unmistakable. Enough teasing, Kagaya. After all these years as childhood friends, surely we can tell each other apart, the robust Liu Mu remarked. You two may be confused, but I am certain you will recognize me, the bespectacled Liu Mu asserted with pride, always donning those glasses to feign sophistication. Kagaya, ignore them. This is the conclusion of Naruto, which you have anticipated for so long. Quickly find a place to watch it, the sunny Liu Mu encouraged. Kagaya remained vigilant, her hand slowly unzipping her shoulder bag, revealing a book nestled within. Initially reluctant to engage, her curiosity was piqued upon seeing the character on the cover, which unmistakably resembled her. She retrieved the book, glancing at the cover, where the words Naruto were emblazoned in fiery red. Kagaya could not help but furrow her brow. From merely observing the cover, she appeared to be depicted as a formidable antagonist. With indignation, she hastily flipped to the first page. Reverse harem technique? A few men, and I fell victim? Then I was beaten and sealed, and my son's descendants ended up fighting? Is this how it concludes? The more she read, the more her dissatisfaction grew, culminating in visible veins throbbing on her forehead. An impulsive urge to tear the book asunder surged within her. Yet, soon Kagaya detected something amiss. No matter how she flipped the pages, she could not find Liu Mu's likeness. This cannot be right. What are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke doing here? Where is the divine Liu Mu? Kagaya inquired. The sunny Liu Mu approached with a beaming smile. Kagaya, this is the original story. The divine Liu Mu you refer to is merely a character from your fan fiction. Have you lost your mind? He replied. Indeed, one must distinguish between anime and reality. If you continue this way, we may have to prohibit you from watching Naruto, the bespectacled Liu Mu added. However, I am curious. Which of us did you model the Liu Mu in your story after? The robust Liu Mu mused, scratching his nose. In that moment, Kagaya was engulfed in confusion. She could not discern whether this was an illusion or if the current reality was indeed the real world, leaving her utterly lost in the depth of her own immersion. Regardless of which side was real, both felt overwhelmingly vivid, as if they had truly existed. Following her recollections, Kagaya raced home in a frenzy. Upon entering her room and spotting the neatly arranged Naruto volumes on the bookshelf, her brow furrowed once more. Resolutely, she seized the first volume. I shall investigate whether this Naruto aligns with my memories of the ninja world. Chapter 223. We were all mistaken. Kagaya removed her glasses, incessantly rubbing her nose bridge. After several sleepless nights, she completed reading the entirety of Naruto, along with her own fan fiction. Initially bewildered about which realm was genuine, clarity dawned upon her in an instant. How could a ninja world truly exist? I have become too enmeshed in my fantasies. Kagaya stretched languidly, scratching her shoulder as she exited her room. Kagaya, you've arrived. Just in time. I have prepared breakfast for you, the bespectacled Liu Mu cheerfully announced. At that moment, a motherly smile graced Kagaya's face. Though the ninja world was fictitious, the countless years of being sealed felt undeniably real. Now, witnessing the three handsome Liu Mus before her, her nostrils flared with excitement, and her heart raced with fervor. I shall no longer indulge in unrealistic dreams. It is time to contemplate life's significant matters. Uncertain how much time passed, Kagaya suddenly trembled, gazing around in bewilderment. A joyous expression illuminated her face. Could it be that I have traversed into the ninja world? She exclaimed excitedly. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with curiosity at every sight. Upon catching sight of Liu Mu, her exhilaration intensified. Liu Mu. Kagaya dashed toward him. But as she took a single step, her long skirt tripped her, sending her sprawling to the ground, her face meeting the earth. Liu Mu, please help me up. Kagaya pleaded, her voice tinged with dismay. Liu Mu remained unresponsive, prompting Black Zetsu to speak up. Mother, What has happened to you? Liu Mu is your greatest adversary. Why would you ask him for assistance? Black Zetsu queried cautiously. Adversary? Only at night, perhaps, Kaguya began, her face flushing with embarrassment. Suddenly, she realized, gazing at her sleeve. Goodness, am I not Akatsuki Kaguya? Who else could you be? Black Zetsu replied helplessly. Liu Mu regarded Kaguya with vigilance. After the reverse harem technique was invoked, a thick fog enveloped the scene, and within moments, Kaguya appeared transformed. Yet Liu Mu did not dare to underestimate her. After all, Kaguya's prowess was formidable, and even in her naivety, with Black Zetsu's assistance, she possessed considerable combat strength. While Liu Mu contemplated, Kaguya rushed forward, embracing him tightly, her cheek pressed against his. Nuzzling affectionately. Musi, why do you frown? You'll get wrinkles. You should smile like me, Kaguya chortled. Mother, now is your chance. Eliminate Liu Mu. Black Zetsu exclaimed excitedly. In such close proximity, even a sage would find it impossible to evade the onslaught of ninjutsu. Murder? Are you suggesting I commit fratricide? Kaguya retorted angrily. Observing this scene, all the ninjas tensed, eager to intervene and subdue Kaguya. However, at that moment, Scorpion raised a hand to halt them. Did you not notice how calm Liu Mu is? Everything is under his control, Scorpion rasped, clutching his throat. The onlookers suddenly wore expressions of realization. Liu Mu was indeed that kind of person. He would never act rashly. The reason for his restraint must be that he had resolved the issue. Scorpion, did you not mention that Liu Mu wished to eliminate Kaguya to prevent future troubles? The bewildered Zabuza inquired. Scorpion's face flushed with shame. I was shallow and misinterpreted Liu Mu's intentions. This misunderstanding has instantly diminished his stature from the heights to the depths. He shook his head as he spoke. What does the master intend to convey? Conan asked cautiously. Scorpion paused for a moment, and then his eyes sparkled with insight. Kaguya is merely the enemy before us. Even if she is defeated, various adversaries like Akatsuki Kaguya and Akatsuki Tonari will emerge. Liu Mu, through his charismatic personality, will touch her on a spiritual level. This is love. This is profound love. As he spoke, Scorpion trembled with emotion. His previously murky eyes suddenly became clear. I have underestimated Liu Mu. It was not merely a misunderstanding. It was an egregious misjudgment. What? Where did Scorpion go wrong? Kuratsuchi asked anxiously. After all, Scorpion was the first to engage with Liu Mu and was the most knowledgeable about him. If even Xia has misunderstood, then the entire direction of the Shao organization is utterly misguided. In truth, I have always viewed Liu Mu, the senior, from a human perspective, which constitutes the greatest misconception. Liu Mu is a messenger sent by the heavens. To the divine, all beings in this world are of equal existence. To Liu Mu, everyone appears as children. He has descended into the world of ninjas, witnessing their relentless strife, in order to guide all souls towards enlightenment. Xia felt as though he had uncovered the truth and became increasingly animated as he spoke. Everyone shuddered at once. Does anyone hold any distinction in the eyes of the divine? Even the question of whether one is human or not bears no difference. It is merely that Liu Mu, as a deity, could not bear to witness the ceaseless wars in the ninja world, prompting his descent to enlighten all beings. After all, for the divine, the great wars in the ninja realm resemble mere squabbles among children. Regardless of who wins or loses, the divine experiences heartache. So it is, so it is. It is no wonder that Xia is the leader. Our vision has indeed been too narrow. Indeed, Liu Mu is a divine envoy. How could he merely assist our Shao organization? He aids the entire ninja world. Nagato wiped away a tear and spoke. To encounter a master and serve him is the greatest honor of my life, Shao Nan remarked. I once felt insecure about my age, though I regained my youth. I still dared not approach Senior Liu. However, I now realize my error. In the eyes of Senior Liu, who is not a child, Chio expressed. It is no surprise that Xia has grasped this. Otherwise, we would remain lost for much longer. Itachi expressed his gratitude. Xia waved his hand. Yet a look of enjoyment graced his face. I have merely had more exposure to Senior Liu, yet his profound intentions undoubtedly extend far beyond this. I must continue my diligent study. Chapter 224, Temporal Distortion. The members of the Shao organization once again re-evaluated their perception of Xia, elevating Liu Mu's stature in their hearts. Shao Nan and Kuratsuchi, who had always been by Liu Mu's side, raised their heads and puffed out their chests, appearing quite proud. Meanwhile, Liu Mu dared not move. not even to tremble. He remained still as Akatsuki Kagaya approached. Liu Mu, have you encountered a bug? Why are you so immobile? Akatsuki Kagaya furrowed her brow. However, upon seeing Liu Mu's face, she became entranced once more. In that world, he was accompanied by his 3 brothers. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn, causing the brothers to depart one after another. Akatsuki Kagaya even fell into a state of depression as a result. In her final moments, she never expected to arrive in the ninja world, where she once again beheld this face. Akatsuki Kagaya silently vowed never to allow Liu Mu to vanish from her sight again. Mother, Liu Mu is our enemy. What kind of ninjutsu has ensnared you? Please wake up, Kuro urged. Akatsuki Kagaya could not help but furrow her brow. She then forcefully pulled Kuro out and tossed him away. I understand Liu Mu's nature far better than you, Akatsuki Kagaya retorted angrily. Afterward, she gazed at Liu Mu with a tenderness akin to water, fearful of his potential disappearance. Brother Mu, please do not leave me again, Akatsuki Kagaya pouted. Wait, what do you call your master? Shaonan approached with a frown, angrily pulling away Akatsuki Kagaya's hand. Just as Akatsuki Kagaya was about to erupt in anger, she suddenly noticed Hinata, Kuratsuchi, and others standing with their hands on their hips, glaring at her. What I call myself is none of your business. If you wish to prevent me from being with Brother Mu, do not blame me for being impolite, Akatsuki Kagaya shouted. Very well, I would like to see how you intend to be impolite, the sage of slugs sneered. Do you think I fear you? Come, let us fight. Sia, do you not need to assist? Momochi Zabuza inquired with concern. Sia shook his head slightly. This is the natural order. Only the strong are worthy to remain by Senior Liu's side. Moreover, Akatsuki Kagaya lacks the respect due to Senior Liu and requires proper guidance, Sia stated calmly. Beep. Detected significant deviation in plot direction. Subsequent events will undergo substantial changes, entering an independent parallel world. Beep. Due to the fragile nature of the parallel world, there may be disarray with other worlds. Host, please prepare. Liu Mu was taken aback. He never anticipated that the narrative of Naruto would be entirely altered, resulting in the emergence of a new parallel universe. Moreover, judging by the system's alerts, this parallel world was unstable and would likely intermingle with other realms. This meant that characters from the ninja world might traverse to other worlds, while figures from those worlds could enter the ninja realm. If they were from a less aggressive world with lower combat power, it would be manageable. However, if powerful entities from the primordial era arrived, the entire ninja world could shatter. Liu Mu let out a bitter laugh and shook his head helplessly. He looked up and discovered that the battle among the women had concluded. Akatsuki Kagaya was pinned to the ground by several individuals, struggling in vain. Tears streamed down her face in distress. I, Kagaya, declare that once I familiarize myself with battle, I will have each of you kneeling before me, singing my praises. She sobbed, and upon locking eyes with Liu Mu, she felt even more aggrieved. Brother Mu, please save me. Kneeling and singing praises? Your ambition is quite bold. If that is the case, let me introduce you to my stinky socks, Chiyo said with a wicked grin, unceremoniously removing her foul socks and stuffing them into Akatsuki Kagaya's mouth. Enough of this nonsense. Shao Organization's higher-ups, along with the 5 Kagya, please gather. I need to convene a meeting, Liu Mu declared with unwavering authority. In the face of unknown adversaries, the ninja world must not continue its internal strife. Only through unity can there be a chance for survival. Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes sparkled, and he took out a small notebook to jot down notes. The first Ninja World Representative Conference. This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion. From now on, all members of the Shao Organization will have this day off every year, Xia proclaimed. Liu Mu could not help but roll his eyes. There was no time to indulge Xia now. He needed to rest and recover his chakra. Maintaining his condition at its peak was essential to avoid being reactive in the impending battles. Liu Mu found a stone to sit upon and closed his eyes. System. After the temporal distortion, will the enemies entering the ninja world be restricted? Liu Mu inquired. Beep. Due to the differing power systems of each world, upon entering a foreign realm, they will face rejection by the world, with varying methods of expulsion. For instance, in a fantasy world, heavenly tribulations may ensue. In a technological realm, various unforeseen accidents may occur. However, if the host possesses absolute strength capable of suppressing the opposing will of the heavens, then the expulsion shall naturally cease. So, will there be advance notice of enemy invasions? Beep. In principle, There will be no warnings, however. This system does not adhere to principles and will provide certain alerts. Liu Mu let out a long sigh of relief. With the system's notifications, there was at least no need to fear enemies lurking within the ninja world, engaging in covert sabotage. He would have ample time to search for the invaders. Are there currently any intruders? Beep. Scanning in progress. Beep. 3 intruders detected. Beep. The combat power levels of the intruders are comparable to those of the ninja world, with their energy source also being chakra. Beep. Host. Please locate the intruders swiftly and proceed to expel or eliminate them. Beep. Mission reward. Special gift package. Liu Mu was momentarily stunned. He never expected that there would indeed be intruders, and 3 at that. Fortunately, their power systems were similar, alleviating the fear of world destruction. The immediate priority was to locate them. Liu Mu, the esteemed elder, everyone is prepared and awaiting your arrival for the meeting, Xia cautiously remarked. Liu Mu opened his eyes and nodded slightly. All right, I will be there shortly. He stood up, brushing off his clothes, his eyes filled with determination. It is time to lay everything on the table. Chapter 225. Be prepared. Don't be alarmed, everyone. Please quiet down. One might think this is merely a trivial matter from the past, Xia said, discontented as he surveyed the crowd below. The members of the Shao organization immediately closed their mouths. However, the 5 Kage could hardly sit still. After all, they were accustomed to leading the meetings, and now being seated below created a palpable sense of dissonance. Xia, you are the minister of the Shao organization, but you have no real connection with our water country. Terumi May expressed her dissatisfaction. Indeed, we wish to see Liu Mu. Tsunade declared angrily, slamming her hand on the table. Be silent. Our esteemed Liu Mu is conducting this meeting for your benefit, a privilege earned over countless lifetimes. Do not be ungrateful, Xia frowned. In his eyes, these ninjas, who had not been enlightened by Liu Mu's advanced ideas, were merely rabble. Had it not been for Liu Mu's insistence on the participation of the 5 Kage, Xia would not have deigned to sit with them. At that moment, Liu Mu approached. Everyone fell silent. Although the 5 Kage harbored resentment towards Xia, they felt an innate fear towards Liu Mu. After all, a mere gesture from him could obliterate the existence of a nation, and wherever he went, he commanded respect. The members of the Shao organization all stood and bowed to Liu Mu. Greetings, Master Liu Mu. Thank you for your hard work. Hello, comrades. Thank you for your efforts. Liu Mu replied with a smile. He felt an odd sense of déjà vu at this scene, as he took his place amidst the ruins of war. Finding a patch of flat ground was no small feat at this moment. Liu Mu's mood grew slightly heavy. The ensuing chaos might summon various figures from different worlds. Rather than being exposed, it would be better to reveal everything himself. Although he could ensure that he would not be silenced after laying everything bare, a hint of nervousness lingered in his heart. I am about to share some matters that may overturn your understanding, so it is crucial to remain calm. Liu Mu said solemnly. Instantly, all members of the Shao organization became serious. Previously, Liu Mu's directives were conveyed in an indirect manner, relying on the wisdom of the audience to grasp the essence. Now, however, he spoke directly, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Xia took out a pen and paper. Inhaling deeply, fearful of missing any detail from Liu Mu. Seeing that everyone was listening intently, Liu Mu nodded. In truth, I am not from this world. He paused, anxiously observing the expressions of the crowd, his heart racing. Yet, contrary to his expectations, there was no immediate reaction. Everyone continued to gaze at him with anticipation. Elder Liu, please continue, Xia urged, resembling an eager student filled with curiosity. Are you not curious about where I come from? Liu Mu's lips twitched. Elder Liu hails from the divine realm, as a messenger of the gods. Is this not common knowledge? Please, get to the point, Xia replied dismissively. Liu Mu could not help but grimace, hastily continuing, not the divine realm. Rather, I come from an ordinary world. The ninja realm is merely a comic book from my world. Once again, the anticipated reaction did not occur. Xia pondered, stroking his chin. To encapsulate an entire world within a book, allowing for manipulation of time and space, was an unfathomably terrifying power. This is astounding, Xia exclaimed, his excitement evident as he turned his inquisitive gaze towards Liu Mu. So, what is it that you wish to convey, Elder Liu? He continued to inquire. Liu Mu's lips twitched uncontrollably. He had expected the entire ninja world to be shaken by this revelation, yet they responded with such nonchalance, as if it were the simplest matter. Liu Mu cast a sardonic glance at Xia. Since you are so adept at guessing, why don't you take a shot at it? I have already given you a hint. Do you still not understand? Liu Mu asked with a mischievous glimmer in his eye, awaiting the expressions of the crowd as they grappled with the implications. Indeed, I suspected Elder Lu's words were not so simple. In light of this, allow me to present my analysis and see if I am correct, Xie declared proudly. Liu Mu paused, his heart filled with disbelief. Oh, have you already figured it out? Liu Mu inquired cautiously. Given that Elder Lu has summoned everyone for a meeting with such seriousness, it must pertain to a matter of great importance. However, the 2 points you mentioned were rather trivial and widely known, indicating that the secret lies within, Xie said. Donning a pair of glasses he had produced from who knows where, resembling a well-read scholar. Liu Mu felt as though his heart had been pierced by a blade. The fact that his crossing over was deemed inconsequential, expressed through Xie's words, left him feeling somewhat despondent. Liu Mu had deliberately emphasized the issue of his crossing over, indicating that the crux of the matter lay there. Such urgency surrounding his transition signified that adversaries could emerge from other worlds. The calm demeanor Liu Mu maintained suggested that this time, the threats could be dealt with solely by their own efforts. Elder Lu, do you think my analysis is correct? Xie asked, his face filled with an expression of eager supplication. Liu Mu's lips twitched. What did he mean by whether the analysis was correct? Aside from the number of adversaries, everything else had essentially been deduced. Liu Mu even began to suspect that Xie could hear his inner thoughts. Indeed, that is my intention. Liu Mu sighed, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This time, there are 3 invaders. Everyone, strive to uncover their identities. With that, Liu Mu returned to his seat atop a stone in the corner. At once, all the ninjas sprang into action, tirelessly searching for the individuals who had crossed over. Approximately an hour later, Hinata Hizashi returned, brimming with excitement. I found them. Liu Mu paused, his expression brightening instantly. To avoid alerting the enemies, we must monitor from the periphery and await further instructions from the son-in-law. Here are the images of the 3. The first image depicted a figure with yellow hair and feline-like features. The second showed a person with black, messy hair obscuring one eye, while the visible eye was a blood-red Sharingan. The third image contained only a brief description: white clothing, white hair, white eyes, and pale skin. Haydn stroked his chin, contemplating the images, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Why does this feel reminiscent of the Nine-Tails Kid, Itachi's younger brother, and that Otsutsuki Kagaya? Chapter 226. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Haydn's comment instantly enlightened everyone present, especially Tsunade, who rushed over to examine the photographs repeatedly. This doesn't seem particularly accurate. Look at the Uchiha child, he is not that tall, and the Nine-Tails Kid doesn't resemble him either, Tsunade remarked. Tsunade, why the rush? Did you not hear Elder Lu mention that these individuals hail from another world? Our primary objective is to gain control over them, Xie said coldly. Upon hearing this, Tsunade sheepishly smiled. Right, we should set off immediately, she declared. In an instant, all the ninjas departed, soon arriving at their target location. They observed 2 individuals, one tall and one short, strolling leisurely along the path. These 2 truly resemble Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin. Sasuke and Naruto could not resist approaching. Upon seeing the tall figure, Naruto's expression turned to one of shock. Sasuke, do you have an older brother? Naruto exclaimed. Shut up. Uchiha Sasuke spoke impatiently, suggesting that regardless of the circumstances, they should first obstruct the situation. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows and, without waiting for Scorpion to issue commands, rushed forward to block the path. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, the towering figure trembled involuntarily, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to find words. I believe the 2 of you should stay and converse, Uchiha Itachi stated solemnly. Master, I feel like I've seen this person before, remarked the short blonde. Shut up and get ready to flee, the giant replied with a scowl. However, in the next moment, countless ninjas leaped forth, surrounding the 2. The giant, with his unique hairstyle, raised an eyebrow. Renowned ninjas such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hatake Kakashi were present. The giant felt confident in his ability to escape, yet with a burden trailing behind him, fleeing had become impossible. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Please allow me to leave, the giant insisted sternly. Leave? Do you think that is feasible? Deidara sneered. The giant was momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the ninja before him. Deidara, weren't you supposed to be dead? And wait, Jiraiya shouldn't be alive either, he stammered, abruptly silencing himself. Am I dead? Would you care to experience my art? Deidara retorted, this satisfaction evident in his tone as numerous clay spiders materialized in his hands, scuttling toward the giant. With a huff, the giant unleashed several bolts of lightning chakra, precisely striking the spiders and rendering them lifeless. Lightning release? Deidara frowned. While he was unafraid of other ninjutsu, this particular technique countered his own. In the past, he might have engaged, but after being influenced by Liu Mu, his once solitary mindset had vanished. Brothers, charge forth and beat him to a pulp, Deidara bellowed. The giant stood bewildered, clearly not anticipating Deidara's call for a group assault. If he were at his peak, he might have stood a chance, but in his current state, continuing to fight was tantamount to inviting defeat. Thus, he locked onto Deidara and charged at high speed. Uchiha body slam. Seizing Deidara, the giant slammed him to the ground and drew a kunai, pressing it against Deidara's throat. No one is to move, otherwise, Deidara will be the first to perish. He warned coldly. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, unfazed, his cold gaze fixed upon the giant, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. I truly do not wish to be your enemy. Capturing Deidara was merely for self-preservation, the giant explained. Who have you captured? Uchiha Itachi replied icily. The giant blinked in confusion, glancing down to discover that what he had seized was merely a wooden post. An illusion, I should have guessed. I am curious. Why did you employ the Uchiha body slam? Uchiha Itachi inquired. The giant gritted his teeth, surveying the surrounding ninjas, ultimately letting out a despondent sigh. Actually, I am Uchiha Sasuke. That is all I can divulge, he admitted helplessly. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Sasuke charged forth, glaring furiously at the man before him. Nonsense. You are Uchiha Sasuke, then who am I? He shouted angrily, lightning crackling in his hands. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had traversed from the future, and the more actions he took, the more he risked altering history. It was possible that the future would be radically transformed as a result, especially concerning Akatsuki Kagaya, if she remained unsealed. The ninja world could face annihilation. I cannot elaborate on how Akatsuki Kagaya is here. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, his expression turning to one of horror. Akatsuki Kagaya looked around, perplexed. Why can't I be here? She queried, bewildered. Damn it, quickly seal Akatsuki Kagaya, or the ninja world will be doomed. The adult Uchiha Sasuke urged, one hand brushing back his hair to reveal his Rinnegan. Chakra surged within him, primed for a lethal strike. What the hell? What did I do to provoke you? You aim to seal me the moment I arrive. Have I eaten your rice? Akatsuki Kagaya retorted angrily. However, the adult Uchiha Sasuke gave her no chance to explain, dashing forward in an instant. Just as his short blade was about to pierce Akatsuki Kagaya, a myriad of crows took flight, and she vanished from sight. Brother, please do not obstruct me. The adult Uchiha Sasuke implored urgently. Akatsuki Kagaya is a critical member of our Akatsuki organization. How could I possibly let you through? Uchiha Itachi responded coldly. The adult Uchiha Sasuke's mind went blank. Akatsuki Kagaya has become a member of Akatsuki? Are you jesting with me? How is this different from everything I have experienced? He thought, bewildered by the unfolding events. It dawned on him that the ninjas of Konohagakure were executing missions alongside those of Akatsuki, and he too was involved. Give me a moment to process this. He murmured in confusion. Is this the true history, and was what I previously witnessed merely an illusion? For a moment, the adult Uchiha Sasuke began to question his existence. Chapter 227. Stay away from me. I'm afraid Liu Mu will misunderstand. The adult Uchiha Sasuke was grappling with his reality. Enemies from before were now appearing as allies, leaving him uncertain whether his memories were flawed or if it had all been a ruse from the beginning. You are Uchiha Sasuke, then surely this must be Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata Hyuga smiled. I am not Naruto Uzumaki. I am Boruto Uzumaki, his son. Boruto declared, hands on his hips. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki rushed over excitedly. Looking curiously at Boruto, are you truly my son? He asked, exhilaration evident in his voice. Though I hesitate to admit it, I am indeed your son. Boruto replied with resignation. Naruto's eyes lit up, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, so, is your mother Sakura Haruno? Instantly, his face flushed red, hands covering his cheeks in shyness. Naruto, how could I ever marry you? Sakura Haruno retorted angrily. Hinata Hyuga couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Sakura, Don't be so agitated. The future is unpredictable. Perhaps Naruto did something that moved you, and that is how you agreed. Hinata laughed, covering her mouth. Not at all. My mother is you, Boruto said innocently. Hinata froze, her smile vanishing entirely. Boruto, Sakura is over there. Be careful not to mistake your mother, Hinata cautioned, her lips twitching. I have not erred. My mother is indeed you, Hinata Hyuga, and my father is Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto stated earnestly. Hinata was instantly petrified, while Naruto awkwardly rubbed his nose. Hinata, I never considered that we might end up married, he chuckled. Don't feel disheartened. Hinata, perhaps Naruto did something that touched your heart, leading you to agree. Especially since you have children now, Sakura grinned. Hinata's lips twitched again, and she quickly distanced herself from Naruto. Naruto, please maintain your distance. I fear Liu Mu might misunderstand. Hinata said seriously, unable to smile any longer. Casting a wary glance at Boruto, she felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Hinata, do not resist. The wheels of time are formidable. No matter how much you oppose it, you cannot change the course, Naruto remarked. Hinata shot him a glare. If I must marry you, I would undoubtedly kill you. Hinata Hyuga exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she wiped them away and fled. My lord Liu Mu, please allow me to explain. I have no connection with that Naruto Uzumaki. The adult Sasuke Uchiha furrowed his brow as he observed the scene before him. It was a well-known secret that Hinata had harbored feelings for Naruto, yet the Hinata standing there seemed vehemently opposed to this title. For a moment, the adult Sasuke began to question his own existence. Could it be that he had truly aged, to the point where his memories were faltering? For the sake of believing you are the future Sasuke, I wish to understand what you mean by Akatsuki Kagaya's destruction of the world, Itachi Uchiha stated gravely. Peace had only just been restored to the ninja world. If Akatsuki Kagaya were to threaten that peace, Itachi would not hesitate to intervene. The adult Sasuke nodded slightly, then patiently elucidated the matter. Listening intently, Kagaya's complexion grew increasingly pale until she could no longer contain herself and erupted in anger. You scoundrel! How dare you sully my reputation? I, Kagaya, am a law-abiding citizen, yet you portray me as a villain. With that, Kagaya turned and dashed away. My lord Liu Mu, I assure you, I have no intentions of destroying the world. Even if I did, I would not stand a chance against you. The adult Sasuke twitched his lips in disbelief. Was this truly the Kagaya from his recollections? You see, that lacks any credibility, Itachi remarked solemnly. The adult Sasuke fell silent, devoid of any rebuttal. Let us change the subject. What has brought you to this state? Itachi inquired, glancing at Sasuke's hand. Sasuke looked down at his hand and could not suppress a wry smile. It was due to an obsession with Naruto that he had sustained this injury. Nonsense. That brat Naruto could never take my hand, Sasuke retorted, resembling a cat with its fur bristled. Do not worry. History will be rewritten. Itachi replied with a slight smile as he turned his gaze to Naruto Uzumaki, who felt an uneasy chill run down his spine, sensing that his doom was imminent. Enough of this nonsense. Let us address some crucial questions. The serious Scorpion stepped forward, his eyes scrutinizing the adult Sasuke. At that moment, everyone fell silent, awaiting Scorpion's inquiry. The adult Sasuke was taken aback by this scene. Though he had little interaction with Scorpion, one could hardly consider a person who could be subdued by Sakura Haruno to be particularly formidable. Yet at this moment, Scorpion commanded respect, even from his brother Itachi. Sasuke could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. What is your purpose here? And who is the figure clad in white? Scorpion asked with gravity. That individual is Akatsuki Urashiki. We traversed here for him, the adult Sasuke replied. Akatsuki? Scorpion stroked his chin in contemplation. No wonder he resembles Akatsuki Kagaya. It appears he is family. What is his purpose here? Scorpion pressed further. Just as the adult Sasuke was about to respond, he abruptly fell silent. The reason I cannot disclose at this moment is that this individual is exceedingly dangerous. Even the 7th Hokage fell at his hands. Therefore, I seek your assistance in apprehending him, Sasuke stated earnestly. Oh, who is the 7th Hokage? Could it be my lord Liu Mu? Scorpion queried. The adult Sasuke looked puzzled. I do not know who Liu Mu is. The 7th Hokage is Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing this, Scorpion could not help but burst into laughter. He is the 7th Hokage? Are you jesting? Scorpion chuckled. Sasuke longed to refute him, but upon observing Naruto in his current state, the words caught in his throat. Meanwhile, a figure in the distance, Might Guy, was searching for his target when a white silhouette suddenly emerged. Chapter 228. Akatsuki Urashiki regarded Might Guy with indifference. In Urashiki's memory, Might Guy had always been confined to a wheelchair, so it was evident that one who could break his legs was not a particularly formidable ninja. Thus, he approached without hesitation. "You there, with the bushy eyebrows, I have a few questions for you," Urashiki demanded unabashedly. Might Guy glanced left and right before pointing to himself. "Are you speaking to me?" he asked. "Who else could I be addressing? If you respond well to my questions, perhaps I will grant you a chance to escape," Urashiki taunted. Might Guy showed no inclination to respond, instead scrutinizing Urashiki with a thoughtful expression. White hair, white skin, white eyes. Might Guy pulled out a piece of paper, continuously cross-referencing. Urashiki felt increasingly offended, his anger flaring. "Are you provoking me?" he shouted. "I understand your urgency, but please hold on. I'm almost done," Might Guy complained, continuing to check the paper. "White clothing matches, no issues there." Urashiki's anger escalated as he observed Might Guy's actions. He had silently resolved to eliminate Might Guy. After all, there were many who sought directions. But his ire could only be unleashed upon Might Guy. Consequently, Urashiki's chakra surged. "Have you finished? Once you have, you may take your leave," Urashiki commanded. "Indeed, you may leave, so hurry and accompany me. My ancestor awaits." Might Guy replied cheerfully. "What I mean is, I will send you to the afterlife," Urashiki roared. However, Urashiki quickly regained his composure, covering his forehead with one hand and laughing. "I almost fell for your trick. I did not expect someone who appears so rough around the edges to possess such cunning. You aim to provoke my anger through verbal jabs, hoping that my rage would provide you an opportunity to flee." As he spoke, Urashiki clapped his hands, yet his eyes still sparkled with mischief. "But you are unaware of my true strength. In the face of absolute power, any scheme will appear utterly futile. This is the chasm that separates us." Urashiki's confidence grew as he spoke, his smile becoming increasingly audacious. Might Guy, meanwhile, scratched his head in confusion, gazing at Urashiki. "What are you talking about?" Urashiki's smile faltered, and his chakra erupted once more. "Very well, you insolent worm, you shall pay for your arrogance," Urashiki declared. "Ultimately, you simply do not wish to accompany me," Might Guy remarked. "Accompany you? Only if you can defeat me. Do you truly believe that is possible?" Urashiki continued to provoke. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate how I ignite my youth," Might Guy exclaimed with fervor, crossing his arms before him. "The first gate of 8 gates, the opening gate." As his words fell, a surge of intense chakra burst forth. Urashiki regarded him with indifference, but the next moment, he was sent flying to the ground by the impact of the chakra. Impossible. Urashiki looked at Might Guy in disbelief. He had encountered many individuals with formidable chakra, yet never had he been knocked down by mere chakra alone, especially by a ninja he had underestimated. At that moment, Urashiki felt humiliated, and his anger began to rise uncontrollably. Unforgivable, Urashiki unleashed his chakra in a counterattack. Even with all his might expended, he found himself at a disadvantage, utterly crushed. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Daetong Yu Pu sure glared at the figure of Might Guy before him, gritting his teeth, then clapped his hands together. Shinra Tensei. With a furious shout, a powerful repelling force surged forth, uprooting the very ground beneath them. The earth around them was thrust into a massive circular indentation. However, when the force reached Might Guy, it could not advance an inch further, as if a formidable chasm stood between them. 8th gate, the Death Gate, opened. With a fierce grunt, Might Guy's skin began to crack, emanating a dark crimson glow from within. The chakra enveloping him transformed into a deep red hue. Daetong Yu Pu sure caught the scent of blood in the air and instantly understood. So, this power comes at the cost of his own life force. Initially, I thought you possessed a modicum of cleverness, but I did not anticipate such courage. Very well, I concede your strength. Daetong Yu Pu sure grinned widely. The power derived from burning one's own life is indeed a final flourish worthy of respect. Since Might Guy was already on the brink of death, Daetong Yu Pu sure silently acknowledged his capability and bravery. "Come, let me witness your strength." Daetong Yu Pu sure bellowed, rapidly forming hand seals in preparation to withstand this final blow. Might Guy leaped high into the air, resembling a blood-red dragon soaring towards Daetong Yu Pu sure. His speed was akin to lightning, leaving no room for evasion. Daetong Yu Pu sure was secretly impressed. "I did not expect to encounter such a formidable opponent so soon after returning to the past. Fortunately, This jutsu can only be performed once in a lifetime. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Despite Daetong Pu Shi employing countless techniques, he was still struck squarely. His body was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a halt. He was gravely injured, nearly succumbing to that kick. What a pity! If it had not been miscalculated by just a fraction, I would have been the one dead. Daetong Pu Shi chuckled with pride. As long as he was alive, with his robust healing abilities, he would recover swiftly. Yet, Might Guy had burned through all his life force, leaving him no chance of survival. What a shame for such an adversary to meet such an end, Daetong Pu Shi lamented. After all, Might Guy had no possibility of living on. Just then, a familiar voice echoed nearby. First gate, the opening gate, open. What? Chapter 229, what are you doing? Daetong Pu Shi desperately attempted to rise from the ground, but his injuries were too severe. Even with remarkable recovery, he lacked the time to move. Yet, a fierce will to survive compelled Daetong Pu Shi to struggle. Shinra Tensei activate. A strong force propelled him upward, launching him away. As he watched the distance grow, Daetong Pu Shi finally exhaled in relief, though a wave of dread washed over him. Upon the opening of the final gate of Might Guy's 8 gates, Daetong Pu Shi visibly witnessed his blood energy evaporating. For an ordinary person, even a slight evaporation would induce dizziness and loss of combat capability. A little more, and one could succumb to shock from blood loss. Yet, the amount evaporated from Might Guy would have turned an ordinary person into a desiccated corpse. Remarkably, Might Guy not only survived, but was able to unleash one more attack. Is he even human? Regardless of how exceptional Might Guy's physique may be, there was no way he could survive a second usage. A ninja can train their muscles and cultivate chakra, yet the vital energy within their body cannot be cultivated. Even if Might Guy could endure the first time, the second time would undoubtedly lead to his demise. A madman, truly a madman. Daetong Pu Shi fled rapidly. For as a noble member of the Daetong clan, he had no need to contend with a lunatic. The 8th gate, the death gate, opened. With a roar, a surge of blood energy erupted forth. Daetong Pu Shi detected the scent of blood in the air, causing his recently recovered body to tremble involuntarily. Damn it! This bastard truly fears nothing. Daetong Pu Shi thought anxiously, as his chakra surged, hastening his escape. Boom! The repelling force of Shinra Tensei crumbled before Might Guy, offering no resistance whatsoever. Might Guy's foot struck Daetong Pu Shi squarely in the lower back. In an instant, his internal organs shattered. An excruciating pain coursed through Daetong Pu Shi's nerves. His mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. I am going to die. Fortunately, as Daetong Pu Shi was airborne, the full force of that kick was not realized, merely sending him flying. It was precisely due to this that he did not meet his end. Heaven does not forsake me. Daetong Pu Shi rejoiced internally, desperately manipulating his chakra to reverse his body's trajectory. Before him, Might Guy appeared devoid of vitality, resembling cracked volcanic rock, with red flames flickering from the black fissures. Might Guy slowly descended from the air. What a pity to lose such a master. Fret not. I shall always remember you, the eyebrow monster. Daetong Pu Shi thought to himself, subsequently shutting his eyes, unwilling to witness such a formidable being perish in despair. Boom! Might Guy crashed heavily to the ground, the charred remnants of his body scattering across the earth. To his astonishment, beneath the debris lay supple skin. The man who should have perished trembled and then struggled to rise. This fellow is remarkably resilient. It seems another kick is in order. Might Guy chuckled. His chakra surged explosively. First gate, second gate, 8th gate, the death gate, open. With a furious shout, blood-red chakra erupted once more, propelling him forward like a cannonball. In an instant, he was beside Daetong Pu Shi. Eyes closed. Has he truly perished? Might Guy pondered aloud, then gently nudged Daetong Pu Shi. Daetong Pu Shi slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Might Guy, causing him to flail about in fright. How are you still alive? Daetong Pu Shi exclaimed. Why would I die? Your jutsu did not even touch me, Might Guy replied. Daetong Pu Shi's mouth twitched, realizing the truth in Might Guy's words. Since encountering Might Guy, he had never once had the opportunity to strike back, having been thoroughly overwhelmed. Even the strongest within the Daetong clan would have confidence in engaging in a few exchanges, yet against Might Guy, a sense of powerlessness arose. What are you doing? I was merely out for a stroll. Why did you come at me with such a powerful attack? Datong Yu Pu sure whimpered, genuinely frightened, as the sight of Might Guy's face resembled a ghostly apparition. He longed to flee from this place immediately. The chakra of the 10 tails. Whoever desires it may claim it. No, you are the time traveler spoken of by my ancestor. You must be taken back. Might Guy insisted earnestly. Datong Yu Pu sure felt on the verge of tears. The seemingly formidable 7th Hokage was easily dispatched, while this seemingly weak, bushy-browed monster proved to be extraordinarily powerful. All Datong Yu Pu sure could think about was escaping swiftly. Just then, Might Guy suddenly lost the ability to move and plummeted from the air. Datong Yu Pu sure's heart leapt with joy, quickly gathering all his chakra and propelling himself forward. Because Akatsuki Pushi was acutely aware that after Might Guy fell, he would soon rise again. In an instant, Akatsuki Pushi soared into the sky at an incredible speed, even producing a sonic boom in his wake. This was the first time Akatsuki Pushi had flown so swiftly, and it was driven by the urgency of being pursued. The familiar scent of blood wafted back to him. He hastily summoned all his chakra, daring not to look back as he surged forward. A glance behind would surely greet him with a pair of size 43 feet. At that moment, he spotted a young boy walking amidst a throng of ninjas not far off. Judging by his stature, he was undoubtedly of high status. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to take a hostage, perhaps in hopes of securing a chance to survive. He promptly controlled his chakra and dove downward. Look out, there's an assassin. Quickly protect Liu Mu senpai. The ninjas shouted in alarm. Damn it, how dare he? But Akatsuki Pushi's speed was too formidable. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, gripping Liu Mu's throat tightly. Might Guy, witnessing this, quickly skidded to a halt nearby. Upon seeing that the individual in his grasp could genuinely intimidate Might Guy, Akatsuki Pushi felt a surge of pride swell within him, secretly admiring his own cunning. Everyone stop. Otherwise, I will kill this boy. Chapter 230. Full cooperation. Liu Mu gazed at Akatsuki Pushi with fear, feeling the pressure of his grip. His heart raced uncontrollably. How could a simple walk lead to being seized by Akatsuki Pushi? Wasn't he supposed to appear in that particular episode? According to the timeline, Uzumaki Boruto was still but a tadpole, wasn't he? Fortunately, more and more ninjas gathered around, all elite members of the Akatsuki, especially figures like Scorpion and Might Guy, who possessed the power to obliterate the world. Liu Mu felt a sense of relief wash over him. You scoundrel, release Liu Mu senpai at once. If a single hair on him is harmed, you will find yourself in a world of pain. The ninjas shouted furiously, and Akatsuki Pushi began to feel anxious. Had it been half an hour earlier, he would have shown no fear, perhaps even a hint of excitement. However, after encountering Might Guy, uncertainty gnawed at him. Who could gauge the true strength of this group? If another Might Guy should appear, even several lives would not suffice. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will strike. Akatsuki Pushi exclaimed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Liu Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. For the first time, he felt a sense of security from the Akatsuki members. As long as they were present, there was nothing to fear. This damned sense of safety. I advise you to release your grip, Liu Mu spoke calmly. Akatsuki Pushi shuddered. To have his vital point gripped, yet still speak so nonchalantly. As if everything were under control, only heightened Akatsuki Pushi's unease. I suggest you do not provoke me further, or I shall snap your neck. Akatsuki Pushi's voice quivered. He tightened his grip slightly, a jolt of pain shooting through Liu Mu's mind, causing his brows to furrow momentarily. You bastard, dare to hurt my fiancé. Kuratsuchi fumed. She made to charge forward, but Scorpion abruptly blocked her path. What do you think you're doing, Scorpion? This scoundrel has harmed my fiancé. I must confront him. Kuratsuchi shouted angrily. Scorpion shook his head, looking at her as if she were foolish. Do you truly believe Liu Mu senpai is weak? Scorpion asked. Kuratsuchi paused, not comprehending why Scorpion posed such a question, but instinctively replied, he is incredibly strong, unrivaled in the world. Scorpion nodded slightly. Excellent. Liu Mu senpai is the mightiest individual I have ever encountered. Would such a formidable ninja be easily captured by the enemy? Scorpion chuckled. Kuratsuchi trembled. The more powerful a ninja, the sharper their reflexes. Capturing someone as strong as Liu Mu in an instant would be more challenging than annihilating the ninja world itself. Kuratsuchi felt her mind whirl with confusion. Then why was Liu Mu captured? She inquired. Scorpion's face fell, reminiscent of a diligent teacher witnessing a student fail an exam. Rather than anger, it was disappointment. This was undoubtedly a deliberate capture, and Liu Mu Senpai's purpose is likely to gather intelligence, Scorpion explained patiently. Kuratsuchi instantly felt a shiver run through her. The chaotic thoughts in her mind suddenly cleared. Liu Mu had just discussed the existence of other worlds. Currently, all ninjas had virtually zero knowledge of these realms. Instead of killing an individual from another world, extracting information might yield unexpected rewards. Liu Mu's foresight was truly remarkable. Kuratsuchi admired. Scorpion observed Kuratsuchi's expression and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The depth of Liu Mu Senpai's foresight is beyond what you or I can comprehend. The more I study Liu Mu Senpai, the more I sense his terrifying intellect. It seems as though everything unfolds according to his plan. Kuratsuchi nodded in a daze, her cheeks reddening. Are you suggesting that your engagement to me was also orchestrated by Liu Mu's calculations? Kuratsuchi asked eagerly. Recently, she felt increasingly like a devoted admirer, yet received no response from Liu Mu, even contemplating giving up. However, after hearing Scorpion's words today, her hopes rekindled. Of course, Liu Mu Senpai calculates every step meticulously. He would never engage in meaningless actions, Scorpion asserted decisively. Kuratsuchi's heart raced, her mind racing with thoughts of Liu Mu's intentions. Previously, I overheard Liu Mu call me Leg Shadow. Could it be that he has taken an interest in me? She mused aloud, instinctively glancing at her long legs. Enough of that. Since Liu Mu Senpai is intentional, let us cooperate fully, Scorpion suggested. How shall we cooperate? Kuratsuchi asked, regaining her focus. Watch my lead, Scorpion replied confidently. As their discussion concluded, Scorpion suddenly felt a wave of tension wash over him. You must not harm Liu Mu Senpai. We need to retreat immediately, Scorpion urged anxiously. Kuratsuchi's eyes brightened. To extract information. It was impossible to do so amidst such a large crowd. They first needed to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. In that moment, Kuratsuchi couldn't help but silently admire Scorpion. He truly understood Liu Mu's intentions. Just a few subtle movements revealed Liu Mu's thoughts. Do not harm Liu Mu. We must leave now. Kuratsuchi quickly agreed. With the two of them taking the lead, the members of the Akatsuki swiftly reacted, desperately retreating. Akatsuki Pushi looked astonished at the suddenly empty space before him. He had never anticipated that the seemingly random hostage he seized would prove so valuable, scaring off all the ninjas. Kid, it seems these folks care about you quite a bit. Akatsuki Pushi grinned confidently. At that moment, Liu Mu's lips twitched incessantly. The calm demeanor he had displayed moments ago was nowhere to be found. Despite possessing the strength of a Kage, he felt utterly insignificant before Akatsuki Pushi. The crucial factor was that Liu Mu's throat was gripped tightly, leaving him no room to resist. Huh, why are you trembling? Chapter 231. The Thunderous Reckoning. Liu Mu's heart raced. After all, his life was in another's hands. However, one dared not reveal their true feelings. For if Akatsuki Pushi were to discover that they were merely a pawn, they would ultimately become prey, subject to slaughter. I am exhilarated. Liu Mu chuckled. Akatsuki Pushi trembled involuntarily. Who, in the face of death, could exhibit such excitement? Firstly, they must be a madman. For a madman fears not death, and may even find exhilaration in certain circumstances. Secondly, they must possess absolute power. In the presence of such strength, peril ceases to exist. And one may even retaliate. From the performance of the Akatsuki members moments ago, it was evident that Liu Mu was not a madman. Hence, there remained only one possibility, a master of unparalleled strength. Do not act impulsively. Your life is in my hands, and I could extinguish it at any moment. No matter how formidable you are, I can snap your neck in an instant. Akatsuki Pushi spoke with palpable fear. Upon hearing this, Liu Mu's smile broadened. And he even turned to glance at Akatsuki Pushi. Are you certain my life is in your hands, rather than your life being in mine? Liu Mu taunted. In an instant, Akatsuki Pushi's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. They sought to maintain control, yet the visceral fear rendered them powerless to stop. What do you intend to do? Akatsuki Pushi quivered. Liu Mu's lips curled slightly as he gently shifted the hand that was gripping his neck, casting a confident gaze upon Akatsuki Pushi. A wise choice. Akatsuki Pushi glared at Liu Mu through clenched teeth. Though feeling humiliated, they dared not express their anger, for Liu Mu was too enigmatic. He appeared merely as a slightly more formidable ninja, yet Akatsuki Pushi understood that one who could command a monster like Might Guy could not possibly be ordinary. Their inability to see through Liu Mu stemmed from the vast disparity between them. Nevertheless, Akatsuki Pushi remained undeterred. As a member of the Akatsuki clan, I cannot surrender without a fight. Thus, I implore you to demonstrate your power. Akatsuki Pushi declared, darkly. Liu Mu's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated such a bold assertion from Akatsuki Pushi. It was known that Akatsuki Pushi possessed the power to overwhelm the strongest forms of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Liu Mu was merely an ordinary shadow-level ninja. How could he possibly be a match? You must understand, should I take action, you may very well perish, Liu Mu warned in a lowered voice. Then please, do so. Akatsuki Pushi replied. Liu Mu's expression darkened instantly. There was no room for retreat. He could only grit his teeth and prepare for battle. Then brace yourself. Liu Mu proclaimed as he closed his eyes, summoning the forces of nature to enter sage mode. After all, if he could not intimidate Akatsuki Pushi, he could at least rely on sage mode to escape. The natural energy began to converge. The sky darkened ominously. Tumultuous storm clouds gathered as if the heavens were about to collapse, suffocating those beneath. In the center of the clouds was a vortex, resembling an eye. Observing all that transpired below, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Akatsuki Pushi pondered, questioning their very existence as they beheld the scene before them. The overwhelming pressure was such that anyone with lesser strength would be rendered breathless, suffocated by the weight of it. The eye within the clouds seemed to disdainfully survey the world below. What kind of ninjutsu could invoke the gaze of the divine? Moreover, this technique had yet to be fully unleashed. The swirling clouds spun ever faster, lightning flickering within, as if the heavens were expressing their wrath. Thunder roared. A bolt of lightning struck down, following closely behind the thunderclap. The lightning struck Liu Mu directly. Akatsuki Pushi's heart sank, causing them to retreat hastily and sit down abruptly, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the spectacle. If it were ordinary lightning, Akatsuki Pushi would have confidence in deflecting it. Yet this lightning was anything but ordinary. The moment it descended from the heavens, it seemed poised to cleave the world in two, threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. It was crucial to note that this was not mere technique tearing apart space, but pure brute force. Should this lightning strike Akatsuki Pushi, there would be no doubt. They would be obliterated to ashes. Am I dead? Akatsuki Pushi asked cautiously. This was the first time they had seen someone invoke ninjutsu only to be struck down themselves. However, the next second, a red glow emerged from the smoke. Rather than a mere glow, it resembled a pair of blood-red eyes. There was no time for contemplation. Another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This lightning was even more formidable than the last, its girth comparable to that of a large barrel. Once again, it struck Liu Mu with unerring accuracy. The earth quaked in response. Yet, to Akatsuki Pushi's astonishment, despite the grand spectacle of the two lightning strikes, the surrounding flora and fauna remained unscathed, merely swaying in the raging winds. Could it be that this lightning was exclusive to this individual? A bold thought flashed through Akatsuki Pushi's mind. In their youth, they had heard elders say that disobedient children would be punished by the heavens. The more grievous the offenses, the harsher the punishment. Originally, they thought this was merely a tale to frighten children. However, witnessing the current scene, Akatsuki Pushi began to question their beliefs. What had Liu Mu done to incite such divine wrath, unleashing a calamity of such magnitude? Could it be? Akatsuki Pushi shivered, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Liu Mu. No matter what transgressions individuals committed against one another, they were trivial in the eyes of the divine. After all, there were countless lives in this world, and the heavens could hardly keep track. Even when several nations had been obliterated, the heavens had not delivered punishment. Thus, there was but one possibility. Liu Mu's actions defied the will of the heavens. Crudely speaking, he was acting against fate. Cursed be this individual. He is indeed defying the heavens. Chapter 232. I am willing to submit. Akatsuki Pushi dared not dwell on their conjectures. It was known that in previous wars and battles, one would not encroach upon the authority of the divine. It could be said that such conflicts occurred with heaven's tacit approval. Yet Liu Mu was here, challenging the divine order. What could he have possibly done to invoke such divine wrath? In an instant, Akatsuki Pushi felt both fear and curiosity. 3 bolts of lightning descended, each more powerful than the last, and even those nearby felt the oppressive force of the lightning. After the 3 strikes concluded, the luminous brilliance of the heavens faded entirely. There remained flickering lightning within the storm clouds, but this lightning was no longer white. It had turned blood red. With each flash, it seemed as if countless souls were wailing, imprisoned in an endless river of time, struggling in vain. Each of these souls was a former defier of the heavens. The blood-red lightning cascaded downwards, curiously silent, instilling a sense of dread. Where the lightning passed, the sky was torn apart, revealing an unfathomable terror beyond. Akatsuki Pushi trembled, unable to muster even the slightest movement, as if their hands and feet were bound. In the distance, Akatsuki members watched in fear, silently grateful to be far from the epicenter. Was this truly the power of their senior, Liu Mu? As anticipated, the assessment of Minister Scorpion was correct. Liu Mu's strength resembled an abyss, an unfathomable depth that only intensified the terror the deeper one ventured. Liu Mu was indeed terrifying. Scorpion nodded slightly, yet a hint of disappointment flickered in their heart. Initially, it was believed that a perfect one-to-one replica of the puppet would embody a fraction of Liu Mu's prowess. However, upon witnessing the lightning, Xie realized that this puppet barely scratched the surface of Liu Mu's essence. The depth of senior Liu Mu could only be explored by extending the breadth of our thoughts. Thus, to avoid disappointing him, either the body or the mind must always be on the path. Xie spoke earnestly. As the 8 bolts of lightning dissipated, the clouds above suddenly dispersed. Yet, the sense of oppression did not wane. In fact, it intensified exponentially. The moonlight that fell from the sky gradually coalesced into a colossal silhouette, wielding a hammer as formidable as a mountain, raised high. Akatsuki Pushi was utterly convinced that with one strike, this forest would likely vanish, transforming into a vast ocean. Just then, Liu Mu, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly stood up, his face still adorned with that serene smile. For reasons unknown, the sight of this smile inexplicably reassured Akatsuki Pushi, as if Liu Mu's presence could render any problem non-existent. "Are you afraid?" Liu Mu inquired with a smile. Terrified, Akatsuki Pushi stammered. "To fear loss, one must possess a sense of longing. Only through continuous self-improvement can one truly command their life. Watch closely. I will not allow the heavens to obscure my vision any longer." "Break," Liu Mu declared, accompanying his words with a soft huff. His right hand swung forcefully towards the sky. A beam of light, infused with boundless power, shot forth. The immense shadow disintegrated upon contact with the light beam, transforming into countless specks of starlight that scattered in the air. The shadow struggled to resist, but against Liu Mu's formidable strength, all attempts at defiance were futile. It could only helplessly witness its own demise. "Is that it? Has he extinguished the heavens?" Akatsuki Pushi uttered in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the once mighty shadow, capable of annihilating everything, representing the will of heaven and earth, would crumble so effortlessly before Liu Mu. After the shadow's disappearance, the constraints of the world were entirely lifted. Liu Mu's aura surged at a visibly rapid pace, reaching a height that Akatsuki Pushi could scarcely fathom. In that moment, Liu Mu embodied the very essence of this realm. In the next instant, all power rapidly converged into Liu Mu's being, and he reverted to an appearance that seemed harmless. On the surface, his strength appeared to be that of merely a formidable shadow-level expert. Liu Mu smiled at Akatsuki Pushi, slowly raising his hand. "Are you ready? This punch will be swift," Liu Mu stated. The recently risen Akatsuki Pushi felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Having just witnessed Liu Mu dispatch the once unstoppable shadow with a single blow, the thought of that same punch descending upon him was terrifying. He had dared to provoke such a powerful existence, one capable of extinguishing the heavens. Akatsuki Pushi found himself contemplating a confrontation with Liu Mu, akin to an ant challenging an elephant. In that moment, the dignity of the Akatsuki clan was utterly shattered. For the sake of trivial conventions, knowing full well he was facing certain death, to persist was not valor but folly. "Stop. I am willing to submit to you, my lord," Akatsuki Pushi pleaded. "Did you not just declare that Akatsuki Pushi could not lack the courage to fight? You must at least exchange a strike. I assure you it will be in accordance with the rules." Liu Mu chuckled. Akatsuki Pushi felt his legs weaken once more. A single strike from Might Guy could leave him on the brink of death, while Liu Mu's blow would ensure his absolute demise, leaving not even ashes behind. "How could I dare? My lord, please do not slander me. Moreover, the regulations of the Akatsuki clan have nothing to do with me," Akatsuki Pushi asserted resolutely. I preferred your initial, rebellious demeanor, Liu Mu replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the formerly subservient Akatsuki Pushi straightened his chest, his imposing aura returning to its peak. Esteemed Lord, I have long found the regulations of the Akatsuki family intolerable. It was only upon encountering you that I realized the need to discard the dross. Thank you for your guidance. Akatsuki Pushi stated, neither servile nor arrogant, his rebellious spirit rekindled. Liu Mu was equally astonished by the speed of Akatsuki Pushi's transformation. At that moment, several figures emerged, revealing the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing Akatsuki Pushi's defiant expression, he trembled, anger flashing across his face. Release that child. Let me handle this. Chapter 233. Come on, stab at my heart. Akatsuki Pushi turned, following the voice. Upon seeing that familiar face, he furrowed his brow. Isn't this a formidable being from the future? Yet, oddly enough, despite the presence of so many powerful individuals, none had intervened, allowing two weaklings to struggle. As Akatsuki Pushi pondered, the adult Uchiha Sasuke dashed forward. Uchiha body slam. Uchiha Sasuke forcefully embraced Akatsuki Pushi and slammed him into the ground. Until his head struck the earth, Akatsuki Pushi remained dazed. Kid, run! Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Liu Mu pointed at himself, confusion etched on his face. Are you referring to me? Liu Mu asked. Of course you. This man is extremely dangerous, a bloodthirsty fiend intent on destroying the world. You must run. Uchiha Sasuke urged anxiously. Instantly, Akatsuki Pushi could no longer remain composed. With a surge of chakra, Uchiha Sasuke propelled himself away. Akatsuki Pushi, however, did not pursue but instead knelt before Liu Mu. My lord, do not listen to his nonsense. I am a very kind person. Even stepping on an ant would sadden me for a long time, let alone contemplating world destruction. Such thoughts are too terrifying to entertain. Akatsuki Pushi explained frantically. Witnessing Akatsuki Pushi's pitiable demeanor, Uchiha Sasuke finally grasped the situation. No wonder this world differs from mine. History has been rewritten, Uchiha Sasuke remarked coldly. Anyone capable of instilling fear in Akatsuki Pushi was undoubtedly a master among masters. And it was evident that history had been thoroughly altered by this individual. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke swept aside his bangs, revealing his Rinnegan beneath. Naruto. This individual is not to be underestimated. Combine your technique with mine to defeat him, Uchiha Sasuke instructed. Vortex Naruto hesitated momentarily. However, trusting Uchiha Sasuke implicitly, he began to form chakra orbs with both hands. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Perplexed as to why he had incited Uchiha Sasuke's ire to such an extent that he was met with an immediate lethal attack. At this moment, Liu Mu possessed shadow-level strength, and facing Uchiha Sasuke was not overly daunting, especially since he was in sage mode, ensuring his safety. However, Liu Mu was concerned that if Akatsuki Pushi detected something amiss, it would spell disaster. Uchiha Sasuke, are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? Liu Mu said calmly. Uchiha Sasuke paused, hastily halting his attack. He knew that even his closest brother, Uchiha Itachi, or his younger self, would not have recognized him immediately. Yet, this man before him had called out his name without hesitation. Who are you? What is your purpose in this world? Uchiha Sasuke inquired coldly. Liu Mu hesitated briefly but quickly responded, understanding that Uchiha Sasuke had misinterpreted the sight of Akatsuki Pushi kneeling before him. For what purpose? To change the world, of course. Liu Mu smiled. In that instant, Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened further, his hands crackling with countless bolts of lightning. As Liu Mu beheld the lightning in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, his heart raced, and he remained ever vigilant. However, a soft sound interrupted the tension. Daitong Pushi observed Liu Mu being struck by the nine heavens thunder tribulation. Even the bizarre red lightning could not harm Liu Mu, let alone the Chidori in Uchiha Sasuke's grasp. You have the audacity to aim for my master's heart. But should my master furrow his brow, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball to kick, Daitong Pushi boasted arrogantly. Liu Mu could not help but twitch his lips. A direct strike to the heart would indeed render any frown moot. He would be dead before he could furrow his brow. Liu Mu considered reprimanding Daitong Pushi, yet upon seeing his smug demeanor, the thought quickly evaporated. Well then, I shall see if your heart is made of iron, Uchiha Sasuke sneered, the lightning in his hand intensifying. If you don't come over, you are but a little dog. Daitong Pushi continued to taunt. Liu Mu silently lamented but maintained an air of calm. In this altered world, your brother is here. Do you not find that remarkable? Liu Mu said slowly. Uchiha Sasuke paused, his attack ceasing. According to his prior memories, while Uchiha Itachi had not yet reached his demise, he was gravely ill and barely clinging to life. Yet, the Uchiha Itachi he had just seen was vibrant and full of life, even contemplating playing with his Sharingan. Clearly, this world was much brighter than before. If Liu Mu were to be killed, the world would revert to its former state, and this beautiful scene would be irrevocably lost. With this thought, Uchiha Sasuke's lightning dissipated, his face etched with conflict. Liu Mu exhaled in relief, having managed to intimidate him. After all, for Uchiha Sasuke, his brother was his entire world. Daitong Yupushi wore a look of disappointment, muttering to himself, "What a shame. I could have seen my master's greatness in just a second. Yet this Uchiha Sasuke is a coward, just a little dog." Liu Mu cast a sidelong glance at Daitong Yupushi, realizing that such thoughts were perilously dangerous. He would need to ensure that Scorpion underwent some serious modifications in the future. Carrying a rebellious spirit around was a recipe for disaster. "So, do you have any questions?" Liu Mu asked with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head, his face marred by distress. After a few minutes, he slowly lifted his gaze to Liu Mu. "Can you truly alter history?" Uchiha Sasuke inquired. Liu Mu's lips curved into a slight smile, displaying a confident expression. "Of course, you will soon find out," Liu Mu replied. Uchiha Sasuke nodded eagerly, then hesitated for half a minute before continuing. "Then, sir, could you help me find a different wife? I can no longer endure the current one." Liu Mu began to cough incessantly. He had not expected Uchiha Sasuke's first demand to be for a new wife. He wondered how Sakura would react upon hearing this. "I prefer not to meddle in interpersonal relationships. Perhaps you should try for yourself?" Liu Mu suggested with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes brightened. "Indeed. Since I have arrived in this era, why not brainwash her myself?" Uchiha Sasuke declared. Just then, he noticed several figures approaching from a distance, and his lips curled into a subtle smile. He then approached the younger Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, heed my advice. Steer clear of Sakura, especially marriage. She is a violent one, and you will struggle to control her. If you encounter a girl with glasses in the future, cherish her dearly," Uchiha Sasuke patiently advised, while the younger Uchiha Sasuke wore an expression of annoyance. "What I do is none of your concern, even if you are my future self." The younger Uchiha Sasuke retorted impatiently. "Was I really that insufferable as a child?" Uchiha Sasuke said, rolling up his sleeves in irritation. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of Haruno Sakura in the distance, prompting him to rush over. "Sakura, I am the future Sasuke," Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed. In an instant, Haruno Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sasuke, I want to know, will we be together in the future?" she asked. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated, then quickly cleared his throat. "That is of little importance. Do you see my mismatched eyes and my missing hand? Is a man like me, who is rarely home, truly your ideal partner?" Uchiha Sasuke tempted. Haruno Sakura, bewildered, scratched her cheek and smiled. "As long as it's you, Sasuke, I am willing to accept anything." Uchiha Sasuke's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap this lovesick fool. "Sakura, look over there at Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, who will one day become the 7th Hokage. He can even use Shadow Clone Jutsu, and could be with you from dawn till dusk," Uchiha Sasuke whispered conspiratorially to Haruno Sakura. As she listened, her face flushed, and she abruptly pushed Uchiha Sasuke away, covering her face as she ran off. Uchiha Sasuke then turned his gaze toward Uzumaki Naruto, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Uzumaki Boruto, appearing more like brothers than father and son. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and approached the two. "Boruto, could you step aside for a moment? I need to speak with your father about something, and this matter is not suitable for you to hear," Uchiha Sasuke stated. Uzumaki Boruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke with disdain. "Are you attempting to manipulate me?" Boruto asked. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, his heart racing. "No, I merely wish to tell Naruto that one must persist in pursuing their dreams. Just as your dream is to become Hokage, a little perseverance will lead you to become the 7th Hokage. You also dream of Sakura. I believe you can hold on to that as well," Uchiha Sasuke said, scratching his face as he looked to the sky. Uzumaki Boruto regarded Uchiha Sasuke with contempt. "I will definitely inform Aunt Sakura about this when I get back," Boruto declared. Liu Mu observed the unfolding farce with a helpless smile. Although Haruno Sakura had shown a hint of affection for Uzumaki Naruto in their childhood, her feelings for Uchiha Sasuke had always been clear. Especially after their marriage, they had supported one another, sustaining their household. Uchiha Sasuke's current excitement was evidently an attempt to alleviate Sakura's burdens. Liu Mu shrugged. This was entirely Uchiha Sasuke's decision, and he did not wish to interfere. Moreover, this timeline had already diverged from the original plot. Even if everything here changed dramatically, the original world would remain unaffected. Just then, Scorpion returned with a large contingent. Upon seeing Daitang Yupushi, who resembled a love-struck fool, a knowing expression crossed Scorpion's face. As I anticipated, no one can resist the charm of Senior Liu Mu. Being conquered is only to be expected, Scorpion remarked with a smile. Liu Mu rolled his eyes, hastily tossing Daitang Yupushi off like a hot potato. Scorpion. This individual has now pledged allegiance to our Akatsuki organization. I entrust him to you. You must cultivate him into a talent beneficial to the ninja world. Liu Mu stated earnestly. Leave it to me. I can handle even Haiden, let alone this one. Within 10 days, he will undoubtedly become a loyal citizen devoted to the organization, Scorpion replied confidently. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. In terms of indoctrination, Scorpion was unparalleled. Even the Jinjutsu master Uchiha Itachi paled in comparison. After arranging everything, Liu Mu stretched lazily. Finally, everything was settled, and he could return home to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Lying on the bed in his own bedroom, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him as the long-standing fatigue was suddenly lifted. His eyes, heavy as if laden with lead, gradually began to close. Just as Liu Mu was on the brink of entering the realm of dreams, a soft sound of the window, slowly opening, pierced the tranquility. Ah! Help! In the next moment, a cry rang out. Liu Mu could not help but roll his eyes. Falling into the same trap at the same window once again was rather pathetic. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the professional capabilities of these ninjas. At that moment, another sound of a window opening reached his ears. Ah! How can there be one here too? Master, quickly let me down. I know I was wrong. Liu Mu, feeling utterly exhausted, climbed out of bed, dragging his weary body to the window. There, he saw Shaonin bound tightly and dangling by the window, while Hinata Hyuga was stealthily inching closer. However, upon noticing Liu Mu's sudden appearance, she was startled and fell down, landing right into the trap. Liu Mu watched helplessly as Hinata was bound by the ropes. The corners of his mouth twitched as he prepared to reach out to untie her. At that moment, Pain strolled by, holding a bottle of alcohol, taking swigs as he went. Upon seeing Liu Mu, he couldn't help but wave his hand. Liu Mu, why are you still hanging clothes late at night? Leave such trivial matters to me, Pain said, as he flew over. However, when he caught sight of the bound Xiao Nan and Hinata, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Glancing at the bottle of alcohol in his hand, he immediately feigned drunkenness. Oh dear, how did I get so drunk? I surely won't remember anything when I wake up tomorrow. Liu, you continue. I need to go home to relieve myself. With that, he flew away. Chapter 235. Liu Mu, listen to my defense. Liu Mu's mouth twitched incessantly. Did Pain really need to relieve himself? What a clumsy excuse. However, Liu Mu had already affixed the Flying Thunder God seal on Pain's throne. The next moment, he found himself in Nagato's small room. Nagato was frantically patting his chest, a look of horror on his face. Thankfully, my excuse this time was flawless. Otherwise, if I faced another spiraling 1,000 years of death, that would be. Nagato paused, glancing at the nearby diapers, unable to hold back the tears from the corners of his eyes. Just then, Nagato suddenly felt a surge of chakra, a familiar sensation that made him tremble. No. Liu Mu, can you please choose another location? Nagato said with a quivering voice. No. Spiraling 1,000 years of death. This time with added lightning-release chakra. Liu Mu replied with a mischievous grin. In an instant, the room echoed with wails. The endless rain of the land of rain finally ceased that night. When Liu Mu stepped out of Nagato's room, a crowd had gathered outside. Arrange for Tsunade to check on Nagato's injuries, Liu Mu said casually. Just then, his belt loosened, and he instinctively adjusted his pants. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding gazes intensifying. All the ninjas were appraising him, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Liu Mu was momentarily stunned before realizing the situation. Wait a moment. I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. Liu Mu explained anxiously. Liu Mu, we understand. Having endured the influence of the scorpion for so long, we have learned to capture certain details. Momochi Zabuza declared. Indeed, we will not be deceived by appearances. We will focus on the crucial points to comprehend your true intentions, I added. Liu Mu nodded, momentarily lost in thought. Just as he intended to leave, he suddenly noticed that all the ninja's tools had fallen to the ground simultaneously. Oh dear, how careless of me, my tools have fallen as well. Momochi Zabuza remarked. What a coincidence, mine fell too, Haiden chimed in. How strange, mine did as well. I exclaimed. Liu Mu's mouth twitched in frustration, and he laughed out loud in anger. Take your time picking them up, I will be right back, Liu Mu said coldly. The ninjas instantly became excited. Liu Mu was a divine messenger, representing the will of the gods. If he favored them, perhaps they too could inherit divine qualities and experience meteoric growth in strength, akin to Scorpion and Might Guy. At that moment, several of them heard the sound of shadow clones behind them, causing their hearts to race. Zabuza, I'm scared, I admitted fearfully. Momochi Zabuza responded with a gentle smile. Bye, do not be afraid. This will pass quickly, and soon we will rise to greatness. But I feel chakra flowing behind me. Resembling a lightning release spiraling sphere, I expressed her concerns. Wait, a lightning release spiraling sphere? Liu Mu, I think we misunderstood. Liu Mu looked at the kneeling figures. A cold smile spreading across his face. You know what to say, Liu Mu declared before turning to leave, leaving them with their faces pressed to the ground. Tears streaming down. Fuming, Liu Mu departed from Nagato's residence, initially intending to return home. However, thoughts of the individuals dangling from the window made him feel overwhelmed. At that moment, he noticed the lights still on in Scorpion's home. Reflecting on his role as the nominal leader of the Akatsuki organization, he felt a pang of guilt for never having cared for his subordinates. He returned to Nagato's room, grabbed 2 bottles of alcohol, and headed toward Scorpion's house. Just as he approached the door, Liu Mu sensed something unusual. Looking down, he spotted 3 nearly invisible fine wires on the ground. A smirk crept onto his lips. With his Sharingan and Byakugan, he could see what normal people could not, even without activating his vision. Liu Mu effortlessly stepped over the fine wires and reached Scorpion's door. Just as he was about to knock, he noticed something peculiar. Though the door appeared ordinary, he could distinctly sense chakra flowing across it. Knocking would undoubtedly trigger some special mechanism. Liu Mu's competitive spirit ignited, and he formed a chakra surgical blade with his fingers, which gradually illuminated. After several minutes of effort, the chakra flow on the door was completely severed. Satisfied, Liu Mu pushed the door open. The room was illuminated. Yet Scorpion was nowhere to be seen. Just as Liu Mu was about to leave, he suddenly heard Scorpion's agonized cries from within. No, no. Liu Mu froze momentarily, his expression turning grim. He never anticipated that Scorpion, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, would be controlled and tortured in a room. Liu Mu could no longer tolerate it. He strode purposefully toward the room from which Scorpion's cries emanated. Along the way, Liu Mu ignited a scroll. Anyone within the Akatsuki organization would receive the message immediately. No matter how urgent their tasks were, they would hasten to the burning scroll. This was prepared for dealing with unknown intruders, and Liu Mu never expected to use it so soon. Having made all the necessary preparations, he kicked the door open. Inside, Scorpion looked bewildered at the scroll in his right hand while hastily putting on his clothes with his left, showing no signs of having been tortured. Not far from him, a cross-dressing Liu Mu was dancing while cleaning the glass. Scorpion, startled by the sudden noise, paled at the sight of Liu Mu and began stuttering. Liu Mu, wait. I am not. No, I am explaining. Scorpion stumbled over his words, suddenly noticing the dancing Liu Mu, and rushed over. Liu Mu, I am researching the performance of puppets. You must believe me. Scorpion pleaded with a quivering voice. Liu Mu's lips quivered, and his expression darkened. Have you heard of the lightning spiral 1,000 years kill? Chapter 236, The Enemy Invasion? Xia, startled, quickly covered his backside. Master, I want to know if you triggered the scroll just now, Xia said fearfully. Of course, it was me. I thought you had been captured by a traveler. Who knew you were in the room doing this? Liu Mu remarked, casting a glance at the female Liu Mu puppet, his lips twitching once more. Go die? Liu Mu exclaimed angrily. Xia, still covering his backside, hurried to the side, anxiously shouting, Master, wait. The most crucial thing now is to handle this. Upon hearing this, Liu Mu's movements froze. You can just change out of that outfit. If it comes to it, you can tear the JK uniform as well, Liu Mu urged. Xia wore a near-crying expression, stammering, No way. My puppet is a perfect one-to-one replica, and based on that, I just altered the gender. Liu Mu's lips twitched again. It turned out that the Liu Mu before him was indeed a girl. Initially, Liu Mu thought Xia had some issues with his sexual orientation. But now he realized that Xia's orientation was not the problem. It just felt strange. I'll go hold them off. You quickly put the puppet away in the scroll. Liu Mu said helplessly. Xia nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Liu Mu reached the door, where a crowd of ninjas stood outside, all looking rather disheveled. Especially Xiao Nan, Hinata, and others, who rushed over with ropes still partially unbound. Master, what on earth happened? Xiao Nan asked while untying her ropes. Is another traveler appearing? Peachland Zabuza covered his backside and spoke. Honey, are you okay? Hei Tu asked, her face flushed. Seeing the anxious crowd, Liu Mu coughed awkwardly twice. Clearly, everyone had been preoccupied with their own matters, and if they knew it was just a misunderstanding, they would probably tear him apart. Therefore, he quickly swallowed the explanation he had initially thought of. Yes, indeed, there is a traveler. The aura is unmistakable, Liu Mu stated seriously. Instantly, everyone tensed up. That person looks quite similar to Akatsuki Urashiki and claims to be here to capture the princess of the Hyuga clan, but I scared him off. Liu Mu said after a moment of reflection. In an instant, Hinata's eyes sparkled as she looked at Liu Mu, his stature suddenly towering in her eyes. I never knew brother Liu Mu was protecting me from a corner I didn't know about. I must grow up quickly to repay brother Liu Mu. Hinata murmured to herself. Akatsuki Urashiki stepped forward, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I think I know who it is. It should be Akatsuki Shin. Akatsuki Shin? The crowd gasped, surprised that a member of the Akatsuki clan was present. To the Akatsuki organization's top combatants, the Akatsuki clan was merely a force to be reckoned with. However, to ordinary ninjas, they were utterly unattainable beings. Indeed, I can only say that man is formidable, Akatsuki Urashiki said solemnly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a violent explosion erupted from the room behind him. Liu Mu turned, bewildered. He saw Xia collapsed on the ground, while Mike Guy was standing on one leg, raising the other high. Most importantly, the female Liu Mu had not been put away. Mike Guy, lowering his leg, approached the female Liu Mu with a flattering demeanor, saying, Master, where are the enemies? Why didn't I notice them? Liu Mu's face turned pale, and he instinctively gathered lightning's spiral 1,000 years kill at his fingertips. Guy, come over quickly. That is not Senior Liu, it is the enemy. Akatsuki Urashiki shouted anxiously. Mike Guy paused, glancing at the figure, and after a moment of inspection, his face grew even more confused. But this is clearly Master, Mike Guy said. Akatsuki Urashiki shook his head helplessly and then angrily said, This is a puppet created by Akatsuki Shin. Unfortunately, he cannot constantly gaze upon Lord Liu Mu's divine visage, leading to flaws in its creation. Do not be deceived. Mike Guy scrutinized it again and finally noticed the anomaly. Oh, this chest is so exaggerated. It is indeed a fake master. Mike Guy exclaimed, retreating repeatedly. In an instant, everyone was on high alert, hands hovering over their ninja tool bags, ready to launch an attack. At that moment, Liu Mu was already drenched in sweat. If the reason were discovered, his illustrious reputation would be tarnished. Liu Mu hurriedly rushed to Xia's side to help him up. He then discreetly used Chidori to awaken Xia. However, no matter how much electricity Liu Mu administered, Xia showed no signs of waking. Just as Liu Mu was about to give up, he suddenly noticed Xia's eyeballs moving. Liu Mu's lips twitched again. He finally understood why he couldn't wake Xia. It turned out Xia had never fainted but had been feigning unconsciousness all along. One can never awaken a person pretending to be asleep, but for Liu Mu, it was simply a matter of not being forceful enough. Liu Mu leaned close to Xia's ear and whispered, If you don't wake up soon, you might never wake again. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia began coughing incessantly, slowly opening his eyes, revealing an exhausted expression. Run. That Akatsuki Shin is too powerful. I am no match for him, Xia managed to say. Instantly, everyone gasped in shock. Xia possessed a one-to-one perfect replica of Liu Mu, and his strength ranked among the top in the Akatsuki organization. If even Xia was not a match, then apart from Liu Mu, the other ninjas in the Akatsuki were no match for him either. Quick, control the puppet and head for the moon. Destroy it once we arrive, Liu Mu whispered. Xia looked at Liu Mu pleadingly, but was met with a murderous glare. Reluctantly, Xia cast a final glance at his beloved puppet and began to manipulate it. The female Liu Mu, who had been standing there dumbfounded, lifted her head, smirked disdainfully at the crowd, and then soared into the sky. He.s. getting away. The moon is Akatsuki Shin's base. Akatsuki Urashiki exclaimed anxiously. Let him go. It's just a puppet. At least we now know who the enemy is, Liu Mu said sternly. On the moon, Akatsuki Shin had set up a small stool in the yard, holding a chilled watermelon and taking a big bite. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. Indeed, basking in the sun with a chilled watermelon is the perfect match. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a small black dot flying toward him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a person. Are you here to eat watermelon too? Akatsuki Shin smiled, holding up the watermelon. But the next second, the figure began to swell, transforming into a massive Patrick star, radiating dazzling light. Bang! Chapter 237, The Second Wave of Travelers. Liu Mu lay contentedly on a lounge chair, while the slug sage sat beside him, carefully peeling grapes. Before long, a crystal-clear grape was prepared and gently fed into Liu Mu's mouth. So, in the end, did Ning Kaichen end up with Xiao Qian? The slug sage asked dreamily. Of course. Therefore, love transcending species is not impossible, Liu Mu replied with a smile. The slug sage opened and closed his mouth several times, revealing a look of disappointment. Even if they were together, they could not obtain the fruits of their love. It felt like something was missing. Let us tell the next story, Liu Mu said as he sat up from the lounge chair. The slug sage nodded eagerly. Just as Liu Mu was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something and quickly changed the subject, asking, Slug, can your healing technique truly cure anything? For instance, like Kakashi's issue with insufficient chakra reserves and the duration of Raikiri. Liu Mu inquired expectantly. It's not a big deal. Why do you suddenly ask this? The slug sage asked curiously. Liu Mu coughed a couple of times to ease his embarrassment. This is of little consequence. Now, I shall narrate a tale titled Xin by Nyang Zichuan Qi, which revolves around the love story between an immortal and a mortal. Liu Mu stroked his chin with a smile. In an instant, the expression on the face of the Kwa Zhu Xian Run revealed a sense of anticipation. Just as Liu Mu was about to speak, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Transmigrators detected. Ding dong. 2 transmigrators present, possessing combat capabilities at the pinnacle level of the ninja world. Host, please proceed with caution. Liu Mu's face instantly displayed an expression of impatience. With emotions heightened to this extent, the emergence of transmigrators felt no different from Pain's antics. Had he discovered the system's charging port, he would have unleashed a lightning-fast spiral 1,000 years of death. What's wrong with you, Mugo? The Kwa Zhu Xian Ren inquired with concern. It's nothing. Just a couple of flies that need to be dealt with, Liu Mu replied with a frown. As Liu Mu prepared to activate the scroll, he suddenly noticed 2 dark figures approaching. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Such unabashed intrusion was a first for him. However, it was a significant expenditure of manpower to search for them like this. After a few breaths, the 2 shadows had arrived directly above the village, looking down on the people below as if observing mere ants. These 2 figures were none other than Akatsuki Mamashiki and Akatsuki Kinshiki. According to the positioning, Urashiki should have arrived in this time-space, Akatsuki Mamashiki stated solemnly. Yet, no formidable presence has been detected here. Why hasn't Urashiki conquered this place and returned to his original time-space? Akatsuki Kinshiki remarked. Instead of engaging in idle speculation, it would be prudent to capture a ninja and inquire, Akatsuki Mamashiki sneered. They then began scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, they spotted Liu Mu's independent little building, where Liu Mu stood on the balcony. It must be your extravagant dwelling that drew our attention, Akatsuki Mamashiki commented, before approaching Liu Mu with Akatsuki Kinshiki. Both cast a disdainful glance at Liu Mu and coldly stated, answer my forthcoming questions, or face death. Liu Mu's lips twitched. The ninja world is vast, and the land of rain even more so. Why, of all places, did Akatsuki Kinshiki and Akatsuki Mamashiki find themselves directly before him? If it were but one, Liu Mu might have had a chance to fight. However, standing before him were 2, and he felt no fighting spirit whatsoever. Have you encountered anyone who shares our attire? Akatsuki Mamashiki inquired, his tone laced with menace, as if Liu Mu's unsatisfactory response would lead to his immediate demise. I have. Liu Mu hesitated before responding. Akatsuki Mamashiki was momentarily taken aback, unexpectedly receiving the answer he sought from the first person he questioned, causing a hint of joy to surface on his face. Excellent. Then do you know where he is? Akatsuki Mamashiki pressed further. Ah well. At that moment, Akatsuki Urashiki was undergoing brainwashing by Scorpion, and Liu Mu was uncertain of the consequences if the two present learned of it. He would undoubtedly be in grave danger. As Liu Mu pondered, he deliberately averted his gaze from the two and slowly raised his head. "I am asking you a question," Akatsuki Kinshiki shouted in anger, wanting to charge forward and tear Liu Mu apart. Just then, Akatsuki Mamashiki extended his hand to stop him. "Kinshiki, do not act impulsively. This brat has already provided us with the answer," Akatsuki Mamashiki remarked. "Huh, he hasn't spoken at all," Akatsuki Kinshiki replied, a perplexed look on his face. Akatsuki Mamashiki shook his head in exasperation. "I already said you need to observe carefully." This boy looked up at the moon and then uttered, "Ah, well, is that not obvious?" Akatsuki Mamashiki explained. "I see. So he has returned to the moon base." Akatsuki Kinshiki chuckled heartily. Akatsuki Mamashiki nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Liu Mu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I am pleased with your answer, yet I still desire to kill you." Akatsuki Mamashiki grinned wickedly, gathering chakra in his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Liu Mu. Liu Mu was suddenly taken aback. Just as he was preparing to retaliate, he noticed 4 figures descending from the moon. The arrival of the 4 chakras caused Akatsuki Mamashiki to pause. Curiosity piqued as he looked to the sky. Leading the group was Akatsuki Sharon, his body wrapped in bandages, his face filled with fury. Following him were Akatsuki Urashiki, Akatsuki Mamashiki, and Akatsuki Kinshiki. Upon landing before Liu Mu, Akatsuki Sharon's anger surged as he recognized Liu Mu's visage. Even his bandaged hands trembled uncontrollably at this moment. "It's him. He is the one who injured me." Chapter 238. Liu Urashiki Akatsuki Mamashiki regarded Liu Mu with a serious expression. He was acutely aware of Akatsuki Sharon's strength, especially with the protection of the Akatsuki clan in this time-space. To have severely injured Akatsuki Sharon in such circumstances spoke volumes of Liu Mu's prowess. Notably, Liu Mu's demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he regarded the individuals before him with utter indifference. "Daring to bully Sharon, I shall avenge you," Akatsuki Kinshiki declared angrily. However, just as he prepared to strike, Akatsuki Mamashiki stopped him. "Kinshiki, do not act rashly. Consider why Urashiki has been silent," Akatsuki Mamashiki cautioned gravely. "What could it possibly be?" Akatsuki Kinshiki asked, a puzzled look on his face. "Let us not dwell on that for now. In any case, refrain from striking," Akatsuki Mamashiki urged in a low tone. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Sharon was far from calm. Eagerly anticipating a feast, he found himself inexplicably thrust into the emergency room. Had it not been for his unique constitution, he would have long since perished. Now, he was seething with rage. "Capture him. I want to torture this bastard to death," Akatsuki Sharon shouted. As the 3 were about to act, the Akatsuki Mamashiki of this time-space intervened. "Mamashiki, what are you doing?" Akatsuki Sharon seethed, barely containing his fury. "The individuals before us are undoubtedly future versions of myself and Kinshiki, and the presence that instills such trepidation in me is surely not simple," Akatsuki Mamashiki stated. Akatsuki Sharon was momentarily taken aback. In his fury at Liu Mu, he had failed to notice this point. Akatsuki Mamashiki was well aware of his own strength, and the future version of himself would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Yet, even so, he still harbored apprehension toward Liu Mu. This illustrated the extent of Liu Mu's power. "We cannot act recklessly. We should observe from the sidelines," Akatsuki Sharon suggested. At that moment, Liu Mu stood on the brink of despair. Each of the 5 members of the Akatsuki clan possessed strength surpassing that of Kage-level ninjas. In fact, their capabilities had already transcended those of the Sage of 6 Paths. Regardless of whether they chose to attack, they could easily overpower him. Yet, these 5 individuals exhibited not the slightest intention to strike. This was an unending psychological torment. Just then, reinforcements began to arrive, with Scorpion leading the charge. Liu Mu could not suppress his joy. Scorpion's puppets could easily crush Akatsuki Kagaya, effortlessly breaking the current stalemate. "Scorpion, please deal with these 5 flies," Liu Mu urged impatiently. Scorpion hesitated for a moment, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "Master, did you forget? That puppet of mine, poof, is gone," Scorpion lamented. Liu Mu's lips twitched. It turned out that Scorpion's self-destructing puppet was the sole one he possessed. Without puppets, Scorpion was merely an ordinary Kage-level ninja. He could bully regular ninjas, but facing the Akatsuki clan would be akin to offering himself as a meal. What of Guy? Liu Mu continued to inquire. Today, he mentioned he would burn his youth and embark on a journey around the ninja world. He likely won't return for some time. Scorpion replied. Liu Mu trembled all over. He had not anticipated that the two primary trump cards of the Akatsuki organization would be unable to intervene, leaving him to await his demise against the 5 members of the Akatsuki clan. If the master does not wish to intervene, perhaps we could let Liu Urashiki have a go, Scorpion suggested with a grin. Liu Urashiki? Liu Mu asked, his face filled with confusion. Though the surname I bear is quite common on launching, it is utterly unique in the realm of ninjas. How could there possibly be someone with the surname Liu? At that moment, Daitongyu Purin approached, signifying that the attire of the Daitongyu clan had long vanished, replaced by the crimson, clouded black cloak of the Akatsuki organization. Upon witnessing this, Daitongyu Taoshi was momentarily taken aback. Purin, what is the meaning of this? Daitongyu Taoshi inquired. Noticing Daitongyu Taoshi advancing, Daitongyu Purushi hastily retreated a few steps. Do not come any closer. I have already joined the Akatsuki organization and am fortunate enough to be graced with the esteemed surname Liu. We are no longer of the same dimension, Liu Purin proclaimed with pride. Daitongyu Taoshi's lips twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated that Daitongyu Purin would abandon the name of the Daitongyu clan. It was nothing short of disgraceful. Purin, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Daitongyu Taoshi retorted, his aura of menace gradually intensifying. Of course I do. Before meeting Senior Liu, I felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. After joining the Akatsuki organization and gaining the advanced ideologies from Minister Xie, as well as recognizing Senior Liu's astonishing strength and far-sighted vision, I feel that I have transcended. Liu Purin expressed contentedly, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Daitongyu Taoshi's face. It is this scoundrel, I assent it? Allow me to tear apart his facade of lies. Daitongyu Taoshi seethed. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly noticed Daitongyu Sharon had retreated to a distance, while Liu Purin wore a mischievous grin, as if to say, Go on, make your move. I relish your expression when you do. For a moment, Daitongyu Taoshi hesitated, realizing his impulsiveness. Jinshi, I am on my monthly cycle today, so it is inconvenient for me to act. That bastard's head is yours to deal with. Daitongyu Taoshi coughed twice, stating, Leave it to me, Daitongyu Jinshi replied. Cracking his knuckles, Liu Mu's lips twitched. If it were merely Daitongyu Taoshi, Liu Mu would be entirely unfazed. However, Daitongyu Jinshi appeared to be somewhat dim-witted, and it was uncertain whether special effects would suffice to contain him. Liu Mu cleared his throat, casting a glance at Liu Purin. Does he even deserve to engage in combat with me? Purin, tell him to be quiet. Chapter 239 and beginning? Daitongyu Purushi suddenly became exhilarated. This was the first time Liu Mu had commanded him since joining the Akatsuki, akin to a favored concubine being summoned by the emperor. He had to make a splendid impression. Come now, use your life to forge my future. Let the name of Liu Purin be realized. As soon as the words left his mouth, Daitongyu Purushi's eyes began to whirl rapidly. Oh no, Purin is serious. Daitongyu Taoshi bellowed, also activating his Rinnegan. In an instant, two forces collided. With the powers of the Rinnegan and space, it erupted like a nuclear fusion within the fabric of space. Boom. The entire space convulsed, and it shattered like glass, scattering fragments everywhere. Liu Mu curiously peered into the chaos. The next moment, he shuddered, his face reflecting disbelief. Is this launching? Liu Mu's heart raced. Although the ninja continent was splendid, he was ultimately a being from launching. That was his true home, regardless of the ninja continent's allure. Liu Mu was merely a visitor, while launching, regardless of its flaws, was the place that nurtured him, especially since he dearly missed a few individuals back home. Liu Mu turned to Xiaonan and the others, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though the odds were slim, there was a possibility of returning home, and he felt compelled to seize it. I must attempt this, Liu Mu declared as he stepped toward the spatial rift, contemplating for a long time as his fears transformed into an overwhelming desire to return home. In that moment, Liu Mu no longer hesitated. He lightly stepped forward and leapt into the fissure of space. In the next instant, Liu Mu felt an array of images rushing past him, visions of the ninja world, the pirate world, the Soul Reaper world, and more. As these scenes unfolded, strands of vital energy detached from the chaotic currents of space, converging upon Liu Mu. His body gradually solidified, as if infused with boundless strength. Without further hesitation, Liu Mu launched a powerful punch. In an instant, the previously chaotic void became remarkably clear, and the shattered fragments of space formed a path directly leading to the place Liu Mu yearned for. Liu Mu accelerated, sprinting forward. Before long, he felt a flicker before his eyes, and that familiar scenery came into view. I have returned to launching. Liu Mu's heart raced as he inhaled the familiar air. Tinged with industrial pollution, he was certain he had arrived at launching. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the spatial rift: Xiaonan, Hinata Hyuga, Terumi Mei, and others. Is this truly Senior Liu's home? Is this a paradise? You all came. Liu Mu's lips curled upward. Having not only gained chakra and learned ninjutsu, but also brought his companions along. Henceforth, would they not be able to indulge in unrestrained days? Come, let me show you this world. Remember, you must all heed my words, Liu Mu proclaimed as he stepped forward. Just then, the space trembled violently. The once murky sky erupted with numerous rifts, and from these openings emerged countless figures, some from the pirate world, some from the Soul Reaper world, and others from the fairy tale world. All wore expressions of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Liu Mu's lips twitched. He had initially believed that everything had concluded, yet it appeared that this was merely the beginning. The end.